I have transcended. Han Fei lay on a dilapidated bed, cradling his head in despair as he absorbed the memories of this new body. Aside from the clear awareness of his own transcendence, his thoughts whirled chaotically, akin to towels tossed in a washing machine, unable to settle. After enduring 2 hours of intense mental turmoil, Han Fei finally found a semblance of calm. Drenched in sweat, he lay on the bed with his eyes tightly shut, inhaling the fresh air deeply, having fully integrated the essence of this body. Gradually propping himself up against the headboard, he endeavored to organize the fragmented memories swirling in his mind. This was a world where anyone could aspire to divinity. The original owner of this body shared his name. Han Fei was merely 17 years old and was also an orphan. From the moment he became aware of the world, the original Han Fei was told that to alter his fate, there existed only one path to tread. That path was to study diligently, secure a divine seed, establish his own divine realm, and ascend to the status of demigod, deity, or even true god, thereby raising his divine kingdom to the realm of reality to attain immortality. Through relentless effort, he overcame countless competitors, achieving first place in the entire city from a remote region, eventually gaining admission to the prestigious second high school of Qinghai Star Capital. He maintained the top position in his entire grade and, upon advancing to the second year of high school, successfully obtained the coveted divine seed. After a year of nurturing within his being, the divine seed finally allowed him to establish his divine realm yesterday. However, the divine trait of his predecessor proved to be merely an environmental adaptation, of little use now. The awakened core companion resembled an ant devoid of extraordinary abilities, differing only in size and possessing a modicum of intelligence, yet fundamentally identical to an ordinary ant. In stark contrast to the extraordinary beings he had envisioned awakening fairies, elves, dragons, it felt utterly lacking. Under the weight of this harsh reality, the spirit of the former owner of this body crumbled completely. Having just attained the status of demigod, yet still devoid of extraordinary powers, he fell gravely ill and, after ceasing to breathe last night, welcomed the present Han Fei. What's there to be confused about? In life, how can everything go as one wishes? I have already established my divine realm and become a demigod. Even if the divine realm shatters, a body nourished by divine power can live for 2 centuries, and I can still acquire extraordinary strength. This is the blessing I have longed for in my dreams. As Han Fei muttered to himself in a mix of sarcasm and resolve, he rolled out of bed and hurried toward the divine landing pod that occupied a third of the room. Rest assured, my brother, I will help you live to 200, he exclaimed with fervor before swiftly diving into the pod, closing the door behind him as he settled in. In a gentle voice, Han Fei commanded, "Initiate login procedure. Initiating program. Please close your eyes, relax your body, and do not resist." Ding! Welcome to the realm of the gods. As the notification echoed in his ears, Han Fei opened his eyes once more, now immersed within the newly established divine realm. At this moment, Han Fei floated ethereally in the air, feeling a continuous influx of power coursing through his being. He recognized this as the force of faith and promptly redirected his attention. His gaze fell upon the vast expanse below, where a majestic mountain stood at the center, its peaks stretching into the distance. At the foot of the eastern slopes lay a tranquil lake. A meandering stream cascaded down from the mountain, merging into the lake, then branching out into several tributaries that spread far and wide. Surrounding this serene landscape was an expanse of primordial forest, with a flora towered several times taller and sturdier than ordinary plants. Han Fei extended his spiritual awareness, scanning the entirety of the divine realm, which spanned merely 10,000 square kilometers, characterized by high humidity and a predominance of insect life, along with a few small mammalian creatures. With a subtle tremor, Han Fei descended toward a clearing 2 kilometers from the lake. "Thank heavens, the core minions are still here," he exclaimed joyfully, his gaze fixed on a formidable earthen mound at the center of the clearing, where fist-sized red ants busily entered and exited a massive anthill. Having confirmed the survival of his core minions, a great weight lifted from Han Fei's heart. The temporal disparity between reality and the divine realm was 100-fold. From a moment he established his divine domain yesterday to his current arrival, over 12 hours had passed in reality, while nearly 50 days had elapsed in the divine realm. Based on his recollections, statistics indicated that 90% of demigods failed to ignite divine fire and ascend to divinity. Among these, 30% perished during the protective period of the newly established divine domains, primarily due to the extinction of their core minions. Instances studied in class highlighted numerous scenarios. Inhospitable environments that rendered the land barren, sudden climatic changes that minions could not adapt to, neglect leading to self-destruction, and various other unfortunate circumstances. Han Fei harbored a genuine fear that upon entering the divine realm, he would discover his core minions had perished. Thankfully, these ants had thrived in his absence, evolving into a veritable ant kingdom over the course of 50 days. Utilizing his spiritual energy, Han Fei scanned the entire anthill and casually activated the intelligent panel. One of the functionalities of the Divine Landing Pod, designed to equip novice demigods with a smart assistant system, facilitating their understanding of the divine realm. A semi-transparent screen composed of blue light materialized before him, displaying the following information. Name: Han Fei level, demigod divine fire, unlit divine rank, none divine mark, none divine traits, environmental adaptation, genetic modification, divine nature, 1 point divine power, 0 points force of faith, 7 million core minions, red-headed giant ants mutated, new species yet to be named. Minion count: 1 queen ant, 14,000 worker ants, 4,000 larvae. Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of exhilaration surging within him. Before his transmigration into this body, his core minions had been ordinary red-headed giant ants devoid of minion talents, with only the trait of environmental adaptation. Currently, the dependents have undergone mutations, and the divine characteristics have introduced a new genetic adjustment. After a moment of contemplation, Han Fei concluded that the alterations in the dependents and divine traits were likely influenced by the presence of his soul as a transmigrator. The environment of the divine realm, the awakened core dependents, and the characteristics of the deities are not entirely generated at random. Everything within the divine realm is susceptible to the influence of its creator, with factors including memory, emotion, ideology, personality, subconsciousness, and soul, among others. However, such influences typically manifest during the divine seed stage once the divine domain is successfully established. It stabilizes gradually within 3 days, with very few occurrences of sudden mutations. Fortunately, Han Fei had been an academic prodigy, allowing him to recall relevant knowledge and cases pertaining to this obscure topic from his memory. Chapter 2. Core Minions in the Library. Records of books exist, detailing the tale of an unfortunate young man who, on the very day the divine realm was established, received the devastating news of his family's untimely demise in an accident. He fainted on the spot, and upon regaining consciousness, discovered that his plant spirit minion had undergone a transformation into a dark fairy. In contrast, the changes experienced by Han Fei were far more significant. His divine attributes had increased, and the mutation of his minions was entirely expected, especially since Han Fei had undergone a complete soul exchange, resulting in a supercharged enhancement of his memories and life experiences. Having grasped the intricacies of the divine realm's alterations, Han Fei resolutely set aside his concerns and focused on assessing the status of his minions. He promptly extended his consciousness to conduct a thorough scan of the ants in the anthill, revealing a lower-tier minion page on a translucent blue panel. With a simple click, the core minion information materialized on the screen. Minion name: Ant Queen Minion level, Extraordinary Minion talent, Gene Fusion Faith level, Fanatic Faith power, 100-day reproductive capacity, 300-day description. Capable of merging certain genetic fragments from consumed organisms, giving rise to offspring with characteristics of those creatures. The Ant Queen serves as the heart of the colony. Before her life reaches its conclusion, she will begin to nurture the Ant King. Should the Ant Queen perish before birthing the Ant King, the colony faces extinction, as the Ant King seeks a powerful host to foster the next generation of Ant Queens, ultimately succumbing once the new Ant Queen successfully develops. As Han Fei perused the description of the Ant Queen, an unsettling familiarity washed over him. It felt strikingly reminiscent. This was, without a doubt, A chimeric ant. Han Fei's ethereal self hovered in the air, fervently critiquing. Don't presume I've never watched the anime Hunter. This concept is undoubtedly a byproduct of my memories. Suppressing the urge to continue his tirade, Han Fei designated the core minion's name as chimeric ant and turned his attention to the remaining two types of minion units. Minion name, worker ant minion level, ordinary minion talent, none faith level, fanatic faith power, 10-day description, serving as both the producers and combat units of the colony. They are responsible for all tasks aside from reproduction. Minion name, larva minion level, ordinary minion talent, none faith level, fanatic faith power, 1-day description, emerging from ant eggs. The larva requires 7 days to cocoon and another 7 days to metamorphose into a worker ant, with a total growth cycle of 14 days. Upon reaching this point, Han Fei mentally evaluated his strengths and weaknesses. Overall, he felt quite satisfied with this core minion. The minion talent of gene fusion, combined with the divine attribute of genetic adjustment, enabled him to collect and optimize genes according to his requirements. With these two capabilities as a foundation, this minion possessed infinite potential for growth. Han Fei had an imaginative template from another world to reference for the future development direction of the chimeric ant. The environmental adaptability ensured the colony's fundamental survival capabilities. Despite neglecting the minions for over 50 days, the ant colony continued to thrive, undoubtedly owing much to the influence of this divine attribute. Although the chimeric ants do not possess the fervent belief power that begins in the hundreds like other highly intelligent races, their inherent status as zealots from birth alleviates the burdens of nurturing faith, even if their individual belief power, due to their lower intellect, is less than 1/10 of that of other races. Their sheer numbers allow the chimeric ants to generate belief power that surpasses most species by considerable margins. The sole vulnerability of their entire colony lies in the queen. Her demise would herald the extinction of the entire race. For Han Fei, this dilemma presently lacks a resolution and must be set aside. Nevertheless, within the divine realm, safety prevails. The chimeric ants reign at the apex of the food chain, transforming the entire domain into a paradise for insects. Han Fei, through his scans, has confirmed that no species poses a threat to the chimeric ants. Additionally, he is currently within the novice protection period of the divine world, where 3 months in the real world equate to 30 years without invasion in the divine realm. As he scanned, Han Fei observed the queen lying in the anthill, her size now exceeding half a meter. And he marveled at her rapid growth within just over 50 days. The last time he had seen her, she measured merely 10 centimeters. Under his watchful gaze, the queen's antennae suddenly twitched, and a thought coupled with a wave of joy surged through the faith connection to Han Fei. God, you have returned. Have you once again turned your gaze upon my kind? Receiving the queen's message and emotions, Han Fei felt a tumult of sentiments within. This marked his first encounter with such sincere emotion, an unadulterated joy stemming solely from his attention. Is this the essence of the bond between a deity and their faithful? Observing the queen, who lay unable to move freely due to her enormous abdomen, he felt a twinge of discomfort. Han Fei was acutely aware of the reason behind her inquiry. It stemmed from the disdain, anger, and despair that had previously been transmitted through the faith connection during their last encounter. In her innocent memory and perception, the god had vanished, leaving her to feel abandoned. Gently, Han Fei brushed his thoughts across the queen's antennae, transmitting a wave of reassurance and encouragement. God has never departed. I shall watch over you for all eternity. Despite the awkwardness, he adhered to the knowledge acquired from his memories, executing the most appropriate response to a devotee. A purer wave of joy erupted from the queen, which Han Fei sensed flowing through the faith connection, even leading to a 2-point increase in the belief power she generated daily. Witnessing the queen's antennae dance joyfully, Han Fei couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting in delight. With assurance that his core followers faced no immediate threat, and no impending crisis of extinction loomed, Han Fei gradually withdrew from the divine realm, for there were matters in the real world that required his attention. A soft hiss echoed as the dark divine connection chamber door slowly opened, revealing Han Fei, who had just awakened. He propped himself up against the cabin's railing with one hand, struggling slightly to sit upright, while the other hand rubbed the back of his neck. A memory concerning the landing pod materialized in his mind. This was a low-end version of a divine landing pod, characterized by its stability as an auxiliary device designed to stabilize the mind and alleviate mental stress. However, it utterly neglected the aspect of comfort. Its primary function was to assist novice demigods in swiftly acclimating to their divine domains while mitigating the chaotic disorientation resulting from the hundredfold time disparity between the mundane world and that of the gods. This contraption also served to steady the mind, allowing a newcomer like Han Fei, who had just opened his divine domain, to maintain a sense of composure in the face of the sudden influx of power. In the early days of human civilization's contact with the realm of the gods, such comprehensive auxiliary facilities were non-existent, leading many to suffer from the effects of temporal disarray, with some experiencing psychological disorders and others fracturing their personalities. Chapter 3. Current living conditions. After sorting through the memories in his mind, Han Fei couldn't help but marvel at the fortunate era he had traversed into. It was truly a remarkable time, where all the pitfalls had been navigated by those who came before him, allowing him to avoid the treacherous missteps himself. With that thought, he grasped the handrail of the cabin and rose to his feet with vigor. He swiftly emerged from the divine landing capsule and took a few strides to the opposite corner of the modest 20-square-meter room. From a green packaging bag, he retrieved the last vial of high-energy nutritional supplement. With a gentle twist, the cap popped open automatically, and he downed the entire contents in one go. A burp escaped him, a consequence of his haste. The flavor was a delightful blend of sweet and sour, reminiscent of jelly. As the sustenance settled in his stomach, Han Fei felt the fatigue dissipate rapidly, a welcome relief after 15 hours without nourishment. The taste was pleasant. However, as he gazed at the empty bottle in his hand, his mind began to strategize about acquiring more high-energy supplements. During the initial successful establishment of the divine realm, one could claim 90 vials of high-energy nutritional supplements at once. This month's exceptional student benefit still had 30 vials available, in addition to another 30 low-level nutritional supplements from social welfare. Today, he could secure them all in one go. With this in mind, Han Fei promptly donned his school uniform and shoes before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he immediately turned left, striding confidently down the dimly lit corridor. Skillfully avoiding the scattered obstacles that littered the way, he reached the end of the left corridor and forcefully pushed open the soundproof door before him. Before Han Fei lay a city that radiated a sense of futuristic sci-fi allure. Countless shuttles soared through the air, weaving between holographic signposts. Buildings were interconnected by numerous platforms, layered upon one another, adorned with a myriad of neon lights and billboards that pulsed with life, embodying a vibrant cyberpunk aesthetic. Though this sight was already a familiar aspect of daily life in his memories, it was Han Fei's first time witnessing such a futuristic city as a traveler from another time. He understood that the human civilization he inhabited was not a cyberpunk society. The scene before him was merely a coincidence of his living environment. With a casual wave of his hand, a silver metallic bracelet on his right wrist began to glow softly. Immediately, a shuttle disengaged from the projection area and soared towards him, tracing a graceful arc through the sky before landing smoothly in front of him. Without hesitation, Han Fei entered the driverless shuttle, and a soothing voice greeted him. "Dear passenger, please indicate your desired destination." The gentle female voice was pleasant and unobtrusive. The recent large welfare distribution center on the 97th floor. Han Fei responded promptly as he settled into his seat. Current location, Resettlement Community Number 653, 36th floor. This journey will take 27 minutes. Please remain patient. The intelligent voice faded, and the shuttle slowly commenced its ascent, merging into an upward projection pathway. As the scenery outside whizzed by in a blur, the memories of the city began to crystallize in Han Fei's mind. Human civilization has established a prominent presence amidst the celestial expanse, ruling over nearly 10,000 planetary systems. Although the exact number of deities remains uncertain, it undoubtedly exceeds 1,000. This narrative unfolds in the capital of the third star zone of human civilization, the city of Zhonghai on the planet Qinghai. This bustling metropolis boasts a permanent population exceeding 1 billion, evolving into a remarkably futuristic three-dimensional city to accommodate such a vast populace. Gone are the conventional skyscrapers as understood in Han Fei's previous life. Instead, enormous structures rise from the ground, serving as both residences and the very framework of the city. Interconnected platforms cascade upon one another, creating outdoor spaces for human activity. The environment improves with elevation. The area above 150 floors is known as the top-tier zone, primarily inhabited by the affluent and influential. The range of 100 to 150 floors is characterized by exquisite apartments, home to social elites and the petite bourgeoisie. Floors 50 to 100 house ordinary residential units, catering to the general populace. Below 50 floors, one encounters slums or social housing, where natural sunlight is a rarity, relying solely on artificial lighting. Upon arriving in this city, Han Fei utilized his enrollment notice from Zhonghai No. 2 Middle School to successfully establish residency. The social welfare housing he received is situated on the 36th floor, devoid of any natural sunlight, contributing to its cyberpunk aesthetic. Fortunately, this world is marked by advanced technology. The city's air and ecological systems are exceptionally well developed. Otherwise, the ordinary citizens residing below the 50th floor would find themselves in a veritable hell, plagued by dampness and disease. Dear passengers, we will arrive at our destination in 1 minute. Please check your belongings and prepare for disembarkation. We wish you a pleasant journey. The intelligent voice interrupted Han Fei's thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he had reached his destination, the large welfare distribution center located on the 97th floor. The surrounding environment contrasted starkly with the area where Han Fei resided, featuring an orderly public lighting system and a uniform soft glow, imparting a pristine ambience. As the shuttle came to a halt, Han Fei promptly exited, disregarding the lengthy queue outside the distribution center. He strode confidently towards a side entrance designated for students. This privilege reflects the advantages conferred upon exemplary students in contemporary human civilization. Adjacent to this pathway is a dedicated route for military personnel. As resources within society are heavily concentrated on education and military development, while basic social welfare merely ensures survival, educational resources are entirely free, providing various benefits to outstanding students. Regardless of their backgrounds, even children from impoverished families can access educational resources equivalent to those enjoyed by the wealthy. The Ministry of Education wields significant power within this civilization, managed by deities, thus rendering corruption virtually non-existent in this reality governed by divine beings. Upon entering the welfare hall, Han Fei glanced around, for this was his inaugural visit to such a grand welfare distribution center. Previously, he had only needed to visit a modest collection point to receive his monthly student benefits. His purpose for coming here was to claim 90 high-energy nutritional elixirs, a reward for successfully unlocking the divine realm. Noticing Han Fei's curious demeanor, a staff member promptly approached him. "May I assist you?" she inquired politely, her tone devoid of any disdainful glances. After all, he was clad in the uniform of Zhonghai No. 2 High School, an esteemed institution, which afforded him a semblance of privilege in society. Not only did he enjoy free public transportation, but he also bypassed queues at public service facilities. The 30 high-energy nutritional elixirs he received each month were yet another benefit of his esteemed status. "Oh, hello? Could you please direct me to where I can collect the nutritional elixirs?" Han Fei replied with a smile, raising his right hand to gently wave the silver bracelet adorning his wrist. Chapter 4. The Role of Divine Characteristics. This is the Divine Energy Ring, a multifunctional device akin to a fusion of a smartphone, identification card, and wallet from Han Fei's past life. In this society, survival without it would be nearly impossible, and one would likely face inquiries and investigations from law enforcement agencies. "Please follow me." Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the staff member gestured for him to follow, leading him to a relatively quiet VIP area where an empty counter awaited. Han Fei swiftly approached the counter, and the attendant immediately activated the virtual scanner upon his arrival. A blue holographic ring materialized on the surface, and as Han Fei raised his right hand, the divine energy ring emitted a faint white glow that passed through the projection. The staff member behind the counter focused intently on the illuminated screen before her. "Hello, Mr. Han Fei. Your quota for this month includes 120 high-energy nutritional agents and 30 low-level nutritional agents. How many would you like to collect?" After swiftly relaying the pertinent information, Hanfei politely responded, "I would like to collect them all. Please package them into 2 parcels for me to take away." "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." Without hesitation, the staff member complied with his request. 2 minutes later, she retrieved 2 parcels from the conveyor belt behind her and placed them on the counter. "Your nutritional agents have been packaged." Hanfei promptly lifted the 2 parcels to gauge their weight. They were manageable. "Thank you," he said casually to the staff member before shouldering the 2 large bags and striding towards the exit. With the issue of his provisions for the next 3 months resolved, he planned to devote himself to seclusion and diligently develop his divine realm, setting a modest goal for himself to ignite the divine flame and ascend to godhood. In high spirits, Hanfei boarded the complimentary transport, heading back in the direction he came from. He aimed to expand his followers during the 3-month school break. Once this period elapsed, the survival conditions in the divine realm would no longer be secure. Those with ill fortune might face invasion on the very day they lost their protective status and without the strength to defend themselves. They would suffer grave losses or even face annihilation. He returned home at the fastest speed, stowed the 2 large parcels of nutritional agents, and then entered the private bathroom to attend to his physiological needs before taking a shower. Once prepared, he lay down in the divine landing pod, slowly closing his eyes. As he re-entered his divine realm, he noticed little had changed since his last visit. Only 5 or 6 days had passed. He sensed that the ant colony was thriving well, and no unforeseen incidents had occurred during his absence. Hanfei once more stood before the ant nest, where his primary focus now lay in thoroughly studying the queen ant's genetic fusion abilities and the adjustments to his divine characteristics, to ascertain if they would indeed yield the effects he envisioned. He gently infused his consciousness into the queen ant's body within the nest, meticulously sensing the impact of the genetic fusion. Indeed, it was precisely as I had conjectured. After 2 days, Hanfei had mastered the talent of genetic fusion. The function of this ability was largely consistent with the brief description. The queen ant could store the genes of consumed organisms within her body. Activating this talent required a substantial amount of energy, yet it could be substituted with the power of faith. During the production of larval embryos, new genes were injected into the embryos, allowing them to naturally integrate with the genes. When the embryo matured into a larva, it would exhibit characteristics of other species. These traits were not initially pronounced during the larval stage, but became evident once the larva metamorphosed into a worker ant. This method of fusion was not as refined as the chimeric ants from Hanfei's past life, which allowed for beneficial enhancements across all worker ants. Instead, it involved a high degree of randomness. For instance, if the queen consumed a venomous spider and integrated its genes into a newly birthed larva, the resulting worker ant might lack venom fangs and venom sacs, potentially developing spider legs or even the ability to spin webs, demonstrating significant unpredictability. Hanfei's divine genetic modification could perfectly address this issue. By fully analyzing the genes of the venomous spider and comprehending the function of each individual gene within the entire genetic chain, he could artificially manipulate the fusion process between the genes and the larval embryos. He could even construct new unit templates using genes, enabling the queen to produce different types of ant units, with a clear understanding of genetic modification and fusion as his 2 special abilities. Hanfei promptly commanded the queen ant to begin collecting and fusing genes as a reserve of genetic varieties. Upon receiving Hanfei's orders, the queen's antennae began to quiver. The worker ants attending to her immediately turned and scurried outside the nest after touching her antennae. Along their path, they relayed the queen's command to every worker ant they encountered, and as the order spread throughout the colony, these fist-sized worker ants expanded their hunting grounds beyond the nearby mice and rabbits to include a variety of insects. Simultaneously, the bustling worker ants brought food from the nest's reserves, comprising assorted meat chunks, which, upon Hanfei's observation, were primarily small mammals that existed within the divine realm. As Hanfei sensed the queen activating her genetic fusion talent, the consumption of faith power ranged from tens of thousands to over 100,000, which greatly uplifted his spirits. The loyal ants now provided him with over 150,000 points of faith power daily, making him more than capable of bearing the costs of genetic fusion. With the expansion of the loyal ant population, the influx of faith power would continue to rise, ultimately yielding far greater returns than expenditures. Suddenly, a few worker ants caught Han Fei's attention as they emerged from the food storage. The items they carried to the queen were not meat but rather plump, translucent green larvae, approximately the size of a thumb, which appeared to be quite delectable. Swallowed whole by the queen ant, this immediately piqued Han Fei's interest. From the perspective of evolutionary theory, every species evolves in a manner that enhances the survival and propagation of its kind. However, judging by the reactions of the queen and the worker ants, this insect appears to be a non-toxic delicacy, easily captured and stored as food. Han Fei found himself intrigued, pondering what allows this insect to thrive within his divine realm. Chapter 5. The Hunt. As Han Fei scanned with his divine consciousness, he effortlessly detected their presence within the divine realm. These insects congregated in clusters ranging from dozens to hundreds upon the branches and leaves of various plants, subsisting by siphoning the sap of vegetation. They produced an astounding number of eggs, and the larvae matured at an astonishing rate. Their sheer numbers allowed them to secure a place within Han Fei's divine domain, rendering them prey to all species inhabiting it. Were they not merely enlarged versions of aphids? Observing the dense swarm of these insects, Han Fei reminisced about the information he had gathered regarding aphids in his past life. They were known for their rapid reproductive capabilities, capable of producing 30 generations in a single year, living off plant sap, and secreting a sugary honeydew that established a harmonious symbiotic relationship with ants. Although he could not ascertain the extent to which these insects shared characteristics with aphids, their appearance and rapid reproduction certainly suggested they were akin to livestock in a farming context. It appeared that the concerns Han Fei had harbored regarding food supply would not pose an immediate threat to the development of the insect swarms. Perhaps, in due course, he could conduct a thorough investigation into these large aphids. With a decisive wave of his hand, Han Fei recorded his thoughts on the luminous screen that had emerged. For now, he would first experiment with genetic modification, a capability bestowed upon him by his divine attributes acquired through his soul's transmigration. He directed his consciousness into the body of the queen ant. In a brief moment, the queen had already accumulated the genes of several species within her. Han Fei swiftly selected the simplest one. It appeared to be the gene of a locust, an omnivorous insect capable of flight with robust hind legs that provided exceptional jumping ability. As Han Fei concentrated his divine consciousness on the locust gene, he activated the gene modification feature, consuming faith power at a rate of 10 points per second. The previously chaotic locust gene now crystallized in Han Fei's perception, with all genes aligning in an orderly fashion according to specific patterns. Under his scrutiny, the gene count for this locust species exceeded 30,000. He then selected one gene, delving deeper into its function and role within the locust's body. As he began to analyze the individual gene, the consumption of faith power surged threefold, reaching 30 points per second. Undeterred, Han Fei persevered with his analysis, and after 5 minutes, he successfully completed the examination. The gene's function was to control the locust's exterior coloration to green. However, although this gene possessed that control function, a single gene could not accomplish the task alone. He required numerous other genes to work in concert, such as those governing skin control, metabolic processes, and pigment production, among others. To flawlessly integrate the advantages of a species into his followers, a comprehensive analysis of the entire gene pool of the species was imperative. In just 5 minutes, Han Fei expended nearly 10,000 points of faith power for this gene analysis, based on the current consumption rate, consuming 30 points per second, with each gene requiring 5 minutes for analysis, and a total of over 30,000 genes to decipher. The task of fully unraveling the locust's genetic makeup demands an astronomical total of more than 270 million points of faith. Han Fei would need to toil tirelessly for 10 consecutive days. Taking a deep breath, he forced a calm expression onto his face and promptly proceeded to experiment with the genes of other species. The results, however, were disheartening. There was no worst case, only increasingly dire outcomes. The gene count for mammals generally ranges between 80 to 100,000, with the energy expenditure for analysis being 2 to 3 times greater than that for insects. Other insects possess varying gene counts from 30 to 70,000. Yet the locust he selected indeed harbored the least energy consumption and the fewest genes within the gene repository. The issue of faith consumption would gradually resolve itself as the population expanded, but the task of gene analysis remained solely his responsibility for the time being. Han Fei felt a profound sense of despair, recalling how he had perished from overexertion in his previous life. Was he destined to tread the same path once more? This divinity felt excessively unjust. He gazed hopelessly at the increasing species genes within the ant queen, his lips twitching uncontrollably, acutely aware of the world's malice. God, have I erred in some way? He sensed the ant queen's anxious sentiments conveyed through the threads of faith. Quickly regaining his composure, Han Fei realized that his intense focus on the ant queen's growing gene count had inadvertently influenced her emotions through divine intent. It's all right. You have done nothing wrong. Focus on developing the colony. You are doing wonderfully, he communicated a reassuring thought to the ant queen, coupled with a soothing emotion. As his intent reached her, her anxiousness transformed into joy, and she resumed swaying her two antennae. Considering that his future might entail becoming an overworked devotee, toiling without respite, Han Fei found himself lacking the inclination to maintain an air of mystique. After all, he was already a fervent believer. The notion of reverence among followers seemed trivial, and a more relaxed rapport would surely be more agreeable. He intended to spend all his time in the divine realm, aside from the necessities of life, and for now, the only intelligent entity within the ant colony was the queen, whose intellect barely surpassed that of a human child. It was inconceivable for Han Fei to engage in the divine games of blessings and punishments, maintaining an aura of mystery and distance with this sole sapient being. What seemed perfectly logical and reasonable to someone educated in this world felt utterly awkward and uncomfortable to a soul from another realm. Given that gene analysis was a lengthy endeavor with substantial demands for faith, Han Fei resolved to temporarily set this task aside and focus his energies on increasing the ant colony's numbers. Presently, the colony's size was limited, with their activity confined to approximately 3 kilometers around the nest. As carnivorous insects, their diet primarily consisted of the large aphids Han Fei had previously encountered, along with various small mammals within their range, which served as their main food source. Han Fei observed a colony of worker ants collectively preparing to hunt a nest of mice. Initially, a solitary worker ant discovered the mouse burrow and began to wander around the entrance, gathering pheromonal information from the vicinity. After ascertaining the presence of mice within the burrow through the collection of nearby scents and signals, this worker ant did not immediately venture inside. Instead, it commenced a broad circumnavigation around the burrow entrance, leaving pheromones along its path. After a period of time, a second worker ant, guided by the pheromones left by the first, acquired information regarding the presence of prey and followed the discovered trail. The two ants eventually converged, their antennae gently touching in a silent exchange of communication. Chapter 6. Experiment in a mere few seconds, the communication between two worker ants concluded. One continued its previous foraging activities, awaiting the arrival of other ants, while the other turned back towards its original path. As it drew closer to the anthill, it encountered an increasing number of its kin, engaging in brief exchanges with each ant, before parting ways and continuing towards the nest. By the time it returned, nearly half an hour had elapsed. During the brief minute spent at the anthill, over 30 worker ants gathered, setting off towards the mouse hole. Upon its return to the mouse hole, more than 200 worker ants had already assembled nearby. The arrival of this throng of ants appeared to signal a call to action, as those ants previously hovering in the vicinity swiftly joined their comrades, marching into the mouse hole to commence a thorough sweep of the interior. Each branching path saw a portion of ants diverting into it. Under Han Fei's keen observation, the nest of mice within the burrow seemed to sense impending danger, growing increasingly restless. Among them, a notably larger mouse departed from its lair deep within the tunnel, seemingly to investigate the disturbance. However, it did not progress far before colliding with the advance guard of worker ants. Driven by instinct, this hefty rodent, weighing over a pound and in prime condition, attempted to intimidate the ants to defend its territorial sovereignty. To its surprise, the lead ant remained unfazed, lunging forward to seize the mouse's nose with its formidable mandibles. In pain, the mouse thrashed violently within the tunnel, striving to dislodge the ant that clung to it. Only when the mouse ceased its contortions did the remaining ants swarm over its body, densely covering it. After a brief struggle, several ants grasped its limbs and began to tug. The unique anatomical structure of the ants endowed them with remarkable strength, enabling them to rend the mouse into a dismembered state, rendering it immobile. Seizing the opportunity, 4 or 5 ants approached the base of the mouse's neck, easily severing its arteries and trachea. A few ants commenced the transport of the lifeless body, while the others pressed forward. The skirmish resulted in only the first ant to attack losing a leg during the mouse's frantic writhing. All other ants emerged unscathed. This hunting expedition lasted several minutes, during which Han Fei played no active role. Remarkably, all 9 mice in the nest were captured, becoming sustenance for the ant colony. The division of labor, consolidation of strength, and strategic encirclement showcased that, despite their individual low intelligence, these fused ants exhibited a high degree of social cooperation. Han Fei reflected on this hunting endeavor, summarizing that, at least from this collaborative effort, these worker ants were far from ignorant. They employed a practical strategy against prey larger than themselves, inflicting substantial pain and exhausting their quarry before overwhelming it en masse. With this thought, Han Fei activated the light screen to commence documentation. The hunting expedition lasted merely a few minutes, yet the preparatory phase, from the discovery of the prey to the assembly of forces, consumed over an hour. The communication system of the ant colony requires significant improvement. Recording the issues encountered, Han Fei stood in silence, contemplating possible solutions to the communication dilemma. Although he could instantaneously mobilize the units of the ant colony during battle through the thread of faith, it was impractical for him to serve as a signal terminal at all times, monitoring the colony's development and issuing commands. With over 10,000 units in the colony, managing them was overwhelming. Perhaps solutions could be found in the genetic makeup of other insects, necessitating enhancements in visual range, auditory systems, and sound-producing organs. After noting these thoughts, Han Fei reluctantly shut down the light screen. It seemed that a new communication system would not be resolved in the near term. He needed to focus on increasing numbers and gathering more power of faith. With this in mind, he promptly redirected his thoughts to the collection and observation of information regarding the ant colony. Time flowed gently in the divine realm. Han Fei had already spent nearly a decade, while approximately a month had passed in reality. During this period, aside from daily offline activities for sustenance and physiological needs, he dedicated all his time to the development of his divine domain. The number of fused ants had steadily surpassed 2 million, thanks to the Queen's enhanced reproductive capabilities, their presence saturating the entire divine realm. The term fused ants no longer suited Han Fei's core followers. As he analyzed the genetic material he had collected, he gained mastery over an increasing variety of species. The units of the ant colony underwent successive upgrades, acquiring diverse insect traits, prompting Han Fei to decisively rename his followers as the insect tribe. The latest generation of fused ants had completely shed their ant-like appearance. Apart from the older worker ants born 2 years prior, no units resembling ants could be found within the entire population. At this moment, Han Fei stood within a grand insect nest, gazing at a giant cocoon towering at 1.5 meters. With a soft sound, a creature nearly 1.5 meters in size emerged from the cocoon. Its main body resembled an oversized rodent, featuring distinct insect characteristics on its head, sharp teeth, and a pair of large mandibles on either side. Its visual system consisted of a pair of primary eyes and 4 pairs of secondary eyes, complemented by 2 antennae at the back of its head. The surface of its body gleamed with a metallic sheen, and its limbs sported formidable claws, with the hind legs significantly more robust than the forelegs, suggesting remarkable leaping abilities. A pair of bony spines adorned its back. As Han Fei watched the new unit of the insect tribe shake off the cocoon's residue and begin to move around, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. This was the new unit he had created through genetic adjustments, inspired by the jumping insects from his past life's memories of a game. Had the jumping insect finally succeeded? Before Han Fei could complete his thought, the expression of joy froze upon his face. The newly introduced unit, which had been lively just moments ago, now lay slowly on the ground, frothing at the mouth and gasping for air. Soon, it became feeble. And after less than 10 seconds of struggle, it ceased to breathe, transforming into a lifeless corpse. Witnessing this, Han Fei swiftly reined in the lingering expression of exuberance on his face, skillfully releasing his consciousness to begin scanning the remains of this new unit. With a deft motion, a blue holographic interface materialized before him, initiating a compilation of experiences and experimental results following each failure. Having long utilized the auxiliary system of the Divine Landing Pod as a notebook, Han Fei had now formed a steadfast habit. Chapter 7. The Insectoid Record of the 36th Experiment. Failure. The subject survived for merely 23 seconds post-emergence from its chrysalis. The cause of death was attributed to the heart and energy system's inability to sustain bodily functions, compounded by hormonal chaos and rapid organ failure. Upon completing the documentation, he delicately manipulated the threads of faith, summoning 2 logistical spider ants to effortlessly remove the lifeless form of the failed jumper from the isolated incubation chamber. There was progress. At the very least, it had successfully emerged from its cocoon, marking yet another milestone. Han Fei instinctively raised a hand to rub the forehead of his spiritual entity. Though it bore no tangible efficacy, it provided a modicum of psychological relief. The demise of this jumper signified yet another 2 months of effort rendered futile. The journey from larva to cocoon required a month of energy accumulation, with the cocooning phase lasting an additional month. This jumper's emergence was already considered relatively successful, as none of the prior subjects had ever reached the cocoon stage, most succumbing during the larval or cocooning phases due to various complications. Recently, the species development of Han Fei's core followers had reached an impasse. While the combat prowess of individual insectoids was not insurmountable, the synthesis of existing genes, resource consumption, and growth duration presented formidable challenges. Currently, the primary combat unit, the piercing wolf spider, had reached its limit at this equilibrium point. Its primary genetic lineage stemmed from a predatory mutant wolf spider, situated at the apex of the food chain within the divine realm, which had been adeptly combined with genes from the chimeric ant and various other insects. The piercing wolf spider boasts a body length exceeding 40 centimeters, equipped with venomous fangs and powerful mandibles. Its exoskeleton is fortified, and 4 pairs of eyes afford it an array of visual capabilities. The abdomen houses a vocal organ for communication, while its exterior features color-changing camouflage. The tail can project a corrosive venomous acid up to 3 meters. Each of its 8 legs measures over 50 centimeters when fully extended, appearing as large as millstones. Agile in movement, it possesses remarkable explosive power and commendable jumping ability, with claws on its toes and joints enabling swift navigation across diverse terrains. Its robust digestive system and energy storage organs granted an impressive operational radius. Most notably, beneath its thorax lies a 3-segmented, foldable limb that, when deployed, extends its effective attack range to 30 centimeters. In an instant, it unleashes an explosive force reminiscent of a mantis shrimp. The tips of its spines have undergone substantial metallic absorption, allowing it to effortlessly pierce any target whose strength does not exceed this specially reinforced appendage. Injecting venom from its mouth into the target's body, hence the name piercing wolf spider, emerging from the larva stage takes merely 7 days, and it consumes little during its growth. If necessary, it can enter a dormant state, reducing its consumption to nearly 1/10 of its usual intake. Furthermore, over the past decade, Han Fei has devised several commendable insectoid units. The stinger dragonfly, serving as a reconnaissance agent, has absorbed numerous advantageous genes from various species of dragonflies. With a body length of 20 centimeters, it can achieve a remarkable flight speed of up to 150 kilometers per hour, showcasing exceptional agility in the sky. Its tail is equipped with a retractable stinger reminiscent of a wasp, while its 4 pairs of eyes integrate diverse visual collection systems, granting it an extensive observational range. The logistic spider ant specializes in production, boasting a primary body length of 30 centimeters. It combines the strength and carrying capacity of an ant with the silk-spinning ability of a spider. Its thorax features a pair of digging appendages, and the remaining 3 pairs of limbs merge the dexterity of spider legs with the agility of rodent paws, enabling efficient excavation as well as the capability to undertake more complex collection and transportation tasks. The three pairs of eyes on its head provide an excellent visual system, and its powerful mandibles and venomous fangs signify that it is not a mere logistical unit devoid of combat prowess. The scimitar cockroach serves as a support unit within the swarm, measuring 40 centimeters in length. It has been enhanced through the integration of mutated cockroach genes from the divine realm. Its head is adorned with a pair of mandibles, and its mouth features a proboscis akin to that of a mosquito, effortlessly delivering venom into its prey. Its exterior is equipped with a chameleon-like camouflage system, and its wing covers granted outstanding flying abilities. To facilitate flight, the scimitar cockroach sacrifices a heavy exoskeleton, thereby reducing its resistance to impact. However, its slender and agile limbs enable rapid and nimble movement on the ground. The anterior section of its back possesses a pair of bony sickles, capable of delivering devastating slashes, easily decapitating small mammals within the divine realm. Currently, the queen ant produces larvae of these 4 units, each having undergone dozens of optimizations by Han Fei, balancing combat effectiveness, food consumption, and growth cycles, ultimately achieving the optimal solution at this stage. No longer dwelling on the issue of jumping insects, Han Fei's spirit ascended swiftly, reaching an underground insect nest located 2 kilometers away from the laboratory. Above the nest, the vegetation flourished without any anomalies, and numerous stinger dragonflies patrolled the area. However, beneath the surface lay a vast cavern. This cavern serves as the residence of the queen ant, positioned at the very heart of the entire swarm, shielded by layers of protection from the colony. Within a 3-kilometer radius of the surface, apart from the swarm units and plants, no other living species exists. Within the cavern, stinger dragonflies and puncture wolf spiders patrol in a continuous rotation, resolutely eliminating any non-insectoid creatures that appear within their domain, exemplifying the pinnacle of protective duty. 6 spacious tunnels connect the cavern to 6 surface nests located 3 kilometers away, with logistic spider ants consistently transporting food to this location. Each surface nest extends 3 to 6 kilometers outward, establishing new nests as food reserves and troop outposts, thereby expanding the colony's reach. Through this layered advancement strategy, the swarm's controlled territory has spread throughout the divine realm. An advanced auditory information transmission system has rendered communication within the swarm highly efficient. The stinger dragonfly, as an exceptional messenger, can traverse the entirety of the divine realm in just over 40 minutes, delivering messages to any unit within the swarm. The queen ant remained motionless on the ground, while Han Fei's ethereal form gently descended beside her, skillfully transmitting a wave of concern and affection. "How do you feel? Is there anything you wish to eat?" As Han Fei's thoughts entered the queen ant's soul, her previously drooping antennae perked up joyfully. "I feel splendid, devoid of any discomfort. I long for countless sweet, large aphids," came the response through the thread of faith. Although the queen's intellect surpassed that of ordinary, dim-witted entities, her current cognitive capacity resembled that of a human child. Han Fei swiftly engaged the thread of faith, and from 5 kilometers away, a swarm of venomous dragonflies took flight, commencing their meticulous selection of suitable large aphids in a nearby breeding ground. They dismissed any that were too small, lacked a vibrant green hue, or had not recently fed on tree sap. This swarm of venomous dragonflies, akin to the most adept farmers, scrutinized the aphids on the leaves, selecting only the finest premium specimens. Chapter 8. The breeding ground. The meticulously selected targets were captured. A swarm of venomous dragonflies grasped their prizes with fervor, akin to diligent matriarchs who had just completed their annual harvest, each dragonfly clutching for sizable aphids as they swiftly ascended towards the cave. In less than 3 minutes, these dragonflies, burdened with their hefty cargo, surged through the ventilation opening at the top of the cavern, elegantly tracing a spiral before settling before the queen ant. The awaiting logistic spider ants promptly approached to receive the large aphids brought by the dragonflies, employing highly specialized techniques to detach the heads and legs, delivering the most succulent portions of the bodies and abdomens directly into the queen's maw. Observing the queen ant blissfully consuming the aphids, Han Fei gradually sent his consciousness into her body for inspection, a task he routinely performed at intervals. As he gazed at the queen's immense abdomen adorned with black stripes, his thoughts began to drift. The queen had now grown to over 2 meters in length, her thorax and head remaining largely unchanged. while her abdomen had notably elongated and darkened, now exhibiting a pattern of red interspersed with black stripes. This transformation was the result of Han Fei integrating the genes of a small black ant into the queen's lineage, a strain that, upon maturation, could lay more than 10,000 eggs daily, a prospect that had captivated Han Fei's attention. After dissecting the genetic makeup of this ant species, Han Fei incorporated a reproductive optimization system into the queen's genetic framework. The queen immediately ceased laying eggs and abstained from nourishment. Undergoing a slow metamorphosis over the course of a month, she developed the black stripes on her abdomen, a transformation that had initially terrified Han Fei. He feared that she might perish from starvation before completing her transformation. Fortunately, the queen emerged unscathed, successfully completing her metamorphosis, and her egg-laying capacity surged to 2,000 daily, bringing Han Fei immense joy. However, after a few days, new concerns arose. Less than half of the newly laid eggs were successfully hatching into larvae, and the queen's health began to wane. While she was not in immediate danger of death, her lethargic demeanor caused Han Fei considerable anxiety. During this time, he meticulously studied the genes of the black ant repeatedly. After 2 months of rigorous comparison and observation, Han Fei finally discerned the root of the problem. The primary sustenance of the black ants was large aphids, particularly those living on a specific succulent plant. In light of this revelation, Han Fei promptly altered the queen's diet, incorporating the sap of the succulent plant into her provisions. As anticipated, the queen's health improved significantly, and the hatching rate of her eggs returned to normal. The sap contained a unique nutrient that provided the essential sustenance for the reproductive needs of the black ant queen. From this lesson onwards, Han Fei refrained from making any further genetic adjustments to the queen. Had she perished due to his alterations, he would undoubtedly have found himself enshrined in the annals of academia as a cautionary tale for generations to come. Due to the self-destructive actions of the demigod, the core followers were annihilated, leading him to receive the veneration of future generations. During the 3 months of excruciating torment, Han Fei, in addition to working tirelessly, found himself plagued by hallucinations during moments of aimless contemplation. A group of high school students, adorned with small red flags, encircled his gravestone. While a guide spoke eloquently, "Please direct your attention this way. This individual is the first in human history whose reckless actions led to the extinction of his core followers. Let this serve as a cautionary tale. Strive to learn diligently and avoid following in his footsteps, lest you become the second in history." Reflecting upon this painful past sent a shiver down Han Fei's spine, prompting him to redirect his thoughts and carefully observe the condition of the Ant Queen. Indeed, she appeared to be in good health. He reminded her to rest well each day and to maintain her well-being. Han Fei conveyed this sentiment to the Ant Queen, accompanied by an encouraging emotion. As the Ant Queen indulged in her feast, she received his message, causing her antennae to sway even more joyfully. After assessing the Ant Queen's status, Han Fei inspected several breeding and planting zones, including the succulent plant cultivation area located 5 kilometers away. This designated area, spanning a kilometer in diameter, had all other plants eradicated, leaving only the succulent species, which Han Fei had named succulent trees. One tree was planted every 10 meters to ensure ample sunlight for their crowns. Beneath the soil, a unique species of worm-like creatures thrived, growing up to half a meter in length. While lacking combat prowess, their primary functions involved aerating the soil and consuming any harmful organisms detrimental to the roots. The population of aphids in this area was meticulously controlled to prevent significant adverse effects on the growth of the succulent plants. Additionally, the waste produced by nearby insect colonies was collected and concentrated in this region, enhancing soil fertility. The large aphids in this cultivation area constituted one of the primary food sources for the Ant Queen. Furthermore, Han Fei had established 3 similar aphid breeding grounds in various directions. Upon completing this inspection, Han Fei proceeded to other aphid cultivation sites, discovering that aside from these 4 succulent cultivation areas, the remaining sites were largely similar, differing only in size and the types of plants cultivated. Among these, he had carefully selected a particular species of tree, which he named broadleaf tree, capable of reaching heights of 25 meters, with a lush canopy and broad, rich foliage. It was the most suitable plant for aphid cultivation he had found in the divine realm. After surveying the breeding grounds, Han Fei's spirit swiftly transitioned to the planting area, where trees, approximately 17 to 18 meters tall, were cultivated. Although they appeared unremarkable at first glance, these majestic trees possessed a unique trait. When a small incision was made in their trunks, an abundant flow of highly sugary sap would emerge, a characteristic shared by their leaves and fruits. Han Fei designated this tree as the sweet sap tree, which served as one of the primary food sources for the insect colonies. The current Zerg, after extensive genetic modifications and optimizations conducted by Han Fei, has undergone several enhancements to its digestive system. Its diet is no longer confined to mere flesh. It has undoubtedly evolved into an omnivorous species. In times of necessity, it can even consume soil, extracting sufficient nutrients from the earth, although such a practice results in exceedingly low growth efficiency and remains a reluctant choice under extreme conditions. After inspecting several plantations and breeding facilities, Han Fei raised his hand to swipe open the screen, documenting the inspection findings. All experimental plantations and breeding grounds are thriving. A further observation period is warranted, and should no issues arise, expansion can commence. Having completed his records, Han Fei casually closed the light screen. Chapter 9. Transcendent Level. The plantation and breeding grounds are initiatives that Han Fei has embarked upon in recent years. With the relentless increase in the insect population, the demand for sustenance has correspondingly escalated. Thus, Han Fei has endeavored to cultivate a self-sustaining ecological chain designed to nourish the burgeoning insect colony, minimizing losses along the way. This has led to the current model of plantations and breeding grounds, where the breeding cycle comprises 3 essential stages. Plants draw in nutrients from the earth and flourish. Aphids thrive by feeding on the plant sap, and the insect swarm consumes the aphids to meet their energy needs, with the resulting waste serving as fertilizer to nourish the plants. The cycle within the plantation is even more streamlined, consisting of merely 2 stages. Recently, the native populations of hares and mice within the divine realm have dwindled to near extinction. Aside from several designated no-hunting zones at the periphery of the divine territory that Han Fei has established, the vast expanse of 10,000 square kilometers contains only a handful of mammalian species, despite his earnest efforts to strategize for the future development of the divine realm. The inability to expand its territory means that the insect population will inevitably escalate to a threshold that the realm can no longer sustain. Everything Han Fei is currently undertaking is merely an endeavor to elevate this threshold. He can only strive to enhance the strength of the insect swarm, ensuring that when the protection period concludes, he possesses sufficient means for self-preservation. Should misfortune strike and he encounters an invader accompanied by a dragon's kin immediately upon exiting the protective phase, he would have no recourse but to accept his fate. Despite the current vast numbers of the insect swarm, as a typical species, each combat unit of the insects possesses inherent limitations. When faced with a dragon, a pinnacle of extraordinary beings, even a mere young dragon would render the present swarm incapable of inflicting any damage, as sheer numbers would be reduced to mere fodder for a single breath of fire. One failed attempt would simply lead to another, as their attacks would either yield no damage or be entirely ineffectual, while a casual swipe from the dragon could inflict considerable harm. The Korkin of dragons is a type that nearly every demigod prays to awaken when establishing their divine realm. From birth, they are extraordinary. Upon maturation, they can attain an elite level, and with proper training and development, they can reach the heroic tier, with substantial resources devoted to their cultivation. They hold the potential to ascend to the lordly level, an unequivocal ticket to divinity. In contrast, consider the ordinary magical humanoid kin. They remain at the ordinary level from infancy to adulthood. Only upon mastering magic and becoming an apprentice does one attain the transcendent level, roughly equivalent to a newly hatched young dragon. Proficiency in mid to low-level magic qualifies one as a competent magician, achieving elite status, allowing them to exchange blows with a young dragon. Mastery of advanced magic and various casting techniques is required to attain the status of a grand magician, reaching the heroic tier, at which point they possess the capability to confront an adult dragon. Only when one can wield extraordinary large-scale magic and has ample combat experience, possessing the power to single-handedly obliterate a city, can they be regarded as having reached the lordly level. As for the divine sage mentioned above, he has already ascended to the status of a super unit capable of confronting the Dragon Emperor directly. Reflecting on the knowledge acquired in class, various images flitted through Han Fei's mind. The behemoth felled by a dwarf wielding a colossal axe, and the dragon hoisted by an orc brandishing a totem pole, mercilessly pounded. Such transformations are only achievable after igniting the divine fire, enduring prolonged nurturing, and traversing the long passage of time, allowing the vassals to evolve into super units. As for the demigod phase, it is merely a fleeting thought. Without sufficient foundation, what means exist to cultivate vassals? Thus, during the demigod period, reliance is placed more heavily on awakening the innate talents of the vassals. Those with superior talents, despite sharing the same apex, possess a higher baseline, granting them an early advantage. Consider why Han Fei's previous incarnation was steeped in despair. Was it not due to the antics of the ant vassals? While he diligently commanded the ant vassals in battle against the rodents, other families boasted newly hatched dragon offspring capable of tearing tigers and leopards asunder and soaring through the skies, with a mere breath of fire reducing an entire ant kingdom to a raging inferno. The sense of despair was palpable. Fortunately, my transmigration led to a mutation within the divine realm, without which the path to divinity would have been insurmountable. Casting aside the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Han Fei returned to his daily duties. Time flowed inexorably, and a decade slipped by in the realm of the gods. At present, Han Fei hovered in the air, gazing down upon the drastically transformed divine realm. Numerous areas had been methodically planned, adorned with large leaf trees and sweet sap trees, each hosting varying populations of aphids, thriving according to the size and growth of the trees. The ground between the trees flourished with a species of wild grass reaching 2 meters in height. A new botanical discovery by Han Fei. This wild grass, characterized by its brief growth cycle, resilient vitality, and astonishing reproductive capacity, had become one of the primary food sources for the insect swarm. Much like chives, once harvested, it quickly regrows, leading Han Fei to aptly name it chives. Over the course of this decade, his whimsical jump insect project yielded no results and was temporarily suspended years ago due to the insurmountable genetic limitations of the species in his divine realm. Until he acquires more potent foreign genes, all research must remain as technical reserves, indefinitely sealed. After 10 years of development, the insect swarm's population surged to nearly 10 million, with the original 4 primary soldier types undergoing several upgrades. Although their appearance and functions remained largely unchanged, enhancements to their internal organs and various functional systems rendered them swifter, more agile, and imbued with greater strength and advanced bodily capabilities, albeit with a corresponding increase in energy consumption. This surge in energy demand, combined with the immense population, posed a catastrophic threat to the existing ecological balance within the divine realm. As Han Fei incessantly strategizes the divine realm, a multitude of species and flora gradually faces extinction within its confines. Apart from the original patches of succulent tree nurseries, the remaining territories have been overrun by swarms of insects, which have cultivated broadleaf trees, sweet sap trees, and leeks as economic crops, alongside extensive aphid farming. However, both the broadleaf trees and sweet sap trees, being the primary food sources for the insect swarms, necessitate a certain growth period. This predicament renders the acquisition of sustenance for the swarms increasingly precarious. Given the current expanse of Han Fei's divine realm, spanning 10,000 square kilometers, even if entirely planted with broad-leaved and sweet sap trees, the yield would only amount to several 100,000 trees. Each tree, depending on its growth stage, requires varying quantities of sustenance from the insect units, in addition to the cultivated leeks. Chapter 10. The Protection Period. The ecological balance within the entire divine realm teeters on the brink of collapse, sustained solely by Han Fei's diligent efforts to regulate it, ensuring that the population of insects does not dwindle. Perhaps, once all the broadleaf and sweet sap trees reach maturity, there may be a potential increase in the insect population. However, Han Fei has resolved against such an outcome. As the population of insects approached the critical threshold of 10 million, he ceased the expansion of their numbers, opting instead to cull the earliest units to create space for more advanced insect units. This gradual replacement of the early units within the swarm constitutes his primary rationale for halting population growth. Although many of the initial units exhibit lower resource consumption, Their combat effectiveness pales in comparison to the current main battle units, rendering them almost inconsequential. A single piercing wolf spider, given the appropriate tactics, can swiftly eliminate thousands of early worker ants without sustaining any injuries, thanks to its superior speed, formidable defenses, and agile mobility. Moreover, its long reach enables it to strike at shorter foes, complemented by a wide-area acid spray, as long as it refrains from recklessly charging into a swarm. The early worker ants stand little chance against it. Once all the early units have been replaced, there will be a significant enhancement in consumption efficiency. Han Fei estimates that this process will require 4 to 5 years, at which point his divine realm will truly encounter its developmental limits. The sole avenue for advancement lies in exiting the novice protection period, allowing the divine realm to manifest within the realm of the gods and access external resources to continue its growth. At that juncture, he will face the initial trial that all beings entering the realm of the gods must confront: war and plunder. With 5 years remaining, equivalent to half a month in the real world, he must prepare diligently, devising various contingency plans and action strategies, while organizing and verifying information to ensure the divine realm can thrive post-protection. As Han Fei diligently recorded his observations on the light screen, he paused, completed his notes, and dismissed the screen with a wave of his hand. He lifted his gaze to survey his divine realm, a world he has meticulously shaped over the past 20 years, transforming it from an initially chaotic primordial jungle into a well-ordered environment. A surge of accomplishment welled within him. This is a miracle achieved through 2 decades of immense effort. Regardless of what the future holds, I shall strive to lead you towards a radiant future. With the resonance of the line of faith, Han Fei's fervent declaration was instantaneously conveyed to all the insect denizens of the divine realm. In an instant, the divine realm seemed to come alive, as countless venomous dragonflies and curved-knife cockroaches ascended into the sky, while the non-flying piercing wolf spiders and logistical spider ants climbed to the treetops, gazing towards Han Fei's direction, their collective buzz reverberating through the air. The few remaining rare species within the divine realm trembled in fear at the instinctual terror instilled by the chorus of insect sounds. Han Fei observed the swirling mass of insects before gently withdrawing from the realm of the gods, once again awakening from the divine landing pod. Han Fei instinctively rubbed the back of his neck. After 2 months of divine power enhancement, his body was gradually transforming towards the extraordinary, and the persistent soreness that accompanied him upon rising was steadily diminishing. He lifted his right hand, and the divine energy bracelet on his wrist illuminated with a white glow. Swiftly connecting to the information from the divine landing pod and rapidly downloading the materials he had previously organized in the divine realm. Once the download was complete, Han Fei rose and sat at the edge of his bed. He casually extracted a high-energy nutrient compound from a package resting beside him, consuming it while activating the light screen to enter the chat group of Class 2, Year 2. Upon entering, a flood of messages greeted him, with unread notifications soaring past 99, as he had not logged into the class chat for 2 months. Han Fei promptly scrolled to the top to begin reading from the beginning. Gu Honghua, I have awakened as a fishman. Is there anyone else with the same awakened kin? We could exchange cultivation experiences. By the way, my fishman has black scales, likely similar to the black-tide fishman in the textbook. I am seeking a comprehensive guide for cultivating black-tide fishmen, willing to purchase with credit points. Lang Shui, Honghua, I awakened as a serpent man. Our kin should share some commonalities as both are amphibious. We can exchange insights. I have a guide for cultivating crawling kin. Would you like it? If so, I can send it to you for free. Gu Honghua, yes, please send it over. Why refuse something free? Let us communicate more in the future. Gao Yang, I awakened as a water sprite, but my divine realm lacks water. What should I do? Can someone help me? Li Mingbao, have you explored the underground of your divine realm? Check for any underground water. Try digging a well, or see if your kin has its own survival methods to seek solutions. Gao Yang, thanks Mingbao. I will try that immediately. Lang Shui, speaking of which, where is our aloof academic prodigy Han Fei? For issues like these, he is the one to consult. Li Mingbao, do you think everyone has the luxury of leisure? The prodigy works diligently. He is likely busy developing his divine realm and has no time for idle chatter. Lang Shui, Mingbao, what is your situation? Are you that idle? Li Mingbao, what else could it be? With our grades and knowledge reserves, my divine realm is surely a picturesque paradise, abundant in resources. My kin must have already constructed their homes and are engaged in aquaculture and agriculture. Fan Yuchuan, my divine realm is a desert, and my kin are frogmen. I've tried every method, and am now preparing to exit the protection period to venture into the continent of the gods. My father has prepared the necessary resource cards for me. Wish me luck, everyone. Yuhan, my situation is similar to Fan Yuchuan's. I am also ready to leave the protection period. Please wish me luck as well. Sun Xinping, same here. Li Mingbao, wishing everyone good fortune. Let us strive for success. I hope to see you all when school starts. Lang Shui, Mingbao, I'm heading back to develop my divine realm now. The atmosphere in the group cooled instantly, with sporadic messages following, yet overall, it gradually returned to a serene calm. Everyone has focused their thoughts on the development of the divine realm, and the group has transformed into more of a message board than a platform for real-time conversation. Han Fei spent over an hour perusing all the message records in the class group. During the past 2 months, nearly one-third of the classmates have had to exit the novice protection period for various reasons, not including those who were not notified in the group. Han Fei estimates that more than half of the individuals will have prematurely exited the protection period. Chapter 11. Preparation. Having absorbed the information from the class group, Han Fei developed a preliminary understanding of the real environment outside the protection period. This reflected the genuine circumstances of his peers, distinct from the theoretical knowledge gleaned from textbooks. In Han Fei's view, such information bore greater significance. Several classmates who had already exited the protection period had yet to experience the shattering of their divine realms, with some even thriving. Feeling somewhat reassured, he promptly initiated a private conversation with Li Mingbao, the affable scholar of the class, consistently ranking among the top 3 academically. With both parents being deities, Li Mingbao possessed far superior channels of information regarding the divine realm compared to Han Fei. What Han Fei sought was immediate data pertaining to the Divine Exchange Continent, an information-sharing platform and resource trading center within the realm of deities. Only demigods or deities could gain access post-protection. There, all beings were unable to interfere with one another. Only information and sealing cards could be exchanged. Demigods and deities from various civilizations could expend divine power to conjure structures, serving as diplomatic windows or trading centers, which would vanish immediately upon ceasing the supply of divine power. One could liken the Divine Exchange Continent to a cosmic marketplace, where not only could one acquire necessary resources from the divine world, but also technological information related to divine power flowed to the entirety of the universe from this hub. Li Mingbao, are you there? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss. As soon as this message was sent, Han Fei focused on the screen, patiently awaiting a response. Judging from their previous exchanges, Li Mingbao was undoubtedly the most active participant in the group. Oh, the aloof academic has finally made an appearance. It's been nearly 2 months, hasn't he? If you didn't show up, I would have thought your divine realm had shattered. In less than 30 seconds, Li Mingbao replied. Han Fei's lips twitched at the message. The persona of the aloof academic was a remnant of his predecessor, who always maintained a cold demeanor towards classmates, stemming from a sense of inferiority due to his orphan background, which led him to shield his fragile heart with an icy exterior when faced with those from affluent families. Indeed, such fragility was evident, as he had collapsed entirely after a severe setback, fortuitously benefiting Han Fei. He swiftly retracted this sudden sentiment and redirected the conversation. I require the latest price list for common resources on the Divine Exchange Continent, along with the coordinates of reputable stores. What is the matter? Are you planning to exit the protection period of the divine world ahead of schedule? Upon reading Han Fei's message, Li Mingbao instantly adopted a serious tone, easily connecting the dots regarding the necessity for this information. Indeed, there have been some issues in the divine realm. I need to exit the protection period before the school term begins. Han Fei replied decisively. Li Mingbao responded, Please hold on. I will procure a price list from my father. He is a logistical deity, so the price list he provides will undoubtedly be the most up-to-date. After sending this message, Li Mingbao fell silent. Han Fei understood that he must be busy gathering information for him, so he patiently awaited his response. Ding. You have a document to receive. Upon seeing the notification on the screen, Han Fei promptly clicked to confirm receipt. The information has been sent to you. Please check it. At that moment, Li Mingbao's message arrived as well. Thank you. I have received it. We shall meet at the start of the semester. Observing that the document had been successfully received, Han Fei replied to Li Mingbao. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me. I will make time to check the class group daily. We will meet at the start of the semester. After reading Li Mingbao's message, Han Fei casually closed the class group and began to read the materials he had sent with great focus. Li Mingbao truly lived up to the reputation of being a second-generation deity. The information he provided was exceptionally comprehensive, encompassing nearly all resource price lists applicable during the demigod phase, as well as the coordinates of several official resource trading centers on the continent of divine communication. Han Fei immediately concentrated on the list, focusing on the various cards he required. Short-distance random teleportation spell card, 100 divine power each. Beginner divine domain concealment spell card, 100 divine power each. Beginner divine domain range scanning card, 100 divine power each. Blank seal card, 10 divine power each. Desolate terrain card, 10 divine power 100 square kilometers. Common resource terrain card, 100 divine power 100 square kilometers. Common species ecological chain card, 100, 1000 divine power each. Can choose terrestrial, aerial, aquatic, marine. Advanced directional teleportation card, 5,000 divine power each. As Han Fei scrutinized the prices on the list, he meticulously calculated how much faith power he could accumulate in 2 weeks while recalling the conversion ratio of faith power to divine power. As memories surfaced in his mind, his thoughts inevitably began to drift. In the realm of the gods, divine power serves as the primary currency of trade. 100 million points of faith power can be converted into a single point of divine power. In the real world, divine power is also a super energy source that finds widespread application. Both demigods and deities can manifest the divine power they have collected in the realm of the gods into reality as divine energy crystals. Han Fei recalled that the technological framework of human civilization in this world had developed upon the foundation of divine energy. The choice of energy as the cornerstone of technology dictates the trajectory of a civilization's evolution. For instance, in the world Han Fei inhabited before his transition, had electricity never been discovered, it is conceivable that technological progress would have veered towards a steampunk aesthetic. Therefore, in Han Fei's view, the technological framework that has emerged from divine energy in this world is nothing short of black technology. For example, the divine energy wristbands possessed by every individual in society bear striking similarities to the mobile phones of his previous life. Yet the underlying principles of the two are worlds apart. Han Fei had indeed researched the production of divine energy wristbands, which consist of a seamlessly formed metal band embossed with various divine patterns, infused with a trace of divine power, packaged, and then made available for sale, without batteries, chips, or cameras. At that moment, Han Fei could only exclaim that it defied the laws of science. Every deity possesses a distinct nuance in their divine power. While this may appear negligible when utilized as a form of super energy, it bears profound significance for the demigods within the realm of the divine who aspire to ignite the sacred flame. The divine energy derived from one's core followers is of paramount importance. For only the core followers born during the establishment of the divine domain can transform the power of faith into divine energy, thereby allowing the extraction of one's own divinity. It necessitates a staggering 100 million units of divine energy to extract even a single unit of divinity, absent certain exceptional methods. An ordinary demigod must amass a staggering 1 million units of divinity over a span of 50 to 100 years in reality to ignite the sacred flame. Should the development of core followers falter, the duration may extend indefinitely, with many reaching the twilight of their lives without ever achieving the ignition of the sacred flame. Chapter 12. The Demigod Protection Period. Reeling his wandering thoughts back, Han Fei reached a conclusion. Given the current situation of having 10 million dependents in his divine realm, as long as he maintained stability and avoided unforeseen circumstances, he could harvest a modicum of divine power daily within the realm of the gods. In reality, after a fortnight, he would accumulate over 2,000 points, sufficient to procure the essential divine spell cards listed. Han Fei sighed in relief, content that he could indeed afford them. At that juncture, he planned to reserve 1,000 points of divine power as a backup. The short-distance random teleportation spell cards required at least 3 cards, while the primary divine realm concealment spell card necessitated 1 for use and 1 as a reserve, totaling 2. Additionally, 3 cards for the primary divine realm scope scanning were needed, alongside 2 ordinary resource terrain cards, summing up to 10 cards that would consume exactly 1,000 points of divine power. Should any surplus remain, he could procure several blank cards and barren terrain cards as well. The plan was flawless. With a buoyant spirit, Han Fei closed the luminous screen before him. The task at hand was to thoroughly revisit the knowledge pertaining to the demigod protection period and formulate appropriate contingency plans for potential scenarios. With this thought in mind, Han Fei promptly accessed the school library via his divine energy wristband, commencing a search for literature on the topic of exiting the novice protection period. As volumes materialized before him, he eagerly opened one to delve into its contents. The library's tomes were safeguarded by copyright, rendering them non-downloadable, necessitating in-person reading. In the newly established divine realms within the world of gods, protection was afforded by the regulations of that realm. The exterior of the divine realm was shrouded by a thin membrane, encasing it entirely. The outside world was unable to perceive or penetrate this barrier. As long as the membrane remained intact, the divine realm would not manifest within the world of gods, nor could it be subjected to any assaults. The membrane's dissolution could occur under 2 circumstances. Either the 30-year period following the establishment of the divine realm elapsed, resulting in automatic disappearance, or a demigod or one of the dependents within the divine realm breached this protection from the inside. Should one step beyond the membrane's confines, the protection would likewise vanish. For Han Fei to teleport to the continent of divine communication, he must inevitably traverse this protective layer. Revealing the divine realm within the world of gods, this was the method to exit the protection period prematurely. As for the rationale behind the novice demigod protection period, it seemed to be a rule established by the great civilization that created the world of gods. This realm stands as a legacy of that ancient divine civilization, the current state of which remains a mystery. According to the texts Han Fei perused, some theories posited that this civilization had perished in the last cosmic cycle, while others suggested it had departed to other universes. Regardless, the opinions varied widely and verification was elusive. What could be ascertained with certainty was that this magnificent divine civilization had scattered countless seeds of its culture throughout the universe. Any interstellar force that acquired a seed could cultivate divine progeny and thus enter the world of gods, embarking on the path to divinity. Swiftly casting aside the book regarding the origins of the demigod protection period, Han Fei decisively flipped to the next volume, finally uncovering the content he sought. The recently liberated divine realms typically emerge in desolate and barren regions. If one encounters another divine realm within a certain vicinity, it is highly probable that the counterpart has also recently exited its protective period. This is a pattern established by countless predecessors. All demigods that break free from protection within the same time frame tend to congregate in such desolate areas, a time frame that could span from a month to several years. This explains why prematurely exiting the protective period is exceedingly perilous. Take, for instance, Han Fei's classmate who has just established his divine realm and consequently had to abandon protection. The location of his divine realm inevitably finds itself surrounded by numerous other demigods from civilizations that have endured 30 years to break free from their protective confines. Should he be invaded, the outcome would likely be the annihilation of his core vassals, with his divine resources and territory either absorbed or sealed away. Market trends reveal that a well-situated novice divine realm, calculated over an area of 10,000 square kilometers, can possess resource terrain cards valued at up to 10,000 points of divine power. For a newly liberated demigod in dire straits, this is akin to a windfall. No one would hesitate to seize such an opportunity. As time elapsed, Han Fei, having reclined for over 6 hours, finally turned the last page of his book. The rewards were plentiful. Indeed, the wisdom of the ancients rings true. Rising to stretch and dispel the fatigue from prolonged stillness, Han Fei promptly entered the divine landing pod. With a 100-fold time differential, over 20 days had passed in his divine realm. Accustomed to overseeing his domain at all times, he felt a twinge of anxiety from the extended absence of attention. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had slipped away in the divine realm. Han Fei observed the latest batch of 2,000 curved blade cockroaches emerging from their cocoons, a serious expression adorning his face. At this juncture, the insect race had completed a full generational overhaul. Aside from the queen ant, everything else remained unchanged. Below the surface, a portion of the earthworm units continued to subsist on soil, while the majority of the insect swarm had been replaced by the remaining 4 primary troop types. As he scanned the entirety of his divine realm, a blue, semi-transparent information panel materialized before him. Name, Han Fei. Level, Demigod. Divine Fire, Unlit. Divine Rank, None. Divine Imprint, None. Divine Traits, Environmental Adaptation, Genetic Adjustment. Divinity, 1 point. Divine Power, 2060 points. Faith Power, 35 million. Core Vassals, Insect Race. Vassal Count, 1 Queen Ant. 5 million Piercing Wolf Spiders, 1 million Poison Stinger Dragonflies, 1 million Logistic Spider Ants, 3 million Curved Blade Cockroaches. After casting a long look at the number of his vassals, Han Fei reluctantly closed the information panel. 3 days prior, he had awakened all dormant Piercing Wolf Spiders in his divine realm, prompting them to commence feeding and optimizing their physiological functions to peak performance. This decision brought about a sharp increase in consumption within the divine realm, which had begun to destabilize ecologically, necessitating an influx of external resources for replenishment. Hence, Han Fei found himself with no further hesitation. No matter what, I must overcome this challenge. I have pushed myself to the limits of what I can do, and the rest shall be entrusted to fate. In his previous life, Han Fei never had a penchant for gambling. He always endeavored to optimize everything within his control, maximizing the odds of success. Although he has come to understand the existence of deities after his transcendence and is striving towards the path of divinity, he perceives this merely as a more advanced form of life. He has never regarded himself as a god who looks down upon all beings from the perspective of his past life. Chapter 13. Departure. Standing before the luminous membrane outside the divine realm, Han Fei inhaled deeply, his countenance serene. With a decisive step forward, the protective membrane dissipated instantly. Concurrently, Han Fei expended 10 points of divine energy, embarking upon a transmission towards the coordinates of the continent of divine communication, vanishing from the divine realm. As his surroundings blurred, Han Fei transformed into a sphere of white light, materializing within the continent of divine communication. Before him stood a shopping complex designed with a modern flair, suffused with a sense of futuristic sci-fi allure. Without hesitation, Han Fei glided through the entrance, neglecting the displayed merchandise, and proceeded directly to an unoccupied counter. Behind the counter floated another sphere of light, presumably a staff member of the establishment. I am a demigod of humanity, just released from the protection period. I require 3 short-distance random teleportation cards, 2 basic divine domain concealment cards, 3 basic divine domain range scanning cards, 2 ordinary resource terrain cards of the prairie type, 2 blank ceiling cards, and 2 barren terrain cards. Han Fei transmitted this request with remarkable speed. As he spoke, a beam of light representing Han Fei extended towards the sphere behind the counter. For newcomers who have just exited the protection period, failing to teleport back to a civilization-controlled safe zone can be perilous, as they cannot monitor their divine realm in real time. Upon receiving Han Fei's message, the staff member seemed to surmise his predicament, promptly responding without delay. A beam of light appeared, dragging a stack of cards and connecting with Han Fei's outstretched light beam. After a brief moment of sensing, confirming the quantity and types of cards, Han Fei transferred the pre-prepared 1040 points of divine energy to the staff member. The connected beams of light then disengaged, and Han Fei's beam, now laden with cards, swiftly retracted into his sphere of light, which subsequently vanished. This spectacle drew astonished glances from others nearby, while the staff member behind the counter, sensing the multitude of thoughts directed towards them, could only project a thought in response. This customer is merely in a hurry. Please continue selecting your preferred items. With the staff's explanation, the spheres in the hall retracted their thoughts, returning to their selections. At that moment, 2 spheres in the hall began to disseminate their communicative thoughts, akin to loud chatter in the physical realm, audible to all nearby. Those unwilling to listen could, however, choose to block out the sounds. Heh, what's the rush? I wager they're merely another rookie human prematurely exiting the demigod protection period. I've seen this scenario countless times, 9 times out of 10. They want to live past 30. Providing them resources is simply a waste. The thought of one sphere spread wide. The adjacent sphere immediately retorted, "You're absolutely right." Resources granted to those who cannot endure even a 3-month protection period are typically the folly of lower civilizations. Unlike our own, where one must endure the novice protection period to qualify for resources from civilization. Upon overhearing the snide remarks of the 2 spheres, the staff member behind the counter swiftly conveyed a thought to them. This individual is purchasing items of their own volition with divine energy. You 2 foolish beings from Longwa have come here seeking a sense of superiority. One ought to consider whose territory this is, and yet they dare to refer to us as a primitive civilization? If you possess the audacity, then you should confront us at the borders. Without waiting for a response, the staff behind the counter wielded their authority, expelling the 2 Lumwa civilization representatives from the marketplace and placing them on a blacklist, permanently barring their entry. The domain of the Lumwa civilization lies adjacent to the realm of human civilization, where occasional tensions arise in reality. Coincidentally, their civilization also neighbors that of humanity in the world of the gods, leading to mutual disdain. The Lumwa people derogatorily label human civilization as inferior, while humans bluntly refer to them as fools upon encountering them. Of course, Han Fei was oblivious to the minor incident that transpired after his departure from the marketplace. At this moment, he had already teleported back to his divine realm. Upon his return, Han Fei promptly produced a basic divine realm concealment card and expended divine power to activate it. As the card transformed into luminous particles and dissipated, his divine realm began to blend seamlessly with the surrounding void, ultimately becoming entirely indistinguishable. Phew. He felt a temporary sense of safety. With the concealment effect of the basic divine realm card taking effect, Han Fei's anxious heart finally began to ease. As long as he remained stationary within his divine realm, other demigods would be unable to perceive its location with the naked eye. However, unbeknownst to Han Fei, not far from his concealed realm, another hidden divine realm quietly floated, motionless, where a demigod happened to observe everything. Rucker, a demigod of the Lumwa civilization, had successfully established his divine realm and awakened a core companion of the canid species, a fierce wolfman. As a branch of the beastman race, they possessed robust physical attributes, remarkable resilience, and reproductive capabilities, birthing 2 to 3 offspring annually, maturing into adept wolfman hunters within a decade, with a lifespan extending up to 60 years, making Rucker feel as though he had been favored by the heavens. During the 30-year protection period, he diligently nurtured the wolfman companions within his divine realm, their numbers reaching over 700,000. Yet, due to their lack of proficiency in agriculture and husbandry, their growth stagnated. Simultaneously, Rucker cultivated a professional warrior class among the wolfmen, amassing a force of 70,000, maintaining a ratio of 9 ordinary wolfmen to support 1 dedicated combat wolfman. One should not underestimate the disparity in combat prowess between ordinary wolfmen and professional warriors. All sentient beings harbor a fear of death. When casualties reach a certain threshold, retreat and collapse become inevitable. In contrast, professional soldiers or armies can elevate this threshold indefinitely, even achieving the possibility of fighting to the last breath. Just half a month ago, Rucker successfully emerged from his 30-year protection period. Barely free, he encountered another divine realm that had just exited its own protection period. With newfound confidence in his strength, Rucker cautiously observed before launching a tentative invasion. Upon discovering that the adversary's minions were goblins, he was filled with unbridled joy. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own forces into the divine realm of his opponent. A formidable army of 70,000 wolfmen surged forth, inflicting less than 3,000 casualties while annihilating the primary combat strength of 100,000 goblins. In a state of desperation, the demigod on the opposing side opted to forcibly withdraw from the battle. The attempt to escape the invasion resulted in the violent tearing of vast tracts of land surrounding the breach, as well as the areas occupied by the enemy's minions. In this engagement, Lucer seized more than one-third of the territory from the rival's divine domain, marking a significant windfall. Savoring the fruits of his success, he resolved to capitalize on this rapidly unfolding opportunity, choosing not to hasten back to his own civilization, but rather to remain as a hunter, stealthily lurking in this territory while patiently seeking his next prey. Just moments ago, his patience bore fruit. Chapter 14. The Invasion. Rucker gazed into the distance of his divine realm, where a divine domain suddenly materialized before gradually fading away within mere seconds. Undoubtedly, this was a demigod that had just emerged from its protective phase. Rucker had thoroughly scanned the surrounding area and confirmed that no other divine realms were present. Moreover, the manner of its sudden appearance was distinct from the random teleportation akin to emerging from a vortex. Thus, he promptly reached a conclusion. Consequently, Rucker began to issue a divine decree to his followers within the realm. My people, a new trial is upon us. A new continent has emerged. Gather, invade, plunder, and bring forth a new victory for me. Simultaneously, his divine realm began to converge towards the location of the recently appeared divine domain. A scanning card transformed into a point of light in his hand, confirming that the adversary had not immediately teleported away but remained stationary. With the experience of the previous invasion, Rucker's preparations were evidently more adept this time. The Wurgens within the divine realm erupted with exhilaration, howling towards the heavens. Having recently celebrated a victory in battle, this triumph had bestowed upon them an abundance of food and land, liberating each tribe from hunger. Some of the weaker pups had also found hope for survival due to the newfound food supply. 70,000 elite Wurgen warriors and 30,000 newly formed recruits had gathered at the edge of the divine realm, awaiting the opening of the invasion portal. While numerous ordinary Wurgens left their tribes to converge at this location, Sali, a newly adult Wurgen, was among these 30,000 new soldiers. Recently, due to his elevated faith level, he had successfully become a member of the Wurgen army, transitioning into a full-time Wurgen warrior. At that moment, he stood beside his squad leader, brimming with anticipation for the opening of the invasion portal. Sali's home was a small tribe located 5 kilometers from this gathering point. By the time he was born, this divine realm had already entered a state of resource scarcity. Among the brothers and companions born alongside him in the tribe, he was the only one to survive to adulthood, thanks to his stronger physique. Now, having just established his own family with 2 mates and 6 pups, the meager resources of the divine realm compelled him to consider relinquishing 5 of his offspring to ensure the strongest pup could thrive into adulthood. Recently, a war had brought a wealth of resources to this impoverished divine realm, and Sali's tribe had received a significant share, ample enough to satiate their hunger. Not far from the tribe, vast grasslands had appeared where once there was only void, a divine gift to the Wurgen clan, a reward for the victors. Sali felt the change in their living conditions acutely, as his 6 pups could now receive sufficient nourishment. Filled with gratitude towards the divine, he had finally become a devout believer. Upon receiving news of the army's recruitment expansion, Sali did not hesitate to enlist. He understood that warriors would receive a greater share of food, and having reached the status of a devout believer, he successfully qualified to become a Wurgen warrior, receiving a piece of leather armor that would shield his vital heart. Captain Hori, what is the realm beyond truly like? You participated in the last war. Please share your tale with us. The wait is always interminable. Sally, unable to suppress her inner restlessness, retrieved a piece of jerky from her small pouch and offered it to the boastful little captain beside her, once again posing the question she had asked countless times before. Young one, this time I shall share something you do not yet know. Accepting the jerky from Sally, the seasoned Hori savored it with satisfaction. He was an old warg, existing since the dawn of the divine realm, having just reached adulthood at that time, compared to the surrounding youths. He was indeed well-traveled and knowledgeable. Upon hearing that old Hori would reveal something extraordinary, the other novice wargs gathered around, their faces alight with anticipation. You should already be familiar with the last otherworld we visited, Hori continued, observing the eager nods from the surrounding wargs. However, this next otherworld we are to enter may be entirely different. I have heard the shamans say that each otherworld possesses its unique terrain, and the species inhabiting them vary as well. In some worlds, rabbits can grow as large as 5 meters. Capturing one would suffice to feed the entire tribe. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd as old Hori regaled them with his tales, and the number of novice wargs continued to swell, their exclamations making the wait feel less tedious. In reality, only a few minutes had elapsed when Rukul's divine realm completed its invasion preparations, rapidly advancing towards the location of Han Fei. Simultaneously, a massive transparent tentacle emerged from the surface of the divine realm, forcefully penetrating the protective layer of the opposing realm and connecting with a patch of land at its edge. Two shimmering portals, reminiscent of luminous screens, simultaneously opened within both realms, a swirling green light illuminating the interior, signaling that the portals had stabilized. While Sally listened intently to old Hori's story, a portal suddenly materialized not far from their position, leaving the novice wargs, who had never participated in an offensive against other worlds, momentarily stunned. Witnessing this spectacle, old Hori's face broke into an expression of wild joy. "Prepare for battle," he bellowed. At that moment, a sprightly warg warrior dashed past them, shouting, "The first 10,000 nearest the portal, proceed immediately." The wargs in the area responded with a collective howl, charging towards the portal. Sally's warg team swiftly followed old Hori in their rush. Meanwhile, Han Fei found himself bewildered. He had only just concealed his divine realm, contemplating where to place the newly acquired resources and how to proceed next. Lacking the means to purchase a high-grade directional teleportation card, he was unable to return to his civilization's territory, which meant he could only wander within this area. To his dismay, he was soon invaded. A massive portal of light appeared at the edge of his divine realm, and a throng of wargs surged into his domain. Observing that these wargs donned merely rudimentary half-armor, with most being unarmed, while a few wielded ill-fitting metallic spearheads, he steeled himself for the impending confrontation. In a state of bewilderment, Han Fei swiftly regained his composure, simultaneously issuing a command to the swarm to maintain a discreet distance from the pack of wolf-like humanoids. His mind began to race, contemplating the circumstances within the enemy's divine realm. The half-beast species known as wolfmen, adorned with fur yet devoid of resilient skin or scales, indicated a high probability that this group of wolfmen was of an ordinary classification. With a brief observation of the invading wolfmen, Han Fei discerned a wealth of information. Chapter 15. Ambush. The rudimentary armor and weaponry indicated that the opposing faction's technology was equally underdeveloped. The ill-fitting weapons suggested they were either purchased or scavenged. The initial deployment of 10,000 units was merely a probing force, with their true combat capabilities yet to be determined through testing. Upon reaching this conclusion, Han Fei hesitated no longer and promptly began to mobilize his swarm. In an instant, the swarm of 10,000 units was repositioned, consisting of 5,000 piercing wolf spiders, 3,000 scimitar cockroaches, and 2,000 venomous dragonflies, advancing toward the pack of werewolf-like creatures that had ventured into the 2-meter-high grass. Simultaneously, the entire swarm within the divine realm began to converge toward this location, maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer from the intruders, awaiting silently. As a demigod, Rucker could not float above the divine realm like a spirit, overseeing it from the sky. He could only observe through the eyes of his followers. At this moment, he was embodying the leader of the 10,000 werewolves, personally scrutinizing the divine realm while constructing a geographical model based on the observations of other loyal followers. The peculiar terrain, a blend of forest and grassland, raised questions. Where were the enemy's followers, and why had they not yet appeared? Was it possible that the opposing demigod was conveniently absent? As these thoughts surged through Rucker's mind, he promptly issued a divine command to the werewolf leader: advance, search, plunder. Feeling the power of his voice resonating in his heart, the leader no longer hesitated and immediately relayed the orders to the 1,000 werewolf warriors. The werewolves began to quicken their exploration, forming small squads of 10 as they delved deeper into the grass. One particular werewolf squad was cautiously forging ahead, their vision severely hampered by the towering grass, creating an atmosphere of palpable tension. Captain Hori, feeling an unease since their entry into the grass, voiced his concern, sensing an unseen presence watching them. Old Hori glanced at his comrade Sally, instantly understanding his unspoken thoughts. Indeed, old Hori, I share this sensation, Sally affirmed. One by one, the werewolves echoed similar sentiments, their primal instincts alerting them to an inexplicable feeling of being observed, although they had yet to spot any enemies. The eerie sensation of being watched pricked at their nerves. Stay vigilant. The leader, Hori, also felt the weight of this intuition. Drawing forth a dagger wrapped in leather from his waist, an acquisition from the previous conflict, where the goblin short sword served him merely as a dagger, he prepared for potential confrontation. With a swift motion, he slashed through the surrounding grass, causing a circle of foliage to collapse and reveal a piercing wolf spider lurking within. The spider, previously motionless, launched a sudden attack the moment it was exposed. With a sharp, resonating chirp, it propelled itself toward Old Hori with astonishing speed. Though taken aback, the seasoned warrior did not succumb to panic. Instead, he raised his dagger to intercept the spider's trajectory. The sharp blade, combined with his formidable strength, easily cleaved the creature in two. The piercing howl emitted by the arachnid predator just before its demise served as a harbinger, igniting a once quiet thicket into chaos akin to a blazing cauldron. Every expedition team that dared to venture into the underbrush found themselves under assault. Old Hori, with a sudden turn, beheld a curved-blade cockroach hurtling towards Sally's nape. In a fervent cry for battle, he swatted the creature away just in time. However, the fates of other team members were less fortunate. Two were struck down instantly by the piercing spider, their skulls penetrated from behind. Among those who charged at the arachnid, one was met with a face full of corrosive acid, collapsing in agony, while another narrowly evaded the venomous spray, retaliating with a forceful strike that flattened the spider into the earth. Meanwhile, a team member at the rear was ambushed by a curved-blade cockroach, which emerged nimbly from the foliage. He lunged at the insect, managing to seize its legs, disregarding the creature's attempts to slash at his wrist, and with a swift bite, he severed it in two. Two werewolf team members flailed desperately at the air, attempting to swat down a pair of venomous dragonflies that danced just out of reach. One werewolf, suddenly halting his frantic motions, collapsed in convulsions, startling his companions. He had dismissed the sting from a dragonfly as a mere scratch, but now the venom coursed through him, catching him unawares. Seizing the moment, two dragonflies launched a coordinated assault on the remaining werewolves. One werewolf, oblivious to the lurking danger behind him, finally found his moment and clapped his claws together, mashing one of the agile insects into a pulp. Yet, he was immediately met with the sound of slicing air. A dagger whizzed past his cheek, trailing another dragonfly that darted into the brush. It was Old Hori's prized weapon. And despite his anguish over the loss, he shouted, "Don't just stand there. Lend a hand." Apart from the two writhing and moaning werewolves, the remaining members of the team finally reacted and launched an offensive against the three spiders that remained. Faced with the onslaught of 6 werewolves, the arachnids stood their ground, directing their assault towards the foremost werewolf. This sudden skirmish concluded with remarkable swiftness. The trio of spiders fell easily under the coordinated attack of the 6 werewolves. The price paid was steep, as Sally, besieged by the 3 spiders, bore wounds on his palm and abdomen, and his calf was marred by corrosive acid, the searing pain forcing him to lean on a nearby comrade for support. Similar fates unfolded among all werewolf teams that entered the thicket, with outcomes varying. Some teams faced total annihilation, while others suffered only a handful of casualties. Take the wounded, we shall retreat. Observing the grim reality of half the squad fallen in battle, Captain Hori resolutely made the decision to withdraw. "Aye, Captain," came the immediate response from the wargs in the squad. Following the recent skirmish, everyone felt a palpable sense of respect for their captain, who, despite his habitual bravado, had demonstrated his true mettle. "Captain Hori, are we truly heading back, just like this?" queried Sally. One hand pressed against the gaping wound in her abdomen, while the other supported a nearby comrade. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes reflected an unwavering dissatisfaction. "We have yet to capture the 5-meter rabbit." Chapter 16. The insect-tied little Sally, you are still young. "There will be future opportunities for the rabbit," Old Hori remarked, observing the valiant young warg who had just fought bravely. He understood Sally's intent. The injured warg warriors must be returned to their original realm for healing, as decreed by the divine. If the war proceeded favorably, Sally would have no chance to return to the battlefield, essentially marking his exclusion from this plunder. Yet, Old Hori's countenance was grave. as the squad had already suffered half its casualties from mere initial contact. This adversary was not as easily vanquished as the diminutive goblins of yore, although merely insects. Their audacity in battle hinted at a potentially arduous conflict. Is this an insect? The ward leader possessed by Rucker held a curved knife cockroach, impaled on a short spear, scrutinizing it intently. His contingent of 100 had likewise faced an assault from the insect horde, yet due to the presence of elite wargs, losses remained manageable. Rucker found himself in a quandary as he gazed upon this unfamiliar species. The combat prowess of these insects was not formidable. Under prepared circumstances, a solitary warg could dispatch an insect with minimal injury. However, the sheer number of foes in this divine domain became a pressing concern. In the recent ambush, nearly 10,000 insects had perished at the warg's claws, yet their own losses exceeded 3,000. Was this the entirety of the enemy's fighting force, a mere fraction, or merely a test? All lay concealed beneath the 2-meter-high grass. At that moment, Han Fei floated above the battlefield, surveying the scene. Through this probing encounter, he had gleaned the information he sought. The wargs were of a certain lineage, lacking any extraordinary bloodline, with average combat capabilities among the common tier. The piercing wolf spiders and curved knife cockroaches could inflict significant damage, and the venomous dragonflies performed admirably. The conventional development trajectory of divine faith suggested that, based on perceptions from the invasion passage, the enemy's domain was 1/3 larger than his own, with a conservative estimate of their subordinates not exceeding 1.5 million, and the professional army capped at 150,000. Han Fei felt confident in his analysis of the data. Without further hesitation, he summoned his reserved divine power. A thick, transparent tendril emerged from the surface of his divine realm, intertwining swiftly with the enemy's invasion passage. The teleportation channel of both divine domains instantly doubled in size, and Rucker immediately sensed the change in the passage, realizing the dire situation that had unfolded. He promptly issued a divine edict for the wargs within the enemy domain to retreat, while the 90,000 warriors in his own domain prepared to annihilate all hostile beings encroaching upon their territory. Before all the wargs could fully retreat into the teleportation passage, Han Fei had already activated the Line of Faith, commanding over 8 million insect units to advance towards the teleportation channel at the edge of the divine realm. Countless venomous dragonflies and curved knife cockroaches took flight, surging towards the portal, while the piercing wolf spiders raced along the ground towards the same destination. The leader of the wolfmen, who had yet to enter the teleportation portal, gazed upon the swarm of flying insects that blotted out the sun, and the distant grasslands that trembled as if swept by a tidal wave. A profound sense of terror blossomed within him. Witnessing this scene, Lucer was similarly overcome by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. This was not a war, but a calamity, an invasion of insects. As he observed the rapidly approaching venomous dragonflies at the forefront, despair crept into his mind, and he sensed the impending doom of his divine realm. Even if he wished to sever the teleportation channel at that moment, he would not have sufficient time to execute it. To cut off a typical invasion channel requires an immense expenditure of divine power and more than half an hour. The merged invasion channel, however, would demand double the divine energy and time. Furthermore, every enemy-affiliated unit within a 10-square-kilometer area would need to be severed from his divine realm unless the opponent relinquished their claim to that unit to disengage from combat. The swiftest of the venomous dragonflies was the first to reach the portal, entirely bypassing any engagement with the wolfmen still on the ground. Instead, it darted into the teleportation gateway, tasked by Han Fei with a singular objective: to rapidly disseminate and establish a geographical model of the enemy's divine realm. With their speed and numbers, the dragonflies could envelop the entirety of the opposing realm in less than an hour. Following closely behind were the curved blade cockroaches, who likewise refrained from attacking the grounded wolfmen. Instead, they surged through the portal and spiraled in the skies of the enemy's domain, forming a terrifying spherical swarm, as if awaiting a signal, ceaselessly fluttering. The cacophony of their densely packed wings conveyed immense psychological pressure, instilling fear in the more than 90,000 gathered wolfmen warriors beneath the portal. Their mission was to secure air superiority and assist the piercing wolf spiders in launching their assault. As terrestrial combatants, The movement speed of the piercing wolf spiders was far inferior to that of aerial forces. At this moment, they had yet to break free from the grasslands. As the trembling undergrowth, akin to a wave, drew nearer to the edge, the first piercing wolf spider finally burst forth from the foliage, followed by the second, the third, and so forth, rolling towards the teleportation portal like a tide of insects, their terrifying chirps seemingly designed to penetrate the eardrums of all wolfmen. They were the true primary combat units, targeting the standing wolfmen for annihilation. Confronted by the tide of insects, the nearest wolfmen were paralyzed with fear, their limbs turning cold. With mere meters separating them from the frozen wolfmen, the piercing wolf spiders leapt into the air with astonishing agility, forming a wall of insects that crashed down, instantly engulfing their prey in the deluge. The insect tide surged forward without pause, rushing into the portal and arriving in Lucer's divine realm. The sharp cries of the insects resonating through the heavens. The flying curved blade cockroaches in the sky immediately received the signal, and the horrifying insect sphere transformed into a colossal shadow that obscured the sunlight, cascading downwards. In the ranks of the 90,000 devout and fervent wolfmen, despair, terror, and panic etched themselves upon every countenance. Confronted by the dreadful tide of piercing wolf spiders and the looming curtain of swarming insects cascading from the heavens, it took but a fleeting moment for the front line, composed of zealous elite wolfmen, to be engulfed by the onslaught, offering no resistance whatsoever. Witnessing this harrowing spectacle, the wolf warriors stationed behind were plunged into utter disarray, with a multitude turning to flee in haste from the advancing tide of insects, having lost all courage to continue the fight. Chapter 17. The advance. Regrettably, the descending scimitar cockroaches from the sky rendered escape a formidable endeavor. No matter the direction one chose to flee, an overwhelming swarm of insects awaited. Han Fei, possessing the body of a venomous dragonfly, surveyed the battlefield below. The massacre before him quelled any lingering unease, providing him with a visceral understanding of the insect horde's combat prowess. Consequently, he discarded the various tactical plans he had mentally prepared, watching as the relentless tide of insects continued to surge forth. What use was strategy in such a scenario? If this were to end in defeat, he mused, he might as well attempt a headstand while washing his hair. With his confidence swelling, Han Fei resolutely declared a personal vow. At that moment, the sky underwent a new transformation as countless golden rays converged above. Han Fei felt a tightening in his core. Surely not. Just as I have declared my intent, must calamity befall me? A shimmering golden silhouette began to coalesce in the heavens, proclaiming, I surrender. I am willing to offer 50,000 divine power points for my life. A grandiose thought spread forth, yet its content was remarkably humble. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's heart plummeted. Fortunately, it was merely a false alarm, an avatar conjured by the opponent's semi-divine energy. Without delay, Han Fei guided the venomous dragonfly to hover before the semi-divine apparition. Pay up. He wasted no time, transmitting his thoughts succinctly. In the opponent's divine realm, unless there existed some exceedingly rare and valuable resource, the entire domain itself was scarcely worth 50,000 points. I currently lack such resources. I can only offer 10,000 points for now. The remainder I shall gather post-haste. Might you first command your minions to cease their assault? With a final gamble of courage, Rukir transmitted this plea to the creature before him. Begone. Han Fei recognized immediately that this individual was but a miser, incapable of producing 50,000 points of divine power, merely hoping for a stroke of luck. His immediate goal was to stabilize the situation, then devise a way to deceive the foe into withdrawing their minions, allowing for his own escape. Such narratives of protagonists evading death and turning the tide are common in various tales. Moreover, Han Fei had not forgotten that it was this very being who had previously invaded him, startling him significantly moments ago. He promptly disregarded the semi-divine entity and reattached himself to another venomous dragonfly, continuing his observation of the battlefield. The semi-divine apparition remained undeterred, sending forth wave after wave of thoughts until it faded from view, yet Han Fei paid no further heed. Upon the disappearance of the apparition, Rukir, consumed by despair, exited the realm of the gods. As an ordinary civilian of modest means, he possessed no such thing as 10,000 divine power points. His earlier attempt was merely a self-deception born of desperation. Now, his sole objective was to extract his dwindling divine power into the real world, transforming it into crystalline energy. For should the core of the divine realm shatter, the divine power within that world would vanish alongside it. As the venomous dragonflies proliferated, Han Fei's mind rapidly constructed a model of the enemy's domain map. Areas of wolf-like creatures began to materialize on the map, with those fleeing the battlefield's edge marked as red dots. Han Fei gradually grasped the actual situation within this divine realm. The true combat had concluded the moment the wolfmen's defenses collapsed. What ensued was a game of pursuit and escape. Han Fei then commenced timely commands to the swarm, segmenting it into groups ranging from 10,000 to several tens of thousands, assigning them individual tasks. On the battlefield front, the curved-blade cockroaches and piercing wolf spiders remained in a collective swarm, advancing together under Han Fei's guidance. Groups began to detach from the main force, with the majority of the curved-blade cockroaches and some piercing wolf spiders continuing the hunt for the scattered wolfmen warriors, clearing the map of straggling foes. Meanwhile, the main piercing wolf spider battalion, accompanied by a small contingent of curved-blade cockroaches, dispersed to purge the various wolfmen tribes across the map, each unit bringing along a varying number of venomous dragonflies for reconnaissance and communication. Gazing at the map, with green dots representing his forces and red dots indicating the enemy, Han Fei felt a familiar sensation akin to playing a real-time strategy game. After allocating tasks and advance routes for all main forces, Han Fei's attention shifted to a cluster of venomous dragonflies at the forefront of the map. This contingent comprised over 500,000 venomous dragonflies, advancing rapidly towards the center of this divine realm. The core of any divine domain typically remains anchored at the center, ensuring that regardless of the direction of invasion, its heart is always at the farthest distance from the incursion. As the venomous dragonflies approached the center, a modest yet decent-sized rudimentary town came into view. The dragonflies swiftly dispersed to survey the area. How crude. This town likely housed no more than 100,000 wolfmen. It was manageable for the venomous dragonflies to conquer it. Observing the town, Han Fei felt a wave of exasperation. If productivity had not reached a certain level, such a large-scale settlement should not exist. Rather than labeling it as a wolfman town, it would be more accurate to describe it as a vast livestock breeding facility. Various animal pens sprawled throughout the town, exuding a primitive tribal style, save for the large stone altar at its center, which appeared somewhat respectable. Upon seeing the altar, Han Fei realized that this was likely his target and promptly issued an attack order to the swarm of venomous dragonflies. The dragonflies, previously engaged in reconnaissance, swiftly launched an assault on the wolfmen town upon receiving the command. The battle concluded with remarkable swiftness. As the ordinary wolfmen civilians witnessed the resistance being overwhelmed by a frenzy of insects in an instant, most chose to flee or hide. At that moment, a fireball shot into the sky from the direction of the altar, drawing Han Fei's immediate attention. Before me stood an elderly Zerg shaman, elevated upon an altar, wielding a wooden staff with fervor. Encircling him, a dozen or so Zerg warriors formed a protective barrier, steadfastly guarding their leader against the encroachment of the venomous dragonflies. In a moment of desperation, the shaman conjured a fireball in his grasp, hurling it toward the swarming insects. Yet, the attack proved futile. The dragonflies, with their remarkable agility, effortlessly evaded the fiery projectile. Undeterred by this setback, the shaman summoned another surge of crimson light that radiated from his palm. All Zerg warriors touched by this glow found their eyes ablaze with madness, fervently brandishing their weapons in a frenzied attempt to strike at the elusive dragonflies. This appeared to be a form of enhancement spell, akin to a frenzy incantation. Chapter 18. Vulnerability. Before Han Fei could issue any commands, the surrounding venomous dragonflies had already gathered in sufficient numbers and launched their assault. Thousands of these creatures surged forward, each werewolf pierced by the stingers of the dragonflies at least a dozen times, collapsing instantly. Observing that the altar had been cleared, Han Fei promptly commanded the possessing dragonflies to settle upon its surface. As he expended his divine energy, his consciousness gradually expanded, ultimately sensing the presence of the core of the divine realm 2 meters deep beneath the stone altar. Han Fei was overjoyed. He had finally located it. He immediately directed the surrounding dragonflies to commence destruction and excavation of the altar. The densely packed dragonflies began to gnaw at the altar, and considering their diminutive size, Han Fei estimated that it would take at least 2 hours to extract the core of the divine realm. During this period, he could only observe the combat situations of various insect squads, making timely adjustments while patiently waiting. Suddenly, an exclamation escaped Han Fei's lips as he discerned a new development within the battling swarm. Old Holly was immobilized on the ground, while Sally lay not far from him, and the two were locked in a gaze of mutual bewilderment. Nearby lay the corpse of another werewolf from their squad, one whose face had been marred by corrosive acid. With a look of trepidation, Sally turned to Old Holly and asked, "Captain, what should we do now?" "I don't know. We must wait," replied Old Holly, his face a portrait of despair, having surrendered to the situation. After receiving orders, Old Holly had led his squad back to the divine realm swiftly. As 2 of his comrades were injured, including Sally, a young werewolf he held in high regard, he resolved to personally escort Sally to the medical emergency point at the rear of the divine realm, hoping to impart wisdom to the youth who seemed preoccupied with thoughts of rabbits. Thus, he and the 2 injured members narrowly evaded the initial wave of the swarm. Standing at a distance, gazing at the colossal mass of insects gathering overhead, Old Holly, seasoned and well-informed, swiftly assessed the situation and, recognizing the scale of the swarm, understood that his chances of survival were slim if he were to be embroiled in such a conflict. After the battle and the front lines concluded, the curved-blade cockroaches began pursuing the fleeing werewolves. As terrestrial beings, they stood no chance against the airborne cockroaches. Despite Old Holly's efforts to flee with his 2 wounded comrades, they were soon overtaken. Gazing at the sky, where the swarm coiled like a monstrous serpent, he realized escape was futile. Once he settled his injured teammates by the roadside, a small cluster of cockroaches detached from the main swarm, rapidly approaching their location. Faced with this burgeoning horde of over 1,000 curved-blade cockroaches, Old Holly's courage to fight was swiftly extinguished by the instinctual grip of fear. At this moment, it was too late to flee. The flying curved-blade cockroaches descended from the sky in a circular formation, surrounding the 3 of them within this confined area. As Old Hori stood at the center of the encircled space, awaiting the arrival of death, the tightening circle of cockroaches bypassed the already fallen werewolf team member, who lay unconscious with injuries to his face. "Sally, don't move." Under the pressing weight of impending doom, Old Hori immediately noticed this detail. His mind raced with clarity, as if he had never experienced such lucidity in his life. A sudden insight struck him, prompting him to halt Sally, who was about to rise. Indeed, the swirling and grounded curved-blade cockroaches did not launch an attack on Sally. Instead, they bypassed the motionless werewolf and continued to close in around him. Sally's survival confirmed Hori's hypothesis. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, transitioning from a standing position to lying flat on the ground in less than a second, remaining still thereafter. The encircling cockroaches did not assault him, rather, they crawled around his body, seemingly observing and assessing the intentions of this werewolf who had suddenly prostrated himself. Old Hori could only widen his eyes in terror, watching the swarm of insects scuttle around him, his breath caught in his throat. It turned out his gamble had paid off. A series of faint insect chirps filled his ears as the surrounding cockroaches began to disperse and slowly ascend, rejoining the larger force in the sky. Only 3 cockroaches remained, perching silently on a nearby tree, watching the trio of werewolves lying motionless on the ground. In Hori's experienced perception, the current situation indicated that the adversaries were guardians of the captives, while the 3 of them were the surrendering prisoners. He attempted to communicate with the insects through words, but they responded with indifference. Any slight movement on his part would provoke the 3 cockroaches on the tree to raise their sides, adopting an aggressive stance. The agonizing weight rendered him immobile. Hori witnessed a multitude of piercing wolf spiders surge from the distance, skillfully parting around the 3 fallen werewolves, circumventing them entirely. It was not until the unconscious werewolf awoke, his eyes corroded by acid and rendered blind, that any movement occurred, prompting the 3 cockroaches to close in. Seeing this, Old Hori urgently called out for the werewolf to remain still. Yet, instinctively, the now blind werewolf attempted to rise toward the direction of Hori's voice. Hori watched in horror as the three cockroaches mercilessly swung their scythes at the blind werewolf, cleaving gaping wounds into his skull, brain matter spilling onto the ground. Observing the two werewolves lying before him, Han Fei was certain he had never issued a command to accept prisoners. What, then, had incited such behavior from these curved-blade cockroaches? He soon realized this was not an isolated incident. On the map model, numerous overlapping red and green light spots indicated similar occurrences. Han Fei immediately posed a question to the curved-blade cockroach, which was intently observing the prisoners. Why do you accept captives? As he tugged at the thread of faith. He transmitted this query to a cockroach guarding the captives. Han Fei sensed the hesitation and confusion emanating from the cockroach through the thread of faith. He quickly realized that this question surpassed the cockroach's comprehension. Ordinary swarm units, aside from the instincts endowed by their genetics, possess a rather rudimentary intelligence, capable only of grasping simple inquiries and Han Fei's commands. Chapter 19. The reason. What are you doing? Contemplating this, Han Fei promptly altered his approach, simplifying the question. Waiting. This time, the curved-blade cockroach comprehended Han Fei's inquiry with clarity and responded immediately. Waiting for the opponent to rise. The cockroach continued. And what happens after the opponent's dance? Han Fei, puzzled, pressed on with his questioning. To initiate an attack. The cockroach's answer remained succinct. Are you implying that you wait for the opponent to rise before launching an assault? A question mark appeared above Han Fei's head. What logic is this? You refrain from striking when the opponent surrenders, but must wait until they are prepared to engage. Indeed, after receiving an affirmative response from the cockroach, Han Fei once again transmitted his lingering question. Why do you wait for the opponent to stand before attacking, instead of seizing the opportunity when they give up? As this thought was conveyed to the cockroach, it paused, seemingly pondering the meaning of Han Fei's words, before finally replying. Because of the divine command. As the cockroach's statement traversed the line of belief and reached Han Fei, he found himself momentarily bewildered. Han Fei was certain that he had never issued such peculiar commands to the swarm, yet all insectoid units exhibited similar behavioral patterns. Perhaps the issue indeed lay with him. He hastily began to recall the precise orders he had given to the swarm. The command to the venomous dragonfly was to enter the opponent's divine realm, advance, spread out, and scout while preserving itself from harm. No issues there. Eliminating the orders given to the dragonfly, he immediately reflected on what he had instructed the other two units. The command to the curved-blade cockroach was to eliminate hostile entities in the sky, secure air superiority, and assist the piercing wolf spider in launching an offensive. This also posed no problems. The cockroach had executed its task splendidly. The order given to the piercing wolf spider was to eliminate all standing gnolls. No concerns there. But wait. Breaking free from habitual thinking. Han Fei finally grasped where the problem lay, his mind racing like a herd of llamas. When he issued this command, his intent was to exterminate all gnolls, leaving them as corpses. However, in the comprehension of the low-intelligence piercing wolf spiders, the command was taken literally. To eliminate all standing gnolls meant that those lying down were to be disregarded. Han Fei felt speechless. Fortunately, within the genetic makeup of the swarm, there remained a heightened vigilance towards living prey, ensuring that the prone gnolls were not neglected. Should these lying gnolls make any movement, they would face a relentless assault. Thank goodness, this was a minor oversight that did not result in significant losses for the swarm. Yet it was a detail that must be attended to in the future. With this thought, Han Fei promptly withdrew his consciousness back into his divine realm. A semi-divine apparition drifting in the sky casually swiped, causing a luminous screen to materialize before Han Fei, initiating a habitual recording. Henceforth, all directives issued to the swarm must be explicit, straightforward, and devoid of metaphors, burdens, sarcasm, or any commands requiring cognitive interpretation from ordinary units. Pausing momentarily, Han Fei resumed his documentation. The intelligence of the ordinary swarm units must be elevated. They can no longer rely solely on instinct in combat. Preparation for the intricate warfare that may lie ahead is imperative, necessitating at least a modicum of self-assessment and critical thinking regarding the situational context. Upon completing this record of identified issues, Han Fei once again directed his consciousness to the venomous dragonfly that was voraciously consuming the altar. Observing the construction site, which had already excavated a substantial hole at the altar's center, Han Fei could only suppress his anxiousness and await patiently. Finally, the task was accomplished. Gazing at the unveiled core of the divine realm, a serious expression on Han Fei's face transformed into one of elation. The venomous dragonfly he inhabited gently alighted atop the golden, spherical, ethereal crystal, prompting the surrounding dragonflies to withdraw, thereby creating a vacant circle around the exposed golden crystal. Through the dragonfly resting on the ethereal crystal, Han Fei gradually infused his divine power into the core of the divine realm. He encountered no resistance. The divine power originally contained within the core had long been siphoned by Rucker, alleviating much of Han Fei's burden and exerting control over this divine core. As Han Fei's divine energy permeated the core, the brilliance of the ethereal crystal began to fade. In an instant, the entire divine realm trembled, and all beings within it sensed a shift, gazing skyward as the once bright heavens gradually dimmed, transforming into an abyss of darkness. The task was complete. Han Fei regarded the now dim core with a radiant smile threatening to blossom on his face. This divine core was merely 3 days away from complete disintegration, a time frame ample enough for him to amalgamate the entire divine realm into his own with minimal loss. Typically, demigods would shatter their adversary's divine core directly, resulting in the realm's complete fragmentation within mere minutes, allowing the victor only that fleeting period to frantically absorb or seal the resources within the fallen divine realm. Once the realm fractured, salvaging from the remnants would ensue, exposing the unprotected shards to the void, thereby inflicting tremendous losses on the life forms residing therein. However, Han Fei's methodology regarding the divine core maximizes the preservation of the resource value within the entire realm, thereby optimizing the benefits of this conflict. After all, under normal circumstances, to saturate an opponent's divine core with one's own divine energy entails contending with vehement resistance from the enemy deity. The mutual depletion of divine energies is but a secondary concern. Should the adversary deem their situation hopeless, they may resort to detonating the divine core, precipitating an immediate collapse of the realm, reducing the precious window for acquisition to less than 10 minutes. As the opposing divine realm succumbed entirely to defeat, Han Fei's semi-divine apparition swiftly manifested. He stood aloft in the celestial expanse, gazing down upon the world beneath him. Expending divine energy, he extended his consciousness, meticulously scanning the entirety of the divine domain. I am. Han Fei's magnificent voice reverberated throughout the divine realm, but he faltered after uttering merely 2 syllables. At that moment, a wave of inner turmoil surged within him. Having never contemplated what his divine name ought to be, he found himself at a loss regarding how to identify his own divinity. Chapter 20. The Swarm Sovereign. The title, Swarm Sovereign, struck Han Fei as somewhat lacking in grandeur, evoking a sense of weakness at first glance. However, reflecting on his past life's memories of the insectoid race, he decided against dwelling on it any longer. Very well. Let it be known as the Swarm Sovereign. With a divine voice resonating within the hearts of every Knoll, he proclaimed, I am the Swarm Sovereign. Your deity has perished. Surrender now, and I shall grant you the right to continue living. Those who resist shall ultimately face annihilation. As this monumental declaration echoed, the Knolls, who had been fleeing and resisting, cast down their weapons and knelt in despair after a prolonged absence of their god. Their faith in Rucker began to crumble. Observing that the majority of Knolls had relinquished their defiance, with only a few still attempting to escape or hide, Han Fei swiftly marked their locations and dispatched nearby insectoid units to encircle them. He delineated 2 zones within the divine realm, instructing the swarm to herd the captives into these designated areas for supervision. Given the Knoll's speed and stamina, he anticipated that a single day would suffice to consolidate all captives. Han Fei lacked the energy to convert the Knolls into his followers. With 2 blank sealing cards in hand, he intended to seal them instead. He planned to transport these sealed Knolls to the Divine Exchange continent for sale, confident that with sufficient time, suitable buyers could be found. At this moment, his own divine realm had drawn near, and the 2 realms began to merge gradually through the connected invasion passage. Han Fei meticulously managed the fusion process to ensure the Knoll's realm did not shatter immediately, and then he commenced the selection of his spoils. He extracted valued resource terrains from the opposing divine realm, integrating them into the edges of his own, witnessing the expansion of his domain, allowing the swarm to flourish and multiply. Unexpectedly, A battle had resolved his predicament just as he emerged from the protective period. Indeed, it was true that without effort, one cannot reap the rewards. This realization filled Han Fei with a profound sense of satisfaction and vigor. Drawing upon his extensive experience as a dedicated worker, he fully absorbed the larger divine realm into his own in less than a day. With careful planning and allocation, he had utilized his 2 resource terrain cards and barren terrain cards, ensuring that chaotic merging would not occur, which could obstruct development in the future. Given a little more time, he would effortlessly assimilate the advantages bestowed by the opposing divine realm. At this juncture, the Null captives had yet to fully assemble, partly due to the extended distance necessitated by the recent fusion of their realm. Disregarding the circumstances surrounding the werewolves and his divine realm, Han Fei hovered in the air, utilizing the remaining divine realm concealment card to restore the previously tumultuous hidden effects to their normal state. Once the concealment effect stabilized, he promptly employed a short-distance random teleportation card. After all, aside from himself, the demigod who had lost their divine realm was also aware of his location. Should the opponent send their friends and family for vengeance or disclose this coordinate, nearby demigods might come to investigate. Having just concluded a battle, it was prudent not to linger in a risky position. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized in the void before vanishing without a trace. This was due to Han Fei's use of the Divine Realm Concealment card, rendering his entry into the teleportation vortex imperceptible to the outside world. In the serene expanse of the void, the brief appearance and disappearance of the black vortex stirred not a ripple in the tranquil region. Learning from his previous experience, as soon as Han Fei emerged from the teleportation vortex, he employed a regional scanning card. The scan revealed no other divine realms in the vicinity, prompting a sigh of relief as he retracted the random teleportation card into his demigod phantom. It appeared that the presence of a divine realm nearby upon his recent escape from the protection period was not a common occurrence. Now temporarily safe, Han Fei promptly dedicated himself to orchestrating the swarm. New lands awaited exploration, the genetic material of new species required collection, and the expansion of the surface nests needed to enhance the swarm's dominion over his divine realm. Countless tasks were meticulously outlined, and he began to make targeted arrangements. After finally reaching a pause in his immediate responsibilities, Han Fei took the time to assess the losses incurred in this war. As his mind scanned, a blue light screen materialized before him. Name: Swarm Sovereign Level, Demigod Divine Fire, Unlit Divine Status, None Divine Imprint, None Divine Characteristics, Environmental Adaptation. Genetic Adjustment Divinity, 1 point Divine Power, 640 points Faith Power, 65 million Core Dependents, Insect Race Number of Dependents, 1 Queen Ant, 4, 1 million Piercing Wolf Spiders, 900. 000 Venomous Dragonflies, 1 million Logistic Spider Ants, 1. Per million Curved Blade Cockroaches. The losses suffered in this war amounted to an astonishing 2.6 million units of the insect race. The losses of fewer than 100. 000 venomous dragonflies were primarily concentrated in a group composed solely of them during the assault on the central town of the opposing divine realm. The 900. 000 piercing wolf spiders losses were mainly sustained at the teleportation portal of the opposing divine realm during a direct clash with the elite werewolf legion. Although the swarm held a comprehensive advantage, their relatively fragile bodies made damage inevitable. Subsequently, during the ambush against the disarrayed werewolves, the losses of the group fighting piercing wolf spiders decreased sharply. The curved blade cockroaches, however, suffered the most severe losses. Their even more fragile bodies incurred a death toll that surpassed that of the piercing wolf spiders during the fierce battle at the teleportation portal. Subsequently, the relentless pursuit of the fleeing warg warriors, coupled with the assistance in the piercing attacks of the wolf spiders, resulted in an unrelenting toll, culminating in nearly 160,000 fatalities. However, their remarkable mobility and timely support played a pivotal role amidst the rapid advance of the swarm. As a support-oriented unit, they flawlessly accomplished all combat tasks entrusted to them by Han Fei. In Han Fei's estimation, the contribution of the curved blade cockroaches ranked supreme in this war. Under his command, the fluid movements of the curved blade cockroaches were vividly displayed within the tactical landscape constructed by the venomous dragonflies. This operational unit proved to be exceptionally effective, which also contributed to their elevated casualty figures in the later stages of the conflict. Chapter 21. Consultation. After meticulously summarizing the experiences from this war, Han Fei documented an extensive analysis comprising 5 substantial sections regarding the merits and demerits of the swarm, as well as various aspects that require fortification for the future. A day had elapsed. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the luminous screen before him and took a deep breath. The intense and demanding nature of his work had rendered him slightly fatigued, prompting him to instinctively massage his forehead. Now was not the time for respite. Silently rallying his spirits, he turned to observe the pack of gnolls that had congregated in the barren terrain adjacent to him. Due to the swift conclusion of the conflict and the peculiar order given by Han Fei to spare their lives, the number of gnolls who survived to become prisoners exceeded 300,000. Each ordinary blank sealing card could contain no more than 200,000 entities. Thus Han Fei reluctantly produced 2 blank sealing cards from his possession. "Captain Hori, are we to perish?" despondently inquired Sally, as he retrieved the last piece of jerky from a pouch at his waist. With a forceful snap, he divided it into 2 portions, offering the larger piece to the elder Hori behind him. Under the crushing weight of shattered faith and the loss of both mate and offspring, had it not been for old Hori's unwavering support, Sally, already injured, would have succumbed long before reaching this gathering point. Observing the jerky handed to him, old Hori gently shook his head, returning the offering. "You are wounded and require sustenance. We shall survive," he murmured. "I am no longer a captain. Simply call me old Hori. The fact that these creatures did not slay us indicates that we still hold value." The 2 gnolls, seated back to back, were etched with concern for their uncertain futures. Recollections of the massive insect swarm in the sky, accompanied by the piercing drone of their cries and the thrumming of their wings, had instilled an indelible fear within them, rendering them incapable of mustering the courage to confront the swarm again. This same trepidation was palpable among the gathered gnolls. At that moment, a new development emerged within the encircling swarm. A multitude of curved-blade cockroaches took to the air, swiftly forming a line in the sky before plummeting downwards. The seated gnolls, gripped by terror, sprang to their feet, hastily distancing themselves from the area where the insects descended. Old Hori and Sally found themselves directly beneath the trajectory of the descending creatures, and they immediately lunged forward, narrowly evading the curved-blade cockroaches that landed where they had been sitting. Soon, a greater number of curved-blade cockroaches descended from the heavens, cleaving the gathering of gnolls into 2 halves. Upon touchdown, the cockroaches assumed aggressive stances, driving the 2 factions of gnolls apart. Old Hori and Sally were fortuitously separated into 2 distinct groups. Witnessing the cockroaches prepare for an onslaught, the 2 gnolls refrained from shouting loudly. Instead, they exchanged a profound glance before being herded away by the swarm. Watching the gnoll captives divided evenly, Han Fei patiently awaited their retreat until they had distanced themselves sufficiently. The guarding swarm promptly withdrew. Han Fei began to harness divine power to activate the blank seal card. Suddenly, 2 beams of white light descended from the heavens, illuminating 2 barren terrains. Within 30 seconds, these desolate landscapes at the edge of his divine realm vanished, along with the wolf-like minions that inhabited them. Observing the scenes unfolding on the 2 cards in his hand, Han Fei marveled as he saw the densely packed wolf minions cautiously surveying their surroundings, akin to a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm, scrutinizing the diminutive beings within the cards. A fragment of memory from his past life surfaced vividly in his mind, the original owner of this body, as a child in an orphanage. Observing ants on the ground and joyfully feeding them the only candy he possessed, a smile spreading across his cheeks. Was this why your minions are ants? This long-standing question in Han Fei's heart found its answer, though the feelings from that distant time eluded him. Nonetheless, the smile that graced his face was undeniably genuine. He chuckled softly, reflecting on the individual who could forget what truly brought them joy, hoping that in the next life they would find greater happiness. A sudden wave of lightness washed over Han Fei, as the unfamiliar discomfort he had previously felt began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to him, this fading discomfort signified the complete release of his past life's soul from its obsessions. Only now did he truly possess everything from his previous existence. Indeed, fortune brings a lightness of spirit. Gazing at the 2 cards before him, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth, a refreshing sensation swelling within him. Exceptional minions have always been high-value commodities in the realm of divine communication. Swiftly storing the two cards within his being, Han Fei gradually exited the realm of deities. For he needed to consult Li Mingbao regarding some inquiries. As for his divine domain, he had just scanned the surrounding area and confirmed its safety. As long as his hidden divine realm remained motionless in the void, it would not be discovered unless scanned by a scanning card or targeted by an exploration beacon, which primarily focused on moving divine realms. With a faint hissing sound, the divine landing pod slowly opened. Han Fei swiftly sat up from within, promptly sending a message to Li Mingbao. Li Mingbao, do you have the coordinates for the Minion trading concentration area or market in the realm of divine communication? Please send me one. After hitting send, Han Fei hurried to the restroom to attend to a physiological need, then returned to his bedside to quickly consume a high-energy nutrient solution, making the most of every second. Just as he was about to turn and dive back into the divine landing pod, Li Mingbao's message arrived. Han Fei opened it to read. Still there? I've sent the coordinates. My dad says it's a market suitable for demigod-level minion trading. You should check it out. By the way, you haven't shown up in half a month. How's everything going? Not bad. Thanks. We'll chat later. Maintaining the aloof persona of his past life, Han Fei replied decisively. Then clicked on the coordinates sent by Li Mingbao, memorizing them instantly before reclining back into the divine landing pod. With a swift motion of closing the door and shutting his eyes, he seamlessly transitioned into the realm of the gods. The entire process, from logging out to logging back in, consumed no more than 2 minutes, an epitome of the most dedicated worker. Upon reopening his eyes, Han Fei found himself back in his divine domain, with only 3 hours having elapsed. Everything appeared normal within the divine realm, devoid of any unexpected circumstances that had troubled his mind. Satisfied, Han Fei nodded and once more expended divine power to teleport to the continent of divine exchange. This time, his surroundings resembled a bustling marketplace, with countless orbs of light darting back and forth, reminiscent of the lively scenes at train stations during the spring festival of his past life. Chapter 22. The market. Han Fei glanced around and spotted dozens of luminous orbs, each emanating a radiant beam that cradled the sealed cards of his subordinates, swaying like the attention-grabbing inflatable figures outside supermarkets in a past life. A cascade of thoughts radiated from these orbs. Han Fei, with a slight attunement, discerned their contents with clarity. Goblins, exceptional goblin archers, with verdant skin and a well-balanced diet, offered in bulk at preferential rates. Slimes, azure slimes, rich in nutrients, abundant enough to satiate, the prime choice for his subordinates' rations. Dog-headed men. Gray-furred dog-headed men, skilled miners, available in limited quantities of 10,000. First come, first served. Fortunately, the communication was mental. Otherwise, it would have devolved into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace from his previous life. If everyone were to hawk their wares vocally, Han Fei would likely struggle to discern any content amidst the clamor. At this moment, Han Fei refrained from immediately producing his card for the warg subordinates. Instead, he circled the market to thoroughly assess the prevailing prices and conditions. Within this marketplace, the subordinates with feeble combat prowess and minimal advantages constituted the most frequently traded commodities. A staggering 70 to 80% of the orbs were dedicated to this category. The remaining 20 to 30% predominantly comprised subordinates of mediocre quality within the ordinary ranks. Goblins, gnomes, and relatively weak half-orcs, most lacking in combat abilities yet possessing unique talents in other domains, fell into this category. For instance, goblins exhibited considerable aptitude for manufacturing, while gnomes, regardless of their variety, excelled in smelting and forging, akin to their distant relatives, the dwarves. However, when compared to the robust physical attributes of dwarves, these gnomes appeared as malnourished, frail children. Additionally, there were fox-headed and cat-headed beings, agile half-orcs skilled in gathering or cultivation, displaying higher intelligence capable of handling relatively complex tasks, and dog-headed men, proficient in excavation and mining. Less than 10% of the luminous orbs showcase subordinates with commendable combat capabilities. For instance, orcish, humanoid, and dwarven subordinates were considered relatively valuable commodities, typically surrounded by multiple orbs inquiring about specifics. Through Han Fei's investigation, he discovered that such subordinates generally commanded a price of around 10 points of divine power for every 10,000 individuals, contingent on the quality of the subordinates. However, if the number of subordinates offered for sale exceeded 100,000, prices would often escalate exponentially. Han Fei observed an orb trading werewolf subordinates, boasting a batch of 100,000 werewolves priced at 300 points of divine power, non-negotiable. Despite this, several orbs congregated in the vicinity, inquiring further. And by the time he passed through that area, a transaction had already been consummated. Currently, Han Fei was appraising the value of his own batch of warg subordinates, having previously grasped the essence of their attributes while overseeing that divine domain. He possessed a clear understanding of their worth. Even in his eyes, these warg subordinates ranked as exceptionally commendable among the ordinary tier. Exceeding 60 years in lifespan, maturity is achieved in merely a decade, with each offspring yielding 3 young, and the capability to produce 1 litter annually. Intelligence and discipline have reached an average level, while the shortcomings lie in the lack of proficiency in agriculture and animal husbandry. A fact that Han Fei considers rather normal, as orc species are generally not adept at cultivation. Only a select few are skilled in rearing specific beasts. However, when it comes to hunting, orcs are unparalleled experts, provided the divine realm is expansive and the ecological diversity rich. These werewolves can be raised freely without excessive concern for their survival. In comparison to a werewolf subordinate that sold for 300 points of divine power, Han Fei's werewolf possesses advantages in all aspects aside from individual combat prowess. The question remains, what should be the pricing? If the price for 150,000 werewolves is tripled, each would be valued at 450 points of divine power. Does that seem a trifle low? Han Fei pondered silently on the appropriate price. Ultimately, he decided to set the price at 500 points of divine power per werewolf, willing to negotiate later if necessary. With a resolution in mind, Han Fei ceased his hesitation, found a bustling location, and promptly produced a card sealing the werewolf subordinate from the luminous orb, waving it in the air. Werewolf. Red-haired werewolf. An exceptional werewolf subordinate. Breeding once a year, 3 young per litter, maturing in 10 years, with a lifespan of 60 years, disciplined and obedient. Don't miss this opportunity. Come and see. Only 500 points of divine power for 150,000 werewolves to take home. As Han Fei began to shout his sales pitch, waves of thought emanated from him. Several luminous orbs quickly gathered around, their light streams connecting with the werewolf subordinate card, scrutinizing it closely. Observing this, Han Fei refrained from intervening, allowing them to examine it at their leisure while he continued to promote, confident that the werewolves he possessed were indeed of superior quality. Boss, this werewolf is quite impressive. But isn't 500 points of divine power a bit steep? I believe 300 points is a reasonable offer. This came from a rational buyer seeking a bargain. Boss, would you accept 350 points of divine power? This was a negotiator attempting to haggle. I'll offer 400 points of divine power at a premium. If not, then so be it. This was the demeanor of a high roller. Listening to the inquiries surrounding him, Han Fei remained unperturbed. His minimum psychological price was set at 450 points of divine power. After all, he had just arrived, and waiting a bit longer couldn't hurt. At that moment, a luminous orb that had just approached placed a light stream onto the werewolf subordinate card. After a brief observation, it transmitted 500 points of divine power in eager anticipation of the transaction. Without uttering a single word, its intent was clear, a straightforward exchange without unnecessary dialogue. Had he perhaps undersold? After completing the transaction, Han Fei gazed at the effortlessly acquired 500 points of divine power, suddenly feeling as though he had lost out. Just moments had passed, and his high-priced merchandise had been whisked away without a counteroffer. Just as the other party was about to turn and leave, he promptly called out to the buyer, "Esteemed guest, please hold on. I have an additional 150,000 of the same variety of dire wolves available. Should you be willing to increase your offer, you could acquire 300,000 dire wolf minions in one fell swoop." Without a hint of hesitation, he continued to raise the price. If the orb of light could express emotions, Han Fei's face would undoubtedly have been adorned with the unmistakable visage of a shrewd merchant. The other party's orb hesitated momentarily, then cast a glance back at Han Fei. I came to the market merely to gather some passable cannon fodder. Do not mistake me for a fool or a miser. A wave of disdain emanated from the other party's orb, and with that, they turned and walked away, completely disregarding him. Chapter 23. The transaction. Despite being rebuffed, Han Fei remained unperturbed. He merely sought to test the waters, having incurred no loss himself. Who knows? Perhaps the other party was a genuine tycoon unconcerned with price. After all, such opportunistic price hikes would not be welcomed in any realm. Branding him as a merchant of dubious ethics, the surrounding orbs, witnessing the sale of the Warg-kin card, prepared to depart. However, unwilling to relinquish the hard-won attention, Han Fei extracted another Warg-kin card from the luminous spheres. Warg, red-haired Warg, an exceptional Warg-kin, quantity, 150,000. They bear 1 litter annually, typically 3 offspring. Reach maturity in 10 years, have a lifespan of 60 years, adhere to discipline, and possess strong obedience. Do not miss this opportunity. Come and take a look. This time, Han Fei altered his pitch, refraining from announcing a price, aiming to create room for negotiation rather than fixating on a single offer. With this thought in mind, he began to patiently await responses. As for the orbs that had initially turned to leave but now lingered, Han Fei engaged them in casual conversation, solely to maintain the lively atmosphere. How much for this work? Inquired the newcomers. 600 points of divine power, Han Fei confidently declared, and upon hearing his price, some orbs turned away while others remained to haggle. Time passed slowly as Han Fei negotiated with prospective buyers, the crowd around him gradually stabilizing. A mix of newcomers and departing spheres encircling him. Boss, 600 points for the wargs is exceedingly high. 500 points is the absolute ceiling for this batch, one orb insisted, urging him to reconsider. Han Fei felt a pang of indecision. 30 minutes had elapsed, and this was the third buyer offering 500 points, making him question whether selling at 600 was merely a fanciful dream. How much for these wargs? Another newcomer, having examined the Warg-kin card, directed his inquiry at Han Fei. 600 points of divine power, he replied instinctively. 600 seems a bit steep, the buyer pondered, signaling a willingness to negotiate. A glimmer of hope ignited within Han Fei. He sensed that this individual might indeed be a wealthy patron. In the context of market value, no one would deem 600 points for 150,000 wargs as merely a bit steep, unless they were affluent and inexperienced. Thus, Han Fei redirected his focus entirely onto this newcomer. The buyer, indeed, offers a remarkably reasonable price. Observe the robust physique of these Wargens, with an average height reaching 1.7 meters. Their combat prowess is undeniably assured. Furthermore, consider their prolific breeding capabilities. A mere 150,000 Wargens can reproduce over 200,000 in a year, culminating in more than 2 million within a decade. Once this 10-year threshold is surpassed, the growth rate of their progeny will escalate exponentially. Provided that the divine domain is sufficiently vast, they can be raised freely without concern for their survival, making them an outstanding choice for cannon fodder. Han Fei promptly commenced his sales pitch to this affluent individual, meticulously selecting the points most pertinent to the semi-divine clientele, thus showcasing his mercantile acumen with aplomb. Having preliminarily assessed the buyer as a wealthy patron, Han Fei surmised that these semi-divines must have ancestors among the deities, ensuring an abundance of divine power. The initial stages of development would undoubtedly receive substantial backing from their families, with fundamental resources such as geographical advantages readily available, indicating that the buyer's divine domain would be extensive and resource-rich. I'm not here to procure mere cannon fodder. While your arguments hold merit, the price does seem rather steep, the buyer remarked. Han Fei detected a hint of wavering in his tone and astutely seized upon a crucial piece of information. If not for cannon fodder, you must be considering the establishment of a breeding area for core followers. Just look at these Wargens' reproductive capabilities. They are indeed the optimal choice for ordinary followers. With a large enough quantity, the number of core followers could indeed multiply effortlessly. Confidently, Han Fei ventured to speculate about the buyer's true intentions, altering his tone to be more persuasive, addressing the buyer with respect while fervently hoping he was correct. Establishing a breeding area for similar followers is indeed an expedient method to rapidly increase core followers. Take elves, for instance. As an exceptional race that can easily transcend into the extraordinary upon reaching maturity, they are notoriously slow in reproduction. With gestation periods spanning decades and growth cycles extending over centuries, it becomes a veritable nightmare for newly ascended semi-divines seeking to expand their kin. Thus, the concept of creating a breeding area for similar followers emerged, aimed at accelerating reproduction by acquiring a substantial number of weaker elven followers to interbreed with their core followers. After all, they all belong to the elven race, which encompasses various subgroups, such as sun elves, moon elves, forest elves, night elves, blood elves, and prairie elves, each displaying varying degrees of strength and weakness in their bloodlines. In the absence of reproductive isolation, the lineage with the more potent bloodline will hold a significant advantage. As long as the dominant bloodline belongs to the core followers, the resulting offspring will possess a greater probability of being core followers themselves, significantly hastening the reproduction of followers and increasing the potential for more core followers. Well, very well, I shall take this batch of origins. Observing the glowing orb, which seemed to have been swayed, extend its radiant tendril, Han Fei eagerly handed over the Wargen follower card. With the transaction completed and witnessing the increase of 100 divine power points within him, Han Fei felt a sense of fulfillment. He promptly teleported back to the previous marketplace, replenished his stock with 2 divine domain concealment cards and several blank sealing cards alongside barren terrain cards, and decisively departed from the continent of divine communication. Upon returning to his divine realm, he plunged back into the rigors of his daily responsibilities as his domain sought to embark on a new phase of development. A year swiftly elapsed, during which his realm continued its transformation according to the original blueprint, with the population of the swarm swelling back to 8 million. Throughout this year, Han Fei was not met with any battles, thus experiencing a period of tranquil and steady growth. During this interval, he observed the presence of other divine realms nearby on 2 occasions, yet he merely remained vigilant and motionless, watching them pass by from a distance before vanishing. His realm is currently thriving, with ample room for advancement and no obstructions to hinder progress. Hence, there was no need to risk invasion, only the necessity to diligently cultivate and expand his own domain. Once the school semester commenced, he would confirm that his realm remained intact, allowing him to receive the benefits and resources distributed by civilization, along with a high-level directional teleportation card to enter human civilization's territories. Chapter 24. The unique gene. During this year, Han Fei embarked on a comprehensive sweep of the newly arrived species within the divine realm, leveraging the sheer numbers of his swarm to leave no corner untouched. He nearly succeeded in collecting a complete array of the genes from all foreign species. The bounty of various genes was indeed substantial. The genetic material from numerous large mammals provided Han Fei with a fresh breakthrough for his earlier jumping bug project, enabling the continuation of his experiments, which are now nearing significant results. In the recent conflict against the werewolf faction, Han Fei paid special attention to the extraordinary werewolf shaman, whose body was ultimately entrusted to the Ant Queen as sustenance, just as he believed that the shaman, capable of wielding magic, would pave a pathway to the extraordinary for his swarm. He was met with profound disappointment. The genetic makeup of the werewolf shaman bore nearly no distinction from that of ordinary werewolves. As for their ability to harness magic, Han Fei surmised that it might be attributed to the semi-divine nature of their deity, which had influenced the emergence of magical rules within their divine realm, allowing them to discover a rudimentary path to the extraordinary through prolonged study. However, the efficacy of such self-discovered, rudimentary training methods was evidently dismal, as evidenced by the fact that out of 700,000 werewolves, only a mere handful were extraordinary shamans. Moreover, the diverse new genes introduced by their divine realm had truly broadened Han Fei's horizons. He was currently fixated on a recently analyzed species filled with conflicting emotions. This particular species, a commonplace yet unique entity from the opposing divine realm, exhibited characteristics reminiscent of both aquatic mollusks and crustaceans, resembling a shelled octopus. Its rapid reproductive rate led Han Fei to name it the octopus shrimp, one of the aquatic food sources for the werewolves. While food held little significance for Han Fei, he placed immense value on the reproductive method of this species. The octopus shrimp's breeding process was strikingly similar to that of the ant queen. After mating, the female octopus shrimp would undergo secondary development in her abdomen to begin laying eggs. Mirroring the ant queen, as time progressed, her abdominal ovaries would expand until they grew too large for her to move freely, relying entirely on the male octopus shrimp for nourishment. As the quantity of eggs increased, so too did the demand for sustenance. This immense consumption could not be met solely by the male octopus shrimp. At this juncture, the female octopus shrimp would undergo a transformation distinct from that of the ant queen. Her abdominal ovaries would gradually detach from her main body, yet not entirely separate. They would remain connected by a tubular organ akin to an intestine, allowing the female octopus shrimp to forage in proximity to her nest. As this tubular organ elongated, her range of movement would expand correspondingly. Eventually, the detached abdominal ovaries would develop an independent digestive system, alleviating the burden on the female octopus shrimp. After some time, provided that both the detached ovaries and the female remained in good condition, a new abdomen would begin to grow beneath the connecting tubular organ. After the abdominal function of the octopus shrimp matures anew, other male octopus shrimps will once again engage in mating. Once successful, the original mate ceases to provide sustenance to the female octopus shrimp, instead focusing on nurturing the singular abdominal ovary. The new partner will then establish a new burrow with the female octopus shrimp, who already possesses an abdominal ovary, thereby repeating the preceding experience. As long as the female octopus shrimp remains in good health, this cycle continues unabated. However, should the female exhibit signs of weakness or malnutrition, the latest partner may seek to sever the previous abdominal ovary to ensure the survival of their offspring, a truly remarkable phenomenon. The genetics of this species has instilled in Han Fei a glimmer of hope for alleviating the burden on the queen ant while accelerating the reproduction rate of the colony. Long ago, Han Fei explored every conceivable method to enhance the reproductive speed of the queen ant, even attempting to create units capable of procreation within the insect race, aiming to circumvent the limitations of the queen's reproductive efficiency. The results were far from satisfactory, verging on disastrous. Such units, once manifested, would be exterminated by the insect race under the queen's influence. Han Fei also endeavored to interfere forcibly, attempting to ensure the survival of these procreative units. Yet his actions inflicted severe damage upon the primordial instincts encoded within the chimeric ant genetics, nearly precipitating the collapse of the colony's societal and belief structures. At that time, Han Fei witnessed the belief levels of the queen ant and her legion plummet from fervent zealots to lowly believers, with no signs of abating. Some insect units even descended to the level of mere adherents, launching aggressive assaults against the procreative units. Han Fei decisively ordered a logistical arachnid to eliminate the newly developed units capable of reproduction, simultaneously offering comfort to the queen to stabilize the colony's belief system. Only when the queen regained her status as a fervent zealot did the ordinary insect units instantaneously revert to that level as well. It was then that Han Fei extinguished the notion of enabling ordinary units to reproduce. Finally comprehending the significance of the assertion that the queen is the core of the colony. Having emerged from the novice protection phase, he now found himself amidst the marketplace of the divine communication continent, where a plethora of extraordinary resources awaited to ensure the queen's safe passage through the transformative period of genetic adjustment. Yet, Han Fei harbored psychological reservations regarding the fusion of the queen's genes with those of other species. After all, his previous attempts to enhance the queen's reproductive efficiency had yielded one success and one failure, each posing a monumental threat to the survival of the insect race. The incident involving the black ant's genetic fusion nearly claimed the queen's life, and efforts to circumvent her authority almost led to a complete collapse of the colony's belief system. Thus, in matters concerning the queen, Han Fei maintained a mindset of utmost caution, even to the utmost degree, leaving no room for error. A slight misstep could potentially result in the loss of his core vassal and the abrupt end of his path to divinity. With a conflicted heart, Han Fei temporarily set aside this thought, recognizing he required more time to contemplate and assess the risks involved. Gently releasing his divine consciousness to soothe the queen, Han Fei's demigod projection soared to an independent incubation laboratory 5 kilometers away, once again confronted with a towering cocoon standing at 1.5 meters. Han Fei's demeanor remained remarkably composed. This marked the 4th cocoon in the reactivation of the Jumping Worm project. Previously hindered by the absence of large mammalian genes within his divine realm, the project had to be temporarily suspended. However, with the recent acquisition of various mammalian genes as well as those of werewolves, Han Fei chose to reignite his Jumping Worm project in the 3rd month of tranquility. Chapter 25. Jumping Insect. The previous 3 experimental subjects successfully emerged from their cocoons, with the longest-lived jumping insect surviving for an impressive week and a half. Although it still faced a myriad of challenges, Han Fei believed that the birth of a new ground-based combat unit would not be far off. With a serious expression, he extended his consciousness to meticulously observe the state within the colossal cocoon, activating the light screen to commence his recording. The heartbeat was strong, the body well-developed, and all internal organs and functional systems had taken shape. The previously discovered issues of hormonal chaos and oversized adrenal glands, which hindered effective control, had been entirely rectified. Observing the jumping insect thriving within the cocoon, Han Fei felt an intuitive sense of certainty. This time, success was inevitable. He seemed to receive a profound premonition, brimming with confidence regarding the emergence of this new jumping insect. In less than 2 hours, the new jumping insect broke free from its cocoon. Compared to its predecessors, this iteration had abandoned the original rodent template, integrating a newly acquired blend of canine and lycanthropic genes, resulting in a more robust and elongated physique. The head retained distinct insect characteristics while amalgamating features of canine life forms. Its teeth were sharper, and a pair of formidable mandibles flanked its mouth, exuding an aggressive appearance while also providing lateral protection for the head. The visual system comprised a pair of primary eyes and 4 pairs of secondary eyes, granting a 360-degree field of vision along with various visual functionalities. The original antennae were replaced with dense layers of bone that extended towards the back, enhancing both strength and defense. The surface of the body benefited from genes contributed by a resilient or consuming scaled lizard, replacing the previously inadequate exoskeleton with large, metallic-hued scales. This transformation not only eliminated movement restrictions but also vastly improved protection, heat dissipation, and weight metrics. The design of the limbs retained its original style, featuring sharp claws, robust hind legs, and enhanced jumping capabilities, complemented by a spiked tail that improved balance and striking power. The back showcased a pair of bone-crafted scythes, with increased striking force and intensity. Han Fei contemplated equipping it with the piercing appendages of a piercing wolf spider, yet numerous challenges regarding bone strength, energy supply, and muscle power rendered this aspiration unattainable for the time being. Upon exiting the cocoon, the new insect unit exhibited a remarkable level of activity, adapting to its body with animated movements. From its appearance, it closely resembled the jumping insects from his past memories, albeit more ferocious, save for the absence of wings. Han Fei promptly brought it out of the laboratory to conduct comprehensive tests on this new unit, requiring extensive data to gain a deeper understanding. 3 days later, as he gazed at the testing report before him, the exhilaration that had adorned his face since the commencement of the tests remained unbroken. The latest iteration of the jumping insect unit has successfully avoided the issues encountered in the previous version. Its internal hormones are remarkably stable, enabling a maximum mobility speed of 100 kilometers per hour, complemented by exceptional endurance. The energy reserve organs within are sufficiently robust to sustain long-distance combat operations. The adrenal glands have been modified for controllability, allowing them to disregard physical burdens at any moment to maintain optimal conditions for continuous battle. With a bite force exceeding 5,000 kilograms, the formidable mandibles on either side possess even greater strength, while the tail's striking power can effortlessly sever a tree trunk the thickness of a bull's rim. The side-like appendages and sharp claws can rend 2-centimeter-thick iron plates into shreds. In defensive tests, the high-density skeletal structure of the back can deflect powerful arrows shot from close range, while the scales covering other parts of the body provide commendable protection against slashing attacks from metal weapons. The results of this testing have far surpassed Han Fei's expectations. including the unexpectedly high food consumption of the jumping insects, which is double that of ordinary wolfmen and significantly more than 20 times that of the current main units of the insect swarm. Even with the optimized hibernation system, energy consumption can only be reduced to a mere 25% of its original requirement. Fortunately, as a unit of the insect race, they are not strictly carnivorous. Han Fei's remarkable digestive system allows them to extract nutrients from a wide array of organic materials. As Han Fei perused the testing report, he began to meticulously assess the resource situation within the divine realm, leveraging his superior management capabilities along with his followers in the hibernation mode. With the current population of 8 million insect units, he believed it feasible to maintain the jumping insect count at 2 million. After all, a previous demigod had managed to sustain 700,000 wolfmen within the divine realm. With proper management, 2 million jumping insects should pose no issue. His thoughts brimming with anticipation for the future, Han Fei recognized the need for continued observation. He resolved to produce a small batch as test samples to mitigate the risk of any potentially fatal flaws in this jumping insect template. Should it prove as short-lived as the previous experimental jumping insect, which perished within 2 weeks, he would suffer the loss of tens of thousands of insect eggs, necessitating a temporary halt to large-scale reproduction plans. With the work on the jumping insects momentarily concluded, Han Fei shifted his focus to the designated habitat of the octopus shrimp, commencing a thorough investigation and genetic comparison. A month passed quietly as Han Fei meticulously observed the octopus shrimp, and through his tireless documentation, he could confidently declare himself an expert on the species. Whether in terms of behavioral habits, dietary preferences, or genetic comprehension, he had achieved excellence and was determined to ensure flawless results this time. Resolute in his decision to once again adjust the queen ant's genetics, Han Fei promptly disappeared, traveling to the continent of divine communication to procure some extraordinary supplies to prepare for the queen's metamorphosis. Transforming into a sphere of light, Han Fei arrived at the official marketplace of human civilization, proceeding directly to the counter and inquiring with the staff about the items he required. "Greetings. I have some inquiries regarding a product." Upon approaching the staff behind the counter, Han Fei politely greeted them. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" The staff, pleased to attend to a courteous patron, responded warmly. "You see, I have a loved one who is undergoing a transformation and is currently unable to consume food on her own. Might it be possible for you to sell me some life spring water separately?" Han Fei articulated his request with determination. Chapter 26. The Spring of Life. The extraordinary resource known as the Spring of Life is typically sold alongside the entire terrain surrounding the spring itself. Once the water is removed from its source, its efficacy diminishes rapidly, making long-term storage exceedingly challenging. The entire value of the Spring of Life is beyond what Han Fei can presently afford. Upon hearing Han Fei's request, the staff behind the counter appeared momentarily taken aback. "I'm afraid that won't be possible. The Spring of Life is always sold together with the spring and its unique environmental features. It is not available separately." The staff swiftly responded to Han Fei's inquiry. "Are you human?" There was a slight pause, and before Han Fei could elaborate, the other party posed this question. "Yes, but I am rather impoverished and cannot afford such a rare resource and terrain card." Upon hearing the question, Han Fei sensed a potential opportunity and immediately replied, "Given your circumstances, it may not be necessary to use the Spring of Life. Some extraordinary potions or other exceptional resources, as long as they are consumables with a sufficiently long-lasting healing effect, should suffice to meet your needs," the staff suggested. "My situation is rather unique. It must be the Spring of Life. Other resources may not fulfill my requirements. For the Spring of Life, I am willing to expend 1,000 points of divine power." Han Fei was well aware that other extraordinary resources could also be utilized and understood that the Spring of Life was seldom sold as a standalone item. However, considering the safety of the Ant Queen, Han Fei opted for the best resource currently accessible to him. Resources with immediate effects are not entirely incapable of circulation. Rather, their circulation is generally limited to small circles, necessitating advanced notification for transactions to be completed swiftly. There must also be a foundation of mutual trust, as the containers themselves hold significant value and must be returned after use. Furthermore, given the nature of these extraordinary resources, which lose efficacy over time, if the desired results are not achieved after use, it prevents disputes from arising between parties. This is also why large marketplaces refrain from selling the Spring of Life individually. Should a demigod return and find the spring ineffective, they might cause a scene, damaging the marketplace's reputation and image. As for those selling the Spring of Life in smaller markets, the vast majority are likely fraudsters, employing a myriad of deceptive practices. The inherent characteristics of such resources dictate that the transaction process should be as swift as possible. Many demigods lacking formal education have fallen victim to such scams. Therefore, Han Fei would not even consider purchasing from other regions of the Divine Exchange continent. He had no desire to bring back counterfeit Spring of Life water, risking the Ant Queen's transformation failure and turning the best resource into the worst outcome. Choosing the Spring of Life is predicated on its multifaceted benefits. It serves not only as an effective remedy with no side effects, but also possesses the ability to enhance the user's physique, mend hidden injuries, rejuvenate the bodies of kin, and prolong lifespans, among other advantageous effects. If the affiliated races have already discovered the path to the extraordinary, the Life Spring water can still provide immense benefits for their cultivation, serving as an auxiliary resource to enhance the success rate at critical breakthrough moments for certain races. The orb behind the counter hesitated momentarily, and Han Fei sensed a gaze of suspicion emanating from the individual. You can directly approach your guidance office for this matter. If you channel divine power, the school can assist you. Are you not aware of this? Why come to the trading center? The staff member inquired, their tone slightly somber, beginning to harbor doubts about the humanity of the figure before them. I am aware, but the problem is that school is not in session yet. It is still the holiday period, and I cannot even enter the school gate, Han Fei quickly explained, sensing the other's skepticism. Oh, I see. After opening the divine domain, who has holidays? You haven't prepared your impersonation of a human well enough, the staff member remarked with a mocking tone. As such instances of other civilization demigods masquerading as humans were not uncommon in the vast universe. They had already begun to regard Han Fei as an imposter. Indeed, I also wish there were no holidays after opening the divine domain, but the reality is that I am currently on holiday. Upon hearing the staff's words, Han Fei realized they had never experienced a premature exit from the novice protection period. A student who successfully opened their divine domain and endured the 3-month protection period would ascend to their final year, entering a distinct campus where only those who had successfully opened their divine domains and survived the protection period resided. That place operated year-round, never closing its doors. He could only offer a bitter smile in explanation. Upon hearing Han Fei's clarification, the staff members' orb momentarily froze, and after a brief contemplation, they grasped Han Fei's current predicament. Wait a moment. Brother, have you prematurely exited the protection period? How are you faring? The orb exclaimed in astonishment. Not too bad, I suppose. I've managed to survive, though I can't afford a high-level teleportation card, so I'm still out here hanging on. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Upon hearing the other refer to him as brother, Han Fei deduced that the individual was likely also young, and addressing them as Senior would foster a closer rapport. Those who managed to survive outside the protection period were formidable. There was no need for modesty. Have you engaged in combat with others? Did you win or lose? The staff member immediately displayed great interest, activating their inquisitive nature. Han Fei's lips twitched slightly as he thought. If I were truly a cowardly student merely surviving in fear or a defeated demigod, your question would be akin to pouring salt on an open wound and defending me. I did encounter a crisis, but fortunately, I have navigated through it successfully, Han Fei replied, accommodating the other's curiosity. Then you have fought. Impressive, brother. Quickly, tell me what the situation was like at that time. The staff member continued to inquire eagerly. Han Fei, feeling helpless, could only relate the tale of how he had faced an invasion immediately upon his emergence, illustrating how he commanded his subordinates and engaged in battle against the other demigod's subordinates, embellishing the narrative for the staff member's amusement. Thus, the two engaged in conversation. Naturally, Han Fei merely glossed over the true state of his divine realm, deliberately withholding significant information. They bantered about various topics in the shopping mall for more than half an hour, until Han Fei finally satiated his companion's curiosity. I truly envy you. In such a hub of emerging talent, it is undoubtedly the prime opportunity for initial development. Now that you have established a foothold, do not let this chance slip away. Make sure to seize it profitably. This is my advice. You will soon realize how arduous it is to earn divine power. As the staff member reflected on his experiences, he imparted his work-related wisdom to Han Fei. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. I will certainly seize this opportunity. However, what should I do about the life spring water that I urgently need? Do you have any connections? As the conversation reached a natural conclusion and their rapport deepened, Han Fei promptly redirected the discussion back to his primary objective. Chapter 27, Transformation completed. Upon hearing Han Fei mention the Fountain of Life once again, the staff member recalled that he was still at work and that the other party was merely a customer at the mall. Oh, my apologies for engaging you in such lengthy conversation. It seems we have quite a rapport. If you trust me, why not transfer 1,000 points of divine power directly to me? I can exchange it for the Fountain of Life at the Ministry of Education's Exchange Center. Since you haven't reached your senior year and haven't registered with the ministry, you won't be able to do it yourself. Indeed, fostering a closer relationship proved advantageous, as the staff member promptly provided Han Fei with the solution he sought. I am truly grateful, Senior. You are a tremendous help to me. With that, Han Fei extended his light band and transferred the 1,000 points of divine power. Being in the official mall of human civilization, Han Fei had no fear of the other party absconding with his divine power. Haha, it's a mere trifle. Just stay here and don't wander off. I'll return shortly. The Fountain of Life does not come in a special container, and its effects dissipate rapidly, so it must be used immediately upon acquisition. After a few parting words of caution, the light orb vanished behind the counter. As Han Fei observed the staff member's disappearance, he understood that the individual had likely teleported to the Ministry of Education's Exchange Center and began to wait patiently. In less than 5 minutes, the staff member returned, producing a card and handing it to Han Fei. This is the Fountain of Life. It has been successfully exchanged for you, along with a disposable wooden vial that can reduce the rate of effect dissipation by half within a minute. You should take it back and use it quickly. As he spoke, he placed the card onto Han Fei's extended light band. Thank you, Senior. I look forward to chatting again next time. Han Fei, not wishing to prolong the conversation, accepted the sealed card with gratitude and instantly teleported back to his divine realm. He immediately approached the Ant Queen and input his divine power into the sealed card, causing a small wooden vial radiating a faint green light to materialize in his hand. The vial was not very large, and Han Fei estimated that it contained approximately 30 grams of the Fountain of Life. Without hesitation, he uncapped it, watching as the light surrounding the vial vanished, revealing a pool of clear, emerald green liquid before him. Simultaneously, Han Fei transmitted a thought to the Ant Queen. I have brought you something wonderful. Open your mouth and drink it all. Upon receiving his command, the Ant Queen lifted her head slightly and opened her mandibles in anticipation of nourishment. Han Fei, channeling his divine power, gently lifted the Fountain of Life from the vial and poured every last drop into the Ant Queen's mouth. It's delicious. Truly exquisite. Thank you, Master. The Ant Queen, tasting the Fountain of Life for the first time, was overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, Han Fei had no time for idle chatter with the Ant Queen. He promptly released his divine consciousness to meticulously observe her physical condition, sensing the effects of the Fountain of Life taking hold within her. He noted how gently it nourished her body. With his heart now at ease, Han Fei firmly resolved to proceed without hesitation. He accessed the already optimized gene for the octopus shrimp reproductive organ from the Ant Queen's genetic repository and began to integrate it into her original genetic chain. Throughout the entire process, Han Fei maintained razor-sharp focus, wary of any unforeseen complications. However, this time, his preparation was evidently thorough. All circumstances that arose were within his anticipation. After 3 hours, Han Fei finally completed the genetic adjustment of the Queen Ant without any alarming incidents. At this moment, the Queen Ant lay on the ground, peacefully asleep, her abdomen having ceased oviposition, while her body began to undergo transformation due to the genetic changes. This process would require time, and Han Fei estimated that the metamorphosis of the Queen Ant would take between 1 to 2 months. with the foundational support of life-giving spring water. The queen's existence was assured, leaving only the outcome of this fusion to be seen. Another month passed in Han Fei's patient waiting. During this month, his daily routine consisted of checking on the queen ant's condition and observing the developed jumpworms. A recent batch of 2,000 jumpworms had successfully emerged from their cocoons, having been laid by the queen a month prior to her transformation. After 2 months of development, they had matured successfully. In comparison to the 7-day growth cycle of the previously dominant combat units, their growth was notably slower. Fortunately, their combat capabilities justified this gradual development, as the entire batch of 2,000 jumpworms showed excellent health without any fatalities. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the completion of the metamorphosis. Should this transformation succeed, Han Fei would allocate all future production quotas towards the generation of jumpworms, the potential mainstay of his combat forces. As the antennae atop the queen's head began to twitch slightly, Han Fei immediately directed his consciousness toward her. Sensing the gradual revival of her bodily functions, he realized she had finally completed her metamorphosis and would soon awaken. He promptly summoned the logistic spider ants to prepare sustenance, ensuring that the queen would have immediate nourishment upon her awakening to replenish the energy expended during her transformation. With the antennae's movements becoming increasingly vigorous, the queen finally stirred awake after 5 minutes. The logistic spider ants, having been prepared, promptly presented her with sumptuous aphids, having just undergone metamorphosis. The queen eagerly indulged in her lavish breakfast. Through his consciousness, Han Fei meticulously observed the genetic structure within her, concluding that the genetic fusion had been remarkably successful. The queen's genes were stable, with minimal changes to her overall physiology, save for the emergence of new organs at the junction of her abdomen and body. Han Fei recognized this as a beacon of hope for the colony's reproductive efficiency. Whether these new organs would function effectively remained to be seen in practice. At that moment, the queen had finished the first batch of aphids and was slowly digesting, awaiting the arrival of the second batch. "How do you feel now that you have awakened?" Han Fei transmitted an inquiry to the queen, infused with concern. "My lord," she responded, "I feel splendid, though I am a bit hungry. And it seems my abdomen is somewhat different." With that, the queen exerted her limbs, attempting to rise. With a soft crack, a sound emanated from the connection between her abdomen and body, and astonishingly, she managed to stand, her thorax and abdomen having separated completely. It appears that I, the sovereign, have regained the ability to move. Indeed, I can move once more. After grappling with initial doubts and subsequently achieving certainty, the queen ant endeavored to take 2 tentative steps forward. Her colossal abdomen had become detached from her body, connected solely by a slender, 2-centimeter tubular organ. After lying dormant for over 2 decades, she finally stood upright again, capable of independent movement. The joy she felt was indescribable, for it is worth noting that ordinarily, even the simplest act of turning required considerable assistance from her loyal worker ants. Chapter 28. Success. The queen ant sensed that her ovipositor was still intact, and she turned to gaze at the fleshy tube connecting her to it. To her dismay, she discovered that this new organ measured less than 5 centimeters in length, causing her initial joy to swiftly fade into disappointment. Do not fret. This tube will gradually elongate, and your range of motion will expand as well. In due time, the severed abdomen will regenerate a complete system for feeding and digestion, alleviating your dietary burdens. Until then, it is imperative that you maintain a sufficient intake of nutrients. Han Fei explained, fully aware of the queen's thoughts. As the sole intellect within the colony, he harbored no concerns regarding her comprehension. "Yes, my sovereign. I shall ensure to nourish myself adequately." Sensing the queen's spirits lifting once more, Han Fei felt a surge of elation. Time slipped away in the swift progression of Han Fei's domain, quietly approaching the end of the 3rd year of their period of protection. Once they endured the remaining 2 years, he would seamlessly transition to the 3rd year of high school in the real world. Since the queen's metamorphosis, the realm had flourished for 2 years, during which the population of jumping insects had soared to 2 million. This remarkable growth was attributed to the queen's bifurcated ovaries, which accelerated the accumulation of the jumping insect population. She now possessed 2 split ovaries, with a 3rd nearing maturity. The growth trajectory of the colony now mirrored the efficiency of producing an additional split ovary each year, thereby enhancing the unit yield. This was further facilitated by Han Fei's decision to halt the queen's oviposition, allowing only the split ovaries to lay eggs. The objective was to concentrate all nutritional resources on the development of her new abdomen, hastening its maturation. Otherwise, the population of jumping insects would have reached the 2 million threshold even sooner. The surface terrain of the domain remained a harmonious blend of forest and grassland, continuously expanding toward the edges. Viewed from above, the realm appeared tranquil and serene. However, the true transformation lay beneath the surface, where the earlier ground-level nests served as entry and exit points. Beneath each surface nest, logistical spider ants had undertaken extensive expansions, creating vast subterranean cavities. Each cavity was interconnected by an intricate network of tunnels, forming an underground transportation system, which had effectively evolved into a hidden world. All jumping insects were meticulously placed within these subterranean chambers to enter a state of dormancy, while their food consumption was managed by the logistical spider ants. Han Fei was cautious not to allow them to roam freely, should they emerge from their minimal consumption dormancy. The food requirements of 2 million jumping insects would surge fourfold in an instant. This demand was beyond what the realm could currently sustain. Thus, daily operations were still managed by the smaller, low-consumption units. With the accumulation of resources over these 2 years, alongside previously saved divine power, Han Fei's divine power points had once again risen to over 2,200. Faced with the colony reaching its developmental limits once more, Han Fei contemplated how he should navigate his future growth. He currently faces 2 possible paths. One option is to persist in his current state, converting the remaining 200 points of divine power into terrain resource cards, thereby expanding his divine domain by 200 square kilometers. However, once the third splitting ovary matures, producing 6,000 eggs daily, should he focus solely on generating jump worms, he would reach the limits of his divine domain in less than 2 months. Alternatively, if he opts to produce smaller Zerg units that consume less, he could acquire a greater amount of faith power, prolonging his survival. Yet he would still not last until the start of the school year. Once he reaches his developmental limits, he would merely count the divine power accrued each day, resulting in a slow progression. The advantage of this choice lies in its minimal risk, offering a certain degree of safety. The other option entails investing the 200 points of divine power into invasion tactics, purchasing reconnaissance and mobility divine cards to invade others' divine domains. With Han Fei's current strength, he is confident that within this region, which has simultaneously exited its protection period, he is among the fastest developing and most powerful entities. The merit of this choice is the potential for rapid wealth accumulation, allowing for the swift expansion of his divine domain and elevating its limits, thereby ensuring his swarm remains in a state of accelerated growth. However, the risks are considerably higher, as countless civilizations exist within the divine realm, and there is a possibility of encountering formidable demigods or even unwittingly crossing paths with a deity who could easily extinguish him. Regardless, fortune favors the bold. Even if he ascends to senior high school, resources are essential for development. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Risks must be taken for rewards. And as long as he avoids the worst-case scenarios, he should be able to escape with his strength. After analyzing both options, Han Fei ultimately chose invasion, as he had deemed himself the ruler of the swarm. Failing to plunder would be a disservice to his divine title. His developmental strategy should involve seizing opportunities. Having made his decision, Han Fei began to mentally reinforce the correctness of his choice. In an instant, his demigod apparition vanished, and he reappeared at the official marketplace of human civilization. Navigating the familiar surroundings with ease, he approached the counter and directed a thought towards the luminous sphere behind it. Huagu, I've come to see you. Ah, little brother, I thought it was someone else. It's been a while since I last saw you. You're a man who doesn't visit without reason. What do you wish to purchase this time? The luminous sphere behind the counter instantly recognized Han Fei, greeting him warmly. Ever since assisting Han Fei with the purchase of life spring water, Han Fei had consistently sought him out for his needs, and their relationship had grown familiar, with both parties sharing their names. The staff member of this official marketplace, known as Chunhua, is also a demigod, albeit a rather ordinary one. with a divinely governed development. The developmental trajectory is oriented towards logistics, featuring its own divine realm with a flagship assortment of customized, exquisite armor and weaponry. Concurrently, efforts are being made to labor in order to accumulate divine power, striving to amass a total of 1 million units of divinity. This reflects the progression of demigods along the logistics route, wherein they convert the divine power accrued from their core followers into divinity. The expansion of the divine realm is sustained through the ordinary divine power earned through labor. Haha, Brother Hua, you truly understand me. Here is the list of items I require. Please take a look. Han Fei wasted no time and directly transmitted the information regarding his needed items to Chen Hua. Chapter 29. Invasion. Upon receiving the list sent by Han Fei, Chen Hua was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. It contained 10 exploration beacon cards and 3 directional teleportation cards. What was Han Fei planning? Was he no longer interested in simply surviving? The exploration beacons were specialized cards for invaders. They were not something a semi-divine being seeking to develop peacefully would typically acquire. Han Fei, with a mischievous grin, responded to Chen Hua's incredulity. Oh, come on. Are you insinuating that I am merely paving the way without any casualties? Let me tell you. The logistics development route is quite promising. Just wait another 40 years, and I will ignite the divine fire, living peacefully and comfortably. Hearing Han Fei's cheeky tone, Chen Hua could not help but extol the virtues of pursuing the logistics divine domain development route. During their conversation, Chen Hua had already prepared the items Han Fei needed. Here is the deal. Exploration beacons are 100 divine powers each, and low-level directional teleportation cards are 200 each, totaling 1,600 divine powers. Given the rapport between them, they often exchanged light-hearted banter whenever they met. Here you go, Brother Hua. Keep it safe. Your little brother is off to seek fortune. With the necessary items in hand, Han Fei was ready to leave. Wait, my brother. While I have always encouraged you to invade, you must understand the risks involved. Once you make a decision, be prepared for potential setbacks. If things go awry, make sure to escape quickly. At the very least, ensure the safety of your core followers and the divine domain's core. As Han Fei turned to depart, Chen Hua promptly called him back, retrieving 20 cards from the luminous sphere and handing them to Han Fei. Han Fei extended his light band to accept the cards. Glancing at them briefly, there were 10 blank seal cards and 10 barren terrain cards. The invasion teleportation channel would be established on barren terrain, allowing for a reduced loss if the situation turned dire. The blank seal cards served as tokens of good fortune, wishing him success in his endeavors. Seeing Han Fei accept the cards, Chen Hua spoke earnestly. Thank you, Brother Hua. My luck won't be that bad. You need not worry. With that, Han Fei gently waved the cards, transporting himself back to his divine domain. Taking Chen Hua's advice to heart, Han Fei first placed the 10 barren terrain cards at the edge of his divine domain, then cast the 10 exploration beacons into the void beyond in various directions. Now, all that remained was to await the outcome. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, Han Fei swiped his hand, summoning a luminous screen before him and sending forth his divine consciousness to scan the entire divine domain. Name: Swarm Overlord. Level: Semi-Divine. Divine Fire: Unlit. Divine Rank: None. Divine Imprint: None. Divine Traits: Environmental Adaptation, Genetic Adjustment. Divine Nature: 1 point. Divine Power: 614 points. Faith Power: 73 million. Core Followers: Insectoid Race. Number of Dependents: 1 Queen Ant. For million stinging tarantulas, 1 million poison stingers, 1 million logistic spider ants, 2 million scimitar cockroaches, 2 million jumping worms. Following the last battle, Han Fei restored the number of poison stingers to 1 million. After that confrontation, some of the maimed stinging tarantulas and scimitar cockroaches were also reclaimed, with the count of scimitar cockroaches replenished to 2 million. However, Han Fei refrained from augmenting the stinging tarantulas as the newly acquired jumping worms, a more formidable ground combat unit, rendered such an increase unnecessary. In fact, the stinging tarantulas had taken on some of the logistical duties previously assigned to the logistic spider ants, as the care of 2 million jumping worms proved to be a daunting task for just 1 million logistic spider ants. As time elapsed over 10 days, Han Fei had not encountered any other divine realms during this period. Previously, while remaining still, he would often observe other divine realms passing nearby. Logically, the density of demigods in this area should not be low. Perhaps he had deployed too few exploration beacons? At this moment, Han Fei's mindset had evolved from initial tension to later tranquility and now to impatience, yearning for a target to appear swiftly. After all, shortly after deploying the exploration beacons, he had awakened 100,000 jumping worms, and if other divine realms were not invaded soon, the ecological balance would soon be disrupted. Just then, one of the deployed exploration beacons suddenly transmitted information about a discovered divine realm. With a slight sense, Han Fei pinpointed the location of the divine realm indicated by the exploration beacon. The low-grade positioning teleportation card in his hand instantly transformed into a spark of light as he activated it, teleporting himself and his divine realm towards the identified location. He appeared in close proximity to the locked divine realm, and an invasion portal swiftly materialized, piercing deeply into the edges of the opposing divine realm. The teleportation channel immediately unfolded between the two realms, and as the light within the passage gradually illuminated, Han Fei recognized that the portal had stabilized, allowing him to dispatch his dependents for the invasion. After sensing the area of the opposing divine realm, which measured a mere 15,000 square kilometers, smaller than his own, Han Fei wasted no time and launched a tentative assault. Les, a newly ascended demigod, possessed a humanoid upper body but bore 6 tentacle-like appendages reminiscent of an octopus on his lower half, his skin adorned with azure scales. He was reclining atop a grand pyramid at the center of his divine realm, receiving the adoration of a throng of lizardmen. The sudden arrival of Han Fei's divine realm startled him greatly, causing him to leap from his seat. Before he could react, the teleportation portal at the edge of his realm had already opened. Whoever seeks to invade my divine realm shall pay a price, Les thought grimly. My followers, the malevolent gods of another world, have arrived. Annihilate all intruders, and I shall grant you eternal life. A commanding voice resonated within the hearts of all the lizard men. As the divine decree was issued, gazing upon the fervent lizard folk devotees gathered beneath the pyramid, Les remained unfazed. He had previously endured 2 invasions, successfully repelling the intruders and seizing a portion of their divine territory. This triumph was attributed to the unique terrain of his divine domain, predominantly characterized by marshy jungles. In this inhospitable environment, only his reptilian kin could navigate unhindered, while other races struggled to harness their full combat potential. Furthermore, his core followers, a multitude exceeding 1 million swamp lizardfolk, thrived in such conditions, fighting as if they were born to it. Although his followers lacked strict discipline and could not form large-scale armies, they excelled in small-scale guerrilla warfare, employing a variety of harassment, ambush, and trap tactics with remarkable proficiency. Chapter 30. Something is amiss in the face of the previous 2 waves of invaders. Upon entering the divine domain of Les, they were besieged by relentless harassment and ambushes. As their numbers dwindled, their morale was crushed by such shameless tactics, forcing them to retreat and relinquish vast expanses of land exceeding 2,000 square kilometers. Recently, he had procured a substantial array of equipment from the marketplace of the continent of divine exchange, bestowing them upon his followers, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Les was confident that this time the outcome would remain unchanged. Victory would ultimately be his. Then, he beheld a swarm of piercing wolf spiders surging forth from the teleportation portal, a dense mass that resembled a tide crashing into the wetland jungles, sending a shiver down his spine. What in the world are these creatures? Les' eyes widened as he uttered in disbelief, overwhelmed by terror. Indeed, this was Han Fei's preliminary offensive, deploying 3 million piercing wolf spiders as the vanguard of the assault. This strategy was designed to divert the enemy's attention while the venomous dragonflies infiltrated to map the opponent's divine territory and gain time. Han Fei also intended to expend a portion of the piercing wolf spiders, for they had already become mere support units for the logistical spider ants within the divine domain, performing duties far less efficiently than the more specialized logistical spider ants. As the venomous dragonflies continued their reconnaissance, the area displayed on the map expanded. Through the lens of the dragonflies, Han Fei observed with a look of puzzlement. The enemy's followers were a breed of green lizard men, living in familial units within the jungle. with the largest discovered congregation numbering no more than 2,000. Their armors varied greatly, ranging from chainmail and plate armor to leather, with some sporting nothing more than a strip of leather tied around their chests. Their weaponry was equally diverse, including daggers, short swords, bows, javelins, and hand axes, resembling a band of mountain bandits. Could an army composed of such followers possess any combat effectiveness? Han Fei pondered, questioning whether he had overlooked some crucial tactical knowledge in his studies. Observing the swarm of piercing wolf spiders engulfing all lizard men in their path, Han Fei fell into deep contemplation. Something is amiss, very much so. Where is the enemy's main force? Could it be located on the opposite side of the divine domain, directly opposing his point of incursion? Faced with this incomprehensible adversary, Han Fei was fully alert, formulating hypothesis after hypothesis as he began to devise counter-strategies. The piercing wolf spiders were unconcerned with Han Fei's thoughts. They dutifully executed his commands, advancing towards the heart of the enemy's divine domain, annihilating every hostile target in their path. As the venomous dragonflies delved deeper, Han Fei finally encountered the most significant gathering of lizard men yet, numbering less than 100,000, with more lizard men gradually joining the group. Through Han Fei's meticulous scrutiny, he swiftly concluded that this was merely a congregation of ordinary lizard men civilians, devoid of any military-bearing characteristic of a trained army. All the lizard men either stood awkwardly, squatted idly, or reclined leisurely, engaging in casual conversations and wandering about. Han Fei even spotted a few lizard men relieving themselves on the spot, a sight that was rather distressing. His mind was a tumult of confusion. The situation had completely surpassed his understanding. He could not comprehend the operations of these semi-divine beings. Why had they gathered this group of lizard men? Was it to facilitate the massacre by the swarm? This disorganized and lackadaisical assembly of lizard men, unless they were all fervent zealots, would undoubtedly crumble in morale at the mere sight of the approaching horde of piercing wolf spiders. There would be no need for engagement. They would scatter in panic, transforming the scene into a chaotic chase. As time passed, the number of lizard men reached 120,000, and the advancing horde of piercing wolf spiders finally confronted them. As Han Fei had anticipated, upon witnessing the tide of spiders, only a handful of lizard men charged towards the swarm. The rest displayed expressions of terror and turned to flee, exposing their backs to the oncoming insects. As more lizard men caught sight of the swarm, they too began to retreat, creating a growing herd mentality. At that moment, a colossal golden apparition materialized in the sky, and a resounding voice echoed throughout the realm. "My followers, the divine is watching over you. Those who perish in battle shall attain eternal life, while the cowardly who flee shall face divine retribution." With the divine silhouette looming above, the booming proclamation reached the ears of the fleeing lizard men, who gradually halted their escape. Upon witnessing the semi-divine figure and hearing its authoritative words, Han Fei felt a tightening in his chest. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The lizard men, inspired by the divine presence, mustered their courage to face the swarm once more. Yet, as the tide of piercing wolf spiders drew nearer, the sharp sounds of their buzzing filled the air, mingling with the anguished cries of their kin who had been overwhelmed moments before. Fear swiftly dismantled the newfound courage, and all the lizard men began to flee with even greater fervor, some of the swifter ones trampling over their fallen comrades. Thus, the largest congregation of lizard men scattered, offering no resistance. The piercing wolf spider swarm pressed onward, slightly adjusting their course based on the intel provided by the poisonous dragonflies, targeting the pyramid at the heart of the opponent's divine domain. Lairs watched in despair as his hard-won followers fled in disarray. The divine miracle he had expended his energy to display proving utterly ineffective. Had he overestimated their resolve? They lacked any backup and were simply weak. Through constant reflection, Han Fei gradually untangled the confusion in his mind. With a peculiar sense of anticipation, the piercing wolf spider swarm advanced seamlessly to the pyramid at the center of the opponent's divine domain, encountering negligible resistance along the way. Under Han Fei's command, a venomous dragonfly perched atop the pyramid. Han Fei immediately expended divine energy, releasing his consciousness to scan the pyramid. However, he found no trace of the divine domain core within. Unwilling to accept this outcome, Han Fei promptly broadened the search radius of his consciousness. The divine domain core is not here? How absurd, merely engaging in such frivolous tactics. Still finding no sign of the opponent's divine domain core, Han Fei concluded that it was not placed at the center but rather concealed elsewhere. Chapter 31. So it is Han Fei swiftly maneuvered the venomous dragonflies, creating an expansive net by placing one every kilometer, radiating outward from the center to form scanning nodes. He traversed among these venomous dragonflies with a divine presence, expending divine energy with each transition to release his spiritual essence, meticulously scanning a 1-kilometer radius. This method of scanning ensured that no area would be overlooked. The core of the divine realm could only remain hidden when stable and unmoving, if the core was not concealed. Its exposed aura could be sensed by other demigods from dozens of kilometers away. Found it, here it is. In less than 5 minutes, Han Fei detected the aura of the opponent's divine realm core, astonishingly nestled along the path traversed by the piercing wolf spider group. He immediately summoned nearby insectoid units to gather at the location, and within moments, dozens of piercing wolf spiders appeared before him. They began to excavate the ground furiously, and in under 10 minutes, they successfully unearthed the divine realm core. As the core was revealed, a phantom of a demigod ascended from it. Wait, do not act. I beg you, spare me. I still possess 500 points of divine energy, all of which I will give to you. If you would only allow me to retain a 100 square kilometer domain and 10,000 core subjects. The Phantom of Less, upon its emergence, projected its consciousness outward, aware that among the surrounding insects, one must be the vessel of the opposing demigod. A venomous dragonfly promptly flew over and hovered before Less. Han Fei then spoke. I will ask, and you shall answer. Provide me with satisfactory responses, and I may contemplate sparing you. Ask away. Whatever you wish to know, I shall divulge, Less replied, sensing a glimmer of hope as his core remained unshattered. Considering your domain area, the equipment of your subjects, and your remaining divine energy, it seems you have previously triumphed over other invaders. How did you manage to defeat them? Han Fei inquired, harboring doubts about whether the opponent had recently endured a great battle, losing their main forces in the conflict against other invaders. I have experienced 2 prior invasions. When the opposing subjects entered my divine realm, they struggled to adapt to the wetland terrain, and my subjects employed guerrilla tactics to repel them. Less, realizing Han Fei's questions were not sensitive to the present reality, promptly responded. Listening to the explanation, Han Fei immersed himself in contemplation, finally rationalizing all lingering doubts. The opponent was indeed formidable, with over 1 million lizardmen subjects, all of whom could be considered combat units. And the terrain of the divine realm was exceptionally suited for the lizardmen's capabilities. Faced with invaders unable to adapt to the wetland jungle, they possessed an inherent advantage. Even against invaders capable of operating within such environments, regardless of their organizational prowess and ability to form large armies. The terrain of this divine realm would hinder their capacity to maximize their advantages in large-scale group combat. Amidst the incessant minor harassments, the wetland lizardmen adeptly maneuvered the battle into a rhythm of mutual attrition, as long as the core of the divine realm was well concealed. His domain transformed into a hunting ground where the identities of the entities entering would incessantly shift between hunter and prey. These lizardmen, fiercely protective of their homeland, would employ every conceivable means to confront the invaders, and in the absence of large-scale collective fatalities, the issue of morale collapse was non-existent. This demigod skillfully obscured all his vulnerabilities under the prevailing conditions, executing his strategy with remarkable finesse. The eclectic array of weaponry indeed augmented the diversity of the lizardmen's combat methods, rendering them unpredictable and significantly enhancing their combat efficacy. Regrettably, when faced with Han Fei's swarm, the adversary found themselves hopelessly outmatched, with all their weaknesses laid bare before him. In a bygone era, the army ants of the jungle had established themselves as apex species, let alone Han Fei's formidable tarantula hawks, which were the size of grinding wheels. Very well. I shall grant you 30 seconds to extract your divine power. Resolving the doubts in his mind, Han Fei promptly issued an ultimatum to Less. That is impossible. Should you proceed, I shall self-destruct the core. Before Less could finish his sentence, the tarantula hawk, which had been lying in wait, swiftly pierced the core of the divine realm with its spiny limbs. As the core shattered, Les was expelled from the Pantheon. With no time to spare for his opponent's sentiments, Han Fei immediately activated his divine realm as it trembled. Drawing upon his previous experience, he adeptly commenced a psychic scan. He promptly expended divine power to integrate all the terrains he desired into his domain, simultaneously proclaiming a victory declaration, urging the lizardmen to surrender and accept their fate as captives. The final stabilization period of the divine realm lasted a mere 10 minutes. This time slipped away in Han Fei's race against the clock as the opposing domain began to collapse. Aware that he could no longer methodically arrange the terrain of his divine realm, he hastily salvaged the dislodged fragments to assemble them into his domain. In less than 2 hours, Han Fei successfully absorbed the remnants of the opposing divine realm. As he hovered above, witnessing the last fragment of divine realm merging with the bordering terrain, Han Fei promptly activated the camouflage card, awaiting the stabilization of its concealing effect. The divine realm then randomly teleported away from the recent battlefield. After scanning the surrounding area and confirming the absence of others, Han Fei immediately immersed himself in the urgent post-battle tasks. Time passed over 5 days as Han Fei diligently worked. During this period, he had sold the newly acquired lizardmen. Benefiting from the fact that the adversary's subordinates had hardly resisted during the conflict, he had captured nearly 900 lizardmen. This subordinate unit, capable of exhibiting combat prowess only in specific terrains, was not particularly favored in the market, yielding Han Fei less than 2,000 points of divine power. Subsequently, he invested his earnings into replenishing consumable cards such as blank seal cards, random teleportation cards, and area scanning cards. This led Xinhua, who was working in the marketplace, to believe that Han Fei was still in the midst of preparation. He encouraged him to be patient and commended his meticulous approach of being thoroughly prepared and composed. Han Fei, however, did not elaborate. He merely reassured Xinhua that he was well aware of the situation and would not act recklessly before hastily departing. At that moment, Han Fei found himself suspended in the skies of the divine realm, reflecting on the post-battle summary with a tinge of helplessness. In this combat, while the primary objective of plundering the opposing divine realm was flawlessly achieved, the other two plans had regrettably faltered. One of the strategies aimed to reduce a certain number of piercing wolf spiders, yet the outcome was starkly evident: the loss of fewer than 100. 000 piercing wolf spiders during the entire battle was negligible against a population exceeding 4 million. Chapter 32. Invasion Experience. Another scheme was devised to rigorously evaluate the performance of the new ground combat unit, the jumping insect, in actual battle conditions. The outcome was all too evident. Before they even made their appearance, the conflict had concluded. Han Fei found it difficult to articulate his current emotions. Redirecting his focus instead to meticulously analyze the new issues that had emerged from this skirmish, he resolved to avoid the fatal flaws exhibited by the adversary, learning from their grievous experiences to rectify all shortcomings. A balanced development was imperative. As he silently reviewed his post-battle summary, Han Fei crystallized the direction for his forthcoming efforts. Applying the principle of the bucket theory to the enemy, he recognized that the capacity of a bucket is not determined by its longest plank, but rather by its shortest. Regardless of the overwhelming advantages possessed by the enemy's kin, should that weak point be targeted, they could find themselves utterly defenseless against Han Fei's advantageous circumstances. Within the swarm's combat units, the ground forces were undoubtedly the most formidable. The insectoids, equipped with various respiratory systems, exhibited commendable combat capabilities underwater. However, in the aerial domain, reliance solely on the scimitar cockroach and the venomous dragonfly could not guarantee absolute aerial superiority. A new unit was essential to fortify their aerial combat capabilities. After completing the analysis of the existing swarm units, Han Fei resolved to expedite the enhancement of their airborne combat prowess. Yet, the creation of a new unit was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. Thus, he decided to expand the scale of the scimitar cockroaches to bolster the swarm's temporarily lacking aerial strength. With a clear understanding of his primary objectives for the forthcoming period, Han Fei promptly immersed himself in gene analysis. In the blink of an eye, 2 years slipped by in Han Fei's vibrant invasion saga. During this time, He spun like an unrelenting top, ceaselessly invading divine realms, tallying his victories, analyzing genes, and identifying new targets. His divine domain expanded with remarkable efficiency, achieving significant growth. Now encompassing nearly 300,000 square kilometers, having invaded nearly 20 other demigod territories. From a novice, he had evolved into a seasoned invader within this region, amassing a wealth of experience. His incursions, averaging once every 2 months, were sustained by the swarm's prodigious reproductive capabilities, provided he exercised careful control over battle losses. Faced with novice demigods typically commanding between 1 to 3 million kin, Han Fei's regular forces rarely exceeded 300,000. Remarkably, the swarm's numbers not only remained stable but even increased, especially since the Queen Ant had undergone her transformation, resulting in a steady annual growth of one splitting ovary. In the initial stages of his invasions, when the Queen possessed merely 3 splitting ovaries, Han Fei felt some pressure, replenishing only 360,000 combat units every 2 months following each engagement. Upon the maturation of the 4th split ovary and its official production, the reproductive rate of the swarm surpassed the losses incurred in each battle. Within a span of 2 months, it was sufficient for Han Fei to replenish nearly 500,000 combat units. The prolonged invasion enabled him to easily ascertain his position within this region, and with his formidable strength, he was undoubtedly poised to ascend as one of the premier hunters in this domain. However, as the adage suggests, one cannot tread by the riverbank without getting one's shoes wet. Over time, new demigods gradually ceased to emerge in this area, and the number of divine realms dwindled. Those demigods still wandering at this juncture possessed a certain confidence in their abilities. In Han Fei's words, those who dared to venture out were undoubtedly formidable individuals. In the past 6 months, he had encountered 2 powerful adversaries, suffering significant setbacks. The first opponent was accompanied by the legendary elves, whose appearance conformed to human aesthetic ideals: pointed ears, large eyes, high noses, and tall, slender physiques, exuding both beauty and grace. At that moment, as Han Fei commanded his swarm to charge into the opposing divine realm, he quickly discerned that the enemy had merely over 10,000 elven followers. Naively, he believed victory was assured and began to calculate the immense power he could gain from capturing a batch of these extraordinarily valuable elven transcendent followers. However, the unfolding of events exceeded Han Fei's expectations. Facing his main battle unit, the Jumping Worms, the fewer than 10,000 elves formed a slender battle line at the forest's edge, encircling the teleportation corridor in a semicircular formation. It was then that Han Fei witnessed the formidable prowess of the transcendent followers for the first time. The elven archers, each surrounded by bundles of arrows, unleashed a barrage of projectiles at a staggering rate of 10 arrows per second, targeting the swarm as soon as the Jumping Worms ventured beyond a certain range of the teleportation portal. The arrows fell like rain, and while Han Fei initially dismissed their threat, believing the high-density skeletal structure of the Jumping Worms would easily deflect them, reality delivered a harsh wake-up call. These seemingly ordinary arrows detonated upon impact, creating massive explosions that toppled all Jumping Worms within a 10-meter radius. The cacophony of explosions resonated in unison, forming a nearly 1,000-meter-wide zone of firepower. Within mere minutes, he witnessed catastrophic losses, unable to breach the lethal coverage zone. Observing the elegantly crafted long swords at the elves' waists, Han Fei surmised these weapons were not mere adornments. He decisively ceased sending his units into the enemy's divine realm and began to weigh the pros and cons of the battle. After meticulous consideration of the costs of eliminating the foe and the potential gains of victory, Han Fei opted for retreat. He relinquished the barren terrain connecting the teleportation corridor at the edge of the divine realm to the enemy and made his strategic exit. The opposing demigod, having witnessed the terrifying numbers of the swarm, hesitated to relinquish the advantageous terrain of the teleportation portal and merely observed as Han Fei teleported away. In a mere span of minutes, this battle inflicted nearly 200,000 losses upon Han Fei's Jumping Worm group, granting him a clear understanding of the actual combat capabilities of the extraordinary races. The second encounter with demigods revealed that their followers were also extraordinary beings. However, In stark contrast to the scarcity of elves, the opposition represented an entirely different extreme. As a quintessential embodiment of the tactic of overwhelming numbers, the skeletal followers within the undead species undoubtedly hold a significant position within this strategic framework. Upon invading the divine realm of his adversaries, Han Fei was met with a scene of desolation and decay that compelled him to promptly turn away. The barren black earth was infested with dark mold, and a foul stench permeated the entire divine realm, devoid of any trace of greenery. Chapter 33. The Black Fungus of Death. At that moment, Han Fei found himself in a wretched domain, a realm so desolate that it was inferior to even barren terrain cards. Just as he contemplated abandoning the land and retreating, the opposing demigod intervened. Countless skeletons emerged from the black earth, coalescing into a vast army that surged toward Han Fei's domain. Seeing Han Fei staunchly defending the teleportation portal, the opposing demigod manifested a spectral image in the sky, unleashing a torrent of taunts that infuriated Han Fei. The consequences of provoking him were dire. He immediately summoned 500,000 jump bugs to launch a counteroffensive against the skeletal horde. The skeletons, as a primitive unit of the undead, were birthed from a fusion of soul, bone, and extraordinary power. While inherently extraordinary, their combat capabilities paled in comparison to most ordinary minions. They relied solely on their sheer numbers, multiplying with each engagement to unleash formidable strength. In the face of the jump bugs, apex killing machines among ordinary units, the skeletons' fragile bony frames were effortlessly shattered under their assault. The robust, spiked tails and the pair of bone scythes on their backs could obliterate a multitude of skeletons with each swing. As the more intelligent jump bugs engaged in combat, they quickly discerned the skeleton's frail anatomical structure. Some began to develop a rotational tail swipe attack, leaping high into the air to descend into the midst of the skeletons, unleashing a circular barrage that pulverized all skeletons within reach. After executing this tactical maneuver several times, one particular jump bug emitted a shrill screech, communicating this attack strategy to its nearby companions, which gradually spread throughout the entire jump bug battalion. Consequently, the entire jump bug collective adapted their methods of assault against the feeble skeletons. Han Fei's contingent of 500,000 jump bugs, bolstered by their robust defense and powerful leaping capabilities, carved a bloody path through the millions of skeletons. They breached the enemy's defensive line, leaving the skeletons behind as they penetrated deep into the opposing domain, outpacing the sluggish movements of the primitive skeletons. With this formidable army, Han Fei executed a decapitation strategy, aiming directly for the heart of the enemy's domain. Fortunately, the core of the opposing demigod's domain was situated near the center, easily located by Han Fei. Amidst the anguished pleas of the demigod, he mercilessly shattered the core. In the aftermath of the battle, Han Fei chose not to assimilate the enemy's domain, for its barren and desolate terrain held no value for him. Such an integration would demand significant time and effort to eradicate the remaining low-intelligence skeletons, proving to be a futile endeavor. This forced engagement yielded no benefits, costing Han Fei nearly 300,000 jump bugs, which left him in a state of lingering discontent for an extended period. Subsequently, a rather disheartening turn of events unfolded. Less than 3 days post-conflict, over 200,000 jumping insects, which had ventured into the adversary's divine realm, collectively fell ill, exhibiting a state of lethargy. Upon discovering this alarming situation, Han Fei promptly initiated an investigation. Through a mental scan, he effortlessly identified the root cause. The jumping insects had contracted a virulent black mold from the enemy's divine domain. Initially, Han Fei believed that his divine attributes would enable him to effortlessly resolve the issues posed by these fungi. However, after conducting genetic adjustments and scrutinizing the genetic structure of the fungi, he found himself at a loss. This strain, which Han Fei named deadly black mold, was far from an ordinary species. The genetic chain resembled a tumor, replete with an array of extraordinary genes that his genetic adjustment abilities could not decipher. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he immediately quarantined the afflicted insects and the surrounding areas, yet this proved insufficient to halt the spread of the deadly black mold. After exhausting all conceivable methods, Han Fei reluctantly decided to sever this entire region, along with all the insect colonies within, from the divine realm and cast it into the void. As he watched the unprotected fragments of the divine realm drift away into the emptiness, the lives of the insect populace swiftly perished, leaving Han Fei's expression as dark as the bottom of a pot. Losing a significant expanse of the divine realm, compounded by the loss of over 1 million insect units, constituted a grievous blow to Han Fei. Wounded and disheartened, he retreated to a state of seclusion, suspending the divine realm in the void, allowing himself to lick his wounds in silence. In the heart of a desolate terrain within the divine realm, inside a stone edifice, Han Fei quietly stored away a crystal vial containing the very deadly black mold that had caused him such monumental losses. This extraordinary strain of mold, a veritable biochemical weapon, was a trump card capable of spreading with the swiftness of a darting dragonfly, potentially leading to the extinction of his kin within the divine realm if not promptly addressed. Having regained his composure, Han Fei meticulously scanned the area with his mental acuity, confirming the absence of any further threats before returning to the side of the Ant Queen to continue his daily tasks. In addition to seeking optimization possibilities for the genetic templates of existing insect units, he concentrated the majority of his efforts on designing new airborne combat units. After finalizing the modifications to the genetic template, he introduced it into the embryo of a larva. Through mental scanning, he closely monitored the development of this embryo. Once the larva was born, he promptly instructed a logistical spider ant to transport it to an independent incubation laboratory 5 kilometers away for specialized care. Having completed yet another task, Han Fei took a deep breath, striving to alleviate the mental fatigue that had begun to weigh heavily upon him. In the past 2 years, in addition to designing new aerial combat units, Han Fei has also gathered a collection of relatively accessible extraordinary beast genes, such as the pangolin with its stone-like skin, the falcon capable of unleashing wind blades, and the colossal serpent that can exhale icy breath. Initially, it was believed that these extraordinary beasts could unlock the door to the extraordinary for the Zerg. However, the results have proven to be less than satisfactory. The genes within these extraordinary beasts pertain to the ordinary species, where Han Fei's genetic mastery remains unfaltering. Yet, when it comes to the peculiar strands associated with extraordinary power, Han Fei refers to them as genetic tumors. Chapter 34. Extraordinary Genes. Han Fei found himself utterly perplexed, unable to decipher the formation of the divine characteristic of genetic adjustment. This predicament seemed to stem from his past experiences in a biomedical laboratory during his previous life, where he primarily dealt with the genetics of fruit flies, laboratory mice, various viruses, and certain human genes. The concept of extraordinary genes was entirely foreign to him, rendering his genetic adjustment efforts powerless in the face of these extraordinary genes. With no viable solutions at hand, Han Fei attempted to amalgamate these extraordinary genes into the embryos of larvae, hoping for a stroke of luck that might yield extraordinary units. The first batch of 2,000 experimental jumping insects emerged from their cocoons in a bizarre state, many missing limbs. Among these specimens, only a scant few exhibited extraordinary abilities. And the issue remained, how could a legless jumping insect engage in battle? Within the entire batch, only one jumping insect displayed a semblance of normalcy, successfully acquiring the ability of petrified skin. However, the effect was not akin to that of an extraordinary pangolin, whose petrified skin envelopes its entire body. Instead, this jumping insect exhibited extraordinary effects in only a few isolated areas, with patches of petrification appearing sporadically across its body. The result was akin to a beggar's version of petrified skin, providing merely a marginally better protective capacity. Despite Han Fei's scrutiny, the genes within this jumping insect remained inscrutable. The second batch fared even worse. Not a single specimen emerged healthy. Upon witnessing the dismal results, Han Fei decisively abandoned the notion of producing extraordinary units through mere chance. Recognizing the unacceptably low success rate, temporarily setting aside this endeavor, he opted to have the Ant Queen store these extraordinary genes. With a heavy sigh, Han Fei withdrew his consciousness from the Ant Queen. The research into the extraordinary insect race would have to be paused. Perhaps once he ignited the divine fire and enhanced his genetic control abilities, he might unravel the mysteries of extraordinary genes. His knowledge base included information about igniting divine fire. His reputation as an academic prodigy was not unfounded. Those who transcend the demigod status to ignite divine fire and ascend to godhood experience a significant elevation in their divine characteristics, while their core followers awaken extraordinary talents. This transformation leads to a monumental leap in power, as the followers of demigods are primarily ordinary beings, whereas becoming a deity paves the way for core followers to access extraordinary paths. Returning to the skies above the divine realm, Han Fei gazed upon the domain, which had expanded 30-fold over the past 2 years, alongside the industrious insect race diligently constructing their territory. A swell of pride surged within him. Despite the exhaustion of being an overworked cog, witnessing the fruits of his labor made Han Fei feel that all his sacrifices had been worthwhile. Regaining his focus, Han Fei quietly exited the realm of the gods. In reality, only a few hours remained before the commencement of the new school term, and he needed to prepare in advance. The black divine landing pod opened once more, and Han Fei emerged, invigorated after 3 months of immersion. His physique had undergone significant enhancement under the nurturing of divine power, and he no longer experienced the debilitating aches that plagued him upon exiting the realm of the gods. Instinctively, he grabbed a high-energy nutritional supplement and consumed it in a couple of swallows. With a flick of his wrist, the divine energy bracelet illuminated with a radiant white light. A semi-transparent screen materialized before him, showcasing a flickering red notification at its center. Without hesitation, Han Fei reached out and tapped the important message to delve into its contents. Hello, Han Fei. If you have successfully established your divine domain, please arrive at the Academic Affairs Office of Zhonghai No. 2 High School, 4th Campus, before 9 a.m. on December 29th to complete your enrollment procedures. The school will provide complimentary accommodation, meals, a divine landing capsule, and all essential living supplies. Please endeavor to travel light for your enrollment. Gazing at the notification from the school, Han Fei glanced at the time. Less than 2 hours remained. He was not fond of arriving at the last minute, so departing early was imperative. He promptly donned a clean school uniform, tucked the last high-energy nutritional supplement into his pocket, and set off without delay. During the 3-month vacation, Han Fei had managed to leave the realm of the gods approximately every 15 hours, skillfully utilizing all the nutritional supplements. Climbing aboard a shuttle, he barely settled in before announcing his destination. Zhonghai No. 2 High School, 4th Campus, let us hurry. The destination was located on the 172nd floor of Zhonghai No. 2 High School, 4th Campus, while he was currently situated in the 36th floor, Unit 653 of the resettlement community. The journey would take 56 minutes. Passengers were advised to remain patient, the intelligent voice announced. As the shuttle activated, it seamlessly merged into a projection flight path. Han Fei sat quietly in the shuttle, his eyes gently closed, attentively sensing the condition of his divine domain. After 3 months of acclimatization to divine power, he could now faintly perceive the status of his divine domain within. The day he could clearly sense it would mark the moment he would no longer require the assistance of the divine landing capsule to immerse his consciousness directly into his divine realm. As the shuttle ascended to higher levels, the external environment transformed dramatically. When Han Fei opened his eyes once more, soft sunlight streamed through the shuttle window, heralding the dawn of a new day, the sunlight gentle and not blinding. The blue sky and white clouds surrounded him, and the area he traversed became progressively cleaner and more orderly, with verdant grass carpeting all activity platforms and artistic flower beds brimming with a variety of blossoms. Compared to the 36th floor where he resided, it was akin to stepping into an entirely different world. Dear passengers, we will arrive at our destination in 1 minute. Please check your luggage and prepare for disembarkation. Wishing you a pleasant journey, the intelligent voice chimed, signaling that they were nearing their destination. Perhaps it was the captivating scenery at such heights that made the travel time seem to fly by for Han Fei. Only when the shuttle came to a gentle stop did he reluctantly conclude his scenic tour. Upon stepping off the shuttle, he was immediately captivated by the sights before him. 2 immense ribs tower upward, converging towards the center at a height of several meters. A vibrant green vine, reminiscent of a climbing tiger, envelopes these colossal ribs, creating an arched corridor of verdant splendor. Sunlight streams through the crevices between the ribs, illuminating the interior of the corridor, the giant skeletal structure, the lush foliage, and the golden rays of sunlight compose a breathtaking tableau, where the primal and the vibrant are exquisitely intertwined. Many newcomers, recently disembarked from their aerial vessels, are captivated by the scene before them, pausing to admire it, while others, indifferent to the spectacle, hasten towards the end of the passageway. Chapter 35. Advancement. Han Fei, after a brief moment of admiration, returned to reality, realizing that it was not the time for leisurely sightseeing. He needed to attend to the formalities of enrollment. Summoning the navigation map with a wave of his hand, he pinpointed his destination, promptly disregarding the crowd still enchanted by the captivating scenery. He briskly walked down the verdant corridor until he reached its end, where the enchanting views transformed into stark reality. Before him stood a neatly constructed modern school gate, adorned with the sign of Zhonghai No. 2 High School's 4th campus. The unassuming appearance struck Han Fei with a profound sense of contrast. Stop dawdling, scholar. All educational institutions adhere to standardized designs for their entrances. Hence, they invest in showcasing their prowess beyond the gates, he mused. At that moment, a hand suddenly clapped on Han Fei's shoulder, accompanied by a pleasantly surprised voice from behind. Turning to look, he saw a dark-skinned boy clad in the same school uniform, sporting a neat buzz cut and nearly matching Han Fei's height. The boy was dragging a suitcase with one hand while displaying a bright smile with his pearly white teeth. This was Lang Shui, whom Han Fei knew came from a well-off family. Having lived in a lower-tier apartment during his childhood, he had moved to a lavish residence on the 140th floor after his family's fortunes improved. It seemed that due to his limited exposure to sunlight as a child, he developed a penchant for sunbathing after the move. However, as the academic pressures of his second year escalated, his leisure time dwindled, resulting in his increasingly darker complexion. Han Fei later learned that Lang Shui would only venture out into the sun during its peak intensity, justifying it with the adage that quantity could compensate for quality. Lang Shui, congratulations on successfully stepping into your senior year. Han Fei greeted his classmate, offering timely congratulations. During their second year, Lang Shui often sat beside him, frequently seeking his guidance on various subjects. His affable nature made him one of the few individuals with whom Han Fei could engage in casual conversation. Haha, mutual congratulations. You wouldn't believe it. Our class's attendance for enrollment is likely less than half. I merely consider myself fortunate, just lucky. He spoke of his supposed luck with a tone that feigned humility. Yet his triumphant expression and the content of his words incited an urge to deliver a playful slap to his face. Enough with the boasting. If you were to utter such words back in the second year, you'd better watch out, Han Fei thought, accustomed to Lang Shui's tendency to speak without thinking, leading him to inadvertently offend others. I didn't mean it that way. I'm just overjoyed, so Lang Shui stammered, attempting to explain himself, but at a loss for words. All right, I understand you didn't intend to belittle anyone. Let us promptly head to the Academic Affairs Office to complete our enrollment, Han Fei interjected, effectively bringing the topic to a close. Yes, enrollment is paramount. Brother Bao has already gone inside. Let us hurry and finalize our enrollment procedures so we can reunite with him, Lang Shui readily acknowledged. Recalling their primary purpose for being there, two individuals journeyed together, following the guidance of their navigation system, and successfully arrived at the Academic Affairs Office of the school. Within the campus, Han Fei experienced an uncanny sense of familiarity, reminiscent of a past life. Small buildings were scattered throughout the landscape, bathed in brilliant sunlight, with expansive greenery. A few students glided past on their hoverboards, creating an atmosphere that echoed the vibrancy of university life, in stark contrast to the oppressive tension of their previous high school experience. The Academic Affairs Office stood as an independent structure. The first floor housed the enrollment registration hall. Upon entering, they observed an ambience akin to that of a typical administrative hall, which did not particularly concern them. In contemporary society, administrative offices often share similar designs. The Ministry of Education and its subordinate departments, being official institutions, naturally adopted a uniform style for the registration hall. The two swiftly approached an unattended counter to complete their enrollment. Lang Shui took the initiative, addressing the staff behind the counter. Please scan your identification information. Immediately, a virtual scanning projection materialized, resembling the procedure Han Fei had encountered at the Welfare Distribution Center. Lang Shui raised his energy wristband, swiping across the projection to finalize his enrollment. Registration completed. Please arrive at your classroom before 9 a.m. Relevant information has been sent to your wristband. Kindly check for updates, the staff member stated in a formulaic tone upon completion of the registration. Observing this, Han Fei did not hesitate and promptly followed suit, executing the same procedure. Based on the updated information on their wristbands, the two hastily made their way toward the classroom. With less than 20 minutes remaining until the 9 a.m. deadline, they were determined not to be late on their first day of school. Come on, scholar, hurry up. Time is running out, Lang Shui urged, pulling Han Fei into a brisk run. Thanks to recent enhancements in his physical capabilities due to divine power, Han Fei was able to keep pace with Lang Shui. The expanse of the fourth campus exceeded Han Fei's expectations. What appeared as a small distance on the map took them over 10 minutes of running to reach their destination. Han Fei estimated that the area of the fourth campus was at least 10 times larger than that of the second campus he had previously attended, which explained why he had seen students zipping around on hoverboards. With a sudden push, Lang Shui flung open the door to classroom 1 of the third year, dragging Han Fei inside. They arrived just 2 minutes before 9 a.m., breathless from their exertions. Phew, we made it. This campus is enormous, Lang Shui exclaimed, finding a seat and catching his breath. At least we aren't late, Han Fei replied, equally exhausted. However, instead of immediately sitting down, he scanned the classroom environment. The room housed fewer than 30 students, a mix of familiar faces from his previous class and unfamiliar ones, likely from other campuses. In a fleeting glance, Han Fei caught sight of Li Mingyao seated by the window, clad in the same school uniform. His golden hair shimmered under the sunlight, and his handsome visage was adorned with a smile directed towards the two of them. He epitomized the quintessential protagonist of campus life, a radiant, charming student excelling academically, hailing from a well-off family. Noticing Han Fei's gaze, Li Mingyao promptly waved, beckoning him to join. After exchanging a brief word with Lang Shui, Han Fei made his way towards Li Mingyao. Scholar, I'm coming too, wait for me, Lang Shui remarked, having also noticed Li Mingyao's gesture. And he swiftly followed in Han Fei's footsteps. Chapter 36. Lu Wenzhong Han Fei, congratulations on your successful advancement to the next level, Li Mingyao said with a smile that carried a hint of deeper meaning. Thank you, and congratulations to you as well. I hope we both achieve our goals, Han Fei replied, returning the smile and offering his best wishes. This group of students had all received their divine seeds at the same time, and thus their periods of protection would end nearly simultaneously. According to the timeline, they would officially exit the protection phase by tomorrow. At this moment, they were merely on the threshold of their senior year. Whether they could truly enter the final year of high school depended on overcoming one last hurdle, safely transporting their divine realms back to the secure area of human civilization after the protection period concluded. Isn't our success in advancing to the next level a foregone conclusion? We've endured 3 months, so the final stretch should be a breeze, Lang Shui interjected, having joined the conversation. He then grasped Li Mingbao's hand with a sycophantic expression, saying, Brother Bao, you always seem to have time to engage in the group chat. Clearly confident. From now on, I'll be relying on you for protection. Lang Shui had always regarded Li Mingyao as a role model, envious of his charm with women, perpetually the object of their affections. He yearned to learn the art of romance from him, never reflecting on whether his own image might be the issue as to why he lacked female admirers. He was oblivious to the fact that Li Mingyao had just congratulated Han Fei on his successful advancement, a matter that only Li Mingyao was privy to. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open once more, and a mature man in a teacher's uniform strode in confidently. He approached the podium with purpose, his piercing gaze sweeping across all the students in the room. The previously chatty students fell silent at once. I am Lu Wenzhong, the homeroom teacher for class 1 of the senior year. I am pleased to see you all here. But whether you can remain in this class depends on your ability to return safely to the controlled area of human civilization after exiting the protection phase. His authoritative opening remarks instantly commanded the attention of the students who had just emerged from their protective cocoon. Without pausing, he continued. You may believe that being in school now guarantees your advancement to the senior year, but I must inform you that the probability of safely reaching the secure zone is not 100%. Each year, There are those who endure the 3-month period only to have their divine realms shattered by invasions the moment they exit protection. Therefore, we require you to report to school a day early to enhance your chances of safely reaching the secure zone. As Lu Wenjung spoke, the previously relaxed demeanor of the students grew tense once more. You should all be aware that only after exiting the protection phase can you be transported to the continent of divine communication. So, from the moment the protection ends, how long will it take to reach the continent? Obtain a high-level directional transport card, return to your divine realm, activate the card, and complete the transport. At this moment, Lu Wenjung posed a question, his words capturing the full attention of all the students. Casting a glance around the classroom, he noted that everyone was now sitting upright, shedding their earlier languor. He then calmly stated, the answer is 3.76 seconds, which is the shortest time achievable and the reason why the school has asked you to arrive a day early. Without further ado, Lu Wenjung took a breath and continued his explanation. To complete the entire process within such a brief span, you will require thorough preparation and cooperation from those distributing the teleportation cards on the continent of divine communication. Standing straight with his hands clasped behind his back, he further dampened the spirits of the students. Even so, every year, there are individuals who encounter unforeseen incidents within those fleeting 3 to 4 seconds. I hope none of you will be so unfortunate. At this point, Lu Wenjung observed that some students' faces were beginning to twist with anxiety. A momentary flicker of satisfaction crossed his usually indifferent expression, revealing a pleased smile. Of course, the probability of such incidents was exceedingly low. Only a handful of individuals face such a fate each year, thus there was no need for excessive worry. This final twist in his narrative shattered the heavy atmosphere that had settled in the classroom, and an uproar erupted. Wow, that scared me. My mind went blank. Brother Bao, do you think our homeroom teacher is hiding something sinister? How can it be so terrifying? Lang Shui took a deep breath, managing to compose his nearly distorted expression. The homeroom teacher spoke the truth, not merely indulging in alarmist rhetoric. In reality, once one leaves the protection period, the probability of being attacked within 5 seconds approaches 1%. After this experience, would you still maintain a carefree attitude, dismissing those final seconds? Li Mingao wore a smile on his face, yet held a deep admiration for the new homeroom teacher's approach. The classic technique of first inducing anxiety and then lifting spirits left a profound impression and demonstrated a remarkable skill in adjusting mindsets. At this moment, Han Fei softly interjected. Brother Bao, you two are impressive. I, however, need a moment to recover. Lang Shui was still calming his fluctuating emotions when he noticed that Li Mingbao and Han Fei's expressions remained unchanged. Lu Wenjung then clapped his hands. And once the classroom quieted down, he expressed his satisfaction to the students. All right, I have completed my self-introduction. From now on, you may call me Teacher Lu. I have sent the relevant procedures for leaving the protection period and the coordinates of the continent of divine communication to your wristbands. As everyone attentively read, he continued. Between 9:30 and 9:35, which corresponds to 5 hours in the divine world, there will be personnel at the designated coordinates to distribute teleportation cards. With that, Lu Wenjung descended from the podium. During this time frame, everyone must complete this final step. Please remain vigilant, as only those who succeed will be assigned dormitories. Failure to do so will result in an immediate return home. He had now reached the front of the classroom. Lu Wenjung gently opened the classroom door and addressed the students within. Next door, we have a specially designed divine landing pod equipped with the most precise time calibrator. You may embark on your journey now. As soon as Lu Wenjung finished speaking, a wave of excited chatter erupted in the classroom once more. Several individuals promptly rose from their seats and confidently made their way toward the divine landing pod parked next door. Chapter 37, Assessment Notification. Brother Bao, Scholar. Let us depart as well. We have merely 10 minutes until 9:30. Upon witnessing this situation, Lang Shui prepared to make his exit. You two go ahead. I have a few inquiries for the homeroom teacher, Han Fei responded, exhibiting no urgency, as he was no longer within the demigod protection period. Lang Shui, let us proceed. Li Mingbao said, exchanging a brief farewell with Han Fei before striding towards the classroom door. Observing Li Mingbao already on his way, Lang Shui promptly addressed Han Fei. I shall also head over. Scholar, do hurry. With that, He quickly matched Li Mingbao's pace. Nearly 3 minutes had elapsed when only Han Fei remained in the classroom. "Student, why do you linger? There are only 7 minutes left." Lu Wenjing remarked upon noticing Han Fei's stillness. "Hello, Teacher Lu. I am Han Fei. I have already exited the protection period. And the situation in the Divine Realm is quite stable, thus there is no rush," Han Fei explained as he rose, sensing Lu Wenjing's attention upon him. He continued, "Teacher Lu, I wish to inquire, if I were to teleport back to the safe zone immediately, aside from ensuring safety, what benefits would there be for the development of the Divine Realm?" Upon hearing Han Fei's question, Lu Wenjing scrutinized the student before him, who, despite his delicate features, bore a pallid complexion, suggesting he seldom saw sunlight, and his physique appeared quite frail. Consequently, Lu Wenjing began to approach Han Fei slowly, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "Under normal circumstances, upon your teleportation back to the safe zone, you would immediately receive the school's welfare resources. A total of 10 resource cards of various types. I will assist you in identifying the current deficiencies of your Divine Realm and planning a future development direction during the 3 months leading up to the assessment, thereby laying a solid foundation for your realm." Upon concluding Lu Wenjing's explanation, Han Fei swiftly dismissed the notion of immediate teleportation back. It was evident that the 10 resource cards would be of the most mundane variety, rendering them superfluous to Han Fei, who could effortlessly acquire over 10,000 square kilometers of land by vanquishing a single demigod. As for the teacher's planning assistance, Han Fei was skeptical about the potential for any constructive future strategy regarding the swarm's development. "Teacher Lu, may I request that the 10 resource cards be transferred to me via the Pantheon Exchange?" Han Fei promptly proposed the online transfer of the resource cards. He had no desire to undertake a lengthy teleportation merely for 10 ordinary resource cards, considering that a single high-level directional teleportation card was valued at 5,000 divine power points, while 10 ordinary resource cards were worth only 1,000. "Are you not planning to return to the safe zone governed by civilization?" Lu Wenjing, having already formed a conjecture, wore a smile upon hearing Han Fei's request. "Indeed. Teacher Lu, I believe that remaining here for now is more advantageous for my development," Han Fei affirmed, recognizing that his intentions had been discerned. "Please, take a seat and let us converse. It seems your guardian must be quite formidable. How many times have you ventured into the realms after your protection period?" Lu Wenjing gestured for Han Fei to sit down, then plopped onto a nearby stool himself. Han Fei, taken aback by the abrupt question, pondered for a moment. Reflecting on his 2 years of exhausting overtime, he realized he had invaded perhaps fewer than 20 domains. More than 10 times, he replied, opting for a modest response to avoid appearing overly boastful. You have invaded 10 times?" Lu Wenjing's brows arched in surprise at the figure Han Fei presented. His expression swiftly shifted to one of delight, and he inquired eagerly, "Did you emerge victorious each time? What extraordinary species is your awakened core guardian?" Recalling the retreat he faced against the elves, Han Fei responded, "Not every encounter resulted in victory. I have experienced losses as well. My guardian is a type of aberrant beast, an ordinary-level species." He then elaborated on the species of his guardian, noting that the world's perception of the insect race largely remained rooted in the idea of feeble crawling creatures. Thus, he informed Lu Wenjing that the most potent among them was the jump insect, a choice that would offer clarity without necessitating further explanation, as referring to the jump insect as an aberrant beast was not inaccurate. An ordinary-level species. To invade 10 times without a mishap is indeed impressive. Upon hearing Han Fei's reply, Lu Wenjing's face momentarily fell in disappointment. He had anticipated discovering a prodigious student among them, a being of extraordinary lineage. Yet, he quickly recalibrated his mindset. "Your abilities may indeed be considerable," he stated earnestly to Han Fei, "but I still advise you to return to the civilized safe zone. You may not have yet encountered demigods possessing extraordinary species." He continued, "I must inform you that the disparity in combat prowess between extraordinary and ordinary species is, in the early stages, akin to a chasm." Reflecting on the formidable extraordinary beings he had encountered, Han Fei acknowledged their strength but felt they were not insurmountable. "Teacher Lu, I understand, but I wish to develop my skills in the wilderness for a while longer." "Very well. If you insist, I shall not dissuade you further." Each individual must forge their own path. Perhaps your choices are indeed the right ones. Noting Han Fei's steadfastness, Lu Wenjing acquiesced to his wishes. With a slight shake of his head, he added, I will provide you with a coordinate shortly. You can retrieve resource cards from the Divine Exchange continent. However, you must return for the assessment 3 months hence. At this point, observing Han Fei's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Wenjing's expression turned serious. The school allocates 3 months for development. Specifically for this assessment, which is crucial for your resource allocation in your final year. More importantly, it serves as a selection process through which the school will identify individuals for focused cultivation. Participating in the Citywide University League is advantageous for your future university applications. Achieving commendable results in this league not only allows you to represent Shanghai City in the global competition but also attracts numerous university representatives who come to observe the event. Those who excel may even receive direct invitations for admission to universities, if one is fortunate enough to stand out and advance to the prestigious regional competition. Securing a place in a reputable university becomes highly probable. At that juncture, demonstrating exceptional performance could transform the aspiration of entering a top-tier university into a tangible reality. Chapter 38. Development Direction. As for aspiring to achieve a ranking in the Stellar Region competition, such thoughts are futile. Only exceptional individuals earn such accolades. They will be invited into exclusive training sessions, competing with prodigies from 2 other stellar regions for the allocation of resources from the Ministry of Education in the coming year. These remarkable individuals have the liberty to select any university they desire. At this point, Lu Wenjing paused briefly before continuing, I may have digressed. But remember this. If you truly possess the capability, these competitions not only offer substantial rewards but also significantly assist in your university selection. Many invaluable resources are exclusively available at top-tier universities and are otherwise unattainable. Thus, this is crucial for your future and can be considered a shortcut to igniting your potential. You must prioritize this and steadily build your strength before the assessment. Seeing the serious expression on Han Fei's face, indicating that he was absorbing the advice, Lu Wenjing revealed a satisfied smile. Teacher Lu, I understand. I will certainly participate in the assessment on time in 3 months, Han Fei responded. Although he had worked diligently during his 2nd year, he was relatively uninformed about the matters following his 3rd year. After hearing Lu Wenjing's explanation, he finally gained a clear understanding of his future academic path. That is all for now. You should promptly collect your advanced positioning teleportation card, which is distributed uniformly by the academic office. If you miss it, the process to rectify it can be quite troublesome. Upon receiving Han Fei's affirmative response, Lu Wenjing felt a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that these reckless youngsters would, out of pride, miss this significant assessment that could greatly benefit them in their 3rd year. Thank you for the reminder. I will go immediately, Han Fei said without hesitation, rising at once to head towards the adjacent Divine landing pod. Watching Han Fei exit the classroom, Lu Wenjing smiled to himself, thinking, my persuasive abilities have truly improved. Look at him, completely swayed by my words. Although uncertain about the specifics of Han Fei's capabilities, he believed that completing 10 incursions and steadily accumulating strength over the next 3 months would likely secure their class a spot in the Citywide League. Meanwhile, as Han Fei entered the Divine landing pod, he silently contemplated, it seems I must re-evaluate my future plans. Currently, the Divine Domain spans only 300,000 square kilometers, accommodating a mere 40 million jump bugs at maximum capacity, which is insufficient given the rapid growth of the swarm. With the current efficiency of the splitting ovaries, in 30 years, the Divine World could possess 35 splitting ovaries, yielding a daily production of 70,000 bug units, totaling over 25 million units annually. As this realization dawned on him, Han Fei felt a headache coming on. It was imperative to begin optimizing the genes of the jump bugs to reduce individual consumption while simultaneously increasing invasion frequency and expanding the Divine Domain's area. Both aspects needed to be addressed concurrently. Helplessly, he began to formulate a future work plan in his mind, suddenly feeling overwhelmed. At 10 minutes to 9, Lu Wenjing once again stood on the podium, gazing at the students who had returned to the classroom and gathered together. He clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face, and addressed the students below. Congratulations, you are now officially entering your senior year. However, This is merely the beginning. In 3 months, we shall conduct an assessment. Han Fei, seated beside Lang Shui with a peculiar expression, listened to Teacher Lu's impassioned speech from the podium. The content was nearly identical to what he had previously discussed with Han Fei alone, yet it was imbued with a greater fervor. Glancing over, he noted Lang Shui's eyes sparkling with excitement, though he still endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor. Han Fei silently mused, "This Teacher Lu has quite the intricate tactics. His oratory skills are remarkable. Lang Shui, don't get overly excited here. With your serpent kin, just focus on the Citywide College League. As for the Global League, that's merely for listening. Tell me, when you just exited the protection period, what were your coordinates in the Divine Realm?" Han Fei casually interrupted Lang Shui's daydreaming. "When I exited, the coordinates were..." Still recovering from his thoughts, Lang Shui instinctively recited a string of coordinates upon hearing Han Fei's question. Only after did he realize, turning to Han Fei, he said, "Can I think about it? There are bonus points involved. What is the difference between having dreams and being a couch potato? And you, academic prodigy, what do you need my coordinates for?" Just curious to see how far everyone was from the safety zone when they exited, Han Fei nonchalantly dismissed Lang Shui's inquiry and chose to ignore him thereafter. At this point, Lu Wenzhong finally concluded his fervent speech, took a brief breath, and continued, "That will be all for today. I have sent you the assembly coordinates. Tomorrow morning at 9, everyone must gather punctually in the world of the gods. From now on, unless notified, there will be no more classes in reality. You may now choose your dormitories based on the information on your wristbands. You are dismissed." With that, Lu Wenzhong promptly exited the classroom. "Let us go as well." Seeing that the homeroom teacher had departed, Han Fei no longer lingered. He called to the two beside him and immediately summoned the navigation, heading toward the dormitory area. As the trio advanced, observing the distance displayed on the navigation, Han Fei estimated it would take half an hour to reach the dormitories. Hence, he began to engage in casual conversation to pass the time. "What do you think I should do to develop my divine realm in the future? As a serpent person, I possess no particular talents, I cannot establish any industries, and I am utterly clumsy at constructing a house. It seems I have no direction for development." During their idle chatter, Lang Shui suddenly posed the conundrum he was facing. Han Fei cast a casual glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Tomorrow. You can ask the homeroom teacher. He will assist you in planning your development direction. If all else fails, perhaps you could sell your kin. Serpents are generally quite prolific." "Can we really sell our kin? My serpent kin is indeed quite fertile. I need to think this over. Bao Ge, what industry are you planning to pursue?" Lang Shui pondered Han Fei's words and then turned to Li Mingbao. "As for me, my kin is a quintessential archetype of humanity, possessing no remarkable talents. I shall first delve into industrial advancements before igniting the divine flame, at which point I will transition into the realm of divine energy technology." Upon hearing Lang Shui's inquiry, Li Mingbao candidly shared his developmental trajectory. Lang Shui, taken aback, looked at Li Mingbao and remarked, "Brother Bao, that's impressive. However, this direction demands a substantial amount of resources. And enhancing kin faith is particularly challenging. My family certainly cannot bear that burden." After listening to Lang Shui, Li Mingbao turned to Han Fei and asked, "Scholar, what kin do you possess? What industry do you plan to pursue?" He was quite curious about the nature of Han Fei's kin. From previous information, he could ascertain that Han Fei's kin must be formidable. As for the kin being a common level aberrant beast, it was likely that the industry would lean towards aquaculture. Han Fei casually replied that what he engaged in within the divine realm bore little difference from farming endeavors. Chapter 39, The Flying Jump Worm by Heavens, Scholar. Your enterprise is quite impressive. What economic species are you cultivating, and how are the profits? What are the breeding conditions? Please share some insights with me. Lang Shui immediately believed Han Fei's tall tales and sought to glean wisdom from him. After a moment's contemplation, Han Fei casually replied to Lang Shui, "The profits are decent. I suppose. It's a symbiotic species under my dominion, one you cannot rear." Li Mingbao turned in surprise to look at Han Fei. Recalling how he had heard Han Fei inquire about Lang Shui's coordinates post-protection period, he had assumed Han Fei might indeed venture down the path of invasion and development. Yet he was taken aback to discover that Han Fei was also engaged in an economic enterprise within the divine realm. As the three continued their idle chatter, they finally arrived at the dormitory area. A series of quaint two-story villas lay before them, interconnected in a picturesque manner. According to the navigation information, these were all dormitories. The map indicated red for occupied units and blue for those available for occupancy, with each student assigned a suite. Although Han Fei was already aware that the institution was a wealthy and powerful entity, the sight before him still expanded his understanding. In such a valuable space as the 172nd floor, providing each student with their own villa for accommodation surpassed his expectations. It was no wonder that everyone in this society was instilled from an early age with the ambition to ascend to divinity. For only by achieving this could one find a true path forward. Without further ado, Han Fei made his way toward the nearest unoccupied dormitory. Observing Han Fei's choice, Li Mingbao and Lang Shui casually selected nearby rooms for themselves as well. Standing in front of the designated dormitory door, Han Fei greeted his companions before gesturing to his wristband. The scanning projection on the door promptly registered his check-in. Upon entering, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback by the opulent decor before him, characterized by a modern minimalist style imbued with a sense of science fiction. At that moment, a blue spherical virtual projection materialized in the center of the living room. A gentle mechanical voice resonated within the room. "Greetings, classmate Han Fei. I am the intelligent steward of this dormitory, and I am pleased to serve you. I have sent the dormitory management regulations to your wristband. Aside from the prohibitions outlined in the regulations, you may instruct me to fulfill any other requests. Wishing you a pleasant stay." With that, the projection faded away. And Han Fei paid it no mind. Such intelligent stewards were commonplace in households of even moderate means in society. He then proceeded to explore the entirety of the dormitory. After surveying the space where he would reside, Han Fei reclined on the living room sofa, a look of satisfaction on his face. The entire first floor was occupied by the living room, dining area, kitchen, and bathroom, while the second floor housed the bedroom, walk-in closet, study, gym, and another bathroom, with all essential living amenities at hand. "Steward," Han Fei softly called out, and once again the spherical projection appeared in the center of the living room. "At your service. What can I assist you with?" Curious about the meal arrangements at the school, Han Fei posed the question that weighed on his mind. "The school will arrange 3 meals a day, delivered punctually to the dormitory according to your preferences. Should you have any specific dietary requirements, please inform us in advance." Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the intelligent assistant promptly responded, "I require a batch of nutritional supplements. Please make the necessary arrangements." Han Fei stated his demands before swiftly turning and ascending the stairs toward his bedroom. He immediately entered the advanced divine landing pod provided by the school, waved his hand to transfer his records into the new device, and upon completing this, he softly uttered, "Initiate the login procedure." As Han Fei re-entered the realm of deities, the sight of the divine domain beneath him felt like a distant memory. Everything here remained so familiar that a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He released his divine consciousness to scan the entire divine domain, and an information panel promptly appeared before him. Name: Swarm Sovereign Level, Demigod Divine Fire, Unlit Divine Status, None Divine Imprint, None Divine Characteristics, Environmental Adaptation, Genetic Modification Divinity, 1 point Divine Power, 21. 450 points Faith Power, 83 million Core Dependents, Insect Race Number of Dependents, 1 Queen Ant, 1 million Piercing Wolf Spiders, 1 million Poisonous Dragonflies, 2 million Logistic Spider Ants, 3 million Curved Blade Cockroaches, 1 million Jumping Worms. Gazing at the data before him, Han Fei felt a pang of discomfort at the mere million jumping worms. Were it not for the demigod of the undead dependents, the number of jumping worms should have been around 2 million. Over the 2 years of invasion, Han Fei had suffered losses exceeding 7 million various insect units, and his current strength was even lower than at the onset of the invasion. If the conflict continued, he feared he might face defeat. For now, he resolved to endure for a year, to thoroughly digest the gains from prior battles. After a year, the number of jumping worms could exceed 4 million. At that point, he would teleport to the coordinates provided by Longshui. His immediate priorities were to resolve the issues concerning aerial units and to reduce consumption. Han Fei pondered silently before closing the information panel. Having determined his objectives, Han Fei immediately immersed himself in intense work. Time flew by, and Han Fei had been operating independently for 20 years. During this period, He had expanded the divine domain to nearly 1 million square kilometers, and the swarm underwent a comprehensive renewal. Thanks to the diverse genes he had collected, Han Fei finally have the individual consumption of jumping worms. Furthermore, he equipped the jumping worms within the divine domain with the long-desired wing structures, enhancing their surface mobility and allowing them to effortlessly traverse various obstacles and cliffs. Among the original units in the divine domain, only a certain quantity of poisonous dragonflies remained, while the piercing wolf spiders and logistic spider ants had been entirely phased out. In their stead, Han Fei introduced two new insect units, referred to as flying jumping worms and logistic jumping worms. Compared to the mutated jumping worms engaged in ground combat, the three types bore striking similarities in appearance, with the primary distinctions lying in their size and the functional organs they housed within. The flying jump insect measures less than 1 meter in length, appearing diminutive when compared to its mutated counterpart, which exceeds 1.5 meters. Its slender physique showcases a range of organs and skeletal structures that have been meticulously optimized. The skeletal framework resembles that of avian species, characterized by a robust yet slender composition, featuring a hollow design that eliminates the dense bony plates typically found on the back. Its dermal scales are not only delicate and lightweight, but also significantly reduce overall weight while still providing a degree of defense. The intricate vascular wings on the back of the flying jump insect exhibit an expansive wingspan and formidable strength, coupled with its lightweight body structure. This enables remarkable agility and velocity in the air, effortlessly achieving flight speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Chapter 40. Trials. The specially designed backscythe boasts enhanced flexibility in its joints, while the scythe-shaped blade is honed to a razor-sharp edge, allowing it to glide seamlessly along the body during high-speed flight, thereby minimizing resistance. Upon nearing a target, it can suddenly spring forth, and with the formidable impact generated by its velocity, the keen backscythe can cleave an adversary in two. In a state of reduced speed, the flying jump insect demonstrates remarkable prowess, engaging in close-quarters combat with any target, thanks to its extraordinary agility and a defensive capability that far surpasses that of ordinary species. Meanwhile, the logistical jump insect, slightly smaller than its flying counterpart, measuring just over 0.5 meter, also exhibits commendable flying abilities. Although its diminutive size renders it less competitive in high-speed flight when compared to specialized flying jump insects, it excels in stable movement within confined spaces. This compact form has finally allowed the logistical jump insect to be equipped with the signature weapon of the piercing wolf spider, the piercing appendage. This three-segmented, foldable limb is cleverly concealed at the center of its back, flanked by 3 pairs of tentacles, each with a 6-fingered structure at the tips. Adept at executing a variety of intricate maneuvers. Over the years, Han Fei has aspired to create a long-range attack unit for the swarm. Yet the limitations imposed by the physical constraints of ordinary species have hampered his efforts. The long-range units he has developed either deliver feeble physical attacks with exceedingly short ranges, often missing their mark, or rely on chemical assaults that necessitate a return home for recuperation and reloading, failing to meet the required damage output. These units have proven to be little more than frivolities, devoid of practical combat value. In Han Fei's view, breakthroughs in long-range units may only be achievable through extraordinary powers. Additionally, Han Fei has endeavored to create highly intelligent insect units to address the cognitive deficiencies within the swarm. However, he discovered that these high IQ experimental subjects, influenced by insect genes, while possessing a degree of belief from birth, fall far short of fanaticism and exhibit significant instability. Overall, although these intelligent entities have become more astute, their heightened awareness poses considerable drawbacks for the pyramid-like societal structure of the swarm, far from enhancing the swarm's combat capabilities. These fearful individuals, when placed in frontline command, inadvertently undermine the collective fighting strength of the jump insects. Consequently, Han Fei was compelled to destroy this batch of experimental subjects, temporarily shelving the project in hopes of future solutions. At this moment, Han Fei stands in the air, gazing into the void beyond the divine realm, his brow furrowed in concern. It has been over a year since he last encountered another demigod in this area. Nevertheless, the insect swarm within the divine realm continues to thrive, reaching the limits of what the realm can sustain. Once more, he extends his divine sense to scan the state of the swarm, and a blue holographic display materializes before him. Name: Swarm Overlord. Level: Demigod. Divine Fire: Unlit. Divine Status: None. Divine Imprint: None. Divine Traits: Environmental Adaptation, Genetic Adjustment. Divinity: 1 point. Divine Power: 56,000 points. Belief Power: 43 million. Core Affiliation: Insectoid. Number of Dependents: 1 Queen Ant, 10 million venomous dragonflies, 40 million flying jumping insects, 50 million mutated jumping insects, 40 million logistical jumping insects. Gazing at the screen displaying over 140 million insects, Han Fei contemplated whether to halt the queen ant's reproduction. Upon arriving at the coordinates provided by Lang Shui, Han Fei had thrived in the past few years, yet since this region ceased to yield new demigods departing their protective period, his development speed had plummeted. At times, an entire year would pass without encountering a single prey, his divine domain failing to expand while the insect population continued to proliferate. With no immediate solutions at hand, Han Fei gradually withdrew from the realm of deities, intending to consult his homeroom teacher regarding other suitable locations for his growth. Back in the real world, Han Fei contacted his teacher, Lu Wenzhong, via his wristband. A blue light projected before him as the communication connected. Lu Wenzhong appeared on the screen, astonished, and exclaimed, "Han Fei, it has been 2 months since we last met. I did not expect you to reach out so suddenly. Teacher Lu, I have recently encountered a developmental bottleneck. Do you know of any areas suitable for the predatory advancement of demigods?" Without unnecessary preamble, Han Fei posed his prepared question upon seeing the screen connect. Lu Wenzhong's expression revealed that he had anticipated this outcome. He had suspected that Han Fei had embarked on the path of predatory development when the latter initially declined to return to the safe zone. In the entire realm of deities, the mutual plundering and warfare among civilizations had always been the prevailing theme of development. Except for those demigods focusing solely on logistical progress, everyone ultimately ventured forth to compete for resources. These high school students, having recently opened their divine domains, were merely enjoying extended periods of safety under the protection of civilization. There are indeed locations suitable for the predatory development of demigods, Lu Wenzhong continued, but these fall under post-assessment instructional content. Wherein teachers will lead the way to ensure a degree of safety, you cannot venture there alone. Could you elaborate on the specifics, Teacher Lu? Perhaps I could give it a try, Han Fei replied, clearly dissatisfied with the answer and pressing for more information. Ah, young man. It's not that I underestimate you. It may seem harmless to go there on your own, but should anything go awry, your divine domain would shatter. That area lies on the periphery of our interactions with the Longwa civilization, featuring a barren resource well. Apart from us and the Longwa civilization, numerous smaller civilizations also operate there. It is solely due to the implicit understanding among civilizations that a tacit rule has emerged, allowing only demigods to enter. If you venture there alone, encountering a demigod who has developed for decades or even centuries, or one on the verge of igniting their divine fire, escape would be an impossibility. At this point, Lu Wenzhong took a deep breath, a teasing expression gracing his features as he regarded Han Fei. In response to Lu Wenzhong's tantalizing behavior, Han Fei could only indulge the other's morbid curiosity and inquired, "You must have a method, right? Please do enlighten me." Noticing the expectant expression on Han Fei's face, Lu Wenzhong, satisfied, continued, "Recently, I have nearly completed my guidance for the students in our class. They have all found their footing. Therefore, I have applied for and received permission from the administration to gather a few of the more capable students, allowing them to engage in early training there, thereby enhancing their combat experience. Our goal is to secure a spot in the upcoming assessment." At this juncture, Lu Wenzhong cast a meaningful glance at Han Fei. Chapter 41. Arrival at the safe zone. I intended to notify you, but it seems you reached out first. The slots are limited. If you wish to partake in this trial, return promptly. I shall assess your combat prowess, and your participation will hinge upon your performance. With that, Lu Wenzhong sent over a set of coordinates. "I will return immediately for the gathering and the assessment," Han Fei replied without hesitation, promptly ending the video call. After concluding his communication with Lu Wenzhong, he swiftly re-entered the divine landing pod. Upon returning to his divine realm, Hanfei promptly extracted a high-grade teleportation card. As he infused it with divine power, the card activated. Hidden within his divine realm, he instantly plunged into the open teleportation passage. As he emerged from the passage, he found himself at the coordinates provided by Lu Wenzhong. Upon exiting the teleportation portal, Hanfei instinctively scanned his surroundings. He soon noticed that, not far from him, nearly 500 divine realms were quietly docked. None of these realms concealed themselves. Their barriers emanated a faint glow, resembling a myriad of oversized inverted bowls. A truly magnificent sight. This was a spectacle he had never witnessed in the outside world, where all divine realms concealed themselves, wandering about, waiting to invade or be invaded. Before Hanfei could take further action, one of the divine realms broke away from the group and approached him. A preliminary estimation revealed that this entity was nearly 10 times larger than his own divine realm. Hanfei's demigod form ascended immediately, appearing outside the barrier of his divine realm as he observed the approaching figure. A similar demigod form emerged outside the barrier of the other realm. Upon seeing Hanfei's demigod form, a voice, resonant like a great bell, echoed in Hanfei's ear. "Who are you? Why have you appeared here?" Responding promptly to the inquiry, Hanfei stated, "My name is Hanfei, a student from Class 1 of the 3rd year at Zhonghai No. 2 High School." Under the guidance of Lu Wenzhong, this coordinate was also provided by him. A student from Class 1? Then you should deactivate your concealment and return to your designated area instead of lingering here. Zhou Yong regarded the demigod figure before him with suspicion. However, upon learning he was a Class 1 student, his tone shifted to one of hostility. All the regular third-year students had long since gathered in this area. This sudden appearance of a demigod must have just been teleported in. The divine realm's surface was still cloaked with a concealment spell. Had it not been for the opening of the teleportation passage that caught his attention, he would have been oblivious to the newcomer. At that moment, another divine realm approached, and a demigod form appeared above it. Lu Wenzhong's voice resonated. "Teacher Zhou, just manage your own students. When did it become your prerogative to oversee Class 1? Hanfei observed as Lu Wenzhong approached, his divine domain twice the size of Han's. A faint sense of relief washed over him. He was utterly bewildered by the situation. Having just arrived via teleportation, he was not particularly adept at handling encounters with individuals who displayed hostility without cause upon their first meeting. Fortunately, his homeroom teacher appeared just in time. "Please, Teacher Lu, manage your students and clarify the rules of this place for them." When Zhou Yong noticed Lu Wenzhong's arrival and fixed his gaze upon him, he quickly retreated into his own divine domain, hastily returning to his previous position. With Zhou Yong now gone, Lu Wenzhong turned to Hanfei, a smile gracing his features. "Welcome to the human civilization safety zone, young man." "Teacher Lu, what just transpired?" Hanfei promptly inquired, his curiosity piqued by Lu Wenzhong's words. "Follow me. Let us return to our classroom space." Lu Wenzhong commanded as he maneuvered his divine domain in the direction they had come from. Hanfei, seeing that his companion was moving, chose to remain silent and followed suit. "The individual you just encountered, Zhou Yong, is the homeroom teacher of Class 2. They have a half-elf student who has been rather arrogant of late. If he troubles you again, do inform me. I've been seeking an opportunity to deal with him." Lu Wenzhong explained during their movement. Hanfei could only grimace at this revelation, bemused. "Teacher Lu, could his hostility towards Class 1 students possibly stem from you? How absurd. He is simply the type to harbor grudges, often seeking to create trouble for students from other classes," Lu Wenzhong retorted, a momentary awkwardness flashing across his face before he adopted a serious demeanor as he regarded Hanfei. "Ah, understood. Should he harass me again, I shall certainly inform you." Hanfei replied, meeting Lu Wenzhong's earnest gaze, thereby choosing to heed his counsel. In but a few exchanges, Hanfei had followed Lu Wenzhong to Class 1's base, where around 30 divine domains floated, presumably representing all the students in the class. In the mere span of 2 months, the disparity in the sizes of these domains was striking. Some were less than 20,000 square kilometers, while others had exceeded 100,000 square kilometers. This was precisely why Hanfei had been reluctant to teleport here. The resources provided by the school were exceedingly limited. The assistance that students could procure from their families served as a significant advantage, and the school not only permitted but encouraged such support. For an orphan like Han Fei, arriving here meant he would possess nothing beyond the 10 resource cards allocated by the school. To thrive, he had no choice but to endure the passage of time, accumulating divine power and purchasing resources on the continent of divine exchange. Upon the sight of Han Fei's ethereal form, several students emerged from their divine domains, engaging in casual conversation. "That's Han Fei from our class. We've only seen him on the first day of school. He has shown up since. I heard he's an orphan, lacking familial support, and has been struggling on his own ever since he left the protection period. How unfortunate." Each battle in the early stages incurs heavy losses among the followers. I wonder how many of them still survive. You know nothing. The top scholar is a daring individual who has prematurely exited the protective period. If you lack the courage to venture out and invade, refrain from making sarcastic remarks. At that moment, Lang Shui's voice suddenly resonated, cutting through the surrounding chatter. Upon arriving at the safe zone, Lang Shui had noticed Han Fei's absence during the assembly and, upon inquiring with Li Mingbao, learned of his early withdrawal from the protective period. Subsequently, Lang Shui refrained from disturbing Han Fei in reality, understanding that leaving the realm of the divine without the safety of the zone is exceedingly perilous. Noticing the curiosity of his classmates around him, Lu Wenzhong smiled at Han Fei and remarked, "Young man, observing the distortions around your divine domain while in motion, it appears your divine domain is quite expansive. Here, it is perfectly safe. You may reveal your presence." Chapter 42. The test. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words and observing that none of his peers concealed their divine domains, Han Fei decided to reveal his own, lifting the veil of obscurity that had masked it. As the effects of the concealment technique dissipated, Han Fei's divine domain began to materialize, gradually becoming more distinct. The classmates in the room erupted into a chorus of astonishment upon witnessing the emergence of Han Fei's divine domain. Impossible! Without familial support. How could his divine domain be so vast? This size must be approaching 1 million square kilometers. How did he achieve this? The incredulity was palpable. Could it be that his awakened core follower is an extraordinary species? How many divine domains must he have invaded to attain this? Wow, this academic prodigy is impressive. Brother Bao, look at this. His domain is at least 10 times larger than yours. Lang Shui, filled with excitement at the sight of Han Fei's divine domain, blurted out without thinking, directing his words towards Li Mingbao, the previous owner of the largest divine domain in the class. Li Mingbao, taken aback by the revelation of Han Fei's domain, responded with a smile to Lang Shui's unfiltered exclamation. "It appears to be around 1 million square kilometers. My domain is merely 120,000 square kilometers, so indeed, it is nearly tenfold. Quite impressive." Lu Wenzhong gazed at Han Fei's divine domain with wide-eyed astonishment. Having researched Han Fei's background since enrolling, he was aware that Han Fei was an orphan without any family connections. The sheer size of Han Fei's divine domain suggested that he had been actively engaging in invasion activities during his time away, indicating considerable strength. To achieve success after several invasions was one thing, but to emerge unscathed after dozens would be impossible without substantial power. "Young man, tell me the truth. Is your follower truly an extraordinary species?" Lu Wenjin questioned, suspecting that Han Fei might have been deceiving him. Believing that his follower had already traversed the path of the extraordinary, thus granting him the audacity to roam freely. "That is not the case. My follower is an ordinary species, devoid of extraordinary powers," Han Fei replied earnestly, casting a curious glance at Lu Wenjin. This was the second time the question had been posed, and he believed that extraordinary species, while formidable, were not invincible and possessed various flaws. In the 20 years within the realm of the gods, he had encountered demigods with followers of extraordinary species. Among his most effortless victories were against a group of extraordinary forest sprites, resembling the legendary green-skinned goblins, no taller than 20 centimeters, and exceedingly unattractive. They wielded the ability to manipulate plants, attempting to conceal themselves in the woods for a tactical advantage, only to be encircled by Han Fei's assembly of 15 million flying jumping insects, which circled their entire divine domain relentlessly, with their sharp, sickle-like backs. They effortlessly stripped the entire forest within the opponent's domain, leading to an easy victory while sparing the opponent the need for any subsequent deforestation. Lu Wenjing continued to scrutinize Han Fei with a skeptical gaze before responding, half convinced, regardless of the truth in your words, to participate in the trial. One must first undergo a test. I have already informed the event coordinators, and the testing grounds will soon be prepared. Han Fei was also quite curious about how to conduct the test. In the realm of the gods, there is no simulation combat. Once war is declared, there will be casualties affecting both the vassals and the divine domain. After a brief wait, a divine domain encompassing approximately 10 million square kilometers approached. Now, let me explain the rules. In a moment, you will invade this divine domain from a designated location. I will also open an invasion passage near your route and send in some expendable vassals. After you eliminate these vassals, I will evaluate your performance to determine whether you deserve a slot. Do you have any questions? Upon seeing that the venue is ready, Lu Wenjing promptly laid out the testing rules. Teacher Lu, how do we retreat after the invasion passage is completed? Han Fei inquired hastily. Knowing that severing the invasion passage would inevitably tear away a portion of one divine domain. You need not worry about that. After the test, you will recall your vassals back to your divine domain, and the venue management will sever the invasion passage. However, any fragments of the divine domain that fall away are prohibited from being recovered. The venue management will handle that, Lu Wenjing explained in response to Han Fei's question. Will this not cause significant harm to the vassals within the divine domain? Han Fei posed another question, perplexed. The tearing of the divine domain will indeed inflict considerable damage on the vassal's faith. However, the venue management is indifferent. Their core vassals have long been extinguished, and only ordinary vassals remain in the divine domain, so the impact will be minimal, Lu Wenjing continued to patiently elucidate. At this point, Han Fei understood the situation regarding the venue management. In essence, these core vassals had perished. Yet the semi-god whose divine domain remained intact had lost the potential to ignite the divine flame, yet could still enter the realm of the gods. I have no further questions. With his worries set aside, Han Fei began to await Lu Wenjing's test. He was confident that he could effortlessly handle whatever expendable species the opponent might dispatch. Then let us commence. Lu Wenjing wasted no time and immediately marked the point of invasion for Han Fei. Both of their divine domains simultaneously raised transparent tendrils of the invasion passage, heading towards the marked location. As the invasion passage stabilized, Han Fei promptly possessed a venomous dragonfly and emerged in the testing arena through the passage. Before him lay a standard desolate Gobi terrain, where he could easily spot another teleportation passage less than 2,000 meters away. As the opponent's teleportation passage illuminated, a horde of goblins emerged from the invasion passage into the testing ground. The semi-god's ethereal visage materialized above the passage, gazing towards Han Fei. Come on, kid. Let me see your strength against these 50,000 goblin warriors. If you feel that the losses required to defeat them would be unbearable, you may surrender now. Boomed the voice emanating from the semi-god's apparition. 50,000 goblins, well-trained and tightly organized, all donned in chainmail, equipped with shields, spears, and bows. This quality of expendables is rather high. Upon encountering the goblins dispatched by Lu Wenjing as mere cannon fodder, Han Fei felt little surprise. As a representative of low-level expendables, goblins have consistently held a significant share in the market. They reproduce at an astonishing rate, possess a modicum of intelligence, and, after undergoing training, can exhibit commendable discipline and organizational skills, making them a remarkably cost-effective choice for cannon fodder. In response to Lu Wenjing's taunting remarks, Han Fei did not engage in idle chatter. He casually dispatched 50,000 mutated jump worms into the teleportation portal. Compared to the original version of the jump worms, the current mutated variants had undergone several rounds of optimization. Their defenses, offensive capabilities, speed, and agility far surpassed those of the goblins opposite them. Furthermore, the swarm's morale was not a concern, a factor that could significantly influence combat effectiveness. The inherent fanaticism of all the mutated jump worms ensured that they would charge fearlessly into battle. Chapter 43. Test completed. As Lu Wenjing observed the goblins arranged in formation on the battlefield, His anticipation grew as he gazed at Han Fei's invasion passage. He was deeply intrigued by the aberrant beastkin that Han Fei had mentioned. The decision to deploy these 50,000 goblins was not made lightly. It followed careful consideration. Now, 20 years had elapsed since the end of the protection period in the realm of the gods. Typically, during this time frame, ordinary demigods and their kin could amass between 3 to 5 million. Moreover, they generally boasted no less than 500,000 combat units. The 50,000 goblins represented precisely 1/10 of this number. Students could dispatch a sufficient force to eliminate these goblins based on their circumstances while ensuring the preservation of their own fundamental strengths. Thus, both the quantity and quality of the dispatched kin needed meticulous consideration. By evaluating the number of kin sent forth by the students and the losses incurred post-battle, Lu Wenzhong could easily ascertain the opposing forces' combat capabilities. If they struggled to contend with such a modest number of goblins, it was evident they lacked the strength to compete for qualification. As the goblins finished arranging their formation and began their steady advance, Lu Wenzhong observed an unprecedented horde of creatures emerging from Han Fei's invasion passage. Upon entering the battlefield, this group of monsters paused momentarily at the passage's entrance, waiting for no further reinforcements to arrive. With 50,000 aberrant jumping insects gathered at the threshold, a sharp, piercing roar reverberated throughout the arena. The assembled 50,000 aberrant jumping insects immediately charged towards the goblins, barely 2 kilometers away. Lu Wenzhong scrutinized Han Fei's kin, contemplating silently. So, this is the aberrant beast. Visually, they appeared indeed to be a fierce species, yet he wondered about their true combat prowess. Through his observations, he discerned the characteristics of the aberrant jumping insects. Their bodies were encased in tightly fitted bone armor and scales, their limbs robust, and their claws razor-sharp. The bone sickles on their backs appeared exceptionally menacing, and merely from their appearance, one could readily perceive that they were a species highly adept at combat. In a mere moment, the collective of 50,000 aberrant jumping insects neared the goblin formation. The well-trained goblins, confronted with an equal number of jumping insects, did not falter. Absent the terrifying pressure of overwhelming numbers, they experienced slight disarray at first. However, under the commanding officer's orders, they swiftly regained their composure. As the aberrant jumping insects approached within a certain range, the goblin archers stationed at the rear of the formation received their command and immediately raised their arms to draw their bows. A deluge of arrows swiftly rained down upon the rapidly advancing swarm. In response to the leisurely flying arrows, the aberrant jumping insects, equipped with a high-speed visual capture system provided by Han Fei and possessing highly sensitive reflexes, effortlessly maneuvered through the barrage. Only when there was no room for evasion would certain aberrant jumping insects slightly adjust their body positions at high speed, using their densest bone structures on their backs to meet the arrows head-on. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wenzhong's eyes widened in astonishment. The mere ability to traverse through a barrage of arrows was sufficient to attest to the exceptional prowess of these subordinates. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before him, the mutated jumping insects, upon reaching a distance of 200 meters, began to agitate their membranous wings violently. Their speed surged dramatically as they entered a charging state. Confronting the goblin warriors who held shields and formed a defensive formation with spears, without a moment's hesitation, they propelled themselves forward with tremendous kinetic energy, crashing violently into the entire defensive line. The line was instantly breached. The goblins, standing at a mere 2 meters tall, found their ironwood shields utterly ineffective against such a high-speed impact. In the blink of an eye, the shields were splintered into 2, and the goblins behind them faced the onslaught of the mutated insects head-on. Their diminutive frames were hurled several meters away upon contact, colliding into a throng of their comrades behind them. Thus, the massacre commenced in earnest. The chainmail adorning the goblins was rendered as fragile as paper, easily torn apart by the mutated insects. The goblins, wielding fine iron weapons, attempted to strike, but their efforts were effortlessly evaded by the insects' keen reflexes. Even when they managed to land a hit, it merely left a scratch on the surface of the insect's armored scales. The chaotic battlefield resembled a scene from hell, with blood and flesh flying as the anguished cries of the goblins intertwined with the roars of the mutated insects. This displayed to Lu Wenzhong the unparalleled might of the mutated insects among ordinary species. Their bodies, entirely designed for combat, were akin to machines of slaughter upon the battlefield. With their adrenal glands activated, the mutated insects appeared tireless, each swing of their scythes representing the pinnacle of their strength, effortlessly cleaving the goblins before them in two. In mere moments, the well-trained and well-equipped goblin warriors began to scatter in retreat, transitioning the battle into a farcical chase. Observing this, Han Fei subtly tugged at the thread of faith, prompting the mutated insects to cease their assault on the remaining goblins instantaneously. Those goblins, who had been under attack, found themselves frozen in horror as the massive scythes halted mere inches from their faces. Panic and disbelief etched across their expressions, leading one fortunate goblin to kneel and weep in relief. The mutated insects, however, paid no heed to their erstwhile prey and turned to flee in the direction from which they had come. Han Fei, with a slight sense of awareness, ascertained that the casualties among the 50,000 mutated insects were less than 100. He lifted his gaze towards the ethereal figure of Lu Wenzhong hovering in the air and gently inquired, "Teacher Lu, have I qualified?" Upon hearing Han Fei's question, a hint of awkwardness flickered across Lu Wenzhong's face. He responded somewhat unnaturally through thought transmission, "Indeed, you have qualified. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's response, Han Fei wore a satisfied smile as he commanded the mutated jumping insects to return to his divine realm, then turned and vanished into the teleportation passage. Witnessing Han Fei's disappearance, Lu Wenzhong immediately released his divine consciousness to scan the group of expendable goblins. In a matter of mere minutes of battle, the initial 50,000 goblins had dwindled to fewer than 20,000, a consequence of Han Fei's mercy upon observing their loss of fighting spirit. Had he waited a few more minutes, these goblins would have been utterly annihilated by the mutated jumping insects. He chuckled to himself, contemplating their combat prowess, which could indeed stand against certain extraordinary species. Such audacity was warranted. However, he pondered the actual number of mutated beasts under Han Fei's command. Chapter 44. Quotas for training. Given the formidable combat prowess of these mutated beasts, if this young man were to mobilize an army exceeding 5 million, he might very well penetrate the global league. Upon contemplating this, Lu Wenzhong's expression transformed into one of joy. After returning to his divine realm, Han Fei patiently awaited the disconnection of the invasion portal. In less than 10 minutes, it was evident that Lu Wenzhong had completed the remaining goblin retrieval, and the battleground began to tear apart, gradually detaching from the colossal divine realm. Han Fei instantly sensed the severance of the invasion portal. Observing the massive fragments of the divine realm floating in the void, he noted how they were salvaged and reintegrated back into the divine domain. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sympathy for the core vassals of the extinguished demigods. Fortunately, his queen aunt still thrived. Had she perished, he might have been forced to endure a similar fate, further solidifying his resolve to care for her. At that moment, other classmates who had been watching intently noticed that the test had concluded and cast curious glances in his direction. "Scholar, how did your test go? Did you pass? Was your opponent 50,000 goblins? I sent an army of 100,000 serpent men and suffered less than 3% casualties. What about you?" Upon seeing Han Fei's demigod form reappear beyond the divine barrier, Lang Shui approached him with eager inquiries. It was manageable. The process was quite effortless. "I should have secured a training quota," Han Fei replied casually to Lang Shui's question. The surrounding students, unfamiliar with Han Fei, began to murmur among themselves upon hearing his words. "Haha, 50,000 goblins are easy for anyone. The key is the casualty rate. I wonder how many of his vassals were lost." "Right. Even Teacher Lu hasn't announced anything yet. He seems overly confident about securing a training quota. He should be cautious not to be proven wrong. I actually believe he has a good chance of obtaining a quota. Just look at the area of his divine realm. It must have undergone numerous battles, and his vassals are surely formidable." Hearing the discussions around him, Han Fei remained unfazed. In the recent battle, his mutated jump worms had eliminated nearly 30,000 goblins of equal numbers. His losses amounted to only a few dozen, roughly 1,000th, primarily due to an unexpected head wound while charging through the spear formation. If he were to fail to secure a training quota, he would apply for a retest. And at that point, he would unleash 10 million mutated jump worms to overwhelm the testing objective entirely. However, doing so would likely mean that Lu Wenzhong would never witness the individual combat capabilities of the mutated jump worms. He would only see the goblins fleeing in disarray. At that moment, Lu Wenzhong's demigod form appeared outside the divine barrier once again. As the homeroom teacher reemerged, all the students turned their attention towards him, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the candidates for this trial. Such an opportunity for accelerated development was highly anticipated by these new students accompanying their divine beings. Ahem. Now that all students have completed their tests, I shall announce the list of individuals who will proceed to the lower-level battlefield for training. At this juncture, Lu Wenzhong paused. His penchant for suspenseful behavior had become commonplace among his peers in the realm of deities after 2 decades of familiarity. Observing the surrounding students gazing at him with serene expressions devoid of anticipation, Lu Wenzhong continued, Li Mingbao, Lang Shui, Chen Hao, Han Fei, you 4, prepare yourselves. I am about to retrieve the educational funds, and we shall depart shortly. With that, Lu Wenzhong's demigod form vanished in an instant, leading Han Fei to speculate that he had gone to the continent of divine exchange to procure the so-called educational funds. As Lu Wenzhong's presence dissipated, the other students who had not been selected gradually dispersed, leaving only the 4 destined for the upcoming training session. Han Fei recognized that these were the individuals who would partake in the experience. With the surrounding deities having scattered, he began to observe the 3 companions beside him. Apart from himself, the most expansive domain belonged to Li Mingbao, measuring 120,000 square kilometers. Han Fei estimated his own domain to be around 70,000 square kilometers, making it Lang Shui's domain. The last, the demigod Chen Hao, was somewhat unfamiliar to Han Fei, possessing a domain slightly smaller than Li Mingbao's, estimated at approximately 100,000 square kilometers. Li Mingbao, noticing that only the 4 of them remained, was the first to speak. Scholar, it has been quite some time. I did not expect you to join this training. I thought we wouldn't see you until after the assessments. It has indeed been a while. I have encountered some challenges in my recent endeavors and returned to consult the instructor. This opportunity to witness the war zone is quite timely, Han Fei responded promptly. Eschewing any pretense, allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Hao, another exemplary student from our class. I hope that through this training, we will all achieve growth. Li Mingbao said, noticing Han Fei's willingness to engage, contrasting his previous aloof demeanor around strangers. Hello, Chen Hao. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Han Fei greeted warmly, devoid of his former coldness. Humph, greetings, Chen Hao replied with a haughty grunt, but upon catching sight of Han Fei's vast domain, he reluctantly managed to utter a proper greeting before retreating into his own domain. Don't mind him, scholar. He acts so superior, yet he is always overshadowed by Baoga. Today, with your domain on display, let him witness what it means to be outclassed, Lang Shui remarked to Han Fei, noticing Chen Hao's abrupt departure. Oh, Chen Hao is merely concerned with appearances. He is not truly unkind, Baoga interjected, providing clarification to Han Fei. Scholar, your domain is so immense. You must have engaged in numerous incursions. Pray, enlighten me about the battles of invading other domains. Were the losses particularly grave? Lang Shui inquired, shifting the conversation away from Chen Hao and fixating on Han Fei's domain with a look of astonishment. Upon hearing the thoughtless inquiries of the scholars, Han Fei reflected to himself that a breach would result in catastrophic losses. My divine realm cannot possibly expand to such an extent. Thus, he deftly shifted the topic. The true nature of the invasion will soon be something you can personally experience. As for you, I never anticipated that you would participate in this trial. This is largely thanks to your sage advice. After advancing in my studies, I urged my serpent kin to diligently reproduce. My father, somehow, procured a water-type rule card for me, which I integrated into my divine realm. Chapter 45. Low-level Battleground. It seems that due to the corrosive toxicity of bestowed talent, as the number of followers increased, a serpent priest emerged capable of wielding corrosive fog. Once unleashed, this toxic mist could envelop a vast area, showcasing formidable combat prowess. At this point, a proud expression adorned Lang Shui's face, exuding an air of triumph. From this, Han Fei gathered the essence of Lang Shui's situation, surmising that a certain individual within the followers had suddenly cultivated extraordinary power, subsequently disseminating the method throughout the entire clan. The success rate of this cultivation method must have been considerable, enabling Lang Shui's followers to transition from ordinary to extraordinary levels ahead of schedule. For a collective of initially ordinary followers, possessing a substantial number of extraordinary beings would indeed enhance their combat capabilities significantly. Moreover, the water element rule card that his family provided, which augmented the concentration of extraordinary water element power within the divine domain, likely contributed to this advancement as well. Typically, the addition of various rule cards to refine the divine domain's regulations is a matter to be addressed only after igniting the divine fire. However, the mere existence of a single water element rule card paving the way to the extraordinary path suggests that Lang Shui's followers must possess considerable talent in water-related extraordinary powers. Your fortune is truly remarkable, with your followers able to forge a path to the extraordinary ahead of time and receive proper training. You may indeed secure a spot in the citywide competition, Han Fei remarked casually, observing Lang Shui's self-satisfied demeanor. At that moment, Lu Wenjung's demigod form reappeared, beckoning them forward. And Chen Hao emerged from his own divine domain. Once all 4 demigod forms had gathered before Lu Wenjung, he produced a stack of cards from within, stating earnestly, "Each of you will receive 2 advanced teleportation cards, 20 exploration beacon cards, 20 scanning cards, 20 concealment cards, and 20 communication cards." After the 4 accepted the cards, Lu Wenjung continued, "Our destination is the desolate resource well region, known as the low-level battleground. Within the confines of all resource wells, teleportation is prohibited. Thus your operational area must remain within my timely reach. Should any danger arise, utilize the communication cards to notify me, and I will arrive as swiftly as possible. Others are also to provide immediate support. One of the 2 unspoken rules of the low-level battleground is that no more than 5 individuals from each faction may engage in battle together, while the other stipulates that no entities of demigod status or above are allowed entry." Pausing momentarily, he observed Han Fei seizing the opportunity to inquire, "Teacher Lu, what is the rationale behind such rules?" The other 3 also displayed expressions of curiosity, turning their gazes towards Lu Wenjung, eager for his explanation. Upon hearing Han Fei's question, Lu Wenjung glanced at the trio, noting their intrigue, and elucidated, "This is a consensus among all civilizations operating within that region. After all, it is merely a barren resource well, devoid of sufficient benefits. The 2 strongest factions, with our complex relationship with the Longwa civilization, established this agreement long ago, set forth by our predecessors who once operated there. Thus, this is not a covenant between civilizations, but rather an unspoken rule. Over a prolonged period, everyone has come to accept this arrangement, for no one wishes to engage in a cataclysmic conflict over such meager resources." After explaining, he glanced at the others. Noticing that no further questions arose, he continued, "Therefore, should you find yourselves in peril, you must at least buy enough time to secure assistance. If help does not arrive in time and the divine realm shatters, I will be powerless to intervene. This is a risk we must confront. Can you all accept it? Those who cannot are welcome to withdraw." Upon hearing this, Lang Shui's expression turned frantic, but before he could voice his concerns, Han Fei solemnly replied, "I have no objections." Upon hearing Han Fei's response, Lu Wenjung immediately turned his gaze to the remaining 3. "I can accept it," Li Mingyao quickly affirmed. "I am also agreeable." Chen Hao responded with a proud demeanor. Seeing that the other 3 did not withdraw, Lang Shui gritted his teeth and declared, "I too can accept this risk." With no one opting out, Lu Wenjung displayed a satisfied smile and stated, "In this world, there are no free lunches. Without effort, there can be no reward. Let us proceed. We will first teleport to the outer camp of the lower battle zone. The coordinates are..." After announcing the coordinates, Lu Wenjung activated the advanced directional teleportation card, and the divine realm instantly entered the transmission channel, vanishing from their sight. The remaining 4, observing this, hesitated not, and similarly teleported to the coordinates provided by Lu Wenjung. Upon completing the teleportation, they found themselves in the realm of the gods, where Han Fei spotted Lu Wenjung's divine realm nearby. allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He then began to survey his surroundings, noting that the conditions here were akin to those of the safe zone. A large congregation of divine realms was assembled, and without needing to count, Han Fei estimated that the number of demigods present exceeded 20,000. He even observed several massive divine realms on the periphery, each spanning well over 100 million square kilometers. At that moment, another teleportation channel opened, and the remaining 3 arrived. Once everyone was gathered, Lu Wenzhong wasted no time and simply said, "Let us depart." He then led the group away from this congregation of demigods, advancing deeper into the void. During their journey, Lu Wenzhong began to elaborate on the specifics of the lower battle zone and their subsequent operational strategies. The journey continued for a span of 15 days before they finally entered the lower battle zone, at which point the divine realms of the group entered a concealed state. "All right, this shall suffice." Lu Wenzhong abruptly halted, revealing his demigod form. Han Fei and the others also ceased their movements, manifesting their demigod forms outside their divine realms to regard him. Observing their ethereal forms, Lu Wenzhong spoke gravely. "You four will operate together first to acclimatize to the invasion, moving within a radius of 5 hours from my divine realm. After fully adapting to the circumstances here, we shall part ways. There should be numerous demigods operating within this region. The specific areas of activity will be determined by yourselves. I hope you all reap fruitful rewards." Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, Li Mingyao was the first to speak. "Aside from Han Fei, none of us have any experience with incursions. Scholar, you should lead the team." Yes, Scholar, you take the lead. Your experience is the most extensive. I will follow your guidance," Lang Shui immediately echoed. "I have no objections." Chen Hao maintained his proud demeanor, yet his words did not express dissent. "Very well then, follow my lead." With that, Han Fei returned to the divine realm, casually choosing a direction and setting forth, while the other 3 followed suit. Chapter 46. Invasion Instruction. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lu Wenzhong returned to his divine realm with a smile, patiently awaiting developments. His role was not to engage in combat, but to oversee the students within his class. After 4 hours of movement, Han Fei halted his divine realm in the void and began dispatching exploration beacons. The number dispatched was not the 20 provided by the school. Instead, he sent forth 40 exploration beacons, having amassed a considerable reserve during his previous excursions. Once the beacons were deployed, Han Fei ceased his movements and settled into a patient wait. The other 3, observing his actions, followed suit and sent out their own exploration beacons. Thanks to Lu Wenzhong's earlier explanations regarding the area, Han Fei had a clear understanding of the situation. He realized that the demigods operating in this region were predominantly those who had recently established their divine realms or were still in the midst of their development. Truly formidable demigods would disdain to engage in such a resource-poor environment. Those with divine realms exceeding 1 million square kilometers typically refrained from entering lower-level battle zones, merely assigned to guard the camps. Similarly, other civilizations regarded this area as a training ground, employing a more rugged approach to cultivation. They directly sent newly ascended demigods here to engage in battles for growth, with only the survivors deemed valuable and worthy of further development. In contrast, human civilization, with its dedicated mentors, represented a rarity. Only powerful families or exceptionally close relatives in other civilizations would provide such dedicated oversight. 3 days passed in this patient waiting. Suddenly, Han Fei felt the activation of one of his exploration beacons, indicating the discovery of a target. "Target acquired, follow me," he promptly relayed to his companions, maneuvering his divine realm in a specific direction. The others wasted no time in following suit, and within an hour, Han Fei had caught up to the concealed divine realm. A substantial invasion portal connected directly to the opposing realm. After a brief sensory probe, Han Fei realized that the area of the opposing divine realm was less than 40,000 square kilometers. Without delay, he dispatched 200,000 poisonous dragonflies to map the territory while communicating with his 3 companions. Commence the invasion. The opposing realm is under 40,000 square kilometers. Adapt to the invasion rhythm. Upon receiving Han Fei's message, they hesitated no longer and launched their invasion. With the visibility provided by the poisonous dragonflies, Han Fei soon perceived that 3 additional portals materialized near his own. A substantial force began to pour through these portals, and under Han Fei's scrutiny, he quickly recognized the affiliated species of his three companions. Lang Shue's affiliation was that of serpent people, adorned with black scales, sporting a serpent head atop their shoulders, standing upright on two legs, and possessing a thick serpent tail behind them. To Han Fei, they resembled lizard folk more than the anticipated half-human, half-serpent form, largely unarmored and wielding standard long spears as their weapons. In stark contrast, Chen Hao's followers are remarkably superior, embodying the quintessential fantasy centaur species. The front ranks are clad in heavy armor, wielding 3-meter-long cavalry lances, reminiscent of the formidable heavy cavalry of a bygone era. The rear ranks consist of centaur archers adorned in light armor, equipped with standard curved blades, representing a harmonious fusion of long-range and support units. Their training is rigorous, and their equipment is of exceptional quality, creating a clear distinction when compared to the disheveled serpent men of Lang Shue. Yet, what captivates Han Fei's attention the most are Li Mingbao's followers. They possess a standard human form, albeit with slightly blue-tinged skin and devoid of hair. Dressed in lightweight leather armor and carrying short knives at their waists, each individual bears a canister on their back. The weapon they wield is a large-caliber firearm, connected by a tube to the canister behind them. Through his mental scan, Han Fei effortlessly discerned the structure of these firearms. They are not the gunpowder weapons he had initially imagined, but rather high-pressure pneumatic rifles. Utilizing the gas pressure from the canister, they can propel metallic projectiles from the barrel, harnessing kinetic energy to inflict harm. With an effective range of up to 150 meters, their firepower surpasses that of certain handguns from his previous life. And the gas within the canister is sufficient to launch 50 rounds, categorizing them as formidable weaponry in the age of cold steel. Before him, the three figures manifested colossal semi-divine apparitions at the entrance of the invasion passage, issuing commands to their followers in a tone reminiscent of an oracle. Han Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment. This was the invasion protocol taught at school, unless one were an ardent fanatic like himself. The ordinary lines of faith could not clearly convey the deity's commands. This method of manifesting divine signs prior to an invasion serves not only to deliver prophetic orders but also to bolster the morale of their subordinates. While the towering semi-divine figures can survey the surrounding situation, achieving multiple objectives simultaneously. However, for Han Fei, an all-encompassing fanatic, such theatrics are of little utility, and thus he never indulges in such ostentatious displays. At that moment, the communication soldier, the poisonous dragonfly, approached them, prompting Han Fei to relay the known information immediately. The followers in this divine realm are gnolls, and the surrounding terrain predominantly consists of forests, with an estimated population of merely a few million, posing little threat. Proceed directly towards the center of the opposing divine realm, he instructed. I will deploy a portion of my followers on standby to provide you with support at any moment. Let us strike swiftly. With that, Han Fei allocated 2 million flying jump bugs into the transmission passage. Upon receiving Han Fei's information, the three individuals observed a vast swarm of flying jump bugs surging forth from Han Fei's invasion passage, blanketing a significant area in front of it. The sheer number of this wave alone surpassed the combined total of their own followers. Good gracious. The academic prodigy is remarkable. Did you send out nearly 2 million? And all flying units. Just by their appearance, one can tell their combat prowess is formidable. Surely, you cannot handle the opposition alone? Lang Shui, witnessing the fierce exterior of the killing machines for the first time, was taken aback and was the first to voice his astonishment. This time, you shall take the lead while I provide support. You must swiftly adapt to the rhythm of the invasion battle. I will only join you in a few incursions before preparing to act independently. Han Fei informed the trio of his plans to venture out alone. Upon hearing Han Fei's intentions to solely engage in support operations followed by individual action, Lang Shui, undeterred, confidently declared, "Then watch my performance. Allow me to demonstrate the formidable combat prowess of my serpent army." With that, Lang Shui's semi-divine apparition immediately issued a grand decree. My beloved kin, advance and annihilate every goblin you encounter. Chapter 47. Intervention. The 30,000 black-scaled serpent humanoids, fervently cheering, surged into the forest, charging towards the heart of the divine realm. Observing this scene, Li Mingbao and Chun Hao began to mobilize their own followers towards the center of the divine realm. However, in stark contrast to Lang Shui's serpent humanoids, who rushed heedlessly into the woods, their followers advanced with great caution, proceeding slowly through the forest. This was primarily due to the fact that their followers were not well versed in combat within such wooded terrain, which inevitably affected their combat effectiveness. Han Fei, witnessing this situation, did not urge them onward. Instead, he dispatched 500,000 flying jump worms to trail behind their followers, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. After more than 10 minutes of progress, the swiftest serpent humanoids had already engaged with the goblins, and the battle erupted instantaneously, amidst layers of protection. Hundreds of serpent priests raised their spears and began their incantations, dense yellow mist rapidly emanating from their center. In a brief span, it enveloped an area nearly 10 kilometers in radius, stabilizing only when it reached its limits, ceasing to expand further. Several flying jump worms that had followed closely behind the serpent humanoids were also enveloped by the yellow mist. Han Fei immediately possessed one of the flying jump worms to perceive and observe the situation. This jump worm, immersed in the toxic fog, exhibited a fleeting reaction upon initial contact, seemingly startled. However, it gradually acclimated to the corrosive mist. Although there remained some effects, they did not hinder its ability to engage in brief skirmishes within the fog. Through Han Fei's observations, it became evident that the toxic mist did not severely impact the flying jump worms, thanks to their internal immune systems adept at combating various toxins. Furthermore, their superior respiratory filtration systems contributed to their resilience. Han Fei speculated that the environmental adaptability inherent in their divine traits might also play a role in mitigating the effects of this slowly corrosive mist. The combination of these factors allowed the flying jump worms to navigate freely through the noxious haze. If these creatures were to endure prolonged exposure to the toxic mist, it was conceivable that they might evolve targeted immune systems of their own. In stark contrast to the ease with which the insect swarm navigated the mist, the goblins ensnared within this area fared poorly. The fog infiltrated their bodies with each breath, inducing poisoning while simultaneously corroding their internal organs. Their exposed eyes, subjected to the corrosive mist, experienced intense stinging, causing them to weep profusely. Some goblins, gravely affected by the erosion, clutched their eyes, writhing on the ground in agony, seemingly on the verge of blindness. Faced with the black-scaled serpent humanoids, who moved freely and unscathed within the toxic mist, these goblins, stripped of all combat capability, could offer no effective resistance, falling victim to merciless strikes one by one. Meanwhile, the centaurs and blue-skinned bald beings were not afforded such ease. Confronted by the throngs of goblins, they were compelled to form ranks to effectively withstand the onslaught. Yet, achieving a flawless record of 0 casualties in such close-quarters combat was nearly impossible. The centaurs, fortified by their heavy armor and tightly organized formations, managed to thwart the onslaught of the gnolls beyond their ranks. In stark contrast, Li Mingbao's blue-skinned, bald-headed kin found themselves in a far more precarious situation. Though they initially succeeded in suppressing the gnolls' advance with their firepower, the disadvantages of fighting in the forest gradually became pronounced. While a single shot could have easily pierced a gnoll-less body, the obscured vision and the omnipresent trees served as formidable cover, allowing the gnolls to inch closer to their line. Consequently, the blue-skinned bald heads were compelled to expend more ammunition to hit their targets. As the frontline ammunition dwindled, the rear forces failed to promptly replenish the firepower, creating a sudden vacuum in their defense. The gnolls seized this opportunity, breaching the formation of the blue-skinned bald heads, igniting a chaotic melee where Li Mingbao's kin began to suffer inevitable casualties. Despite maintaining a significant overall advantage, Han Fei estimated that the losses among the blue-skinned bald heads would be considerable post-victory. Contemplating this, Han Fei swiftly relayed orders through the line of faith to the flying jump insect legion trailing behind Li Mingbao and Shen Hao. Advance, eliminate all gnolls. This straightforward command was promptly received by the 2 swarms of flying jump insects. They immediately abandoned their leisurely stroll through the forest. Their membranous wings began to beat vigorously, lifting them skyward. They formed a shadow that blotted out the sun above the forest, hurtling towards the battlefield with remarkable speed, and within 2 minutes, the flying jump insects plunged directly into the combat zone. Landry was a devout follower of Li Mingbao and the leader of a reconnaissance team involved in this invasion, positioned at the forefront of the army. His squad engaged the Knoll intercepting forces and promptly sent out a distress signal, thanks to a temporary refuge found in a mountain's depression. The crossfire from 10 high-caliber rifles and his team staunchly held the breach before them, enabling them to endure thus far. "Captain, I am out of ammunition," reported one of his squad members. He immediately discarded his firearm and air tank, drawing a short knife from his waist. "Report the remaining ammunition." Landry swiftly raised his weapon, dispatching a knoll that had exposed itself at the breach, and called out to the remaining team members. "How much do you have left?" "I have 7 rounds. I am out. I only have 3 rounds." As the reports came in, Landry's expression darkened. The entire 10-man squad had less than 30 rounds remaining. At that moment, a young blue-skinned bald head, clutching a short knife, asked him with a tremor in his voice, "Captain, will we survive to return?" "Fool, this is a battlefield. Focus your attention. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. The Divine is watching over us." Landry turned back, glaring sternly at the questioning teammate, admonishing him coldly. Yet, deep within his heart, he understood that the number of dog-headed creatures outside far exceeded that of their small squad. Without reinforcements, the possibility of their return seemed bleak. At that moment, a piercing roar and the buzzing of flapping wings suddenly filled the sky. A horde of fearsome beasts swooped down from above, their speed so astonishing it nearly eluded his sight. In an instant, these creatures surged past, barely a meter above the ground, and just as swiftly. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, eradicating the previous cacophony of the dog-headed beings. "Captain, what is happening?" one of the team members tentatively inquired amidst the strange stillness. Chapter 48. The disparity. Before the captain could respond, the resounding voice of Li Mingbao echoed in the hearts of all the faithful. "Reinforcements have arrived. Annihilate these dog-headed fiends." Upon hearing the divine proclamation resonate within, the previously anxious team members quickly regained their composure. "It must be the reinforcements. Let us venture forth," Landry stated calmly. If assistance had indeed arrived, they too needed to engage in battle rather than cower in this hollowed-out space, which would be an utterly cowardly display. As this group of blue-skinned, bald-headed beings cautiously emerged from their refuge, they were instantly struck dumb by the scene before them. The monstrous figures that had descended from the sky were nowhere to be found. Instead, the ground was littered with the corpses of dog-headed creatures. These bodies appeared as though they had been cleaved by a razor-sharp blade, with most of them decapitated. Some corpses were even severed in half, their blood and entrails staining the earth, irrevocably lifeless. Li Mingbao observed as Han Fei's followers surged into the fray, effortlessly plowing through the chaotic battlefield like a comb through tangled hair. The tumultuous melee with the dog-headed creatures, which had just moments ago engulfed them, was now a scene of desolation, as all that remained standing were his followers. Every dog-headed foe had been decapitated or bisected, leaving a grim tableau of remains. Li Mingbao felt a profound shock within. "Han Fei, is this truly the extent of your power? The disparity is far greater than I had imagined." The swarm had entered the chaotic battlefield, lingering for less than a minute before sweeping away every dog-headed creature in sight, showcasing an astonishing efficiency in slaughter and a terrifying dominance over the battleground. As for Chun Hao's followers, the flying leap bugs found their task even easier. The centaur formation effectively absorbed the charge of the dog-headed creatures, preventing them from breaching the ranks and igniting a melee. The flying leap bugs employed the venerable tactics of forest warfare, dashing at high speed from above the centaur formation into the front line of combat. With their sharp dorsal sickles unfurled, they maintained a low flight, slicing through any obstacle in their path with precision. Any target that maintained the same altitude as the flying leap bugs would face countless cuts until succumbing. After the passage of 500,000 flying leap bugs, the aftermath was far more staggering than that of Li Mingbao's skirmish. In front of the entire centaur defense line, every tree taller than a meter had been severed in two. The once lush forest now resembled the meticulous handiwork of a gardener, uniformly trimmed. The centaurs, averaging over 2 meters in height, could still see the distant trees collapsing, stretching endlessly toward the horizon. "This is impossible. How can the disparity be so vast?" Chen Hao exclaimed in disbelief, his heart reeling with shock. He could scarcely comprehend the reality before him. They were all high school students who had only recently entered the divine realm, and Han Fei was an orphan, without the support of family or elders. How could he have grown so powerful in such a short span of time? The flying leap bugs that had come to his aid were but a quarter of the total number that had entered this divine realm. He was certain that the true count of these monsters far exceeded 2 million. Should he engage in battle with Han Fei now? With his total of fewer than 1 million centaur troops confronting Han Fei's 2 million flying jump insects, he would stand no chance, regardless of the terrain. In fact, under the overwhelming dominance of the insect horde, his centaur kin would suffer an exceedingly disproportionate casualty ratio, a devastating blow that would shatter his long-held pride into fragments. The conflict within the divine realm concluded with astonishing swiftness following Han Fei's intervention. By the time the flying jump insects excavated the core of this divine realm, the fastest among them, Lang Shui, and his serpent army had barely advanced more than a third of the way. Han Fei promptly informed the trio that the battle had ended, urging them to gather their kin and prepare to harvest the enemy's divine realm. Upon confirming that the message had reached the three, the waiting flying jump insects immediately shattered the divine realm's core before them, as tremors reverberated throughout the divine realm. Its surface barrier became transparent, and the four began to absorb the terrain and resources within. Move quickly. Absorb as much as possible. Soon the divine realm will shatter, exposing it to the void, and the flora and fauna on the ground will incur losses, diminishing its value. Noticing Chun Hao's hesitation as he selected only 2 areas, Han Fei ceased his actions, while Lang Shui and Li Mingbao also exhibited a lack of urgency, prompting immediate reminders from Han Fei. Upon hearing his words, the trio no longer hesitated and commenced a fervent harvesting of the resources and terrain within the divine realm. As the divine realm fragmented, their pace quickened once more. In less than an hour, the four had completely salvaged the remnants of this divine realm. Wow, this is incredible! In such a short time, my divine realm has expanded by nearly 10,000 square kilometers. What a tremendous profit! After completing the salvage, the four swiftly departed, and before they had traveled far, Lang Shui could no longer contain his excitement and exclaimed first, "Thanks to our scholar, we could seize the enemy's divine realm so effortlessly," Li Mingbao chimed in, his face beaming with joy. "Indeed, I never expected you to be so formidable, scholar. You single-handedly conquered the enemy's territory, and we all benefited from your prowess," Li Mingbao remarked. In response to his words, Lang Shui immediately replied, "Let us not say that. It was also because you attracted the majority of the enemy's goblins, allowing me to easily penetrate to the center of their divine realm." Hearing Lang Shui's thoughtless comment, which inadvertently included the other 2, Han Fei could only humbly acknowledge that everyone had contributed. He was unwilling to follow Lang Shui's line of thought, as it could lead others to believe he was disparaging his teammates. Han Fei was not so petty as to quibble over such resources. At that moment, Chen Hao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up. "Lang Shui is right. Our strengths are indeed not on the same level. You should act independently. Having you with us changes nothing in the outcome of our invasion." Just as Han Fei was about to respond to Chen Hao, Li Mingbao interjected, "That is true. Scholar, rest assured, this experience from the invasion is more than sufficient. We are not children needing supervision." "Exactly. You are truly remarkable, my scholarly friend, leaving me with an utter lack of accomplishment. Perhaps you should venture out on your own, should you find yourself in trouble. I shall not hesitate to send a message for assistance," Lang Shui expressed in agreement. Upon hearing their unanimous consensus, Han Fei, with no pretense, earnestly reminded the 3 of them to exercise caution before detaching from the team, drifting alone into the void. The remaining trio huddled together, gradually distancing themselves in another direction, and soon vanished from Han Fei's view. Chapter 49. Thunderbeast. After parting ways with the 4-man team, Han Fei finally returned to his familiar rhythm. He first anchored the divine domain in a location of great geomantic fortune, ceasing its movement. Subsequently, he projected 30 exploration beacons into the void and began to patiently await results. Within less than 10 days, he discovered a new demigod. Without hesitation, Han Fei maneuvered the divine domain toward the target and launched an invasion upon catching up with it. he had become quite adept at invading other demigods, initially deploying the poison sting dragonfly to scout the environment of the opponent's divine domain. As long as the divine domain was not a desolate wasteland devoid of value, Han Fei would proportionately dispatch insectoid units based on the size of the opponent's divine domain. If the area did not exceed 100,000 square kilometers, he would not exercise excessive caution. Instead, he would directly deploy 500,000 jumping insects for the first wave of probing attacks, at a rate of 50,000 per 10,000 square kilometers. Once combat commenced, the situation of the opposing side would soon become clear. If they were able to endure or resist, Han Fei would then decide whether to commit a second wave of forces or to withdraw decisively, a process that had almost become his standard protocol for invasion. Time passed efficiently over the 5 years of Han Fei's relentless invasions and plundering. During this period, he had not received any distress signals from the other three. It seemed they were operating cautiously in a group, their invasions proceeding smoothly, possibly due to the recovery time they required after each battle. Unlike Han Fei, who maximized invasion efficiency without letting any opportunity slip by, such an approach was beyond the capacity of ordinary demigods. Throughout these 5 years, Han Fei had not encountered an opponent of similar scale. All the demigods he faced had divine domains generally within 200,000 square kilometers. Instances of those exceeding 200,000 square kilometers were exceedingly rare, with only one encounter of a divine domain nearing 500,000 square kilometers. It seemed that the area selected by Lu Wenjing was populated solely by demigods with newly established divine domains, lacking those with domains approaching 10 million square kilometers. Amidst his continuous invasions, Han Fei reaped substantial rewards, expanding his divine domain to 4 million square kilometers and acquiring a diverse array of genetic material. Recently, his insectoid army welcomed a new unit, the genetic template of which was serendipitously obtained after he vanquished a demigod with a 300,000 square kilometer domain and absorbed the essence of their divine domain. This new addition was a colossal beast, resembling a hornless triceratops, capable of reaching a weight of 10 tons. Once domesticated, it served as a logistical beast within the opponent's divine domain. While it lacked combat prowess, its rapid growth and excellent stamina made it a competent production tool, and it could even serve as sustenance when necessary. Upon acquiring the complete genetic structure of this beast, Han Fei was overwhelmed with joy. He cared little for the combat capabilities of this large creature. Rather, his true interest lay in the intricate energy system housed within its massive organs. This had long been a crucial factor that hindered Han Fei from scaling up his insectoid units. After all, the ambition to amplify the energy system of a beast weighing dozens of kilograms to support a body of several tons, or even over 10 tons, presents an array of daunting challenges. In the absence of any references, even for the workaholic Han Fei, this undertaking is nothing short of a nightmare. Although he has been diligently enhancing the close combat capabilities of the swarm since realizing that the development trajectory of remote units had reached a deadlock, progress in the design of giant melee units has remained sluggish. Upon acquiring the genes of such colossal beasts, Han Fei, with his substantial prior knowledge, swiftly made a breakthrough, leading to the birth of a new melee unit for the swarm. This new creation, resembling the fearsome appearance of the insectoid race, lacks the advanced technology of the Thunder Beast. It is a heavily armored unit, standing close to 10 meters tall and weighing over 15 tons. The head retains the ferocious features characteristic of the swarm, complete with sharp fangs and a massive jaw, along with a blade-like horn protruding from its forehead. Above the head lies a series of massive, angular exoskeletal plates, which not only protect the top of the head, but also shield half of its back. When charging headlong, these angular plates can rise, completely covering the head and ensuring its safety. Moreover, its entire body is enveloped in thick layers of chitinous armor, exceeding 20 centimeters in thickness, providing nearly impenetrable defense. Its limbs are robust and powerful, capable of propelling its 15-ton body across the ground with ease. The most terrifying weapon it possesses is a pair of gigantic, bony sickles located on its shoulders. The specialized muscle fibers can expand and contract in response to stimulation, enabling these massive sickles to unleash astonishing force and speed during attacks. In Han Fei's vision, these newly named Thunder Beasts serve as formidable ground assault units, elevating the swarm's offensive capabilities to an entirely new echelon. However, their food consumption and slow growth rate have also set a new record for the swarm. A single Thunder Beast consumes food at a rate several hundred times greater than that of ordinary mutated jumping insects. Furthermore, from the hatching of the larva to its emergence from the cocoon, it takes a year and a half. Newly emerged Thunder Beasts can only be considered semi-finished products. They require an additional 6 months of frenzied feeding to allow their internal organs to fully mature before reaching the weight of 15 tons, totaling nearly 2 years of development. As of now, the mature Thunder Beasts within Han Fei's domain number just 20,000. However, in the future, Han Fei plans to concentrate the production capacity of the divided ovaries towards the Thunder Beasts, ensuring they maintain a sufficient population. In due time, the scale of the Thunder Beast will expand at an astonishing rate. Through 5 years of relentless plunder, the rate of growth of his domain has already surpassed that of the swarm's efficiency. Presently, his domain boasts over 220 million jumping insect units, still requiring nearly half of the maximum capacity to reach its limit. If all the resources consumed in this segment were to be concentrated solely on the Thunder Beast, Han Fei could potentially breed 500,000 Thunder Beasts within a few years, thereby pushing the consumption of the divine domain to its limits. However, compared to the current primary unit, the Jumping Worm, this specialized unit designed for ground assaults can only serve as a tactical supplement to the swarm. In terms of cost-effectiveness and functionality, they are still far from replacing the esteemed position that Jumping Worms hold in Han Fei's heart. Just as Han Fei, filled with satisfaction and anticipation for the future, was lost in thought, he suddenly received a message from Lu Wenjing. The message was exceedingly simple. Han Fei, hurry over. I will explain the details when you arrive. Coordinates. Glancing at the coordinates provided, which merely urged him to proceed quickly without elaboration, he could not decipher the situation. With a heart full of confusion, he steered the divine domain towards the coordinates given by Lu Wenjing. Chapter 50, Support in less than 3 hours. Han Fei arrived near the coordinates provided by Lu Wenjing. From a distance, he observed the unfolding situation ahead. A total of 14 divine realms were clustered together. In the center, 7 were already engaged in battle, while the remaining 7 were positioned on either side, subtly at odds with one another. On one side stood a demigod with an expansive realm exceeding 50 million square kilometers, while the opposing side consisted of 2 divine realms, each spanning 20 million square kilometers, accompanied by 4 smaller realms under 200,000 square kilometers. Lu Wenjing and his 3 classmates were situated with the 6-member group. Upon witnessing this scenario, Han Fei promptly maneuvered his divine realm closer. His arrival immediately captured the attention of the 7 onlookers, who unveiled their demigod forms and turned their gazes toward him. Han Fei hastily manifested his spiritual form outside the divine realm. Upon recognizing him, the 6 members of his team broke into smiles. Conversely, Harris, the opposing demigod, wore a grim expression, although Han Fei's divine realm had remained concealed. The distortions in the surrounding void during his approach led Harris to deduce that this newcomer's realm undoubtedly surpassed 1 million square kilometers. As Han Fei's divine realm drew nearer, his spiritual form swiftly soared towards Lu Wenjing. Teacher Lu, what is the situation? He inquired upon his arrival. Ah, you finally made it. Here is the situation. Lu Wenjing began to explain the circumstances at hand. It turned out that the opposing demigod, Harris, was an elder from a family of the Longwa civilization who had brought the younger members of his family to this area for training. They had encountered a training team from a university in the Second Star Zone. A student named Tang Fong had been the first to engage in battle with one of the training demigods from the opposing side. Consequently, Harris, accompanied by 3 others, swiftly arrived, establishing a 4-to-1 situation against Tang Fong in a short span. Moreover, the strength of the 4 opponents was formidable. When Tang Fong's supervising teacher finally arrived, he promptly dispatched 2 of the stronger students from their team to provide support. However, one student had recently endured a fierce battle and was somewhat weakened, resulting in the battlefield remaining at a 4-to-3 ratio. The seasoned demigods leading both sides exercised restraint, refraining from direct confrontation, thus maintaining the conflict within a manageable scale for the younger demigods. Upon Lu Wenzhong's arrival, two human teachers had already reached the scene, leading to a temporary stalemate. However, Tang Fong remained at a disadvantage, lacking robust reinforcements. Even with teachers overseeing from the rear, the divine realm was not at risk of shattering nor their kin perishing. Nonetheless, this promising student, Tang Fong, was poised to face significant losses, and as an exceptional member of the school, he might miss out on a series of crucial competitions for human civilization ahead. A powerful new demigod was urgently needed to step in and support Tang Fong to turn the tide of battle. The experienced demigods on both sides had reached an unspoken agreement. As long as neither side made a move, the other would refrain from intervening. Before him stood a demigod from a divine realm spanning 50 million square kilometers. With no nearby reinforcements, he hesitated to take a gamble against the two demigod instructors from the human side who had already arrived. Should he engage and the two instructors choose to strike simultaneously, the outcome would be uncertain, and the situation could easily spiral out of control. The term unspoken rules implies that they are only deemed rules when both parties tacitly agree to adhere to them. There exists no binding enforcement. At the very least, there remains a guarantee that the party conceding can avoid the destruction of their divine core by paying a certain price. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's explanation of the situation, Han Fei turned his gaze towards the central area where the battle raged. Tang Fong's divine realm lay at the heart of the conflict, the largest among them. With an estimated area exceeding 700,000 square kilometers. Opposing her were four divine realms, each spanning between 400,000 to 500,000 square kilometers, which had already established invasion pathways connecting to Tang Fong's realm. The two demigods supporting Tang Fong possessed divine realms that barely reached 300,000 square kilometers. Their invasion pathways linking to the realms of the opposing demigods, thereby restraining them and preventing a full-scale assault on Tang Fong. Two remaining demigods were fully focused on Tang Fong, each commanding realms of approximately 500,000 square kilometers. After a brief analysis of the scene, Han Fei turned back to Lu Wenzhong and inquired, "How is Tang Fong faring at the moment?" Before Lu Wenzhong could respond, another instructor, who was leading the team, interjected. "Her situation is rather dire. The front line has been pushed back to a third of her divine realm. Her familiar is the Flame Blade Demon, which, although still holding on, remains at a disadvantage. What about the opposing forces? What can you tell me regarding their familiars, their numbers, and their strength?" Han Fei asked, directing his attention to the unfamiliar demigod instructor, his expression calm as he continued to question. Jin Kai, unperturbed by Han Fei's demeanor, promptly replied. The opposing team consists of four demigods. Two of their familiars are ogres, each standing approximately 4 meters tall, including a significant number of extraordinary two-headed ogres. The other two are werewolves, accompanied by a scarce number of extraordinary werewolf shamans. The ogres number over 200,000, while the two-headed ogres are fewer than 5,000, serving as a substantial force in the assault against Tang Fong, often utilized as expendable troops in battle. The two werewolf demigods are currently held at bay, posing limited pressure on Tang Fong. At this juncture, Jin Kai looked at Han Fei with anticipation, fearful of his potential refusal to descend and provide support. After all, confronting ogres, which can contend with certain extraordinary species even at the ordinary level, and facing the already promoted extraordinary two-headed ogres could spell disaster for any demigod lacking sufficient strength. As Han Fei absorbed the information regarding the enemy, he began to strategize in his mind, contemplating how to navigate this rare occurrence of 4,500,000 square kilometer divine realms to maximize their benefits in this war. As Jin Kai observed Han Fei lost in thought, a sense of urgency gripped his heart, prompting him to speak with haste. "Esteemed classmate, I have heard from your instructor, Mr. Liu, that your prowess is quite formidable. If you can manage to restrain one of the ogre demigods, I shall personally guarantee a reward of a high-level bloodline card, irrespective of the outcome. I speak with utmost sincerity." Interrupted in his contemplation, Han Fei's eyes instantly sparkled at the mention of the high-level bloodline card. A bloodline card is a unique resource that enables an individual follower to attain an extraordinary bloodline, depending on the success rate of bestowing an extraordinary bloodline upon the follower. These cards are categorized into low, medium, and high levels. High-level bloodline cards boast a success rate exceeding 70%. And even the most ordinary of these cards hold a value surpassing 300,000 points of divine power. Should it be a card from a powerful extraordinary race? It could even fetch an exorbitant price. Chapter 51. Investigation. Upon witnessing Han Fei's reaction, Jin Kai felt a sense of reassurance and promptly stated with unwavering certainty, "Of course. It is the truth. I vouch for our school's reputation, and Teacher Lu can attest to this as well. Should you have any regrets later, you may file a complaint with the Ministry of Education. Rest assured, this is Teacher Jin Kai, a distinguished figure from a renowned university in the Second Star District. He would not compromise his integrity for such trivial resources." Hearing Jin Kai mention him, Lu Wenjong also offered Han Fei a sense of assurance regarding the remuneration. "Very well. I shall proceed." With Lu Wenjong's guarantee, Han Fei took immediate action, manipulating his divine domain to move toward the center of the battlefield. As he observed Han Fei's movements, Jin Kai's expression grew grave as he gazed at the heart of the conflict. Obscured by the divine domain barrier, they were unaware of the exact circumstances within. 2 hours had elapsed since Tang Fong had revealed her demigod form to report on the situation. "Do not worry, this young man's abilities are formidable." Observing Jin Kai's concerned demeanor, Lu Wenjong sought to reassure him. "Can his strength truly withstand 100,000 man-eating demons?" Jin Kai queried, intrigued by Lu Wenjong's attempt at comfort. Reflecting on the 50,000 mutated jumping insects he had previously witnessed, as well as the reports of over 2 million flying jumping insects from Langshui and others, coupled with the knowledge that 5 years ago, Han Fei had expanded his divine domain to over 1 million square kilometers. Lu Wenjong estimated that Han Fei's ferocious mutated beasts must number at least 4 million. Thus, he replied to Jin Kai, "It should be manageable." At that moment, Han Fei had approached the central combat zone, and gazing at Tang Fong's divine domain linked by 4 invasion channels, he resolved to act decisively. A massive invasion channel surged upward from his divine domain barrier, forcefully piercing into Tang Fong's domain. The objective was to target the vicinity of the junctions of her 4 teleportation channels, which promptly formed, signifying that their divine domains had been interconnected. Has he lost his mind? What is he doing? Witnessing this scene, Jin Kai immediately grew anxious and questioned Lu Wenjong. Lu Wenjong, equally perplexed by Han Fei's actions, quickly retrieved a communication card to send a message. "You are mistaken. You are invading Tang Fong's divine domain." "I am not mistaken. She has interconnected all 4 of her divine domains. I shall resolve this in one go to avoid complications. My channel is being constructed in a desolate terrain. When I exit the invasion channel, she will not suffer any loss." After receiving the message, Han Fei promptly clarified his intentions. Upon hearing Han Fei's explanation, Lu Wenjong and Jin Kai exchanged incredulous glances, questioning whether they had misheard. As the invasion channel established its connection, the concealed effects of Han Fei's divine domain began to stir, revealing itself to be larger than the combined domains of all present. A divine domain spanning 4 million square kilometers astounded the onlookers, particularly Lu Wenjong and Li Mingbao, who were acutely aware that prior to this moment, Han Fei's divine domain had only measured 1 million square kilometers. What on earth has this prodigy accomplished in these 5 years? Upon witnessing Han Fei's divine realm, Langshui could no longer contain his astonishment, and an exclamation escaped his lips. At that very moment, the indignant thoughts of the demigod Harris reached them. "You wretched lowly beings, you have violated the rules." Lu Wenjong, understanding the implication behind Harris's words, retorted sharply, "Fool. You speak nonsense. My students are mere novices, having opened their divine realms for less than half a year. If you have never encountered true genius, refrain from your baseless bluster. If you dare, let us engage in battle, whether in the realm of the gods or the material world. The coward shall be deemed the lesser." Lu Wenjong's audacious tone instantly left Harris speechless. Meanwhile, Han Fei remained indifferent to the unfolding events. His focus fixed on the now stabilized invasion portal before him. He promptly dispatched a venomous dragonfly to scout the transmission passage, with its agility and stealth. Han Fei needed only to wait patiently for a few minutes to gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation on the other side. Furthermore, these dragonflies measuring merely 20 centimeters in length, could utilize nearby transmission passages to establish maps within the 4 divine realms ahead of time. Tang Fong, the central figure in this conflict, felt a heaviness settle in her heart the moment Han Fei's invasion portal connected to her divine realm, occupied at the front lines, orchestrating her followers to counter a new wave of attacks. She was utterly unable to extricate herself to ascertain the circumstances beyond the divine barrier. Thus, she swiftly retrieved a communication card to inquire about the situation from her mentor, Jean Kai. Teacher Jean, what is happening outside? Another invader has breached my divine realm. When will my reinforcements arrive? Jean Kai, upon reading Tang Fong's message, could only respond with a hint of resignation. This new invasion portal belongs to Han Fei. He is here to support you. Upon hearing Jean Kai's explanation, Tang Fong's expression darkened, and she erupted in anger. Is he an imbecile? Not only does he fail to invade the enemy's divine realm, but he also places his own portal adjacent to theirs. If they block the passage, how can he possibly assist me? Listening to Tang Fong's outburst, Jean Kai pondered the enigma of Han Fei's thoughts, yet given the vast expanse of the opposing divine realm, he sought to calm her. Han Fei's strength should be formidable. Stabilize your front line and observe the developments. Reluctantly, Tang Fong severed the communication, redirecting her focus to the warfare at hand. She continued to mobilize her Flame Blade demon followers, utilizing their significant casualties to impede the advance of the ogre horde. Although she persisted, a sense of pessimism began to encroach upon her thoughts. The Flame Blade demons, while extraordinary fiends, were not particularly adept at ranged magical attacks. They primarily relied on the curved blades that extended from their arms for close combat, infusing their strikes with flames that added both heat and fire damage. However, with an average height of less than 2 meters, they appeared woefully inadequate against the towering ogres, who stood at 4 meters and wielded massive spiked clubs. Each encounter between the two factions results in the Ogre Legion inflicting significant losses upon her Flame Blade demons, particularly the 5,000 two-headed ogres. Towering over 5 meters in height, possess immense strength. After enhancing their resistance with protective skin, they show little fear of the Flame Blade demons' assaults, rampaging across the battlefield. Were it not for the demons' inherent belligerence, Tang Fong's desperate strategy of stalling the enemy's advance would have long since depleted the morale of her minions. Chapter 52. Resistant skin. Merely 5 minutes had elapsed, yet Han Fei had already discerned the circumstances on the other side of the passage, within a radius of several kilometers, and had gleaned a general overview of more distant areas. The central region of the divine realm across the passage was characterized by wind-eroded terrain with scant vegetation, a harsh environment, and water sources exuding a sulfurous aroma. The species inhabiting this realm were peculiar, seemingly tailored to the tastes of demonic kin. Apart from the central area, the surrounding expanses were comprised of grasslands and fertile lands, utilized for the grazing of common kin and beasts. The sustenance of demons primarily consisted of the blood, flesh, and souls of living beings. Overall, the topography of this divine realm was exceedingly conducive to large-scale military confrontations. Observing the other side of his teleportation passage, Han Fei noted the presence of scattered ogres and a multitude of werewolves, along with various expendable kin converging towards him. A dangerous smile crept across Han Fei's lips previously. Lu Wenzhong had cautioned him that as long as he did not annihilate the core kin of the enemy or destroy their divine core, the rest was left to his discretion. Gently tugging at the threads of belief, a billion jumping insects began to assemble towards the entrance of the teleportation passage, with an equal division of flying and mutated jumpers. Simultaneously, the mere 20,000 thunder beasts also hastened towards this direction. After 5 arduous years of labor, he had managed to expand the divine realm to 4 million square kilometers. Seizing the entirety of the opposing divine realm today would yield a bounteous harvest. With 2 mentors positioned outside, Han Fei contemplated how to strike decisively. Upon witnessing the 4 enemy invasion passages, each swarming with numerous kin and expendables, the area had rapidly amassed nearly 1 million foes encircling his invasion passage. Meanwhile, the Thunder Beasts had also arrived at the entrance of the invasion passage, prompting Han Fei to resolve to make his move. Advance! With Han Fei's command issued, the vast horde of insects erupted into a frenzy. Countless jumpers surged forward, mingling with the 20,000 thunder beasts as they rushed into the invasion passage. Sali, the wolfman, had become a captive of terrifying insects ever since he lost his god and world over 2 decades ago, inexplicably finding himself in a new realm. This world's deity embraced him and the 15,000 fellow wolfmen who had journeyed here, permitting them to survive and thrive within its confines. Yet, in this world, it was the fearsome ogres who were favored by the divine. Over the span of 20 years, under the predation and hunting of the ogres, the wolfman population had not only failed to grow but had dwindled to fewer than 50,000. Through his cunning and caution, Sali had managed to survive, ultimately rising to the position of leader among the wolfman clan. On this day, the deity issued another command, instructing them to enter the teleportation passage and wage war in other worlds. As inhabitants of this realm, they could not refuse the will of the divine. So they gathered the scant 1,000 wolfman warriors. Sali led them, accompanying several hundred ogres through the teleportation passage. Upon his arrival in this new realm, Sali beheld a peculiar flying insect, nearly 20 centimeters in length, soaring overhead before plunging into the portal behind him. He stood frozen, as if some primal instinct had been awakened within him. Fear and horror flickered across his visage, and cold sweat streamed down his back, dampening his mane. This bizarre creature had long haunted his nightmares, a vivid reminder of the day it vanquished the very deity he once revered. "Chief Sali, what troubles you?" inquired a nearby wolfman, who quickly approached, sensing his distress. Sali lifted his gaze towards the distant portal they were meant to assault, where scattered venomous dragonflies continued to emerge. "We are doomed," he uttered, his voice trembling, as he reluctantly acknowledged the bitter truth that he was destined to relive the same nightmare twice in his fleeting existence. "What do you mean, Chief? I'm not quite following," questioned the young wolfman, bewilderment etched on his face. "You will soon comprehend. Calamity has arrived, and we have no escape." Despair permeated Sali's words as his hands, drained of strength, released the short blade he had clutched so tightly. No sooner had he spoken than the portal he had been fixated upon erupted with a tumultuous swarm of insects, surging forth in a frenzy. Among the countless mutated jump bugs, towering over 10 meters, were thunder beasts, crashing into the encirclement that had just formed around the portal. The air was thick with a dense cloud of flying jump bugs, spiraling and multiplying, creating a swirling vortex of insects that gradually obscured the sunlight, casting a shadow over the creatures below. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, whether it was the dim-witted ogres, bloodthirsty werewolves, or the assembled cannon fodder of other species, an icy dread coursed through their veins. The more distant cannon fodder turned to flee, but those in close proximity found escape impossible. On the ground, the tide of mutated jump bugs quickly engulfed the rudimentary encirclement. The 4-meter-tall ogres were swiftly overwhelmed, with only a few 2-headed ogres managing to struggle against the onslaught due to their resilient skin. However, they were met with the thunder beasts, whose massive forms, weighing 15 tons, trampled mercilessly over them. The few 2-headed ogres still standing, defiant against the swarm, were violently hurled into the air by the beast charge, landing dozens of meters away, carving deep furrows into the earth, blood erupting from their mouths. The faint glow of their resistant skin flickered and extinguished in an instant. Their innards were shattered, leaving them unable to survive. The remaining 2-headed ogres, unable to fully succumb to death, were soon engulfed by the surrounding mutated jump bugs. Witnessing this scene, Han Fei gained a renewed understanding of the formidable defensive capabilities of extraordinary species. Indeed, there exists an imperceptible chasm between ordinary and extraordinary beings. These 5-meter-tall 2-headed ogres, with their resistance-enhancing skin, are able to struggle amidst the relentless tide of insects, signifying that the assault of a single jumping insect is insufficient to penetrate their exterior defenses. Han Fei also observed that even the colossal size of the thunder beasts could only inflict wounds deep enough to expose bone, failing to sever them entirely. This serves as a testament to the remarkable quality of the resistance provided by their skin. Moreover, the defensive prowess of the 2-headed ogres is not even among the most superior of extraordinary species, as detailed in scholarly texts. The true elite of extraordinary beings, whether dragons, high-ranking demons, angels, behemoths, or hill giants, possess defenses that vastly surpass those of these 2-headed ogres. Chapter 53, Compensation Confronted with Such a Reality. Han Fei felt a profound trepidation towards the unprecedented, extraordinary species, observing the swarming insects still engaged in battle below. He could only suppress his thoughts for the moment and redirect his focus to the ongoing invasion. As the flying jump insects began their descent from the sky, the war had transitioned into a harvest rhythm dictated by these aerial predators. Han Fei understood that the creatures fleeing the battleground below stood virtually no chance of escape against the flying jump insects, which boasted speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. The teleportation portal continued to spew forth units of the insect swarm, and after a brief assessment, Han Fei determined that the number of insects entering the battlefield was nearly sufficient. With a subtle tug on the thread of faith, he promptly dispatched 40 million jump insects in 4 waves towards the nearby teleportation portals. Their mission was to penetrate the enemy's divine realm and advance towards its center. The remaining 60 million jump insects, along with 20,000 thunder beasts, continued their relentless assault on the front line, where combat still raged. Tang Fong, the sovereign of this divine realm, was acutely aware of all occurrences within her domain. As the insect horde surged forth from Han Fei's teleportation portal, her attention shifted. Fueled by indignation, as she contemplated how this reinforcements would contend with the million-strong army encircling his portal. Barely 3 minutes into the battle, the scene had transformed into a massacre of alien races by the insect swarm, a deluge reminiscent of a natural disaster, overwhelming both ground and sky. Witnessing such a sight, Tang Fong's initial fury was swiftly supplanted by shock as she gazed at Han Fei's portal, from which the insects continued to pour forth. Was he a monster? How could he possibly be this formidable? As a promising student from a prestigious university in the 2nd District, her previous pride was utterly shattered in the face of the vast insect horde. Estimating the sweeping speed of the swarm, she realized that given the radius of her divine realm, it would not take long for the enemy to reach the front line. At that moment, the ogre army, which had been pressing against the defense, abruptly began to retreat. For colossal, semi-divine apparitions materialized within her domain. Tell your companions to cease their assault. Let us each withdraw our kin and bring this senseless battle to an end, spoke the leading semi-divine figure. Upon hearing their words, Tang Fong immediately grasped their intent. They too had recognized the terror of the insect swarm, understanding that victory was beyond their reach and seeking to withdraw. If you wish to flee, negotiate with him yourself. I have not obstructed your retreat, Tang Fong retorted, deftly returning the ball to their court in light of the dire situation on the battlefield below. Upon hearing Tang Fong's response, the 4 semi-divine apparitions hesitated not a moment longer. They vanished and reappeared at the entrance of the invasion portal. Cease your actions, withdraw your kin, and we shall likewise retract our own. Bringing this meaningless conflict to a close, the leading semi-divine echoed throughout the vicinity. Han Fei, overhearing their discourse, understood their thoughts well. After the skirmish at the portal, it was evident even to the most naive that they were not a match for the onslaught. If only the diminutive and purely terrestrial unit of the aberrant jump insect were present, these demigods could potentially form a formidable formation, leveraging the formidable defense and imposing stature of the 2-headed ogres to counter the swarm. This would at least provide a glimmer of hope. By choosing an advantageous terrain to keep the swarm at bay, they might endure a little longer. Alas, among the 3 types of Zerg units currently deployed by Han Fei, whether it be the flying jump insects or the thunder beasts, they can effortlessly penetrate and disrupt any formation, transforming every engagement into a chaotic clash that favors the swarm, rendering any strategy futile. With a sneer upon his face, Han Fei expended divine power to project a demigod apparition. There was no escape now. They should simply await the annihilation of their forces and the extraction of their divine domain-s core. Upon the emergence of the demigod apparition, a mocking expression adorned Han Fei's visage, effectively extinguishing any hope of a safe retreat for his adversaries. "Do not push your luck," exclaimed the leading demigod, his voice betraying a mix of fury and trepidation. "There are over 2 million expendable troops, 200,000 ogres, and 5,000 2-headed ogres on the front lines. To vanquish them will exact a toll upon you as well." Hearing Han Fei's words, the leading demigod's face turned grim. Han Fei's demigod apparition shrugged nonchalantly. "It matters not. I can afford this price, and your lot is doomed." Observing Han Fei's unwavering demeanor, the leading demigod's expression soured, and as the apparition faded, he hastily contacted Harris, recounting the situation within their divine domain. The battlefield circumstances were beyond the capabilities of the four of them. Fools, damned fools, Harris muttered, assessing the situation relayed by the promising younger generation of their families. Should their main forces engage the swarm, the ensuing losses would be irreparable. After a few moments of grim contemplation, Harris resolved swiftly, projecting his divine thought towards Lu Wenjing and Jin Kai. We concede. Instruct your students to cease immediately, and I will compensate. Oh, just a moment ago, you were so arrogant, and now you surrender? Lu Wenjing responded, astonished. State your terms, and if they are satisfactory, I shall inform my students to cease their actions. Han Fei had only been on the battlefield for a mere 10 minutes, and already the enemy sought to capitulate. Nevertheless, Lu Wenjing maintained an impassive facade while urging Jin Kai to quickly inquire about Tang Feng's status. A crystallized soul essence that will suffice to halt their actions, Harris stated without hesitation, offering the compensation outright. Upon hearing the proposed compensation, Lu Wenjing recognized the urgency of their situation. The value of a crystallized soul essence was nearly 2 million divine power points, a sum that, combined with the ongoing engagement of the 4 divine domains, represented a rare and precious resource. He promptly messaged Han Fei, young man, cease your actions and step out for a moment. On what ground should I halt? I was prepared to seize all 4 of their divine domains, leaving them with a core and a mere 10,000 square kilometers of divine territory, Han Fei retorted, perplexed by Lu Wenjing's sudden request. The adversaries were willing to offer a crystallized soul essence as compensation to conclude the conflict, prompting Lu Wenjing to hasten in his explanations. Upon hearing the mention of the soul crystal, Han Fei instinctively tugged at the threads of faith, halting the swarm's assault. The demigod swiftly emerged from the divine barrier, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he communicated with Lu Wenjing, demanding, "Where is it? Deliver it to me, and I shall immediately command their retreat." The soul crystal is a rare treasure within the realm of deities, holding immense value for Han Fei. This remarkable substance possesses no adverse effects and enhances the potential of his followers. It significantly aids elite units in their ascension to hero status. And while it can also be utilized by lower-tier units, it is seldom employed on those beneath the elite level. For Han Fei, this extraordinary resource, devoid of side effects, is akin to a specialty item exclusively for the Queen Ant. Granting it to her ensures a profitable outcome, regardless of the transformation it may induce. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, Lu Wenjing turned to Jin Kai, seeking his silent counsel. Let us finalize this transaction. The soul crystal shall belong to Han Fei, and my students shall have no objections. Jin Kai, already informed of Han Fei's extraordinary capabilities by Tang Feng, decisively concurred. With Jin Kai's approval, Lu Wenjing promptly contacted Harris, who wasted no time in dispatching a card sealed with the soul crystal, enveloped in divine energy, swiftly making its way to Han Fei. With the soul crystal in hand, Han Fei immediately began to consolidate the swarm, guiding them back to his divine domain. Chapter 54, Defects After More Than 2 Hours of Entanglement. The 8 divine realms gradually untangled. Throughout this process, Han Fei's 2 teachers and the demigod Harris remained intensely focused on one another. It was only when both parties had distanced themselves, disappearing from each other's sight, that the atmosphere began to ease. Assured of their safety, Han Fei immediately turned his gaze towards his homeroom teacher, signaling fervently for assistance in procuring the promised advanced bloodline card. Lu Wenjing, observing Han Fei's eager expression, could not help but smirk, realizing that this young man was quite the money grubber. Why the urgency? Hadn't he already stated that the bloodline card was guaranteed under the school's name and would certainly be delivered? Ahem. Mr. Jin, now that your student has emerged from danger, might we settle the promised reward? Lu Wenjing awkwardly reminded Jin Kai, under Han Fei's frantic gestures. Upon hearing Lu Wenjing's prompt, Jin Kai recalled his earlier promise to Han Fei regarding the advanced bloodline card. With a smile, he retrieved a card from the demigod's essence and handed it to Han Fei. Thank you, Han Fei. Here is the advanced bloodline card I promised you. Han Fei accepted the card without scrutinizing it, promptly storing it within his being, his face alight with uncontainable joy. No need for thanks. It is only right to assist one another in the outside world. Seeing that Han Fei had received his reward, Lu Wenjong interjected, "All right, young man. There is no need for such formality. This bloodline card is rightfully yours. If it weren't for you, the situation could have escalated dramatically." Lu Wenjong then turned to Jin Kai, stating, "Mr. Jin, I plan to take my students back now, with half a month until this year's school assessment. They need time to digest their gains. I anticipate staying a while longer, so, Mr. Lu, until we meet again." Upon hearing Lu Wenjong's intention to depart, Jin Kai promptly returned a respectful gesture, bidding farewell. "Goodbye." Lu Wenjong waved, leading his 4 students back in the direction they had come. While on the way back, Lu Wenjong summoned Han Fei from the divine realm, asking earnestly, "Young man, tell me honestly, what is your current strength? How many aberrant beasts do you possess?" "Over 200 million in total." Han Fei responded candidly, without reservation. How much did you say?" Lu Wenjong questioned, suspecting he might have misheard. Previously, he had been astounded when Jin Kai mentioned that Han Fei's number of followers approached 100 million, believing that to be his full strength. It turned out that was merely half of his true power. 200 million, to be precise, approximately 220 million. Han Fei reiterated, providing a precise figure in response to Lu Wenjong's incredulous tone. The 3 other students, upon hearing this staggering number, were engulfed by waves of astonishment, far exceeding their expectations. Do not speak of the military. Even if we consider all their dependents combined, the total would not reach 30 million. The disparity is simply staggering. I never anticipated your prowess to be so formidable. You are undoubtedly capable of advancing into the Global League. Upon your return, take the time to thoroughly digest the gains of this period." Upon hearing Han Fei declare the precise figures, Lu Wenjong was filled with immense joy. "Have you discovered a method for your dependents to ascend to the extraordinary?" Lu Wenjong inquired hastily, knowing that with Han Fei's number of dependents, finding a path to transcendence would result in a significant enhancement of their power. "As for the issue of ascending to the extraordinary, I currently lack any leads. My dependents are rather unique. They cannot ascend through conventional cultivation but are likely closer to the paths of evolution or metamorphosis. Moreover, their evolution is distinctly different from ordinary methods, lacking the ability for generational inheritance." Han Fei succinctly explained the situation of his insect kin, eager to see if Lu Wenjong had any strategies to help him overcome this challenge. "Oh, I see. No wonder you are so interested in the spirit crystal and bloodline cards. However, there are no flawless dependents in this world. While you possess a significant advantage in reproduction, it is only natural to have shortcomings in other areas. Your extraordinary beasts lack a reference template. You will need to explore this gradually," Lu Wenjong responded, gaining a clearer understanding from Han Fei's account. In the realm of the gods, although not absolute, nearly all species of dependents adhere to certain natural laws. Those that reproduce easily tend to be weaker or possess severe flaws, such as goblins or kobolds. Conversely, powerful dependents like dragons or angels typically face difficulties in reproduction and grow at a very slow pace. He speculated that Han Fei's dependents belong to the category that reproduces effortlessly but faces great challenges in surpassing their inherent limitations to ascend to the extraordinary. If a method for breaking through to the extraordinary remains elusive, Han Fei may maintain his dominance in the early stages, but ultimately, he could be surpassed by demigod dependents who discover a path to transcendence. Fortunately, dependents that reproduce easily encounter no issues in expanding their numbers, allowing Han Fei to sustain himself through the vast core of his dependents until he accumulates sufficient divine essence to ignite the divine fire and lead his dependents to a sublime transformation. With 15 years remaining until the Citywide University League, perhaps one day your dependents will achieve breakthroughs on their own. Lu Wenjong could not conjure any effective solutions and could merely offer Han Fei some temporary consolation. The other 3 listened silently to Han Fei's account. Lang Shui also quickly chimed in to comfort him. "Indeed, academic prodigy, time is on your side. My dependents unexpectedly found their path to the extraordinary. Perhaps yours will as well." Lang Shui was correct. It is indeed a matter of luck. Instances of dependents evolving on their own are not unheard of. Moreover, even if they cannot break through to the extraordinary, with your dependents' reproductive advantages, accumulating 1 million divine essence and igniting the divine fire would be entirely feasible. The remaining two joined in solidarity with Langshue's sentiments. Thank you for your concern. I am well aware of my situation, Han Fei replied. I have not heard any helpful content, Han Fei said with a bitter smile. Enough, enough. Who can predict the future? At the very least, this young man surpasses all three of you combined in strength. With his capabilities, entering the Global League poses no challenge. There is no need for you to worry here. Focus on yourselves first. Lu Wenjing observed the other three novices in the team coming over to console Han Fei. Frustration welled up within him as he thought. Do they truly believe he needs your consolation? This lad has just acquired a spirit crystal worth 3 million power points and an advanced bloodline card. Collectively, the three of you from the divine realm do not even equate to that value. Chapter 55, Absorption during the journey away from the barren resource well. The path was serene and devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Lu Wenjing led his 4 students through a positioning teleportation, returning to the sanctuary of the school. Upon revealing their presence, he advised the quartet to thoroughly absorb the gains from this experience before the upcoming assessment. After imparting his counsel, Lu Wenjing retreated into his divine realm. As he stabilized his divine domain, Han Fei observed the surroundings, noting how little had changed among his peers over the years. He could not help but reflect. Indeed, the only way to achieve rapid development is through external plunder. The other students, upon spotting Han Fei and his companions after several years, eagerly emerged to witness their transformations. In just a few short years, how had Han Fei's divine realm expanded to nearly 400,000 square kilometers? How had he accomplished such a feat? The answer was evident: by invading other divine realms and seizing their resources. Had they not seen how Li Mingbao and others had also nearly doubled their own domains? Yet, Han Fei's realm had tripled in size. How many divine realms had he plundered? Ignoring the astonished murmurs of his fellow students, Han Fei greeted Li Mingbao and promptly returned to his divine realm. On the journey back, while organizing his spoils, he discovered a new extraordinary species gene that piqued his interest. This low-level demonic creature, known as the split-eye worm, had inadvertently been brought back from Tang Feng's divine realm by a jumping insect. This demonic crawler was part of Tang Feng's ecological system and possessed 10 eyes, each capable of growing independent legs to scout and move separately. However, these detached eyes lacked consciousness, entirely governed by the awareness of the main body. They resembled an independent organ severed from the body, yet fully controlled, akin to the split ovaries of an ant queen, but superior in that they were completely disconnected from any nutrient channels. Moreover, the gene chain of the split-eye worm was remarkably simple. Unlike other species with a series of gene tumors, its extraordinary genes were located at both ends of the gene chain, each containing a solitary extraordinary gene tumor. This made it the species with the fewest gene tumors Han Fei had encountered thus far, in extraordinary species. This discovery ignited a flicker of hope for breakthroughs in extraordinary genes, prompting Han Fei to delve into this newfound specimen immediately upon returning to his divine realm. Days swiftly passed, and Han Fei gazed at the results before him, his expression tinged with frustration. He had completely deciphered the ordinary genes on the gene chain of the split-eye worm, but despite his relentless efforts, he made no progress on the extraordinary gene tumors at either end of the chain. Momentarily setting aside his work, Han Fei let out a deep sigh and retrieved his most significant acquisition from this journey, the spirit crystal and the bloodline card. He placed the advanced bloodline card aside for the moment, uncertain of its application, for with only a 70% success rate, it was certainly not suitable for use on the Ant Queen. With his gaze fixed upon the card encasing the spirit crystal, Han Fei found himself in deep contemplation. The spirit crystal, a rare resource capable of enhancing any individual's potential without adverse effects, was intended for the queen ant. Yet, he remained uncertain of the outcome. To bestow it upon any other subordinate of the insect race would be a sheer waste, which explained why, despite possessing the crystal for over a month, he had yet to utilize it. During this time, he had perused extensive literature, gaining insight into the effects of the spirit crystal. From all known cases, none of the users experienced any side effects. The enhancement varied according to the potential of the species involved. Resolute, Han Fei decided it was time to proceed. He turned to the queen ant beside him and communicated telepathically, I have recently acquired something remarkable that can elevate your potential. Are you prepared? I shall administer it to you, and if you feel any discomfort, you must inform me immediately. Master, I am ready. If I experience any discomfort, I will let you know, the Queen Ant replied promptly upon receiving Han Fei's thoughts. Upon hearing her response, Han Fei began to channel divine energy into the sealing card, which, upon activation, vanished instantly. In its place, a resplendent crystal materialized in his hand. Without hesitation, Han Fei directed more divine energy into the spirit crystal, which quickly filled with a golden luminescence. Gradually, it transformed into shimmering golden specks, merging seamlessly into the Queen's being under his guidance. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a vigilant mental observation of her. Within mere minutes, the spirit crystal completely dissipated, absorbed into the Queen Ant. At that moment, she had succumbed to slumber, her breathing steady, while her cells began to awaken, fervently absorbing the essence of the spirit crystal as if quenched by life-giving rain after a prolonged drought. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the effects of the spirit crystal began to wane. Han Fei remained steadfastly by the Queen's side, ever vigilant of her condition. Fortunately, the effects of the spirit crystal were indeed extraordinary. He could distinctly sense the vitality within the Queen Ant flourishing, with no unforeseen incidents occurring. As her antennae began to sway, it signified that she had fully digested the spirit crystal. Without delay, Han Fei summoned the auxiliary system panel to examine the changes in the Queen's attributes. Subordinate name, Queen Ant subordinate level, extraordinary. Subordinate talent, gene fusion, gene adjustment. Faith level, fanatic. As he observed the attribute panel, he noted that while most details remained unchanged, a new talent, gene adjustment, had manifested alongside the existing gene fusion. Han Fei was taken aback. His divine characteristic was gene adjustment, and now the Queen Ant's subordinate talent bore the same name. The true effects of this new talent remained shrouded in mystery, its potential yet to be fully unveiled. Only through experimentation will clarity emerge. Upon glimpsing the name of this talent, Han Fei pondered silently. At that moment, the Queen Ant stirred from her slumber, prompting Han Fei to inquire, "How do you feel now? Is there anything amiss?" The Queen Ant promptly responded, "I feel splendid, as if I can now harness the genes stored within me." She conveyed her sensations upon awakening to Han Fei. Chapter 56. Breakthrough. Upon hearing the words of the Ant Queen, Han Fei promptly initiated a divine possession, allowing his spiritual essence to delve deep into the Ant Queen's being. Under the guidance of his spiritual perception, he immediately discerned an anomaly within her. In the past, when the Ant Queen sensed the genes within her body, she could only perceive an entire genetic chain. However, now, as she consumed the power of faith, she was able to observe the internal workings of her genes, much like Han Fei. At that moment, the genes Han Fei was examining were those of the split-eye worm, which he had tirelessly sought to decode. The two enigmatic clusters of extraordinary genetic tumors that had previously shown no progress began to clarify under the Ant Queen's genetic adjustment aptitude. This revelation compelled Han Fei to intensify his expenditure of faith, and indeed, as he had surmised, the Ant Queen's genetic adjustment ability could analyze and modify extraordinary genes. Suppressing the elation swelling within him, Han Fei proceeded to test other extraordinary genes, yielding entirely consistent results. All extraordinary genes were subject to the Ant Queen's analysis. A triumphant laughter erupted uncontrollably from Han Fei's lips, for a conundrum that had long plagued him had finally been surmounted. After indulging in his rapture, Han Fei once again possessed the Ant Queen, utilizing her newly acquired genetic adjustment talent to fervently dissect the extraordinary genes. In the throes of Han Fei's fervent endeavor, 10 days swiftly passed, and his consciousness detached from the Ant Queen, returning to the celestial expanse of the divine realm. He found himself with his eyes gently closed, vigorously massaging his furrowed brow, his countenance betraying a semblance of distress. Through the analyses conducted over the past few days, Han Fei had ascertained that the Ant Queen's genetic adjustment talent indeed influenced extraordinary genes. Yet, the reality fell drastically short of his aspirations. Disheartened, he gazed upon the fruits of his 10 days of relentless toil, realizing that the decoding progress of one extraordinary gene from the split-eye worm had barely reached 1%. This was the culmination of 10 days of sleepless labor. At the current rate, fully deciphering a single extraordinary gene might require no less than 5 years. Even for the simplest of split-eye worms, to completely decode the 2 extraordinary genes within them would demand at least a decade. The thought of other extraordinary species, particularly those formidable beings with lengthy chains of genetic tumors, was daunting. Time expended on such endeavors could easily be counted in centuries, rendering a life of overtime seemingly interminable. Nevertheless, the silver lining was that he was no longer utterly helpless against extraordinary genes. This was a promising beginning, and the future undoubtedly held greater prospects. With renewed composure, Han Fei commenced a session of self-hypnosis. After all, what were extraordinary genes? What was a little overtime? Han Fei had never shied away from such challenges. Revitalized, he reflected on the anguished expressions of those he had previously outstripped, pondering whether this was perhaps a form of divine retribution. Regardless, Han Fei could only silently re-enter the Ant Queen's form, continuing his relentless pursuit of knowledge. 5 years later, today marks the date of the school assessment. Lu Wenzhong surveyed the assembled students, all present except for Han Fei, and turned to Lang Shui, inquiring, "Lang Shui, have you seen Han Fei?" "I have not." Lang Shui replied promptly. "His domain has remained unchanged since we returned 5 years ago. He has not emerged from it since." "Really? He has not come out at all? What is the situation?" Lu Wenzhong expressed his bewilderment. Having spent the last 10 days in the real world, he was unaware of the happenings within the domain. "I don't know," Lang Shui responded, seeing the surrounding individuals shake their heads in ignorance. With a heart full of curiosity, Lu Wenzhong retrieved a communication card to summon Han Fei to participate in the assessment. Han Fei, engrossed in deciphering extraordinary genes, abruptly received the teacher's message instructing him to emerge and gather for the school assessment. Has 5 years truly passed? He mused, promptly setting aside his work and manifesting his demigod form outside the domain. The appearance of Han Fei's demigod form startled those present. His expression was vacant, his gaze unfocused, and his spirit seemed utterly drained, as if he had been completely sapped of vitality. "Young man, what have you been doing all this time? You look utterly depleted," Lu Wenzhong remarked in astonishment upon witnessing Han Fei's dismal state. Responding to Lu Wenzhong's query, Han Fei snapped back to reality, vigorously shaking his head to refocus. "Nothing much. Just dealing with some matters within the domain," he quickly replied. "Listen to me. As someone who has traversed this path before, though you are still brimming with youthful vigor, you must learn to exercise restraint," Lu Wenzhong advised, his expression a blend of earnestness and playful mockery. Seeing the mischievous glint in his teacher's eyes, Han Fei understood that the irreverent instructor was likely misinterpreting the situation. He chose not to clarify, simply wearing a faint smile as he observed Lu Wenzhong, encouraging him to continue. Noting Han Fei's lack of embarrassment, Lu Wenzhong found himself at a loss for how to proceed with his jest, the motivation to tease evaporating in an instant. "Ahem. Well, since everyone is present, I will announce the rules for this assessment." At this, Lu Wenzhong surveyed the students before continuing, "Shortly, a senior arena manager will arrive for the evaluation. Upon invading their domain, each of you may send forth a maximum of 10,000 subordinates. The arena manager will unleash their subordinates against you, as long as you endure the first round. You will be deemed qualified. The more rounds you withstand, the greater the resources you will receive each month. You may surrender at any time during the process. Are there any questions?" After delivering his instructions, Lu Wenzhong turned to his students. "Teacher Lu, why is the assessment structured this way?" "It hardly allows my subordinates to showcase their advantages," Han Fei immediately queried upon hearing the announced rules. Lu Wenzhong, upon noticing Han Fei's inquiry, immediately elucidated. "The primary objective of this assessment is not to gauge your current prowess, but rather to evaluate the potential growth of your affiliations in the future. Thus, the focus remains on the quality of your associations. Of course, to represent the school in the citywide intercollegiate competition, strength is paramount. The school will conduct a comprehensive evaluation, which is not solely determined by the results of this assessment. The selection of participants will be made by each class teacher, with each class nominating one or more candidates, followed by discussions among the school authorities to determine the final representatives." After delivering this explanation, Lu Wenzhong regarded Han Fei, indicating that he could pose any further questions he might have. Chapter 57. Assessment completed upon seeing Han Fei gently shake his head, indicating he had no issues. Lu Wenjong turned his attention to the other students. Teacher Lu, on what basis do you select the candidates? Shen Hao, noticing Han Fei had ceased to speak, hastily inquired. My criteria? Lu Wenjong replied. It is, of course, strength. I will endorse those with the greatest prowess. If one lacks the requisite strength, any nomination would be futile. Moreover, without sufficient might, participating in the Citywide University League would result in a swift elimination, which would bring disgrace upon our institution. After all, Zhonghai No. 2 High School is among the top 3 schools in the city. The school will be even more meticulous about the selection of candidates than you might presume. So there is no need for excessive concern regarding fairness. Once Lu Wenjong finished speaking and noted that no one had further questions, he clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention and continued. All right, you may now return to prepare, select your companions wisely, and brace yourselves for the assessment. Han Fei, please stay behind. I wish to speak with you privately. As the others returned to their respective domains, Han Fei looked at Lu Wenjong in curiosity and asked, Is there something else, Teacher Lu? Nothing much, just a word of reassurance, Lu Wenjong replied. Relax during the core assessment. I will recommend you for the Citywide University League. Given your strength, securing a spot should pose no challenge. Additionally, may I inquire how many companions you currently possess? With no other students around, Lu Wenjong discreetly addressed Han Fei. Approximately 350 million. Han Fei candidly disclosed his companion count to Lu Wenjong. Over the past few years, Han Fei had primarily been producing jumping bugs, while the number of thunder beasts had remained capped at 100,000. The resource consumption of thunder beasts was exorbitant, and the faith power they generated was akin to that of jumping bugs. Until their consumption issue was resolved, Han Fei could not afford to mass-produce thunder beasts. Lu Wenjong was nearly taken aback by the figure Han Fei revealed. It had surged from 220 million to an astonishing 130 million in just 5 years. Even when goblins are counted in millions, their combat prowess is quite formidable. Moreover, Han Fei's jumping bugs rank among the elite of ordinary companions. Through various observations, Lu Wenjong had also noted that Han Fei's companions exhibited virtually no morale issues. The mere thought of over 300 million fearless jumping bugs was daunting. His own combat-oriented companions numbered less than 200 million. At such a scale, unless one possessed the capability for mass destruction, encountering Han Fei would certainly be a headache for anyone. Just perform well. Do not overly concern yourself with the outcome of this assessment. Securing a spot in the competition is where the true resources lie, Lu Wenjong advised Han Fei, choosing not to elaborate further. Internally, he was elated, confident that with Han Fei's strength, their class would undoubtedly secure a spot in the competition. At that moment, a divine domain, spanning over 30 million square kilometers, gradually drifted closer. This would serve as the venue for the upcoming assessment. Although the venue manager has lost its core followers, it does not imply a lack of combat capability. They can still cultivate other ordinary followers, albeit without the potential to ignite divine flames. The demigod form of the venue manager materialized beyond the divine realm barrier, its voice resonating throughout the base of Class 3. The rules of the assessment have undoubtedly been communicated by your homeroom teacher, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. At this moment, all students are to establish an invasion channel immediately. The assessment has commenced. Upon hearing the venue manager announce the beginning of the assessment, everyone hastily connected with the vast divine realm. Once the teleportation channel stabilized, Han Fei promptly dispatched 5,000 thunder beasts, complemented by an equal number of jump bugs, both mutated in aerial, into the venue manager's divine realm. Under Han Fei's command, this contingent of 10,000 insect units swiftly arranged themselves into a formidable formation within a mere 30 seconds. 5,000 thunder beasts formed the front line, with 2,500 mutated jump bugs flanking each side, while another 2,500 aerial jump bugs circled above. Barely 3 minutes had passed when a horde of 10,000 goblins emerged before the insect formation. Upon sighting the insect units dispatched by Han Fei, they immediately erupted into chaos. The 10-meter-tall thunder beasts, with their fearsome appearance and colossal size, easily instilled terror in these diminutive green-skinned creatures. as the insect swarm charged. The goblins scattered in disarray, completely avoiding any semblance of battle. Observing this scene, Han Fei temporarily halted the Thunder Beast's advance and refrained from pursuing the fleeing goblins. A similar fate befell the second and third waves of attacking half-orc armies. The pressure exerted by the 5,000 Thunder Beasts was beyond the endurance of ordinary creatures. It was not until the fourth wave of hostile units appeared that Han Fei's spirits lifted, though a resigned expression graced his face. The fourth wave consisted of an astonishing 10,000 Eaglefolk half-orcs, soaring through the skies as they approached. With only 2,500 aerial jump bugs at his disposal, Han Fei immediately engaged. The somewhat fragile aerial jump bugs fully accelerated, initiating a suicidal charge that eliminated nearly 2,000 Eaglefolk half-orcs, only to be annihilated in return. Subsequently, the remaining ground units of the insect swarm could only gaze longingly at the Eaglefolk soaring above, awaiting the 2 waves of javelins they would rain down from the sky. Although the mutated jump bugs sheltered beneath the Thunder Beasts' bellies, evading the onslaught of javelins, the Thunder Beasts, fortified by their robust exoskeletons, suffered no losses. However, being grounded and unable to strike back at their airborne adversaries proved to be a critical flaw. Thus, Han Fei, left with no alternative, resigned, recalling all his followers and withdrawing from the assessment. When all classmates had completed their assessments and the venue manager severed all invasion channels, Han Fei discovered that none in the class had endured the fourth wave's assault. Most had surrendered during the first 3 waves, with only a few witnessing the appearance of the Eaglefolk. Seeing that everyone had concluded, Lu Wenzhong gathered everyone together and stated, "The assessment has come to an end. The corresponding results will be sent to each of you subsequently. I hope this battle has enabled you to recognize the shortcomings of your followers. Regarding the slots for the Citywide University League, I have decided to nominate Han Fei and Lang Shui. The others should focus on their development and prepare diligently. Soon, we will organize an opportunity for everyone to gain experience before disbanding." After speaking, Lu Wenzhong abruptly vanished, presumably exiting the realm of the gods. With the assessment concluded, Han Fei immersed himself once more in the divine domain, relentlessly pursuing the analysis of extraordinary genes. Recently, he successfully completed the analysis of one extraordinary gene from the split-eye worm. Once he masters the remaining extraordinary gene, Han Fei will acquire his first extraordinary gene template. The thought of this fills Han Fei with boundless motivation. Chapter 58. Nomination after concluding the evaluation. Lu Wenzhong hurriedly exited the realm of deities and made his way to the school conference room, adhering to the customary procedure following the annual assessment. All senior class homeroom teachers were required to attend this meeting, where each class would submit their nominated students. The school's administration would then determine 3 candidates who would receive substantial support from the institution. Upon Lu Wenzhong's arrival at the conference room, he discovered that all participants had already gathered. He quickly found his seat and awaited the commencement of the meeting. With everyone present, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Zhou Yong, stood up with confidence, presenting his nominee. "I nominate Feng Yakin, whose core affinity is with a half-elf. She currently boasts over 400,000 core followers, with 40,000 having ascended to the extraordinary level. She wields wind-based attack magic, specifically the Wind Blade technique, along with various supportive spells, showcasing formidable combat prowess." After delivering his nomination, Zhou Yong cast a challenging glance at Lu Wenzhong, as the two had long been rivals, with Zhou finally tasting victory this year. The supervising director, seated at the head of the table, promptly began noting Zhou's recommendation, indicating a favorable view of Feng Yakin. Once all other teachers had submitted their nominations, Lu Wenzhong leisurely rose, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. "I have 2 candidates to propose. The first is Lang Shui, whose affinity lies with a black-scaled serpent man. He commands over 10 million core followers, with 5,000 having reached the extraordinary level. He possesses the ability to unleash corrosive toxic mist, capable of joint spellcasting. The mist can extend over a radius of 50 kilometers, making it an exceptionally versatile extraordinary ability. Should the adversary fail to resist the corrosive mist, they will swiftly lose their combat effectiveness, even if they can withstand it. He will hold the advantage of fighting on home ground. The second candidate is Han Fei, who has an affinity with a mutated beast featuring specialized aerial combat units, ground forces, and colossal entities. He can also survive for extended periods underwater and is exceedingly fierce, unyielding in battle. At this point, Lu Wenjong raised his hand to activate his divine energy ring, projecting a three-dimensional hologram of the jumping insect and thunder beast, complete with annotations regarding their size, weight, and speed. Although their affinities were of ordinary grade and had yet to embark on the path to the extraordinary, the combat capabilities of these mutated beasts were already sufficient to contend with the majority of extraordinary species. Just as Lu Wenjong was concluding his statement, he was interrupted by Zhou Yong beside him. "Teacher Lu, you must be acutely aware of the disparity between ordinary species and extraordinary ones. Despite the fact that the three mutated beasts you presented are among the elite of ordinary species, they still seem insufficient to contend with extraordinary entities." Zhou Yong scoffed. Believing that without extraordinary dependence, there was no rightful claim to a spot in the Citywide University competition. "Zhou Yong, I am currently reporting my list of students. Should you interject again, I will have no choice but to expel you from this room," Lu Wenjong declared, as a surge of divine power began to pulse within him. An invisible force propelling Zhou Yong back 2 meters. Only with great effort did Zhou manage to halt himself at the window. The sound of 2 firm knocks on the table reverberated through the conference room, prompting everyone to turn their attention to the Director of Education. "Teacher Zhou, please refrain from interrupting while other homeroom teachers are reporting." "Teacher Lu, the meeting is still in session. Kindly proceed with your explanation." The emotionless voice pierced through the gathering. "Yes." Upon hearing the director's instruction, Lu Wenjong immediately withdrew his force from Zhou Yong and continued. "Hanfei's dependents are exceptionally unique. They exhibit no signs of fear and can execute commands with absolute fidelity. Most notably, their numbers are staggering." At this juncture, Lu Wenjong paused, nearly succumbing to his penchant for suspenseful delivery, but quickly regained his composure, recognizing that this was not a classroom setting. He hastily continued, "Their total exceeds 350 million, all of whom are combat units." A hum of disbelief swept through the conference room as attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, grappling with the incredibility of the figure Lu Wenjong had disclosed. "Teacher Lu, please verify the authenticity of your data," the Director of Education implored, momentarily taken aback but quickly regaining his composure. "During my previous training with them, Hanfei had once deployed over 100 million troops in an incursion. And after spending 5 years in a low-level war zone, he managed to expand the divine territory to 4 million square kilometers. Without such overwhelming numbers, high-intensity invasions and plundering are simply untenable." Lu Wenjong elucidated his insights on Hanfei. "Very well. I will inform you all later regarding the list of participants for the Citywide University competition. The meeting is adjourned." After acknowledging Lu Wenjong's explanation with a nod, the director rose and exited the conference room. "Congratulations, Teacher Lu. It appears that a competition slot is certainly secured for your student this time," remarked several teachers familiar with Lu Wenjong, showering him with compliments once the director had departed. Zhou Yong, however, had already hastily followed the director out, apprehensive of further conflict with Lu Wenjong, whose prowess far surpassed his own. Congratulations to us all. The students are exceptionally talented, bringing honor to our school. If we achieve outstanding results, the Ministry of Education will allocate funding next year, benefiting everyone." As for Zhang Yang's escape, Lu Wenjong was utterly indifferent, engaging in casual conversation with several familiar teachers, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Lu Wenjong possessed unwavering confidence that Hanfei would undoubtedly be selected, as all competitions were conducted in a practical format. Students lacking sufficient prowess might not even complete the entire competition process and would have to withdraw prematurely. Chapter 59. The hatchery time flies like an arrow, and 5 years have swiftly passed in the realm of the gods. Hanfei stood in the midst of his divine domain, stretching languidly, releasing the pent-up tension that had long burdened his spirit. Finally, a chapter had come to a close. Reflecting on the recent accomplishments, a smile crept upon his lips, unable to be contained. Just half a month prior, he had finally obtained his first complete extraordinary gene template. In that moment of achievement, Hanfei did not relent. Instead, he immediately immersed himself in the optimization and adjustment of the extraordinary gene. Now, he had completed all the enhancements to this extraordinary gene template. With a gentle motion, he transported himself to the continent of divine exchanges, where he exchanged for a small barrel of life spring water at the Ministry of Education's resource exchange. Without delay, he returned to his divine domain. Approaching the Ant Queen once more, with a heart filled with trepidation, he administered the life spring water to her, sensing its effects taking hold within her being. Han Fei began the process of integrating the singular extraordinary gene template he possessed into the Ant Queen. He had rehearsed the entire procedure in his mind countless times, and the progress exceeded all expectations. There were no unforeseen incidents during the merging of the gene template. Observing the Ant Queen, now in a deep slumber and undergoing transformation, Han Fei stifled his excitement and began to patiently wait. The extraordinary gene template of the split-eyed worm held the most crucial function of enabling organs to detach and remain fully under the control of the host's extraordinary abilities. This phenomenon was entirely unexplainable within the knowledge framework of Han Fei's previous life, yet within the context of this world, relevant information existed. Simply put, although the body had separated, the soul continued to govern the detached portions, and under the influence of extraordinary power, these organs remained under the soul's control. Though it defied scientific explanation, it was undeniably magical. After a month of anticipation, the Ant Queen finally completed her metamorphosis, and the 40 connected split ovaries had entirely detached from her body, becoming independent organs. Han Fei was elated, for this signified that a significant obstacle that had previously constrained the development of his swarm had found its breakthrough. With only one Ant Queen among his core minions, Han Fei had previously been hesitant to make any adjustments to her genes, fearful that any misstep could lead to the extinction of his core subjects. However, now everything had changed. The detached split ovaries, each bearing the Ant Queen's gene template, afforded Han Fei the liberty to modify her genes as he wished. Should any issues arise, the worst outcome would be the death of a single split ovary, akin to the necrosis of an organ detached from the body, without any repercussions for the Ant Queen herself, who remained unconnected to physical form. At long last, the dilemma of hesitating to alter the Ant Queen's genes had been resolved, allowing Han Fei to implement some long-prepared ideas. With that thought, he no longer hesitated, selecting an independent split ovary to commence the gene adjustments. In this endeavor to adjust the split ovary, he had long harbored a plan in his heart. The split ovary inherently possesses the capabilities of self-feeding, digesting, and laying eggs. One might say they are akin to unconscious queen ants, with the future form of these entities already etched in his mind from his previous life. Han Fei had a template for reference, the core structure of the insect race, the hatchery, which served as the main base for the insect species. The StarCraft Battlefield Manual describes the Zerg hatchery in a similar vein. What Han Fei is undertaking now is an upgrade of these individual split ovaries utilizing the genetic material he has already mastered. The objectives are clear: to increase their size, enhance their feeding capabilities, improve their digestive efficiency, and optimize their egg-laying potential. This genetic adjustment is a manifestation of the accumulated knowledge Han Fei has gathered over decades. After administering a vial of life essence into the split ovary, he immersed his consciousness within, extracting one optimized genetic template after another from the gene repository, seamlessly integrating them into its genetic chain. Free from past hesitations, Han Fei executed the integration with remarkable swiftness, completing the fusion of hundreds of genetic templates in less than a day. Observing the split ovary, now encased in a colossal cocoon, he found the developments to align perfectly with his expectations. The changes in the split ovary had no adverse effects on the queen ant. Thus, Han Fei patiently awaited the outcome, and a month passed by in anticipation. At the moment the new split ovary, or hatchery, emerged from its cocoon, Han Fei felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It manifested as a hexagonal structure of flesh, with individual larval incubation sacs at each vertex, capable of nurturing over 10,000 larvae daily. Atop it lay a circular feeding aperture, surrounded by spiraled, sharp teeth extending toward the center, adept at pulverizing any food that was cast inside, facilitating digestion and absorption. Standing over 10 meters tall, the structure exuded a dark red hue. Its surface veined with thick vessels that pulsated rhythmically, reminiscent of breathing. The base, akin to a plant, featured robust, fleshy roots that delved deep into the earth, extracting essential elements and nutrients from the soil. As the hatchery had just emerged from its cocoon, Han Fei envisioned it growing mature, with roots extending 50 meters underground to create a vast network, continuously supplying nourishment to the main structure above. Over the subsequent 6 months, he meticulously observed the hatchery, and upon confirming its optimal functioning, he proceeded to upgrade all the split ovaries in the divine domain. Following the upgrade of the split ovaries, Han Fei did not rest. Instead, he approached the first completed hatchery and withdrew a high-grade bloodline card from his possession. This unique extraordinary resource was something Han Fei had never dared to use directly on the queen ant before the establishment of the hatchery. Extraordinary bloodline cards are categorized into 3 tiers: high, medium, and low. The success rate for low-grade cards is merely 30%, while medium-grade cards achieve 50%. And even high-grade cards boast only a 70% success rate. However, now, facing the completely detached hatching nest from the queen ant, Han Fei harbored no reservations. As long as he could endow the hatching nest with an extraordinary bloodline and successfully embed the extraordinary gene within its genetic chain, he could bypass the queen's troublesome genetic control talent and directly acquire a special hatching nest capable of producing extraordinary insectoid units. Although this method could only yield insectoid units possessing a fixed type of extraordinary ability, and the extraordinary abilities granted by the bloodline card exhibited a degree of randomness, he had indeed circumvented the various challenges previously encountered, paving an extraordinary path for the insectoid race. This ensured that Han Fei would not have to endure until igniting the divine fire, gambling on the potential sublimation of divine attributes. Chapter 60. The Venomous Serpent. At this moment, Han Fei clutched a premium bloodline card, its extraordinary lineage derived from a species of magma giant python. This formidable creature is inherently an extraordinary beast, endowed with a robust physique and remarkable resistance to flames. When it attacks, it can unleash fireballs upon its adversaries, wielding power akin to that of a fireball spell, comparable to the explosive grenades from Han Fei's previous life. Indeed, this is a commendable extraordinary bloodline card. The majority of extraordinary bloodline cards available on the market are similar to the one in Han Fei's possession, all extracted from various extraordinary beasts. It is worth noting that the creation of such extraordinary bloodline cards is no trivial task. First, it necessitates a deity who has ignited divine fire, one who must also possess the divine imprint for bloodline extraction. Subsequently, it is essential to locate species with extraordinary bloodlines, capturing or cultivating a sufficient number to perform the sacrificial extraction. The number of sacrifices determines the caliber of the bloodline card obtained. A single sacrifice of 100,000 identical extraordinary units yields a low-grade bloodline card. A sacrifice of 300,000 results in a mid-grade card, while only when the number exceeds 500,000 can one acquire a high-grade bloodline card. The production cost is thus considerable, rendering this a highly valuable resource. Commonly found bloodline cards predominantly consist of various extraordinary beast bloodlines. Cards such as those of elven, dragon, or angelic lineage are rare treasures, their value starkly distinct from that of ordinary extraordinary beast bloodline cards. As divine power infused the high-grade bloodline card, it transformed into a radiant golden light, swiftly merging with the incubation nest before Han Fei's eyes. Through his divine perception, he observed the alteration of the genetic chains within the nest, which began to sprout extraordinary genetic tumors under the influence of the foreign bloodline. The surface of the incubation nest gradually shifted in hue from dark red to a fiery orange, with magma-like patterns emerging upon its exterior. Han Fei recognized these changes as manifestations of the extraordinary bloodline. Had he encountered the 30% failure probability, the incubation nest would not have exhibited such transformations. At the onset of the genetic alterations, the shock from the extraordinary bloodline could have caused the individual to succumb to explosive demise. It was not until the following day that the incubation nest completed its transformations and stabilized. Han Fei promptly commanded the Ant Queen to control this unique incubation nest, producing a batch of mutated jump worms to ascertain whether they could indeed generate creatures imbued with extraordinary capabilities. Upon hatching, the jump worms indeed displayed extraordinary powers, capable of casting fireballs. Their appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. The once slender tails morphed into thick, 3-meter-long appendages, adorned with distinctly serpentine features. The overall sight was quite incongruous, as the jump worms, originally of a 1.5-meter stature, now trailed behind them with serpent-like tails, losing the agility they once possessed. This alteration was a consequence of the extraordinary genetics, leaving Han Fei somewhat helpless in the face of this unexpected outcome. The extraordinary genes within the jump worms now serve as a complete template, akin to a finished chip that can be integrated into the genetic chain of the jump worm, enabling its proper functioning. However, achieving a comprehensive analysis and adjustment of this sequence of extraordinary genetic tumors is not feasible in the short term. Han Fei has temporarily halted the production of this extraordinary incubation chamber, since he cannot modify the extraordinary genes. He must instead create a new insectoid unit to adapt to this extraordinary genetic material. His current predicament resembles that of a computer assembly factory in a previous life, which has suddenly acquired a high-performance CPU that is incompatible with the existing motherboards it produces, lacking the technology to manufacture CPUs. The only option is to devise a motherboard that can accommodate this new CPU, with a clear objective in mind. Han Fei once again immersed himself in the design of the new insectoid unit. Fortunately, he had previously designed remote units for the insectoid race, and many genetic templates were already in his technical repertoire, preventing the task from starting from scratch. With a well-defined goal, Han Fei did not perceive time as dragging on. In just 2 months, a new insectoid unit capable of casting fireballs, known as the Fire Serpent, was born. The Fire Serpent maintains the insectoid race's characteristic menacing head design, with a substantial mass of high-density bone covering its shoulders and part of its back. The upper half of its body possesses a humanoid structure enveloped in dense bone armor, while the lower half culminates in a robust serpentine tail, demonstrating exceptional mobility across various terrains, similarly encased in layers of bone armor. Its muscular arms, covered in black scales, exude a sense of power, and its hands have been replaced by large, curved bone blades, signifying its formidable close combat capabilities, with a total length exceeding 5 meters. When its upper body rises, it stands over 2 meters tall. The extraordinary abilities derived from the lava python enable it to project fireballs over distances of 100 meters. Provided its internal reserves of magical energy are sufficiently replenished, it can unleash up to 50 explosive fireballs during a single battle, even upon depleting its ammunition. These flame serpents can rapidly replenish their energy by absorbing the omnipresent magical energy from their surroundings. Through rigorous testing, Han Fei confirmed that the ammunition recovery rate of the Fire Serpent reaches 1 round per minute, fully satisfying the current demands for ranged combat units within the insectoid race. Its daily consumption is merely 2 to 3 times greater than that of the jump worms, meeting the criteria for large-scale production and addressing the insectoid race's long-standing lack of ranged units. With the first extraordinary insectoid unit established, the next step is to continue expanding the variety and quantity of extraordinary insectoid species. With an allocation of 500,000 divine power from the school, coupled with an additional 100,000 divine power accumulated over the years, Han Fei can purchase 2 advanced extraordinary bloodline cards. With this thought in mind, he teleported once more to the Resource Exchange Center of the School of Divine Communication. Greetings, I am Han Fei from Class 1, Senior 3 at Zhonghai No. 2 High School. Here is my student ID and exchange code. Upon arriving at the Resource Exchange Center, Han Fei did not linger for even a moment. Directly approach the staff at the Redemption Center, present your student ID, along with the resource redemption code issued by the school upon receiving a spot in the Citywide University competition. With this redemption code, one can exchange for resources valued at 500,000 divine power. I need to verify the resource redemption code. Please hold on a moment. Upon seeing Han Fei promptly provide the redemption code, the staff requested him to wait and then vanished, presumably returning to the real world to verify the code. This is indeed the most common method for distributing resources by human civilization schools within the realm of divine communication. Chapter 61. Fire Element having waited for scarcely 5 minutes. The attendant at the exchange center reappeared. Greetings, Hanfei. Your resource exchange code has been verified, and you are now entitled to select resources worth 500. 000 divine power from the school's resource repository. As the attendant spoke, a luminous strand extended toward Hanfei. In turn, he raised a similar strand to make contact. And a stream of information surged into his mind. This was the inventory list from the school's exchange center. Hanfei swiftly dismissed the ordinary resources, focusing his search on the advanced bloodline cards he required. The list was replete with extraordinary bloodline cards, numbering in the hundreds, and he promptly eliminated the intermediate and inferior ones, leaving less than 100 extraordinary bloodline cards remaining. Currently, Hanfei possessed only around 40 incubation nests, and he was unwilling to use intermediate or inferior bloodline cards. Should the infusion of an extraordinary bloodline fail, not only would the purchase of the card be a waste, but he would also lose an incubation nest, an outcome he could not accept at this stage. He immediately began to sift through the remaining extraordinary bloodline cards, examining each advanced card until one in particular piqued his interest. Advanced Extraordinary Bloodline Card. Fire Element. This card represented an elemental creature, the fire element. As a pure elemental being, it possessed no flesh or blood. Upon death, it merely left behind a crystal of fire essence. Yet, now a deity had sacrificed the fire element to extract a bloodline card, leaving Hanfei astonished. How could a non-corporeal entity possess genes? He meticulously studied the detailed description of the card. The fire element's extraordinary bloodline could bestow upon the individual infused with it a natural affinity for fire magic, along with a certain probability of inheriting the elemental's innate magical talents. Further examination revealed that the fire element, being an elemental creature, could wield more than one fire spell. Indeed, it would gradually master an array of fire-related magic as it matured. Utilizing this bloodline card was akin to a card-drawing game from a past life, guaranteeing a basic affinity for fire elements, while the rest relied on fortune. With a stroke of luck, one might draw powerful spells such as Meteoric Fire Rain or Inferno Storm, although the chances were exceedingly slim. Conversely, should luck be unkind, one might only experience a slight enhancement in fire elemental affinity, possibly inheriting no spells at all, though this too was a rare occurrence. It was essential to remember that as a naturally extraordinary species, they could master several fire-related spells from the moment of their inception, and their overall power was typically quite formidable. Having formulated his plan, Hanfei promptly inquired of the attendant behind the counter. May I ask how much divine power is required to exchange for this advanced fire element bloodline card? Oh, this bloodline card. The attendant responded without hesitation. Exchanging for it requires 550,000 points of divine power. As you only have 500,000, you will need to supplement an additional 50,000 divine power to proceed with the exchange. Upon hearing the staff's response, Hanfei immediately transferred 50,000 divine power points without hesitation. This will suffice. Please assist me in the exchange. After transferring the divine power points to the staff, Hanfei promptly stated, "Certainly, please hold on. I shall retrieve the bloodline card you desire." The staff vanished once more. In a mere moment, the returning staff produced the fire element extraordinary bloodline card that Hanfei had exchanged for. Hanfei hastily accepted it, confirming its authenticity before instantly transporting back to his divine realm. Suspended in the air of his divine realm, Hanfei found himself in a state of indecision. Originally, his plan was to exchange for 2 extraordinary bloodline cards, yet he had only acquired 1. Previously, he envisioned utilizing the 2 extraordinary bloodline cards, one for a primal incubation nest and the other for an incubation nest already capable of producing extraordinary flame serpents, to explore the possibility of enhancing the flame serpents further. However, the acquisition of a single fire element extraordinary bloodline card disrupted his plans entirely. Never mind, stability is paramount now. I shall enhance the flame serpents when I am more affluent. With this resolution, Hanfei approached a new primal incubation nest, Producing the newly obtained fire element extraordinary bloodline card from within himself, he applied it directly to the incubation nest before him, observing the already extraordinary incubation nest. And drawing from his prior experience, Hanfei immediately commenced the production of a batch of 2,000 jumping insects. As the new extraordinary jumping insects materialized before him, Hanfei found himself at a loss as to what emotion he should feel, although there were nearly no visible changes. The hearts of this batch of jumping insects had crystallized, imbued with the properties of the fire element crystal core. An orange glow suffused their internal bodies, radiating intense heat. Merely standing beside them, one could feel waves of heat washing over. They remained capable of running, jumping, and fighting. Yet the torment inflicted by the high temperature incessantly tortured their bodies, relying solely on the overworked adrenal glands within to temporarily withstand the suffering. The extraordinary abilities they gained were not the long-range spells Hanfei had envisioned, but rather a talent skill common to most fire element creatures, self-detonation. This skill, which resulted in mutual destruction with their foes, wielded formidable power with an explosive radius capable of enveloping a diameter of 100 meters, far surpassing the might of a fireball spell. Through Hanfei's testing, the ground at the center of the explosion exhibited signs of vitrification, and the instantaneous damage output was incomparable to that of any of his existing subordinates. Based on Hanfei's calculations, the extreme heat within would severely damage the various organs and functional systems of the jumping insects, leading to a survival duration of no more than 1 day. Thus, Hanfei needed to develop a new insectoid unit to adapt to this fire element extraordinary gene. This posed a certain challenge for him, as he currently lacked any species genes capable of withstanding such high temperatures and would need to venture into the market to gather and search for them. In a state of helplessness, Hanfei found himself once again immersed in the demands of high-intensity work. While designing new Zerg units, he meandered daily through the bustling marketplace of the Divine Exchange continent, searching for ordinary creatures that could withstand high temperatures. Days passed by in this manner, and as another day dawned, Hanfei continued his routine of navigating the marketplace. After failing to locate the species he sought, he arrived at a crowded area within the market, where he began to solicit bounties for the acquisition of ordinary species capable of enduring elevated temperatures, addressing the flow of other demigods around him. Chapter 62, Self-Exploding Jumpworm I, a fool with abundant wealth. Am willing to pay a handsome sum of 500 divine power for the acquisition of a single ordinary species possessing exceptional heat resistance. If there are suitable specimens in the divine realm, do not hesitate to capture them. First come, first served. A thought emanated from Hanfei's luminous sphere. The realms of demigods are filled with an astonishing variety of life. Any imaginable creature might manifest, and who knows, perhaps the genetic material Hanfei seeks lies within. Hence, he dedicates several hours each day scouring the market of the continent of divine exchange. Although he has procured a few ordinary species with heat resistance, their thermal tolerance still falls short of his requirements, relegating them to mere genetic templates. At that moment, another luminous sphere approached. Hey, boss. I have ordinary species with heat resistance. How many do you need? A few would suffice, provided that the species in question can meet my thermal resistance criteria. Upon hearing the inquiry, Hanfei instinctively began to elaborate. In my divine realm, there exists a worm that thrives in volcanic environments, measuring merely a few centimeters in length. As long as it does not tumble into the lava, it can endure high temperatures. Are you interested? The individual detailed the heat-resistant species they could procure. Let us catch a few to assess. If they prove unsuitable, I will cover the cost of the sealing cards. Upon hearing that Hanfei would bear the expense of the sealing cards, the individual did not hesitate and promptly vanished before Hanfei. Before long, the luminous sphere reappeared, producing a card that had already sealed the species within it. Hanfei quickly exchanged it for a blank sealing card and began to probe the specimen inside with his divine sense. The card contained several black worms, each about 2 fingers in length, diligently crawling around a pool of lava, seemingly unaffected by the intense heat radiating from it, displaying remarkable vitality. Observing this, Hanfei directed his consciousness into the card to scrutinize the worms, confirming the absence of any extraordinary genetic tumors. These worms are satisfactory. I will take them. With that, Han Fei promptly transferred 500 points of divine power to the individual. Upon obtaining the new heat-resistant species and returning to his divine realm, Han Fei immediately commenced the integration of the newly acquired worm's genetic material. Within less than half a month, he successfully deciphered the genetic structure of the worm. The worms possessed a unique layer of specialized fascia on their exterior, exhibiting exceptional thermal insulation and resistance, far surpassing any ordinary heat-resistant genes currently at Han Fei's disposal. Elated with the newly acquired heat-resistant gene, he incorporated it into the designs for the new insectoid unit, finally producing a preliminary prototype ready for formal production. This new insectoid species has been entirely transformed from flying jump bugs, engineered to achieve greater speed by minimizing their size, enlarging their wings, and eliminating the curved sickle-shaped appendages on their backs. Their limbs have also shrunk considerably, losing the ability to run nimbly on the ground. However, their fingertips now possess an adhesive structure, allowing them to securely attach to any surface. The exoskeleton has been weakened to further reduce body weight, while a sharp horn has been added to the head, restoring the body and abdomen to a two-segmented structure typical of insects. Equipped with two hearts, one ordinary heart resides within the main body, ensuring the normal functioning of bodily systems. The other, a crystallized extraordinary heart, is located in the abdomen, which is enveloped in various high-temperature-resistant genetic templates designed to maximize the organism's survival. When not engaged in combat, an efficient dormancy system within their bodies effectively suppresses internal heat, enabling prolonged survival. Essentially, they are flying super bombs, and their design draws inspiration from the self-destructive moths of a past life, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. These self-destructive jump bugs can be utilized as missiles, capable of inflicting substantial area damage both in aerial and terrestrial engagements, which provides Han Fei with newfound confidence when confronting extraordinary species. Previously, he had remained vigilant and concerned about the possibility of encountering invulnerable extraordinary beings. As time swiftly passed during Han Fei's mundane daily tasks, he was engrossed in gene analysis when suddenly, he received a message from Lu Wenzhong. "Kid, come out for a moment." Upon reading the message, Han Fei temporarily set aside his work, and in a flash of divine energy, he appeared outside the divine barrier. Upon emerging, he noticed Lu Wenzhong's divine form hovering nearby. The semi-divine body of Lu Wenzhong glided toward him upon his arrival. "How prepared are you? The citywide competition is just around the corner," Lu Wenzhong inquired with a smile. "Not bad. I've been looking to test the growth of my subordinates through battle," Han Fei replied, approaching him in response. "That's good to hear. The location for the competition has been confirmed. I'll send you the coordinates, and we'll go together." "This time, I'm leading our school S team," Lu Wenzhong said, sending the coordinates along with a proud expression. "Teacher Lu, what exactly are the rules for this competition? Do you know?" Han Fei asked curiously after receiving the coordinates. "The rules should be one-on-one battles. City competitions typically avoid convoluted rules." Aiming to identify the strongest new seniors in Zhonghai City, Lu Wenzhong explained. "One-on-one battles?" Han Fei inquired, his expression reflecting his curiosity. "Haven't you researched the materials for the citywide competition? It is a competition where participants face off in pairs. The victors advance while the defeated enter the loser's bracket, where further defeat results in elimination. The structure remains relatively consistent each year, likely involving over 3,000 individuals. To secure a position among the top 3, one might need to engage in approximately 10 rounds of battles. This aspect also presents a challenge in the city tournament, as each senior high school freshman has a limited number of subordinates. Without sufficient strength, one may exhaust their subordinate army after just 2 or 3 rounds, thereby necessitating withdrawal from the competition and relinquishing any hope of advancement. Each match requires a minimum of 10,000 subordinates, with no upper limit, imposing particular demands on the participant's strategic deployment and psychological resilience. When confronted with formidable opponents, the choice lies between committing all available forces to vie for victory at great cost or decisively opting to enter the loser's bracket to conserve strength. This dilemma serves as a true test for the competitors. At this juncture, Lu Wenzhong beamed at Han Fei with a broad smile. Chapter 63. Departure, however, for you. These concerns are trivial. With the number of your subordinates, you are not even in the same league as the ordinary competitors. Even a loss of several million would scarcely diminish your overall combat capability. You can simply crush your way through. The global competition marks the true beginning for you. Based on the intensity of past battles, you should face no issues, and I have inquired further. This year, there are no particularly formidable competitors from Shanghai City. Upon concluding his remarks, Lu Wenzhong gazed at Han Fei, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. As Han Fei absorbed Lu Wenzhong's explanation regarding the City League, he felt a sense of clarity. Such levels of combat were of no consequence to him. What advantages come with achieving a ranking? Han Fei hastily inquired, eager to address his genuine concern, disregarding the competition's rules. Lu Wenzhong, not at all surprised by Han Fei's question, had come to understand Han Fei's avaricious nature through their interactions. It would have been peculiar if Han Fei had shown no interest in the rewards following the competition. There are numerous benefits. To speak of the most tangible rewards, if you secure a ranking, the school will grant you a quota of 1 million divine power as a reward. Should you attain first place, Shanghai City will also provide you with a resource quota of 5 million divine power. After speaking, Lu Wenzhong crossed his arms, his face alight with joy as he observed Han Fei, thinking to himself that with Han Fei's greedy disposition, having enticing rewards dangled before him would surely motivate him to perform admirably in the competition. So if I secure first place, I will receive a reward of 6 million divine power. This is a path to wealth. Upon hearing of the benefits, Han Fei's eyes sparkled with fervor, his entire being infused with motivation. He was determined to claim the first place in this city league. With extraordinary subordinates at his disposal, Han Fei dismissed the notion of second or third places. Now, when facing extraordinary races, he felt no trepidation. Since acquiring the hatching nest capable of producing flame-spiked serpents and exploding jump bugs, the production of these two extraordinary units had not ceased. Presently, Han Fei had amassed over 10 million of these extraordinary entities, compelling him to frequently procure various resources in the market of the Divine Exchange continent to replenish the consumption in his divine realm. Solely relying on the divine power generated by his subordinates was barely sufficient. Amused by Han Fei's avaricious demeanor, Lu Wenzhong shook his head and remarked, "Prepare well over the next 2 days. I will notify you when it is time to depart. Rest assured, Teacher Lu, I am determined to secure first place in the city. No one shall snatch the 6 million divine power from me." Motivated by the prospect of rewards, Han Fei radiated a newfound confidence, expressing his fervent desire for the prize. Watching Han Fei's burgeoning fighting spirit, Lu Wenzhong nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Han Fei watched Lu Wenzhong depart, then immediately dove back into his divine realm to continue his genetic analysis work. For him, there was little preparation required. Although most of the insect race within his divine realm were in a dormant state, even the portion that was active numbered over 100 million logistics jump bugs, sufficient to handle any current situation. This place is a secure zone, devoid of any threat from foreign invasions, rendering it unnecessary to awaken the dependents prematurely. He recollects the past instances when he hastily summoned his dependents to prepare for war, resulting in a sudden spike in resource consumption that nearly precipitated the collapse of the entire Divine Realms ecosystem. 2 days later, upon witnessing Lu Wenzhong accompanied by 2 other competitors appearing outside his Divine Realm, Han Fei swiftly emerged from within. "Come here quickly, I have teleportation cards for you." Lu Wenzhong beckoned, signaling him to approach. As Han Fei's demigod form drifted toward Lu Wenzhong, he took a moment to observe the 2 students beside him. One of them was a tall, slender girl with long hair cascading down her shoulders. She was not particularly beautiful, merely above average. Her expression one of indifference as she regarded Han Fei's approach. Han Fei was somewhat familiar with her background. She was likely Feng Yakin from Class 2, possessing an exceptionally talented half-elf dependent. Though this was hardly impressive in Han Fei's eyes, it was formidable among the early demigods. The other was an old acquaintance of Han Fei's, who began waving enthusiastically upon seeing him. "Scholar, we are competing together this time," Lang Shui exclaimed with warmth. Lang Shui, I didn't realize you would participate in the Citywide competition. Congratulations. Han Fei responded with a smile, appreciating Lang Shue's spirited demeanor. As Han Fei approached, Lu Wenjung wasted no time and handed him 2 teleportation cards containing the coordinates for their journey, stating, "This is the round-trip fare provided by the school. The coordinates have already been shared with you. We shall depart now." With that, Lu Wenjung produced another teleportation card, indicating that they should set off together. "Let us proceed and continue our discussion en route," Han Fei said, stepping outside the protective barrier of his divine realm. He waved the teleportation card in his hand and activated the transport to their destination. As Han Fei's divine realm leaped through the spatial passage, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. Numerous divine realms lingered in the vicinity, totaling no fewer than 4,000, predominantly comprising divine realms spanning tens of millions of square kilometers, accompanied by 3 smaller ones. This was likely the assembly of competing teams from other schools. At the center, 10 divine realms of similar vastness formed a circle, surrounding 3 extraordinary divine realms exceeding 100 million square kilometers in area. Most intriguingly, the barriers of these 10 divine realms were transparent, revealing the mountainous terrain within with startling clarity. "Ha, young one, do you see those 10 divine realms? That is the competition arena, and the 3 in the center are the judges," Lu Wenjung remarked, having teleported beside him. "Teacher Lu, why are their divine realm barriers transparent?" Han Fei inquired, unable to contain his curiosity upon Lu Wenjung's arrival. In Han Fei's understanding, the transparency of a divine realm's barrier typically signified the impending shattering of that realm. It was not a transformation to transparency, but rather a special method allowing outsiders to witness the interior conditions, akin to a live video broadcast. Transforming the entire divine barrier into a display screen necessitates a substantial expenditure of divine power, an endeavor typically reserved for grand tournaments. In ordinary circumstances, few would undertake such a feat. Lu Wenjung effortlessly satiated Han Fei's curiosity. At that moment, the remaining 2 competitors also arrived via teleportation, and upon their appearance, they too were captivated by the spectacle before them, gazing around in wonder. Chapter 64. The competition begins upon seeing that everyone had arrived. Lu Wenjung introduced Han Fei to Feng Yakin, a member of Class 2 and a representative of their school in the competition. Pausing momentarily, Lu cast a subtle glance at Han Fei before continuing, "You two should communicate well and understand each other's strengths. If you happen to face each other in the competition, it would be best to avoid any internal conflict. I will head to the center to collect the competition numbers." With that, Lu Wenjung glided towards the central area, presumably to handle registration and obtain the competition numbers. Han Fei, upon hearing Lu Wenjung's words, quickly grasped his intent. The implication was for him to showcase his strength, so that if he were to confront Feng Yakin in the competition, she might concede, thus preventing any detrimental losses for their school. "Scholar, how has your development been these past few years?" "My progress has been tremendous. I have surpassed 10,000 extraordinary subordinates." Lang Shui, oblivious to the underlying meaning of Lu Wenjung's words, eagerly boasted about his achievements to Han Fei as soon as Lu Wenjung left. "It's going all right," Han Fei replied, then turned to Feng Yakin. "Hello, Feng Yakin. I've heard of you at school. Could you share your current strength with me?" Feng Yakin shot Han Fei a cold glance and replied indifferently, "Strength cannot be merely spoken of. If we clash, surrender will depend on true power." Han Fei chuckled at her response, realizing that Lu Wenjung did not hold a favorable image among the students of Class 2. As they understood the implications of his earlier remarks, "You misunderstand. Teacher Lu merely wishes to prevent internal strife. I am indifferent to the outcome and hope we do not encounter each other in the competition." Han Fei found Feng Yakin's guarded demeanor unworthy of further explanation. After all, the true nature of the battlefield would be evident to all. He did not believe any fool would dare confront him after witnessing the horrors of the swarm. Given his current strength, it felt akin to battling mere children, devoid of challenge. The surrounding participants from other academies lacked anyone with a divine domain exceeding 100,000 square kilometers, as indicated by their presence. Disregarding Feng Yakin, Han Fei turned back to Lang Shui to pass the time with conversation. After a brief interlude of about 10 minutes, Lu Wenjung returned, holding 3 competition numbers. which he distributed to the three of them. These are your competition numbers. Hold on to them. Once the competition begins, the divine domain at the venue will display the combatants' identifiers. Feng Yakin promptly selected a number, followed by Lang Shui. When it was Han Fei's turn, only one number remained. With a nonchalant attitude, Han Fei accepted the last number and casually glanced at it, revealing the digits 996 inscribed upon it. A twitch formed at the corner of his mouth as he felt a surge of frustration within. What a fateful connection. Is it truly the case that heaven has a way of balancing the scales? Since his arrival in this world, Han Fei felt he had never rested, working harder than in his previous life. Before his journey through time, he held the position of administrative supervisor in a pharmaceutical company's laboratory. To exert control over the employees within the lab, he often resorted to excessive motivation, even personally assisting in tasks. Eager to excel in annual performance evaluations, he voluntarily led the charge in overtime work, occasionally engaging in minor experiments typically reserved for assistants, thereby enveloping the entire laboratory in a whirlwind of activity. As an administrative manager, the demands of his role were not as extensive as he had created, yet he found himself reluctant to return home. To ensure a continuous supply of encouragement and motivational platitudes for his colleagues, he dedicated himself to fostering an environment of relentless productivity. In the depths of his office, he secretly immersed himself in an interstellar competition, taking breaks only to patrol the workspace. After 3 consecutive days of this rigorous routine, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing in the office. It appeared that he was fated to endure the shackles of overtime. However, he found solace in the fact that he now worked for himself, believing that perseverance would lead to triumph. After recalibrating his mindset, Han Fei silently internalized his identification badge. Following 2 days of anticipation at the competition venue, the Citywide League finally commenced with the arrival of participants. In the central expanse of the 3 billion square kilometers of Divine Realm, 3 semi-divine phantoms emerged, radiating a wave of intent in all directions. Han Fei sensed that their proclamations lacked substance, consisting merely of fervent speeches before the commencement of the competition was announced. Above the 10 competition domains, 2 colossal numbers materialized, indicating the contenders slated for battle, and swiftly the first cohort of participants took to the field. Intrusion channels rose from the divine realms of the students, connecting with the competition domains, as various familiars began to enter the battleground. Observing the unfolding confrontations, Han Fei found the participants to be rather unremarkable in comparison to himself. Their abilities ranged from several thousand to tens of thousands in extraordinary familiars, accompanied by ordinary familiar armies, engaging in combat with palpable trepidation and a cautious approach to minimizing losses. For Han Fei, who possessed extensive experience in invasions and battles, their efforts were profoundly dull. If he were to offer an evaluation, the term lackluster would be the sole descriptor. These students appeared exceedingly weak compared to his prowess. Yet this was typical for the nascent stages of the divine realm. Even with resource support, the early stages could only sustain a limited number of core familiars. It was imprudent to indiscriminately increase the quantity of ordinary familiars or recklessly construct breeding zones. Should the core familiars lack robust genetic lineage, or if unforeseen circumstances arose, entire generations might emerge devoid of core familiars, a frequent occurrence. Establishing a solid foundation and nurturing one's core familiars is a prolonged endeavor. Not all species are as effortlessly cultivated as the current insectoid race, and as long as the queen remains untroubled, the offspring would invariably be fervent believers. Time swiftly passed in Han Fei's state of ennui, as one batch after another of students took to the arena, their battles characterized by restraint, devoid of any hint of ferocity. Following the conclusion of another duel on the second day, the arena's divine realm was reorganized, and new pairs of numbers appeared above the venue. At last, it is my turn to take the stage. With an exuberant expression, Lang Shui eagerly addressed Han Fei, urging him to cheer for him. He then directed his divine domain towards the arena, displaying his number. Best of luck. May you return victorious. Han Fei replied with a smile, giving Lang Shui a thumbs up. Lang Shui, do not feel overwhelmed. Simply perform at your usual level. Go for it. Lu Wenjung promptly encouraged his students as well. Chapter 65. The Orcs. Upon hearing Lu Wenjung's encouraging words, Lang Shui flashed a brilliant smile, displaying 2 rows of pristine white teeth, and gave a thumbs up before turning to charge towards the arena. Having observed the preceding matches, Lang Shui felt a surge of confidence in his capabilities. His extraordinary serpentine prowess was indeed exceptional, granting him a home field advantage against any subordinate he faced. Additionally, due to the unique trait of joint spellcasting, the greater the number of extraordinary serpents he deployed, 20,000 at his command, the more pronounced his advantage became. Therefore, he could not afford to send out small contingents. He had to unleash his full strength from the onset in order to have a chance of advancing further. As both sides completed the connection to the invasion passage, the arena manager signaled the commencement of the battle. Lang Shui immediately summoned his utmost combat power, an impressive force of 1.5 million serpents, complemented by 20,000 extraordinary serpents. This formidable assembly was the result of the divine resources afforded to him by the school after he was selected as a competitor. Most of the divine power he acquired was invested in procuring rare resources, enabling him to elevate the number of extraordinary serpents to 20,000 in such a short span of time. Fu Hongyuan, Lang Shui's opponent, remained unfazed upon witnessing Lang Shui's formidable subordinates. Narrowing his eyes into slits, he coldly remarked, "My fellow student, by revealing your entire strength at once, you may find the path ahead quite challenging. Why not withdraw some of your subordinates? Let us both limit our forces to just 10,000 each." Believing he had intimidated his adversary, Lang Shui's spirits soared as he confidently responded, "If you wish to minimize your losses, you should surrender. Otherwise, prepare for battle." With that, Fu Hongyuan retorted, "In that case, I shall not hold back. I hope you won't be in tears afterwards." With a frigid demeanor, he unleashed a staggering 2 million green-skinned orcs from his domain. These orcs were well-equipped, their entire ensemble evidently tailored to perfection. Each orc donned gleaming armor, wielding heavy axes and large swords, and bore round-armed shields strapped to their arms. A camouflage utility belt encircled their waists, adorned with various leather pouches of differing sizes. To Han Fei, they resembled actors who had just finished filming a fantastical medieval war epic, only to dash over to a World War II set. Hastily appropriating props before participating in this competition, resulting in a strikingly incongruous appearance. Though the orcs' aesthetics may have been somewhat lacking, they were undeniably a formidable warrior race, far surpassing ordinary half-orcs. Generally towering over 2 meters, their sinewy muscles endowed them with remarkable strength, endurance, recovery, and reproductive capabilities. While not quite on par with extraordinary subordinates, they undoubtedly ranked among the strongest of the ordinary ones, thanks to their inherently vigorous bloodlines. Orcs were widely recognized as one of the subordinate types most predisposed to ascend to extraordinary combat prowess. Once the orcs entered the battlefield, they swiftly organized themselves, with 300,000 orc cavalry riding upon direwolves leading the charge. Forming a disarrayed phalanx, we advanced towards the formidable serpent army of Lang Shui. The invasion corridors established by both sides were actually not far apart, merely a distance of less than 50 kilometers, and the two armies swiftly converged. Finally, we had forces ready for full combat. I was nearly dozing off watching the preceding skirmishes. This was becoming intriguing. Look at those serpent minions. They lack even standard armor and are likely to suffer a crushing defeat. Upon witnessing the number of minions deployed by these two contenders, the previously lethargic spectators finally perked up. In earlier battles, the students had fought with remarkable restraint, each dispatching only around 100,000 minions to conserve strength for subsequent matches. However, Lang Shui was the first to boldly summon his entire might right from the outset. The Serpent Warriors, upon entering the battlefield, formed a rudimentary circular formation, with 20,000 extraordinary serpents safeguarded in the center, gradually advancing forward. As time passed, both sides finally laid eyes on each other's legions across the expansive plain. The extraordinary serpents of Lang Shui, upon spotting their adversaries, began to perform a collective ritual. As a faint yellow corrosive mist began to diffuse in all directions, in mere moments, this pale yellow fog rolled forth, enveloping the advancing orc army. Cough, cough. What is this mist? How did fog arise? A green-skinned orc mounted on a dire wolf coughed, triggering a chain reaction as numerous orcs followed suit. My serpentine extraordinary abilities encompass widespread damage and control effects. If you surrender now, I shall dissipate the toxic mist, thereby minimizing your losses. Observing the corrosive fog engulfing the entirety of the opposing Orc Legion and witnessing its effects, Long Xue's demigod avatar immediately began to vocally exert psychological pressure upon the adversary. Hearing Lo Xue's taunts, Fu Hongyuan made no reply, merely offering a cold smile, before he could issue a divine command to his minions. The Orc Legion's leader had already initiated a new course of action. The leading orc, wreathed in a faint crimson aura, burned away the corrosive mist before it could even touch him. Simultaneously, this orc leader raised his colossal axe and bellowed, "This mist is toxic. All troops halt their advance and equip gas masks." This command rapidly disseminated in all directions. Every orc who heard the order promptly removed their full-cover helmets and retrieved gas masks resembling 3M models from their waist packs. Orcs positioned further away, who had not heard the leader's command, imitated their compatriots upon witnessing their actions. In under a minute, the entire 2 million orc army donned transparent gas masks covering their faces, with even those mounted on direwolves ensuring their steeds were similarly equipped with specialized masks. This scene left Long Xue, who had just been verbally harassing his opponents, utterly bewildered. The orc's swift countermeasure rendered his most formidable extraordinary ability ineffective. Good heavens! Such tactics exist. The opponent's maneuver completely disrupted his rhythm. With a hint of mockery, he remarked, "I offered you an opportunity. It could have been a mere gentle reminder. Yet you failed to appreciate it. Choices bear consequences." Upon hearing Lang Xue's call, Fu Hongyuan's face twisted into a cold smirk as he spoke resolutely. In the span of just 2 sentences, the leading charge of 300,000 Orc Wolf cavalry ignited with a faint crimson aura, ruthlessly penetrating the meager formation of the Serpent Warriors. The inadequately equipped Serpent Army, bereft of the advantage afforded by their widespread corrosive mists, found themselves utterly overwhelmed and slaughtered by the 300,000 extraordinary orcs, now empowered by their newfound auras. The presence of aura among the orcs signified not only greater strength but also enhanced defense, superior endurance, and accelerated recovery, a complete elevation of their physical prowess. Chapter 66. Deception. Although the initial advancement of fighting spirit is limited, a quantity of 300,000 can lead to even the slightest enhancement, which is sufficient to propel the entire legion's strength forward significantly. Moreover, this comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes effortlessly elevates the combat prowess of the Orc Legion to an entirely new echelon. Upon witnessing the devastating defeat of his serpent men, who were no match for their adversaries, Lang Xue, in a bid to preserve his kin, could only grimly address Hongyuan, saying, "Cease your assault, I concede." Just a moment ago, you were quite arrogant. How is it that you've suddenly lost your courage? Hongyuan, upon hearing Lang Xue's concession, wore a mocking expression yet showed no intention of halting his onslaught. The referee merely observed the battlefield, refraining from intervention. Although Lang Xue had ceased the casting of spells by his extraordinary serpent men, the thick, corrosive miasma had not yet fully dissipated, leading the referee to assume that Lang Xue was still engaged in offensive maneuvers. "You scoundrel! I have halted the casting of my extraordinary kin, yet you persist." Lang Xue bellowed, his face a mask of distress. Hongyuan, with a cold smirk plastered on his face, ignored him entirely as he observed the well-equipped Orc Wolf cavalry legion effortlessly breach the outer formation of the Serpent Men, advancing towards the extraordinary Serpent Men. Lang Xue, powerless to intervene, could only watch helplessly as these fighting spirit-infused extraordinary orcs slaughtered his serpent kin until the fog finally cleared and the referee intervened, bringing the battle to a halt. The two sides gradually withdrew from the divine domain of the arena, and Lang Xue, visibly dejected and with reddened eyes, returned to Han Fei's side. Seeing Lang Xue in such a state, Han Fei could only offer comfort, saying, "Do not be disheartened. It is merely a minor setback. Your core kin and divine domain remain intact, and the road ahead is long." Upon hearing Han Fei's words of solace, Lang Xue managed a smile that was more sorrowful than tears, stammering, "Scholar, my extraordinary serpent men have been nearly exterminated. I cannot participate in the upcoming matches. You must persevere. Do not grieve too deeply. If I encounter the opponent, I shall avenge you, Han Fei responded, unable to ignore the sudden shift in Lang Shue's typically cheerful demeanor. To Han Fei, a fair battle on the battlefield is acceptable regardless of the outcome. But now, within the confines of a civilized competition, Lang Shui had openly declared his surrender. To exploit the rules and annihilate all of Lang Shue's extraordinary serpent kin at this juncture, while technically within the bounds of the rules, could indeed be deemed a nefarious act. The battle would not pause due to Lang Shue's withdrawal. The confrontation continued until several hours later when it was finally Han Fei's turn to take the stage. Familiar with establishing a teleportation corridor, Han Fei, mindful of his promise to avenge Lang Shui, refrained from being ostentatious, not even awakening his primary combat units. After assessing the situation regarding Hong Yuan's kin, Han Fei summoned only 3 to 4 million logistical jump insects, precisely sufficient to match the level of strength already exhibited by Hong Yuan. A vast swarm emerged from the teleportation corridor, and the majority of the opponents were taken aback by this spectacular display. In an instant, the desire to engage in battle with Han Fei vanished. Occasionally, a few stubborn individuals dared to test the prowess of these fearsome creatures. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves overwhelmed by the swarm, resulting in heavy casualties on both sides. Han Fei's strategy was one of attrition. Through his teleportation portals, for every logistical unit of his that perished on the front lines, an equal number would be replenished, thereby utterly dismantling the psychological defenses of his adversaries. This compelled them to surrender, abandoning their foolish attempts at probing. Han Fei advanced through the rounds with remarkable ease, feeling no pressure until he reached the 6th round, where he finally encountered the well-equipped Orc Legion led by Fu Hongyuan. After a fierce clash with Lang Shui, the presence of 300,000 extraordinary Orc Wolf cavalry became apparent to all. Subsequently, his progression became exceedingly smooth, as most opponents lacking sufficient strength conceded almost immediately. Those with a modicum of power were merely representatives of both factions, engaging in friendly matches under Fu Hongyuan's guidance to showcase their subordinates' abilities, culminating in harmonious conclusions. However, when confronted by those unwilling to engage in friendly competition and intent on victory, Han Fei would strike with particular ruthlessness, aiming for maximum devastation. With years of experience and discerning character, Han Fei perceived Fu Hongyuan as an individual with a strong desire for control, one who was exceedingly self-centered and intolerant of provocation. In his narrative, Fu Hongyuan did not care to exhibit even a semblance of goodwill. Should anyone deviate from his script, he would swing to the opposite extreme, embodying a quintessential zero-sum mindset where only victory or defeat existed. Finally, they had crossed paths, having pledged to assist Lang Shui in avenging him. Han Fei believed in the importance of keeping one's word, and today he would impart a lesson, contemplating how to educate this young man. Han Fei adeptly connected the divine realm to the competition arena, manifesting a demigod projection as he gazed at Fu Hongyuan's own demigod apparition. 4 million logistical units surged forth, swiftly coalescing into a colossal sphere of insects overhead. Observing this spectacle, Fu Hongyuan wore a confident expression and spoke first. I have watched your matches before. Your subordinates are formidable, yet they are still no match for mine. I propose we each deploy only 10,000 subordinates for a relatively fair contest to minimize losses. What do you think? Upon hearing Fu Hongyuan's proposition, Han Fei smirked inwardly, recognizing the audacity behind his words. Given the strength displayed by his logistical units, a clash between 10,000 logistical insects and 10,000 extraordinary orcs imbued with fighting spirit would be a battle he could not win. His opponent appeared to believe he had already secured victory. I find that rather unconvincing, Han Fei retorted. For quantity is my advantage. I believe I can win this round. So do temper your confidence, lest you risk being humiliated. With a mocking smile adorning his face and a tone laced with playful sarcasm, he exuded an unmistakably challenging demeanor. Ah, it seems you have not been paying attention in class and remain somewhat ignorant of the orc race, Han Fei continued. Allow me to kindly remind you that orc commoners require no training. Once they step onto the battlefield, they are regarded as warriors in their own right. After Fu Hongyuan spoke with unwavering composure, he waved his hand, and a well-equipped orc legion of 2 million surged onto the battlefield. However, the influx of orcs from the teleportation portal did not cease, More orcs continued to emerge until their numbers exceeded 5 million, at which point the transmission gradually halted. Although the subsequent 3 million orcs were somewhat less equipped, each was still clad in leather armor and wielding fine steel weapons. Their fervent battle spirit clearly indicated that they belonged to an exceptionally combative race. Chapter 67. Keeping one's word from the equipment of this batch of beastmen. Han Fei could discern that the opposing individual was undoubtedly affluent. Otherwise, he would not have provided his subordinates with such lavish gear in the early stages. This realization offered Han Fei a modicum of reassurance, allowing him to unleash his full potential without holding back. After all, there was no absolute right or wrong in this matter. In the initial round, Lang Shui had committed all available forces, disrupting the opponent's entire strategy. While the adversary had decimated all of Lang Shui's extraordinary serpent warriors. Though Han Fei was not a saint and harbored no altruistic ideals, he was not one to hesitate when the time came to take action, particularly when he had pledged to assist Lang Shui in seeking vengeance. It is worth noting that among the 4 million logistical jump insects, Han Fei had stealthily included a staggering 50,000 self-destructing jump insects. This initial combat test for the new insect race aimed to annihilate the opposing force of 300,000 extraordinary beastmen in one fell swoop. Regardless of the outcome, only through battle could the truth be revealed. There was no need for idle chatter. The psychological tactics employed by his opponent held no sway over him. Maintaining his provocatively defiant tone, Han Fei showed no signs of restraint. I hope you can maintain such a positive mindset. Do not end up like your teammates, crying in defeat before realizing the virtue of humility. In response to Han Fei's incessant taunts, Fu Hongyuan's eyes narrowed into slits, his voice chillingly cold. In this citywide competition, few possessed the true strength to capture his attention, and the fact that Han Fei was on Lang Shui's team could not have escaped his notice. Without uttering another word, Fu Hongyuan commanded the Beastman army to advance towards the location of the logistical jump insects. Within a brief span, the Beastman Legion spotted the enormous insect sphere in the sky, swiftly approaching their position. Halt! Prepare for battle. The leader of the Beastman army, his expression grave, issued the command. Upon receiving the order, the Beastman wolf cavalry dismounted from their massive wolf mounts and retrieved antiquated flamethrowers from the oversized backpacks strapped to their steeds. Han Fei observed these green-skinned beastmen, equipped with fuel canisters, a sword in one hand and a flamethrower in the other, with faint crimson aura emanating from their bodies. He couldn't help but mentally deride the scene, thinking, goodness, this aesthetic is utterly dissonant. Is this some form of performance art? Han Fei's mind raced as he speculated that Fu Hongyuan must have acquired flamethrowers after witnessing his combat prowess, intending to use them against the logistical jump insects. Surprised, aren't you? After observing your battle, I invested considerable thought into devising strategies against these insects, Fu Hongyuan added with a cold smirk. You still have time to surrender. Han Fei stood in stunned silence, pondering whether this individual would slap himself in disbelief if he were to learn that Han Fei had concealed self-destructing jump insects within the swarm overhead. The fuel tanks carried by these orcs serve no purpose beyond enhancing the lethality of the self-destructing jump bugs. They are utterly useless. Han Fei had no intention of deploying ordinary logistical jump bugs to engage directly. With a gentle tug on the thread of faith, 50,000 self-destructing jump bugs hidden within the colossal insect sphere swiftly detached from the logistical swarm. They formed a vast net in the sky, diving towards the 300,000 extraordinary orc army. Han Fei, being quite considerate, did not include the ordinary orcs in the strike zone. Upon witnessing these unfamiliar creatures, Fu Hongyuan maintained a cold smirk. Dismissing them entirely, he taunted Han Fei, is this your hidden tactic? What can a mere few tens of thousands accomplish? No sooner had Fu Hongyuan's words left his lips than a tremendous explosion reverberated through the extraordinary orc territory. Boom, 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 boom. Following the detonation of the first self-destructing jump bug, a cacophony of explosions erupted in unison. In less than 10 seconds, Fu Hongyuan's entire contingent of 300,000 extraordinary orcs and their colossal wolf mounts were reduced to ashes amidst the relentless explosions, leaving behind a landscape marred by deep black craters and lingering flames. The turn of events was so sudden that Fu Hongyuan, who had just moments ago been wearing a smug grin, now found his smile frozen on his face. His expression blank as he stared at the devastated area ravaged by the self-destructing jump bugs. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs. 300,000 extraordinary orcs had been obliterated in an instant. He could scarcely believe the reality before him. What have you done? Fu Hongyuan seemed to awaken from a trance, his face flushed with rage as he glared at Han Fei's semi-divine silhouette, his entire form trembling with fury. Fu Hongyuan had invested countless resources and effort into these 300,000 extraordinary orcs, hoping to shine brightly in this competition. Yet, it felt as if decades of hard work had been reduced to nothing in a single moment. I promised to avenge my teammates. I must keep my word. Young people must endure setbacks to grow. Being overly proud can lead to downfall. Consider this an early lesson in the harsh realities of life. Han Fei remarked with a tone of solemn wisdom upon witnessing Fu Hongyuan's expression. You bastard. I will. Fu Hongyuan seethed, his anger boiling over as he prepared to unleash his rage, but before he could finish, he noticed an unceasing stream of logistical jump bugs pouring into the battlefield through Han Fei's invasion channel, showing no signs of abating. I'll echo your words. It is not too late to surrender now. And what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Han Fei's teasing voice reached Fu Hongyuan's ears. Looking up at the sky, Fu Hongyuan saw the emergence of a second colossal insect sphere and the rapid formation of a third. Observing the relentless influx of logistical jump bugs from Han Fei's invasion channel, he realized there was no pause in their advance. I concede. The arduous words escaped from Fu Hongyuan's lips, and in the face of the terrifyingly vast swarm of insects, he instantly regained his composure. It was as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him. He was not overwhelmed by rage, nor did he send his subordinates to their demise in a frenzy. Han Fei offered a nonchalant smile, gesturing towards the barrier to signal the judge to record the match result. Only after confirming his victory did he cease the influx of logistical jump insects into the battlefield. At that moment, the sky was filled with a colossal sphere of insects, comprised of 10 groups of logistical jump insects, totaling nearly 40 million. The sheer magnitude of this overwhelming number instilled a sense of dread that could raise the hairs on one's neck with just a glance. Chapter 68, The Path of Easy Victory. This is not the entirety of the logistical jump insects within Han Fei's divine realm. To ensure the seamless operation of the realm, it is imperative to attend to the other main battle units that remain in a dormant state. The logistical jump insects in Han Fei's divine realm consistently number over 80 million during non-combat periods. Aside from a small fraction of aberrant and flying jump insects that can operate as emergency teams, virtually all other main battle units lie in a state of slumber, solely reliant on the logistical jump insects and the venomous dragonflies for their care. This dependency accounts for the substantial population of logistical jump insects. As the spatial control apparatus detached from the invasion channel, Han Fei maneuvered his divine realm back to the designated position of his team. Just as Han Fei's divine realm had not fully stabilized, Lang Shui's demigod form rushed over, exuberantly exclaiming, "Brother Fei, you are truly remarkable." That fellow looked positively green with envy. "From this day forth, you are my sworn brother. Feel free to command me, and I shall assist you in all your endeavors." Lang Shui, there is no need for such formality. Did I not promise to avenge you? I have not deceived you, have I? Han Fei replied with a smile, pleased to see Lang Shui regain his spirited demeanor. At that moment, Lu Wenzhong's demigod form also approached, his face alight with excitement as he inquired, "You've really outdone yourself, young man. What was that explosion about? Has your retinue discovered the path to the extraordinary?" "Indeed, Teacher Lu. I have found a method for my retinue to ascend to the extraordinary. Although it is merely a preliminary exploration, I shall continue to refine it." Han Fei responded with a grin, revealing his progress in aiding his retinue's advancement. "Congratulations are in order." Lu Wenzhong's heart swelled with joy as the answer he had long sought was finally confirmed. The explosive power demonstrated by the self-destructive jump insects signified a substantial enhancement in Han Fei's capabilities. Previously, Lu Wenzhong had harbored concerns that despite their vast numbers, ordinary-level species were ultimately limited. If Han Fei's retinue, as ordinary beings, encountered those with formidable defenses among the extraordinary species, they might find themselves at a severe disadvantage, potentially even facing defeat. Now, with Han Fei's display of self-destructive jump insects, leveraging the numerical superiority of this aberrant race, any extraordinary being could be overwhelmed by sheer numbers once their defenses were breached. This indicated that Han Fei had indeed emerged as a formidable contender. As for Feng Yakin, upon noticing Han Fei's gaze upon her, she softly remarked, "You are stronger than I." With that, she turned her attention elsewhere. Han Fei, observing her demeanor, merely smiled faintly, choosing not to press the matter. After all, they were but fleeting acquaintances, and it was unnecessary to provoke the shy young lady further. From that point onward, Han Fei's matches transitioned into a mere formality, as his opponents conceded without even the desire to showcase their skills. The 40 million logistical jump insects he had revealed, coupled with the capacity for instantaneous sweeping bombardment provided by the self-destructive jump insects, solidified his dominance. No one is willing to engage with him any longer. Initially, if the strengths were comparable, participants could exchange blows, and even in defeat, one could glean several highlights from the battle, as exemplary performances often yield advantages in university admissions. However, facing an adversary like Han Fei, regardless of the number of logistical jump bugs or the explosive jump bug's destructive radius, once combat ensues, it is essentially tantamount to the end of the fight. As for the battle process, I regret to inform you, it has vanished. Why? Did you not witness the instantaneous disappearance of the 300,000 extraordinary orcs? What is there to showcase? To exhibit how one is mercilessly pummeled by Han Fei. This method of annihilating opponents purely through overwhelming numbers leaves the defeated with a battle devoid of any highlights. Thus, any person of sound mind would refrain from confronting Han Fei unless they possess the confidence to withstand 40 million logistical jump bugs, alongside an unknown number of explosive jump bugs. Otherwise, no one would choose to engage with him, as once combat commences, it is akin to surrender. No one's can arrives by the winds of fortune. Time swiftly elapsed in Han Fei's tedious wait, and undoubtedly, since educating Fu Hongyuan, he has not fought a single match. Upon recognizing Han Fei, opponents surrendered immediately, allowing him to effortlessly secure victory and claim the championship of the city tournament, a process entirely lacking in passion. As for Feng Yakin, she exited the competition after a grueling 7th round against another school's top student, resulting in a mutual downfall. Han Fei approached to offer a few polite words of consolation. After enduring the monotonous tournament segments, Han Fei triumphantly claimed the championship amidst the sounds of his opponents conceding. At long last, he arrived at an exhilarating moment as 3 judges manifested their demigod forms from the realm of the divine. Each judge produced a golden sealing card from within, followed by a flurry of commendations for the students' achievements and encouragement for others. Nonsense that Han Fei absorbed not a word of. Once the judges unveiled the golden sealing cards, Han Fei's gaze remained fixated on the shimmering card held by the central judge. It was evident that this represented the prize for the city tournament champion, 5 million divine energy. With a mouth nearly watering, Han Fei awaited the judge's announcement. "We invite the champion of this city tournament, Han Fei from Zhonghai No. 2 High School, to receive his award." Instantly, he snapped back to reality, concealing the greedy expression from his face, and swiftly appeared before the judge. "Congratulations, Han Fei. We hope you will bring glory to the city and achieve remarkable results in the upcoming global tournament," the demigod judge stated, gently handing the sealing card to Han Fei. "Thank you. I will strive to do my best," he replied, carefully accepting the sealing card, rubbing it between his hands while meticulously probing the quantity of divine energy sealed within using his spiritual sense. Han Fei could not suppress the upward curl of his lips. Feeling the full 5 million divine energy contained within the card, he barely managed to rein in his almost uncontrollable excitement as he floated back to Lu Wenzhong's side. "All right. Your smile is almost reaching your ears. Go ahead and laugh if you wish. Once we return to school, there will be a substantial subsidy of 1 million divine powers. At that time, I shall assist you with the application process in reality, and you can exchange it on the continent of divine communication." Lu Wenzhong observed Han Fei's uncharacteristically frivolous demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. He pondered how this usually composed young man transformed entirely when faced with benefits. Upon hearing Lu Wenjung's words, Han Fei promptly stored the sealing card within his demigod essence and turned to Lu Wenjung with a fervent gaze. Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, "I am immensely grateful, Teacher Lu." Yet, in the very next breath, Han Fei inquired about the matter that truly occupied his mind. "May I ask when I shall receive the school's rewards?" Chapter 69. Mastery. Upon witnessing Han Fei's eager disposition, Lu Wenjung couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Look at you, so lacking in ambition. I will certainly assist you with this matter upon your return. Rest assured, the divine power remains securely at the school. Furthermore, your achievement of first place in our city signifies your eligibility to participate in the Global League of Qinghai Star. Therefore, in the upcoming month, a mere fraction of reality, yet equivalent to a decade in the realm of the gods, you must judiciously harness this divine power and strive for commendable results in the global competition." After delivering these words, Lu Wenjung noticed that Han Fei was only half listening. "All right, I got it, Teacher Lu. I believe we have no further business here. We can head back now, can't we?" Han Fei replied with a playful smirk, urging Lu Wenjung to return to the school's residence. "Did you truly absorb what I said about the global competition?" Lu Wenjung questioned. Skepticism etched on his face as he wondered if Han Fei was genuinely paying attention. "The global competition? Yes, I heard about it. But there's no rush. We still have 10 years ahead of us. I think it's best to return to the school residence first, collect the school's reward, and then focus on developing my divine domain," Han Fei said, rubbing his palms together, clearly fixated on the 1 million divine power reward from the school. Noticing Han Fei's continued indifference, Lu Wenjung narrowed his eyes, pondering, how disrespectful. Is he belittling my dignity as a teacher or my esteemed title as a spiritual mentor? In an instant, a plan formed in his mind. Maintaining a calm exterior, he sighed deeply and softly remarked, "It seems you do not regard the global competition with the seriousness it deserves. The intensity of battles in the global arena is incomparable to these minor city contests. Each year, the world produces exceptional talents, and such fierce combat may be premature for you. I initially intended to discuss the global competition with you further, but perhaps it's best not to, considering you have just embarked on the extraordinary path of finding your kin and may lack methods for extensive breeding of such kin. It appears that the resource reward of 50 million divine power for winning first place in the global competition is beyond your reach." As he spoke, Lu Wenjung displayed a look of regret, patting Han Fei's shoulder. Before Lu Wenjung could retract his hand, he felt a powerful grip seize his palm. The playful expression on Han Fei's face had vanished, replaced by a serious demeanor, as he firmly clasped Lu Wenjung's still hovering hand. "Teacher Lu, I believe there are methods for extensive breeding of extraordinary kin. Please, I implore you to enlighten me about the global competition. It is fast approaching, and I need a mentor like you to guide my future." With sincerity burning in his eyes, Han Fei's fervor was almost palpable. Seeing this transformation, Lu Wenjung maintained a facade of composure while secretly reveling in delight. Young one, it seems I have you well in hand. Since you are so eager to understand the situation of the global competition, allow me to provide you with a brief overview to give you a clearer perspective. In past global competitions, the number of participants generally did not exceed 600. However, these individuals represented the most formidable talents among the students on our planet. Achieving a commendable ranking in this contest is nearly impossible without powerful, extraordinary companions. Take, for instance, the champion of last year's global competition. His companion was a high inferno demon, a naturally exceptional race, characterized by a massive physique and formidable vitality, excelling in both magical and physical prowess. With tens of thousands in number, all extraordinary, and possessing several thousand elite-level beings alongside a hero-level entity, one can only contemplate the level of strength such a configuration embodies. Upon hearing this, Han Fei began to regard the global competition with increased seriousness. If he were to encounter an inferno demon, particularly one of hero status, it was uncertain whether his current self-destructive jumping insects could vanquish it through sheer numbers. Given the demon's name, one could imagine its resistance to flames. Moreover, As a hero-level life form, it would not simply stand its ground. If it were to be outmatched, escape would not be guaranteed with his current swarm. Noticing Han Fei's newfound seriousness, Lu Wenjing smiled and advised, "Thus, you must carefully plan the utilization of these 6 million divine powers over the next decade. Do not squander them recklessly without enhancing your combat capabilities." "Understood, Teacher Lu," Han Fei replied solemnly. "I will meticulously consider how to utilize these 6 million divine powers. I certainly will not relinquish the resource rewards of the global competition lightly." With Lu Wenjing's words, Han Fei's initial excitement over acquiring the 6 million divine powers had waned, especially with the prospect of a 50 million divine power reward from the global competition looming ahead. With a greater objective in mind, the allure of the several million divine powers he had secured diminished considerably. "Then, Teacher Lu, will the rules of the global competition be similar to this one?" With the prospect of such substantial resource rewards, Han Fei immediately shifted into a more focused state, eager to inquire about matters of concern. "How naive of you. This one-on-one competition format is merely a preliminary screening. How do you think such battles compare to actual combat?" Lu Wenjing, with his hands clasped behind his back, queried Han Fei in a tone of mentorship. "There is some benefit. It can reveal certain issues with companions and accelerate a novice demigod's adaptation to combat. However, it remains quite rudimentary and lacks the complexities and challenges faced in real battles," Han Fei reflected, articulating his perspective based on personal experience. "Quite right. Yet you have overlooked a crucial point. This competition format is rather gentle, offering both sides a relatively equitable environment, devoid of the genuine brutality found in the divine realm." With this, Lu Wenjing paused, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Han Fei. "Teacher Lu, are you suggesting that the rules of the upcoming Global League will be more aligned with real combat?" Han Fei pondered, reflecting on Lu Wenjing's insights. "Indeed. Civilization invests substantial resources each year in nurturing talent, not merely to cultivate delicate flowers in a greenhouse. The purpose of competitions is to identify promising newcomers, directing resources towards their accelerated development. Naturally, while global contests may not strictly adhere to real-world regulations, they are certainly not as lenient as local university leagues." Chapter 70. Return to the base. The rules of the Global League are subject to changes each year, and the specifics will depend on the whims of our planet's Minister of Education. We shall only be informed when the tournament commences. All you can do is continuously enhance your own abilities. At this juncture, Lu Wenjing displayed a countenance brimming with envy. Qing High Star is indeed a rarity, presided over by a true deity, and naturally, the Minister of Education also holds that divine title. "I understand. Upon my return, I shall diligently assimilate the resources awarded to me, striving to secure a commendable position in the Global League," Han Fei solemnly responded to Lu Wenjing. The group concluded their journey of participation and made their way back to the school base within the realm of the gods. Currently, the divine domain where Han Fei's class is stationed is exceedingly sparse. Most students have accompanied their teachers into the wilderness for training, rendering the place remarkably tranquil. Han Fei stabilized the docking of the divine domain and, with a cheerful reminder to Lu Wenjing about the 1 million divine power points reward from the school, swiftly darted into his own divine realm. Although the school's divine power reward had yet to be credited, the 5 million divine power granted from the competition had already reached Han Fei. At last, he found himself in possession of substantial resources, necessitating careful consideration regarding their expenditure. To excel in the Global League, further enhancement of his strength is imperative. Thus, a portion of the divine power must be allocated towards acquiring advanced bloodline cards. Within Han Fei's divine domain, the resource burden had reached a point where self-sufficiency was no longer feasible. Expanding the area of the divine domain had become essential. Furthermore, he aspired to procure some high-end rare resources to elevate the Ant Queen, as such resources hold considerable value. Upon reflection, Han Fei suddenly realized that his divine power seemed woefully insufficient. Presently, there are a total of 40 incubation nests in his divine domain. At the annual increment rate of 1 in the realm of gods, by the time of the Global League in 10 years, the number of incubation nests could reach 50. Just the procurement of advanced extraordinary bloodline cards, calculated at a minimum price of 300,000 divine power each, implies that upon the arrival of the school's 1 million divine power, the total of 6 million divine power would suffice to enhance only 20 incubation nests. Moreover, the success rate is not guaranteed. The probability of success for advanced extraordinary bloodline cards hovers around 70%. It is foreseeable that extensive utilization of such cards would incur a 30% silent cost loss. At this moment, Han Fei found himself hovering in the air of the divine domain, deeply conflicted as he prioritized the various projects requiring divine power expenditure. In contrast to Han Fei's sudden acquisition of substantial divine power and his ensuing dilemma regarding its utilization, Lu Wenzhong found himself basking in the glow of success. After ensuring the comfort of the students, he eagerly produced a specially crafted communication card to send a request to the school's director. As the card transformed into a scattering of light, their communication was instantaneously established. "Wenzhong, what brings you to me?" The director's tone was amiable, a stark contrast to the cold demeanor displayed during meetings. "Uncle Wang, I bring you delightful news. Our school has once again announced its results. The young lad, Han Fei, from my class has emerged victorious in the citywide competition." One can almost discern his pride through his tone. The school's director, Wang Jidong, has long been a mentor to Lu Wenzhong, fostering a cordial relationship between their families. When Lu Wenzhong began teaching at the school, Wang Jidong extended his care towards him. Thus their conversations in private carried a more affectionate tone. Indeed, this is splendid news. After a 4-year hiatus, the school has finally reclaimed the championship in the citywide competition, which bodes well for next year's educational funding. We must celebrate this achievement. Wang Jitong's buoyant mood was palpable as he responded to Lu Wenzhong's report of good tidings. However, "Uncle Wang, do not become overly jubilant just yet. I possess even more exhilarating news. As you are aware, Han Fei's connection to his extraordinary lineage has led him to discover a remarkable path, significantly enhancing his abilities. I believe our school may have a promising chance in this year's global competition." At this point, Lu Wenzhong could hardly contain his excitement. "Oh, so his extraordinary capabilities are formidable? Pray, enlighten me further." Wang Jidong's interest was piqued by Lu Wenzhong's words. "The details are somewhat difficult to articulate. Allow me to send you the video instead. Until this competition, I was unaware that he had unlocked the path to his extraordinary lineage. He has concealed his abilities quite adeptly." After sharing the good news, Lu Wenzhong proceeded to request school rewards for Han Fei. "Uncle Wang, there is one more matter. Now that Han Fei has clinched the championship in the citywide university competition, could you please confirm when the school's rewards will be distributed?" "That poses no issue. I shall verify Han Fei's results shortly. Provided everything checks out, I will promptly send him the redemption code." Wang Jitong readily agreed to this matter. "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Additionally, I intend to apply for specialized training for Han Fei. Given the rapid expansion of his lineage, with this influx of resources, practical experience will serve as the swiftest avenue for his growth. I surmise he will not remain docile within the confines of the school. Based on Lu Wenzhong's understanding of Han Fei, he is not one to remain compliant. Thus, Lu Wenzhong plans to guide Han Fei to lower-level battle zones for further development once he has assimilated these resources. That is a commendable idea. Please draft an application for me, and I will assist you in navigating the approval process." Without hesitation, Wang Jitong consented to Lu Wenzhong's suggestion. Within the educational system, to eradicate corruption, the scrutiny regarding resource applications and distributions is exceedingly stringent, while maintaining a welcoming and encouraging stance towards students with potential seeking practical experience. Meanwhile, as Lu Wenzhong was securing the school rewards for Han Fei, the young lad had also determined the direction for utilizing his divine power. The matter concerning the Ant Queen could be deferred for now, as the resources available for her use commence at a staggering price of 100,000 divine power, which is far beyond the modest amount currently at his disposal. The area of the divine realm must be cautiously expanded for the time being, initially augmenting a portion of its expanse to maintain the current balance. If necessary, a segment of the ordinary jumping insects may be reclaimed to provide breathing space for the extraordinary units. Presently, resources should be primarily invested in extraordinary bloodline cards. Once combat prowess is enhanced, an application for training can be submitted to the academy. Ultimately, The expansion of the divine realm will rely on external plunder as the rightful path. Han Fei's thoughts align remarkably with those of Lu Wencheng. Resolute in his decision, Han Fei promptly teleported to the continent of divine exchanges, intending to explore the various trading centers for extraordinary bloodline cards. Chapter 71. The market for bloodline cards. Regarding the advanced extraordinary bloodline cards required for dependents, Han Fei has conceived a preliminary idea to rapidly enhance combat prowess. It is essential to conserve the time spent on redesigning and constructing units compatible with extraordinary genes after obtaining them. Ideally, he seeks to select extraordinary bloodlines that can be directly compatible with existing Zerg units after minor adjustments. This approach would not only significantly reduce the time needed to build new units from scratch, but also mitigate the risk of being hindered by particularly unique extraordinary genes. For instance, during his quest for a heat-resistant ordinary gene template to create the Fire Element Extraordinary Bloodline card, Han Fei invested considerable effort and time scouring the marketplace of the Divine Communication continent. Having gained experience from 2 instances of endowing the incubation nest with extraordinary bloodlines, Han Fei believes that the compatibility of extraordinary genes with biological entities is not entirely devoid of discernible patterns. He speculates that the gene template of the spiked serpent is specifically designed to be compatible with the extraordinary genes of the magma giant serpent. Thus, it raises the question of whether the spiked serpent's gene template could also be compatible with other extraordinary beasts resembling the magma giant serpent. Even if a perfect match is unattainable, a minor adjustment might suffice, sparing Han Fei from the need to design a gene template from the ground up, thereby saving a substantial amount of time. After all, they belong to the same species. While there may be some genetic differences, they are unlikely to be vastly disparate. Consequently, Han Fei focused on the types of extraordinary bloodline cards he required, narrowing them down to various extraordinary canines, serpents, and insects, primarily using the existing Zerg units as a reference for selection. Once this idea was solidified, Han Fei transformed into a luminous sphere and teleported directly to a specialized market for extraordinary bloodline card transactions. This market boasts a plethora of extraordinary bloodline cards, with a vast supply of those extracted from common extraordinary beasts. The logistical deities of various civilizations are never short of clever individuals. Many demigods, upon igniting their divine fire and ascending to divinity, establish bloodline extraction as their inaugural divine imprint. They then commence large-scale acquisitions or self-breeding of extraordinary beasts to produce these consumable extraordinary bloodline cards for the purpose of garnering divine power. When a lucrative opportunity arises, a sector dedicated to earning divine power attracts numerous entrants. Consequently, competition within the industry emerges, prompting the entire sector to evolve towards greater specialization, thus gradually forming a comprehensive industrial chain. As a result, various extraordinary beasts are extensively farmed by logistical deities. Some of these deities have even transformed their entire divine realms into highly specialized large-scale breeding grounds, training their dependents to become professional breeders in order to enhance their market competitiveness and accumulate divine power. Compared to the factory-style livestock farming of Han Fei's previous life, this vast cosmic competitive market is on an entirely different scale. These deities operate with greater professionalism, ensuring that the extraordinary beasts they breed receive meticulously planned health regimes from birth, with life management down to the second and dietary nutrition intake measured to the gram, creating an optimal living environment that guarantees the exceptional quality of the bloodline cards extracted from these extraordinary beasts. Countless civilizations vie for dominance within a single industry, and once the competition begins in earnest, there remains not a single opportunity for the uninitiated. Although I have long possessed the coordinates to this place, my financial circumstances are rather modest, leading Han Fei to visit here for the first time. Before my eyes, magnificent edifices constructed from divine energy tower majestically. There exists a vast marketplace, its structure resembling marble, adorned with exquisite stone carvings of various extraordinary beasts, appearing as though crafted by the hands of deities. Some grand malls feature arched roofs and towering white porcelain columns, each one seamlessly encircling the building, supporting the overall architecture. Further embellished with intricately carved reliefs, and vibrant paintings simulated by divine power. There are also marketplace designs reminiscent of grand cathedrals, characterized by a luxurious atmosphere with gold and silver dominating the color palette, presenting a breathtaking spectacle of opulence. If I were to assign a singular label to all these structures, the only term that comes to mind is extravagance beyond reason. The sheer amount of divine energy consumed daily to simulate these buildings represents a significant expense. At the entrances of each edifice, orbs of light flow in and out incessantly. Leaving Han Fei in a daze, it resembles the bustling tourist attractions from his previous life during major holidays. Fortunately, as these entities exist solely as orbs of light, rather than physical forms, Han Fei mused that there would hardly be a place to stand on the ground here otherwise. After expressing his thoughts, Han Fei resolved to explore this specialized center for trading extraordinary bloodline cards, eager to broaden his horizons. Casting his gaze around, Han Fei was instantly drawn to a resplendent and lavish marketplace, and he floated inside. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the scene before him. He had anticipated an interior akin to the markets he had previously visited, filled with various shelves projecting product information through divine energy. However, he was taken aback by the reality that unfolded. Inside, the decor was reminiscent of a museum from his former life, exuding cleanliness, brightness, and an unmistakable sense of luxury. In the expansive hall, aside from a grand circular counter at the center, staffed by numerous attendants, the rest of the space was meticulously organized, showcasing independent transparent display cases constructed from divine energy, set at carefully measured distances from one another. Within each display case lay a sealed card, and hovering above it, 1 meter high, was a holographic projection of the species, representing the appearance and category of the entity contained within the sealed card. Observing this, Han Fei reached out with his divine consciousness toward the nearest display case. As soon as his consciousness brushed against the floating hologram of a fish-like extraordinary beast, a stream of information surged into Han Fei's mind from the projection. The content encompassed the purchasing process within the marketplace, details about the extraordinary beast resembling a shark, including its identification number, species, name, weight, growth cycle, lifespan, extraordinary abilities, price of the extraordinary bloodline card, and current stock levels, all presented in a highly professional manner. Han Fei then moved closer to the display case, where a sealed card floated serenely, representing a marine expanse of 10,000 square kilometers, with a complete ecological chain. A small group of extraordinary fish species, projected holographically, thrive in this vibrant environment. Guests purchasing bloodline cards can observe the species in its most authentic state through their divine consciousness. Han Fei raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. The grand hall boasted no fewer than 5,000 identical display cabinets, and the mere value of these sealed cards is conservatively estimated to exceed 60 million units of divine power. Such opulence is truly staggering. Han Fei could not help but marvel once more, were it not for the fact that this was the continent of divine exchange. With buildings composed of divine power protected by stringent rules, he would have been tempted to seize the opportunity and flee with abandon. Chapter 72, The Purchase Afterward. Han Fei began to meander through the shopping mall, simultaneously extending his consciousness to interact with the projections of the extraordinary bloodline cards that piqued his interest. It took him half an hour to traverse the entire exhibition hall within the mall. Within this singular establishment, he discovered over 50 varieties of serpentine extraordinary beasts, 70 types of canine extraordinary creatures, and a staggering 90 distinct species of bizarre insect-like extraordinary beings. The sheer diversity left Han Fei momentarily dazzled. As he contemplated the abilities of these extraordinary beasts, he could envision the terrifying enhancement their extraordinary powers would bring when assimilated with the insectoid tribe. At that moment, his emotions resembled two little figures, one brandishing money and exuberantly shouting, "I want them all," while the other, fixated on his wallet, wept tears of poverty, lamenting, "I am but a pauper. I cannot afford this. Let us return to reality." Regaining his composure, Han Fei refrained from purchasing any extraordinary bloodline cards immediately. Instead, he exited the mall and turned towards another. Thus, he continued his exploration, visiting 10 nearby establishments specializing in bloodline cards, and his eyes were truly opened. Just among the magma giant serpents, he identified over 10 distinct varieties, each exhibiting certain differences in appearance. Upon examining the common genes of these magma giant serpents, he found their genetic overlap exceeded 95%. However, the manifestations of their extraordinary abilities varied greatly, resulting in significant price discrepancies. These magma giant serpents included those capable of launching fireballs, others that could emit flames continuously, some that could don fiery armor, and those that could conjure flame barriers. This array of options plunged Han Fei into a brief period of indecision as he lingered in place, contemplating his choices. Ultimately, he relinquished the notion of acquiring every variety of magma giant serpent to forge a super fiery thorn serpent. The rationale for this decision was quite simple. He was impoverished. The success rate for high-grade extraordinary bloodline cards stood at a mere 70%, reminiscent of weapon enhancement in a game from his past life, without substantial financial backing. Han Fei dared not take the plunge. With his modest fortune, each failed attempt at using an extraordinary bloodline card represented a loss of one incubation nest. While he could begrudgingly accept the loss of several ordinary incubation nests, the thought of losing extraordinary ones would surely lead him to bleed profusely. Thus, prioritizing stability, Han Fei resolved to resist the temptation of gambling. With newfound determination, he returned to the previously visited mall to purchase the extraordinary bloodline cards he had meticulously planned for. Armed with a clear strategy, Han Fei moved swiftly, spending less than 20 minutes to exhaust a significant portion of his freshly acquired divine power. Ultimately, he procured a total of 8 extraordinary bloodline cards of the magma giant serpent variety, all capable of unleashing fireballs, in line with his intentions. Although other varieties of the lava giant serpent possess exceptional abilities, the variant that can unleash fireballs stands out as the most cost-effective in terms of singular extraordinary power. Currently, the primary role of the thorn serpent within the swarm is focused on ranged attacks. If it were to acquire abilities such as flame projection, fiery armor, or flame barriers, its function would overlap with that of the jumping insect. The Zerg does not lack melee units. Rather, the demand for ranged units is significantly greater. Presently, Han Fei possesses 40 incubation nests, yet only one is capable of producing flame thorn serpents. Additionally, Han Fei has procured a bloodline card for the Gale Wolf and another for the resilient Skin Jackal. Upon observation, he noted that the genetic makeup of these two extraordinary beasts bears considerable similarity to the existing mutated jumping insect genes. Their extraordinary abilities include Wind's Embrace, which effectively enhances the agility and speed of the mutated jumping insects while inflicting slashing damage upon attack, and Resilient Skin, which bolsters the defense and survivability of the mutated jumping insects. Both abilities promise to significantly augment the combat prowess of the mutated jumping insects, the primary melee force. Han Fei plans to experiment with these bloodline cards to assess their compatibility with the mutated jumping insect genetic template. With a heart full of joy, having exchanged a significant portion of his wealth for the extraordinary bloodline cards, Han Fei returned to his divine realm, eager to imbue the incubation nest with these powers. Despite having undergone the entire process twice before, he felt an overwhelming nervousness. Heavenly blessings, Ba. May Jesus guide me, and may the Supreme Lord manifest his presence. He silently prayed, beseeching the deities for the successful activation of all his extraordinary bloodline cards. After seeking some psychological comfort, Han Fei decisively utilized all 10 acquired bloodline cards. As time ticked away, each passing second felt like an eternity for Han Fei. Ultimately, only 7 of the incubation nests that received the extraordinary bloodline survived. 3 nests that had used the lava giant serpent bloodline cards perished instantly under his divine observation, nearly driving him to despair. He clearly discerned the reason for their failure. The extraordinary genes collapsed during the integration process with the incubation nests. Even with his divine attributes allowing him to observe the genetic fusion, he was unable to identify the source of the breakdown. In his recollections, Han Fei found information regarding the bloodline cards, which provided relevant explanations. The probability of failure is influenced by numerous factors, some of which he could comprehend. For instance, the status of the host undergoing bloodline transformation and the health of the species from which the bloodline is extracted are understandable considerations. However, There exists one factor affecting the failure rate beyond the realm of his divine abilities. The explanation indicated that the extraction of bloodline cards involves the sacrificial offering of numerous lives, with the essence of both their souls and physical forms ultimately contributing to the composition of the bloodline card. The reluctance and resistance experienced before death profoundly impact the soul, ultimately becoming an integral part of the bloodline card, thereby influencing the success rate of its utilization. Han Fei finds himself utterly powerless in the face of such matters pertaining to soul and will, and in his resignation, he can only silently accept the concept of a 30% failure rate. After coming to terms with his fate, Han Fei promptly directs his attention to the incubation nests that have already achieved success. He refrains from dwelling on the 3 nests he has lost, nor the over 900,000 divine power points that have gone to waste. He first conducts a thorough inspection of the 5 successful incubation nests that have assimilated the extraordinary bloodline of the lava giant serpent, ensuring their proper function. Only after confirming their operational status does he proceed to produce a batch of flame stingers, utilizing the existing gene template for the stinging serpent in order to conduct tests. Chapter 73. Enhancement. Upon concluding the task of managing the flame-stinging serpent hatching nest, Han Fei turned his attention to the remaining 2 extraordinary hatching nests. One was infused with the bloodline card of the Gale Wolf, while the other incorporated the bloodline card of the resilient Skin Jackal. After confirming the satisfactory condition of these 2 nests, Han Fei promptly placed an order for a batch of jumping worms, requesting one of each of the 3 existing varieties for observation. Throughout this process, Han Fei maintained vigilant oversight. Once the first batch of jumping worms successfully emerged, the results thoroughly validated his hypotheses. Although these creatures exhibited some characteristics of extraordinary beasts, such as the growth of wolf fur and fluffy wolf ears, as well as the addition of a tongue as a heat dissipation organ, such issues were trivial. Han Fei could easily eliminate these incongruities through subtle genetic adjustments. For instance, the wolf ears served no purpose beyond their adorability, merely a consequence of the ordinary genes accompanying the bloodline card. Han Fei had the capability to delete or modify them to a recessive state, especially since the original auditory system of the jumping worms was already exceptionally proficient. The redundancy not only mirrored functionality but also detracted from the imposing appearance of the swarm. Moreover, the physical capabilities of these jumping worms, along with their use of extraordinary abilities, were entirely intact. Elated by these findings, Han Fei immediately immersed himself in work, commencing the meticulous adjustment and optimization of the jumping worm's genetic template. Within less than half a month, he had completed the optimization, streamlining redundant organs and ordinary genes to restore the jumping worms to their original appearance. This was remarkably swift, given Han Fei's current conditions. This method proved to be the most efficient and stable approach for creating extraordinary insect species. In contrast to the years-long endeavor of employing the queen ant's affinity to decipher extraordinary genes, or the labor-intensive process of redesigning ordinary units to accommodate extraordinary genes, such as with the self-destructing jumping worms. Achieving extraordinary jumping worms in merely half a month was a remarkable feat. Following a series of tests, it became evident that the combat prowess of the extraordinary jumping worms had significantly surpassed that of their ordinary counterparts. Now capable of single-handedly confronting 2 to 3 ordinary jumping worms, their extraordinary abilities, whether through resilient skin or wind protection, created a considerable disparity between them and their ordinary kin. This enhancement in combat capability ignited within Han Fei a sudden impulse to take a gamble, envisioning the production of jumping worms from the extraordinary hatching nest, simultaneously harnessing 2 extraordinary abilities. The role of jumping worms within the swarm starkly contrasted with that of the stinging serpents. They represented the true backbone of the insect army. At this stage, jumping worms served as the primary ground combat unit, aerial assault force, and logistical production entity. In terms of resource consumption, combat effectiveness, and growth efficiency, they epitomized the pinnacle of cost-effectiveness. In Han Fei's mind, at this juncture, the swarm could forego the flame-stinging serpents, yet it could not be without the jumping worms. Standing still in a state of inner turmoil, Han Fei engaged in a fierce mental struggle. The conservative voice within him insisted on adhering to the original plan. Emphasizing the necessity of conserving every ounce of divine power during this nascent stage, he pondered the potential losses. If each failure required the use of a second bloodline card, they could risk losing up to 6 extraordinary bloodline cards. Conversely, the impulsive side of Han Fei argued for the benefits that the enhancement of the leapworm could bring to the swarm. He understood well that the consumption and growth cycle of leapworms was unparalleled by other units. They were the true backbone of the divine realm. Maximizing the leapworm's potential was paramount. Moreover, he reassured himself with the thought of the cushion technique, believing it would all work out without issue. Caught between these two compelling choices, Han Fei inhaled deeply, extinguishing the internal conflict over his decisions. He resolved to employ an age-old method to determine his course of action, the toss of a coin. In the midst of the divine realm, he waved his hand, and a stone transformed into a coin through the manipulation of divine power, hovering before him. This coin, crafted from stone, bore the character for stability on one side and action on the other. With a gentle closure of his eyes, he grasped the coin, flicked it with his thumb, and watched as it soared rapidly into the sky. Upon reaching its apex, the coin began to descend, returning to its original height before arcing over Han Fei and continuing its fall toward the ground. He made no effort to catch it, indifferent to the outcome. What he sought was not the coin's face, but rather the silent yearning for the outcome that emerged in that fleeting moment of toss. Indeed, he found himself longing for the dual extraordinary abilities of the leapworm. Gazing skyward, Han Fei sighed, relinquishing his previous strategy focused on caution. In an instant, he vanished from the divine realm and reappeared on the continent of divine communication. He first visited the resource exchange at the school, converting his entire quota of 1 million divine power into tangible energy before teleporting once more to the bloodline card trading market. Cautiously anticipating the possibility of consecutive failures with the same bloodline card, he refrained from depleting all his divine power at once. Instead, he purchased 3 cards, each of the Wind Wolf and Resilient Skin Jackal bloodlines, reserving the remainder of his power to cover potential failures with the extraordinary bloodline cards. With a heart full of trepidation, Han Fei returned to his divine realm, first taking a cleansing bath in reality to wash away any lingering negativity. Only then did he re-enter the world of the gods, commencing the renovation of the dual extraordinary ability incubation nest. Upon the successful completion of the first dual gift incubation nest, Han Fei produced an initial batch of dual gift leapworms. The genetic template utilized was the already optimized extraordinary leapworm template. The results were exceedingly gratifying. The newly birthed leapworms with dual extraordinary abilities required little adjustment on his part, needing only slight optimization to achieve perfect compatibility. With the realization of the first dual extraordinary ability incubation nest, Han Fei's confidence surged, prompting him to embark on the renovation of additional incubation nests. It is uncertain whether it was the refreshing bath that brought a stroke of good fortune or the effectiveness of the MAP method. But when Han Fei exhausted all his divine power, he only managed to reimburse 2 ordinary incubation nests. The scenario he dreaded most, the sudden demise of the incubation nest while using the second extraordinary bloodline card, did not come to pass. Observing the emergence of 5 dual ability incubation nests, Han Fei, having depleted all his divine power, experienced a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the remarkable combat prowess of the dual ability jump worms, which had seen an exponential enhancement, rendering them an exceptional value. Presently, Han Fei possessed a total of 12 extraordinary incubation nests, 5 producing dual ability jump worms, 6 yielding fiery sting snakes, and 1 generating self-destructing jump worms, significantly boosting the production of extraordinary units within his swarm. However, the sorrow lay in the loss of 5 incubation nests this time. The total number of incubation nests in the divine realm had dwindled to 35. And this loss was the true source of his grief. It is worth noting that if the remaining incubation nests operated at full capacity, they could produce up to 10,000 larvae daily. Chapter 74. Application. The loss of 5 incubation nests equates to a daily loss of 50,000 Zerg units, culminating in over 1.5 million units lost each month. As time progresses, the losses only amplify. To reimburse for a single incubation nest is akin to the demise of billions of Zerg units. Contemplating this, Han Fei felt an unbearable pang of anguish, prompting him to transform his sorrow into motivation. He silently resolved that with divine power diminished and the capacity of his divine realm reaching its limits, it was time to return to the Zerg's original pursuits. Having made this decision, Han Fei promptly reached out to his homeroom teacher, Lu Wenzhong. Once the communication was established, before Han Fei could utter a word, Lu Wenzhong's teasing voice resonated through the line. "Ah, young man, you've barely been back for a month, and you already think to contact me? Teacher Lu, I've noticed that my classmates have all engaged in practical training, and I too wish to venture into the lower war zones to enhance my abilities through real combat," Han Fei earnestly stated, clarifying the reason for his call. "What are you thinking? You've just acquired 6 million units of divine power. Take this time to avoid practical classes, steadily develop for a few years. And once your strength has improved, I'll take you to the lower war zones for practical training, even without you asking," Lu Wenzhong advised, albeit with a hint of skepticism. Teacher Lu, I have already completed my enhancements. The number of dependents in my divine realm increases by nearly 10 million each month. If I do not expand the area of my divine realm soon, I will struggle to sustain them," Han Fei replied, helplessly presenting his need for combat experience in light of Lu Wenzhong's remarks. 10 million. You have 6 million divine power, don't you? Purchase some terrain cards to expand your divine realm," Lu Wenzhong exclaimed, taken aback by the rapid growth of Han Fei's dependence. Had Han Fei's dependence been of low combat prowess, Lu Wenzhong would not have reacted with such astonishment. However, the combat strength of Han Fei's dependents was evidently formidable within the ordinary ranks, especially now that he had discovered the path to the extraordinary. Although Lu Wenzhong was unaware of the probability of Han Fei's dependents advancing to the extraordinary, experience suggested that a substantial base of ordinary dependents would surely guarantee a significant number of advancements. Witnessing Lu Wenzhong's shock, Han Fei candidly confessed, "I have exhausted my 6 million divine power. I lack the funds to purchase terrain cards for expanding my divine realm." "Goodness, you depleted 6 million divine power in a single month? Where did all that power go?" Lu Wenzhong exclaimed, his tone filled with disbelief. The concept of a novice demigod exhausting 6 million divine power within such a brief time frame was staggering. Had Han Fei chosen to invest all 6 million divine power into terrain resource cards, he could have nearly doubled the size of his divine realm to close to 10 million square kilometers, reaching half the size of Lu Wenzhong's own realm. It was all spent on developing my dependents. Han Fei felt no surprise at depleting his divine power in a short span of time. After expending this energy, he had tangibly enhanced his combat capabilities. "Very well, I shall not pry into the specifics of your divine power usage, as that is your private matter. Just inform me of the number of extraordinary followers you currently possess, so I may select an appropriate operational area in the battle zone based on your situation." Lu Wenzhong also refrained from delving into Han Fei's divine power usage and shifted the topic. "I estimate I have over 30 million extraordinary followers," Han Fei replied. He did not dare fabricate this figure, since Lu Wenzhong had mentioned determining the operational area based on the number of extraordinary followers. Han Fei calculated that he currently had more than 20 million extraordinary followers, with the daily output of 12 extraordinary incubation nests. He would steadily gain an additional 120,000 extraordinary followers each day by the time they reached the lower battle zone. Having around 30 million extraordinary insect tribes should pose no issue. Upon hearing Han Fei's figure, Lu Wenzhong fell into a moment of silence. Just as Han Fei wondered whether the other party had not heard him and was about to speak again, Lu Wenzhong's voice finally came through. "Very well, prepare yourself. I have already approved your application for specialized combat training. I will retrieve the teaching resources, and we shall set off tomorrow." "Thank you, Teacher Lu. See you tomorrow." With his objective achieved, Han Fei felt elated and quickly ended the communication. Unbeknownst to him, once he had hung up and no longer needed to maintain the demeanor of a mentor, Lu Wenzhong could no longer contain his excitement and began to dance within the divine realm. "Ha ha ha ha. What a find. This lad is undoubtedly a monstrous contender." His bizarre laughter echoed throughout Lu Wenzhong's divine realm. After he had laughed to his heart's content and regained his composure, Lu Wenzhong silently mused. "No, I must inform Uncle Wang. Han Fei needs to be closely monitored. There are risks involved in real combat, and I cannot allow anything to happen to him. This time, the global competition may yield results far surpassing prior achievements for our school. Resolute in his decision, Lu Wenjung promptly dialed the number of the school's director, Wang Jidong. As soon as the connection was made, Lu Wenjung wasted no time, speaking first. Uncle Wang, I have good news. Han Fei has a promising chance to achieve remarkable results in this year's global competition. He currently possesses 30 million extraordinary followers, and I believe if he remains unscathed, winning a championship in the Global League in 10 years is not beyond the realm of possibility. Upon hearing Lu Wenjung's excited tone, Wang Jitong was taken aback by the implications of his words. He was aware of Han Fei's follower situation and kept a keen eye on the annual global competitions. With such a formidable student, achieving success in the Global League seemed assured. This is splendid news. If Han Fei truly excels in the global competition, our school's educational funding for next year could potentially increase by at least 40%. Keep a close watch on him. Should he succeed, I will submit a proposal for a bonus on your behalf. Wang Jidong's tone clearly reflected his delight. Uncle Wang, besides sharing good news, there is another matter I must discuss with you. This young man intends to venture into a lower-tier battle zone, seeking growth through real combat. I plan to guide him into the depths of the resource-scarce wells, yet I fear my own abilities may fall short, leaving his safety in jeopardy. It was then that Lu Wenjong revealed his true intention. If he possesses such potential, I shall select another mentor to accompany him. At this juncture, Wang Jitong hesitated momentarily before swiftly refuting his previous assertion. No, this is too risky. Such a promising talent must be safeguarded without fail. I will speak to the principal and arrange for a quality assurance inspection to accompany you. Please wait for me. Once Wang Jitong concluded his statement, he promptly ended the communication, presumably to seek out the principal. One cannot blame Wang Jitong for his meticulousness, after all. If Han Fei were to secure a position in the global competition, the benefits would extend beyond mere educational funding. It would also embellish his record with a notable achievement, significantly aiding his future career prospects. In the realm of education in this world, failing to cultivate exceptional students makes the aspiration for advancement nothing short of a dream. Chapter 75. Resource Well. Upon hearing Wang Jidong's words, Lu Wenjong felt entirely at ease. He was well aware of his uncle's formidable strength. Although Wang Jitong remained a demigod, his experience as a seasoned demigod, having lived for over a century, placed him leagues ahead of newly emerged demigods. The disparity in power could even be described as astronomical. The following day, having completed all necessary preparations, Han Fei reunited with Lu Wenjong in the realm of the gods. At that moment, Han Fei was engaged in gene analysis within the divine domain, where the number of genetic templates stored within the queen ant continued to grow. As long as there were no more pressing matters at hand, this seemingly endless task constituted his daily routine. Suddenly, the appearance of two divine domains startled him. While he was already accustomed to Lu Wenjong's divine domain, it was the other divine domain trailing behind him that truly astonished him. It was the largest demigod domain he had ever encountered. In comparison, Han Fei and Lu Wenjong's domains appeared diminutive, as if they were mere specks in the vastness. Upon careful observation, Han Fei estimated that this divine domain encompassed at least 250 million square kilometers. Merely gazing upon it evoked a profound sense of his own insignificance. Its expanse nearly rivaled that of half the Earth. It was not until two demigod figures manifested outside Han Fei's domain that he regained his composure and hurriedly exited to greet them. Upon seeing Han Fei, Lu Wenjong smiled and beckoned him over. "Young man, come here quickly. Allow me to introduce you to our school's director, Wang Jitong." Lu Wenjong gestured towards the slightly aged demigod beside him. "I've heard you are heading to the battle zone for practical training. To ensure your safety, Director Wang has graciously offered to accompany us under the pretense of inspecting the quality of education. You should express your gratitude." At this point, Lu Wenjong gave Han Fei a knowing wink. Realizing that this prominent figure was there to safeguard him, Han Fei quickly approached and expressed his thanks, saying, "Greetings, Director Wang. I truly appreciate your attention to my training. I shall strive diligently to bring honor to our school." "Haha, what an enthusiastic young man. I have heard about your circumstances from Wenjong. I eagerly await your performance in the global competition, Wang Jitong said with a warm smile, patting Han Fei on the shoulder. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, much like their previous training session, Lu Wenjing provided Han Fei with a collection of cards useful in the outside world, along with coordinates for their destination. Lacking the novelty of his initial venture into the lower battle zones, Han Fei displayed a calm demeanor as they journeyed from the frontline camp to the desolate resource. While over the course of 20 days, Han Fei's relationship with Wang Jitong grew more familiar. Unable to suppress his curiosity about the extended journey ahead, Han Fei posed his inquiries to the two men. Teacher Lu, it seems that our destination this time is different from the last. Indeed, we are heading towards an area closer to the heart of this barren resource well. The demigods that operate there are not mere novices who have just opened their divine domains. Their strength is generally more formidable and thus more suited to your circumstances. After speaking, Lu Wenjing turned to Wang Jitong and continued, that is why Uncle Wang has come personally to keep an eye on you. So, it follows that in the lower-level battle zones, the closer one gets to the center, the stronger the demigods become, remarked Han Fei thoughtfully upon hearing Lu Wenjing's explanation. Such knowledge is fundamental and must be learned if you aspire to attend university. The term lower-level battle zone is merely our own nomenclature. It reflects a consensus reached with the Longwa civilization and several other smaller civilizations in the vicinity. This area is designated as a growth environment for the new generation, prohibiting any forces above the demigod level from entering, hence its classification as a lower-level battle zone. In the world of the gods, it is commonly referred to as a barren resource well. At this point, noticing the confusion on Han Fei's face, Lu Wenjing smacked his forehead. I forgot that you have yet to study the knowledge related to resource wells systematically. Allow me to enlighten you. Consider this a pre-class review. In the world of the gods, there are two paths to acquire resources. One is to plunder the divine domains of others, and the other is to collect resources from the resource wells. High-quality resource wells are the focal point of contention among various civilizations. In the realm of the gods, resource wells function like resource spawn points in a game, periodically yielding various materials within this area, including fragments of divine domains, shattered divine domains, and even complete divine domains. Do you know why that is? Lu Wenjing smiled at Han Fei, who, recognizing the teasing glint in his eyes, resignedly played along, saying, I don't know. At that moment, Wang Jitong also turned his gaze towards Lu Wenjing, observing the impromptu lesson. Realizing that the director was present, Lu Wenjing quickly swallowed the next phrase he nearly uttered. Would you like to know? He had previously been reprimanded by his uncle for employing such tactics in teaching, particularly when he had been instructing a female student, leading to an impression of impropriety. Coughing lightly, he continued, if a demigod were to unexpectedly perish in reality, and their divine domain happened to be concealed within the world of gods, what do you suppose would happen to their divine domain? The answer is that this unclaimed divine domain would, under the rules of the world of gods, be transported to the area where the resource well is located. The world of gods is vast, almost boundless, and with so many civilizations entering here, such occurrences transpire almost continuously. The unclaimed resources appearing in the resource well area are derived from this phenomenon. In this barren resource well where we find ourselves, fragments of the divine realm occasionally emerge in the central area. While their overall value may not be significant, they nonetheless constitute an additional source of income. After concluding his explanation, Lu Wenjing observed the expression on Han Fei's face and felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Upon hearing that only fragments of the divine realm were produced here, Han Fei's interest instantly waned. Lu Wenjing, feeling displeased, thought to himself, I have expounded at length. And this is your response? Who are you looking down upon? He remarked, young man, you truly have not experienced the thrill of splitting a fragment of divine power. While the general value may be low, it is not to say that there are no high-value fragments of the divine realm at all. For instance, there have been occasions where individuals have discovered living dragon eggs among the fragments salvaged from this very place. Luck, it seems, can be quite extraordinary at times. Chapter 76. Arrival. Perhaps fortune favors you, and you might casually stumble upon a fragment that harbors something extraordinary. Upon hearing these words from Lu Wenjing, Han Fei, who had been rather disinterested moments earlier, was suddenly invigorated. Really? Teacher Lu, you mustn't be pulling my leg. Noticing Han Fei's skepticism, Lu Wenjing promptly adopted a serious demeanor, asserting earnestly it is indeed true, albeit with a low probability. Do not let the lifelessness of these shattered divine domain fragments deceive you into thinking they possess no value. Who can ascertain whether a fragment might be a remnant of a deity's shattered realm, potentially concealing rare minerals within? To bolster his credibility, Lu Wenjing offered another example to substantiate his claims. Indeed, what Wenjing states is factual, I can attest to it. Even demigods scavenging for resources in barren wells entertain such strokes of luck, interjected Wang Jidong, thereby affirming Lu Wenjing's assertions. Wang Jidong's words carried a weight that convinced Han Fei entirely. He no longer doubted Lu Wenjing's honesty. Are you suggesting that the area I am about to venture into is likely to feature these unclaimed divine domain fragments? Han Fei posed the question. Yet his tone betrayed a firm conviction. Yes, while they are scarce, we can indeed encounter such scattered fragments from time to time, Lu Wenjing continued. However, we do not intend to delve into the core. That is still too premature for you. The location for this experience should be considered the inner region of this resource well, where the density of demigods is significantly higher, and the likelihood of combat is markedly increased, making it quite suitable for you. Upon hearing Lu Wenjing mention the heightened probability of conflict, Han Fei felt no trepidation. What he craved most was warfare and plunder. As long as the gains outweighed the losses, he bore no qualms about confronting any adversary of equal standing. Come on. Let's engage in mutual destruction. With a total of 35 incubation nests, the insectoid race could produce 350,000 units daily, not to mention that among them, 12 were extraordinary incubation nests. Han Fei was confident that even with continuous invasions, he would face no significant issues. Accompanied by Wang Jitong, the director of instructions, he felt a sense of security, no longer needing to confine himself to a fixed operational area like before. After nearly 2 months of travel, during which teleportation was unfeasible in the resource well area, the trio finally arrived at the designated training zone. The journey had been uneventful, with no demigods foolish enough to obstruct their path. After all, with a divine domain spanning 250 million square kilometers accompanying them, even while employing a concealment spell, the void distortion it created was immensely vast. Any demigod encountering such a phenomenon would flee in haste. Only a fool would dare to invade. We have arrived. This is the area, Lu Wenjing declared as they halted amidst the void. The 3 demigods reassembled in the void, and Wang Jitong produced a card, activating it towards Han Fei's divine domain. A faint golden glow instantly merged into Han Fei's realm. This was a continuous positioning card. As long as the layer of positioning effect remained intact, I could continuously expend divine power to locate your domain's position. Wang Jidong carefully sensed the card's effect and, confirming its complete activation, he beamed at Han Fei, explaining the card's specific purpose. At that moment, Lu Wenjing also interjected, "Kid, from now on you may move freely. Should you encounter danger, you can call for help as you did last time, and we will arrive promptly." Upon hearing Lu Wenjing's words, Han Fei looked at him in surprise and asked, "Teacher Lu, aren't you coming with me?" In Han Fei's mind, with no other students needing attention this time, these 2 stalwarts were surely his guardians, destined to accompany him. If we were to accompany you, it wouldn't be long before the demigods in this area would scatter. Let me ask you a question. If you suddenly encountered a vast distortion in the void, similar to what occurred when Uncle Wang's divine domain moved, how would you react? What would you do? Lu Wenjing asked with a playful smirk. Of course, I would run as far as I could, Han Fei quickly responded. He realized that the expansive area of these 2's divine domains would cause the distortion to be detected from afar by exploration beacons. Given Wang Jitong's domain size, once discovered, it would undoubtedly trigger a frenzied alert, indicating extreme danger. If these 2 accompanied him, it was entirely possible that he would encounter no battles at all, merely embarking on a leisurely tour of lower-level combat zones. Having grasped the situation, Han Fei turned to return to his divine domain, but was once again halted by Lu Wenjing. "Wait a moment, kid. There's one more thing I need to mention. The primary entities active in this area are us and the new generation of demigods from the Longwa civilization. Should you encounter a demigod from Longwa, if they are willing to pay for their life, and conditions permit, you may consider leaving them a core of their divine domain along with 10,000 followers. Upon hearing Lu Wenzheng's statement, Han Fei was filled with confusion and inquired, "Why is that? Aren't we in an adversarial relationship with the Longwa civilization?" Wang Jidong, hearing Han Fei's question, casually replied, "It doesn't matter if you hold back or not. This matter is not compulsory. Our relationship with the Longwa civilization is quite complex. At the border of our territories lies a large resource well, which one side alone lacks the strength to control. Therefore, we cooperate, joining forces to resist other civilizations and jointly occupy this resource well. In principle, we have maintained a cooperative state with the Longwa civilization. However, in the distribution of benefits from this resource well, a competitive approach is adopted. The weaker party receives less. On a strategic level and in overarching direction, the two civilizations have consistently collaborated, yet in social discourse, both sides continue to undermine one another. Moreover, coupled with the inexplicable sense of superiority exhibited by the Longwa people, our relationship with this neighbor has evolved into its current state." Wang Jitong elucidated to Han Fei the intricate connections between human civilization and Longwa civilization, thus providing him with a clearer understanding of our neighboring civilization. Upon hearing Wang Jitong's explanation, Lu Wenzheng promptly interjected, "Thus, the general populace remains unaware of the situation. In truth, we have a covenant with the Longwa civilization, which includes terms regarding surrender during a new generation of conflict." "Very well. Should I encounter a demigod of the Longwa civilization, as long as I can maintain control over the situation and the other party is willing to offer a sufficient ransom, I shall hold back." After absorbing this information, Han Fei nodded in agreement, indicating that as long as there is wealth involved, other matters are negotiable. Chapter 77. The search. After their conversation, Han Fei delved into his divine realm and chose a direction at random, embarking on a solitary expedition. This marked his second venture into the lower battle zone, and this time, he approached his mission with a newfound boldness. As he advanced, he released exploration beacons, casting hundreds of them like confetti into the surroundings. Within just a day and a half, these beacons signaled a target's discovery. Upon receiving this information, Han Fei swiftly maneuvered his divine realm toward the location indicated by the beacons. With a formidable ally backing him, he felt no trepidation. He was ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Not long into his journey, he detected a sudden change in direction from the opposing force, which was now hurtling toward his position at high speed. A smirk crept across Han Fei's lips as he thought, "Ah, it seems their exploration beacon has also detected me." Without hesitation, he reduced the speed of his divine realm, striving to minimize the spatial distortion that could arise from such swift movement. He feigned the demeanor of an ordinary demigod on a leisurely journey, patiently awaiting his adversary's approach. As soon as they established an intrusion channel into his divine realm, Han Fei would greet them with unbridled enthusiasm, ready to deliver a surprising welcome. Meanwhile, Vihart, an unexpected recipient of divine essence, had lived cautiously in the real world. His civilization bore a resemblance to a feudal empire, where rulers monopolized all divine essences, restricting access to knowledge related to ascension. Under the weight of this oppressive regime, ordinary citizens were left to accept their fate. It was only upon entering the continent of divine exchange that Vihart's horizons broadened, revealing the truths surrounding ascension. Lacking formal education, he relied solely on his own explorations. After narrowly escaping a battle early on, he chose to adopt a cautious approach, surviving for over 300 years in the realm of gods. Through gradual accumulation, he managed to expand his divine realm to over 1 million square kilometers. Recently, Vihart had invested a hefty sum to acquire coordinates and details regarding a barren resource well from an information dealer on the continent of divine exchange. Aware of the slow pace of his divine realm's development, he resolutely charged into the resource well area. After exercising initial caution, he discovered that the region indeed contained only demigods, as the intel had suggested. With growing audacity, he ventured deeper into the resource well, intent on retrieving fragments of divine essence. It was not until he faced his first invasion in this area that he utilized his affinity for the lightning element. Coupled with an army of over 600,000 Minotaurs adept in lightning magic, to effortlessly defeat his opponent. In an instant, he expanded his divine realm to encompass 1.5 million square kilometers. The weakness of his adversaries transformed his mindset dramatically, and the soaring returns filled him with exuberance, contrasting sharply with his previous struggles. He had always relied on the divine power he collected to acquire terrain resource cards, gradually expanding his divine domain. The spoils of this battle equated to a century's worth of development in the realm of the gods. Faced with such immense benefits, he cast aside his previously cautious and survival-driven mindset. Resolutely, he purchased several exploration beacons from the divine communication continent, embarking on his path of invasion. Just moments ago, one of the exploration beacons relayed news of yet another divine domain he had uncovered. Having recently tasted victory, his confidence soared, and without hesitation, he commanded his domain to spring into action, swiftly moving towards the enemy's location. Simultaneously, he issued orders to his subordinates within the domain to prepare for war. As he drew closer to the enemy's position, the divine domain he had locked onto suddenly ceased its movement, vanishing into the void. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Have they discovered me? It is too late for concealment now. Come forth. Be the stepping stone for the great Lord Vihart to ascend to the pinnacle of power. With overwhelming confidence and a singular focus on gain, Vihart disregarded the risks and charged next to the Hanfei divine domain without even employing a scanning card. The invasion channel connected instantaneously, and the entire process unfolded as if under his command, proceeding with astonishing smoothness. He envisioned himself as the protagonist, embarking on a path of resurgence, effortlessly defeating adversary after adversary. He dreamt of igniting divine fire to become a deity, then raising his divine kingdom into the real world, trampling the empire's emperors and nobles beneath his feet, thus ascending to the zenith of his existence. Just as Vihart prepared to issue a divine decree for the assembled extraordinary Minotaur army to enter the teleportation channel, he suddenly felt the invasion channel connecting to the enemy domain swell to double its size. His vivid fantasies shattered in an instant, and the stark reality struck him sharply. A massive swarm of aberrant jumping insects surged into his divine domain. Fortunately, Vihart had already gathered a considerable number of extraordinary minotaurs at the entrance of the invasion channel. They formed a defensive line the moment the swarm burst forth. A lightning field, crackling with electric flashes, enveloped a vast area surrounding the entrance of the invasion channel within mere seconds, halting the advance of the ground-dwelling insects. Hundreds of thousands of extraordinary minotaurs began casting spells, unleashing a barrage of lightning chains, spherical lightning, and thunder arrows, inflicting substantial casualties upon the swarm. The jarring contrast between fantasy and harsh reality sent Vihart's mind into disarray. It wasn't until he saw his subordinates holding back the onslaught of insects that he gradually regained his composure. They had held firm. If he could eliminate the enemy subordinates at the entrance of the teleportation channel, victory would ultimately belong to him. Calmly reassessing the battlefield, Vihart swiftly adjusted his mindset. Focusing intently on the unfolding situation, he began to expend vast reserves of divine power to replenish the magical energy of his subordinates. Regrettably, reality seldom unfolds according to his script. As the ground troops were thwarted by the thunderous barrier, a stealthy venomous dragonfly had already breached the defenses at the portal, beginning to infiltrate his divine realm. As Vihart's adversary, Hanfei had taken on the guise of a venomous dragonfly, keenly observing the prowess of this demigod-s vassal. A formidable minotaur, renowned for its loyalty and martial prowess, indeed possessed considerable strength. However, encountering me would be a misfortune for you. After a brief assessment of his opponent's vassal, Hanfei found his interest waning. Chapter 78. Elite Level Sensing the Spread of the Venomous Dragonfly. Hanfei deduced from the preliminary information gathered that this divine realm was indeed worth pursuing. It was abundant in resources and boasted a complete biological chain, in stark contrast to the desolate terrain of the necromancer's domain. With a gentle tug on the threads of faith, the airborne jumping insects, having gathered at the sky above the invasion portal, transformed into a colossal serpent formed by the swarm, surging wildly into the teleportation channel. What was initially a passage occupied solely by mutated jumping insects was now swiftly filled to capacity by the influx of the flying variants. Hanfei no longer needed to exert meticulous control as he had in the past. The scale of the swarm had drastically escalated since its inception. The ordinary units of the insect race had now become mere fodder for the swarm, and the loss of millions was but a trifling matter to Hanfei. As the flying jumping insects flooded the battlefield, they employed the same tactics against their diverse adversaries. Instead of launching a direct assault on the Minotaur's formation, the airborne insects circled above, amassing in number. A vast multitude of flying, jumping insects joined the swirling mass, gradually obscuring the sunlight. The Minotaur warriors below felt their spirits wane, as if cast under a shadow. The leading Minotaur chieftain, Gudas, recognized the dire situation and understood that unless he acted swiftly, these valiant warriors might succumb to despair. He immediately focused his mind, reciting an arcane incantation. A surge of magical energy coalesced in his hands, forming a long spear entirely composed of crackling lightning. With veins bulging on his forehead, Gudas let out a thunderous roar as the spear of thunderbolt shot forth, piercing the cloud of insects above. A colossal sphere of lightning ignited amidst the swarm, creating a gaping hole over 30 meters in diameter. The explosion of the thunder spear unleashed a cascading net of electricity that affected other jumping insects within a 100-meter radius. The ground was littered with the carcasses of countless jumping insects, and incapacitated flying variants fell like rain, creating a breathtaking spectacle. In a single strike, Gudas had slain over 10,000 flying jumping insects. After unleashing this tremendous blow, Gudas appeared drained, swaying unsteadily, and his aide rushed to support him. Regaining his composure, Gudas pushed aside his assistant with determination. The sunlight, previously obscured, once again pierced through the newly created void, casting its light upon his upright figure, resembling a spear. Gudas raised his mighty hammer high, bellowing defiantly, fearless. Hearing their leaders roar and witnessing the might of his lightning magic ignited the spirits of the other extraordinary Minotaurs. Fearless, they echoed, their voices merging into a resounding chorus that reverberated across the battlefield. The morale of the Minotaur warriors surged, the uncertainty in their eyes dissipating as the air around them crackled with burgeoning magical energy. A multitude of extraordinary Minotaurs, simultaneously harnessing their magical prowess, prepared to unleash the resonant power of their spells. Alas, reality does not unfold like a tale from a novel. Gudas would not achieve heroism akin to that of a protagonist. The gaping void in the sky, merely seconds later, sealed itself once more, obscuring the sunlight anew. The loss of 10,000 flying jump bugs was insignificant compared to the swirling cloud of insects above. The swarm of bugs, streaming through the teleportation portal, showed no signs of halting. Hanfei observed the Minotaur formation on the ground, his fleeting admiration overshadowed by a silent thought: elite Minotaurs. But their numbers are too few to pose a genuine threat, rendering the use of extraordinary insects unnecessary. This was one of the rare tribes he had encountered that had not crumbled before the swarm. Appreciation aside, unless he issued a command, the insectoid battle would not relent due to his admiration. With a sufficient number of flying jump bugs amassed, their circling angle shifted, plunging toward the ground like a colossal curtain. Concurrently, the Minotaurs unleashed their prep spells. Various lightning magics surged skyward, exploding like fireworks in the night, illuminating the battlefield with a dazzling display. In an instant, the death toll of the flying jump bugs soared to its peak. Regrettably, the substantial fatalities did little to deter the other dive-bombing insects. The swarm was equally a relentless machine of slaughter, breaching the magical defenses and crashing into the Minotaur ranks. The defensive line encircling the teleportation portal, stripped of the long-range magical suppression from the extraordinary Minotaurs, was simultaneously pierced by the aberrant jump bugs. Thus commenced the chaos of battle, plunging the war into a rhythm familiar to the swarm. Despite the Minotaurs' valiant resistance, they were quickly engulfed by the tide of insects, overwhelmed by the sheer numerical superiority of their adversaries. Vihart sensed the threads of faith among his kin snapping in droves, realizing that this time he had truly faltered. With no time to mourn the substantial losses of his extraordinary kin, Vihart resolved to retreat, immediately releasing his divine consciousness to scan his divine domain. He prepared to sever the invading pathways, intending to slice away a portion of his domain to escape. As Vihart completed his scan, he was taken aback. A vast number of venomous dragonflies and flying jump bugs were rapidly spreading within his divine realm. To sever the connection formed by the merging of two invasion pathways, he would require 2 hours. Given the insect swarm's rate of expansion, 2 hours would suffice for them to cover most of his divine domain. Most critically, the areas these insects would infiltrate would undoubtedly include the concealed core of his divine domain. A chill gripped Vhart's spine. Could it be that his path to divinity was destined to end here? No, that was utterly unacceptable. As long as he could preserve the core of his kin and the heart of his divine realm, hope for a resurgence remained. Gaining resolve, Vhart's determination solidified as he vanished from his location in an instant. The colossal demigod phantom of Vhart materialized in midair at the entrance of the invasion portal, its intangible essence radiating in all directions. Mighty demigod, let us converse, it beckoned. Upon witnessing the emergence of this spectral entity, Han Fei could discern, albeit with some difficulty, that it resembled a humanoid creature with pallid skin, unmistakably not of the Longwa race. With no pressing matters at hand and the swarm having secured an overwhelming advantage, he felt no need for vigilance. Han Fei then directed the possessed dragonfly to position itself directly before the apparition. What would you like to discuss? Speak freely, he inquired with a tone both calm and measured. Chapter 79, Business. At this moment, the battlefield below was in chaos, as the swarm had annihilated all the extraordinary minotaurs. The vast army of insects was dispersing into 6 factions, advancing towards the 6 cities nearest to the enemy's divine realm. In their wake, every village was ravaged and emptied. A calamity far more terrifying than the locust plagues of Han Fei's past life. Are you not even willing to manifest a demigod's shadow? Vhart inquired, his tone rigid as he gazed at the insect before him. If you have something to say, do so quickly. Can't you see that I'm busy? My divine power income fluctuates by tens of thousands every minute. Can you afford to delay me? Han Fei's voice remained calm and unhurried. Yet the content incited a tumult of emotions within Vhart, compelling him to suppress the urge to spit blood. Are you seriously profiting at my expense? Regardless of the tempest brewing in his heart, Vhart had no choice but to bow his head under the circumstances. Though his anger was palpable, he strove to maintain composure, speaking with a veneer of tranquility. I have heard that in this region, encountering a demigod from the Longwa or human civilization allows one to purchase their life. That's nonsense. The situation you described applies only within those 2 races. I don't know where you heard such false information, but are you implying you wish to buy your life? Han Fei paused momentarily, his tone suddenly invigorated. Encountering me is indeed fortunate for you. Though your information is erroneous, as long as you can meet my price, I wouldn't mind allowing you to retain your divine core and 1,000 dependents. We are business partners, honest and trustworthy, a truly conscientious merchant. Provided the price you offer meets my satisfaction. With that, Han Fei eagerly awaited Vhart's response. The stark contrast in Han Fei's tone left Vhart momentarily bewildered. I possess a soul gem. Withdraw your dependence and let me leave, and it shall be yours. Otherwise, I would rather destroy it than relinquish it to you. Regaining his composure, Vhart projected a sky-blue spherical gem from his demigod shadow. Occasional colorful glimmers danced within it, exuding an aura of nobility and mystery, captivating any intelligent being who beheld its beauty. Upon seeing the soul gem projected by Vhart, Han Fei narrowed his eyes and fell into a contemplative silence. He eventually spoke. Where did you acquire this? The value of a soul gem approaches 5 million divine power in the market. I find it hard to believe that what you possess is authentic. It is undoubtedly genuine. I had it appraised in the marketplace of the Divine Exchange continent, where someone offered 450,000 divine power for it, yet I chose not to sell. Vhart's urgency was evident upon hearing Han Fei's words. This exemplified the inherent flaw of wild demigods, without suitable trading channels and market coordinates in the Divine Exchange continent. Even selling a soul gem had to be done in familiar markets, rendering them susceptible to various forms of exploitation. I discovered this while salvaging a fragment of the divine realm during my stay in this area. Its authenticity is beyond doubt. To bolster his credibility, Vhart recounted the origin of the soul gem. Upon hearing this statement, Han Fei scrutinized Vhart's demigod projection back and forth for a while. Suddenly, he felt that it wasn't entirely improbable for this demigod to stumble upon a rare resource, considering his fair complexion. How infuriating it is that Europeans believe their pale skin grants them the liberty to act without consequence. Suppressing the seething jealousy within him, Han Fei resolved to uphold the professionalism befitting an honest merchant and impose sanctions upon the European before him. Given that he held absolute leverage in the negotiation, Han Fei would not be courteous in his terms. With this thought in mind, he resumed a leisurely tone and softly stated, "It is impossible to retract the vassals. At most, I can allow you to take away the unclaimed divine domain land and the core of the divine domain. However, the prerequisite is that you must first provide me with the mind gem. Otherwise, I cannot ascertain its authenticity." Upon hearing Han Fei's terms, Vihart's eyes instantly turned crimson, and he exclaimed in a flustered manner, "That's impossible. Once you obtain the mind gem, if you go back on your word, I will have no means to." Before Vihart could finish, Han Fei interrupted him. "Heh, what means do you possess at this moment? You lack even this modicum of sincerity. How can I trust that you genuinely wish to negotiate? You wouldn't be thinking of severing the connection first to then hand over the mind gem, would you? Once the connection is broken, you could activate the teleport card and make a swift escape, right? Do you think I am so easily deceived? It seems you only wish to bamboozle me with a mind gem of uncertain authenticity." At this point, Han Fei's tone softened slightly. "I am quite different from you. I am sincere. Every word I speak can be guaranteed by my integrity, absolutely genuine and unfalse. Think carefully. After all, I am not in a hurry. My vassals will need a considerable time to seize your divine domain completely. Whenever we finalize our transaction, I will cease the offensive of my vassals. If you desire, you may wait until I uncover the core of your divine domain before making your decision. By that time, the terms for your release will still be valid. However, you may take with you only 10,000 vassals, along with an area of 10,000 square kilometers of the divine domain, holding the absolute upper hand." Han Fei sought to apply psychological pressure on Vihart by directly linking the latter's hesitance to the losses of his divine domain. He maintained an expression of earnestness, embodying a stance of no rabbits, no hawks, resolute in his strategy. Vihart found himself cornered by Han Fei's barrage of remarks, rendering any possibility of bargaining futile. His face, strained like a taut rubber band, contorted in distress. Each of Han Fei's statements struck at critical junctures, establishing an undeniable psychological advantage. Vihart's sole bargaining chip, the mind gem, was rapidly depreciating in value as he hesitated. Presenting it now might still yield a considerable portion of a demigod's domain, akin to a steep discount sale. Delaying further could risk the core of the divine domain being unearthed. At that juncture, the mind gem, valued at 5 million divine power, could only be sold at a fraction of its worth, akin to a desperate clearance sale. The most crucial aspect lies in Han Fei's demeanor, which exhibits no inclination of an inevitable claim to the soul gem. Moreover, his words betray a burgeoning doubt, questioning whether this is merely a ruse and if he truly possesses the soul gem. This realization weighs heavily on him. Han Fei's attitude serves as the final straw that shatters Vihart's psychological defenses. With no alternatives left, surrendering the soul gem emerges as his sole opportunity, compelling him to take a gamble. Resolute in his decision, Vihart's demigod projection dissipates instantaneously. In an ephemeral moment, his divine essence materializes before the venomous dragonfly under Han Fei's command. "I sincerely hope you are a person of integrity, capable of honoring your word," Vihart murmured, gazing longingly at the insect suspended in midair. Chapter 80. In hand, Vihart extracted a thumb-sized sky-blue spherical gemstone from the semi-divine entity and slowly extended it towards the creature before him. From his firm grip on the soul gem, Han Fei could discern his reluctance, maneuvering the stinger dragonfly forward. Han Fei suppressed his elation and discreetly accepted the soul gem from Vihart's hand. Once Vihart relinquished the soul gem, he promptly addressed Han Fei. "The item is now in your possession. Please honor your promise and immediately order your vassals to cease their assault." "Why the haste? I need to return to my divine realm first and ascertain its authenticity. Only if it proves genuine can we consider this transaction complete. If it turns out to be a counterfeit, well, you may as well prepare for your demise." With that, Han Fei commanded the stinger dragonfly to execute a roll and dive into the teleportation passage. Upon the return of the stinger dragonfly, clutching the soul gem to Han Fei's divine realm, he had already manifested his semi-divine form, awaiting at the entrance of the invasion portal. With a simple gesture, the stinger dragonfly, bearing the sky-blue gemstone, came to a steady halt before him and placed the so-called soul gem into the palm of Han Fei's hand. Gazing at the spherical gem, Han Fei hesitated not and released his consciousness to scan it. Simultaneously, he activated the rare resource data matching feature of the divine landing pod. As a pale blue light screen materialized before him, the information regarding the gemstone came into view. This exemplified the considerable advantage Han Fei possessed as a formally trained student compared to wild semi-divines. Many resources deemed exceedingly precious by wild semi-divines were merely fundamental knowledge to Han Fei, allowing the nascent semi-divine to circumvent numerous pitfalls. Item name: Soul Crystal Core. Resource evaluation: ultra-rare precious resource. Market valuation: starting bid at 100 million divine power. Description: 1. The pinnacle of the soul gem's mutated crystalline core, exceedingly rare. Prolonged wear can enhance the soul, augment mental fortitude, and foster intellectual growth. 2. Of immense value to magical civilizations, it is rumored that under special conditions, the soul crystal core can elevate the probability of vassal heroes advancing to lord status, though the precise method remains unknown. 3. No adverse effects. A suppressed, sinister chuckle escaped Han Fei's semi-divine form. When V-Heart created the gemstone projection, Han Fei harbored doubts about the authenticity of the item in his possession. As a top scholar, Han Fei discerned from the projection that the object V-Heart held differed slightly from the descriptions of soul gems in his textbooks. Visually, it was evidently more exquisite. Upon obtaining it, the reality was as Han Fei had suspected. It was indeed not a soul gem but a far rarer and more precious soul crystal core, worth significantly more than the soul gem. After indulging in his mirth, Han Fei composed himself and, reconnecting with the threads of faith, ordered the swarm to halt their relentless assault. As a professional and trustworthy merchant, he had just come into an unexpected fortune. In a buoyant mood, Han Fei resolved to honor his commitment and let the matter go. He believed that to go back on his word at this juncture would be utterly disgraceful and could adversely affect his rising fortunes. He needed to amass good luck. Indeed, luck is an enigmatic force. Upon arriving in this region, he stumbled upon such a remarkable treasure. Recently, his fortune had soared, and his character had shone brightly. Carefully, he stored the heart crystal within the semi-divine vessel, unable to suppress a chuckle. Since V-Heart relinquished his sole bargaining chip, regret had consumed him. Lacking any safety net meant he had forfeited all sense of security, left vulnerable like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. His tumultuous thoughts plagued him as he hovered anxiously at the entrance of the invasion portal, awaiting the judgment of fate. The onslaught of the swarm continued unabated. In mere seconds, V-Heart watched as the divine territory slipped away incessantly. Each moment felt like an eternity, and despair loomed ever closer. In a fleeting daze, without any forewarning, V-Heart noticed that the swarm's attack had abruptly ceased. He truly kept his promise. He did not deceive me. The despair that had engulfed V-Heart was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy that flooded his mind. All thoughts of gems, bargaining chips, and value were cast aside in that moment. The singular thought that occupied his mind was, "My divine realm is preserved." His emotions soared like a roller coaster, leading to uncontrollable tears streaming down his face. As Han Fei maneuvered the stinger through the teleportation portal, he beheld the pallid-skinned European semi-divine figure, weeping in the sky. Stunned, Han Fei wondered, what happened? Did he eat an onion? Or have I missed some significant event? Why the tears? Upon seeing Han Fei, V-Heart hastily reined in his emotions, instantly regaining the composure expected of a semi-divine being. The speed of his transformation was akin to flipping a page in a book. Han Fei was left bewildered, momentarily speechless, but upon reflection, he deduced the cause of V-Heart's tears. I may have overdone it. This child is clearly anxious, perhaps too inexperienced, his heart not robust enough. Silently, he commended himself. The two semi-divines stared at each other, and the awkward atmosphere could not persist. Han Fei then offered words of comfort. Life is bound to present its share of ups and downs. There are no insurmountable obstacles, and with experience, one grows accustomed to it. As Han Fei's soothing words took flight, V-Heart's eyes widened, his expression pained as if he had swallowed a fly, fixating on Han Fei. The awkward tension dissipating. What an absurd notion, to simply grow accustomed to it through repeated experience. Is this something a person would actually say? V-Heart mentally berated. What does that even mean? Is it comfort or mockery? Surely, it must be mockery. Suppressing the overwhelming surge of fury once more, V-Heart coldly inquired. The items have been delivered. May I now sever the connection? Certainly, go ahead. However, do exercise caution in the areas now overrun by the swarm. You are most familiar with the conditions within your divine realm. Some zones harbor merely a few insects. Should any unwarranted thoughts arise, or if any minotaurs were to launch an assault on my kin, I shall consider it a breach of your agreement. You are aware of the consequences, are you not? Han Fei, adhering to a principle of integrity, offered Vihart a timely warning to dispel any nefarious intentions he might harbor. This would serve to prevent him from being coerced into unwelcome actions, thereby thwarting his plans to cultivate goodwill. Chapter 81. Simple Traps. Vihart fixed his gaze once more on the venomous dragonfly possessed by Han Fei, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, silently proceeding to sever the teleportation channel. Han Fei paid him no mind. Instead, he reorganized the swarm of insects that had already entered Vihart's divine realm, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Time gradually slipped away as he awaited developments. And just over half an hour had passed when Han Fei suddenly sensed a reaction from an exploration beacon not far from his divine realm. 2 divine realms were swiftly approaching his location. Observing the distortion of the void caused by their movement, Han Fei deduced that the fluctuations in the void were relatively minor. In that moment, he dismissed any thoughts of seeking help from Lu Wensheng. With his current strength, Han Fei estimated that even if they were seasoned demigods, as long as they were not excessively powerful, he could likely endure until Wang Jitong and the others arrived to rescue him. Whether the approaching entities had discovered the battle between Han Fei and Vihart or were merely passing through, it presented Han Fei with an opportunity he could not ignore. A simple plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Thus, Han Fei immediately utilized his divine power to manifest a demigod projection at the entrance of Vihart's divine realm. Come quickly, I have something to discuss. Han Fei's grand consciousness spread throughout the opposing divine realm. In an instant, Vihart, uncertain of the situation, appeared before Han Fei in a state of apprehension. Before Vihart could utter a word, Han Fei preemptively explained, 2 demigods are currently en route to our location. Upon hearing this, Vihart panicked, eager to respond, but Han Fei did not afford him the opportunity. You must immediately cease severing the invasion channel, stabilize the divine realm barrier, and then use a concealment card to hide the divine realm. Instinctively, Vihart retorted, that won't work. Our invasion channels are still interconnected, and they can easily discover our location. Concealment is futile. What do you know? It's of utmost importance. If I do not conceal my vast divine realm, they will see it and flee. Han Fei gestured towards the over 4 million square kilometers of divine realm that shimmered faintly in the void. Vihart looked up at Han Fei's divine realm. Just moments ago, he had been troubled by the loss of all his extraordinary minotaurs, which had significantly diminished his strength. However, his perspective shifted dramatically. This demigod, who had promised to spare him, was advising him to cease severing the teleportation channel to conceal the size of his divine realm and deter the invading demigods. Recalling the terrifying number of their kin, Vihart realized that having already struck a deal with Han Fei, he had no cause for concern. So far, the opponent had been a man of his word. What are you still waiting for? Hurry, if those 2 demigods escape, you shall compensate for my losses with your divine realm as collateral. Moreover, swiftly gather your followers. Your divine realm has been requisitioned by me. Do not allow them to roam aimlessly within it, lest they inadvertently cause harm. With that, Han Fei vanished like a wisp of smoke before Vihart. The previously tranquil teleportation passage, which had been calm for over an hour, suddenly became bustling once more as a massive swarm of insects fervently surged into Vihart's divine realm. Witnessing this scene, Vihart's expression stiffened as he internally roared, I have not consented to this. This is my divine realm, and I am the deity here. Han Fei was not inclined to concern himself with Vihart's mental state. Once sufficient numbers of the insect swarm had entered Vihart's divine realm, and he sensed that the connection of the invasion passage was no longer tumultuous. He promptly employed the hidden divine art card on his own realm. Simultaneously, Han Fei began to awaken all the dormant ordinary insect species, preparing for war just in case. As for Vihart's divine realm, Han Fei directly inserted 100 million insects into it. At this moment, Bobby and Boken, 2 demigods of the Longwa civilization, were advancing toward Han Fei's location. Boken noted that the disturbances in the void detected by the exploration beacon were waning, indicating that the battle between the 2 demigods was nearing its conclusion. Throughout their journey, Bobby had been closely monitoring the findings of the exploration beacon. We must hasten our pace. The demigods who have just fought will not be in optimal condition, presenting a prime opportunity that cannot be overlooked. With that, Boken commanded his divine realm to accelerate once more. As their divine realm passed, the distortion of the void expanded further. Seeing this, Bobby quickly increased his speed, following closely behind Boken's divine realm. After approximately 10 minutes of travel, the two finally reached the location identified by the exploration beacon. At first glance, the area appeared exceedingly tranquil, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a teleportation passage connecting two concealed divine realms within the void. Boken instantly deduced, these two demigods must have sensed our approach and temporarily ceased their conflict, seeking to hide. Unfortunately, the connection of the invasion passage has thwarted their plans. What shall we do now? Bobby wholeheartedly agreed with his brother's assessment. There was no time for hesitation, since they had already been engaged in battle for some time. Their condition would undoubtedly not be at its best. Let us each take one down. As Boken spoke, he retrieved a scanning card and activated it instantly. Invisible ripples spread throughout the area, precisely locating the positions of the two divine realms while confirming the absence of other demigods nearby. Boken and Bobby immediately directed their divine realms toward the battlefield. As they moved, the transparent invasion passage lifted from the barrier of their divine realm. The effect of the hidden card covering their divine realms began to waver. Both realms became subtly discernible in the void, each covering an area approaching 1 million square kilometers. Standing together, Han Fei and Weihat exhibited starkly contrasting reactions to the scene before them. Weihat wore a troubled expression, witnessing someone following in his footsteps. He was torn between the joy of finding a kindred spirit and the sorrow for his own predicament. In contrast, Han Fei let out a deep sigh, then raised his arm, a jubilant cheer erupting beside Weihat. Aha! Here it comes. The fishing plan is a resounding success. Having finished his exclamation, Han Fei turned, a mischievous grin illuminating his face as he gazed at Weihat. As your benefactor who has spared you from the divine realm, I have a small favor to ask of you. Surely, you wouldn't refuse? Faced with the dangerous glint in Han Fei's smile, Weihat could only nod numbly in acquiescence. Chapter 82. The hook as for refusal, it was utterly out of the question for him. At this very moment, Han Fei had already deposited 100 million insectoid followers into his divine realm. With no bargaining chips in hand, Vihart could only passively allow Han Fei to manipulate him at will. Should the adversary intrude upon your divine realm, remember to heed my warning and initiate counter-invasion. Upon seeing Vihart nod in acknowledgement, Han Fei patted his shoulder and articulated his demands. In the span of these few utterances, the invasion portals of Boken and Bobby instantaneously penetrated their divine realms, completing the connection. The swarms of insects, long prepared within the divine domain, promptly began to converge upon the site where the invasion portal had been established. The venomous dragonflies, stationed at the fringe of the divine realm, immediately surged into the newly formed portal, venturing into the adversary's domain to survey the environmental conditions. Han Fei, through divine possession, absorbed the surroundings of the opposing realm into his awareness. Ah, there are mountains, water, and forests. The environment is quite agreeable. These two divine realms are indeed worthy of acquisition, Han Fei mused contentedly as he observed the landscape. While he was engaged in his own endeavors, he did not forget to urge Vihart to promptly execute a counter-invasion and fortify the connection of the invasion portal. As the brothers Bobby and Boken established their connection to the opposing divine realm, they instantly sensed something amiss. Boken fared somewhat better. He was intruding upon Vihart's realm, which was only half again as large as his own, still within the realm of acceptability. However, upon connecting with Han Fei's realm, Bobby discovered that it was at least 3 times larger than his own, which immediately unsettled him. Boken, the opposing divine realm dwarfs both of ours combined. Spanning at least 400,000 square kilometers, we have struck a formidable barrier, Bobby relayed, his voice tinged with alarm. The two semi-divine beings engaged in battle preliminarily assessed that their opponent's strength likely surpassed their own. Upon hearing his brother's report, Boken forced himself to regain composure and stated gravely, "Do not proceed with the invasion. Let us first observe the situation." Have our followers seal the entrance of the invasion portal and begin severing the connection in preparation for withdrawal. No sooner had Boken spoken than he felt the invasion portal connecting him to the adversary swell in magnitude. Simultaneously, a similar phenomenon occurred on Bobby's end. As the enemy initiated a counter-invasion, there was no longer any need for observation. The two semi-divine beings could ascertain that their adversaries had undoubtedly reached some form of accord. They could only hope that the strength of the opposing followers was not formidable, which would not represent the worst outcome. Even a partial loss of divine territory would be acceptable to Bobby and Boken. Regrettably, reality seldom bends to human will. Just as the two had gathered their followers and prepared a steadfast defense at the portal's entrance, they were taken aback by an overwhelming surge of insects. These grotesque creatures exhibited no semblance of formation. Upon entering the divine realm, they commenced an assault on the defensive line erected by their followers. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into a fierce melee, with blood and flesh flying, and severed limbs strewn across the ground. Fortunately, the vassals of Boken and Bobby are formidable, mutated four-armed werewolves, standing over 2 meters tall, endowed with 4 muscular arms, and clad in full armor. Moreover, the two possess meticulously detailed cultivation strategies, resulting in an exceptionally high proportion of extraordinary vassals within their ranks, having nurtured over 1 million such beings. These four-armed werewolves, ablaze with fighting spirit, easily withstand the onslaught of the ground-dwelling aberrant jumping insects. Occasionally, when a thunder beast breaches the defensive line amidst the swarm of insects, Boken and Bobby manifest their demigod projections to issue divine decrees. Immediately, several four-armed werewolves, their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, charge suicidally toward the breach. Subsequently, other four-armed werewolves, emerging like a swarm of bees, seize the opportunity to seal the gap in the defense. Han Fei observes this scenario with a cold smile. Such a level of resistance presents no true challenge for him. Once the airborne jumping insects accumulate in sufficient numbers, the battlefield will inevitably devolve into the chaotic melee familiar to the insect horde. At that juncture, the contest will revolve around sheer numbers and attrition, an area in which Han Fei possesses unwavering confidence in the swarm. As Han Fei awaits the accumulation of flying jumping insects, he watches the sporadic manifestations of the enemy's demigod projections. He has already deduced that both opponents are of the Longwa demigod lineage. After all, as neighbors of human civilization, the appearance of the Longwa people is well documented in textbooks. They possess a humanoid form, with grayish skin, bald heads devoid of hair, and mere holes where their noses and ears should be, rendering them grotesquely unappealing. Furthermore, information gathered through the venomous dragonfly reveals that these two demigods share identical vassals and developmental patterns. This situation prompts Han Fei to recall certain pertinent data. Some Longwa families employ exceedingly extreme cultivation methods for the newer generations. Through extensive experience and data analysis, they raise the new generation in specific environments from birth, exerting strict control over their transition into demigods, akin to factory production. This approach increases the probability of awakening a particular vassal type in demigods. However, this methodology has numerous drawbacks, proving effective only for certain common racial vassals. Awakening extraordinary races typically requires an immense amount of information throughout their development. Such cultivation methods necessitate the elimination of interfering factors, resulting in an environment that is singular and pure, with minimal information intake. This makes it utterly unsuitable for nurturing inherently extraordinary vassals. Additionally, this practice often leads to the emergence of demigods whose divine domains are excessively harsh, rendering them ill-suited for their vassal survival. The disadvantages do not end there. These manufactured demigods, upon encountering the divine realm, are highly susceptible to external information shocks, which can precipitate various psychological issues and tragic outcomes. Consequently, human civilization strictly prohibits the use of such methods for nurturing new generations, as the costs far outweigh the benefits. However, certain families of Longwa have adopted this method as a means of familial inheritance, investing considerable resources to ensure that the status of their descendants' awakened kin remains manageable and their strength stable, thus preventing the emergence of weak successors and the risk of generational decline. Retracting his wandering thoughts, Han Fei redirected his gaze towards the battlefield. where the airborne jumping insects had amassed in sufficient numbers. A dangerous smile crept across Han Fei's lips as the swirling cloud of insects blotted out the sky. The battle officially fell into the rhythm dictated by the swarm. Once the protective formation was breached, the annihilation of the million extraordinary four-armed werewolves would be imminent. As for the several million ordinary four-armed werewolves further back, they lacked even the qualification to resist against the tide of insects. Vihart, the sole observer of this conflict, watched the familiar scene unfold before him, a perfect mirror of his own experiences from the past. He gazed at the vast multitude of insects within his divine realm, all clustered at the entrance of the invasion passage, waiting in line to enter the opposing divine realm. Chapter 83. Seeking aid. Vihart could foresee the unfolding events ahead, just as he had experienced them himself. First, the extraordinary vassals of the opposition would be annihilated. Next, their ordinary vassal army would meet the same fate. Subsequently, the swarm would commence its relentless purge of the living forces within the enemy's divine domain. Ultimately, the adversaries, realizing there was no escape, would reveal their demigod projections, emerging to surrender and plead for mercy, only to be ruthlessly dispatched by Han Fei. After silently mourning for these two unfortunate souls who shared his plight, Vihart buried himself in consolidating his own minotaurs. He had no desire to draw Han Fei's attention at this juncture, lest a careless slip from the enemy inadvertently unleashed a portion of the swarm still barricaded at the passageway, leading to his own demise. The ensuing battle unfolded precisely as Vihart had anticipated, a mere reflection of his own past experiences. Borkin and Bobby found themselves utterly bewildered in the face of Han Fei's standard swarm offensive procedure. What had been a tenuous line of defense crumbled in an instant. The battlefield transformed into a gruesome meat grinder, with the insectoid units multiplying incessantly, overwhelming the already beleaguered forces. Despite their relentless activation of their vassals' berserk talents, urging the four-armed werewolves to fight valiantly amidst the chaos, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged. The swarm swiftly completed the cleansing of the entire battlefield. As the insect horde advanced deeper into the divine realm, there were no surviving four-armed werewolves in sight. The ground was littered with layers upon layers of corpses, both of the four-armed werewolves and the insectoids, with rivers of blood flowing and severed limbs strewn across the earth, vividly illustrating the brutality of this slaughter. Realizing the battle's outcome was no longer in doubt, and with the extraordinary vassals and armies of the two Longva demigods now decimated, any further resistance would be exceedingly limited. Han Fei, observing the threads of faith, quickly assessed the toll of the conflict. Due to the fierce resistance from the two, it had cost him nearly 13 million ordinary insectoids to eradicate each of their 4 million ordinary vassals and 1 million extraordinary four-armed werewolves. This prompted Han Fei to ponder whether he should incorporate extraordinary insectoids into his offensive strategy, which would undoubtedly reduce the losses of his swarm. However, as soon as this thought emerged, he decisively quashed it in his mind. Sacrificing extraordinary insectoids was far too costly. Currently, he commanded nearly 400 million insectoids, while the extraordinary ones numbered just over 30 million, less than a tenth of his total. Their numbers remained insufficient, relegating them to a strategic reserve for the time being, allowing him to accumulate their numbers further without the necessity of deploying them to the battlefield just yet. In the face of the swarm's formidable production capabilities, any problems solvable by ordinary insectoids were hardly problems at all. Given the current trajectory of development, it was only a matter of time before ordinary vassals would be entirely supplanted by extraordinary ones. Moreover, that day would not be long in coming. Maximizing the residual value of the ordinary vassals was the wisest course of action at present. Having breached the defenses at the invasion portal, the swarm began to ravage the divine realm of their adversary, relentlessly advancing towards its core. One after another, the gathering areas of their followers were obliterated. If this pace persisted, these terrifying insects would inevitably locate the heart of their divine realm. Boken and Bobby could no longer remain passive. They manifested their demigod projections at the invasion portal, demanding an audience with Han Fei. The familiar scene invigorated Han Fei, recalling the last encounter with Vihart, which had yielded a precious psychic crystal. Filled with anticipation, he guided the venomous dragonfly to appear before the opposing projections. Let us be succinct and to the point. State the price you are willing to pay for me to cease my assault and spare you, Han Fei declared, direct and unyielding from his prior experience. Upon hearing his words, Boken's expression darkened considerably. With a menacing glare fixed upon the suspended venomous dragonfly, he retorted sharply, "This territory belongs to our Longva. If you withdraw your followers and sever the connection to your divine realm now, I can assure you a safe exit from this area. Otherwise, when our family's strong ones arrive, your divine realm will be obliterated here." Han Fei, incensed by the threat, felt his previously buoyant mood shatter. The anticipation of treasure was swiftly replaced by irritation upon hearing the opposing threats. He discerned from their words that a season-long demigod was en route. Without hesitation, he summoned his own demigod avatar within his divine realm and produced a communication card to send a message to Lu Wenzhong. "Teacher Lu, I've dealt with 2 Longva demigods, and they're calling for reinforcements. I'm feeling a bit anxious." Moments later, Lu Wenzhong's response arrived. "Calm down. If the veteran demigod arrives first and targets you, hold on to the divine cores of the 2 you've subdued to buy time. Uncle Wang and I will arrive within 2 hours." Receiving Lu Wenzhong's reply instilled confidence in Han Fei. After all, who didn't he have a powerful ally backing them? He refused to believe that the support they had summoned was more formidable than Wang Jitong. "Enough of your Longva territory claims. Spare me the trivialities, my time is precious. Accruing divine power by the minute. Now, tell me what you are willing to offer for me to spare you." With his good mood evaporated, Han Fei's tone turned impatient. Boken sensed Han Fei's irritation but remained oblivious to the fact that he was confronting a human demigod, mistakenly believing he was merely an uninformed outsider. "You still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Within this resource well, numerous strong members of my clan are active. Once they arrive, even if you destroy our divine core, you will meet your demise here." As Han Fei listened to Boken's rambling, he grew increasingly exasperated, his patience wearing thin. The consciousness that had directly detached itself from the stinger dragonfly was indifferent to his incessant prattle, unaware that Han Fei had already departed. Boken continued to coerce and entice the creature before him. After a lengthy monologue, he realized that the insect offered no response, merely gazing vacantly at him. It dawned on Boken that the entity had long since severed its connection, and he had been futilely speaking to a mere insect. "You will come to regret this." He seethed, his fury radiating outward from his demigod projection. Sensing the wave of anger emanating from Boken, a sardonic smile crept across Han Fei's lips. Chapter 84, Collaboration. Han Fei commenced the meticulous control of the swarm, hastening its advance toward the heart of the opposing divine domain. Faced with the swarm's extraordinary propulsion efficiency, Boken and Bobby incessantly issued divine decrees, urging their followers to make every effort to delay the onslaught of the insect legions. Unfortunately, in the face of a commanderless, logistics-free horde that traversed all terrains, the strategies they had learned, strategies meant to exploit the depth of divine domains and various delaying tactics, proved utterly futile against the swarm. The only recourse was to rely on the ordinary 4-armed werewolves still surviving within the divine realm, who gathered in a futile attempt to obstruct the swarm's advance. Although their individual combat prowess was commendable, they failed to form a cohesive and organized military force. Before the main body of the swarm, they were little more than sacrificial offerings, providing no significant hindrance to the relentless march of the insects. Only a few scattered groups, detected by the venomous dragonflies, had the opportunity to inflict some casualties upon the swarm's sporadic extermination units. Yet, the outcomes of these skirmishes invariably ended in annihilation, as the swarm's limitless reinforcements overwhelmed them. Bihart, as an observer, had correctly anticipated the beginning but not the conclusion. He had not foreseen the presence of formidable allies in the vicinity. Observing Han Fei's current fervor, he realized that even with knowledge of the impending reinforcements, there was no intention of retreat. As Han Fei's accomplice, it was inevitable that he would face retribution once the opposing forces arrived. Contemplating this, Bihart, unaware that Han Fei also had allies, felt a sudden weight of despair settle upon him. His mind raced, seeking a path to salvation in this precarious situation. In merely a few minutes, he reached a conclusion. He was entwined with both divine realms and could not escape. However, if he could forge an alliance with the 2 Longwood demigods, He might just elude this calamity when the enemy's reinforcements arrived. With that thought, Vihart's demigod manifestation vanished from sight, stealthily cloaking himself beyond Bobby's divine barrier. He extended his hand, gently brushing against the barrier, allowing a wisp of divine power to diffuse across it. Sensing the anomaly within the divine barrier, Bobby immediately focused his attention on Vihart's location. A sweep of his consciousness revealed the lurking demigod. Noting that Vihart made no further moves, seemingly awaiting something, Bobby understood and concealed his own form, appearing before him. What do you intend? Bobby conveyed a thought to the demigod before him. Vihart, feeling a slight easing of his tense demeanor upon seeing the Lungwood demigod, spoke. At last, I have managed to contact you. I too am a victim of this invasion. Under duress, I was compelled to launch a counter-invasion against you. The one currently invading you is, in fact, our common enemy. And I believe we possess the potential for collaboration. Upon hearing Vihart's words, Bobby's expression shifted as he softly inquired, how do we collaborate? Please, elaborate. Without hesitation, Vihart stated. We are currently launching a full-scale assault on your demigod, having already committed over 200 million followers in our quest to locate your divine core as swiftly as possible. His divine realm must now be vulnerable, and I can seize this opportunity to strike at his domain, alleviating the pressure on you. In return, once your reinforcements arrive, you must ensure my safe departure. Bobby, upon hearing the request, pondered briefly and realized it was entirely beneficial to him, with no drawbacks whatsoever. He promptly replied, Your request is entirely reasonable. I accept. Although Vihart had anticipated the agreement, he still felt a sense of relief wash over him. From what I know of the Longva civilization, it is a proud and trustworthy culture. I hope you will not renege on your promise. While flattering, Vihart's words subtly elevated Bobby's sense of superiority, hoping he would consider his honor and uphold his commitment. Bobby smiled calmly and assured him, no problem. I guarantee I will honor my word and ensure your safe exit. Bobby's words were resolute, and with no alternatives available, Vihart could only hypnotize himself into believing in Bobby's promise. Then let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, a pleasant cooperation. Upon finalizing their agreement, the two parted ways, with Vihart immediately returning to his divine realm to issue decrees to the ever-vigilant Minotaur followers stationed throughout the various regions. Of the over 30 million ordinary Minotaurs, Vihart retained half to guard the divine core while purging the scattered insectoids within the realm. The other half was organized to distribute weapons and armor. Through mental scanning, Vihart confirmed that the number of insectoids still lingering in his domain was fewer than 2 million, with the rest having already entered Bobby's divine realm. This corroborated his assumption that Han Fei's divine realm would be sparse. Unbeknownst to Vihart, his reasonable deductions were, in fact, far from the truth. In reality, Han Fei, secure within his divine realm, had never regarded Vihart as a serious threat. He had long dismissed him as merely a conduit for invasion, without considering his combat capabilities. He had overlooked him entirely. As for the current state of Han Fei's domain, aside from the 30 million extraordinary insectoids still in slumber, there were already 80 million ordinary jumpers awakened to ensure the safety of the divine realm, along with an additional 90 million logistical jumpers. A mere 15 million ordinary Minotaurs, hastily assembled into a makeshift force, stood no chance of invading Han Fei's divine realm. It would be akin to courting death. Unfortunately, due to a disparity in information, Vihart remained oblivious to Han Fei's actual circumstances. Han Fei had never anticipated that the severely weakened Vihart would suddenly act recklessly and march to his demise. Thus, with the organization of 15 million Minotaurs complete, Vihart felt invigorated once more. He commanded his Minotaur army to advance towards the invasion passage into Han Fei's divine realm, annihilating all insectoids encountered along the way, focusing intently on the dual incursions of the divine realms. Han Fei quickly discerned the movements of Vihart amidst the scattered deaths of the insectoid creatures, utilizing the position of the poisonous dragonfly as his reference. He immediately projected a colossal half-figure before the Minotaur forces, and expansive will beginning to radiate outward. Ah, you have breached our agreement. What are your intentions? Are you preparing for self-liberation? Let me be clear, without another soul gem, this matter cannot be overlooked. Han Fei held a certain fondness for the pallid demigod, especially since the latter had gifted him a soul crystal worth over 100 million divine power. Thus, he resolved to grant him another opportunity. Vihart manifested his half-god projection and coldly declared, "Do you still fail to comprehend the situation? I have forged an alliance with the demigod Longwa across the way. As long as I can hinder your invasion, once Longwa's champions arrive, your demise will be assured, while I shall make my safe escape." Chapter 85. The support from the opponent. Upon hearing Vihart's words, Han Fei wore a peculiar expression, grappling with the futility of trying to counsel a stubborn fool. He fervently hoped that the young one's inner strength was formidable enough to withstand the loss of the divine core without succumbing to despair. With a deep sigh, Han Fei lamented his forced involvement, and his projections swiftly dissipated before Vihart. He continued to command the swarm as it advanced towards the incursion of the two Lumba civilization demigods. Meanwhile, Han Fei directed the units of the insect race still within the opponent's divine domain to disperse and maintain their hold over the territory. He allocated 20 million of the swarm to block the invasion passage, awaiting the enemy's arrival. Rather than immediately dispatching the swarm into Vihart's divine realm to crush the Minotaur kin, Han Fei hesitated, concerned that this psychologically fragile demigod might not withstand the onslaught and might inadvertently detonate the divine core, leading to dire consequences for him. After all, he was relying on Vihart's divine realm as a conduit for his incursion into Bobby's domain. Time slipped by as the swarm surged forward at a rapid pace. Just as Han Fei pushed the swarm into the heart of the opposing divine domain, searching for the divine cores of Boken and Bobby, he, ever vigilant about the outer realm, suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fabric of the void. The distortion heralded the arrival of reinforcements from the enemy. Han Fei's expression grew grave. Without hesitation, he invoked the threads of faith, preparing for the worst-case scenario. Within his own divine realm, a vast underground insect nest lay dormant, filled with slumbering jump bugs and stingers, arranged in perfect circles across the ground, tranquil and orderly. Were it not for the occasional logistics jump bug bustling about to attend to them, one might mistake them for long-dead insect carcasses. At that moment, a rustling sound broke the serene ambience, shattering the quietude. In mere seconds, the once eerily silent nest erupted into activity, responding to Han Fei's command. The slumbering jump bugs and stingers awakened, shaking off their lethargy and rapidly restoring their physical capabilities, low growls echoing throughout the chamber. After a brief cacophony, these newly awakened extraordinary insects began to exit the nest in an orderly fashion, moving towards the assembly point indicated by Han Fei. A similar scene unfolded simultaneously across all dormant insect nests within Han Fei's divine realm. As he roused all dormant extraordinary insects and accelerated the search for the divine cores of the two Lumba demigods. In the outer void, only a few minutes had elapsed when the newly arrived divine realm approached the battlefield. A colossal incursion passage emerged against the backdrop of the enemy's divine barrier, causing the realm's concealment effects to wane and gradually dissipate. Before Han Fei lay a divine domain exceeding 30 million square kilometers, now partially revealed and shrouded in mystery. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Fei's expression darkened, and he could no longer afford to continue his search for the core of the divine realm. In an instant, his semi-spiritual form appeared beyond the barriers of the divine realm, and a clear thought transmission swiftly reached the encroaching demigod, Longva. "Cease your actions. I have already called for assistance from my mentor, and they shall arrive shortly. As an established demigod, are you prepared to breach the unspoken rules and partake in the conflicts of the new generation?" Han Fei's message was unmistakably clear, conveying to the other party that he too had support. It was prudent for an established demigod to adhere to the tacit conventions and refrain from interfering in the battles of the younger demigods, lest the situation spiral out of control. At that moment, Bormont, who was preparing to establish a connection to the divine realm through the intruding portal, halted his movements upon hearing Han Fei's words. Noticing that his opponent was a human demigod, Bormont frowned, a flicker of confusion passing through his mind. Wasn't it said that this was a wild demigod? Why is it a damned human? He was well aware of the customary practice that new generation human demigods were monitored by mentors during their activities. Before Bormont could ponder further, the semi-spiritual forms of Boken and Bobby materialized beyond the barrier. "Lord Bormont, he is stalling for time. He is currently searching for our divine realm core. Please, help us." Boken's anxious voice reached his ears. Upon hearing the plea of his juniors, Borman immediately began to assess the situation. This divine realm spanned only 4 million square kilometers. And from the information provided by Boken, it seemed that the opponent lacked extraordinary dependence. Capturing him should be straightforward. As long as I can extract his divine realm core before his mentor arrives, even if the established human demigod intervenes, I will possess leverage for negotiation. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, preserving Boken and Bobby would inevitably require a considerable price. With this thought in mind, Borman's gaze turned steely, and he resolved to proceed. The intruding portal would no longer be delayed, and in an instant, he completed the connection to Han Fei's divine realm. Simultaneously, Borman revealed his semi-spiritual form. Sneering as he remarked, "Inferior race, has no one informed you that humility is essential when confronting the powerful? When I extract your divine realm core, you will come to understand this truth." With that, Borman returned to his own divine realm, issuing commands to arrange for his dependents to invade Han Fei's domain. Recognizing that the worst-case scenario had materialized, Han Fei had no choice but to retreat to his own divine realm and prepare for battle. Through the lines of faith, Han Fei immediately summoned over 100 million insects from the two realms currently under siege. The main battle forces in Boken, Bobby, and Vihart's realms had already been annihilated. A portion of the insect swarm remained to continue searching for the divine realm core, while the eradication of the opposing forces was sufficiently assured. Simultaneously, at the precise moment the connection of Borman's invasion portal stabilized, a multitude of four-armed werewolves with crimson eyes surged into Han Fei's divine realm. Observing that the dependents of this established demigod were, remarkably, the same as those from the previous two invaders, Han Fei felt a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they were not some perverse extraordinary dependents. Maintaining his composure, Han Fei immediately commenced his analysis of Borman's combat capabilities. Based on the known circumstances surrounding the two demigods of Manhwa and the development within the divine realm, one can speculate upon the vastness of the divine domain, which spans an area of 30 million square kilometers. The estimated number of ordinary vassals ranges from 800 million to 1 billion, with a professional military force consisting of 120 million and 3 million transcendent vassals. However, the quantity of elite and heroic vassals remains uncertain. Contemplating this, Han Fei's heart sank once more. Lacking a numerical advantage, this adversary was beyond his current means to confront. He could only bide his time and await rescue. Han Fei promptly resolved upon a strategy to counter Bomanter. It was imperative to seal the entrance of the invasion, thereby constraining the scale of the battlefield. Chapter 86. The Invasion Gateway. Han Fei resolved his strategy, and the swarms in his divine realm sprang into action. The moment the invasion gateway emerged at the periphery of his realm, all nearby insectoid units began to converge towards its location. As the insectoid race was composed entirely of combat units, the sudden encounter with the four-armed werewolves marked the commencement of this war. The four-armed werewolves, fueled by their berserk abilities, clashed with the equally fearless insectoids as soon as they emerged from the gateway. A brutal melee erupted without any prelude, transforming the area into a horrific battleground. Both Han Fei and Bomanter relentlessly deployed their subordinates into this chaotic region. The first to arrive were swarms of logistic jumpers and flying jumpers, who dove into the fray from the sky at high speed. One logistic jumper, amidst the tumult, assessed the surroundings and, within 2 seconds, designated its target. Slightly adjusting its dive posture, it altered its descent trajectory and, at an extraordinary velocity, slipped into the blind spot of a four-armed werewolf. In the instant it approached the four-armed werewolf, its piercing limbs sprang forth, emitting a resonant hum as they sliced through the air. In a heartbeat, they penetrated the werewolf's skull. Before the logistic jumper could retract its limbs, another four-armed werewolf seized its head with tremendous force, ruthlessly tearing it from its body. As blood gushed forth, the werewolf prepared to unleash a furious roar to the heavens. Another flying jumper swiftly passed over its back. Although its sharp scimitar did not cleave the werewolf in two, the wound sliced through the gaps in its armor, revealing a shattered spine within. Neither retreating nor showing fear, the berserk four-armed werewolves and the insectoids, as relentless killing machines, harvested their enemies' lives with utmost efficiency. The lives of their subordinates became mere chips in the hands of the demigods, squandered freely upon the battlefield. Han Fei observed the carnage below with an impassive expression, his countenance unchanged. Silently, he commanded the insect swarm through the threads of faith, hastening the arrival of the extraordinary insectoids. Although they had temporarily stymied the enemy's advance at the gateway, Han Fei already sensed the mounting pressure from the seasoned demigods. Despite the numerical advantage of his ordinary insectoids, the casualty rate remained alarmingly close to 1-to-1. The average strength of the enemy's subordinates surpassed Han Fei's pre-battle estimations, and this was merely the initial probing assault. Should the enemy deploy extraordinary subordinates, and if Han Fei failed to contain their onslaught, the battle at the invasion gateway would inevitably spill into his divine realm. Han Fei was unwilling to relinquish this advantageous terrain for stalling time, nor did he desire the flames of war to ravage the carefully cultivated environment of his divine realm. At that moment, Beaumanter was also scrutinizing the situation at the invasion gateway. Han Fei was equally astonished by his subordinates. The brutal battlefield, rife with intense slaughter, imposed an exceedingly terrifying pressure upon them. Under the watchful gaze of Beaumanter, he surveyed the situation with a sweep of his consciousness and quickly assessed that within this brief span, the casualties among his subordinates had already surpassed 500,000, with the opposing forces suffering similarly. Although this might be considered a minor setback for him, such a level of loss would be devastating for the average new generation demigod. Yet, Han Fei remained unfazed by these losses and showed no inclination to withdraw his subordinates from the battlefield, a fact that astonished Beaumanter the most, based on his experience. Such a horrific casualty rate was beyond what an ordinary army could endure. This battlefield, resembling a meat grinder, was capable of shattering the fighting spirit of most subordinates. Without sufficient training and development, many subordinates would lack even the courage to step onto such a battlefield. It was only due to the inherent ferocity of his subordinates that ordinary four-armed werewolves could recklessly engage in combat without concern for casualties. Otherwise, typical subordinates would only maintain their fighting spirit if their faith reached the level of fanaticism or if they had undergone extensive training to possess a will of steel. Regardless of the state of the opposing human demigods, this was ample evidence of their strength and potential. Should this promising new generation face adversity, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of their mentors, leaving Beaumanter with perhaps only a few hours to act. His expression grew increasingly solemn as he resolved to hasten the pace of his invasion, mobilizing his extraordinary subordinate legion, the elite four-armed werewolf army. Already prepared for battle outside the invasion portal, responded to Beaumanter's command with a thunderous howl, well-equipped and impeccably organized. The extraordinary four-armed werewolves ignited a faint red aura upon their bodies, gradually forming a translucent armor that enveloped them entirely. With synchronized steps, they swiftly charged into the teleportation passage. As soon as Beaumanter's elite forces entered the battlefield, Han Fei felt an immediate surge in the pressure of combat. Unlike the extraordinary four-armed werewolves of Bobby and Boken, Beaumanter's subordinates exhibited a far more robust aura, employing their powers with greater finesse. Previously, the aberrant jumping insects could easily tear flesh and armor apart in a single bite. Now, however, they could merely penetrate armor and pierce flesh beneath the translucent protective aura, failing to inflict fatal injuries as swiftly as before. Meanwhile, these extraordinary four-armed werewolves, bolstered by their aura, experienced comprehensive enhancements in strength, agility, and defense within a short span. The casualty ratio between both sides escalated to 5-to-1. As more extraordinary four-armed werewolves surged through the invasion portal into the battlefield, the mortality rate of the insect swarm continued to rise. The previously balanced state of combat was promptly disrupted with the addition of the extraordinary four-armed werewolves. Beaumanter began to gain the upper hand. More of these formidable beings entered Han Fei's divine realm, witnessing the unfolding scene. Han Fei remained unperturbed by the sudden surge in casualties. Instead, his countenance was serene, betraying no hint of panic. With a gentle tug on the threads of faith, he ceased the aerial assaults of both the flying insects and the logistical support. Instead, he began to amass forces at a higher altitude, temporarily suspending the relentless and chaotic skirmishes that had blossomed across the battlefield. He maintained a tight grip on the encirclement of the ground forces, fully committed to stifling the enemy's advance. Observing the battlefield closely, the formidable Beaumont, upon witnessing Han Fei's retreat. Immediately manifested a colossal semi-divine projection at the entrance of the invasion corridor. With an expression of triumph etched upon his face, he proclaimed, resonating across the expanse, "Is this where you falter? Young one, I must commend you for your commendable efforts. Alas, you have met your match in me. You stand not a chance. No matter how many of your subordinates you deploy to the field, you cannot prevent me from extracting the core of your divine realm. This is your inevitable fate. Since the conclusion is already foreordained, why continue to send your kin to their demise? Preserving your subordinates and surrendering to await your mentor's intervention is undoubtedly your wisest course of action." Chapter 87. The War Mode. Bormant sought to dismantle Han Fei's resistance through a barrage of verbal assaults. His grand proclamations echoed within Han Fei's divine realm. Yet they garnered no response whatsoever. At that moment, the closest extraordinary insectoid forces had already arrived a kilometer from the battlefield. Over 3 million venomous serpents lay concealed among the grass, patiently awaiting Han Fei's command. Oblivious to all of this, Bormant, despite receiving no reply from Han Fei, was nonetheless aware of the ominous clouds of insects gathering in the sky, which signified Han Fei's stance. Seizing the opportunity while the area surrounding the invasion portal remained secure, Bormant hastened to dispatch extraordinary vassal troops into Han Fei's divine realm. His objective was to fully seize control of this territory, establishing a forward camp to facilitate the subsequent forces' invasion of Han Fei's domain. Under Bormant's urging, a continuous stream of extraordinary four-armed werewolves was enhancing their efficiency in entering the teleportation portal, quickly amassing over 3 million troops near the portal. Many of them were equipped with 4 throwing spears at their waists, designed specifically for engaging high-flying insect swarms. Regrettably, due to a lack of crucial information, Bormant's preparations amounted to little more than futile efforts. Han Fei would not foolishly allow the insect clouds in the sky to dive headlong into the oncoming hail of spears. After a period of observation, Han Fei had gained a clear understanding of the four-armed werewolves' defensive capabilities. Based on his experience, he surmised that the fireballs emitted by the venomous serpents, if detonated at the edge of their explosive radius, would likely allow the werewolves' robust physiques to withstand the blast's residual effects. However, should the fireballs explode at close range, the flames and shockwaves produced would penetrate their defensive auras, inflicting both minor and severe injuries, though not necessarily fatal. A direct hit, however, would be unequivocally lethal. Having once faced a blocked invasion portal and subsequently endured a barrage of firepower, Han Fei contemplated the current dense formation of his adversaries. Were they to be subjected to sustained fire, the experience would be refreshingly satisfying. As the pressure on his defensive perimeter steadily mounted, the insectoid defensive line began to falter. Sensing the moment was ripe, Han Fei commanded the long-awaited venomous serpents to spring into action, advancing toward the encirclement's front line. Without intricate tactical arrangements, he directed the serpents closer to the front, and as they entered the shooting range, countless fireball spells coalesced in their maws before being hurled toward the area occupied by the four-armed werewolves. The rain of fireball spells cascaded upon the enemy's stronghold, the sonic booms of explosions resonating in layered echoes throughout the realm. With the steady advance of the serpent swarm, the area under fire continued to extend towards the rear of the enemy formation. Wherever the fireball spells traversed, no gap was spared from the explosions, effectively plowing the ground beneath them. The serpents relentlessly expended their magical energy, continuing their assault until every last vestige of power was depleted. Flames soared into the sky, and smoke enveloped the battlefield, which instantly transformed from the cold weapon melee of the medieval era to the carpet bombing tactics characteristic of modern warfare. The stark contrast between these two modes of warfare rendered their lethality on life dramatically different. Observing the anguished four-armed werewolves amidst the inferno, Han Fei felt no trace of compassion. Employing a strategy of saturation bombing and progressive advancement, he allowed the explosions of fireballs to extend all the way to the mouth of the invasion corridor before gradually ceasing. This entire operation took less than 5 minutes. The swarm swiftly reclaimed the territory occupied by Beaumanter, simultaneously eliminating over 3 million of his elite extraordinary subordinates. As the smoke cleared, severed limbs lay strewn across the ground, along with charred corpses and craters formed by the blasts. vividly reflecting the devastation this land had endured in mere moments. Bomantir was caught entirely off guard by Han Fei's sudden onslaught, as his subordinates in Han Fei's divine realm were swiftly eradicated. The abrupt shift in warfare not only cost him 3 million extraordinary subordinates and countless ordinary ones, but, more critically, it resulted in the loss of the optimal moment for invasion. The challenge and cost of re-establishing a foothold in the enemy's divine domain had escalated significantly. It was evident that Han Fei had undoubtedly fortified his defenses at the entrance of the invasion corridor, establishing a zone of firepower blockade. Any subordinate of Bomantir attempting to enter Han Fei's domain would undoubtedly face an initial wave of magical fireball bombardment. With his current extraordinary subordinates, they were insufficient to withstand such an overwhelming display of firepower. The cost of breaching this fire-covered area was simply too great. Consequently, Bomantir, having suffered severe losses, wore a grim expression, his true fury ignited. He promptly began to mobilize his core combat forces, an elite contingent of over 300 4-armed werewolves, led by a hero-class subordinate. This was the source of his confidence as an established demigod. With the arrival of this elite army, the 4-armed werewolves previously clustered at the entrance of the invasion corridor instinctively parted to the sides, bowing their heads in respect to the elite troops. Without any commands, the once crowded area immediately yielded a broad path leading straight to the teleportation corridor. Venito, the only 4-armed werewolf to attain hero status amongst Bomantir's ranks, glanced dismissively at his retreating kin before confidently stepping onto the path toward the invasion corridor. Behind him, the elite 4-armed werewolf army followed in an orderly formation. Venito's stride was steady as he reached the teleportation corridor and came to a halt. He raised his hand to signal a stop, and the elite werewolf army immediately ceased their movement. The synchronized sound of their steps vanished as if a pause button had been pressed. Venito slowly turned to face his impeccably aligned troops and calmly stated, "Beyond lies a new world, and our adversaries are but frail insects and beasts. They are utterly worthless apart from their numbers. There is but one task before us, to crush them." The voice of Venito, though not particularly loud, resonated widely, amplified by the fervor of confrontation. "Crush them," roared the elite 4-armed werewolf army in unison, their immense roar echoing through the heavens and the earth. This army has accompanied Bourmont since its inception, enduring countless wars, suffering grave losses, and being reformed time and again, yet they have never faltered. Confronting the battlefield and facing death has long been ingrained in the very soul of this legion. Thus, they require no further words to uplift their spirits. They already possess their own pride and conviction. This is a true legion capable of battling to the very last soldier on the battlefield, the Ace of Bourmont. Chapter 88. Venito. In the midst of the resounding roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, Venito turned once more, resolutely confronting the invading portal. A surging torrent of fiery red energy erupted around him, resembling a flame suddenly ignited, flickering in the wind. Under Venito's command, the energy gradually constricted, ultimately coalescing into a translucent entity. It transformed into a shimmering armor radiating crimson light, enveloping his entire being. This scene seemed to signal the elite army trailing behind him, igniting their own flames of red energy, cloaking themselves in a similar manner. Without a moment's hesitation, Venito unsheathed 4 specially crafted longswords from his waist, their blades instantly entwined in fiery red energy. He uttered no further words, charging boldly into the portal, with his troops following closely in his wake. The instant Venito entered the realm of Han Fei, his exceptional dynamic vision allowed him to swiftly assess his surroundings. He found himself in an open space just outside the invasion portal. 300 meters ahead, the front line of the encircling swarm was already besieging this area, leaving no room for escape. Behind them, the extraordinary spiked serpents gathered in clusters, poised to unleash fireball spells. These serpents had formed groups, creating ample passage for the melee-oriented mutated jumpers while shrouding the entrance in their attack range. Having traversed the initial phase of the invasion response, the insectoid beings within the divine realm converged here, amassing in vast numbers. In the distance, the land was teeming with swarms, and the shadowy sky was thick with flying insect units, swirling and obscuring the sunlight from this region. The terrifying spectacle of overwhelming numbers instilled despair in the hearts of ordinary onlookers. Yet Veneto merely smiled coldly, his bloodthirsty eyes ablaze with an inner fire. As fireballs rained down from the sky, he propelled himself forward, his immense strength fracturing the earth beneath him, transforming into a streak of red lightning that surged into the heart of the insect lines. The energy enveloping his four swords surged dramatically, extending the blades formed from the energy to a remarkable 20 meters. With a sweeping motion of his long swords, the razor-sharp edges cleaved through the mutated jumpers and spiked serpents that dared to obstruct his path. Veneto's fiery figure darted swiftly amidst the throng of insects. The sporadic attacks from the jumpers barely grazed him, failing to penetrate his defenses. He moved as if in an uninhabited realm. And with the 20-meter reach of his energy blades, Han Fei's densely fortified lines were effortlessly shattered, creating a gaping breach. His intentions were crystal clear as he locked onto the clusters of spiked serpents within his line of sight, methodically eliminating them with exceptional efficiency. The path he carved through the crowded swarm resembled a trail wiped clean, littered with severed limbs and shattered bodies. Even when the spiked serpents detonated fireball spells at close range, they could not impede his advance in the slightest, due to the explosive power of the fireball spell. It was utterly insufficient to breach his aura defense. Following closely from the invasion portal, the elite four-armed werewolves, clad in blazing aura armor, braved the onslaught of fireballs without faltering. In less than 10 seconds, they surged forward at high speed, traversing the area of fire coverage laid out by the venomous serpents. Aside from a few unfortunate souls directly struck by the fireballs, who bore injuries, the rest appeared merely disheveled. They swiftly exploited the breach in the defensive line created by Veneto, easily penetrating the heart of the swarm. Without the need for command, the elite four-armed werewolves coordinated seamlessly, rapidly forming into battalions of thousands. In their adept mutual support, they efficiently slaughtered the surrounding insectoid units. The aura strength of these elite four-armed werewolves far surpassed the extraordinary level. The attacks from the aberrant jumpers merely grazed their aura protection, leaving only shallow scratches on their armor. Unless subjected to relentless and continuous onslaughts, or if an individual were to be overwhelmed by the swarm, ordinary aberrant jumpers could not inflict any significant harm upon them. On the battlefield, the situation shifted dramatically. Particularly, the hero-level unit Veneto had long detached from the troops, rampaging alone amidst the sea of insects, akin to a whirlwind of destruction. Wherever he went, swathes of insectoid units fell before him like ripe wheat under the scythe. Observing this, Han Fei surmised that even if he deployed the more than 3 million extraordinary jumpers he had amassed, they would be ineffective against this hero-level four-armed werewolf. In every aspect, defense, attack, speed, and endurance, he was on an entirely different level compared to the insectoid units on the battlefield. A gap so vast that numbers alone could not compensate. This exemplified the power of a hero-level progeny, a force capable of contending with dragons. At that moment, Bormant once again manifested a colossal demigod projection in the sky through the connection with Han Fei's progeny. This time, he remained silent, a cold smile gracing his lips as he commanded his progeny to slaughter the vast hordes of insects within Han Fei's domain. In response, Han Fei also projected his own demigod form into the skies of his domain. With an assertive gesture, he summoned the massive aerial insectoid units, which cascaded downwards with overwhelming force, submerging all the four-armed werewolves that had entered his realm. Seeing Han Fei still resisting, Bormant's face bore no hint of hesitation. With a mocking smile, he spoke again. "It is futile. The chasm between us is insurmountable. I have afforded you opportunities, yet you fail to cherish them. Thus, I have changed my mind. I shall personally shatter the core of your domain, teaching you that as the weak, you must appreciate the chances granted by the strong." The battles on the battlefield seemed to echo Bormant's words. The unrelenting swarm of insects posed no threat to Veneto. With a mere acceleration, he carved a massive trench through the horde. The aura barrier enveloping his body obliterated the insects that dared to obstruct his path, utterly failing to impede his advance. The elite four-armed werewolves formed a colossal circular formation, with thousands of them intertwining their fighting energy, creating an exceptionally sturdy barrier of fighting energy around the perimeter. The high-speed dive of the flying jumping insects collided with this barrier, resulting only in their own annihilation, yet failing to shake the barrier in the slightest. Conversely, their attacks could effortlessly penetrate the barrier from within, inflicting damage upon the swarm. Upon witnessing the failure of his swarm tactics, Han Fei's expression darkened instantaneously. Bowmanner, noticing the shift in Han Fei's demeanor, continued to sneer, saying, "Do not expect your teacher to come to your rescue. I am aware that for your human mentors, reaching the site typically takes 4 to 5 hours. During this time, I shall have ample opportunity to obliterate your core domain. By the time they arrive, they will only find the remnants of your shattered realm." Bowmanter's intentions were crystal clear. He was determined to annihilate Han Fei's domain utterly. Yet, upon hearing Bowmanter's words, Han Fei's expression regained its composure, though a frenzied emotion gradually began to surface within his icy gaze. Chapter 89. Tragedy. A chilling voice emanated from Han Fei's lips. "Do you wish to disrupt the rules governing this domain?" With a mocking chuckle, Bormonte retorted, "Disrupt the rules? Ha! This is the resource well of the realm of gods. What rules are there to speak of? Are unspoken rules even rules? Eliminating you will merely compel the Longva diplomatic office to waste 2 more cups of tea in futile discussions with your human diplomats. What value do you possess now that you have forfeited your path to divinity? Do you truly believe that human civilization would wage war against Longva for your sake? Do you think civilization would demand my life in recompense for yours? How naive. In the end, I shall only owe a monetary compensation in reality, while you will languish in a life of regret and suffering." At this juncture, Bormonte seemed to envision Han Fei's future, his smile widening with delight. Upon hearing Bormonte's words, Han Fei recognized the veracity of his claims. Thus, he refrained from uttering another word, his gaze intensifying with madness. As his demigod projection slowly faded into the heavens, the threads of faith he wielded were once again summoned, sending the flying jump bugs soaring back into the sky, distancing themselves from the 4-armed werewolves. Meanwhile, the self-destructing swarm of jump bugs, already poised for action, began their rapid descent. A multitude of these self-destructing creatures, just before colliding with the aura barrier, spread their wings wide, abruptly decelerating to gently adhere to the surface of the barrier, layer upon layer. Simultaneously, over 2 million self-destructing jump bugs formed an enormous encirclement around the heroic 4-armed werewolf, Veneto, resembling an inverted giant bowl, rapidly contracting inward amidst the swarm. Oblivious to the encroaching danger, Veneto continued to slaughter the surrounding insect horde with unbridled ferocity. Han Fei observed in silence as the encirclement gradually closed in, the density of the self-destructing jump bugs escalating. As he maneuvered, he found himself surrounded by a multitude of these creatures. Without any forewarning, under Han Fei's command, the self-destructing jump bugs executed their mission in unison. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as over 5 million self-destructing jump bugs met their demise in an instant. 30 small mushroom clouds, accompanied by a massive, flat plume of smoke, ascended gracefully within Han Fei's divine domain. The power of the explosion far surpassed that of fireball magic, and the sheer density of the bugs rendered the self-destruction remarkably effective against the elite 4-armed werewolf army. As the smoke dissipated, only 30 shallow craters remained on the ground. Scorched remnants of severed limbs lay scattered across the charred earth, devoid of life. In the vicinity of Veneto, the ground was left in a molten state, crystallized by the intense heat, with not a single dismembered limb in sight. A solitary 4-armed werewolf corpse, resembling charred coal, remained quietly kneeling upon the ground. Throughout the ordeal, Han Fei, with his mind's eye scanning comprehensively, witnessed the entirety of Veneto's demise. In the moment of the explosion, Veneto attempted to forcibly break free from the blast radius. Relying on his formidable aura protection, this decision inadvertently subjected him to a greater magnitude of explosive force, because the explosion targeting him was not a singular detonation, but rather the simultaneous self-detonation of over 2 million explosive jumping insects within this expansive area, no matter which direction he fled. He remained ensnared within a dense field of explosions. The chaotic shockwaves generated by the blasts, compounding upon one another, did not instantaneously claim his life. Instead, they merely shattered his armored aura. Despite being gravely injured, Veneto still clung to life. It was the subsequent surge of intense heat that ultimately extinguished his existence. Nonetheless, Veneto emerged from the explosion with a complete body intact, providing a vivid demonstration to Han Fei of the formidable strength that a hero-level entity could wield against an adult dragon. Han Fei gazed serenely at the charred expanse of land within his divine domain, his heart unruffled. This outcome had been anticipated prior to his decision. The explosion not only decimated half of his reserve of self-detonating insects, but also ensured the demise of every insectoid creature caught within the blast radius. The extent of the losses far exceeded that of the four-armed werewolves that had ventured into his realm. This was Han Fei's reluctant choice, to eliminate this hero-level unit. He had but a singular opportunity. If Veneto were to prepare himself, his extraordinary mobility and survival skills would render the current insectoid units incapable of keeping pace. Encircling him would be an exercise in futility. Should he breach the interior of Han Fei's divine domain, the ensuing devastation would be even more catastrophic. At that juncture, Han Fei could only rely on the sheer numbers of his insect swarm, sacrificing the lives of his minions to wear down Veneto's stamina. The reality was that, as an intelligent being, Veneto would not truly exhaust his energy on the battlefield. Should he wish to retreat, Han Fei would stand powerless to intervene. Now that he had resolved this paramount issue, Han Fei deemed all sacrifices made to be worthwhile. Simultaneously, this is impossible. Beaumanter once again found himself bereft of all minions capable of entering Han Fei's divine domain, devoid of any coordinates for possession. Upon returning to his own divine realm, panic marred his features. He could scarcely believe that just moments ago, his minions had traversed into Han Fei's domain, severing their lines of faith. He had lost his elite army, along with the sole hero-level minion he had painstakingly cultivated over countless hours. Without hesitation, Beaumanter dispatched his minions once more through the teleportation channel. As his minions invaded Han Fei's domain, Beaumanter's colossal demigod projection re-emerged, witnessing the battlefield, now ravaged by explosions. A chilling dread enveloped him. Regardless of his denials, the stark reality remained. His strongest combat force was obliterated. At that moment, Han Fei's demigod projection manifested nearby. His eyes ablaze with a fervor that was undiminished, yet the tranquility upon his face began to fade. A smile crept upon his lips, gradually expanding until it transformed into an exaggerated grin, infusing his demeanor with an air of madness and peril. It is a specific type of laughter, not merely a crooked smile. Without uttering a word, Han Fei's semi-divine projection raised its right hand, palm facing upwards, and beckoned inwardly towards Beaumont, gesturing for him to come again. Simultaneously, the swarming insects conveyed their intentions through their actions. In the sky, amidst the clouds of insects, the remaining 5 million self-destructing jump insects divided into 3 million, forming a massive serpent composed entirely of explosive jump insects, hurtling towards the invasion passage. Stop! Beaumont's frantic cry had no impact on the swarm. The swiftest 1,000 self-destructing jump insects, leading the charge, had already breached his divine domain. As they surged forth from the invasion passage, they beheld the throng of extraordinary four-armed werewolves crowded at the entrance below. Chapter 90: Arrival with Unyielding Momentum. The sequence of acceleration, dive, and self-detonation unfolded seamlessly. A vast cloud of smoke and dust, raised by the multitude of explosions, enveloped the vicinity of the invasion portal, obstructing the vision of all four-armed werewolves and providing an advantageous cover for the subsequent troops. The self-destructing jump bugs, shrouded in this veil of smoke, advanced unobstructed into the divine realm of Beaumont. Like intelligent missiles, they dispersed into the sky, freely seeking their favorite targets. What followed was an emotionless plunge, where they ended their own existence while simultaneously bestowing a fleeting brilliance upon their adversaries. The explosions of the self-destructing jump bugs, both in power and in scope, far surpassed the fireball technique of the sting serpents, rendering them insurmountable for ordinary and extraordinary four-armed werewolves alike. The land resonated with the cacophony of relentless explosions, heralding the arrival of war and death to these four-armed werewolves. Beaumont was treated to a spectacle of explosive artistry, the price of admission being the lives of his subordinates. The invasion portal had already amassed a considerable army, and the self-destructing jump bugs targeted densely populated areas for their assaults. In no time, Bowman's subordinates suffered grievous casualties. In his perception, countless threads of faith were severed, yet Bowman could only watch helplessly, despite having issued evacuation orders. The subordinates clustered around the area outside the invasion portal could not disperse instantaneously. Han Fei's consecutive counterattacks had decimated all of Bowman's elite forces while inflicting heavy losses on his mid-tier ones. Until the 3 million self-destructing jump bugs were entirely expended within Bowman's divine realm, at least 30 million of his subordinates fell victim to the self-detonation onslaught, with the death toll of extraordinary subordinates exceeding 8 million. Bowman's demigod projection stood frozen, his mind blank. This was far beyond the capabilities expected of a newly ascended demigod. Before he could regain his composure, he beheld the swarm of insectoids converging from the distance, once again blanketing the charred earth. Simultaneously, airborne units that had previously sustained minimal impact from the explosions began to descend, executing a purge of the tens of thousands of four-armed werewolves that had entered Han Fei's divine realm. Having lost all his subordinates for the third time in the attempt to invade Han Fei's domain, Bowman hovered in silence within his divine realm. He refrained from sending any more subordinates into Han Fei's domain, for before his demigod projection vanished, he had received a frenzied mental transmission from Han Fei. Come to destroy my divine realm. Are you prepared for the cost? From that statement, Bowman clearly sensed Han Fei's resolve. This young demigod was ready to engage him to the bitter end, even at the expense of his own divine realm's destruction. Bowman realized he had already faltered, as it was utterly impossible for him to eliminate this newly ascended demigod in such a short span of time, even if he ultimately manages to vanquish Han Fei. The cost and time required may far exceed his expectations. As he pondered his next course of action, Bowmanter suddenly sensed a colossal distortion in the void beyond the realm of the gods, rapidly approaching their location. From the sheer scale of the distortion, he could discern that such an immense divine domain should not exist in this particular area. Naturally, Han Fei was also quick to notice this considerable disturbance. It has finally arrived. Han Fei exhaled deeply. The madness in his eyes and the exaggerated smile on his face gradually receded, and his demeanor returned to its usual state. In an instant, Han Fei, embodying his demigod form, appeared outside the barrier of the divine domain, gazing at the enormous void distortion drawing near. Without a doubt, he surmised that it belonged to Wang Jidong, who had arrived ahead of schedule. With careful observation, he discerned a minor inconsistency within the vast distortion of the void. Had he not known that Lu Wenzhong had accompanied him, he might have overlooked this small area of discord. It was a distortion caused by his homeroom teacher's divine domain as it moved, appearing almost insignificant in comparison. After a mere 10 seconds of waiting, the divine domains of Wang Jidong and Lu Wenzhong arrived beside Han Fei's, settling steadily as the tumultuous void distortion gradually calmed. Within that brief span, the previously chaotic divine domains had ceased their combat, thanks to the unspoken understanding between Han Fei and the others. The demigod forms of Wang Jidong and Lu Wenzhong materialized in the void, while Bowmanter, Boken, Bobby, and Vihat also emerged outside the divine barrier. Upon seeing the 5 demigod forms in the void, 3 of whom were Longhua people, both Han Fei and his companions felt their hearts plummet, especially with Bowmanter's divine domain. Spanning 30 million square kilometers, directly connected to Han Fei's domain, they both harbored the same dreadful thought. Han Fei had already been captured by the enemy. For a moment, the newly arrived duo refrained from making any rash moves. Just as Lu Wenzhong was about to inquire about the situation, Han Fei, preempting Wang Jidong and Lu Wenzhong's words, donned a pitiful expression and exclaimed, "Director Wang, Teacher Lu, you have finally arrived. They are ganging up on me, and the losses I have suffered are immense." As he spoke, Han Fei pointed dramatically at Bowmanter and continued lamenting, "Especially this fellow. Not only has he flouted the rules, but as an established demigod, he has taken matters into his own hands and seeks to destroy the core of my divine domain. If I had remained calm and had some means of self-preservation, you would only see the fragments of my divine domain." Unfamiliar with Han Fei's mannerisms, Wang Jitong's voice became urgent upon hearing his lamentations, and he immediately inquired, "What is the situation in your divine domain now?" Simultaneously, he followed Han Fei's pointed finger and cast a frigid gaze toward Bowmanter. In the vast divine realm, A translucent portal, resembling a tentacle, gently lifted, causing the concealed effects of the divine domain to stir. An expanse of 250 million square kilometers flickered into view before the eyes of the onlookers, instilling fear in the faces of the four demigods across from them. Borman hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed human warriors, please remain composed. It was merely a jest. My intention was solely to capture him. Our two races have always maintained a close collaboration, bound by a covenant to refrain from destroying each other's divine cores and obliterating our respective core adherents. How could I possibly contravene such an agreement? Moreover, I have not even penetrated his divine realm. How could I possibly annihilate his divine core?" Chapter 91. Upon hearing the explanation from the other party, Wang Jidong turned in surprise to look at Han Fei. It was utterly unexpected that an established demigod had yet to penetrate Han Fei's divine realm. At this moment, Han Fei elucidated his situation to Wang Jitong. "I am faring relatively well. My divine realm is intact, but my dependents have suffered grievously. An established demigod attacking a new generation. Surely, you must advocate for me." At this juncture, Lu Wenzhong erected a barrier, enveloping the three of them to prevent the others from overhearing their conversation. With a deep understanding of Han Fei's circumstances, Lu Wenzhong turned to him and inquired, "Speak plainly. What exactly transpired?" Reassuringly, he added, "Given that their established demigod has taken action against you, rest assured they will face severe consequences and will not escape unscathed." Encouraged by Lu Wenzhong's words, Han Fei steadied himself, instantly transforming his expression from one of despair to one of feigned victimhood. "Teacher Lu, I have indeed been grievously injured. My extraordinary dependents have dwindled to fewer than 10 million, while the loss among ordinary dependents exceeds 200 million. Moreover, that demigod genuinely aimed to obliterate the core of my divine realm. He must not be let off lightly." Upon hearing the extent of Han Fei's losses, both Wang Jidong and Lu Wenzhong were taken aback. They understood that given the unique nature of Han Fei's dependence, such losses would not lead to a drastic decline in his combat capabilities. Otherwise, should an ordinary demigod's meticulously cultivated army and core strength be annihilated, their combat effectiveness would plummet by 70 to 80%. With the figures presented by Han Fei, retaining nearly half of his combat strength seemed feasible. Very well. He shall not escape easily. Now, recount the events that transpired and the circumstances of the adversary. Lu Wenzhong interjected before Han Fei could continue his lamentations. Well, the sequence of events is as follows. I initially apprehended that pale-faced demigod. Just as I dealt with him, the two young demigods from the Longwa civilization arrived. I managed to subdue both of them, but had yet to find their divine realm cores. Then the established demigod appeared, seeking to eliminate me before I could locate their cores. Naturally, I would not submit easily. In my resistance, he became enraged. He intended to dispose of me before you arrived, asserting that should he succeed, he would only incur a nominal financial penalty in reality. This infuriated me, prompting me to engage him fiercely, ultimately cornering him at the entrance of the invasion passage. I eliminated one of his heroic-level dependents, around 300,000 elite-level dependents, and approximately 10 million extraordinary-level dependents. Then I was left in a severely weakened state. Subsequently, you two arrived. After concluding his account, Han Fei scratched his head and looked at Wang Jitong and Lu Wenzhong with wide, pleading eyes, conveying an expression of pitiful vulnerability, seeking their solace. Listening to Han Fei's narrative, Wang Jitong gazed at him in astonishment. Lu Wenzhong's lips twitched as he listened to Han Fei's account. He realized that the venerable demigod across from him had truly suffered. Such losses likely meant that the most elite forces within their divine realm had been utterly decimated. What was there to be concerned about? It was absurd that he had raced over with such urgency after receiving Han Fei's distress signal. His mood weighed down by the gravity of the situation. Thus, the actual scenario was that after you had vanquished 3 demigods and severely weakened one seasoned demigod, your own combat effectiveness had diminished by half, correct? Lu Wenzhong fixed his gaze on Han Fei, summarizing the entire sequence of events. Although it was phrased as a question, his tone was decidedly assertive. Perhaps, maybe, that sounds about right, but my losses are indeed substantial, Han Fei responded reluctantly, reiterating the extent of his own losses. After overhearing their conversation, the serious expression on Wang Jidong's face had vanished, replaced by a jovial and benevolent demeanor as he addressed Han Fei. "Little Fei, rest assured, your Uncle Wang will take charge this time. You tell me, how do you wish to handle these individuals? Even if you desire to obliterate their divine realm to vent your frustrations, it is not a problem. It merely requires a sum for their resettlement, which our school will cover." Lu Wenjing listened in disbelief, observing Wang Jitong treating Han Fei with the warmth one would reserve for a beloved grandchild. He quickly interjected, "Uncle Wang, this is quite improper. I am this lad's teacher. The generational hierarchy is all ask you. Not to worry, we shall each have our say," Wang Jitong replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor, his gaze towards Han Fei brimming with satisfaction. "Uncle Wang, what do you mean by resettlement fee?" Han Fei asked without any pretense, promptly embracing this golden opportunity. "It is quite literal. There exists a covenant between our two civilizations regarding the terms of surrender in conflicts involving demigods. If the opposing party is willing to pay a price for surrender, and we still proceed to destroy their divine realm, they can appeal to the civilization in reality. Inevitably, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will engage in lengthy negotiations, but the outcome will merely be a resettlement fee to settle the matter. If the other party threatens to eliminate you, seeking compensation is essentially the same." Wang Jitong answered with unwavering clarity, providing Han Fei with a thorough explanation. Upon hearing this, Han Fei realized that if he eliminated the opposition, the school would still be obliged to compensate him. The thought felt somewhat detrimental to his own interests, and after a moment's hesitation, he decided against the idea of outright destruction, opting instead for a more cunning approach. After all, he had only lost over 200 million in affiliated units, and both the Queen Ant and the hatchery remained intact. Given his current situation, aside from self-destructing jump insects, the other units could be replenished within 2 years, and he would still have surplus resources. Never mind, it was unnecessary. Eliminating them would yield no benefits, obstructing their path to divinity while incurring costs. This business was not worth pursuing. I believe it would be far more advantageous to let them suffer significant losses to compensate for my damages. Perhaps leaving them with 10,000 core affiliates, in addition to a territory of 10,000 square kilometers of divine realm, would suffice. Furthermore, I must insist that they compensate me for my losses, the extent of which I leave to you, Uncle Wang, to determine. Upon finishing his statement, Han Fei gazed at Wang Jitong with an expression of innocence, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "Indeed, quite commendable. Your calm judgment reflects an astute choice," Wang Jitong remarked, nodding in approval, evidently pleased with Han Fei's decision and generously bestowing praise upon him. Lu Wenjing, upon hearing Wang Jitong's uninterrupted commendation of Han Fei, harbored serious doubts. He pondered whether, had Han Fei chosen to eliminate the opponent's divine domain, his Uncle Wang would have uttered a similar sentiment. Perhaps something along the lines of avenging grievances being a display of true character. It seemed to be a case of familial favoritism across generations. Chapter 92. Gains. As the three conversed, Lu Wenjing withdrew the barrier of divine power that had isolated them. Wang Jitong resumed his cold demeanor. The 4 demigods across from him felt an immense, invisible pressure under his icy gaze. Noticing their tense expressions, Wang Jitong wasted no words and projected his thoughts toward the 4 demigods. "I present you with 2 choices. The first option, I shall personally shatter your divine core, banishing you from the realm of the gods forever." At this juncture, he cast a glance at Bormont and the other 3 Longvid demigods, instilling a sense of dread that nearly brought them to the brink of panic. Wang Jitong continued in a frosty tone. "It is merely a matter of providing you with a sum to settle your affairs in reality. With this modest amount, forfeiting your future seems a rather reasonable trade-off. The second option, surrender immediately. I offer you a chance to retain your divine core and 1,000 of your followers. How much divine power are you willing to sacrifice for this preservation? You have but one opportunity. I advise you to cherish it. No matter how much divine power you hold, once your core is lost and you are expelled from the divine realm, nothing will remain." With that, Wang Jitong's invasion portal began to encroach upon Bormont's divine territory, leaving no room for negotiation. "I choose the second option. I am willing to offer 3,700,000 divine power, which is all I have, Bormant declared hastily upon sensing Wang Jitong's impending action. Is that truly all the divine power you possess, you seasoned demigod? Han Fei, filled with anticipation, could hardly believe Bormant's claim. Indeed, this is the entirety of my resources. You may verify the divine power reserves within my core, Bormant replied, feeling the weight of Wang Jitong's unwavering gaze. He begrudgingly continued to explain to Han Fei. You are aware of my followers. They are purely combat-oriented and have not engaged in economic development. My path has been one of pure plunder, channeling all resources into enhancing my followers' strength, leaving no surplus. Upon hearing Bormant's explanation, Han Fei turned to Lu Wenzhong with a questioning glance. When Lu Wenzhong nodded, he reluctantly accepted Bormant's words. I will verify your divine power reserves. If you have lied, you will face dire consequences. With the statement, Han Fei shifted his gaze to the remaining two Longva demigods. Without hesitation, they made the same choice as Bormant, surrendering their entire divine power reserves in a desperate bid for survival. However, in comparison to Bormant, their reserves were merely trifles. Finally, Han Fei focused on the last remaining demigod, Wei Hart, who stared blankly at him, as if his spirit had already fled. Now, European, what do you intend to do? Previously, I seem to have mentioned that unless you can produce another soul stone, otherwise, well, you understand. As Han Fei's teasing voice echoed, Wei Hart appeared to gradually awaken from his trance-like state. The intricate play of emotions on his face vividly illustrated for Han Fei the simultaneous presence of regret and despair. I no longer possess a soul stone. I have 120,000 divine powers left, all of which I offer to you. Please, spare me, Wei Hart pleaded, tears of remorse streaming from his eyes. He resembled a victim of relentless bullying, desperately seeking mercy from his tormentor. Han Fei's lips twitched uncontrollably, nearly succumbing to the urge to confront him with a swift kick. Hey, you were the one plotting against me. I am the true victim here. Despite his inaction, Han Fei's mind was rife with sarcasm. After recalibrating his emotions, Han Fei, who held an undeniable advantage, wrestled with the thought, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. I cannot waste this 120,000 divine power. Should I take his powers and then eliminate him? That would reflect poorly on my character, especially with spectators present. Ultimately, I shall not tarnish my virtuous image out of a moment's irritation. Sparing this unfortunate soul could be deemed a charitable act. I am indeed a good person. Even if it means reneging on my promise to eliminate you, I shall grant you mercy. Engaging in daily acts of kindness surely brings fortune. My reputation shall ascend as a result. In a buoyant mood, Han Fei decided to let this unfortunate lad go, saying, Consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you. He then turned to Wang Jitong, seeking his counsel. Uncle Wang, I believe we need not trouble the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. What do you think? Wang Jitong maintained an air of composure before outsiders, his expression stoic as he nodded slightly. The four demigods opposite sighed in relief upon witnessing this exchange. Preserving the core of the divine realm and retaining 1,000 core vassals amidst such circumstances was indeed a stroke of luck. There remained an opportunity for renewal. Subsequently, under Wang Jitong's watchful gaze, the four demigods obediently departed the connecting passage, taking with them a divine domain encompassing 10,000 square kilometers, along with 1,000 core vassals, swiftly vanishing into the void. The entire process unfolded smoothly, save for a minor incident when Han Fei inspected Bomanter's divine power reserves. Upon examining the core of Bomanter's domain, he discovered a remaining reserve of 326 points. Han Fei, asserting that Bomanter had inaccurately reported his divine power reserves, confiscated the paltry sum of 326 points. Furthermore, he replaced Bomanter's meticulously selected 1,000 elite extraordinary vassals with 1,000 ordinary vassals of frail and unfit condition, departing gracefully amid Bomanter's dismayed expression. In gratitude for Bomanter's selfless contributions, Han Fei secretly left behind a parting gift in the remaining 10,000 square kilometers of the divine realm beneath Bormant. It consisted of several hundred specially crafted stones, each containing Han Fei's unique collection, the deadly black fungus. The outer shells of these stones had a shelf life of approximately 20 years. Once that time elapsed, they would shatter rapidly. Observing the four demigods gradually recede after severing their connection, a satisfied smile graced Han Fei's face. He waved goodbye as if to old friends, projecting a divine thought towards Bormont and his companions from afar. May we meet again by fate. Simultaneously, Han Fei silently sang a farewell song in his heart for Bormont. I send you off, 1,000 miles away. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, the four departed from the divine realm at an even swifter pace until they vanished from sight. Chapter 93. A surge of abundance. Han Fei remained steadfast in his position, fervently merging the divine land left behind by his adversary. It took nearly 5 hours for him to complete the integration of the terrain resources. During this time, he enlisted the assistance of Lu Wenjong to procure several high-grade blank sealing cards from the continent of divine exchange, intended to accommodate those forsaken followers whose faith had been shattered. Such divine power was invaluable to Han Fei, and he was not one to squander it lightly. Considering the quality of these extraordinary four-armed werewolves, each batch of 10,000 could fetch between 1,800 to 2,300 points of divine power, potentially yielding an income of approximately 4 million points. Additionally, there were over 800 million ordinary four-armed werewolves, along with some ordinary minotaurs deemed as scrap. In the retail market, each group of 10,000 could be worth around 200 to 300 points of divine power. If he found the right buyers, there was room for price appreciation. However, with such a vast quantity, Han Fei could not sustain them for long. Selling them off piece by piece in the market was not a viable option. Han Fei was acutely aware that his current windfall was solely due to Wang Jidong's support. Had Beaumont truly engaged him in a relentless struggle, he would have been the one left with a shattered divine realm. With 20 million extraordinary units and 800 million ordinary ones capable of entering a frenzied state, they could face death without fear. In contrast, Han Fei's remaining 10 million extraordinary insectoids and 200 million ordinary insects stood little chance against them. His only recourse was to buy time, sever the connection to the invasion channel, and flee. Originally, he intended to share the spoils with Wang Jidong and Lu Wenjong. However, Wang Jidong deemed it beneath him, and Lu Wenjong, having contributed nothing, felt no shame in taking advantage of Han Fei. Thus, he resolved to sell these units of followers directly to the school's logistics department, allowing the institution to profit from the price difference. After all, since Wang Jidong had no interest, he could not in good conscience accept everything for himself. A sense of propriety was necessary. Ultimately, he estimated that the price for 10,000 ordinary followers could reach around 200 points of divine power. Conservatively speaking, the revenue from selling the followers alone could approach 20 million points of divine power. Moreover, Han Fei's divine realm expanded dramatically following this battle. Beaumont's domain spanned 30 million square kilometers, while Boken and Bobby each commanded 1 million square kilometers, and V-Heart possessed 1.5 million square kilometers. Han Fei did not let a single one of these demigods escape, absorbing all their domains into his own. His divine realm's area surged from 4 million square kilometers to 37.5 million square kilometers, nearly doubling that of Lu Wenjong's. Standing amidst the vast expanse of his newly enlarged divine realm, Han Fei gazed upon the sprawling 37.5 million square kilometers with a smile that seemed to blossom. This significant expansion granted ample space for his insect swarm to thrive, alleviating any concerns he might have had about their burgeoning numbers for the foreseeable future. Based on the current consumption of the swarm, such a vast divine domain is sufficient to sustain over 3 to 4 billion units of the insect race, far exceeding the swarm's production capacity. It is foreseeable that in the near future, Han Fei will experience another surge of rapid development. After temporarily addressing matters within the divine domain, Han Fei reappeared in the void beyond the divine barrier. He was greeted by the smiling faces of Wang Jidong and Lu Wenjong. Han Fei graciously expressed his gratitude once more, though the two seemed unfazed by it. Lu Wenjong was the first to speak, saying, "All right, enough with the thanks. Let us head back together. You need time to properly absorb your recent gains." Upon hearing Lu Wenjong's suggestion to return, Han Fei, puzzled, responded, "Return? I've only just arrived. Why must we go back now? Even though my number of subordinates is halved, I can still handle 4 of the newer demigods without issue, provided they are not seasoned ones." Seeing that Han Fei wished to linger, Lu Wenjong shook his head and explained, "Kid, don't be too complacent. While your strength is commendable among your peers, consider your current situation. Which newly emerged demigod would dare to confront you? Your divine domain has expanded to over 5 million square kilometers, even larger than mine. The disturbances you create while moving can be detected from afar. Anyone witnessing you charging toward them would be foolish to remain and await your invasion. Upon hearing Lu Wenjong's explanation, Han Fei suddenly realized that with the expansion of his divine domain, the disturbances he created were now on an entirely different scale. The newly emerged demigods in this area would notice him from a great distance and would surely flee upon recognizing the magnitude of his disturbance. Thinking of this, Han Fei quickly asked Lu Wenjong, "Teacher Lu, how should I proceed to continue enhancing my abilities?" Lu Wenjong looked at him with a bemused expression, teasingly replying, "Ah. So now you're worried. Just a moment ago, when you were merging with another's divine domain, you could hardly contain your delight. Your divine domain is now so vast that you cannot conceal your movements. Moreover, your current strength does not correspond with such a large domain. Lingering in the resource well area is unwise. What level of demigod would be willing to engage with someone possessing such a vast domain? With your current number of subordinates, can you defend against them? Will you last until Uncle Wong and I arrive? The expansion of a divine domain must align with the strength of its subordinates. A principle you surely learned in class." Lu Wenjong's series of probing questions left Han Fei speechless. He quickly recalled the knowledge stored in his mind. Remembering that the expansion of a divine domain must correspond with the quantity and strength of its subordinates to ensure a sound developmental model. A small divine domain with powerful and numerous subordinates may allow for a FAOD of strength, but failing to timely expand the divine domain would stifle the growth of the subordinates. Conversely, if the divine domain is excessively large, surpassing the survival needs of its subordinates, it may lead to an overly comfortable existence for them, ultimately hindering their progress. It is not easy to cultivate faith, and it may result in a decline in the overall combat prowess of one's followers. In the nascent stages of the divine realm, individuals often gauged one another's strength based on the size of their divine domains. During this period, any demigod daring enough to invade Han Fei's divine domain would at least possess the strength level previously held by Bormund, if not greater. Observing Han Fei deep in thought, Lu Wenjong chuckled amiably and said, "Enough pondering. There are 2 essential tasks for you at this moment. Firstly, return to a secure location and thoroughly absorb the benefits gained from this experience. Secondly, streamline the area of your divine domain, seal and sell any excess terrain. Invest all acquired divine power into enhancing the strength of your followers to expedite their growth." Chapter 94. Development Path. When the strength aligns with the size of the divine realm and sufficient power is attained, I will take you directly to the heart of this barren resource well to contend for the unclaimed resources in the void. Given your current predicament, you are too weak to capture anything and too feeble to defeat the strong. Remaining here will not only escalate risks, but also squander the time I and Uncle Wong would otherwise devote to your care. Upon hearing Lu Wenjong's assessment, Han Fei could only adopt the demeanor of an obedient student, ready to learn. He dutifully followed Wang Jitong and Lu Wenjong on their journey back. The return trip was tranquil. During a casual conversation with Lu Wenjong and Wang Jitong, Han Fei broached a previous query he had. "Teacher Lu, regarding that demigod Longhua, how is it that, despite the vastness of his divine realm, he only possesses a divine power reserve of 7 million? Upon hearing Han Fei's question, Lu Wenjong appeared to recall something significant and replied, "That is already quite substantial." "Ah, I nearly forgot. You have only just been developing your divine realm for a little over 7 months in reality. During your initial period at school, you were also out exploring on your own, missing many foundational courses. This is an opportune moment to catch you up." Han Fei reflected on the 7 months with a sense of nostalgia. In reality, he had endured a 3-month novice protection period after establishing his divine realm. It had only been 4 months since he entered his senior year. Yet, in the world of gods, over 70 years had passed, and his experiences within the divine realm far exceeded his memories of reality. Noticing Han Fei drifting into contemplation, Lu Wenjong cleared his throat to redirect his attention and continued. In fact, prior to igniting the divine fire, there are primarily 2 developmental paths for accumulating divine power. One is the logistical development route, characterized by safety and stability. Such demigods, while nurturing a core number of vassals, also cultivate an economic industry chain to generate divine power. For instance, Consider a demigod whose awakened core vassal is a dwarf, a race endowed with a talent for forging but lacking in combat prowess. Their foundational method for acquiring resources would be to vigorously develop the metallurgy industry, crafting various armors and weapons for sale in the realm of divine exchange. The divine power earned would be reinvested into purchasing raw materials and expanding the divine realm, thus creating a virtuous cycle. Subsequently, they would store the divine power generated by their core vassals, extract divinity, and ultimately ignite the divine fire. However, the shortcomings are evident. In the competitive market of the realm of divine exchange, any industry capable of generating divine power faces immense pressure, unless one possesses unique, high-value commodities. The pace of divine power accumulation will be exceedingly slow. The other path is one of external plunder and expansion. Here, Lu Wenjong paused, casting a meaningful glance at Han Fei before continuing. You should have a profound understanding of the merits of this developmental direction. The realm of divinity is advancing rapidly, flourishing at an astonishing pace. Unlike the gradual accumulation typical of logistical pathways, it experiences leaps in growth, which is the most significant advantage of its predatory nature. However, there are drawbacks. Should one be defeated during an invasion or while being invaded, the consequences can be dire. Mild setbacks may result in the loss of numerous followers and territorial expanse, while severe failures could lead to the shattering of the divine core or even the extinction of its core followers. Therefore, demigods incline towards this predatory development pathway. Upon acquiring divine power, seldom engage in extensive storage. Rather, they typically invest directly into the expansion of their realm or the enhancement of their followers' prowess. It is only after their domain and followers have reached a certain level of development that they begin to amass divine power in preparation for igniting the divine fire. Of course, these two developmental trajectories are not mutually exclusive. Most individuals strive to bolster the combat capabilities of their followers while simultaneously seeking suitable industries for growth, albeit with varying degrees of emphasis. The demigod Longhua, for instance, primarily follows the route of external plunder, possessing a reserve of over 3 million units of divine power, which is quite substantial. After explaining the advantages and disadvantages of these two development paths, Lu Wenjong showed no signs of ceasing his discourse. He began to elucidate other pertinent knowledge points, enriching Han Fei's journey ahead. Throughout their travels, Lu Wenjong provided Han Fei with a comprehensive review of the lessons he had missed due to his absence from the civilized outpost since his enrollment. He also imparted a wealth of personal experience. Under Lu Wenjong's meticulous guidance, Han Fei felt as though time flew by. It was not until the trio returned to the frontline camp that Lu Wenjong's teachings came to a conclusion. Now that our supplementary lessons have concluded, upon returning to the school residence, I shall send you a set of senior year study materials. Make it a point to review them during your free time. Thereafter, dedicate yourself to a period of steady development, absorbing the insights gained from this experience. With that, Lu Wenjong returned to his domain, activating the teleportation, vanishing from sight. Han Fei refrained from further conversation, teleporting alongside Wang Jitong. When the three reappeared, they found themselves safely within the confines of human civilization. Observing the sparse divine domains lingering in the outpost, unchanged since his departure, Han Fei turned to assess the size of his own realm, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The current expanse of his domain would no longer impede the development of his swarm in the near future. Thus, his foremost priority should be to enhance the quality of the swarm. With this thought in mind, Han Fei bid farewell to Lu Wenjong and Wang Jitong, swiftly returning to his divine realm to contemplate the utilization of the divine power at his disposal. On his journey back, he had already dealt with the four-armed werewolf and the minotaur he had captured. Additionally, having plundered the entire savings of 4 demigods, Han Fei's divine power gains approached an impressive 25 million, transforming him from a destitute individual into a millionaire in an instant. Having witnessed the formidable nature of hero-grade units, Han Fei truly felt the weight of pressure. Such a solitary yet formidable entity, akin to a sovereign in a realm devoid of opposition. Traversing the swarm of insects with unparalleled prowess, he truly yearns to avoid such an experience once more. After a certain threshold of quality enhancement is reached, The aspect of quantity appears utterly impotent in its presence. The adversary he encountered this time, a mere hero-level minion ascended from an ordinary four-armed werewolf, already exhibits remarkable strength. In terms of combat prowess, he might even rival an adult dragon. Yet, the innate racial deficiencies cannot be wholly compensated by sheer fighting capability. Had an adult red dragon ventured into his divine realm, a creature inherently resistant to fire, possessing formidable physical attributes, and endowed with exceptional magical aptitude, the self-destructive assault of the jumping insects might not even suffice to inflict mortal harm upon such an opponent. Chapter 95. A return to the bloodline card market. The ultimate outcome of the war could vary drastically, while the sheer numbers of the swarm presented a distinct advantage. The enhancement of quality also warranted significant attention. At the very least, the ability to breach defenses was imperative. Otherwise, mere quantity would not suffice to ensure victory in battle. With a resolute determination, Han Fei produced a blank sealing card, embarking on the task of refining the divine realm that had previously been ravaged by the swarm. He aimed to reseal some of the relatively barren lands. Given the swarm's current production capacity, which barely exceeded 100 million annually, it was utterly impractical to fill such an expansive divine realm in a short span. It would be far more advantageous to sell off the excess land and convert it into divine power to bolster the swarm, striving for a swift enhancement in strength before the global competition. By the time Han Fei had exhausted all of his sealing cards, his divine realm had diminished to a mere 15 million square kilometers. The demigod Han Fei swiftly navigated his way to the logistics department of the school within the continent of divine exchanges. After promptly processing the newly sealed terrain resource cards, he found himself endowed with an additional 22,500,000 units of divine power. Without hesitation, he teleported directly to the bloodline card market. On his second visit to this place, Han Fei moved with the ease of familiarity, selecting a resplendent shop and gliding inside. Eschewing aimless wandering, he approached a staff member in the hall. "Could you kindly direct me to the exhibit area for high-value bloodline cards?" With over 47 million units of divine power in hand, Han Fei was ready to make substantial purchases. Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the staff member responded with immediate enthusiasm. "The exhibit area for high-value bloodline cards is located on the second floor. Please follow me." With a flourish, the staff member gestured, leading Han Fei toward the center of the hall, toward a luminous column with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. As he followed the staff member into the column's radiant embrace, Han Fei felt a gentle force lifting him upward. Within mere seconds, he arrived at the second-floor exhibition hall of the market. The layout here mirrored that of the first floor, though the foot traffic was noticeably sparse. After escorting Han Fei to the second floor, the staff member did not depart immediately but rather inquired with great consideration, "Would you prefer to browse independently, or shall I accompany you in selecting your desired items?" Such exemplary service was indicative of a large enterprise. Even a demigod could expect such attentiveness from the staff. Han Fei inwardly marveled at the level of competition within the bloodline card market. Understanding that behind each of these establishments lay a multitude of specialized logistical deities fueling the fervor. Without further contemplation, Han Fei responded, "Please accompany me. It would be helpful to consult you with any questions I may have." Thus, he commenced his exploration of the second-floor market with the demigod serving as his guide. As long as Han Fei's gaze lingered on a particular bloodline card, the accompanying sales personnel would promptly provide an elaborate account of its effects. After several instances, they could accurately discern the information Han Fei sought, emphasizing the most pertinent details. This meticulous service rendered Han Fei somewhat bashful. Such warmth and enthusiasm made him feel obliged to purchase something, lest he waste the time of the sales associate. After all, this individual was a demigod, and their earnings from such work were likely substantial, perhaps even surpassing Han Fei's own prowess. After approximately 40 minutes of exploration on the second floor, the sales personnel guided Han Fei to yet another display. What bloodline card was this? His attention was instantly captivated by the projection of an extraordinary beast before him. This creature bore marked draconic characteristics, measuring over 20 meters in length, with a sinewy and robust physique, sharp claws, and expansive wingspan. Its body was adorned with large scales, from which electric sparks danced and shimmered. Yet it possessed a rather cumbersome head, resembling that of a bear, devoid of dragon horns or tails. It appeared as though a diminutive dragon's body had been affixed with a bear's head, complete with a tuft of blue fur atop, presenting an altogether unconventional hairstyle. For those unacquainted with dragons, the sight of such a beast might evoke admiration for its apparent strength and vigor. However, to one who had witnessed a dragon, the comparison rendered this creature undeniably unattractive, akin to a defective product in the evolutionary process, lacking the harmonious and powerful form characteristic of true dragons. Upon Han Fei's inquiry, the sales associate promptly elaborated, "This is the Thunderwing dragon beast, a subdragon species possessing the bloodline of the blue dragon, renowned for its exceptional lineage. It boasts 3 innate magical abilities: Thunder Armor, Thunder Flash, and Thunder Assault, and this species exhibits a remarkable affinity for the lightning element." As the associate spoke, they gestured with a light strip, which glided gently across the projection of the Thunderwing dragon beast, bringing it to life and showcasing its innate magical prowess. Suddenly, a profusion of electric sparks erupted from the surface of the Thunderwing dragon beast, weaving into a stable and dense network of lightning, enveloping its form like armor. This was the effect of Thunder Armor, which offered commendable defensive capabilities. Proximity to this layer of lightning would inflict significant electrical damage. Following the demonstration of Thunder Armor, the associate waved the light strip again, and Han Fei beheld the projection of the beast, now enveloped in the protective lightning, adjusting its flight posture in the air. The stable lightning net encircling its body became animated, and in an instant, its speed surged several-fold, tracing a trajectory through the sky akin to a bolt of lightning. This was the effect of Thunder Assault, enabling the Thunderwing dragon beast to unleash a burst of speed far exceeding its usual limits while exhibiting remarkable agility. Following the luminous trail left by the staff, the divine projection of the Thunder dragon beast was once again illuminated. The creature abruptly halted, maintaining a steady position in the air, as the thunderous armor enveloping its form began to converge towards the tuft of fur atop its head. As this tuft gradually emanated a radiant blue light, the elemental forces of lightning in the surrounding atmosphere seemed irresistibly drawn to it. Above the tuft, an orb of energy composed of lightning elements coalesced. This entire process unfolded in less than a second, after which the energy sphere appeared to reach its zenith. It transformed into a terrifying beam of lightning, shooting forth with precision into the distance, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. Chapter 96, Acquisition. This is the Thunder Dragon Beast, possessing an extraordinarily rapid release speed and remarkable power, with an exceptionally impressive penetration effect. If you choose a kin with outstanding talent in lightning magic and merge it with this sub-dragon bloodline, it might assist your kin in advancing to the heroic level. After perusing the 3 innate magics of the Thunder Dragon Beast, Han Fei listened attentively as the sales assistant vigorously promoted the creature. He refrained from engaging in conversation, instead directing his consciousness into the demonstration seal card. He meticulously examined the condition of this sub-dragon species, allowing his consciousness to delve deeper. Through his divine attributes, Han Fei swiftly discerned the genetic makeup within the Thunder Dragon Beast. He disregarded the large clusters of genetic tumors, focusing primarily on the ordinary genetic components within. In just over 30 seconds, Han Fei conducted a thorough scan of its ordinary genes. He estimated that the Thunder Dragon Beast possessed approximately 600,000 ordinary genes. Without a detailed analysis, he made a cursory comparison and discovered that the overlap between these ordinary genes and the existing gene pool of his swarm was less than 10%. Thus, Han Fei began to silently calculate the time required to analyze the ordinary genes of this extraordinary beast. Based on the estimate of 5 minutes per ordinary gene, he would need to labor tirelessly for over 5 years to complete the analysis of the Thunder Dragon Beast's ordinary genes. Upon realizing this, Han Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him, instinctively reaching up to rub his forehead, only to remember that he was a luminous orb within the realm of divine communication and had no hands. He could only sigh resignedly in his mind. To grow stronger, one must exert oneself. After all, 5 years is merely a span of time, not an unprecedented endeavor. Today's efforts pave the way for tomorrow's rewards. Life will invariably improve. After mentally bolstering himself, Han Fei finally inquired of the sales assistant, "How much for this bloodline card? You truly possess discerning taste. This subdragon bloodline is undeniably worth its weight in gold." The price for a low-grade card is 8 million divine power. For a mid-grade card, it is 19 million divine power, and the high-grade card offers the best value at merely 30 million divine power. The enthusiasm of the sales assistant's thoughts intensified upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry about the price. Calculating in his mind, Han Fei realized that the extraction of the bloodline card required a substantial number of lives, over 100,000 for a low-grade card, over 300,000 for a mid-grade card, and over 500,000 for a high-grade card. This meant that the cost of a low-grade card was 200,000 divine power more expensive than 1/5 of a high-grade card. The value of a single Thunder Dragon Beast for a low-grade bloodline card was 80 points of divine power. For a mid-grade card, it was 63 points, while for a high-grade card, it decreased to 60 points. Your pricing seems rather erratic. Why is it that the low-grade bloodline card, upon calculation, is significantly more expensive than the high-grade one? Shouldn't the higher grade possess greater value? Han Fei voiced his confusion to the sales assistant. Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the sales representative displayed no surprise, indicating that this question had likely been posed numerous times before. Without a moment's hesitation, he proceeded to elucidate the matter. The disparity in pricing for the high-value bloodline cards primarily stems from the costs associated with extracting the bloodlines. The creation of these cards necessitates not only the extraordinary life forms as raw materials, but also the involvement of a deity skilled in the bloodline extraction, divine imprint. The esteemed species from which these high-value bloodlines are derived must be crafted by elite deities within the industry to ensure the superior quality of the final product. Engaging novice deities who have only recently constructed their divine imprints is simply not an option, should one expend hundreds of thousands on Thunder Dragon beasts, only to yield a bloodline of inferior quality with merely a basic magical attribute. The losses would be substantial. Thus, enlisting the services of distinguished deities incurs significant expenses. And since the production of bloodline cards is billed per card, regardless of tier, the creation of advanced bloodline cards naturally proves more costly than their lower-tier counterparts. Upon hearing the sales representative's explanation, Han Fei began to mentally calculate the figures. Within moments, he deduced that the price of a single Thunder Dragon Beast hovers around 55 points of divine power. The deity responsible for extracting the bloodline could potentially earn 2.5 million points of divine power per transaction. Han Fei couldn't help but reflect on the challenges of generating divine power after igniting the divine flame. Constructing the bloodline extraction divine imprint proved to be less straightforward than anticipated, fraught with competitive pressures from peers. His recollections regarding the divine imprint were scant. He merely understood that it could only be constructed after igniting the divine flame. No longer fixating on the price differences of the bloodline cards, Han Fei resolved that he would not purchase mid-tier or low-tier cards, regardless of their affordability. However, the price of 30 million divine power for the advanced bloodline card significantly exceeded his expectations, being 100 times more than that of a typical advanced bloodline card from Extraordinary Beasts. It felt exorbitant, especially since he had only recently toiled to amass over 47 million divine power from the resource well, leaving him in a somewhat weakened state. The thought of spending such an amount so soon after earning it was disheartening. Yet, he recognized that this was the reality of market pricing. The credibility of such a large establishment was assured. Companies capable of maintaining a foothold in this specialized market must balance reputation, pricing, service, and quality, lest they be ruthlessly eliminated by competition. Please provide me with 1 advanced bloodline card, along with 11 advanced bloodline cards, each for the Lava Serpent, Gale Wolf, and Tough-Skin Jackal. Additionally, I require the corpse of a Thunder Dragon Beast. Is that acceptable? Of course, it is, the representative replied. He then guided Han Fei to the circular counter at the center of the hall. Here are the bloodline cards you requested. 33 mass-produced advanced bloodline cards at 300,000 divine power each, and 1 advanced bloodline card for the Thunder Dragon Beast at 30 million divine power. Your total expenditure amounts to 39 million divine power. Han Fei did not linger. He promptly paid for his purchases and departed from the mall that had caused him considerable financial strain, amidst the enthusiastic send-off from the staff. Upon returning to his divine realm, Han Fei refrained from immediately utilizing the advanced bloodline cards. Instead, he chose to do nothing and first returned to the realm of reality. Stepping out of the divine landing pod once more, Han Fei could distinctly perceive the changes within himself. Although his exterior remained unchanged, pale-faced and slender, his strength, reflexes, and mental state had remarkably improved compared to 7 months prior. Chapter 97. Superstition more importantly. Han Fei had begun to sense a force incessantly transforming both his body and soul. He was acutely familiar with the nature of this power. It was divine energy. After all, he had resided in the realm of the gods for several decades, and his demigod form was composed entirely of pure divine essence. Through his meticulous perception, Han Fei could vaguely discern a thread connecting his soul to the core of the divine domain. After 7 months of divine transformation, he had started to gradually metamorphose into a being of extraordinary life. This transformation not only enhanced his physical constitution but also bestowed upon him unique abilities he had never experienced in his previous life. For instance, upon exiting the divine landing pod, Han Fei rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. Previously, he had difficulty scrubbing his own back, but now, a washcloth, controlled by his mental force, scrubbed away at his back as if manipulated by an invisible hand. Under the influence of divine energy, he had developed the ability to project his mental force outward, a manifestation of which was the control of objects with his mind. Although this power was still feeble, unable to lift even a 5-kilogram dumbbell, manipulating a washcloth to cleanse his back was well within his capabilities. After his bath, Han Fei approached a rather antiquated long red table, which stood firmly against the wall. The table was adorned with a bright yellow satin cloth, upon which sat a small bronze incense burner, neatly accompanied by a stack of red long incense sticks. It was an exquisite setup, personally customized by his intelligent steward as part of the personalized services for his dormitory, without any expenditure. However, the offerings before the incense burner resembled a small mountain of over a dozen high-energy nutrient solutions. Behind the offering table hung an A4-sized piece of paper, upon which he had hand-painted a colorful depiction of the god of wealth in a chibi, two-dimensional style. I manage the finances. Your worship of me shall yield no error. With reverence, Han Fei lit the incense and, holding 3 red sticks, bowed respectfully to the god of wealth depicted on the wall. Oh, god of wealth, this time, please bless the successful use of my bloodline card. I am a practical person with modest requests. All I seek is the successful activation of the Thunder Dragon Beast bloodline card. If this card succeeds, I shall offer you a feast, be it chicken stewed with mushrooms, pickled vegetables from an aged jar, or braised beef. The choice is yours. Having spoken, Han Fei respectfully inserted the incense into the small burner on the table before turning towards the divine landing pod. He opened the door, lay down, and closed his eyes, seamlessly returning to his divine domain. There, he stood in midair, eyes gently closed, arms widely spread and slightly raised, embodying a state of unity between heaven and man. He then projected his divine consciousness, gathering the winds and clouds of his divine realm toward him. He forcefully conjured a celestial phenomenon of fate, further enhancing his own fortune. Upon opening his eyes after conducting this superstitious ritual, Han Fei, now imbued with psychological comfort, exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Incense wafting through the air, the principles of procedural justice at play, and with the cosmos aligning in his favor, Han Fei felt assured of success. In a fleeting moment, his demigod form flickered and vanished, reappearing before a hatching nest. Without hesitation, he retrieved a high-grade bloodline card from within himself and activated it instantaneously. The process of endowing the hatching nest with an extraordinary bloodline was familiar to him now, devoid of the trepidation he had felt during his initial use of such a card. A day later, Han Fei had successfully completed the creation of the extraordinary hatching nest. The process unfolded seamlessly, although that confounded 30% failure rate had cost him 7 nests. Yet, the most crucial bloodline card, the Thunder Dragon Beast, had not failed in its transformation, and the losses of the other nests remained within tolerable limits. In Han Fei's divine realm, all the hatching nests had undergone extraordinary modifications. Although the count had diminished to 28, The impending enhancement in the quality of the insect swarm promised a significant augmentation in combat prowess. Presently, Han Fei possessed a total of 13 jumping insect hatching nests, 13 stinging serpent hatching nests, and 1 self-exploding jumping insect hatching nest. The latter was the nest infused with the Thunder Dragon beast bloodline. Gazing at this unique hatching nest, its surface shimmering with blue electric sparks, Han Fei promptly placed an order with the Queen Ant through his consciousness, instructing her to integrate the existing unit templates of the swarm and produce a few specimens for evaluation. As Han Fei patiently awaited the results, they did not deviate from his expectations. The direct and crude fusion of the existing template eggs, without genetic adjustment, yielded a meager number of successful larval births. Only a few Thunder Beast eggs managed to hatch into larvae, possibly due to their genetic predisposition towards larger organisms. The remaining genetic templates failed to give life to their eggs, which simply became lifeless husks. The few larvae that did emerge were in a dire state. Observing their frail condition, Han Fei hastily examined their genetic composition. The original structure of the standard genetic template had been grotesquely distorted by the aggressive infusion of a multitude of extraordinary genes, leaving it under immense strain and on the verge of collapse. Drawing from his previous experiences, Han Fei surmised that even if these larvae could successfully spin cocoons, their survival through the pupation stage was uncertain, let alone their emergence from the cocoons. Even if they did manage to break free, it was likely they would not endure for long, as the bloodline card he had employed bore distinct draconic characteristics. The sheer number of extraordinary genetic tumors within them, lacking a meticulous design, rendered the current unit templates of the swarm utterly incompatible with this extraordinary bloodline. Ah well, I am already treading a path of shortcuts, hoping for a stroke of luck to yield a finished unit, which is simply unrealistic. It would be wiser to diligently redesign the template. With this preliminary outcome, Han Fei felt no disappointment, for his intent had merely been to tempt fate. If, by some miracle, this hatching nest could indeed produce a usable insect unit without the need for modification, it would be a significant windfall, halting the production tasks of the incubation nest. Han Fei's semi-divine form materialized instantaneously within the cavern where the Ant Queen resided. "Master, you have returned." Upon witnessing Han Fei's appearance, the Ant Queen immediately lowered her head to the ground, her 2 antennae gently resting upon the earth. A wave of emotion, embodying submission and reverence, was conveyed to Han Fei through the threads of faith. Ever since Han Fei had bestowed upon her a copious amount of life-giving spring water, the Ant Queen had remarkably retained her original appearance, showing little to no change over the years. Chapter 98. The new unit at this moment. The abdomen behind her had not yet grown to a colossal size, allowing her to move freely. However, as time passed and her abdomen expanded, her mobility would be severely restricted. She would have to wait until her abdomen fully matured and detached before regaining her capacity for movement. When the Queen Ant lifted her head again, she revealed a spherical gem hanging from her neck, adorned with colorful luminescence. This was the Soul Crystal Core, a substance devoid of side effects, known to enhance mental acuity and intelligence with prolonged wear. Han Fei fashioned it into a delicate necklace and draped it around the Queen Ant's neck. The results were remarkably evident. Merely a month had elapsed since she donned the Soul Crystal Core, and Han Fei could distinctly perceive her intellect had matured considerably. At the very least, the Queen Ant no longer resembled a preschool child who, upon seeing him, would shake her antennae and inquire about treats. It seems you have made significant progress during this time. Have you completed the assignments I set for you? How are you faring with the first-grade textbooks? Han Fei glanced at the stack of books piled beside the platform. These were ordinary textbooks for various grades that he had copied directly from the internet via the Divine Landing Pod. Since discovering that the Queen Ant's intellect began to mature with the Soul Crystal Core, he had occasionally taken the time to impart some foundational lessons. Han Fei released his consciousness and effortlessly located a completed first-grade workbook. This was the assignment the Queen Ant had written using her antennae as a pen, dipped in ink. As he scanned the contents, he noted that her accuracy exceeded 70%, a clear sign of progress. "I've already seen the second-grade textbooks, but there are some parts one don't quite understand," the Queen Ant responded telepathically upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry. Upon learning that she had self-studied the second-grade material, a mischievous grin spread across Han Fei's face. He encouraged her gently. It's perfectly all right not to understand everything. You're doing splendidly. The more you read, the more you will comprehend. Engage your mind, and you shall grow ever wiser. Internally, Han Fei was elated. The Queen Ant's initiative to self-learn the second-grade curriculum indicated her eagerness for knowledge. As long as she continued to study diligently and became increasingly intelligent. Once her intellect fully matured, she could assist him in analyzing genes. After enduring solitude for so many years, he was finally on the verge of reclaiming his leadership role. Possessing an employee to harness, what a joyous occasion. Quickly reining in his wandering thoughts, Han Fei steadied his excitement before continuing to reward your diligent studies. I've brought you some food. Remember to consume it and, after the gene fusion, store it in the gene bank. It will be beneficial. With that, Han Fei retrieved a sealing card from within his demigod form, activating it with divine energy. The corpse of a thunder dragon beast materialized on the opposite side of the cavern, gently tugging at the thread of faith. The patrolling flying jump insect received its command from Han Fei. It immediately charged towards the corpse of the thunder dragon beast, stripping away its scales and bones, dismantling it into several pieces. Following closely, the logistical jump insects commenced a secondary processing of the butchered thunder dragon beast meat. Before long, a dish of thunder dragon beast sashimi, accompanied by vibrant green aphid flesh, was delivered to the mouth of the Ant Queen. Once the genes of the thunder dragon beast were thoroughly recorded into the genetic repository of the Ant Queen, Han Fei promptly immersed himself in the task of genetic analysis. Time flew by, and 8 years later, in Han Fei's divine realm, within a vast semi-enclosed underground nest, he gazed gravely at the enormous insect cocoon before him. This purplish-red cocoon, oval in shape and measuring over 20 meters in length, lay like a small mountain at the center of the nest. Its surface was adorned with thick, net-like blood vessels that rhythmically expanded and contracted as if breathing, with a faint blue light pulsating within. Suddenly, the once stable cocoon reacted to an unseen stimulus. The surface blood vessels began to constrict violently, and the inner blue luminescence grew increasingly pronounced, accompanied by tiny arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Amidst the crackling of electric flashes, the cocoon seemed to contract to its limits before violently expanding outward, ultimately bursting apart. A new, fearsome creature emerged before Han Fei. Towering over 20 meters in height, even larger than the Thunder Beast. Its head bore a striking resemblance to the Thunder Beast, with sharp fangs and a formidable jaw, crowned by a blade-like horn. A massive multifaceted bony carapace sprouted from its stout neck, appearing more slender and elongated compared to the Thunder Beast's robust armor. This bony structure arched backward, protecting the nape while closely adhering to a significant portion of its back. In stark contrast to the Thunder Beast, the creature's body was streamlined and devoid of the prior clumsiness, resembling more the physique of a dragon. Its muscular form was enveloped in large purplish-red scales, shimmering with arcs of blue electricity. Its limbs were powerful, adorned with vicious bony spikes at the joints, and its massive claws radiated a sharp, cold glimmer, trailing along. Spiked tail behind. A pair of enormous wings, structurally akin to dragon wings, emerged from its back, similarly featuring fierce bony protrusions at the joints. This was the new insectoid unit that Han Fei had painstakingly crafted over 8 years. It took him more than 5 years to fully decipher the ordinary genes of the Thunder Dragon Beast. Overjoyed, he commenced the design of the new unit's genetic template, only to discover that the challenge far exceeded his expectations. The extraordinary genetic tumors of the Thunder Dragon Beast's DNA possessed special abilities that extended beyond the 3 innate magics described when purchasing the Bloodline card. This series of extraordinary genetic tumors also encompassed the scale resistance of the Thunder Dragon Beast and anti-gravity flight, attributed to the extraordinary capabilities conferred by its diluted dragon bloodline. This led Han Fei to design a template compatible with this bloodline, necessitating greater demands and higher standards. By merging the existing gene templates of the Swarm's Thunder Beast and Jumping Bug with the ordinary genes of the Thunder Dragon Beast, he crafted a newly designed gene template. However, when this template was combined with the string of extraordinary genes bestowed by the Bloodline card, the incorporation of the insectoid genes resulted in a myriad of complications. Consequently, he was compelled to invest considerable time in a relentless cycle of optimization and refinement. Chapter 99. Testing this process consumed 3 years of Han Fei's life before he finally completed it. Observing the newly birthed unit of the swarm as it began to move within the nest, he noticed countless minute currents dancing across its surface. A hint of a smile finally graced Han Fei's serious countenance as he slowly retracted his expansive mental scan. Success had been achieved. The next phase involved an observation period and the collection of data regarding its combat prowess. With a sigh of relief, Han Fei smiled as he activated the thread of faith. The newly emerged unit of the insect race unfurled its wings, seemingly without any discernible effort. The electric light coursing along its body surged dramatically, and with its 4 claws gripping the ground, it propelled itself into the air with a powerful leap. It rose effortlessly, its massive form appearing unaffected by gravity, ascending gently from the underground nest through the opening above into the skies of the divine realm. With a flap of its fleshy wings, it transitioned from hovering to accelerating beyond 600 kilometers per hour in mere seconds. Suddenly, the electric energy enveloping its body surged, and its speed broke the sound barrier as it raced toward the designated testing zone indicated by Han Fei. Watching the new insect unit leave a trail of blue light, sparking and crackling as it sped away, Han Fei's smile broadened. Given its inherited lineage from the original Thunder Dragon beast, he decided to name it the Thunder Dragon. In an exuberant mood, Han Fei's demigod form flickered and vanished from its original location, reappearing on the edge of the divine realm, gazing into the distant sky. Before long, a small point of blue light appeared in the heavens, rapidly enlarging as it approached. As the light drew nearer, the fully electrified Thunder Dragon dove from the sky, landing before Han Fei and stirring up dust and debris with the force of its descent. Han Fei looked up at the colossal creature before him and waved his hand, summoning a translucent blue screen that materialized in front of him. He then began a detailed examination of the Thunder Dragon, a practice he conducted for every newly born unit of the swarm. Only by intimately understanding his subordinates could he calmly navigate any situation that might arise. The following day, Han Fei hovered in the air of the divine realm, a look of satisfaction upon his face as he reviewed the test report of the Thunder Dragon. The data from this new unit's performance was nothing short of gratifying. Beyond the 3 magical abilities inherited through its lineage, which exhibited remarkable capabilities in offense, defense, and mobility, the Thunder Dragon's physical strength was formidable. Coupled with traits borrowed from the Thunder Beasts and jumping insects, it proved to be a formidable combatant in close quarters. The layer of scales upon its body endowed it with a degree of extraordinary resistance, mitigating damage from fireball spells and the scythe-like strikes of superlative jumping insects. It was as though it possessed a simplified version of a permanent resistance-enhancing spell. His flying ability similarly possesses extraordinary effects. With merely a few gentle flaps of his wings and minimal magical energy expenditure, the Thunder Dragon can effortlessly hover in the sky. There is no need for it to flap its wings continuously like ordinary creatures to generate lift. Comprehensive data has been meticulously gathered, and after a further month of observation, if all remains well, mass production will commence. Closing the translucent azure screen before him, Han Fei contemplated silently. In just over 2 years, the global competition will take place. If the production of the Thunder Dragons proceeds smoothly, a substantial number should be amassed by then. Given the considerable size of this new unit, its production cycle will undoubtedly be protracted. Through Han Fei's design and specific enhancements, the Thunder Dragon larvae have been endowed with an exceptionally efficient digestive and absorption system from their earliest stages. This allows them to grow rapidly through consumption, accumulating sufficient energy to enter the pupation phase. Throughout this process, the larvae are entirely cared for by other units of the insect swarm, requiring nothing but to eat incessantly. Even so, it takes approximately 1.5 years for the larvae to mature to a size of over 20 meters. Once they have gathered enough energy and enter the pupation stage, they will need an additional 6 months to emerge from their cocoons, transforming into Thunder Dragons. The dietary demands of the Thunder Dragons are astonishingly double that of the Thunder Beasts, earning them the title of the most voracious eaters within the swarm. Fortunately, the combat prowess of the Thunder Dragons justifies their consumption, unlike the now discontinued Water Beasts, whose resource expenditure was disproportionate to their fighting capability. After thorough testing, Han Fei has gained a detailed understanding of the Thunder Dragon's most formidable attack method, the Lightning Flash, a powerful lightning-based spell. The advantages of this spell are remarkably evident. All its power is highly concentrated, exhibiting rapid release speed, exceptional penetration, a straight trajectory, an extensive effective range, and difficulty in evasion. It can be utilized to sweep across the battlefield, expanding the area of impact, or to precisely target formidable single adversaries. With sufficient numbers, Han Fei is confident that even in the presence of hero-level units like Veneto, he could annihilate them with the Thunder Dragons. With a wave, he dismissed the screen before him and vanished from his original position, only to reappear before the Ant Queen. At that moment, the Ant Queen was hunched over a thick workbook, diligently writing with her antennae dipped in ink, surrounded by several stacks of completed workbooks resembling small mountains. Sensing Han Fei's arrival, she immediately paused, raising her gaze towards him. Recently, due to the new unit matters, I've had little time to attend to your studies. How are you progressing? My lord, I feel that continuing to repetitively work through the workbooks is no longer beneficial to me. These 5-year college entrance exam practice materials are quite similar, the Ant Queen conveyed, her thoughts tinged with a profound sense of grievance. Over the years, Han Fei has occasionally taken time to personally assist the Ant Queen with the challenges she encounters in her self-study. As it was his inaugural experience as a teacher, Han Fei, lacking in expertise, resorted to the methods he himself had encountered in a past life. Each time he addressed the queries of the Ant Queen, he would casually assign a considerable amount of homework, employing a strategy akin to inundating her with a plethora of problems to foster a profound comprehension of the challenges at hand. Over time, the Ant Queen metamorphosed into a relentless machine of problem-solving, perpetually adrift in the sea of exercises that engulfed her in Han Fei's absence. Well, while excessive practice indeed serves as a means to hone one's cognitive abilities, the journey holds greater significance than the outcome. If you find this approach unappealing, let us temporarily suspend our lessons. Chapter 100, Global Competition Rules. Next, you may focus your energy on optimizing the existing templates of the Zerg units. Begin by adjusting the genetic template of the Thunder Beast, primarily aiming to reduce consumption while enhancing mobility, defense, and survivability. I will provide feedback on the results of your optimization. Due to the disparity in genetic analysis abilities between the Queen Ant and Han Fei's divine characteristics, there remains a significant gap. In comparison, aside from the Queen Ant's capacity to analyze extraordinary genes, her efficiency in parsing ordinary genes is significantly slower, by several dozen times, than Han Fei's own analysis. Thus, Han Fei's focus in nurturing the Queen Ant will primarily revolve around optimizing the existing genetic templates, as having her analyze genes proves to be of little cost-effectiveness. Once the Queen Ant was arranged, Han Fei's demigod form appeared outside the divine barrier. In the distance, he observed a new batch of students returning to the school's encampment after completing their training over the past few years. Among the returning students, the number of demigods with the divine realm reduced to 10,000 square kilometers exceeded 30%. Han Fei shook his head, choosing to divert his attention and retreat into his divine realm to continue his genetic analysis. Over the years, students who had been taken out for training by their teachers gradually returned. Some of them experienced a dramatic increase in their divine realm, expanding several times or even more than a dozen times. Conversely, a few had their divine realms regress to the size they were upon first establishing them. Without needing to ponder, Han Fei understood that these individuals must have been defeated during their external plundering endeavors. It was only under the protection of their teachers that they managed to avoid the shattering of their divine realms. This harsh reality is one of the primary lessons for the third-year students, as they are introduced early on to the brutalities within the divine world. Within the confines of civilization, although these students face significant losses at this stage, they at least retain their divine realms and core followers, thus preserving the opportunity to start anew. Time swiftly passed, and 2 more years had gone by. On this particular day, Han Fei remained wholly absorbed, diligently analyzing an ever-increasing inventory of genes. Suddenly, he sensed a disturbance at the barrier of his divine realm. Upon releasing his divine consciousness to peer outside, he discovered a colossal divine realm, spanning 250 million square kilometers, quietly positioned adjacent to his own. Wang Jitong's demigod form had already manifested outside Han Fei's divine barrier, gently tapping on it with one hand. Immediately halting his work, Han Fei emerged from the divine barrier and stood respectfully before Wang Jitong, inquiring, "Uncle Wang, what brings you here?" Seeing Han Fei emerge, Wang Jitong retracted his hand from the barrier, a kind smile gracing his face as he appraised Han Fei from head to toe. He then asked, "Little Fei, you've been cooped up in your divine realm every day. You didn't even notice my arrival. What have you been up to?" "Nothing much. I have been diligently researching ways to enhance the strength of my followers. I have been so absorbed in my studies, combined with the fact that I have remained within a safe zone, that I have not paid much attention to the external circumstances." Han Fei scratched his head, answering somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing Han Fei's response, Wang Jitong was unconcerned and immediately conveyed his purpose. "I am here to inform you that in 2 days, the Global League will commence in the realm of the gods. How are your preparations coming along?" As Wang Jitong mentioned the Global League, Han Fei suddenly remembered that the competition was about to begin. He promptly thumped his chest with confidence and declared, "Uncle Wang, rest assured. I have been preparing diligently for the global competition. I am certain I will achieve commendable results and bring honor to our school." Observing Han Fei's unwavering confidence, Wang Jitong instinctively nodded, a look of reassurance spreading across his face. "This is good. Since you are so confident, I need not worry excessively. Additionally, the rules for this global competition have just been released. Let me share them with you. The format will be a free-for-all battle, where all participants will simultaneously connect to a designated arena of divine domains. The rules are few. Essentially, it prohibits invading others' divine domains through the arena, and any followers dispatched into the arena will be completely lost, resulting in elimination. Upon hearing such rules, Han Fei contemplated and discerned numerous unreasonable elements. He did not hesitate to question Wang Jitong directly. "Uncle Wang, do you not think these competition rules seem somewhat unfair? Under such regulations, it is quite likely that stronger individuals may be besieged by other students, leading to their early elimination. Some races adept at stealth might also choose to evade combat entirely, hiding until the end." In response to Han Fei's inquiry, Wang Jitong casually waved his hand and chuckled. "There is nothing unfair about this. The fewer restrictions on combat, the closer we get to genuine circumstances. In the universe, fairness is an illusion. The Global League, like all competitions, is merely a means of selection. It aims to identify the most promising demigods for resource allocation. What does potential signify? It represents the ability to triumph over peers in one-on-one fair contests, indicating greater potential. It also signifies the capability to navigate alliances in a free-for-all and emerge victorious against stronger opponents. Furthermore, being able to conceal oneself and survive amidst formidable adversaries equally denotes potential. Potential is the ability to carve one's path in any environment, leading towards igniting divine fire or even attaining true godhood. Thus, this selection process disregards the journey, focusing solely on the final outcome. Even if you are inherently fortunate and manage to coast through to the end by sheer luck, that too is a testament to your potential. One day, when you step beyond the confines of human civilization and enter the void of the realm of the gods when vying for external resources, no one will show you any mercy. Survival until the end is the only rule that matters. At this point, Wang Jitong seemed to realize he had spoken at length, cleared his throat, and continued, "I've digressed a bit. Please don't take it too much to heart. The primary focus of this competition is to hone the skills of you fledgling demigods. Those with superior strength inherently possess a greater probability of enduring until the conclusion. Just perform to the best of your abilities. Moreover, the competition is time-limited. Once the time elapses, all participants who have not been eliminated will have their kill counts tallied for ranking. Those who merely hide until the end without engaging in battle will not achieve commendable standings." Upon hearing Wang Jitong's elucidation, Han Fei began to grasp the intricacies of this chaotic combat mode. Indeed, the training afforded to participants in this format far surpasses that of a mere arena match. In contrast to the previous Citywide tournament, which was solely a test of strength, the students entering the global competition must navigate a myriad of factors to secure a commendable performance, with the complexities multiplying exponentially. Chapter 101. Departure. I understand now. This time, I shall perform admirably. Han Fei donned an expression of a young man who had learned his lesson, yet internally, he felt little turbulence despite the emergence of the melee rules. By the way, Uncle Wong, do you know how many participants there are in the global competition each year? Having grasped the rules of this contest, Han Fei inquired about a matter that piqued his interest regarding the melee format. The number of participants in the global competition is relatively stable. Our Qinghai Star typically sees around 600 entrants annually. Wang Jitong readily provided this information in response to Han Fei's query. 600 participants, huh? With this knowledge of the participant count, Han Fei began to silently calculate in his mind. A melee scale of merely 600 individuals, while the number of extraordinary familiars among ordinary students usually reaches several hundred thousand. Based on an average of 1 million extraordinary familiars per person, excluding the ordinary ones, the total military strength would not exceed 600 million. This indicated that, with Han Fei's existing familiar count, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he could confidently fend off assaults from others in the arena. After a decade of preparation, the number of insectoid units in Han Fei's divine realm had surpassed 1.5 billion, nearly all of which were extraordinary entities. Since his prosperous stint in the lower battle zones a decade ago, he had ensured that every newly produced hatchery was imbued with extraordinary bloodlines at the earliest opportunity. During this process, however, the wretched failure rate had cost him 3 new hatcheries, perhaps due to having exhausted his luck previously. These 3 hatcheries were designated for producing extraordinary jumpers, all of which failed at the stage of endowing them with a second extraordinary bloodline. Fortunately, Han Fei had become quite affluent, retaining around 6 to 7 million divine power. The loss of 1.8 million was but a minor setback, well within his tolerance. This brought his total number of hatcheries back to 35. Among them, the Thunder Dragon, the most formidable combat unit of his swarm, had seen its first batch emerge from their cocoons just days prior. This signified that Han Fei's Thunder Dragons were currently multiplying at a rate of 10,000 per day. By the time the competition commenced in 2 days, their numbers could reach 100,000. With such a powerful insectoid unit as his trump card, along with over 35 million self-destructing jumpers, Han Fei felt exceedingly secure. The coveted champion's reward of 50 million divine power, which he had long coveted, was already within his grasp. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a faint smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Han Fei's lips. Observing Han Fei lost in thought, displaying no signs of anxiety and even smiling, Wang Jitong, who had a certain understanding of Han Fei's capabilities, recognized that this student was likely already confident. He continued, "Prepare well over the next couple of days. When the time comes, I'll come to fetch you." Wen Zhong, who needed to oversee the training of your entire class, could not attend this time, so I will accompany you to the global competition. Upon hearing Wang Jitong mention that he would lead him to the competition, Han Fei felt indifferent. After all, it was merely a contest, and he was prepared to follow the arrangements. He promptly replied with respect, "I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Wang." After parting ways, Han Fei returned to his divine domain and immediately began his pre-battle preparations. His primary task was to awaken the dormant Zerg units that had been inactive for too long, allowing them to feast and stretch, thereby regaining their optimal physical condition. 2 days swiftly passed amidst Han Fei's diligent efforts. When Wang Jitong's demigod form reappeared outside Han Fei's divine domain, Han Fei, no longer engrossed in endless tasks, noticed his arrival at once. He quickly emerged from the protective barrier of his divine domain to stand before Wang Jitong. Without further ado, Wang Jitong presented Han Fei with 2 high-level teleportation cards, saying with a smile, "Take these, they cover our travel expenses. The coordinates for this competition site are quite distant, so we shall teleport directly." He then proceeded to relay the coordinates to Han Fei. Seeing Han Fei accept the high-level teleportation cards and confirm that he had memorized the competition site coordinates, Wang Jitong declared, "Let us set off." Once both returned to their respective divine domains, they activated the teleportation cards simultaneously, causing their domains to vanish from their original locations. Upon re-emerging from the teleportation channel, Han Fei found himself in an unfamiliar area. Having grown accustomed to such transitions, Han Fei immediately exited the protective barrier of his divine domain to survey his surroundings. In the void surrounding him, Apart from Wang Jitong's immense divine domain, numerous other divine domains lingered, primarily in pairs. Each larger domain spanned over 10 million square kilometers, while the smaller ones generally remained within 1 million square kilometers, likely representing other competing students. Further afield, a cluster of about a dozen domains, each slightly exceeding 100 million square kilometers, appeared to be representatives from various universities. At the very center, 3 divine domains, each approximately 500 million square kilometers, accompanied by one domain of 100 million square kilometers, floated silently in the void. The sheer size of these domains left Han Fei wide-eyed in astonishment. The vastness of the 3 colossal domains was akin to that of Earth's surface, surpassing even Wang Jitong's domain by a factor of 2. It was the largest demigod domain he had ever encountered, a true behemoth. How magnificent! Han Fei exclaimed involuntarily. Wang Jitong's demigod form then appeared in the void beside him. And upon hearing Han Fei's exclamation, he casually explained, "The smaller one is the competition arena, while those 3 enormous domains belong to the judges of this event. They have likely all reached the pinnacle of demigod status and are in the process of accumulating divinity to ignite their divine flames." Han Fei turned to Wang Jitong and remarked, "Uncle Wang, with their domains spanning only 500 million square kilometers, can they truly gather enough divinity to ignite their divine flames, which requires 1 million units of divinity?" Upon hearing Wang Jitong's mention, the 3 judges had already begun to accumulate the divinity necessary to ignite the divine flame. Han Fei immediately sensed the incongruity and voiced his doubts. Wang Jitong, upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, was not taken aback. Instead, he responded with a warm demeanor, "There is no issue. With an area of 500 million square kilometers for the divine realm, if properly planned, it is ample enough to nurture billions of followers. With diligent management, it is entirely feasible to give rise to a Holy Spirit, thus gathering the necessary divinity to ignite the divine flame. Such demigods, capable of serving within the confines of a civilized safe zone, should already possess Holy Spirit-level vassals." Chapter 102. The significance of the Holy Spirit at this juncture. Wang Jitong noticed Han Fei gazing at him with an insatiable thirst for knowledge. With a hearty laugh, he continued his explanation. "You have yet to attain the level of a Holy Spirit believer, hence you remain unaware of the Holy Spirit's significance. Knowledge in this realm is typically acquired upon entering university, but since you express a desire to learn, I shall enlighten you ahead of time. In the hierarchy of believers, apart from the Holy Spirit, all others, whether they are general believers or fanatics, are simply referred to as believers. The term believer is absent when it comes to the Holy Spirit. Do you know why?" Upon hearing such an assertion for the first time, Han Fei searched his memory but found no relevant explanations, ultimately shaking his head at Wang Jitong in a gesture of confusion. Observing Han Fei's bewilderment, Wang Jitong decided to elaborate without holding back. The Holy Spirit holds a uniquely significant position for those of us aspiring to ascend to divinity. The most notable distinction lies in the fact that the Holy Spirit possesses the capacity to directly generate divinity. A single Holy Spirit can yield over 300 points of divinity each year. Therefore, possessing one Holy Spirit alone, without considering other believers, can amass the requisite 1 million points of divinity needed to ignite divine fire within approximately 30 years in the real world. Otherwise, relying solely on the faith generated by believers to achieve such a feat is exceedingly arduous. Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, an expression of longing evident on his face as he eagerly inquired, "Uncle Wang, how can I cultivate a Holy Spirit-level believer?" Truth be told, there are no specific methods for cultivation. The ascent to the level of Holy Spirit typically occurs through the sheer probability once a believer has reached a sufficient base. At this point, Wang Jitong seemed to recall something, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It all hinges on luck. There is no established cultivation process. Otherwise, I would not still be without a single Holy Spirit believer to this day." Upon hearing Wang Jitong's words, Han Fei's face reflected a puzzled expression, prompting him to ask further, "Uncle Wang, has no one managed to investigate the origins of the Holy Spirit until now?" Wang Jitong waved his hand dismissively in response, "Not quite. The principles behind the emergence of the Holy Spirit are, in fact, rather simple. A believer who possesses their own thoughts and ideals, whose will is sufficiently radiant and has never been distorted by faith, stands a chance of giving rise to a Holy Spirit if their thoughts and ideals align closely with those of their deity. The Holy Spirit, as a believer's companion to the divine, is more akin to a fellow traveler alongside the deity. Thus, understanding the principle is of little use. The factors involved in birthing a Holy Spirit are manifold. Merely finding a companion with their own thoughts and ideals, whose will shines brightly, is akin to seeking a needle in a haystack. Moreover, for such a companion to become a believer is fraught with difficulties, let alone the challenge of ensuring their thoughts remain untainted by faith after becoming a believer. They must also align their thoughts and ideals closely with those of the deity. Many who embark on the path to divinity may not even grasp what it is they truly desire. The birth of the Holy Spirit, it seems, is a phenomenon that emerges only after a substantial accumulation of devoted followers, occurring by sheer chance. Upon hearing Wang Jitong's explanation, Han Fei's earlier expression of longing had vanished entirely, replaced instead by a roll of his eyes and a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a load of nonsense. Ideals, concepts, willpower, what a farce. Clearly, the Holy Spirit and I are not meant to be. As Wang Jitong elaborated, Han Fei conducted a thorough comparison between his own circumstances and those of his subordinates. He soon discovered that aside from the requisite vast number of believers, he fell short on every other count. The notion of brilliant ideals and fervent will was laughable. Among his swarm, only the queen ant possessed any intelligence, while the rest were woefully dim-witted. They could aptly be described as biological weapons devoid of independent thought. As for the sole intelligent entity, the queen ant, she was merely at the nascent stages of mental maturity. What thoughts or ideals could she possibly possess? And how could they align with Han Fei's own? What was he to do? Mold her into a miniature tycoon, a relentless workaholic, a master of competition? After a deep introspection, Han Fei found himself at a loss, uncertain of what he truly desired. Feeling as though the Holy Spirit was an unattainable dream, he nonetheless pressed Wang Jitong, Uncle Wang. Is there truly no shortcut or technique that could enhance the likelihood of cultivating a Holy Spirit? Seeing Han Fei's unwavering determination, Wang Jitong was reminded of his own reaction upon first hearing this news. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he replied, "The most effective method currently known to increase the probability of your subordinates ascending to become Holy Spirits is to ignite the divine fire first. Subsequently, you must establish the divine imprint of absolute loyalty, which can only be used on your core subordinates. Then, by selecting some of your core followers and expending vast amounts of divine power, you can plant the seeds of your thoughts in them from the embryonic stage, thereby enhancing the chances of the Holy Spirit's birth. However, the prerequisite for this method is that the divine fire has already been ignited. Thus, even if I tell you this now, it is of no use." After listening to Wang Jitong's explanation, Han Fei felt utterly despondent. Fine, if the Holy Spirit is unattainable, so be it. As long as the swarm is sufficiently large, I will eventually gather enough divinity to ignite the divine fire. With this bittersweet consolation in mind, Han Fei resolutely abandoned his fixation on the matter. He then turned his attention to observing the divine realms of the other competitors around him. With only about 600 participants, he quickly gauged the combat intensity of the competition based on the size of their divine realms. The results were largely consistent with his previous estimates, as most of the participants had divine realms measuring less than 1 million square kilometers. Only a few reached the million square kilometer mark, yet he was taken aback to discover that one of the contestants had a divine realm that matched his own, boasting an impressive area of 15 million square kilometers. The demigod stood outside the divine barrier, arms crossed, surveying the other competitors. This young man bore a haughty expression, his gaze radiating disdain toward the divine realms of those around him. Suddenly, as if sensing the scrutiny of another, he turned to find Han Fei, the demigod who was observing him. In that moment, he also beheld Han Fei's divine realm, a magnificent expanse of 15 million square kilometers, quietly suspended in the void. Chapter 103. Caution. The disdainful expression in the youth's eyes gradually receded, replaced by a hint of a wild grin, as if he had just discovered his prey. He scrutinized Han Fei from head to toe. Simultaneously, a thought swiftly traversed the space between them. Your domain is quite expansive. It appears that only you qualify as my opponent in this competition. I eagerly anticipate your performance." Upon hearing such a naive proclamation brimming with bravado, Han Fei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, struggling to suppress the urge to scoff. Judging by the youth's words, Han Fei was 80% certain he was dealing with another overly confident, sheltered young man who had yet to experience the harsh lessons of reality. Curiosity piqued within him. How could such a person still exist at this stage, approaching the midpoint of their senior year? One would expect that those who had long dwelt in a well of resources would have learned to exercise caution. Yet here stood someone so unabashedly arrogant. Even before entering the arena, this young man had already exhibited hostility, seemingly brimming with confidence in his abilities, albeit lacking in wisdom, suppressing his desire to voice a retort. Han Fei donned a smile and waved at his opponent, sending back a thought of his own. "Your domain is quite impressive. You appear to possess significant strength. The rules of this match favor chaos. Would you be interested in collaborating to eliminate the others first and then contend for the championship?" Lingji, receiving Han Fei's thought, remained unmoved, instead responding with a cold smirk. "Heh, it seems you are weaker than I had anticipated. Only the feeble seek to collaborate." At Lingji's retort, Han Fei's smile vanished, and he averted his gaze, choosing to disregard this foolish individual. After their brief exchange, he no longer wished to engage with someone whose inflated self-importance clouded his judgment. Wang Jitong, who had been listening intently to their conversation from the sidelines, observed Han Fei's decision to ignore Lingji and remarked, "Xiao Fei, you should be wary of that guy. He likely hails from a well-connected family, relying on resources to bolster his strength. Such individuals typically possess formidable abilities and will be formidable opponents in this competition." "I understand," Han Fei replied, raising an eyebrow thoughtfully in response to Wang Jitong's warning. "So, he is a second-generation godling. It explains why his domain has expanded to 15 million square kilometers, yet he remains so naive." Lingji exuded none of the cautious demeanor that one might expect from someone who had long navigated the resource wells. It seemed he had merely accompanied his teacher for a superficial experience, perhaps only wandering around the periphery, bullying novices with domains merely a few thousand square kilometers in size. After all, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, there was no need to brave the risks of venturing deeper into the resource wells. At that moment, a divine thought resonated from the location of the judges, echoing far and wide. "I am the chief judge appointed by the Qing High Star Education Department for this competition. All participants, please gather." Upon receiving this message, Han Fei wasted no time and exchanged a brief farewell with Wang Jitong. He immediately exerted control over his divine realm, moving toward the central position. The other competitors also began to stir, converging toward the core area. Once all participants had gathered, Han Fei surveyed the surroundings. The over 600 semi-divine realms in this competition were not dissimilar to those he had previously observed. Most were within 1,000,000 square kilometers, with only a few exceeding this limit, which was of little consequence. Only he and Li Yingji possessed divine realms of 15 million square kilometers, standing out distinctly in this expanse. Seeing that all the contestants had arrived, the chief judge, accompanied by 2 assistant judges and the venue manager, manifested his semi-divine form in the void. The chief judge, a middle-aged man with an impassive expression, took 2 steps forward, surveying the gathered students. With a gentle raise of his hands, he began to applaud, the sound resonating outward and drawing everyone's attention to him. After capturing their focus, the expressionless chief judge spoke. "This competition will adopt a free-for-all mode, where all participants will simultaneously connect with the venue manager's divine realm and dispatch their vassals into the arena. Should any vassal perish within the venue manager's divine realm, or if participants are unable to dispatch further vassals, they will be deemed eliminated. Invasion of other competitors' divine realms through the arena is strictly prohibited. Violators will face disqualification. Once the competition commences, participants in their semi-divine forms are forbidden from leaving their divine realms or appearing in the void to observe the situation within the arena. Violators will also be eliminated." At this juncture, the chief judge raised his hand, and over 600 cards dispersed in the void, each soaring accurately toward a contestant. These were mental shielding cards, designed to establish a connection with the venue manager's divine realm and to be activated upon using their own realm's barrier. They would temporarily obscure participants' perceptions of anything beyond their divine realm's barrier. Should any semi-divine form cross this barrier, the shielding would dissipate, resulting in a voluntary forfeiture of the competition. During the course of the contest, once eliminated, participants are prohibited from interfering in any manner with the ongoing situation in the arena. The duration of the competition is set to a maximum of 1 month. Upon expiration, the contest will automatically conclude. Among those who remain uneliminated, the individual who eliminates the most vassals will be crowned champion. If there are any uncertainties, please feel free to inquire now. After delivering this decree, the chief judge stood in the void for 10 seconds, awaiting questions. Noticing the silence, he nodded to the venue manager behind him. Upon receiving the chief's signal, the venue swiftly maneuvered its vast divine realm of 100 million square kilometers closer to where the contestants were situated. Concurrently, over 600 luminous rings appeared around the divine realm, evenly distributed at equal distances. The chief judge's mental voice continued to resonate. Move your divine realms to the locations of the rings. Once the command to commence the competition is issued, you may establish your invasion pathways. Proceed. After absorbing the rules laid down by the chief judge, Han Fei glanced at the mental shielding card in his hand. There was little left to wait for. He deftly maneuvered his divine realm, drawing closer to the competition's venue. Accompanying him was Liangji, a second-generation deity, and together they commanded realms exceeding 15 million square kilometers. Thus, they emerged distinctly from the cluster of competitors, creating a slight distance from the others who deliberately slowed their pace. Han Fei cast a glance at Li Yingji's divine realm, which was still accelerating not far from him, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. How naive, he thought. Was he truly attempting to steal the spotlight? Chapter 104, The Entrance. Upon this realization, Han Fei swiftly reduced the mobility of his divine realm, urging Li Ying to remember that his domain would lead the charge. Arriving first at the competition venue to seize a luminous circle, once his position was established, it concurrently confirmed the area that would soon connect with the arena's managing divine realm. Han Fei then altered the trajectory of his divine realm, slightly deviating from his original path to circumvent Li Ying's location. He anchored his divine realm at the farthest luminous circle from Li Ying, establishing a diagonal alignment between them. As a demigod who had thrived through the plunder of others' domains after several ventures into barren resource wells, Han Fei, despite the uncertainty surrounding his opponent's true strength, had received an early warning from Wang Jito. Thus, he resolved to position the entrance to his invasion channel in a zone distant from his adversary. This strategy was primarily to maintain a sufficient distance from Li Ying in the early stages, allowing him to avoid direct confrontation that could deplete his swarm. Furthermore, it enabled him to dispatch reconnaissance units to observe the opponent's subordinates and devise countermeasures in advance, even with unwavering confidence in his command of the swarm during battle. Maintaining a necessary caution to avert unnecessary losses had long been Han Fei's ingrained habit. Moreover, given that the rules of this competition entailed a free-for-all, there was no need to engage the seemingly strongest opponent right from the outset. Prioritizing the elimination of weaker contenders emerged as the more prudent strategy. He was reluctant to engage in a brutal skirmish only to have an opportunistic player swoop in and seize his advantage. Especially when the situation remained unclear, prudent caution was indeed warranted. After Han Fei selected the luminous circle for his divine realm, other participating students gradually began to occupy their preferred positions. The fastest among the competitors primarily opted for luminous circles situated far from both Han Fei and Li Ying. Given the average distribution of the circles, positioning a divine realm adjacent to theirs would result in an invasion channel connection not exceeding 100 kilometers, likely making them the first to clash with either Han Fei or Li Ying. No one desired to encounter the strongest contenders upon entering the arena. Consequently, the pace at which the remaining participants chose their circles accelerated dramatically. Before long, all the luminous circles surrounding the managing divine realm were filled, leaving the slowest competitors with no choice but to reluctantly dock their divine realms in the closest proximity to either Han Fei or Li Ying. Let me emphasize once more, all competitors must immediately employ their mental shielding cards after establishing their invasion channels. They should refrain from using them beforehand. Otherwise, The disturbances caused during connection could easily render the shields ineffective, resulting in disqualification. After delivering this final reminder, the chief judge paused, surveying the assembled competitors. Without further ado, he transmitted a succinct message that echoed throughout the venue. The competition begins. Surrounding the competition's divine domain were over 600 participating students. Upon hearing the chief judge's announcement, the stationary divine domain simultaneously raised numerous transparent invasion channels, extending towards the central arena and swiftly establishing connections. The instant the connection was completed, Han Fei immediately activated the mind shielding card, which cast a faint grayish glow over his divine domain barrier. With this layer of luminescence obstructing his view, Han Fei realized he could no longer observe the external circumstances from within the divine domain. Confirming the effectiveness of the mind shielding card, he promptly summoned the threads of faith. The billions of swarming insects, already assembled at the edge of the divine domain, surged rapidly into the invasion channels. Since all participants entered simultaneously, there was no concern about ambushes at the entrance. Consequently, Han Fei's choice of units for the initial assault into the arena diverged from the usual exploratory tactics employed during invasions. This time, the foremost units comprising the swarm included the highly efficient and well-positioned poison stingers, which had never been eliminated, alongside over 1 million extraordinary flying jump insects and 1,000 thunder dragons, all prioritized for entry. Their mission was not combat. Rather, upon entering, they would swiftly disperse for reconnaissance while providing Han Fei with coordinates for attachment and gathering intelligence. A multitude of poison stingers, upon crossing into this unfamiliar divine domain, immediately spread outward in a low-altitude reconnaissance pattern resembling swarming mosquitoes. Meanwhile, the faster extraordinary flying jump insects ascended after entering the arena, climbing to nearly 1 kilometer in altitude before scattering at a speed exceeding 350 kilometers per hour. Next were the thunder dragons, the swiftest units within the current swarm. After entering, the 1,000 of them soared to an altitude of 8,000 meters, fanning out into the distance at high speeds. Their reconnaissance mission, distinguished by their remarkable velocity, allowed for a standard cruising speed of 600 kilometers per hour. If necessary, they could execute a thunder assault for a short burst, breaking the sound barrier and exceeding speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. The Thunder Dragon's objective was to scout the area at the opposite end of the arena, connected to the invasion channel noted by Li Ying. With their remarkable speed, Han Fei could gather crucial intelligence from the farthest reaches within just a few hours. With a comprehensive high, medium, and low-altitude reconnaissance system in place, Han Fei's current task was to patiently await the collection of information and the arrival of his vast combat units. As the reconnaissance units rapidly dispersed, the terrain of this divine domain gradually came under Han Fei's control. The location of the invasion channel lay in the outermost circle of barren mountains, revealing a desolate landscape. The further one ventured into the divine domain, the more the terrain leveled out, leading to an expansive plain interspersed with rivers and sporadic large lakes, stretching endlessly. Based on the topographical features he had already surveyed, Han Fei surmised that the geographical conditions of this divine domain were meticulously prepared for large-scale military operations. The outer realm of the divine domain is characterized by a ring of mountainous hills, gradually giving way to a more level expanse towards the center, resembling a vast basin with minimal obstructions to visibility. This sufficiently spacious terrain allows a multitude of followers to array themselves across the broad plain, preparing for a grand confrontation. With a burgeoning understanding of the surrounding topography, Han Fei silently mused, "A vast plain, is this an invitation for a direct and formidable battle? It appears we must ultimately rely on sheer strength." With this thought, Han Fei, suspended in the air, cast a glance downward at the incessantly surging swarm entering the teleportation portal. Chapter 105. Dissemination Reconnaissance. The invasion channel is now operating at full capacity. Han Fei estimates that it will take over half an hour for all of his participating swarm units to fully arrive. With no imminent threats in sight, there is no need for Han Fei to expend excessive divine energy to enhance the efficiency of the invasion channel. Time swiftly passes as Han Fei awaits the arrival of the swarm. After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, The reconnaissance range of the flying jump insects has expanded to encompass the positions of the two nearest competitors connected to the invasion channel. Han Fei immediately shifts his focus to the flying jump insect that made the discovery, gaining a vantage point from a kilometer above ground. Among the competitors, one belongs to a green-skinned orc lineage, akin to those he had previously dispatched in a spectacular debut during the Citywide competition. The number of entrants has surged to over 5 million, with fewer than 15% being extraordinary-level beings, totaling just over 700,000 extraordinary orcs. Additionally, a handful of elite orc priests are scattered throughout the vast army. Han Fei estimates that their numbers do not exceed 3,000. The overall equipment of this cohort pales in comparison to that encountered during the Citywide tournament, representing mere participants here to make an appearance at the global competition. After observing the scene from above and ensuring no critical information was overlooked, Han Fei quickly lost interest. A military force of such caliber would likely falter against even a tentative assault from him, as he watches the troops advancing towards the plains. Their route clearly indicates a desire to distance themselves from the location of his invasion channel, aiming to avoid an immediate confrontation with Han Fei upon entering the arena. Unfortunately for them, such intentions are destined to fail. Now that Han Fei has identified this group of orcs, there is no possibility of letting them escape unscathed. Given the current scale of the arena, this contest will not conclude in just a day or two. Most of the recently awakened swarm units have undergone a resupply, restoring their combat capabilities to normal levels. However, allowing them to feast freely within Han Fei's divine domain is out of the question. With the adrenal glands at play, there is little difference in combat effectiveness between being moderately fed and fully sated, aside from variations in sustained high-intensity combat duration. Thus, the majority of the swarm remains in a state of hunger, and the readily available green-skinned orcs are a tempting target not to be overlooked. Ignoring the continuous emergence of swarm units from the still-operating invasion channel, Han Fei lightly tugged on the thread of faith, awakening the dormant swarm within his divine realm. Instantly, chaos erupted, piercing shrieks reverberating throughout the swarm. A massive division of 100 million flying jump insects, 100 million mutated jump insects, 100 million spiked serpents, along with 5 million self-destructing jump insects was swiftly mobilized. A staggering total of over 300 million Zerg units surged towards the direction of the orc army, forming an overwhelming swarm. Their mission, beyond the imperative of annihilating the 5 million orc soldiers, was to push relentlessly along the periphery of the divine realm. Under the guidance of reconnaissance units, they were to eradicate all other contenders encountered along the way. Having arranged these strategies, Han Fei's vision shifted once more, as he possessed the body of a reconnaissance jump insect that had spotted another contender. From a high vantage point, he gazed down upon this particular contender's minions, and his interest was piqued. These were evidently humanoid minions, each standing over 8 meters tall, muscular, with bronze skin, and revealing a set of gleaming white fangs when they spoke. The total number of troops entering the battlefield exceeded 7 million, with 5 million mounted on tall steeds, clad in heavy armor, wielding single-handed long swords, and brandishing lances. They marched in formation akin to medieval knights, their equipment shimmering with a subtle glow. With Han Fei's meticulous scrutiny, he quickly discerned that this army was uniformly outfitted with standard enchanted gear. The remaining 500,000 extraordinary minions donned black cloaks adorned with white lines, wielding wooden wands nearly half their height, arranged into 50 formations of 10,000, all safeguarded within the core of the army. Lastly, fewer than 3,000 elite minions were dispersed throughout the ranks, serving as high-ranking commanders. The elite minions were most conspicuous, wielding wooden wands embedded with gemstones, draped in white cloaks patterned with golden lines, exuding an aura of magical energy. This army was also equipped with numerous low-altitude airships laden with supplies, moving in tandem with the troops, stirring Han Fei's excitement. This was an ascendant demigod leaning towards traditional magical practices and a player of considerable wealth who had generously outfitted every soldier with enchanted equipment. Just as Han Fei contemplated descending to examine the cargo of these low-altitude airships more closely, a blade of energy, shimmering with a cerulean light, shot forth from the ranks below. It traced a blue trajectory through the air, swiftly approaching the head of the flying jump insect that Han Fei inhabited. The jump insect, soaring smoothly through the sky, sensed the impending attack at the very moment it was unleashed. The originally lustrous purple scales on its surface instantly adopted a rough texture as gusts of wind element enveloped its entire form. In a split second, the insect executed an extreme roll in midair, narrowly evading the strike, which left merely a faint white mark upon the grazed scales. Regaining stability, the flying jump insect promptly unfurled its membranous wings and began to ascend. Suddenly, a colossal demigod apparition emerged from the ranks below, gazing upward at Han Fei's possessed flying jump insect. Witnessing the manifestation of their revered deity in the sky, the advancing army of minions came to a halt. Before her stood a female demigod, adorned with cascading violet hair that flowed down to her waist. Her skin was as white as snow, and her bright eyes gleamed with an ethereal light, yet her expression bore an icy indifference, framed by two elegantly arched brows. She exuded an air of striking confidence and an extraordinary haughtiness. Her projection was clad in a voluminous white silk gown, cinched at the waist, which exquisitely accentuated her graceful figure. In her hand, she held a golden scepter, towering above her projection. Upon witnessing the appearance of this demigod's projection, Han Fei felt a lump rise in his throat, a potent urge to voice his thoughts. This was nothing short of a cosplay of Athena. Which comic convention was she preparing for? Could one take photographs? Could one collect memorabilia? The authenticity of the portrayal left much to be desired. Chapter 106, Shall We Forge an Alliance? At that moment, a thought emanated from the imposing projection of a demigod, abruptly interrupting Han Fei's fervent musings. My fellow student, it hasn't been long, yet you have already managed to probe into my domain. You must be the demigod from the 15 million square kilometers of divine territory. The competition has only just commenced. Let us converse. Upon hearing these words, Han Fei contemplated briefly and discerned the nature of the impending dialogue. A subtle smile graced his lips as he deftly activated the thread of faith. The vast multitude of insectoid units congregated at the entrance of the invasion channel immediately dispatched a legion of 300 million, hastening toward his location. This assembly mirrored the previous wave: 100 million flying jumpers, 100 million aberrant jumpers, 100 million stingers, and 5 million self-detonating jumpers, forming a mixed battalion. Once the swarm was mobilized, Han Fei expended divine energy to manifest his demigod projection before the opposing figure. In stark contrast to the extravagant appearance of his counterpart, Han Fei's projection appeared rather humble. Clad in a white t-shirt, black shorts, and black and white flip-flops, his shirt bore the flamboyant inscription of exhausted in cursive Chinese characters, shattering the dignity typically associated with a demigod. What do you wish to discuss? Speak freely. With his demigod projection now visible, Han Fei cut straight to the chase. Upon observing Han Fei's unpretentious demeanor, Guoming furrowed her brow. While it was customary for deities to converse through projections as a sign of respect, Han Fei's appearance undeniably diminished the gravitas of the divine image. However, acknowledging Han Fei's formidable strength, she quickly regained her haughty composure and spoke. This competition operates under a chaotic battle system, yet the rules do not preclude alliances. With 100 million square kilometers of divine territory, the expulsion of all other contenders to secure victory is nearly unfeasible. Thus, in this contest, seeking allies in the early stages to collaborate and minimize losses while eliminating opponents to preserve strength is the most prudent strategy. In the later stages, relying on collective power to survive until the end and compete for kill counts is the optimal approach. Though you are indeed powerful, acting alone in this competition is decidedly unwise. You have witnessed the prowess of my army. Therefore, shall we form an alliance? As she uttered this, Guoming's tone brimmed with pride, clearly confident in her own capabilities. Yet, upon absorbing her analysis, Han Fei sighed inwardly. He was fully aware that solitary action was not the best choice in this competitive structure. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that such unrestrained alliances necessitated a balance of power. Without it, the stability of the alliance would falter. This was precisely why he had sought to collaborate with Li Ying prior to the competition's commencement. Given Han Fei's own capabilities, even if he genuinely allied with this demigod, the outcome would inevitably unfold in one of three directions. The first potential outcome, Upon witnessing Han Fei's true strength, Guoming would extinguish her aspirations for victory, resigning herself to become his subordinate or a pawn. The second direction of development. Upon witnessing Han Fei's true prowess, he still harbors ambitions for the championship, feigning an alliance while seeking an opportunity to slip away and subsequently search for new chances. The third direction of development. After forming an alliance with no opportunities at hand, he continues to linger with him until the conclusion of the competition, seizing any chance to strike him from behind. Hence, the benefits of the alliance for Han Fei are indeed quite limited. He must expend additional effort to monitor the other party's circumstances and intentions, rendering it a futile endeavor. Let us forego the alliance. I have another proposal for you, which I suggest you consider. As soon as the words left his mouth, Han Fei noted that Guoming's originally cold and indifferent gaze transformed into something sharp. Yet, she merely fixed her eyes on Han Fei, awaiting his proposal without taking further action. With a subtle smile gracing his lips, Han Fei appeared poised to present a constructive suggestion. However, the proposal he uttered bore no semblance of amicability. You have invested considerable energy in cultivating this group of dependents, have you not? Leave behind all your low-altitude floating vessels and grant me 100,000 points of divine power, and I shall allow you to return with your dependents, departing this competition unscathed. Otherwise, your painstakingly assembled army will face total annihilation here. Additionally, I will also seal your connection passage, resulting in your immediate elimination. What do you think of this proposal? Upon hearing Han Fei's suggestion, a blaze of fury ignited within Guoming's eyes. You insolent and arrogant insect, I shall ensure you pay dearly for your hubris. This declaration was not conveyed through thought but rather through divine resonance, as the resounding voice echoed outward. Guoming's dependents raised their weapons, directing them at Han Fei's demigod projection, letting out a thunderous roar. Amidst the fervent shouts of her dependents, she gradually withdrew her demigod projection, clearly incensed by Han Fei's proposition. Observing the situation, Han Fei merely offered an awkward smile, retracting his own demigod projection while internally criticizing the absurdity of the situation. Why is there such a verbal tirade? Though I understand this is an attempt to bolster the morale of the dependents, it is undeniably cringe-worthy to listen to. Amidst his musings, Han Fei did not forget to instruct the flying jump insect to ascend further, continuing its surveillance of this army. With sufficient altitude, the insect, equipped with an exceptional dynamic visual capture system and wind protection, effortlessly evaded over a dozen strikes from the Azure energy blades. Eventually, the opponent ceased their attacks on the flying jump insect, allowing it to monitor the army from the skies. Next, Han Fei observed the magical army below begin to shift formations. The heavily armored knight dependents started moving towards the direction of Han Fei's invasion passage, protecting the 500,000 magicians behind their ranks. Numerous low-altitude floating vessels landed beside each battalion of mages, as crates emanating a yellowish light, filled with magical energy crystals, were swiftly transported from the floating vessels and distributed among the magicians. These mana crystals, resembling the size of a football, have undergone special treatment, with numerous runes flickering within, their light fluctuating unpredictably, according to the orders of their commander. The wizards assigned to the mana crystals began to unleash their spells. Towering at 3 meters high, the earth elemental puppets arose, with the mana crystals serving as their course. These puppets were evidently crafted with unique designs, markedly distinct from typical earth elemental beings. They did not exude a sense of heaviness or solidity. Instead, they took on a humanoid form, characterized by slender waists and elongated legs, with robust arms, constructed from locally sourced soil and rock. Clearly, these were specialized puppets, optimized for agility and speed. In contrast to the commonly defensive nature of ordinary earth elemental puppets, these were evidently more adept at offensive maneuvers. Chapter 107. The Crystal Warriors. Upon their creation, these puppets promptly advanced toward the forefront of the Night Legion, gradually forming a defensive line composed entirely of automatons. Under Han Fei's watchful gaze, a staggering 500,000 mage subordinates labored for over half an hour, meticulously crafting an army of over 5 million earth element puppets. On average, each mage conjured 10 combat units. In that moment, Han Fei stood in awe, his jaw agape, as he marveled. No wonder this female classmate exudes such confidence. She possesses such a formidable trump card. These are indeed true crystal warriors. Having expressed his astonishment, Han Fei turned his gaze toward the horizon, where a tumultuous wave of purple began to materialize, gradually enlarging as it approached. Has it finally arrived? He pondered. As the battlefield expanded, the swarm's mobility must surely increase. He silently noted this newfound observation in his mind, intending to record it in his notebook later to avoid forgetfulness. The reason this colossal swarm of over 300 million insects advanced so slowly was entirely due to the mobility limitations of the spiked serpents, which significantly hampered the entire legion's progress. Otherwise, given the jumping worm's swiftness, they would have reached their destination long ago. Shaking his head, Han Fei refrained from conducting re-time commands for the insect legion. Instead, he chose to merge with the flying jumping worm, awaiting the onset of battle. This marked the first large-scale engagement of a mixed legion since the swarm had transcended to a higher plane. Han Fei had previously devised a set of offensive tactics for this amalgamation of jumping worms and spiked serpents. Thus, his decision to abstain from directing operations was to evaluate the practical effectiveness of these strategies. As the insect tide drew nearer, the first sight to greet the magical army was the darkened sky filled with flying jumping worms. They swarmed in the heavens, forming a dense cloud that pressed down from the distant sky. The buzzing of their wings stirred the air, creating a tremor that seemed to shake the very fabric of the earth. Then, on the horizon, the undulating expanse of jumping worms and spiked serpents appeared before the magical legion. Like a rolling wave of purplish red, they engulfed the ochre earth in their wake, surging forth. With the rapid approach of the swarm, the now 13 million-strong magical army appeared diminutive in comparison. The overwhelming terror wrought by sheer numbers inflicted a relentless psychological torment upon the soldiers. Aside from the emotionless earth element puppets at the front lines, the mages and knights positioned behind were already drenched in cold sweat. Their previously composed expressions had been replaced by sheer terror. As an atmosphere of despair gradually permeated the entire legion, as the tide intensified, the sight of that staggering multitude, enough to instill dread in those with a fear of crowds, was too much for a young knight stationed at the rear of the formation to bear. As if on the brink of collapse, tears streamed down his face as he cried out in despair, "This is utterly unwinnable. Let us flee. I have just become a knight, and I do not wish to die." With that, he cast aside his lance and turned his steed towards the narrow passage left between the ranks of mages, galloping away in a frenzy. This act was akin to lighting a fuse, igniting considerable commotion within the knightly formations. Some, sharing his sentiments, began to flee alongside him, disregarding the protests of their comrades. They too discarded their lances and turned to escape. Alas, just as they broke free from the ranks, dozens of pale blue energy blades, akin to nimble fish, sliced through the space between the mages and the knights, mercilessly dispatching the fleeing soldiers. "Those who retreat in battle shall face no mercy." The cold proclamation reverberated throughout the entire legion, amplified by the arcane magic. In the mage's stronghold, the leader of this battalion, a wizard clad in a flowing white robe and wielding an ornate staff, gently levitated off the ground, floating into the air. A powerful surge of magical energy emanated from him, and the pale blue energy blades that had slain the deserters did not dissipate. Instead, they returned to swirl gracefully by his side. To offer everything to the divine is our destiny. Those who retreat in the face of battle and betray their faith, be they family or soul, shall inevitably face punishment. Observing the battlefield from above, Han Fei felt a tightening in his chest upon the appearance of this leader. Surely not. Focusing intently, he discerned the leader's energy intensity. While it surpassed that of an ordinary elite subordinate, it still fell short of true hero-level prowess. Han Fei gradually relaxed, halting his preparations to summon 100,000 thunder dragons for reinforcement. Goodness, such a fright. What need is there for someone without hero-level strength to appear and intimidate? It was simply implausible to encounter a student with a hero-level subordinate so early in the competition. Such subordinates cannot be cultivated within a year of opening the divine domain. Calmness must prevail. With his heart still racing from the shock, Han Fei took a deep breath to steady himself. He redirected his gaze back to the front lines of the battlefield, watching the approaching tide of insects drawing near to the magical army with a sense of eager anticipation. At that moment, above the legion, Guoming's demigod projection materialized once more. She retained her goddess-like appearance, yet her expression bore none of its previous haughtiness, instead appearing strikingly pallid. "Classmate, I accept your proposal to forego this contest. Stand down," she proclaimed, her voice rapid and resonant, echoing in all directions. Upon hearing Guoming's words, Han Fei maneuvered his flying jump insect, diving to a halt before her projection. This time, he did not even manifest a semi-divine projection but directly transmitted his thoughts to the other party. "I have expended such immense effort to summon my subordinates. It is not something you can simply halt at your whim. What do you take this war for?" Han Fei's voice was as cold as ice, plunging Guoming's spirits into an abyss. To cultivate this army below, she had devoted nearly all her energy and time since the inception of the divine realm. Reaching this level of development, should everything be lost here, the impact on Guoming would be nothing short of excruciating. Decades of hard work would vanish without yielding any value. For any newly ascended demigod, this would constitute a profound blow to the psyche. Suddenly, Han Fei's thoughts echoed once more, continuing from his previous words, "Unless additional funds are provided." Chapter 108. The night as Han Fei gasped for breath. Guoming felt a flicker of hope emerge from the depths of despair. "What do you want?" she asked urgently, her earlier arrogance dissipating. At that moment, the tide of the insect swarm was rapidly approaching the defensive line formed by the earth element puppets. 1,000,000 divine power, to be paid instantly, Han Fei declared resolutely, presenting his terms without hesitation. "I do not possess such an amount at present. I only have 130,000 divine power. The remainder can be settled within 3 days after the competition," Guoming replied, revealing her predicament in the face of Han Fei's exorbitant demand. In her pursuit of a commendable performance in this contest, she had already utilized all the rewards from the City League and the resources provided by her parents to enhance her dependence and develop her divine domain, leaving her unable to produce such a sum at this moment. Upon hearing Guoming's proposal to defer payment until after the competition, Han Fei's interest in further discourse immediately waned. The flying jump insect he was mounted on flapped its wings vigorously, ascending back to its previous height. Disregarding Guoming's semi-divine projection, such verbal assurances bore no binding force, relying solely on trust. Even if Han Fei requested Guoming to sign an IOU, she could easily repudiate it post-competition. Guoming watched as the flying jump insect, after her words, took off without hesitation, returning to its lofty perch. She could no longer maintain her facade of calmness, revealing an expression of panic, just as she contemplated saying more. The surging tide of insects approached the defensive line constructed by the earth element puppets. When the swarm reached a distance of 300 meters from this magical legion, the battlefield, which had previously been filled only with the sound of wings flapping, suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. This roar served as a signal, instantly igniting the entire swarm, and a cacophony of layered howls resonated through the air. The mutated jump insects began to accelerate collectively, their resilient skin and wind protection manifesting upon their forms. Simultaneously, clusters of fireball spells ascended from within the tide of insects, tracing arcs in the air before landing squarely on the defensive line of earth element puppets. The impact points of these fireballs were spaced approximately 5 meters apart, lacking the overwhelming density of firepower encountered against seasoned semi-divines previously. However, the explosions that followed the fireball's impact would not cease from that moment forth. This bombardment, though not excessively dense, possessed considerable lethality while ensuring the sustained output of the piercing serpent's firepower. The explosions would extend backward in tandem with the advancing insect tide. Meanwhile, the jump insects maintained a steady pace within 300 meters ahead of the piercing serpent, systematically clearing the areas recently struck by the fireballs. The specialized earth element puppets, tailored for attack and mobility, found themselves helpless against such pervasive onslaughts. Devoid of ranged attack capabilities, they could only rely on their rocky forms to shrink in size, bracing themselves to endure the barrage of fireballs. Regrettably, even the earth element puppets, inherently fortified in defense, could not emerge unscathed from the deluge of fireball explosions. As the explosion continued to extend backward, the surviving earth element puppets, which had just endured the fiery onslaught, had not yet risen from the shockwaves of the blast. They were soon met with a multitude of extraordinary mutated jumping insects, wielding their sickles adorned with azure wind blades. The relentless onslaught followed swiftly, and these puppets were almost instantaneously reduced to fragments. This was the tactical design by Han Fei for the Mixed Legion, a strategy of coordinated advancement between infantry and artillery. Due to the limitation of the fireball attack range of the spiked serpent, which extended just over 500 meters, Han Fei had to modify the infantry-artillery coordination tactics from his previous life and put them to the test in actual combat. As for the flying jumping insects in the sky, they would only swoop down when the tide of insects faced obstacles or when they sought to scatter the enemy for a harvest. After all, the flying jumping insects were intended to serve as support units within the overall swarm. While possessing unparalleled mobility, they sacrificed a portion of their defense, resulting in significantly higher casualties during close combat compared to the ground-based main battle units, the mutated jumping insects. Previously, Han Fei had employed them to disrupt the enemy formations, and although the results were remarkable, it had consistently led to high casualty rates. Now that he had a new tactical option, he was eager to observe its effectiveness. In this brief span, the swarm had already overwhelmed the defense line composed of 5 million Earth element puppets. The explosions resulting from the fireballs began to encroach upon the second line of defense formed by the knights, even among Guoming's fanatics within the knightly ranks. As they beheld the advancing explosions, resolute expressions turned into an inescapable sorrow. It was time for these knights to offer everything in devotion to their deity. The commander of this knightly legion bellowed, his voice resonating in the ears of all knights. As an elite-level fanatic, he raised his lance and charged forth to the front of the formation. Confronted by the encroaching explosions, he struggled to utter his final 4 words: "Charge, all units." From this succinct command, everyone could perceive his helplessness and despair. Upon finishing, he tugged the reins, guiding his steed into a charge towards the approaching inferno. Following his lead, several knights whose faith had reached the fanatic level spurred their horses forward, closely trailing behind him. Witnessing their figures charging toward death was almost enchanting. Among the ranks, the knights, previously overwhelmed by the terrifying numbers of the insect tide, found themselves reinvigorated. In that moment, whether realizing that retreat also meant death, acting on long-trained instincts, rekindling extinguished courage, or reclaiming lost glory, an increasing number of heavily armored knights urged their steeds to pursue their commander, charging toward the densely approaching fireballs. The thunderous sound of 5 million heavy cavalry thundering forward resonated, subtly rivaling the roars of the swarm. Han Fei observed this scene from high above, uncertain of what expression to wear. The disparity among intelligent life forms is profoundly immense. The majority of beings, when confronted by swarms, swiftly lose the courage to resist, rendering themselves as mere lambs to the slaughter. Yet, there are exceptions. These rare entities can ignite a brilliant resolve even in the face of despair, one that compels even Han Fei to take notice. At that moment, a mutation occurs, and vast currents of wind elements begin to coalesce upon the battlefield. Towering, azure tornadoes, connecting heaven and earth, slowly take shape above the advancing tide of insects. The disturbed air flows, as the tornadoes form, gradually become tumultuous and razor-sharp. Chapter 109. Extinguishment. The swarms of insects enveloped by the magic were instantly yanked into the air by a tremendous force, torn to shreds under the relentless slicing of countless wind blades. Simultaneously, a multitude of wind blades radiated outward from the center of a cerulean tornado, creating expansive areas of destructive impact. Amidst this tumult, a spiked serpent, advancing forward, found itself at the periphery of the colossal whirlwind. Just as it prepared to veer away from the terrifying magic obstructing its path, a solitary wind blade from the swirling tempest swept forth, slicing effortlessly through its body. The spiked serpent was severed in twain, as if it were mere tofu. The fiery bombardment that had blanketed the path of the knightly legion abruptly thinned after the formation of the cerulean tornado. This unexpected reprieve granted the beleaguered knights, who were charging forward amidst explosive chaos, a fleeting opportunity to break free from the lethal firestorm at a grievous cost. It was the grand manifestation of the Mage Legion's powerful magic. Our reinforcements have arrived. For glory, victory shall ultimately be ours. Upon witnessing this formidable spell, the charging knights seemed to reignite their hopes. The fervent desire for survival even compelled some of the knights to surge forth from the explosive zone. Ascending to an extraordinary state, their bodies radiating a faint aura of martial energy. Regrettably, as they emerged from the barrage, they were met with a horde of aberrant jumping insects, all of which had attained extraordinary prowess. The wind blades, capable of effortlessly cleaving the spiked serpent in half, nearly caused a tremor in the bodies of these mutated creatures, leaving behind only a crimson scratch on their scaled hides before dissipating into the air. As the beleaguered knightly legion collided violently with the front line composed of the aberrant jumping insects, an inevitable and one-sided massacre ensued, shattering the flickering hope that had just ignited within the knights. The aberrant jumping insects wielded their bladed appendages with ease, severing both knight and steed alike. The enchanted armor they donned was effortlessly pierced by the attacks of these extraordinary creatures, while their long swords and lances merely scratched the resilient scales of the aberrant jumping insects, struggling immensely to breach their defenses. At that moment, Han Fei turned his gaze towards the rear of Guo-Meng's legion. There, 500,000 mages, led by elite sorcerers, were forming 50 colossal magical arrays. Azure energy surged rapidly within the formations, the fluctuations of magical power intensifying. Above the tide of insects, the first batch of 50 cerulean tornadoes had yet to fully manifest, while a second wave was already in gestation. This was a continuously guided spell. The tornadoes composed of wind elements would multiply and grow in power with the persistent magical output from the Mage Legion. Realizing it was a collaborative casting by the mages, Han Fei cast a fleeting glance at the swarm of flying jumping insects overhead, before he could even invoke the threads of faith. The vast cloud of insects in the sky began to shift. The flying jump insects folded their wings, instantly transitioning from their graceful aerial display to a dive mode. The protective winds enveloped their bodies, forming a semi-transparent, streamlined barrier that enhanced their descent speed significantly. The dense cloud of insects swiftly bore down upon the rear ranks of the Mage Legion, resembling a dark storm threatening the city. Just as the swarm approached the massive magical formation created by the mages, a transparent shield appeared above them. Unfortunately, this flimsy defense faced a group of flying jump insects bolstered by reinforced skins and wind protection, and it was swiftly pierced and shattered by the diving swarm. In an instant, the vast Mage Legion of 500,000 was engulfed by the tide of insects. With the cessation of their joint spellcasting, the colossal azure tornado in the sky dissipated rapidly as the Mage Legion was submerged. The once resilient magical force, now bereft of resistance, was entirely consumed by the relentless advance of the insect wave. As the semi-divine projection of Guo-Meng completely vanished from the sky, Han Fei gazed with satisfaction at the ceaselessly advancing swarm. The defensive line established by Guo-Meng posed no hindrance to his new tactical system. The swarm's advance remained uninterrupted throughout the conflict. Moreover, the losses inflicted upon the 300 million-strong insect legion by the opposing side were negligible. The efficacy of the new strategy was commendable, albeit the adversary was insufficiently formidable to witness the emergence of the self-destructing jump insects. Additionally, the vulnerability of the spiked serpents was exposed. Their fragility posed a significant issue, necessitating enhancements to their defensive capabilities. After summarizing the test of this new swarm tactic, Han Fei summoned the Faith Thread, causing approximately 100,000 flying jump insects to detach from the aerial cloud and hover over the battlefield, which had been trampled by the swarm, awaiting further orders. Their mission was to scour the battlefield after the ground forces had completely passed, consuming everything edible and transporting the inedible remnants back to their divine domain. Having arranged these matters, Han Fei glanced at the map opened in his consciousness. The Orc Legion at the other end had vanished from the path traversed by the swarm, a predictable outcome that did not trouble him. He conducted a brief assessment of the losses incurred by that legion through the Faith Thread. The losses were nearly negligible. After receiving this information, Han Fei did not forget to instruct the flying jump insects there to dispatch a small team to clean the battlefield post-conflict. He then redirected his focus back to the main legion still stationed at the entrance of the invasion passage. At this point, the swarm had completed their entry. However, without a command from Han Fei, they remained resting in place. Commence the advance. With this command transmitted through the faith thread to the primary legion of over 700 million insects, the once quiet and purple-red expanse of the ground surged to life. The flying jumping insects flapped their wings and ascended into the sky, forming a distinctive cloud of insects that began to swirl. The mutated jumping insects served as the vanguard, while nearly 400 million spiked serpents constituted the main force, following closely behind. Lastly, over 20 million self-destructing jumping insects, and 100,000 thunder dragons acted as the trump card of the swarm, blending into the vast sea of insects and moving in tandem with the main army. Han Fei commanded this legion as they began their slow advance towards the expansive central plain. With no immediate objectives in sight, Han Fei deliberately reduced the pace of the swarm's advance. Chapter 110. Reunion. This approach not only allows the swarm to conserve energy, but also clears the path of any remnants in their wake. Since they are in someone else's divine realm, absorbing the fragments of the divine realm after the competition is not permitted. Han Fei naturally allowed the swarm to feast, and what little flora existed on the outskirts of this divine realm was completely eradicated, leaving nothing but barren ground. Meanwhile, in the void beyond the competition's divine realm, Wang Jitong was engaged in light-hearted conversation with two demigods. The sizes of their divine realms exceeded 100 million square kilometers, as they were officials from university admissions offices attending to observe the match. One middle-aged man, exuding an aura of competence, grasped Wang Jitong's hand with an unyielding grip, his face alight with a smile, proclaiming, "Old Wang, your student is quite remarkable. I never expected that after so many years, your institution would produce such a talent. In less than an hour since the competition began, he has already eliminated 2 contenders. Why didn't you share any insights beforehand? This young man shows great promise. I will certainly recommend him to Qinghai University." Before he could finish, another demigod interjected with a scoff, "Old Feng, with his abilities, he stands a chance at claiming the global championship once he enters the Star District competition. Your esteemed Qinghai University would struggle to even make it into the first tier of civilizations, so spare us the misleading accolades." Upon hearing this, the demigod known as Old Feng bristled, instantly retorting, "Our Qinghai University is undeniably among the finest in the world. How could you accuse us of misleading students? It seems you are merely envious because you know you have no hope of attracting such caliber of students." As the tension between the two escalated, Wang Jitong promptly intervened, chuckling, "Come now, how old are we? Let us focus on enjoying the match." He had not anticipated that this competition would pit them against the direct lineage of the Li family, and he wondered if Han Fei could secure the championship. With that, Wang Jitong turned his gaze towards the other side of the arena, where the connection between Li Yingji's divine realm and the competition ground lay. A flicker of concern clouding his eyes. There, a vast white tide slowly advanced toward the central plain, a colossal legion of the undead. Upon entering the divine realm, Li Yingji had made a choice nearly identical to that of Han Fei. He divided his forces into 3 routes, with 2 detachments sweeping along the edges of the competition's divine realm, while he led the largest contingent of the undead toward the central plain. Simultaneously, he dispatched numerous skeletal bats to scout and search for other competitors. "Ah, how I adore these competition rules. Everyone shall become my prey," Li Yingji declared. Seemingly indifferent to the expenditure of divine power, he concentrated a massive demigod projection above his loyal legion, his face adorned with a triumphant grin as he surveyed the surroundings. As a demigod who had awakened the allegiance of the undead, he had become a key focus of cultivation within his family's current lineage, with resources consistently at his disposal. In a mere 70 years since the establishment of his divine realm, he had received unending support. He relied on the resources provided by his family, developing with peace of mind, expanding the number of undead to over 2 billion. Although the majority were mere skeletal minions of the lowest rank, the high-quality undead accumulated by Li Yingji were not insignificant. With 400 million skeletal knights and 300 million skeletal bats as his core forces, he estimated that sweeping away all participants in this competition would be a trivial matter. More importantly, through this competition, he could amass a substantial quantity of resources that were of utmost importance to the undead. To him, the vast number of corpses available was akin to a windfall. Among the 600 students participating in this event, The variety of summoned beings they brought could easily amount to 2 or 3 billion. As long as he could collect a sufficient number of extraordinary corpses during the competition, he could, through a grand ritual, accelerate the birth of high-quality undead, doubling his core power in a remarkably short time. Not to mention the vast number of ordinary summoned beings, whose deaths could also be swiftly awakened by necromancers, transforming them into expendable undead minions. Li Yingji felt that as time passed in this competition, he would only grow stronger. It was indeed his hunting ground. This was the primary reason he had no intention of forming alliances with anyone. At that moment, on the map gradually forming in his consciousness, the skeletal bats finally detected the presence of a participant. Without hesitation, Li Yingji issued a divine command from the air. Following his orders, an overwhelming number of skeletal minions, under the control of necromancers, began to change direction, accelerating towards the unfortunate individual who had been discovered. Simultaneously, a multitude of skeletal knights and bats broke free from the slowly moving sea of skeletons. Li Yingji had no intention of allowing these high-quality undead to engage directly in combat. As elite undead, their speed far surpassed that of the sluggish minion skeletons. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, they would not confront the prey directly but instead execute a wide encirclement to intercept the escape routes of their quarry, driving them towards the slower-moving main force. This was the conventional tactic of the Undead Legion, overwhelming the enemy with a plethora of low-level minions, thereby obtaining high-value corpses to be transformed into high-quality undead through rituals, while ordinary summoned corpses were awakened on the spot to become mindless skeletal minions. These skeletal minions would gradually grow stronger by slaying living beings and absorbing souls, eventually evolving into higher-tier undead once they accumulated sufficient power. Therefore, the undead summoned beings had always been synonymous with the strategy of overwhelming numbers. In contrast to Li Yingji's operational methods, Han Fei exhibited far superior efficiency. After all, Han Fei's reconnaissance capabilities were evident, with a multi-layered surveillance network covering various ranges. In this brief period, he had already detected the presence of over 7 or 8 participants. Whenever he was near the advancing routes of the 3 legions of insects, Han Fei couldn't even be bothered to take a closer look. By directly manipulating the mental map, one can alter the course of the legion's advance, seamlessly integrating the enemy into the trajectory of the swarm. Should the opposing forces stray far from the routes of the 3 primary legions, Han Fei would resort to divine possession to gain insight into the enemy's troop condition. Subsequently, he would dispatch a mobile unit, 5 times the enemy's strength, composed of mutated jumpers and flying jumpers, to obliterate them. Additionally, he would send a contingent of self-destructive jumpers, numbering between 100,000 and 500,000 as a precautionary measure. Chapter 111. Discovery. As time flowed, Han Fei and Li Yingji, the apex predators within their arenas, commanded their legions, which expanded their territorial range, gradually drawing the attention of numerous competitors. Faced with the overwhelming number of minions under these 2, all other participants made a unanimous decision to retreat towards areas distant from their adversaries' legions. This collective action led to a convergence of contestants towards the central axis of the Divine Realm. Through his scouting thunder dragons, Han Fei discerned this unusual movement pattern among the competitors. Analyzing the situation, he swiftly deduced a plausible cause. A demigod or alliance of formidable strength had emerged on the other side, capable of decimating the other participants, and was simultaneously conducting widespread purges. The thought of Li Yingji's audacious demeanor flashed through Han Fei's mind. Could it be that eccentric individual? He pondered the nature of Li Yingji's minions with an unsettling premonition. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon with the most extensive reconnaissance range suddenly illuminated a cluster of red dots on Han Fei's mental map, capturing his immediate attention. As aerial scouts, the Thunder Dragons commanded a broad field of vision. Typically, when spotting other competitors, the red dots would appear as mere clusters. However, this time, the illuminated area was vast, with the number of minions at least several hundred times that of an ordinary contestant. Han Fei promptly shifted his focus to the reconnaissance provided by the Thunder Dragon. Gazing down from above, he observed a dense assembly of skeletons forming a colossal undead army. slowly advancing towards the plane's center. Curse it! What is it with this repugnant race again? Han Fei's expression soured, mirroring the bitterness of bitter melon. Having once engaged the undead, he vividly recalled that encounter. As a faction relying on sheer numbers as their core tactical framework, Han Fei was confident that his extraordinary swarm army could easily outmatch these skeletal minions in terms of quality. Nevertheless, the returns from such a battle were notoriously low. A horde of bones devoid of flesh, commonly riddled with various pestilences, posed minimal threat to his enhanced swarm, which had significantly fortified its immune systems, having previously fallen victim to the treachery of the deathly black fungus. Han Fei had extensively upgraded the swarm's immune capabilities and delved deeply into the study of undead minion lore. The deathly black fungus could be classified as an anomaly. Typically, the pestilential viruses associated with undead minions remained within the bounds of ordinary severity. The extraordinary fungal strains Han Fei had encountered were mere accidents, likely a product of the demigod's influence, a peculiar natural phenomenon within the divine realm. At this juncture, Liangji, who was commanding the advancing undead army, suddenly manifested a demigod projection, lifting his gaze towards the direction of the high-flying thunder dragon. In an instant, Liangji felt a peculiar gaze upon him. Upon manifesting his demigod projection, he swiftly locked onto the thunder dragon soaring high above. Was it a dragon? No. It appeared to be some sort of sub-dragon species. Fortune smiled upon him, for among the competitors, there was indeed one whose kin belonged to this sub-dragon lineage. How splendid! A glimmer of avarice sparkled in Liangji's eyes. The more inherently formidable a species, the higher the quality of the undead that could be produced through a special ritual. Without a moment's hesitation, numerous skeletal bats ascended into the sky, fervently flapping their wings to gain speed. They approached the thunder dragon, which remained steadily suspended in the high altitude, gradually forming a semblance of an encirclement. Han Fei observed this scene with a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. At this pace, they might as well prepare to eat dust. Suddenly, the thunder dragon was enveloped in a shimmering layer of electric arc armor. Its wings beat fiercely, propelling it from a state of serene suspension into a rapid acceleration. With a swift dive, it pierced through the gaps in the net of skeletal bats. In a display of mockery, it executed a difficult 360-degree roll in midair, shattering a cluster of skeletal bats that passed by. The fragments scattered like flowers falling from the heavens, cascading down towards the undead army below. After smashing several skeletal bats, the thunder dragon did not flee but instead began to descend, maintaining its high speed above the undead horde, executing a wide-angle turn. The skeletal bats that had soared into the sky, despite their desperate flapping, could only trail behind the thunder dragon, unable to inflict the slightest harm upon it due to their limited speed. A sharp roar erupted from the thunder dragon, resonating towards Liangji's demigod projection, a blatant provocation. What emboldened you, a mere sub-dragonkin, to dare challenge the army of the undead? Provoked, Liangji's eyes gleamed with cold light as a grand, frigid voice reverberated through the air. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than several robed necromancers, draped in dark cloaks, swiftly ascended into the sky from within the undead legion. In stark contrast to the naked skeletons, these figures concealed beneath their opulent robes resembled desiccated corpses, their eyes ablaze with green soul flames. Wielding massive staffs crafted from bone, they swiftly formed a floating circular magic array in the sky. Are you finally revealing your true prowess? What could it be? Witnessing this transformation, Han Fei maintained a sense of anticipation while heightening his vigilance. The electric armor enveloping the thunder dragon glimmered even brighter. Within mere seconds of the magic array's completion, a vast surge of energy began to ripple within its confines. Subsequently, over 3,000 dark green ghostly energy rays coalesced into a formidable net of firepower, descending upon the area where the thunder dragon resided. As the ghostly energy rays struck with lightning speed, the thunder dragon exhibited no hesitation, its electric aura intensifying around its form. The speed surged threefold in an instant, and with this sudden acceleration, it narrowly escaped the range of the impending strike. The unexpected long-range assault startled Han Fei, and before he could even exhale in relief, a relentless barrage of ethereal energy beams descended upon him like a torrential downpour, relentlessly pursuing the thunder dragon that was swiftly distancing itself from the undead legion. This forced the Thunder Dragon to execute rapid evasive maneuvers to dodge the incoming ethereal rays. In that moment, while maintaining its thunderous assault status, the Thunder Dragon found itself in a perilous situation amidst the skies. Chapter 112. Strategy. Several ethereal energy rays grazed the body of the Thunder Dragon, narrowly evading him by a hair's breadth. As he desperately maneuvered to escape the onslaught, just as he was about to break free from the range of the energy rays, it seemed as though his flight path had been anticipated. A dense barrage suddenly coalesced into a net of firepower directly in his trajectory. The Thunder Dragon had no choice but to rely on his extraordinary reflexes, executing a sudden ascent to narrowly avert this round of attacks. However, this very maneuver placed him directly in the path of another ethereal energy ray, which struck accurately against his back. With a thunderous boom, the explosion following the impact of the energy ray kicked up a cloud of dark green smoke, momentarily obscuring the Thunder Dragon's form, and the arena fell silent. Observing the successful hit, Liangji immediately ceased the relentless assault of the corpse sorcerer. What he sought was the intact body of this sub-dragon, preferably one whose soul had not entirely dissipated, rather than a shattered mass of flesh. As the assault of the energy rays subsided, a figure shimmering with the brilliance of lightning erupted from the smoke. The blue electric aura enveloping its surface reignited as it accelerated, shattering the sound barrier and evading the energy ray strike, fleeing into the distance. Watching the Thunder Dragon vanish into the horizon, a faint, cold smile crept upon Liangji's lips as he murmured to himself, "You cannot escape. As long as you remain in the arena, I shall find you." Han Fei observed the receding army of the undead, a serious expression etched upon his face as he silently compiled the intelligence he had gathered. Most were mere skeletal fodder, with the primary ground forces likely being bone knights. There existed a substantial aerial unit, the skeletal bats, whose combat prowess was mediocre, easily countered by the extraordinary jumping insects. Additionally, there were the ranged magical units, the undead corpse sorcerers, of an unspecified number, leaving the possibility of hidden trump cards unaccounted for. With this in mind, Han Fei shifted his gaze to inspect the Thunder Dragon's back, which had been struck. The rear half of its back was already torn asunder, appearing a gruesome mess, with the deeper wounds revealing glimpses of the writhing entrails within. Although the ethereal energy ray had failed to completely penetrate the protective layer of the Thunder Dragon's lightning armor, the resulting explosion had swiftly shredded the armor, consuming its energy rapidly. The residual force, after breaching the Thunder Dragon's scales, also inflicted considerable impact upon its innards. Despite this Thunder Dragon still being able to maintain a high-speed flight through a lightning assault, it was entirely due to its specifically engineered body structure and the overactive adrenal glands allowing it to remain stable. Were it an ordinary creature, such injuries would likely render it incapable of movement without prolonged agony. The means of attack, ethereal energy rays, were characterized by their rapid firing rate, considerable range, formidable power, and indeterminate sustained damage capability. Based on the characteristics of the undead minions, mage-type units typically also encompass the awakening and control of lower-level undead, as well as the rituals and healing of higher-level undead. Upon analyzing this, Han Fei suddenly paused, as if a realization dawned upon him, and his expression instantaneously darkened. What a predicament! The lower-level undead can be swiftly awakened, according to the rules of this competition. The individual possessing undead minions would only see their legion grow in number as they eliminate more opponents. It seems imperative to alter the current methodical strategy. With this thought in mind, Han Fei resolutely tugged at the thread of faith, commanding the 3 swarming armies that had been steadily advancing in the arena's divine domain. Almost simultaneously, their movements ceased, and upon the issuance of Han Fei's latest command, the 3 armies promptly began an efficient reformation. Originally comprising 2 swarms of 300 million and one exceeding 700 million, the groups quickly differentiated into over 40 smaller legions, each consisting of approximately 30 million, scattering to commence their individual hunts. Concurrently, several teams composed solely of flying jump bugs charged towards the other half of the arena. Han Fei's strategy was straightforward. One of the hallmarks of undead warfare is that losses result in bloodshed, while victories yield rapid replenishment of power. coupled with a vast number of expendable troops and the inherent sluggishness of their movement. The opposing tactics would inevitably lean towards encircling and overwhelming other contestants with sheer numerical superiority. However, constrained by the skeletal horde's mobility, the efficiency of this large-scale encirclement strategy could only be deemed moderate. Thus, Han Fei directly leveraged the swarms for a more efficient maneuver, hastening the extermination of other contestants in the arena, aiming to clear them out swiftly. Simultaneously, he dispatched flying jump bugs to eliminate battlefield debris along the paths of the enemy legions. Wherever the swarms passed, no corpses would remain for the undead to harvest. As long as he maintained a rapid pace, the opposing side would have no opportunity to amass a substantial numerical advantage throughout this competition. As the match unfolded, the 600 contestants, according to the intelligence Han Fei had gathered, were converging towards the central area, resulting in an increased likelihood of encounters among them. Given the rules that determined rankings based on the number of enemies killed by those who survived to the end, competitors of relatively similar strength would often engage in direct conflict upon meeting. Consequently, the arena was rife with the flames of battle. Han Fei estimated that this mutual aggression could eliminate at least half of the participants. With the remaining 300 competitors, if each dispatched 5 million minions into the fray, the total would amount to approximately 1.5 billion. The more Han Fei eliminated, the less opportunity there would be for the undead to expand. As Han Fei's tactics evolved, the pace of the competition quickened dramatically, with smoke rising and flames raging as time progressed, and numerous legions were systematically eradicated by the swarming forces. Wang Ming was also a participant in the arena, currently commanding his Centaur Legion as they galloped across the vast plains. Each warrior in this Centaur battalion bore bloodshot eyes and sunken cheeks, clearly displaying signs of fatigue. Meanwhile, a multitude of Centaur scouts spread out from the Legion, conducting reconnaissance over a wide expanse. Wang Ming, following closely behind the rear of the Legion, anxiously scrutinized the direction from whence they had come. Having effortlessly secured the champion title in the Citywide League, he had expanded the domain of the Divine Realm to an impressive area of 1 million square kilometers. His Legion had also experienced significant enhancements, flourishing in confidence and basking in the glory of their achievements. Chapter 113. Escape thus. Wang Ming paid little heed to his teacher's remarks regarding the heightened skill level of competitors and the increased difficulty of the global tournament. He was determined to showcase his prowess on the grand stage, aspiring to secure yet another championship title. However, upon arriving at the competition venue and beholding the sprawling 1.5 million square kilometers of the Divine Realm commanded by Han Fei and Li Yingji, he realized that his hopes for victory were likely dashed. Consequently, Wang Ming resolved to engage in a couple of matches, displaying his talents so that the university recruiters present might recognize his potential. Following that, he planned to retreat to his Divine Realm with his kin, gracefully conceding defeat. This plan, while commendable, was soon to be thwarted by unforeseen circumstances. As Wang Ming maneuvered his Centaur Legion with commendable agility across the vast plains, seeking a vulnerable target to exploit, he was struck dumb by a sight revealed by the Centaur squad stationed near the invasion passage. A veritable sea of skeletal figures, emblematic of the undead, stretched endlessly before him, numbering in the hundreds of millions. Adding to the ominous spectacle were the countless skeletal bats that swarmed the skies, steadily advancing along the periphery of the arena. At that moment, Wang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to breach his Divine Realm's barrier and confront his teacher, demanding that he witness firsthand what he had so casually termed an increase in difficulty. This was not merely a shift from easy to hard mode. It was akin to plunging directly into hellish chaos. Familiar with the undead from his studies, Wang Ming instinctively understood the intentions of a demigod commanding an undead legion, who, with a distinct advantage in numbers and strength, would undoubtedly seek to block the routes of other competitors while methodically encircling any Centaur legion that ventured into the arena. This strategy would not only bolster their strength, but also ensure the acquisition of the championship title. Regaining his composure, Wang Ming promptly dispatched his scouts to extend their reconnaissance efforts, searching for a safe route to guide his legion back to their Divine Realm. Unfortunately, as the scouts ventured forth, they encountered battalions of skeletal knights and bats, each met with swift annihilation. From the distribution of the scouts' demise, Wang Ming discerned that attempting to lead his legion back to their divine realm would only result in entrapment within the undead's encirclement. The outcome was all too predictable. He swiftly resolved to steer his legion away from the undead's operating territory, seeking an opportunity to return to his divine realm. Alas, his movements had been detected by the skeletal bats, and soon he found himself pursued by a relentless throng of skeletal knights, numbering in the tens of millions. Fortunately, the intercepting forces were not comprised solely of airborne skeletal bats. Only a handful remained to track the movements of his legion. Just as despair began to creep in, Wang Ming witnessed the skeletal bats above being mercilessly slaughtered by an entirely different group of fearsome beasts. Without the relentless pursuit of the skeletal bats, he was finally able to utilize the mobility afforded by the four legs of his centaur kin. Through meticulous planning and a series of toilsome maneuvers over several days, he narrowly escaped the encirclement of the undead legion. After breaking free, the skeletal knights, who had been in hot pursuit for days, failed to catch up. It was only upon reaching the central expanse of the plains that Wang Ming felt the tension in his nerves begin to ease. He commanded his weary centaur legion to halt and rest, allowing them to recuperate their strength. Wang Ming manifested his demigod projection and surveyed his surroundings in that moment. He felt not only mental exhaustion, but also a profound sense of confusion. What had begun as a chaotic melee had inexplicably devolved into a desperate survival scenario. Gone were the aspirations of seeking a worthy opponent to display his prowess. Now, his foremost desire was to safeguard the loyal army he had painstakingly assembled. Suddenly, Wang Ming was struck by a realization and swiftly transferred his consciousness into a centaur scout that had ventured outward, positioned closer to the arena's center. The scout beheld a vast congregation of various races, a dark mass that stretched beyond sight. As he observed this scene, uncertainty washed over him. At that moment, 200 meters away from the centaur scout, a humanoid figure clad in camouflage, wielding a lightweight throwing spear, abruptly sprang from the ground. Startled, the centaur scout instinctively drew his longbow, aiming the sharp arrow at the sudden intruder. Before he could release the arrow, a massive demigod projection began to coalesce above the humanoid's head. In an instant, a thought was conveyed from the being, "Dear friend, I mean no harm. I am a member of the Coalition of Desperation and wish to invite you to join our alliance." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming noted that the humanoid had not directed its spear toward his centaur kin. He then allowed his legion to lower their weapons and manifested his own demigod projection in the sky. "You wish to invite me to join your alliance? What are the terms?" he inquired, contemplating the proposition. "There are no stringent conditions," replied the demigod. "This arena has transformed into a realm of desperation. We are all competitors who have fled to this region for survival. Forming an alliance is merely a means of collective self-preservation." Wang Ming, taken aback by this revelation, asked with a mixture of surprise and curiosity, "You two have escaped the clutches of the undead and made your way here?" The demigod shook his head with a rueful smile. "It seems you are not yet aware of the true circumstances within this divine realm. Here, it is not merely the one who commands the undead legion that poses a threat. On the other side of this domain, there exists another equally formidable adversary, also intent on eliminating the remaining participants." As he spoke, he gestured toward the opposite side of the arena, entirely contrary to the direction from which Wang Ming had arrived. "Incredible. Is this true? Another one? Surely you jest. A being of such caliber is more than sufficient to dominate the entire match. And now, two of them have emerged in our competition?" Wang Ming could no longer maintain his composure, utterly astonished by the news. Observing Wang Ming on the verge of leaping from his shock, the semi-divine figure wore a wry smile and nodded in resignation, affirming Wang Ming's reaction before continuing, "Indeed. The adversaries employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Their minions are a type of otherworldly beast previously unseen, and from the intelligence gathered, their numbers are at least in the billions. Thus, on the battlefield, we find ourselves besieged by the undead in front and these monstrous beings behind, with our only escape route ensnared within the encirclement of these two formidable foes, leaving us in a dire predicament. A billion. Is there any hope for survival? This is no competition. It feels as if we have been ushered in merely to serve as fodder." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's mind buzzed, his morale shattered, and he felt as though the future was shrouded in darkness. Chapter 114, Convergence Brothers, Remain calm. When I first heard this news, my emotions mirrored yours. However, we have now discovered a solution to our predicament. Please summon your followers together. We shall strategize together. The Alliance now boasts nearly 60 participants, with the number of followers approaching 300 million. If we wish to retain our invested followers in the arena, we must unite our strengths and collaborate as a formidable third force within the competition. Only then will these two formidable adversaries think twice before launching an attack against us. Otherwise, we risk becoming easy prey should we stand alone. After expressing this, the demigod eagerly awaited Wang Ming's response. I will join, Wang Ming declared without hesitation, opting to align himself with this desperate alliance. Given that the opposing side had already assembled nearly 60 contestants, there was no need for self-deception. Wang Ming promptly mobilized his followers, directing them towards the designated area. Han Fei meticulously organized the intelligence gathered over the past few days using the map in his mind. 10 days had elapsed since the commencement of the competition. And due to the presence of Han Fei and Liangji, the initial chaos had concluded by the 5th day. As anticipated, more than 300 followers of various participants had been severely damaged or eliminated during the turmoil. With fewer than 300 competitors remaining, Han Fei leveraged the exceptional mobility of his swarm. On average, he dispatched over 10 follower legions each day, leading to the elimination of more than 120 participants single-handedly. Meanwhile, Liangji, constrained by overall mobility, managed to eliminate approximately 60 contestants. Among the remaining participants, some astute individuals recognized the dire situation and promptly withdrew their followers to their divine realms, thus evading the near-total loss of their follower legions. Consequently, the remaining follower legions in the arena were predominantly concentrated in the central region of the vast plains, forming a mixed legion of about 300 million individuals. These unfortunate souls found their escape routes blocked, rendering them unable to return to their divine domains. The time for action is upon us. It is now the moment to confront the uncertainties at the center, determining the outcome against that deluded individual on the opposite side. Han Fei, through the continuously updating map, could clearly perceive that the Legion of the Undead had grown to over 2 billion, converging upon the contestants at the heart of the divine realm. Simultaneously, Han Fei guided the dispersed swarm, beginning to tighten the encirclement towards the central area. After a day's time, the swarm had fully assembled, nearing 13 billion in number. Advancing steadily towards the center. Through the real-time map, Han Fei calculated the distance, synchronizing with the deliberately controlled advance of the Undead Legion. As if an unspoken understanding had been reached with Liangji, the armies of their followers emerged almost simultaneously within the vision of the desperate alliance. Within the ranks of the alliance in despair, 60 contestants huddled together, their faces pale with trepidation. Positioned at the heart of the divine realm, they found themselves ensnared in a precarious situation, the result of a seamless coordination between Han Fei and Liangji. Their hastily assembled legion of 300 million subordinates was caught directly in the midst of the battlefield between Han Fei and Liangji. On one side lay Liangji's legion of the undead, a formidable phalanx that transformed the earth into a sea of white, as far as the eye could see, filled with skeletons. In the skies above, 300 million skeletal bats fluttered ominously, while flanking the ocean of bones were 400 million skeletal knights. At the rear, over 1 million corpse wizards assembled into 500 squared formations, each consisting of 3,000 individuals, lined up in a formidable array. On the opposing side, Han Fei commanded a swarm of aberrant insects, with mutated jumpers and stingers advancing across the landscape, staining the ground a deep crimson. High above, the iconic spiral clouds of flying jumpers trailed the ground forces, as 30 million self-destructing jumpers concealed their presence within the insect cloud. After 10 days, the number of thunder dragons had swelled to over 200,000, hovering at the rear of the insect swarm. With Han Fei's entrance, the total count of the extraordinary insect legion approached an astounding 1,300,000,000. Liangji manifested a demigod projection in the air, casting a disdainful gaze over the core of the alliance in despair. It was only when his eyes fell upon the vast insect swarm in the distance that a flicker of seriousness crossed his features. During the 10 days, the reconnaissance teams of skeletal bats had already uncovered the presence of the insect horde. These skeletal bat squads, tasked with scouting, engaged in fierce skirmishes with the flying jumpers of the Insect Legion, vying for dominance over the battlefield's visibility. It became clear to Liangji that he faced a rival employing a similar strategy of overwhelming numbers. At that moment, high above the legion formed by the 60 contestants, demigod projections emerged, their collective consciousness resonating across the expanse. Dear classmates, if you withdraw our subordinates from the divine realm, we are willing to concede and exit the competition. Upon hearing this proposal from the beleaguered group, Liangji smirked coldly in response. Isn't it a tad too late to contemplate retreat now? Your subordinates are merely resources for my undead. Do you truly believe I would let you go? The members of the alliance in despair turned ashen at Liangji's retort, acutely aware that their adversary had no intention of sparing them. After a brief silence, they conferred among themselves, and another thought was sent forth towards Han Fei's advancing swarm. Esteemed classmate, your adversary possesses over 2 billion undead. In terms of sheer numbers, we are at a significant disadvantage. How about we join forces to combat the Legion of the Undead? Upon receiving their overture for collaboration, Han Fei remained non-committal, maintaining the slow advance of his insect swarm. Although Han Fei possesses merely 1.3 billion in swarm numbers, his followers are all extraordinary beings. In terms of quality, they completely overshadow the opposing Undead Legion. Therefore, he has never contemplated collaborating with the players who have fled to the central region of the Divine Realm. The primary objective of this group is to safeguard their own followers. Once this is established, they will undoubtedly refrain from exhausting their followers in battles against the Undead Legion. No matter how appealing the proposed collaboration may sound, it cannot alter their fundamental intention. Chapter 115. Collision. Once the battle with the Undead Legion commenced, their sole focus was on preserving their kin. If left unchecked, they would retreat their kin behind the encirclement of the swarm. Should they entertain ulterior motives, waiting for the moment when the swarm and the Undead Legion clash to engage in petty schemes, it would be utterly detestable. These individuals were nothing but a hindrance, prompting Han Fei to refrain from even responding to them. As the Undead Legion and the Swarm Legion drew closer, the vast expanse of the plain offered no cover. The 300 million mixed-kin forces, caught in the center, were engulfed by a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic disaster, plunging them into despair. Han Fei and Liangji exchanged no words. The terrain afforded no tactical advantage, and it was a contest of sheer strength. As the distance between the two forces closed to 5 kilometers, both the Swarm Legion and the Undead Legion simultaneously accelerated. The Undead Legion employed no elaborate strategies. A multitude of skeletal infantry, armed with bone swords, surged forward into a charge. The skeletal knights on either flank distanced themselves from the central force, executing a wide arc to gain momentum, preparing to flank the battlefield. The swarm did not enter a full charge. The mutated jumpers coordinated their movements with the stinging serpents. Their formation was impeccable, advancing in an orderly fashion, with 200 million mutated jumpers at the forefront, followed closely by 400 million stinging serpents. To the left and right, 2 billion insectoid units were divided, comprising 100 million mutated jumpers alongside 100 million stinging serpents, augmented by 5 million self-destructing jumpers to intercept the skeletal knights. The aerial units of both sides also began to accelerate as the pale tide and the purplish-red tide converged. Caught between the two armies, the desperate alliance was left with 2 defensive lines, which crumbled instantly under the oppressive advance of the kin from both sides. The swarm needed no elaboration. Han Fei's artillery coordination tactics proved alarmingly effective against such a defensive formation. Fireballs rained down like droplets of rain, tracing arcs as they landed squarely among the assembled kin, triggering a cacophony of explosions that effortlessly dismantled the meticulously erected defensive line. Meanwhile, the Undead Legion commanded by Liangji, upon the moment the skeletal tide collided with the defensive array, saw 150,000 corpse mages ascend into the sky, swiftly forming 500 firepower clusters. As magical circles materialized overhead, the corpse mages wielded their skeletal staffs, channeling a ghastly green energy. An overwhelming barrage of spectral energy beams rained down, instantly engulfing a vast stretch of the defensive line. The reverberating explosions echoed throughout the realm, heralding the commencement of this fierce confrontation. Caught between the two armies, the mixed-kin forces faced the terrifying onslaught of both the undead and the swarm. They were unable to mount even the slightest resistance, swallowed whole by the tide formed by the two armies, leaving no trace of a struggle. With a resounding clash, the pale tide collided violently with the purplish-red tide. The emotionless specters, alongside the relentless swarms of killing machines, exhibited neither fear nor hesitation. Confronted with the fiery bombardment unleashed by the spiked serpents, these rudimentary skeletons, their eye sockets ablaze with a ghastly green flame, charged headlong into the line of fire without a moment's pause, as if seeking their own demise. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments. Yet not a flicker of doubt crossed their minds, even in the face of the inexorable advance of the swarming insects, that continued to surge forward, undeterred. Liang merely snorted at this sight, unleashing a relentless barrage of spectral energy beams upon the insect horde's front lines and the spiked serpents within the fireball's range. The orange-red fireballs erupted, merging with the ghostly green explosions, creating a conflagration that illuminated the sky and shrouded the battlefield in smoke. At that moment, the aerial units from both sides collided fiercely. The flying jump insects, enveloped in Wind's Guardian and resilient skin, clashed with the skeletal bats, engulfed in the ghastly green flames of their souls. The moment they made contact, the battle escalated to a fever pitch. The flying jump insects swiftly regrouped in the sky, vigorously flapping their wings and accelerating to their utmost limits. In the instant they collided with the mass of skeletal bats, their sharp sides unfurled like a dagger, piercing into the cluster of skeletal bats. The skeletal bats, refusing to be outdone, rapidly condensed their numbers in the sky, forming their own pointed formation. Two aerial factions, each exceeding 300 million in number, surged toward one another like two ominous clouds, colliding at maximum velocity without any embellishment. This collision, potent enough to obliterate both sides, stirred not a ripple within the hearts of these emotionless machines of slaughter. In that fleeting moment, amidst the two colliding clouds, shattered remnants of jump insects and fragmented skeletal bat carcasses rained down from the heavens like droplets of rain. The jump insects' tried and true tactic of high-speed slicing met its match against the fearless frontal assault of the skeletal bats, ultimately exhausting their momentum without breaching the enemy's ranks. Immediately, the aerial units became embroiled in a chaotic melee, engaging in a frenzied struggle for dominance. One jump insect, having just severed a skeletal bat's head with the wind blades attached to its scythe, was abruptly seized by another descending skeletal bat, which mercilessly tore apart its membranous wings and sent it plummeting from the sky. Meanwhile, the skeletal Knight Legion, having made a wide arc to maximize their charging speed, formed a pointed formation of their own. The thunderous sound of 400 million hooves echoed, growing ever closer, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. The oppressive force palpable from afar. Ordinary beings, faced with such a torrent of cavalry, might quail in fear, succumb to terror, or even crumble under the pressure. Yet, they were met with the insect horde, an equally emotionless assembly of killing machines, devoid of any trepidation or dread. Slaughter and death were their very destinies. As the skeletal knight battalion charged forth, 200 million aberrant jump insects simultaneously activated their resilient skin and Wind's Guardian. They stirred the veins of their wings, galloping with frenzied speed, forming a formation of sharp arrows, slightly less slender than that of the skeletal knights, and fearlessly charged forward. At the forefront of the collision, a chaotic eruption of flesh and blood ensued, bones shattered into fragments. Countless mutated jumpers were brutally struck, their bones splintering and innards obliterated, ground into a bloody pulp beneath the iron hooves of the skeletal knights. Similarly, innumerable skeletal knights were torn apart by the rapid assault of the mutated jumpers, their formation disrupted and momentum halted. Attempting to rely on the cavalry charge to pierce through the fearless swarm of insects, the skeletal Knight Legion, lacking the overwhelming strength to crush the mutated jumpers, was ultimately compelled to exhaust their force and engage in close-quarters combat. Chapter 116. The ambush following the mutated jumping insects. The stinging serpents surged forward, and upon entering range, countless fireballs rained down upon the skeletal knight horde, which was obstructed by the mutated creatures. The explosive flames, the cacophony of the insect swarm, the shattered bones, and the splattered flesh transformed this battleground into a veritable meat grinder. In the higher reaches of the sky, over 200,000 thunder dragons, each bearing around 20 self-destructing jumping insects, soared past the melee of skeletal bats and flying jumping insects. Their target was the necromancer array positioned behind the undead legion. As they drew closer, the 4 million self-destructing jumping insects clinging to the thunder dragons fluttered their wings and gently detached, scattering in all directions. Freed from their burdens, the thunder dragons shimmered with blue arcs of electricity. Utilizing a thunder charge for acceleration, they adopted a loose formation and began their dive from the heights. In an instant, they brought the necromancer array within the lethal range of their lightning strikes. The lightning coursing around their bodies converged towards the razor-like horns atop their heads. An abundant accumulation of lightning elements caused the tips of the horns to ignite with a brilliant blue glow, rapidly forming a volatile energy sphere composed of these elements. As the energy sphere reached its limit, it transformed into a series of lightning-infused rays. From the heavens above, these blue energy beams cascaded down, striking directly at the necromancer array. In an instant, confronted by the concentrated fire of the lightning strikes, the magical defense barriers surrounding the necromancer formation flickered briefly before shattering completely. The thunder dragons, which had never previously revealed their lightning strikes, unleashed an assault that obliterated over 60 necromancer arrays in one fell swoop. The sudden barrage of lightning energy startled Lingji, who abruptly looked up. His gaze filled with malice as he regarded the cluster of thunder dragons in the sky. His expression darkened considerably. To him, the skeletal sea, the skeletal knights, and the skeletal bats were merely expendable. The necromancers, however, were his true prized possessions. Not only did they provide long-range firepower, but they also played a crucial role in awakening lower-tier undead and utilizing rituals to summon higher-quality undead. They were the foundation of his undead swarm tactics, the essential core units. Thus, necromancers had always remained safely ensconced in the rear of the undead legion, avoiding any losses. Now, having been ambushed from above by the thunder dragons employing concentrated lightning strikes, nearly 1/10 of their numbers had been lost in an instant, igniting a furious blaze within him. These subdragons were indeed his kin. Since they dared to come, they would all pay the price here. As Lingji's wrathful words echoed, over 200 necromancer arrays immediately unleashed their ghostly energy rays into the sky. The ghastly green rays intertwined with the blue energy beams, creating a dazzling display across the heavens. The horrific green explosions and blue fireballs erupted like fireworks across the sky, with the front line's suppressive fire against the insect swarm diminishing. The more ferocious swarm accelerated its advance. The beleaguered skeleton legion was compelled to retreat under the relentless barrage of fireballs. The fiery projectiles extended deep into the ranks of the skeleton army. At that moment, a multitude of skeletal mages emerged from within the sea of skeletons. These lower-tier mage units, yet to ascend to the rank of necromancer, brandished their bone wands, casting forth waves of green luminescence towards the front line. The signature necromantic spell, Raise Undead, spread across the battlefield. Regrettably, this once unfaltering incantation only managed to summon a few scattered skeletal minions this time, failing to replicate the usual phenomenon of mass resurrection of lesser undead. Aware that the adversary was a legion of the undead, Han Fei had taken precautions against such occurrences. In the areas ravaged by explosions, intact corpses and bones were already a rare sight. Subsequently, as the tide of insects swept through, all fallen remains, be they undead or insectoid, had their skulls devoured by the swarm. Thus, the regions trampled by the insects were devoid of even a single complete skull, rendering the formation of any whole skeleton or corpse impossible. Without a cranium to safeguard the soul flame, the fragile flicker of the newly ignited spiritual fire was swiftly extinguished. With the emergence of these skeletal mages, a faint, icy smile crept upon Han Fei's lips. At long last, they dared to show themselves. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. He deftly tugged at the threads of faith, issuing commands to the self-detonating jump insects that had remained in ambush. The first to spring into action were the 4 million self-detonating jump insects that had ridden the coattails of the Thunder Dragon, swiftly flapping their wings as they approached the rear of the undead legion. They soared at low altitudes, converging rapidly towards the hovering necromancer formations. Observing this peculiar behavior, Li Yingji felt an unsettling premonition as he noted the fire elemental fluctuations emanating from these strange insects drawing near his necromancer array. Chapter 117. The explosion. Li Yingji hesitated briefly before once again summoning half of the corpse mages to provide fire support at the front lines, aiming to intercept the self-destructing jump insects that sought to advance. Unfortunately, the original formation of 500 corpse mages had sustained significant losses during the skirmish with the Thunder Dragon, which systematically eliminated them one by one using concentrated fire tactics, resulting in the loss of over 10 mages. These corpse mages were tasked not only with clearing the skies of the Thunder Dragons, but also with suppressing the relentless advance of the insect swarm at the front. And now they faced the additional challenge of intercepting 4 million self-destructing jump insects in a high-speed assault. The density of their firepower had already been stretched to its limits, and by the time Li Yingji noticed the self-destructing jump insects, they were alarmingly close. The more than 100 corpse mages in the Fire Strike group could not achieve a complete interception against the fearless and rapidly maneuvering swarm of jump insects, which deftly evaded their fire network from various angles. Nearly half of the self-destructing jump insects broke through the fire interception net. As the first self-destructing jump insect burst forth from the fire zone, it flapped its wings furiously, reaching unprecedented speed. It charged headfirst into the protective barrier safeguarding the corpse mage formation. Boom! A massive explosion erupted outside the barrier, shaking it violently. Following closely were the second and third insects, and soon, a multitude of self-destructing jump insects followed suit. The fiery blooms and shockwaves, accompanied by the searing heat that distorted the air, relentlessly battered the magical protective barrier around the corpse mages. In mere moments, that fragile magical shield, under the violent bombardment of the self-destructing jump insects, shattered into nothingness. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity as explosions rang out amidst Li Yingji's incredulous expression. Nearly 2 million enormous fireballs detonated within the ranks of the corpse mages, transforming the area into an unending sea of blistering flames. In this relentless high temperature, the air warped, and the corpse mages, devoid of magical protection, were incinerated and carbonized within mere blinks of an eye. The entire formation of corpse mages suffered catastrophic losses during this volley of self-destructing jump insects, with over 300 floating mages completely obliterated in the explosions. The remaining corpse mages, severely impacted or heavily damaged in this assault, found their once supportive ghostly energy beams extinguished, with a vacuum of firepower emerging. The previously suppressed Thunder Dragons seized the opportunity to unleash their collective fury, unleashing bolts of lightning that cascaded down upon the remaining corpse mage formations. Faced with the converging blue energy beams, the already weakened corpse mages, having survived the explosions, found their protective barriers shattered under the concentrated lightning strikes. They were not only contending with the onslaught of lightning but also the lingering, oppressive heat. Li Yingji's formation of corpse mages was utterly annihilated in this sudden onslaught by Han Fei. Simultaneously, other self-destructing jump insects, which had been lurking menacingly in the skies above the battlefield, began to spring into action. In the skies above the skeletal knight, the self-destructing jump bugs had already folded their wings upon receiving Han Fei's command. They launched a self-detonation assault upon the cluster of skeletal knights, now devoid of any remaining impact force, tightly packed together. Above the vast ocean of skeletons, the swarm of self-destructing jump bugs, upon receiving Han Fei's order, had already entered a dive. Their target was clear, the numerous skeletal mages concealed within the sea of skeletons, all of whom had been locked onto the moment they began summoning the undead. Boom, 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 boom. The incessant and dense sounds of explosions echoed like firecrackers during the new year, resonating continuously across the battlefield. Balls of intense fire surged from the ground, erupting in an instant, casting brilliant flames, resounding blasts, and billowing smoke that painted the battlefield in a scene reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Countless undead were engulfed in the explosions, incinerated by the searing heat, resulting in immeasurable casualties. Outside the realm of the competition, the eliminated contestants stood in the void, gazing in shock at the brutal spectacle unfolding within the arena. A scene akin to the arrival of doom. Wang Ming's expression was vacant, as a participant who had voluntarily forfeited and been eliminated. His eyes flickered with terror as he murmured to himself, "Is this the true power possessed by those deemed monsters in the global competition?" This is beyond what ordinary students can contend with. The disparity has reached such an extent. What significance does our participation hold? The teacher who had brought him to the competition, upon hearing Wang Ming's mutterings, could only shake his head in resignation. He placed a comforting hand on Wang Ming's shoulder and softly reassured him. The emergence of such monstrous competitors in the global competition is merely an isolated incident. While it is true that each year sees some contestants far surpassing their peers, it seldom reaches this level. One can only say that this cohort of students has been unfortunate. Focus on your development upon returning. In the future, you too can attain such heights. Chapter 118. Defeat among the spectators. Numerous individuals shared Wang Ming's sentiments. The sky was ablaze with energy beams, while the ground erupted in violent flames. There was no retreat on the battlefield, only an all-out struggle to the death. The intensity of the warfare had escalated to an unprecedented level. For many of the demigods, who still lingered in the era of cold weapons, such a terrifyingly high-stakes conflict was sufficient to leave them utterly paralyzed. As Han Fei unleashed his full might, the high-quality undead legion under Liang Ji was nearly annihilated in one fell swoop. The rear ranks of the corpse necromancers were completely wiped out. The skeletal knight legions on both flanks, having suffered a savage bombardment from self-destructing jump bugs, found their formations shattered, with fewer than 30 million remaining. They were now besieged by the mutated jump bugs and piercing serpents, and it was only a matter of time before they faced total devastation. The most numerous, the Fodder Skeleton Legion, endured a relentless assault from nearly 10 million self-destructing jump bugs, resulting in a drastic reduction of nearly half their numbers. The skeletal mages hidden among them became prime targets for the self-destructing jump bugs. These mages, clutching their bone staffs within the skeleton ranks, were systematically identified by the enhanced visual tracking systems of the insectoid adversaries. One by one, they were singled out and subjected to the dive-bombing attacks of the self-destructing bugs. As the explosions and searing heat subsided, fewer than 800 million low-level skeletons remained. Rendered incapable of resistance in the face of the coordinated assault from mutated jump bugs and piercing serpents, the only force still retaining considerable combat effectiveness was the legion of skeletal bats in the sky, which continued to engage in aerial skirmishes with the flying jump bugs. The Thunder Dragons, having found a moment's respite from their skirmish with the corpse necromancers, still maintained nearly half their original numbers. Without hesitation, they accelerated, plunging into the fray above. With their imposing size of over 20 meters and bodies crackling with electricity, these Thunder Dragons dominated the battlefield against the skeletal bats, which measured barely over a meter, possessing greater size, superior protection, and faster speed. The remaining fewer than 100,000 Thunder Dragons entered the chaotic melee among the skeletal bats and flying jump bugs as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep. With their incredible velocity, they required no extravagant maneuvers. They simply plowed through the ranks of skeletal bats in their path. Any bat they brushed against was almost instantly shattered, meeting a swift demise. In a short span of time, the casualty rate of the skeletal bats surged dramatically following the arrival of the Thunder Dragons. Liang Ji, still reeling from Han Fei's explosive onslaught, found himself momentarily paralyzed as the necromancer ranks were suddenly obliterated. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually regained his composure. His demigod projection hovered in the sky, lips moving, yet not a single word escaped his mouth. Observing the relentless extermination of his kin on the battlefield, Liang Ji realized that he had faced an unequivocal defeat. At this moment, the once proud expression on his face had been replaced by a pallor of despair. This battle had descended upon him like a deluge of icy water, forcing his inflated ego to deflate and trampling upon the pride he had harbored for so long. Classmate, I concede. As Liang Ji's thoughts of surrender radiated outward, the remaining specters on the battlefield gradually ceased their movements upon hearing his words. Upon sensing Liang Ji's concession, the remaining undead began to abandon their resistance, falling into stillness. Han Fei exhaled softly, tugging at the threads of faith, which temporarily halted the advance of his swarm. According to Han Fei's usual practice, he would not easily relent against adversaries of other races. However, this time, he faced the undead, a faction impoverished of both flesh and equipment, nearly devoid of resources. The opponent's immediate capitulation displayed a sense of sincerity. Furthermore, Continuing the assault would yield no benefits, while he would still have to contend with this capricious youth, as close to 1 billion undead minions remained, poised to retaliate. Even though the swarm had gained a significant advantage, should that young man resolve to fight to the bitter end. The emotionless undead legion would show no signs of morale collapse. Continuing the conflict would be a futile endeavor for the swarm, which had already suffered considerable losses in this war. As a cascade of golden specks converged in the air, Han Fei revealed his demigod projection, with a serene expression. He regarded Li Yingji's own demigod projection and spoke slowly. Withdraw your kin from this battlefield back to your divine realm. I am aware that scattered, ordinary skeleton minions remain, which will not be directly eliminated. Return and await the conclusion of this contest. Chapter 119. The conclusion. Upon hearing Han Fei's request, Li Yingji nodded with a complex expression, silently acquiescing without uttering a word. Observing Han Fei, who had previously been the subject of his derision, now triumphantly vanquishing his undead legion, Li Yingji felt a surge of helplessness and shame within. The humiliation struck swiftly. At this juncture, any further words from him would only serve to deepen his disgrace. Thus, he merely continued to command the remnants of his undead army, retreating slowly from the battlefield towards his divine realm. The reformed swarm of insects did not neglect the retreating undead legion. Han Fei maintained a semi-encircling formation with his swarm, closely trailing the sluggishly withdrawing undead forces. Despite the opponent's sincere admission of defeat, vigilance remained paramount. Consequently, the remaining undead legion was escorted back to the entrance of the invasion conduit over the span of several days. Once the entire skeletal army had vacated the competition venue, Han Fei promptly instructed his swarm to encircle Li Yingji's invasion conduit. With everything meticulously arranged, he finally allowed himself to relax. Now, all he needed to do was patiently await the conclusion of the competition. Meanwhile, numerous competitors still remained in the arena, some having been annihilated while others retreated to their divine realms, dispatching scattered minions to various corners of the battlefield to avoid elimination. Han Fei, however, found no motivation to send his minions to hunt them down. The scattered targets were far too dispersed across the divine competition arena. Even if he were to locate and eradicate each one, the opposing side could easily send reinforcements through their connected teleportation conduits. Given the current number of his insect swarm, dispersing them to block the entrances of the uneliminated competitors would yield only a few million at each point. Simultaneously, Han Fei would need to deploy a substantial number of his insect race to seek out and eliminate those hidden minions within the arena. Lacking an absolute numerical advantage, any attempt to blockade the teleportation entrances might result in an unexpected counterattack, allowing the opponents to seize opportunities for victories before retreating, which would be quite disheartening for him. For Han Fei, this was unnecessary. Maintaining the current state of the competition was far more prudent. He chose to ignore the scattered minions and await the conclusion of the match. Confident that the number of minions he had already eliminated rendered his path to victory utterly unambiguous, the ensuing competition had devolved into a mere exercise in evasion, resembling a game of hide and seek. Until the time limit arrived, the arena remained eerily tranquil. As the competition concluded, all participating competitors ceased their hostilities and promptly recalled their minions to their divine realms. A resounding voice echoed throughout the divine competition arena, signifying the official end of the contest. All remaining competitors immediately issued commands for their minions to return. A myriad of races no longer concealed themselves, emerging one by one from the arena. Those who had spent over 10 days in the wilderness survival competition began to return in succession. As for Han Fei, he had already issued orders to the swarm to return to their invasion passageway for standby several days before the conclusion of the competition. Upon hearing the announcement of the competition's end, Han Fei leisurely shifted his gaze towards the swarm in the arena, commanding their return. During this period, having secured an overwhelming advantage, Han Fei, confident that no threats remained in the time left, wasted no time and promptly dove back into his divine realm to continue his routine of genetic analysis. The tense latter half of the competition felt no different to him than any ordinary day. He experienced not the slightest hint of pressure. As the arena officials gradually extricated the competitors from their divine realms, all participants waited quietly in the void for the chief referee to announce the results of the competition. Once all the students had vacated the competition grounds, The chief referee swiftly proclaimed the detailed statistics of the event in the void. A total of 607 individuals participated in this competition, with 174 contestants remaining uneliminated by the end. The third place was secured by Ho Yu, who had slain 34 million opposing beings. The second place went to Li Yingji, who defeated 59 million adversaries. The champion, Han Fei, had vanquished an astounding 98,657 billion foes. The chief referee concluded by inviting the top 3 to come forward and claim their prizes. Just as Han Fei, who had been drowsy, suddenly felt a surge of energy, his eyes shimmering with golden light. After toiling tirelessly in the arena to earn the championship, the moment of reward had finally arrived. Filled with excitement, Han Fei dashed towards the position of the chief referee. Chapter 120. Receiving awards. The remaining 2 individuals, whose names were called, promptly maneuvered their semi-divine forms towards the chief referee. During this process, all participants in the competition gazed at Han Fei and Li Yingji, who were headed to receive their awards, with a sense of reverence. Among the glances directed at Han Fei, there was an unmistakable hint of trepidation. Before the chief referee announced the detailed results of the competition, everyone was already aware of the formidable strength of these two and could keenly sense the vast disparity between them. However, only after this gap was quantified did they gain a clearer understanding of their prowess. Throughout the contest, the number of subordinates they had dispatched was nearly equivalent to the total number of subordinates sent into the arena by all the other competitors combined. Particularly noteworthy was Han Fei, who not only vanquished an astonishing number of foes, but also, as witnessed by many prematurely eliminated contestants, suffered a loss of less than 40% of his subordinates upon exiting the competition. Such a remarkable quantity of transcendent-level subordinates led them to believe that even Han Fei's remaining strength could easily bind them together and crush them once more. How could such a pronounced disparity in power not evoke fear? Unfazed by this apprehension, Han Fei was entirely indifferent to the thoughts of the other competitors. His mind was solely preoccupied with the prizes. In just a few fleeting seconds, he had already darted to the front of the chief referee, standing at attention with a serious expression, awaiting the distribution of awards. Observing Han Fei's early arrival, the other 2 hastened their pace to join him before the chief referee. Once all 3 were assembled, the chief referee succinctly congratulated them on their achievements and directly produced 3 golden sealed cards as prizes to distribute among them. Upon receiving the golden sealed card, Han Fei quickly extended his hand to accept it, simultaneously brushing his consciousness over the card. The amount of divine power contained within was precisely 50 million, neither more nor less. Confirming the quantity stored in the sealed card, a satisfied smile involuntarily graced Han Fei's face. He promptly secured the sealed card within his being, just as Han Fei, with a look of contentment, prepared to turn and leave. He was suddenly called back by the chief referee. Han Fei, please wait a moment. Upon hearing the chief referee's voice, Han Fei halted his movements and turned to face him, displaying a look of confusion at being singled out. Ah, you have not yet received all your prizes. As the champion of the global competition, in addition to the divine power allocated by civilization, you are entitled to select a rare resource from the Logistics Enterprise Vault of Qinghai Star in the continent of divine communication. Here's the exchange password. Keep it safe. I want to elaborate on the collection process, as you should already be familiar with it. As he spoke, the chief referee handed Han Fei a gray sealed card. Without hesitation, Han Fei cautiously accepted it. When he probed this gray sealed card with his divine consciousness, he sensed nothing but a profound chaos within it. Suddenly, he raised his head in confusion to look at the chief referee, questioning whether this was a worthless card. In response to Han Fei's puzzled gaze, the chief referee smiled and explained, "This is a specially designed encrypted seal card. The contents within cannot be discerned through divine consciousness until divine power is infused. This ensures that no one can discover the exchange password and claim the prize illicitly. By infusing divine power into this seal card, you will obtain the password for the prize exchange, as well as the coordinates for the exchange location." Upon hearing this explanation, Han Fei wasted no time and, in front of the chief referee, activated the gray seal card. As he infused his divine power, the gray seal card transformed into specks of light, dissipating into the void. Simultaneously, Han Fei extracted a piece of information from the disintegrating card. The content was exceedingly simple, comprising only a series of prize exchange passwords and the coordinates of the exchange location. After memorizing all the information in an instant, Han Fei again raised his gaze to the chief referee, his eyes glimmering with anticipation as he thought, "What a delightful surprise. Is there more to come?" Observing Han Fei's demeanor, the chief referee gently waved his hand and, maintaining a smile, softly stated, "All the prizes have already been distributed." Upon hearing that there were no additional prizes, the gleam of expectation in Han Fei's eyes quickly dimmed. He thanked the chief referee and prepared to return to his designated position in the divine realm, only to be called back once more by the chief referee. "Han Fei, there is one more matter I must inform you about. Are you prepared to participate in the Star District competition in 10 years? You have 9 years to consider this and must provide a definitive answer within that time frame. All participants from each planet must register with their respective civilizations in advance for a power assessment." Hearing this for the first time, Han Fei immediately grasped the crux of the chief referee's words, revealing a look of skepticism as he inquired, "What do you mean by a power assessment? Is it not sufficient to be the global championship winner to directly enter the Star District competition?" Recognizing Han Fei's bewilderment, the chief referee elucidated. "The Star District competition is an advanced selection stage. Merely winning the global championship does not guarantee direct participation. A thorough evaluation of the participants' abilities is required, akin to an invitation-only tournament." Chapter 121. The reason should the strength assessment prove unsuccessful, even if one were to secure the title of global champion, participation in the Star Region competition would remain unattainable. After all, despite both being global champions, the disparity between champions can often be more pronounced than one might anticipate. This serves as a protective measure to mitigate internal conflict. However, for you, this holds little consequence given your current display of prowess. Passing the evaluation should pose no challenge. It ultimately hinges on your willingness to partake in the Star Region competition. The relentless succession of battles can indeed inflict considerable tolls on the participants. And should you choose not to engage, it would be entirely understandable. Upon hearing the chief judge's elucidation, Han Fei comprehended the situation and promptly conveyed his decision. "I shall participate. The rewards for the global competition are already substantial, and for a more prestigious contest constrained by certain prerequisites, Han Fei found no reason to abstain." The chief judge nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Han Fei's resolute intention to join the Star Region competition. "I will proceed to register you. Do your utmost, and strive to achieve commendable results in the Star Region competition a decade hence in the realm of the gods." With that, the chief judge gestured, indicating that Han Fei could take his leave. Subsequently, the chief judge commenced the distribution of rewards to the top 50 competitors. Upon returning to Wang Jidong's side, Han Fei briefly recounted the chief judge's remarks. "I had intended to inform you of this matter myself. Rest assured, with your capabilities, obtaining qualification for participation should pose no difficulty." Wang Jitong expressed his contentment at Han Fei's unwavering decision to enter the Star Region competition. Time swiftly elapsed during the reward distribution, and once concluded, the chief judge announced the official end of the competition before teleporting away in a flash of divine presence. The remaining spectators finally relaxed, gravitating toward the university recruiters who had come to observe. Wang Jidong, however, wasted no time and promptly teleported away with Han Fei. Upon their return to the school's residence, the two semi-divine beings stood in the void, and Wang Jitong kindly addressed Han Fei. "Pay no mind to the university recruiters from our Qinghai Star. With your abilities, as long as you perform well in the Star Region competition, there exists a significant opportunity to gain admission to several prestigious institutions within the civilization. That should be your primary objective. Consider our local universities merely as alternatives." Wang Jitong, eager to return to the residence immediately following the competition, had hurriedly escorted him back. Han Fei, slightly bewildered, grasped Wang Jitong's intent. He was concerned that young individuals might be swayed by the recruiter's allure, making premature decisions that could hinder future opportunities. Although Han Fei was acutely aware of his own circumstances and knew he could not be easily deceived, he nevertheless appreciated having a caring elder looking out for him. "Uncle Wang, I understand. Could you enlighten me about the prestigious academies you mentioned? Upon observing Wang Jitong's earnest demeanor, Wang Jitong nodded in satisfaction and began to elucidate the details concerning the esteemed academies. Within our civilization, there exist 4 such illustrious institutions. Each of the 3 major star regions governs one, while the 4th is situated in the capital administrative planet of our civilization. These are the civilization's Central Academy, the 1st Star Region University, the 2nd Star Region University, and the 3rd Star Region University. Upon hearing this, Han Fei could not help but remark, "Uncle Wang, the names of these super universities seem rather arbitrary, don't you think?" Wang Jitong's face lit up with a smile at Han Fei's jest. "When I first heard them, I felt the same way as you do now. However, I later discovered that this naming was a consequence of the historical context during the establishment of these institutions. At that time, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd star regions were merely 3 nations that had recently merged, achieving an initial state of civilizational unification. To expedite the integration of our ideological frameworks, many labels that hindered this amalgamation were forcibly abolished. It was during this period that the highest academies of these 3 nations simultaneously adopted their current names. As time has flowed onward, our civilization has achieved ideological unity. Yet, elements of the distinct cultures, customs, and traditions of the 3-star regions still persist." Realizing he had digressed, Wang Jitong promptly redirected the conversation. "You will gradually come to understand these nuances, but let us discuss the disparities among the universities instead. The resources acquired by our civilization each year are finite. With a portion allocated to education, the more esteemed the university, the greater the share of resources it receives. Many rare resources are exclusively allocated to these 4 top-tier institutions, including some that significantly aid in igniting the divine flame, resources that ordinary universities never encounter. Therefore, do not allow transient interests to cloud your judgment. If the opportunity arises, striving for admission to a superior university is undoubtedly the wisest choice." Chapter 122. Inventory. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Jitong observed Han Fei nodding solemnly. Having taken his counsel to heart, he then placed a reassuring hand on Han Fei's shoulder. "Very well, as long as you are aware of these matters, that's sufficient. After the recent competition, make sure to rest well for a while and reflect on the gains from this experience. Securing the championship in the global tournament has merited significant rewards for our city of Qinghai and for our school as well. I shall assist you in navigating the necessary procedures, and once the rewards are issued, I will personally deliver them to you." Upon hearing of these benefits, Han Fei swiftly cast aside his concerns about university matters, expressing his gratitude to Wang Jitong with a bright smile. "Thank you so much, Uncle Wang. But what exactly are the rewards from the school and the city?" Noticing Han Fei's sudden enthusiasm upon learning about the rewards, Wang Jitong chuckled lightly and replied, "Regarding the distribution of public resources as rewards to individuals, to prevent the emergence of corrupt practices, there is a stringent review process in place. Therefore, the school may grant you a maximum of 2 million divine power, while the city's contribution would be around 10 million divine power, which is about the extent of it." Surprised by this unexpected boon, Han Fei felt a surge of joy. "Uncle Wang, when will I be able to receive this reward?" Seeing that Han Fei's every inquiry revolved around the rewards, Wang Jitong found it amusing rather than bothersome, and patiently elucidated, "Oh, there's no need to rush. Your achievement of the global championship has brought honor to our school. I will return promptly to initiate the process for you. It should be resolved within 2 to 3 days at most. Just rest easy and wait." With that, a satisfied smile graced Wang Jitong's face as he turned to leave, embodying a sense of triumph. "Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Wang," Han Fei called out, watching Wang Jitong's retreating figure with appreciation. Once Wang Jitong had departed, Han Fei felt a shift in his demeanor and swiftly retreated into his divine realm. There, he stood suspended in midair, extending his divine consciousness to envelop every corner of his domain. He conducted a meticulous and thorough scan of the entire realm, mindful of the numerous items he had recently imported from the outside world. Should a situation akin to the previous spread of the deadly black bacteria arise within his divine realm, it would be nothing short of catastrophic. Additionally, he remained vigilant against potential sabotage. The thought of someone covertly introducing destructive elements, akin to the deadly black bacteria, into his realm was unsettling. Han Fei had previously engaged in the clandestine act of concealing the deadly black bacteria within stones and burying them in others' divine realms. Understanding the unpredictable nature of human intentions, he mused on the possibility that someone might wish to reciprocate his actions. Thus, conducting a comprehensive scan with his divine consciousness post-battle had been included in his established divine realm management precautions, a necessary procedure akin to a post-battle analysis. One must always guard against the malice of others, and with focus, he resumed his investigation, noting a suspicious stone lodged in his shoe. Time to examine it closely. Although this meticulous mental scanning requires little time, it significantly drains one's energy. After confirming that the entire divine realm is free of issues, Han Fei, who has processed a multitude of information in a short span, rubbed his forehead and finally felt at ease. He began to assess his losses and gains following the competition. Having conducted a thorough mental scan of the divine realm, Han Fei now possessed a clear understanding of the current status of his followers. Excluding the nearly 200 million logistical jump insects that did not participate in the battle, approximately 300 million mutated jump insects remained, thanks to their two extraordinary abilities, which provided certain damage mitigation. Their numbers had only diminished by about a quarter. The flying jump insects numbered less than 200 million, suffering a loss of nearly one-third. The originally 600 million strong stinger snake-ranged legion had its numbers halved due to their frail physiques in the onslaught of the necromancer's ethereal energy race, leaving around 300 million. This prompted Han Fei to reflect on the formidable firepower of the 1.5 million necromancers commanded by the second-rate youth, Liangji. Given the density of the swarm on the battlefield at the time, each ethereal energy ray unleashed upon the ground forces could obliterate at least 10 insect units. Not only was the firing rate rapid and the range extensive, but the power was also impressive. Had it not been for the disturbances caused by the Thunder Dragon, coupled with their underestimation of the self-destructing jump insect's potency, the losses inflicted by Han Fei's surprise assault would have been far more devastating. As for the Thunder Dragon, with the swarm currently producing 10,000 daily, its numbers had nearly recovered to 200,000, rendering the losses of around 100,000 from the competition negligible. Finally, the self-destructing jump insects, which had achieved the greatest merit during the competition, had seen their numbers plummet from 30 million to below 5 million. Faced with this situation, Han Fei felt helpless. There was only one extraordinary incubation nest for the self-destructing jump insects thus far, yielding nearly 10,000 per day. He would expend several million divine powers to seek divinities possessing identification-type divine engravings to ascertain the inherited bloodline talents or magical abilities of such a card, costing tens of thousands of divine power. Chapter 123. Arrival with no immediate solutions at hand, Han Fei could only let out a deep sigh. Shifting his mood, he joyfully began to assess his gains. First, there was a disarray of various genes, which he chose to disregard for the moment, deciding to cast them into storage for later analysis. Next, he encountered a mountain of assorted weaponry and equipment. A cursory glance revealed a scene of utter chaos, with his surroundings filled with battered and incomplete items. The majority of the salvaged gear bore numerous dents and bite marks. Helmets cleaved in two, shields shattered into fragments, twisted long swords, broken staves, and shattered magical crystals were among the debris. It seemed most of these items would require reconstruction before they could be utilized again, likely fetching only scrap prices if sold. Among the remnants, some items remained relatively intact, though their appearance left much to be desired, marred by wear and tear. Any attempt to sell them in the continent of the gods would categorize them as second-hand goods, probably yielding little profit. Han Fei winced at the sight, silently reassuring himself that these were spoils of war, which was certainly better than having nothing at all. Then came the centerpiece of his rewards, the substantial prize of 50 million divine power. The school and city contributed an additional 12 million, bringing his total to 62 million. With this divine power, Han Fei would be able to purchase the bloodline card for the Thunder Dragon beast once more. He could also significantly enhance the capabilities of the Stinging Serpent, the current mainstay ranged unit of his swarm. Lastly, He looked forward to the opportunity to visit the Logistics Resource Prize repository, eager to discover what rare resources might await him. Suppressing his impulse to rush there immediately, Han Fei busied himself with the post-competition cleanup. Units that had suffered grievous injuries, impairing their daily functions, needed to be collected first. Those that were lightly or severely wounded but retained combat potential required separate categorization. They would need time to recuperate before entering hibernation. Otherwise, they risked perishing during the process. The remaining units were well-fed and in good health. Han Fei invested considerable time reorganizing their hibernation positions. Once everything was in order, he surveyed his restored and tranquil divine realm, nodding in satisfaction. With the tasks in his divine realm concluded, Han Fei exhaled deeply, disengaging from his intense work state. It was only then that he realized 3 days had passed without his notice. Just as he began to reflect on the toils of his 2 lifetimes, he suddenly sensed the arrival of Wang Jitong's immense divine realm, teleporting beside his own. Moments later, Wang Jitong's semi-divine form appeared just outside the barrier of Han Fei's divine realm. At that moment, Wang Jitong exuded vitality, his face aglow with enthusiasm, and his smile more radiant than usual. Han Fei immediately recognized this expression. It reminded him of the triumphant moments in the laboratory he managed in his past life. Attending a meeting at the headquarters, the demeanor displayed after showcasing in front of colleagues was strikingly identical. Han Fei merely smiled faintly before swiftly exiting the divine realm and approaching Wang Jitong. His primary concern was whether the divine power rewards issued by the school and the city had been approved. Upon Han Fei's arrival, Wang Jitong maintained his smile and, without unnecessary words, produced a sealed card and handed it to Han Fei. This is the 12 million divine power allocated to you by the school and the city. Please take care of it. Upon seeing the sealed card, a radiant smile immediately graced Han Fei's face as he eagerly extended his hands to receive it with utmost caution. Delving his consciousness into the sealed card to verify the accuracy of the 12 million divine power, he finally absorbed it into his demigod form. Uncle Wang, I cannot thank you enough for this. I truly appreciate your assistance. Wang Jitong simply waved his hand with a smile, expressing satisfaction as he replied, Little Fei, no need for such formality. You deserve this. It was thanks to your excellent performance in the global competition that the school and city readily approved these rewards. There was nothing complicated about it. Now, I have other matters to attend to, and you should return and assimilate your gains. After speaking, Wang Jitong casually waved his hand and turned to leave, promptly teleporting away from the school premises without delay. Observing his briskness, Han Fei speculated that he was likely off to boast somewhere else. Returning to his divine realm, and with affairs therein having reached a temporary conclusion, Han Fei, now possessing wealth, had already arranged his forthcoming itinerary. With a flicker of his demigod form, he transformed into a radiant sphere of light, appearing in the logistics center of the Qinghai Star on the continent of divine exchange. This was a modern-style administrative hall bustling with activity, where spheres of light came and went in lively abundance. As Han Fei entered, being his first visit and unfamiliar with the surroundings, he approached a staff member within the hall. After explaining his purpose, the efficient staff member promptly guided him to an available window and then gracefully departed. Upon Han Fei's arrival at the window, the sphere of light behind it transmitted a thought towards him. Hello, what service would you like to request? Suddenly confronted with this inquiry, an inexplicable sense of familiarity struck Han Fei, nearly provoking an instinctive response from him. Recharge my account. Chapter 124. The list suppressing the urge to voice his grievances. Han Fei promptly articulated his purpose to the other party. I am the champion of this year's global competition from Qinghai Star, here to select resources from the prize repository. Upon hearing Han Fei's intentions, the other party immediately transmitted a thought. Please provide your name, citizen ID, school, and student number for verification. Recognizing the formulaic tone of the request, Han Fei swiftly supplied the necessary information. After receiving his details, the staff member remarked, "Please hold on," and vanished from sight, presumably to verify the information. In less than 30 seconds, the staff member reappeared. Han Fei, your information has been verified. As he spoke, the staff member extended a luminous strand towards Han Fei. Without hesitation, Han Fei reached out to connect his own strand with that of the staff member. The moment they touched, a thought communicated through the strands, a more intimate mode of exchange within the continent of divine dialogues, offering enhanced security against eavesdropping. This is the list of selectable prizes. You may choose one resource as your reward for winning the global competition. Having confirmed Han Fei's identity, the staff member directly presented him with a catalog of available items in the prize repository. Han Fei quickly scanned the list. The repository contained over 5,000 items available for selection. Through the categorized directory, he discerned that the majority of the resources consisted of various rare minerals, potion formulas, and finished magical equipment. The quantities of finished potions, advanced bloodline cards, and even rare professions for followers, alongside methods for transcending paths, were minimal. Thus, he began to meticulously examine the names and descriptions of the items. Rare mineral, luminescent helium, description. Incorporating this mineral into an alloy significantly enhances magical conductivity while improving the alloy's strength and heat resistance. Quantity. This is only useful for those pursuing magical technology or traditional magic routes of no use to me. Potion formula. Elite promotion potion. Dwarven affinity version. Description. Increases the probability of dwarven followers advancing to elite status. But I don't have any dwarfs, so it's useless. Auxiliary statue. Idol of Faith. Description. Affects an area with a radius of 300 kilometers, continuously influencing followers and enhancing their probability of faith level promotion. What is the point of boosting faith? It's worthless. Rare potion. Heroic promotion potion. Humanoid affinity version. Description. Specifically for breakthroughs. Effectively enhances the probability of followers advancing to hero level. It's impractical for me to design a separate unit for a singular potion, especially when this humanoid unit must be on the verge of breaking through to hero level. Furthermore, it merely increases the probability of promotion, rendering it a poor cost-performance ratio. Rare potion. Potential enhancement potion. Bloodline of the Fleshbound. Chi Path. Universal version. Overview. This potion can effectively enhance the potential of the Fleshbound, applicable to those below the hero level. Upon reading this, Han Fei's eyes brightened. He had finally discovered something that appeared exceedingly beneficial to him. If this remarkable item were to be administered to the Ant Queen, it could potentially elevate the overall potential of the swarm. Even though the swarm currently pursued a magical extraordinary path. However, as the corporeal form serves as the foundation of the swarm, it would not hurt to explore the Chi extraordinary path. The only uncertainty lies in the ultimate effects of this potion and whether it bears any side effects. Resisting the urge to immediately exchange for this potion, Han Fei decided to thoroughly peruse all items before reaching a conclusion. Rare Extraordinary Path. Comprehensive Guide to Shadow Shaman Training. Orc Exclusive. Overview. A step-by-step guide to nurturing your Fleshbound. A complete tutorial for advancing to a Shadow Shaman. Featuring 100 tips for enhancing your Fleshbound, which you truly deserve. Simply find a bloodline card of any species endowed with shadow talents. Apply it to the incubation nest, and it's as easy as that. Utterly worthless, and yet it's labeled as rare. I scoff. With the first desired selection in mind, Han Fei noticeably quickened his pace in reviewing the list. Items such as spears, longswords, shields, and armor were swiftly overlooked, for these items were virtually useless to the swarm. After a brief interval, he finally arrived at the prize repository, where he found a rare trio of advanced bloodline cards. Advanced Bloodline Card. Gale Lizard. Overview. Possesses an exceptionally high affinity for wind elements. Mediocre. The highest valued wind element affinity is of little use to me. Next. Advanced Bloodline Card. Cucka Troll. Overview. A special breed among trolls, possessing robust vitality and strength, along with a rare affinity for magic among trolls. Chapter 125. Fortune. Upon the appraisal of this bloodline card, the extracted bloodline talents are revealed. Affinity with the element of thunder, rapid recovery, and thunderbinding armor. The thunderbinding armor significantly enhances various physical capabilities in a comprehensive manner, resulting in a substantial boost to the combat prowess of its bearer. However, prolonged usage may inflict damage upon the body. When paired with the rapid recovery talent, the adverse effects of thunderbinding armor can be effectively mitigated, producing a synergistic effect that far exceeds mere addition. The value of this advanced bloodline card is thus magnified. Upon reading the introduction of this advanced bloodline card, Han Fei was nearly drooling with anticipation. The efficacy of the Thunderbinding Armor talent utterly eclipsed that of the Thunder Armor and Thunder Charge talents possessed by the Thunder Dragon. This singular talent encompassed the effects of two talents belonging to the Thunder Dragon, not merely enhancing defense and mobility, but providing an all-encompassing augmentation. The three bloodline talents on this card complement each other harmoniously. Particularly, the combination of Thunderbinding Armor and Rapid Recovery exponentially increases the card's value. As for affinity with the element of thunder, it may not be particularly advantageous for the melee-oriented troll race, yet it still serves as a beneficial addition. Han Fei, well-versed in the intricacies of bloodline cards, held immense admiration for the individual capable of extracting this remarkable card. One could surmise that among the hundreds of thousands of sacrifice trolls, those naturally endowed with the Thunderbinding Armor talent would be exceedingly rare. Perhaps only one or two would exist. The sheer luck of being able to obtain such a card left Han Fei in awe. Simultaneously, he silently critiqued, reflecting on the disparity of fortune. Look at their luck. Perhaps I should withdraw my offerings to the god of wealth, taking benefits without contributing anything worthwhile. After gathering his thoughts, Han Fei found it difficult to divert his gaze from the introduction of this advanced bloodline card. The prospect of stacking this card onto his current Thunder Dragon incubation nest was tantalizing. However, the genetic disparity between the Thunder Dragon and the Cuckatroll was significant, suggesting that considerable time would be required for template design. Suppressing the impulse to exchange for this bloodline card immediately, Han Fei resolved to examine the final bloodline card. Wishing to see the endeavor through to completion. Advanced bloodline card, Flame Demon. Upon seeing this name, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback. For the Flame Demon is a creature of innate transcendence. This formidable being, characterized by a grotesquely contorted visage, two massive horns, wings sprouting from its back, and enveloped in shadows and flames, is indeed a sight to behold. Although it may not belong to the highest tier of innate transcendence, it is undeniably a genuine being of extraordinary lineage. The extraordinary bloodline cards of such creatures can easily command prices in the hundreds of millions, even billions, of divine power. How could such a card appear in the prize pool? To Han Fei, the items in the prize pool generally held a value around 100 million divine power. Sensing a potential windfall, Han Fei eagerly began to examine the introduction of this bloodline card. Advanced bloodline card, Flame Demon. Description: the Flame Demon, a naturally extraordinary species, possesses a remarkable affinity for fire elements and shadows. However, upon assessment of this bloodline card, it has been determined that the extracted bloodline talents are Fire Element Affinity and Flame Demon Self-Detonation. Due to an unforeseen incident during extraction, this advanced bloodline card has only inherited two talents, drastically diminishing its value. Nevertheless, the Flame Demon bloodline's Fire Element Affinity remains an exceptional talent. A friendly reminder, after bestowing this bloodline upon your subordinate, do not allow them to test the effects of Flame Demon Self-Detonation, as any consequences will be at your own risk. Upon reading the description, Han Fei felt a wave of numbness wash over his mind. He found it hard to believe the mention of an extraction incident, an incident that allowed the successful extraction of a bloodline card. Who could be deceived by such a tale? This was simply a case of abysmal luck, a classic scenario of nothing being extracted. In a sense, the ability to extract this bloodline card also indicated the prowess of a prominent figure. As a naturally extraordinary species, the Flame Demon possesses far more than just self-detonation and fire affinity. The talents and magical abilities of the Flame Demon, including the Fiery Body, Fiery Sword, Fiery Whip, Fiery Storm, Shadow Erosion, Shadow Leap, and Shadow Affinity, were all conspicuously absent. To think such misfortune could occur was astounding. Han Fei could only express his profound respect for this figure. Simultaneously, he silently retracted his intention to withdraw the offerings meant for the God of Wealth. Grateful for the blessings of the God of Wealth, he acknowledged that it is indeed beneficial to pay homage, whether in times of need or not. He gazed deeply at the description of the advanced Flame Demon bloodline card before him, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to leap up and perform a handstand as a means to express his exhilaration. What is truly bespoke? This is the epitome of customization. For others, The Flame Demon self-detonation might be regarded as a negative bloodline talent. Yet for him, it was precisely the coveted treasure he had long sought after. Potions for enhancing potential and the Kuka Troll bloodline card suddenly paled in comparison. Chapter 126, Happiness is. It is essential to recognize that while the advanced bloodline card of the Kuka Troll possesses its merits, it pales in comparison to that of the Flame Demon. The disparity in their species hierarchy is substantial. One is an ordinary species, while the other is an inherently extraordinary one. The difference in the innate talent bestowed by their bloodlines is even more pronounced. Not to mention the ability of Flame Demon self-detonation, a final act of mutual destruction by the Flame Demon. Even without having witnessed it firsthand, one can easily surmise the overwhelming power it possesses. Having perused the entire list, Han Fei steadied his racing heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he conveyed his decision to the staff member through a focused thought. I have selected my desired prize. The advanced bloodline card, Flame Demon. With eager anticipation, he fixed his gaze on the staff member. Upon hearing Han Fei's choice of the advanced bloodline card, Flame Demon, the staff member, who had maintained a monotonous tone thus far, finally exhibited a flicker of emotion and cautioned Han Fei, please confirm, are you referring to this specific card, which possesses only 2 bloodline talents? Do not let the allure of its extraordinary species status cloud your judgment. This card is listed at the end of the selection because it has resided in our prize repository for a considerable duration. If you merely seek a commendable fire element affinity talent, there are numerous alternative bloodline card varieties available. I suggest you consider selecting a more valuable prize, as you could later purchase the advanced bloodline card you require with the remaining divine power. Acknowledging the staff member's well-meaning advice, Han Fei merely smiled inwardly. Typically, individuals acquiring bloodline cards do so for promising subordinates aiming to cultivate a singular high-end combat force. Unlike them, he merely needed one extraordinary bloodline card for his incubation nest to mass-produce second-generation subordinates imbued with that bloodline's magical talents, treating them as expendable resources on the battlefield. The notion of explosive joy is beyond the comprehension of his staff member. Without delving into explanations, Han Fei sincerely responded, "Thank you for your suggestion. But my circumstances are unique, and I genuinely require this advanced extraordinary bloodline card. I kindly ask for your assistance in the exchange." Upon hearing Han Fei's insistence, the staff member ceased further discussion and simply replied, "Please follow me." He then led Han Fei deeper into the hall. In a mere 2 minutes, they traversed the hall, turned several corners, and arrived at an area resembling a storeroom. The staff member extended a light beam, indicating another staff member stationed at the storeroom window. This is the prize repository manager. Simply provide your exchange code along with the item number from your list. After delivering this information, the guiding light sphere no longer engaged with Han Fei and retraced its path. With his thoughts consumed by the Flame Demon extraordinary bloodline card, Han Fei wasted no time. Without hesitation, he extended a beam of light towards the warehouse personnel, transmitting the exchange code he had obtained along with the item number for the advanced bloodline card, Flame Demon. After the staff member verified Han Fei's exchange code, he turned and entered the warehouse. Upon his return, the staff member was holding the highly coveted Flame Demon advanced bloodline card on a beam of light. Swiftly receiving the bloodline card and confirming its authenticity, Han Fei immediately absorbed it into his being. Only then did he express his gratitude to the staff member before teleporting away. Following his itinerary, Han Fei was instantaneously transported to the weapons specialty market. The layout here was reminiscent of that in the bloodline card market. After a quick tour of the market, he selected a relatively sizable establishment. The advertisements outside proclaimed free value assessments for equipment sold at the store. Han Fei intended to dispose of the spoils from this competition within the divine realm. Gliding into the mall's main hall, Han Fei surveyed the internal area. He soon discovered the comprehensive service area for weaponry within the shop. This area consisted of an entire row of counters along the mall's edge, each adorned with floating name-brand divine power projections. Although Han Fei was unfamiliar with the characters displayed, he could effortlessly discern their meanings upon mental contact. Equipment repair, equipment recycling, equipment consignment, equipment customization, equipment value assessment. A multitude of individuals congregated in that section. busily attending to various services. Observing this bustling scene, Han Fei directed himself toward the counter marked Equipment Value Assessment. As he traversed the product sales area of the hall, he arrived at the counter just as one became available. Han Fei promptly approached, extending a beam of light and retrieving a sealing card to present to the staff member behind the counter, simultaneously conveying his thoughts. I intend to sell these items to your esteemed store. I would be grateful if you could assist me in evaluating their worth. Chapter 127. Evaluation. The staff member behind the counter, witnessing Han Fei's amiable demeanor, promptly exhibited a commendable level of professionalism. No problem. I possess over 3 centuries of evaluative experience. I can certainly assist you in accurately appraising the value of any equipment. As he spoke, he swiftly extended a beam of light to connect with the sealed card that Han Fei held. The moment his consciousness permeated the sealed card, the highly trained staff member was momentarily taken aback, subsequently freezing in place. Within the card lay a veritable mountain of various damaged, worn, and intact weapons and equipment, amassed from nearly 6 billion assorted items. The scene was reminiscent of a landfill from Han Fei's previous life. Sir, do all of these items require an appraisal? The staff member stuttered, his voice trembling. The sheer volume and diversity of styles, specifications, materials, and conditions were overwhelming. Among the items, he even spotted an engine for a low-altitude hovercraft. While it could be classified as equipment, shouldn't it be sold at a magical machinery store instead? Noticing the appraiser's voice quaking, Han Fei waved another beam of light, somewhat sheepishly responding, "There's no need to appraise each item individually. Just provide me with the total value." The appraiser's expression morphed into a look of bewilderment. How can I calculate a total value without assessing each item's worth? Should I weigh them instead? Though internally fraught with anxiety, the seasoned professional remained composed, having navigated countless market fluctuations over his extensive career, upholding the principle that the customer is always right. He steadied his nerves and replied, albeit with a slight tremor in his voice, "The quantity of items you wish to evaluate is truly overwhelming. Please hold on. I will return shortly." With that, the glowing figure darted from behind the counter, hastily ascending to the second floor of the marketplace. Han Fei, unfazed, waited patiently for nearly 10 minutes. As his patience waned, he contemplated brandishing a banner that read, "Fraudulent merchants, lacking in integrity, misleading customers." At last, the fleeing staff member reappeared, accompanied by another glowing figure, descending leisurely from above. The newcomer, upon seeing the sealed card still cradled in Han Fei's hand, wasted no time and extended a beam of light towards it. Moments later, the light retracted, and the newcomer casually produced a blank sealed card, inscribing a segment of information within. He leisurely drifted towards the second floor, accompanied by his staff, uttering not a single word throughout the journey. Observing this, Han Fei turned to the remaining staff member, his mind brimming with curiosity. "Dear customer, we appreciate your patience. The valuation for this batch of equipment amounts to 736,495 divine strength. Here is the detailed valuation list, based on the current market conditions, honest and fair." Upon concluding his statement, the staff member handed Han Fei the sealing card, which was illuminated by a radiant light, containing the recorded information. Han Fei swiftly unleashed his divine sense to examine the contents of this sealing card. Two-handed great sword, minor damage, composed of 15% magma, or 1.3% mica crystal, or 72% alloy. Weight, valuation, 0. 6 divine strength. Helmet fragments, composed of 9% blue ice, or weight, valuation, 0.00001 divine strength. Low-grade magical energy core, internal magical patterns integrity at 86. Valuation, 1. 3 divine strength. Han Fei rapidly scanned through all the information, his eyes wide with astonishment. The data was exceedingly detailed, with each item valued individually. Such precision was beyond the capabilities of a demigod. The luminous orb that had just conducted the appraisal was undoubtedly a deity who had ignited the divine fire and possessed the divine imprint for identification. What a fortune it was to have such a deity perform the appraisal, which would typically cost at least 1 million divine strength this time. He had received it for free. With this thought, Han Fei felt his spirits lift, as if the clouds had parted to reveal bright sunshine. He then thrust the sealing card containing the weaponry directly into the staff member's face. Sell it and provide the divine strength. As Han Fei departed the weaponry market, having been courteously seen off by the staff member, he did not forget to commend him, saying, "A conscientious merchant indeed. 5-star rating, rest assured. I shall become your loyal customer, frequently patronizing your business." The staff member could only respond with a silent expression. Chapter 128. The treatment of the stinging serpent. As Han Fei stepped out of the mall, he felt a surge of divine power, totaling over 7.3 million, coupled with a championship reward of 62 million and the remaining 2.7 million he had yet to utilize. Han Fei now possessed more than 72 million divine power, which filled him with renewed vigor. With a flicker of light, he found himself once again in the bloodline card trading market, navigating the familiar terrain with ease. In Han Fei's estimation, while he had enough divine power to acquire 2 more Thunder Dragon bloodline cards, the Stinging Serpent, as a pivotal ranged unit of the swarm, posed a significant concern. Aesthetics alone could not suffice. Combat capability was paramount. The foremost issue was their fireball's limited range, barely reaching 500 meters, which was increasingly inadequate for the demands of the battlefield. Additionally, their mobility efficiency was alarmingly low compared to other insectoid units, hindering their ability to keep pace with swarm movements. After all, among the swarm's combat units, the mutated jumping insect ranked second to last in mobility. In high-speed conditions, utilizing wind's protection, they could glide for a certain distance with their wing veins, exerting no effort whatsoever. In stark contrast, the Stinging Serpent, being a purely terrestrial unit, was relegated to laboriously crawling along the ground, thereby dragging down the overall speed of the swarm. Moreover, their physical resilience was woefully inadequate. The extraordinary genes within the Stinging Serpent only bestowed upon them the ability to unleash fireballs, leaving their overall physical strength within the realm of ordinary species. While they could manage against average foes, Han Fei's opponents had been consistently escalating in strength. In prolonged confrontations with extraordinary-level minions, their defensive capacity was increasingly insufficient. Were it not for the fact that the Stinging Serpent's extraordinary genes had already claimed 15 slots within the swarm's production line at the extraordinary incubation nest, Han Fei might have considered sidelining them from combat, much like the Thunder Beasts, reallocating their production capacity to the jumping insects. After all, the 20-meter-long Thunder Dragon, also a ranged unit, shared nearly identical functions. A comparative analysis would reveal the Thunder Dragon's overwhelming advantages in attack range, power, defense, speed, and energy reserves, far surpassing the Stinging Serpent. Indeed, aside from their high cost and substantial food requirements, the Thunder Dragons were quite appealing. Therefore, for someone of limited means, it was prudent to address the Stinging Serpent's shortcomings first. Once resolved, if divine power permitted, he would contemplate acquiring 2 Thunder Dragon bloodline cards. With a sense of urgency, Han Fei swiftly traversed the vast bloodline card market, weaving through various shops in search of suitable extraordinary bloodline cards to enhance the Stinging Serpent. After a lengthy exploration of the market, he finally selected 2 extraordinary bloodline cards, carefully chosen for their compatibility with the current state of the Stinging Serpent. The first is the extraordinary bloodline card of the azure-patterned winged serpent, whose innate talent closely resembles the wind protection of the jumping insect. As a flying serpent capable of harnessing wind elements to enhance magical abilities, Han Fei, having analyzed numerous ordinary serpentine genes, found it relatively effortless to identify the extraordinary genetic tumor of the azure-patterned winged serpent within its body through a process of elimination. This tumor predominantly occupies the wings of the serpent. Han Fei speculated that if this bloodline talent were integrated with the current incubation nest of the stabbing serpent, the manifestation of this extraordinary genetic tumor embedded into the genetic template of the stabbing serpent would likely result in the emergence of a pair of azure-patterned winged serpent wings on its back. With minor adjustments and optimizations, Han Fei could swiftly finalize the new genetic template without expending excessive time on a complete reconstruction. Furthermore, the cost of such a bloodline card is quite reasonable, priced at over 300,000 divine power per card, with a 9.9 discount for purchases exceeding 10 cards, making it a lucrative investment. The second option is also an extraordinary serpent beast, the stone-skin python, whose innate talent is akin to the jumping insect's tough skin. Having previously experienced the synergistic effects of combining tough skin and wind protection, Han Fei recognized the exceptional cost-effectiveness of this combination. It not only enhances defense and mobility, but also grants the ability to fly. Should the stabbing serpent achieve the capacity for flight, it would effectively resolve the range issues associated with fireball projectiles, thereby addressing all current shortcomings of the stabbing serpent. Most importantly, the price of the Stoneskin Python Bloodline card is similarly affordable, at over 300,000 divine power per card, with the same discount for bulk purchases. Resolutely determined, Han Fei mused that these two abilities represent the optimal choice for the stabbing serpent at this stage. No, I am not merely opting for the Thunder Dragon Beast Bloodline card to conserve divine power. My decision is entirely rooted in cost-effectiveness. With this conviction, Han Fei decisively procured 15 advanced Bloodline cards, each of the Stoneskin Python and the Azure-patterned Winged Serpent, expending over 9 million divine power without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 129. The issue of the Thorned Serpent resolved. Having addressed the matter of the Thorned Serpent, Han Fei gracefully made his way back to the marketplace where he had previously acquired the Thunder Dragon Beast. Upon entering, he promptly approached the counter, transmitting a thought instantaneously to the staff behind it. I require 2 high-grade Bloodline cards for the Thunder Dragon Beast, specifically those imbued with the talents of Thunder Flash, Thunder Armor, and Thunder Strike. Upon hearing Han Fei's request, the staff member immediately presented a high-grade Bloodline card for the Thunder Dragon Beast, respectfully inquiring, "Esteemed guest, is this the high-grade Bloodline card you seek?" Han Fei, scanning the card with his divine consciousness, recognized it as identical to the one he had purchased previously and confirmed. Indeed, this is it. With the 2 high-grade Bloodline cards in hand, Han Fei found himself once again impoverished. Amidst the staff's warm farewell, he departed from that melancholic place, clutching the weighty sealed cards. Returning to his divine realm, he stood suspended in the air, inhaling deeply. The semi-divine form slowly dissipated as his consciousness withdrew from the realm of the gods and returned to reality. Engaging in mundane activities, eating, drinking, relieving himself, bathing, and worshipping, he seamlessly transitioned back into the divine world, embodying a sense of purpose in every moment. Following this, a wave of artificial phenomena unfolded, enveloping him in a profound sense of ritual. Having completed his self-soothing metaphysical practices, Han Fei contemplated silently in mid-air, Lord of Wealth. Whether my future holds nourishing energy bars or mere soil depends upon today. Lord Guan is already on standby. You must exert your influence. May the Bloodline card of the Flame Demon I am about to utilize succeed, or else the Workplace Management and Cultivation Manual states, competition in positions breeds pressure, and pressure cultivates motivation. Thus began Han Fei's endeavor to employ the 31 Bloodline cards. The procedure had become quite refined. First, the mat, then the Bloodline card of the Flame Demon. As for the 2 high-grade Bloodline cards of the Thunder Dragon Beast, they were temporarily set aside due to the limitations imposed by the Queen Ant's gestation and the division of her ovaries. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and Han Fei found himself before an incubation chamber radiating a faint orange glow. Despite his serious demeanor, the occasional flicker of tension in his eyes betrayed his anxious state. The surface of this incubation chamber resembled a vast web of blood vessels, now quivering and convulsing, wildly contracting and expanding. Within a few meters, one could feel the intense heat emanating from it, distorting the surrounding air. As time progressed, the convulsions of the incubation chamber gradually slowed, restoring a semblance of calm. It's nearly complete. Han Fei exhaled deeply, a fleeting smile gracing his face, observing the incubation chamber of the self-destructing jumping insect, now devoid of tremors. He felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Originally, the Flame Demon Bloodline card, when utilized, had not encountered the disheartening 30% failure rate. Han Fei, believing everything to be going smoothly and on the verge of celebration, was suddenly struck by the realization that the self-exploding jumping worm's incubation chamber, after being infused with the plethora of extraordinary genetic tumors from the Flame Demon Bloodline talent, exhibited a troubling trend. Its physical structure seemed unable to bear the weight of this extraordinary bloodline. lacking insight into the flame demon's self-detonation, bloodline's extraordinary capabilities. Han Fei grossly underestimated the physical prowess required to support this magical talent. Alarmed, he quickly dashed into the realm of divine communication, procuring several large barrels of life-spring water, which he then fervently poured into the self-exploding jumping worm's incubation chamber. Had the chamber's integrity faltered and succumbed to the alterations induced by the flame demon bloodline, Han Fei would have surely bled profusely on the spot. Fortunately, his timely delivery of life-spring water, combined with the genetic template of the incubation chamber, which was already among the strongest in the ordinary category, along with various high-temperature resistant ordinary genes and the foundational extraordinary genes of the self-exploding jumping worm, allowed it to narrowly withstand the transformation process. As Han Fei meticulously observed the internal conditions of the incubation chamber through genetic adjustments, he confirmed that the infused extraordinary genetic tumors had securely stabilized within the original genetic chain of the self-exploding jumping worm's incubation chamber. Only then did he retract his consciousness and invoke the thread of belief, prompting the Ant Queen to produce a self-exploding jumping worm for examination. In less than 2 minutes, a series of orange-red eggs began to emerge from the ovipositor chamber of the incubation chamber. Nearby, the heat-resistant logistical jumping worms, having been prepared, promptly advanced to carefully cradle the eggs with their shoulder tentacles. They swiftly ascended, utilizing the subterranean high-speed passage to exit the underground worm nest. These eggs would be transported to the independent incubation chamber that Han Fei had established 2 kilometers away, where they would receive meticulous care throughout their stages of incubation, larval development, and pupation until they matured into adults. This process would require considerable time, compelling Han Fei to exercise patience and await the results, ready to make adjustments as necessary. With matters here temporarily settled, he promptly proceeded to inspect the location of the extraordinary incubation chamber of the Thorn Serpent. Chapter 130. The initial mutation of the Ant Queen, and losses it may have been due to the self-destructing jumping insects hatching nests that all luck was exhausted. Originally, there were 15 hatching nests for the spiked serpents, but in this round of extraordinary evolution, the number plummeted to a mere 5, having endured a 30% failure rate. There was also an overflow. 2/3 of the spiked serpent hatching nests were immediately forfeited, resulting in a direct daily decrease of 100,000 in the swarm's production. This was a significant loss for Han Fei. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the stark reality left him breathless with anguish. Han Fei could do nothing but consider it as accumulating luck for the upcoming Thunder Dragon hatching nests, now that the new extraordinary genes had been successfully loaded. Based on Han Fei's experience, this combination should prove highly successful. The eggs were unlikely to face any mid-course failures, and emerging from their cocoons should pose no issue. As long as the newly produced spiked serpents and self-destructing jumping insects could successfully emerge, Han Fei would then clarify the impact of these genetic tumors on the existing genetic templates of the swarm units, allowing him to proceed with adjustments and optimizations. Having completed these tasks, Han Fei felt a sense of psychological fatigue after experiencing several emotional highs and lows over the past 2 days. Rubbing his forehead, he decided to temporarily set aside the analysis of genes for the day. If not analyzing genes, what should he do instead? The sudden vacancy left Han Fei feeling a sense of emptiness. He stood suspended in midair and waved his hand, causing a translucent blue light screen to illuminate. Entering his notes, he was met with a dense array of pending tasks that filled the entire page. Han Fei fell silent, his gaze hollow, and he swiftly dismissed the light screen, closing his eyes immediately. I saw nothing. I was blind just now. After a prolonged moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, it seemed he suddenly recalled something. It had been 2 years since he assigned tasks to the Ant Queen. It was time to assess the Ant Queen's results in optimizing the Thunder Beast genetic template. He chuckled softly, hoping for a pleasant surprise. With this thought, Han Fei's semi-divine form gradually dissipated in the ethereal realm. When he reappeared, he found himself in the specialized underground cavern where the Ant Queen resided. At this moment, the Ant Queen was elegantly moving about the cavern, her massive abdomen trailing behind her. Han Fei was momentarily stunned. How could such slender ant legs support such a large abdomen and allow for such graceful movement? What was happening? His consciousness enveloped the Ant Queen, meticulously examining her. Within the perception of his spirit, There was a peculiar force that subtly differed from mental energy, enveloping the Ant Queen like an invisible membrane. This force effortlessly supported her nearly mature abdomen, now exceeding 2 meters in length, enabling her to move freely with ease. Under Han Fei's careful scrutiny, this intangible power resembled mental energy, yet was subtly distinct. At that moment, the Ant Queen had also sensed Han Fei's presence. Her antennae gently swayed, and her entire form began to levitate, swiftly soaring towards the location of Han Fei's semi-divine body. A melodious voice reached Han Fei's ears. "Master, it is a pleasure to see you once more." Concurrently, through the faith connection with the Queen Ant, Han Fei once again sensed that pure joy emanating from her. Habitually, Han Fei spoke, "I have been quite occupied lately and have had no time to attend to matters here. Has the optimization of the Thunder Beast gene template been completed? I have come to review the work." As soon as he uttered these words, Han Fei realized that he had directly heard the Queen Ant's voice. Rather than communicating through the faith connection, it was a direct transmission of sound via her unique psychic power. Without hesitation, Han Fei promptly activated the translucent blue screen. Utilizing his divine consciousness as a medium, he employed the analytical functions of the divine landing pod to examine the Queen Ant's condition. Affiliation name: Queen Ant. Affiliation level: extraordinary. Affiliation talents: gene fusion, gene modification. Faith level: fanatic. Status: psychic mutation in progress. Upon reading this, Han Fei's heart sank. The Queen Ant was indeed a solitary gem within the entire colony. If she were to encounter any issues due to her psychic mutation, it would spell disaster. Without a moment's pause, Han Fei immediately began to expend divine power to enhance the intensity of his psychic perception, particularly focusing on the Queen Ant's intangible mutated psychic energy, as well as the mental crystal core hanging around her neck, conducting a meticulous scan. Although he had not heard of any instances where a mental crystal core could induce psychic mutations, Han Fei was certain that the mutation of the Queen Ant's psychic energy was unequivocally linked to this object, as it was the sole influence on her psychic state. With the enhancement of his psychic intensity, Han Fei was finally able to discern the origin of this transformation. Due to the Queen Ant's prolonged use of the mental crystal core, the core's transformative psychic energy, which could amplify the soul, elevate psychic strength, and foster intellectual growth, was at the root of the change. Chapter 131. The new version of the Thunder Beast long entangled within the body of the Ant Queen. She was influenced by the divine trait of Han Fei, environmental adaptation. The mental prowess of the Ant Queen began to gradually acclimate and assimilate this unique force, thus instigating a mutation in her mental energy, which appeared to be a benign transformation. Upon realizing this, Han Fei's taut nerves finally relaxed. As long as the mutation was not malignant, everything could be managed. However, although the divine trait of environmental adaptation had expedited this process, it merely accelerated it. The actual manifestation of results remained exceedingly sluggish. Thus, in Han Fei's perception, the mental energy of the Ant Queen bore only a slight distinction from ordinary mental energy, which was not overtly apparent. After all, in nature, for a species to adapt to an entirely foreign environment, the process of evolution often spans an unnerving duration. Much like the marine species of Han Fei's previous life that ascended to land, the time required was measured in hundreds of millions of years. Reflecting on this, Han Fei suddenly found the divine trait of environmental adaptation to be quite impressive. Given its current efficacy, this trait could significantly accelerate the natural adaptation process, which was already remarkable. Unfortunately, for a demigod in the nascent stage, the duration of this accelerated process was still measured in decades, centuries, or even millennia. A demigod could hardly afford such an extensive period of adaptation. Thus, this divine trait was effectively rendered futile. As the Ant Queen approached, she sensed Han Fei's inquiry regarding the genetic optimization of the Thunder Beast. A wave of pride surged through the connection of faith. The Ant Queen exclaimed, "Master, I have successfully completed the adjustments and optimization of the Thunder Beast genetic template. Furthermore, I have conducted practical tests on the optimized template. The optimized Thunder Beast has developed remarkably well, and the genetic template is exceedingly stable." At this juncture, the Ant Queen gestured towards her immense abdomen, indicating that she had already laid eggs, thereby testing the optimized genetic template. Han Fei's insistence that the ant queen refrain from laying eggs was solely to expedite the maturation and shedding of the divided ovaries. It did not imply that her still-maturing abdomen was incapable of producing eggs infused with the ordinary insectoid genetic template. Upon hearing the ant queen's report, Han Fei felt a surge of joy within. A genius, after laboring for years and being hindered by various complications concerning the Thunder Beast. The ant queen had found a breakthrough in merely 2 years. What splendid news! With his heart brimming with anticipation, Han Fei chose not to sift through the connection of faith to locate the new Thunder Beast, but instead maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "Oh, you have already conducted tests? Where is the Thunder Beast you tested? I wish to see the fruits of your optimization." Although Han Fei was elated internally, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure in front of his subordinate. The workplace manual advised against allowing employees to become complacent due to their achievements. It was essential to leave room for continued effort and growth. Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, the ant queen promptly responded, "He just stepped out for a moment. I shall summon him at once for your inspection." Her voice resonated with a sense of pride, reminiscent of an elementary student who had completed their summer homework ahead of time, eagerly awaiting parental inquiry about its completion. With that, the ant queen immediately gestured with her dual antennae atop her head. Her mutated psychic energy swiftly expanded, and a venomous dragonfly situated at the cave's edge. Upon receiving her command, dove into a passage connecting to the underground cavern. Before long, a new unit of the insectoid race, one that Han Fei had not previously encountered, surged forth from the tunnel with remarkable speed. With his keen eyesight, he discerned the creature's form at once. Its overall appearance bore a striking resemblance to a thunder beast, complete with sharp fangs and formidable mandibles, a blade-like horn upon its forehead, angular carapace above its head, and a pair of bony sickles on its shoulders. Its body was enveloped in scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen, and its robust limbs were equipped with formidable claws. Additionally, a pair of vascular wings sprouted from its back, designed to enhance its agility. However, what was this? A miniature version of the Thunder Beast, standing a mere 30 centimeters tall, resembled nothing more than a small teddy bear. What was this diminutive form? Was this really the Thunder Beast I envisioned? My heavy ground assault unit, towering over 10 meters and weighing 15 tons? In the midst of Han Fei's astonishment, this miniaturized, cartoonish Thunder Beast emerged from the tunnel, energetically flapping its wings and bounding forward. Upon nearing him, it executed a full 360-degree spin, halting abruptly, a true display of finesse. It vigorously wagged a small tail that Han Fei had previously overlooked, coming to a steady stop right before him. Han Fei could only murmur, Hey, you're an insectoid combat unit, not a dog." At that moment, despite his efforts to maintain composure, the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, betraying his inner turmoil and confusion. Chapter 132, Supreme Understanding. At that moment, the Ant Queen gracefully floated beside the Thunder Beast, standing tall and proud, her antennae flicking as she pointed to the Q-version Thunder Beast, which was soaring with its tail wagging. With great pride, she began to unveil her 2 years of optimization efforts to Han Fei. "Master, this is the latest version of the Thunder Beast, meticulously refined by me. To reduce its consumption, I have diminished the beast's size. Now, its consumption is only slightly higher than that of the logistics jumping insect, fully meeting your demand for reduced expenditure." As she spoke, the Ant Queen gestured towards the intricate wing structures on the back of the Thunder Beast. Due to its reduced size, these wing structures could now be successfully integrated into the beast's genetic template, yielding excellent results. This modification significantly enhanced its mobility, making it comparable to the standard movement speed of the mutated jumping insects. With another flick of her antennae, she indicated the beast's surface, glistening with a metallic sheen. "I have replaced the cumbersome chitinous exoskeleton with lightweight, high-strength scales. Despite their reduced thickness, these scales provide commendable defensive capabilities. Furthermore, by minimizing its size and increasing its speed, it can now conceal itself among the ranks of jumping insects, evading enemy attacks with greater ease, thereby greatly enhancing its survivability." Throughout her presentation, the Ant Queen's voice brimmed with pride. The Thunder Beast she designed perfectly aligned with Han Fei's requirements: reduced consumption, increased mobility, enhanced defense. and improved survivability. It was nothing short of perfection. Meanwhile, Han Fei, utilizing the divine trait of gene adjustment, observed the condition of the genetic template within this mini-Q version Thunder Beast. It was evident that it was merely a product formed by combining a small canine gene with a portion of the logistics jumping insect's genetic template, augmented with certain Zerg functionalities, and then sculpted into the shape of a Thunder Beast. Han Fei could only shake his head in disbelief. Even a random logistics jumping insect could outperform this creature in combat. Sensing the Ant Queen's earnest desire for the Master's praise transmitted through the faith connection, Han Fei inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure amidst the whirlwind of emotions. The workplace manual on employee development advised, when faced with an ambitious employee, even if her performance is lacking, one must never dampen her enthusiasm. As a leader, it is imperative to gently guide her towards the right path while providing encouragement. This approach will yield a diligent and progressive employee in the future. With great effort, Han Fei donned a facade of encouragement and warmth, finally complimenting the Ant Queen. "You were truly remarkable, achieving such impressive optimization results in just 2 years. To reach this level on your first genetic template optimization demonstrates significant potential. Your extraordinary talent in genetic optimization has left me enlightened. Given time, you will undoubtedly become a valuable asset to our company." Ahem. I mean, to become the most exceptional queen of the swarm, leading the colony to the pinnacle of insect existence and recreating the glory of the insect race. Overwhelmed by a tremendous surge of emotion, Han Fei nearly uttered the motivational phrases he once used to encourage his subordinates in his previous life. However, he recognized that when it comes to optimizing genetic templates, there was still room for growth. Yet, experience in genetic optimization can be rapidly acquired, and I have great faith in you. Keep striving. As he spoke, Han Fei produced an impressive stack of substantial tomes, akin to bricks, from within his demigod form, placing them before the Queen and the chibi Thunder Beast. A cloud of dust was raised, and the scene fell into a momentary silence. "These are the comprehensive records of all my experiments and processes regarding the creation and optimization of the insect race since I established my divine domain. They encompass my thoughts and insights while creating and enhancing insect units, along with various challenges encountered and the solutions or strategies devised to overcome them. These are invaluable experiences. Additionally, there is a segment dedicated to my envisioned blueprint for the future of the insect race, along with inspirations for optimization directions. These inspirations are drawn from the realms of science fiction and gaming from my previous life, which can provide guidance in the creation of insect units. After all, human creativity has its limits, especially when it comes to ideas and concepts. I am now imparting all of this knowledge to you. I believe that upon mastering these insights, you will achieve remarkable accomplishments in optimizing the genetic templates of the swarm." With that, Han Fei gave the Queen a thumbs up, showcasing a spirited and sunny smile as a gesture of encouragement. A beam of sunlight streamed down from the cave's apex, illuminating Han Fei and enveloping the atmosphere in an inspiring and fervent ambience. Through the thread of faith, he sensed the Queen's thoughts had completely frozen upon witnessing the pile of books. Han Fei's demigod form maintained a smile as it gradually dissipated before the Queen. Reappearing in the divine realms mid-air, Han Fei's expression instantly faltered, as if the very essence of his being had been drained, causing him to slowly tilt backward. Chapter 133, The Work of Laborers Suspended in Mid-Air. Han Fei assumed a posture reminiscent of a languid fish, as if his very essence had been utterly drained. Sighing, he lamented the weight of his exhaustion, for where hope flourished, disappointment loomed equally large. When might he find a competent employee to share the burdens of his toil? Reclined in the air, Han Fei kept his eyes tightly shut, vigorously rubbing his forehead with one hand. After several minutes, he ceased his motions and reopened his eyes, having managed to regain his composure. With a stoic expression, he raised his right hand and made a swift gesture, causing a translucent blue screen to flicker to life before him. The tribulations of today would yield the pleasures of tomorrow. Everything must ultimately rely on oneself. He navigated through his notes and to-do list, casually swiping across the interface, swiftly scanning the multitude of research projects that had accumulated over decades, many of which had been stalled or abandoned due to various interruptions. Page after page was densely packed with tasks, on enhancing the productivity of incubation nests, optimizing directions, and designing genetic templates for ordinary biological entities, methods to break production limits. Under research on the survival capabilities of thunder beasts, optimization designs for internal organs and further defense enhancements, draft design number 77. Incomplete, on the resolution directions and difficulties of microbial cognition, as well as the various conditions that are lacking, to be supplemented. On the control of bodily actions and behaviors in living organisms, the interrelations of consciousness, genes, soul, and neural signals. Under research on the flaws of intelligent life, the correlations between intelligence levels and beliefs, and the comparative impact of various emotions on intelligent beings, such as fear, courage, fervor, calmness, and despair. Under research on the optimization of the swarm communication system. Version 231. Incomplete. Design for remote units of the insect race with enhanced range. Draft design number 263. Incomplete. Soon, Han Fei discovered a project that was not impeded by various reasons and could proceed with a decisive motion. He selected on enhancing the energy absorption and conversion efficiency of swarms, digestive system optimization. Incomplete, and plunged back into the depths of his work. 2 months later, Han Fei stood within a secluded incubation chamber, facing a colossal purplish-red cocoon towering over 3.5 meters. The cocoon's membranous surface was adorned with swirling patterns of blue and gray, resembling a spider's web. This was the appearance of the larvae encased after 3 extraordinary transformations within the incubation nest of the stinging serpent. At that moment, the immense cocoon quivered slightly, signaling that the creature within had awakened. With a soft tearing sound, the membranous shell was ruptured from within. A stinging serpent, having undergone 3 extraordinary transformations, emerged from the depths of the giant cocoon, if he could still be referred to as a. The appearance of this has undergone some notable changes compared to its original form, although the main body remains largely unaltered. The influence of the bloodline card has rendered its previously robust arms and scythe-like appendages even more colossal and elongated. Between these scythe-like limbs lies a layer of membranous flesh connecting them, forming a pair of massive wings reminiscent of bat wings. Contrary to Han Fei's earlier assumptions, a pair of wings did not sprout anew from its back. Han Fei examined the genetic structure within this with his mental prowess and swiftly discerned the reason behind these transformations. After all, the original form of it was that of a serpent adorned with a pair of fleshy wings, bestowing it with the extraordinary ability to fly. When this exceptional gene was integrated into this original genetic template, it effortlessly fused with the snake's arm structure, merging seamlessly. Han Fei merely needed to make slight adjustments to the segment of this genetic template responsible for managing its arms, thereby facilitating an optimization that would enable the extraordinary capabilities of the gene to reach their full potential. Furthermore, the tail of the, which was once encased in layers of ring bone armor, has also become notably robust due to the influence of the bloodline card, appearing somewhat unwieldy. The once thin bone armor now boasts a coarse gray texture, exuding a palpable sense of weight and solidity. The surface is now adorned with patterns reminiscent of serpentine scales, creating a striking contrast with the relatively slender body, resulting in a lack of harmony. Additionally, it retains some outward serpentine features. For instance, its eyes have transformed, developing slitted pupils typical of snakes, and it possesses a forked, elongated tongue. These alterations, albeit largely superfluous, are nonetheless evident. Chapter 134. Initial adjustments. Han Fei remained unfazed by the situation. With considerable experience in this realm of optimization, he dismissed the effects stemming from ordinary genes as trivial. At that moment, he found himself captivated by the appearance of the thorned serpent, evoking a profound sense of familiarity within him, amplified by the encroachment of the extraordinary genes from the azure-winged serpent and the stone-skinned python. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Fei summoned a genetic template. This was an advanced version of the thorned serpent, meticulously designed based on prior templates. The prototype of the mutated dragon slowly manifested within his consciousness. Han Fei swiftly compared the current genetic template of the thorned serpent with the one he had just summoned. During this comparison, he eliminated the massive bat-like wings constructed from ordinary biological genes within the mutated dragon template. he proceeded to make rapid adjustments, ensuring that the areas requiring integration with the extraordinary gene tumor were preserved. Simultaneously, he undertook extensive micro-adjustments to optimize the genetic template, accounting for potential chain reactions arising from these modifications. After 3 relentless days of tireless work, Han Fei completed the preliminary adjustments of the mutated dragon genetic template. He gazed with satisfaction at the template, which now featured interfaces reserved for the new extraordinary gene tumor. Han Fei meticulously conducted a detailed comparison of the genetic template with that of the winged thorn serpent. Once he confirmed that everything was in order, he uploaded the genetic template into the extraordinary incubation chamber of the thorn serpent, commencing the first test production of the extraordinary mutated dragon. Han Fei had long been experimenting with transforming the thorn serpent into a mutated dragon. However, the results achieved through the amalgamation of ordinary genes with the thorn serpent's genetic template had consistently fallen short of his aspirations. The need for the substantial, nearly 5-meter-long body of the mutated dragon to soar freely through the skies proved too ambitious without the support of extraordinary abilities. The slow flight speed and limited range necessitated frequent rests or energy replenishment, as the muscular fibers responsible for flight lacked the strength to endure the strain, often leading to catastrophic failure. Moreover, any attempts to enhance strength only increased overall weight, leading to unsustainable energy consumption, resulting in a myriad of challenges. The physical structure was entirely unsuitable for flight, rendering it incapable of executing agile maneuvers or abrupt stops in midair. Han Fei had previously attempted to command the prototype mutated dragon to perform such actions, but the inadequacy of the wings, crafted from ordinary species genes, was glaringly evident. During a forced abrupt stop, the wings succumbed to failure, and the brave prototype met its demise under Han Fei's watchful gaze, concluding its valiant yet brief existence. Faced with a multitude of unsatisfactory outcomes, Han Fei promptly decided to suspend the research and testing of the mutated dragon. Compared to the stinging serpent, the version of the aberrant flying dragon is nearly devoid of merit, aside from its brief ability to soar. It consumes more than the stinging serpent, hatches more slowly, and is utterly inept in aerial combat. It resembles a sluggish target in flight, akin to a hot air balloon ascending into the sky, which offers a far better cost-performance ratio. Even in long-distance marches, their lack of endurance renders them at a disadvantage compared to the stinging serpent. Furthermore, Han Fei does not urgently require air superiority units. The abundance of flying jump insects far surpasses the cost-effectiveness of the test version of the aberrant flying dragon. Thus, there was no plan for mass production of the aberrant flying dragon. However, the situation has shifted with the incorporation of the extraordinary genes from the azure-striped winged serpent and the stone-skinned python. This instantly resolves the flight challenges of the aberrant flying dragon. In terms of defense, reliance on the cumbersome bone armor composed of ordinary genes is no longer necessary. One could even reduce the thickness of the armor or opt for lighter, high-strength scales to diminish the overall weight of the aberrant flying dragon, thereby enhancing its agility. This dual enhancement effectively addresses all the issues that Han Fei encountered during the creation of the aberrant flying dragon. Once it was confirmed that the extraordinary incubation chamber had laid eggs, Han Fei scrutinized the genetic conditions within one of the eggs, nodding in satisfaction. It appeared that the combination was progressing smoothly, and he intended to revisit the results in a little over 2 months. After completing this task, Han Fei vanished and reappeared in another independent incubation chamber. Before him was a robust larva, now measuring 2 meters in length. Its purple skin was adorned with orange-red markings resembling cracks, emanating intense heat, causing the ground beneath it to dry and crack from prolonged exposure to high temperatures. This larva was one of the eggs laid by the self-destructing jump insect incubation chamber after the integration of the flame demon bloodline. After more than 2 months, logically, based on the genetic template of the self-destructing jump insect, this egg should have completed the entire process of hatching, cocooning, and emerging as a mature insectoid unit. However, the reality revealed that the larva, having grown to a length of 2 meters after 2 months of feeding, showed no inclination to cocoon and was still accumulating energy. In response, aside from increasing the logistical support from jump insects to care for it, Han Fei found himself at a loss for other solutions. Observing the lengthy chain of extraordinary genetic tumors within the larva, he could only resign himself to the circumstances. Chapter 135. Underestimated difficulty. 4 fleeting months passed. Within the realm of Han Fei, in an isolated incubation chamber, a colossal crimson-purple cocoon, nearly 2 meters in length, lay sprawled upon the ground. Orange red patterns, akin to a spider's web, intricately adorned the surface of the cocoon's flesh. Han Fei stood a mere 5 meters away from this magnificent structure, his expression tinged with excitement as he awaited the emergence of the creature within. The self-destructive jumping insect, infused with the extraordinary genes of the fire demon, exhibited a growth rate that far exceeded Han Fei's expectations, though it was still considerably slower than he had imagined. From a single egg to the brink of breaking free, it had taken a full 6 months. The larva spent nearly 3 months merely accumulating energy before it began to spin its cocoon. The subsequent pupation phase extended over 3 months as well. For context, the thunder dragon, which measures 20 meters in size, requires only 2 years to mature from an egg. Now, having just integrated the extraordinary genes, without any adjustments made, the typically rapid growth process of the self-destructive jumping insect had been elongated to around 6 months. This could only imply one thing. The genetic template of the self-destructive jumping insect differed significantly from the string of extraordinary genes associated with the fire demon. Upon realizing this, Han Fei understood that he would likely need to redesign a new unit template to accommodate this extraordinary gene. He had been mentally prepared for this, as the fire demon and fire element life forms possessed fundamental differences. Creating a template compatible with the explosive extraordinary gene tumor of fire elements, while simultaneously accommodating the longer extraordinary gene tumor induced by the fire demon's explosive abilities, was a daunting challenge. Given the stark divergence in species, at that moment, a faint tearing sound reached Han Fei's ears, signaling the rupture of the cocoon's membrane. The 2-meter cocoon was breached as the creature within exerted all its strength to claw its way out. 5 minutes later, the self-destructive jumping insect finally emerged from the flesh cocoon. It had initially measured less than 1 meter in size, but the segmented structure of its body, comprising the head and torso, remained largely unchanged in dimensions, though its skin now bore a hue closer to blood red. 2 massive, curved demonic horns sprouted anew on either side of its head, rendering its visage even more fearsome than before. Its formerly stunted limbs, while still diminutive, had become robust under the influence of the fire demon genes, showcasing rippling muscles. The fingertips, which had once featured an adhesive structure, had transformed into sharp claws. The most significant transformation, however, occurred in the posterior half of its body. The abdomen, originally around 30 centimeters, had ballooned to an unwieldy length exceeding 1.5 meters, adorned with orange-red patterns radiating intense heat, pulsating rhythmically like a breath. The wings on its back also began to display a trend towards bat-like morphology, in contrast to its originally rather ample structure. The veins of the explosive jumping insect now appear remarkably diminutive, utterly incapable of supporting such an enormous abdomen. This explains why it took this creature a grueling 5 minutes to painstakingly emerge from its cocoon. Presently, its overall form resembles a torso measuring less than 40 centimeters, dragging along an abnormally large abdomen exceeding 1.5 meters in size. The prospect of flight seems utterly unattainable. Even mere movement appears exceedingly burdensome. Were it not for its relatively robust limbs, this explosive jumping insect might have found itself reliant on the assistance of other insect units, much like its former queen. Witnessing the transformation of the once nimble and agile explosive jumping insect into this grotesque form, Han Fei, despite having mentally prepared himself for the eventuality, could not suppress a frown. Gazing at the creature before him, he sensed an ominous premonition. The design of a new insect unit template would not be a task to be accomplished in the near future. After examining the genetic condition of this explosive jumping insect, his intuition proved remarkably accurate. The current genetic template of the explosive jumping insect was wholly inadequate to accommodate the extraordinary genetic tumor induced by the Inferno demon bloodline. Aside from ensuring the survival of this explosive jumping insect, the existing genetic template would need to be entirely overhauled and redesigned to restore its combat capabilities. Han Fei stood rooted in place, his brow furrowed in contemplation, silently lamenting, "Damn it, not even a single opportunity to seize upon. I have no idea what the original genes of this inferno species entail. With no reference point, relying solely on the existing genetic stock will undoubtedly be a monumental endeavor." On the brighter side, the fundamental requirement for survival had been met, unlike the previous explosive jumping insect, which struggled merely to stay alive. This was indeed a silver lining. The remaining functionalities and organ aspects could be redesigned and optimized, rendering their resolution merely a matter of time. With this thought, Han Fei exhaled deeply and rubbed his temples. Chapter 136. Overtime in just 9.5 years, the Star District competition will commence, necessitating swift results. It is imperative to accumulate a significant number of self-destruct units to serve as a safeguard. Presently, the Thunder Dragon has exhibited commendable prowess. In one-on-one confrontations against average elite subordinates, it is more than capable of holding its own. Once their numbers increase and form a formidable scale, they should be able to dominate within this tier. This is the terrifying aspect of the Swarm's advancement at this stage. Others, in their pursuit of accumulating 700,000 elite subordinates through bloodline cards, must expend a staggering 1,000,000 cards. Such a method may yield a portion of second- or third-generation subordinates inherently possessing the desired bloodline. However, if the quantity of these bloodline subordinates does not reach a critical mass, dilution of the bloodline is inevitable. In contrast, for Han Fei, a single bloodline card suffices. And he need not worry about dilution. By utilizing a bloodline card valued at 30 million, the Thunder Dragon has already attained the strength requisite for crossing the threshold into the elite level. Yet, the thought of pitting them against hero-level entities fills Han Fei with trepidation, as the Thunder Dragon has yet to undergo practical combat trials against such formidable opponents. Thus, the design progress of the self-destruct unit's genetic template must take precedence. Overtime is the order of the day. It is a relentless existence, one to which he has become accustomed. With a pained expression, Han Fei plunged into his work. Fortunately, on the other side, the main combat unit, the mutated dragon, has undergone several rounds of testing and adjustments over the past 4 months. Han Fei has made significant strides towards optimizing the genetic template of the mutated dragon. The final draft of this genetic template is imminent, marking a rapid progression. At that point, Han Fei will be able to devote all his energy to the design of the new self-destruct units for the Swarm. Immersed in his work, Han Fei lost track of time, resembling a spinning top that, despite lacking external intervention, spun wildly with relentless fervor. As time slipped away like sand through fingers, Han Fei completed the genetic template design for a standard test-type Swarm unit. After storing this freshly completed template in the gene repository, he instinctively swiped his hand to document the summary of this design on the blue luminescent screen. Once he finished recording and temporarily concluded this project, he habitually prepared to select the next issue to address from his to-do list. Suddenly, a series of vibrations emanated from his divine barrier, interrupting his actions. Han Fei, with a blank expression and vacant eyes, looked up to see Lu Wenjong standing outside his divine realm, clapping his hands against the barrier. Upon recognizing Lu Wenjong, Han Fei's semi-divine form trembled slightly. He appeared just outside the divine domain barrier, standing before Lu Wenjong. Upon seeing Han Fei, Lu Wenjong halted his previous actions. He scrutinized Han Fei, whose expression was rigid and eyes hollow, a knowing smile gracing his face as he spoke. "Young man, you have not shown your face in years. What have you been up to in the divine domain?" At the sound of Lu Wenjong's voice, Han Fei's eyes slowly shifted towards the semi-divine figure of Lu Wenjong. "Oh, Lu Wenjong." Hearing only a solitary "oh" from Han Fei, Lu Wenjong felt a wave of frustration, his eye twitching as he raised his hand. With a forceful slap, he patted Han Fei's shoulder and vigorously shook him. "Oh, snap out of it. Wake up a bit. There are serious matters to discuss." As Lu Wenjong shook him vigorously, Han Fei's gaze gradually regained its vitality. He quickly grasped Lu Wenjong's wrist. "Brother, hey Lu Gu, stop shaking me. I'm awake now." Seeing that Han Fei had returned to his normal state, Lu Wenjong finally released his grip. "Brother? Call me teacher or homeroom instructor. Have you inflated your ego after years of absence?" Now free from the lethargy caused by prolonged overtime, Han Fei's brain was functioning normally again, and he immediately flashed a smile in response. Uncle Wang is my uncle, and he is your uncle too. We can both call him uncle. So that makes us practically brothers, right? Besides, we aren't in class right now. Calling you teacher feels overly formal. Wouldn't you agree, Lu Ge? At Han Fei's words, Lu Wenjung's mouth twitched. Uncle Wang has doomed me. My dignified image as a teacher is now ruined. Suppressing his internal complaints, Lu Wenjung fixed a pained expression upon Han Fei. Let us cut the chit-chat. I have something important to discuss. The Star District competition is just a few days away. Are you prepared? Upon hearing Lu Wenjung's question, Han Fei was momentarily taken aback, carefully recalling the passage of time. Chapter 137. Breakthrough Progress and Alienated Dragon. He had been tirelessly laboring in the divine realm for nearly a decade. Upon realizing this, Han Fei felt a sudden jolt of awareness. Lu Wenjung noticed the shift in Han Fei's expression, and his heart immediately sank. Kid, you aren't telling me that you are utterly unprepared, are you? Hearing Lu Wenjung's inquiry, Han Fei snapped back to reality, forcing a laugh as he replied. How could that be? I am merely brimming with excitement. I have made ample preparations. I am just waiting to showcase my skills at the Star District competition and bring glory to our school. Seeing Han Fei's unwavering confidence, Lu Wenjung, well aware of the young man's capabilities, felt reassured. That's good. Take these next few days to adjust your state of mind. Don't emerge from the divine realm each time looking as though you've lost your soul. When it's time to depart, I will come and guide you to the competition coordinates. Upon hearing this, Han Fei nodded in acknowledgement and then asked, Is Uncle Wang not coming along this time? Lu Wenjung's brow furrowed at the mention of Wang, and a look of exasperation crossed his face as he retorted, What? Are you dissatisfied with my presence? Uncle Wang, being the head instructor, has an overwhelming number of responsibilities. He hardly has the time to act as your babysitter every day. In response, Han Fei immediately donned a flattering demeanor. Of course not. I simply haven't seen Uncle Wang in quite some time, and I was just inquiring about his well-being. Seeing Han Fei's shamelessness, Lu Wenjung grew weary of further conversation. Enough with the banter. I am merely here to inform you of the departure time. I have other matters to attend to. Prepare well. I shall take my leave now. With that, Lu Wenjung's half-spiritual form vanished from Han Fei's sight. Once Lu Wenjung had left, Han Fei dove back into his divine realm, beginning to assess the progress he had made since the global competition. The design of the swarm's new self-destruct unit was an extensive undertaking, and each phase of testing and optimization required considerable time. Thus, Han Fei had not squandered time during this period. He had been diligently advancing other ongoing projects as well. Perhaps due to the accumulation of long-term efforts, the swarm's digestive system achieved a pivotal breakthrough during one of its optimizations. The latest iteration of the swarm's digestive system doubled the efficiency of energy conversion. This was monumental news for Han Fei. It is worth noting that the swarm, composed of genes from various ordinary species, had historically struggled with low energy conversion efficiency post-consumption. The herbivorous insect genes that Han Fei had identified typically exhibited an energy conversion efficiency of around 10%, while carnivorous animals did not exceed 20%. Through genetic modifications, Han Fei crafted a digestive system for the swarm that, while reducing the restrictive requirements on the types of food consumed, significantly enhanced efficiency. However, the efficiency of energy conversion is constrained by the external genes acquired, remaining rather stagnant. In comparison to Han Fei's envisioned insectoid race, the disparity is akin to the difference between a sparrow and a rock. The inherent consumption of energy within the organism encompasses various stages: food digestion and absorption, the transformation of mass into energy and its subsequent storage, and the portion of energy lost in the form of heat during the process of the organism performing work. Among numerous other factors, if Han Fei can achieve a breakthrough in any of these stages, he would be able to sustain a greater number of insect units within the limited domain of his divine realm. Thus, in recent years, the newly birthed insectoid units have adopted this optimized system for digestion and energy conversion. This adaptation has prevented the divine realm from reaching its carrying capacity, allowing Han Fei to continue his ongoing design of self-destructing units without interruption. Upon returning to the divine realm, Han Fei first inspected the dormant, mutated flying dragons. These new ranged units, optimized from the gene template of the spiny serpent, measure nearly 5 meters in length, inheriting the distinctly fearsome head-shape characteristic of their insectoid lineage. 3 pairs of eyes, embodying the latest visual systems of the swarm, provide nearly 360-degree vision without blind spots. Originally boasting a pair of robust mandibles, this number has now doubled to 2 pairs, enhancing their capability for close-range aerial attacks and combat. The high-density skeletal structure extending from the back of the head transitions into a circular exoskeleton, enveloping the now extraordinarily robust body. The original arms have been extensively optimized, evolving into a pair of massive fleshy wings. Sharp, conical bone spines protrude from the joints of these wings, lending an exceptionally menacing appearance. The principal distinction between the mutated flying dragon and the spiny serpent lies in the fact that the tail end of the serpent's body has been reconfigured into a fearsome set of jaws. Featuring 4 large mandibles symmetrically arranged, with sharp fangs densely packed between them. Chapter 138. Flame Burst Dragonfly. This fearsome creature, with its menacing jaws, adeptly combines the capabilities of launching fireballs and aerial assault. Positioned at the end of its serpentine body, it exhibits remarkable agility, allowing for the precise adjustment of fireball trajectories. Even while being pursued in aerial combat, it can effortlessly unleash fireballs behind it without turning around. To address the extraordinary genes imparted by the lava giant serpent and to achieve compatibility with this new organ, Han Fei devoted 6 months to optimizing the existing aberrant dragon gene template. Ultimately, the effects of the final product left him immensely satisfied. After observing the aberrant dragon, Han Fei swiftly moved to inspect the latest generation of self-destructing units nestled within the hive of the insect swarm. This new unit was a culmination of his efforts in the 7th year, marking the advent of a new species within the insect race. Throughout the design process, Han Fei encountered challenges that far surpassed those faced during the creation of the Thunder Dragon. The task of concurrently integrating the extraordinary genes of fire elements in the Infernal Demon, along with designing a gene template for agile flight, consumed over 5 years of his time. It was a painstaking journey marked by repeated trials and errors. Within the expansive subterranean hive, new insect units lay motionless in concentric circles. These new units bore little resemblance to the previous self-destructing jumpers, exceeding 2 meters in length. Their grotesque heads were adorned with a pair of forward-curving, spiral-like demonic horns, replacing the conical ramming horns of their predecessors. Their streamlined bodies appeared more robust and muscular, with a back covered by large triangular chitinous plates that tapered into triangular spines closely aligned with the vertebral column, seemingly sprouting from it. 3 pairs of broad wings, optimized from a combination of membranous and bat-like structures, extended from either side of the spine. Their short limbs could retract closely against their bodies, minimizing drag during flight. The slightly oversized claws retained the adhesive structure characteristic of self-destructing jumpers, while the abdomen appeared somewhat slender in comparison to the torso, adorned with violet scales interlaced with spiderweb-like orange patterns that pulsed gently with their breath. Rather than adopting the swarm's latest visual capture system comprising 3 pairs of primary eyes, they continued the traditional design featuring 1 pair of primary eyes and 3 pairs of secondary ones. The rationale behind this choice was the lower energy consumption of this visual system. Having been upgraded through generations, this system was more than adequate for these one-time combat units. Overall, the new unit resembled a robust, 6-winged dragonfly. In the initial design, lacking extraordinary genes to facilitate flight, Han Fei primarily drew inspiration from the anatomy of the dragonfly wasp to ensure this 2-meter behemoth could maneuver gracefully in the air, while also incorporating elements from the appearance of flying serpents found in his previous life's gaming experiences. The general appearance resembles a flying serpent devoid of limbs, with a pair of horns adorning its frontal visage. The final creation, named by Han Fei as the flame-explosive dragonfly, brought him immense satisfaction, despite its impressive 2-meter stature. The creature's weight is remarkably lighter than its outward appearance suggests, thanks to Han Fei's continuous refinements. 3 pairs of broad, veined wings grant it formidable flight capabilities. achieving speeds of up to 150 kilometers per hour while maintaining an uninterrupted long-range endurance. Besides its fragile exterior resulting from significant weight reduction, all other attributes entirely fulfill Han Fei's requirements for this disposable entity. After all, it is destined to detonate, rendering any defensive enhancements impractical. This represents the pinnacle of what Han Fei could achieve at this stage, utilizing conventional genes after extensive balancing. Upon reviewing the new units of this insect race, Han Fei nodded in satisfaction. With a swift motion, he returned to the ethereal realm of the divine domain, closing his eyes momentarily. He released his divine consciousness to scan the entirety of the domain, tallying the numbers and varieties of the insect swarm present. With a flick of his hand, a translucent azure screen materialized before him. Name: Swarm Sovereign Level, Demigod Divine Fire, Unlit Divine Rank, None Divine Inscription, None Divine Traits, Environmental Adaptation. Genetic Modification Divine Essence, 1 point, innate upon establishing the divine domain. Divine Power, 54, 361 points. Core Affinity, Insect Race Affinity Count, 1 Queen Ant, 20 Jumping Insect Hatcheries, 5 Mutated Flying Dragon Hatcheries, 3 Thunder Dragon Hatcheries, 1 Flame Explosive Dragonfly Hatchery, totaling 29. Logistics: 400 million jumping insects, 500 million mutated jumping insects, 500 million flying jumping insects, 150 million mutated flying dragons, 80 million thunder dragons, 10 million flame explosive dragonflies, 300 million stinging serpents, 5 million self-exploding jumping insects. Gazing at the information he had scanned, aside from the rather disconcerting number of hatcheries, Han Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction overall. Chapter 139. Development. Over the span of a decade, the queen ant has shed 10 split ovaries. After being transformed into an incubation chamber during the process of extraordinary enhancement, 6 of these were entirely expended. Not a single successful incubation of the aberrant flying dragon occurred. Were it not for the invaluable Thunder Dragon Beast and Flame Demon Bloodline cards, which met with success, the situation would have been even more dire. Furthermore, Han Fei understood the inevitability of this outcome. The probability of achieving success using 3 advanced extraordinary bloodline cards consecutively in the same incubation chamber plummeted to approximately 34%. Otherwise, with Han Fei's tempestuous temperament, he would have long since removed the wealth deity from the wall and replaced it with the warrior god Guan Yu. Currently, the total number of the swarm is nearing 2 billion. This figure merely reflects the enhancement of combat capabilities over the years. His greatest achievement, however, lies in the optimization of the digestive system and the improvement of energy conversion efficiency. This advancement has halved the food consumption of the subsequently birthed insectoid units. Coupled with Han Fei's long-standing genetic adjustments to the agricultural species within the divine realm, progress has begun to show. Although he has persistently worked on optimizing economic crops within the divine realm, the initial developmental phase focused all energy on the swarm, neglecting agricultural production. This resulted in a well-established food industry that is now difficult to reform. Additionally, he lacks the gene fusion abilities of the queen ant, compelling Han Fei to adjust and optimize species based solely on their original traits. This process demands substantial labor from the swarm, necessitating meticulous planting or breeding to prevent degeneration due to hybridization. Thus, progress in this area has been rather slow. Moreover, Han Fei has introduced a new type of highly sugary tuberous fungus from the outside world. Growing underground and resembling a potato, he aptly named it sweet potato. This tuber exhibits growth patterns akin to truffles from his past life but is far less delicate. Furthermore, this fungus is light-averse and can coexist with the root systems of other plants, extracting nutrients while also drawing sustenance from the soil, resulting in rapid growth. It serves as the ideal companion for chives, requiring no occupation of the divine realm's surface area. Thanks to this fungus, dubbed sweet potato, the output of the divine realm has significantly increased, allowing Han Fei's domain to remain below its carrying limit. From Han Fei's perspective, he has raised the carrying capacity of the swarm within the divine realm to over 3 billion, effectively doubling the area of the divine realm, a truly profitable endeavor. He dedicated this entire period of leisure to the development of the divine realm, without venturing to resource wells for unexpected gains, and he harbors no regret. This steady and secure enhancement of power is not much different from the chaos of the resource wells. While it may lack the sudden wealth of a heist, it excels in stability. After all, technology remains the primary productive force. Indeed, the term black technology can be deemed as technology in itself. While the allure of theft may seem enticing, it is fraught with peril. What if one were to inadvertently falter, finding that the endeavor ends in futility? It is wise not to underestimate the prowess of heroes across the realm. The universe is vast, and it is prudent to cultivate oneself diligently. Presently, there exists ample room for advancement. Once adequately prepared, one may strive to reach their zenith. When faced with unavoidable risks, striking decisively is the sagacious approach to survival. Han Fei gazed at the pale blue luminescence before him, having meticulously organized and summarized the particulars of his divine domain, his countenance reflecting satisfaction. Indeed, it is gratifying to realize that he has unwittingly grown stronger, a cause for celebration. Yet, he must maintain composure. He has toiled for less than a century, and there remains a considerable gap between him and those who have dwelled in the realm of the gods for millennia. Pride must be tempered. The divine fire has yet to ignite, thus, perseverance is essential. Regaining his composure, Han Fei, with anticipation for the forthcoming Star Region competition, refrained from diverting his energy towards the myriad of pending tasks. Instead, he returned to the routine analysis of the ordinary genetic repository. A few days later, when Lu Wenzhong's divine domain reappeared in proximity to Han Fei's, he immediately discerned the semi-divine form of Lu Wenzhong drifting toward the barrier of his divine domain. Ceasing his work, Han Fei's semi-divine form flickered into existence in the void outside his divine domain, advancing to meet Lu Wenzhong. "Brother Lu, are we about to embark on our journey?" Without further ado, Lu Wenzhong handed him a high-level teleportation card as a fare, along with a series of coordinates for the competition venue. This competition bore a nature distinctly different from prior ones, and he advised Han Fei to seize the opportunity as he saw fit. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, Han Fei's interest was immediately piqued. Chapter 140. Different divine domains. Has there been any change in the competition system? Han Fei inquired. Quickly, tell me, Brother Lu. In response to Han Fei's question, Lu Wenzhong merely waved his hand dismissively. What do I know about the competition rules? The regulations for the Star Zone competitions change every year. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's reply, Han Fei muttered in disdain, during the global competition, Uncle Wang was able to inform me in advance about the competition rules, the number of participants, and so forth. Yet here, you seem utterly clueless. Sigh, I have no information at all. Not even the most basic understanding of the competition system. This leaves me feeling quite unsettled. Noticing Han Fei's quiet complaints, Lu Wenzhong's lips twitched slightly. With a swift motion, he struck Han Fei's shoulder with a force that rendered him immobile under the weight of his divine power. What are you saying, kid? Speak up. Say it boldly. You needn't worry. I absolutely will not visit your dormitory to drag you out of your divine landing pod and give you a thorough thrashing. With that, Lu Wenzhong flashed a rather sinister smile at Han Fei. Brother, I meant to say that during the global competition, the competition system was announced in advance. Was this time different? Sensing Lu Wenzhong's palpable malice, Han Fei quickly relented and changed the subject. After years of acquaintance, he had developed a reasonably clear understanding of Lu Wenzhong's temperament. Han Fei vividly recalled the first time he encountered Lu Wenzhong in the realm of deities, when the latter was already seeking a pretext to confront the neighboring class's instructor. He also remembered the scene when Lu Wenzhong had taken him for training and had unleashed a barrage of insults at the demigod Longhua. Despite his usual demeanor of a role model, he was undoubtedly a man of the world. Seeing Han Fei back down, Lu Wenzhong finally released his firm grip on Han Fei's shoulder. The global competition serves as our planet's internal screening process. The competition rules will be communicated to various high schools ahead of time. The Star Zone competition, however, is overseen by the Ministry of Civilizational Education and organized by the 3rd Star Zone Education Department, so the level of oversight is quite different. Moreover, the Star Zone competition is an invitational and operates under a non-public system. Hence, not everything can be disclosed in advance. The information you seek will only be revealed once you participate and just before the competition begins. Nevertheless, it will certainly be more akin to real combat. He continued. During the competition, only personnel from the top universities who come to recruit can observe. Teachers like me, who accompany students, are typically the only ones allowed to watch. Ordinary individuals won't even get to witness the competition process. After listening to Lu Wenzhong's explanation, Han Fei nodded, yet his curiosity regarding the Star Zone competition only deepened. The two ceased their idle chatter, and after a brief preparation, they activated their teleportation cards. In an instant, Lu Wenzhong and Han Fei's divine domains vanished from the void, teleporting away from the school premises. Once their divine domains completed the teleportation and reappeared in the vast emptiness of the realm of deities, they found themselves in a new area nearby. A multitude of demigod realms, exceeding 1,000 in number, floated within the void. Simultaneously, new realms continued to arrive in a steady stream. However, Han Fei paid little heed to these occurrences. At the very moment his realm disengaged from the transport, his long-formed habit compelled him to manifest his demigod spirit outside the realm instantaneously. He began to survey his surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. His mouth agape in unconscious disbelief as he beheld 4 colossal realms, unlike any he had ever encountered, floating at a distance. Each of these realms measured over 500 million square kilometers, with the largest surpassing 600 million square kilometers. Though the sheer size was impressive, having witnessed demigod realms of 500 million square kilometers during the global competition, it was not sufficient to leave him in such a state of shock. What truly astounded Han Fei was the distinctive forms of these realms, which diverged entirely from those he had previously known. 2 of the realms no longer resembled the floating landmasses he had come to expect. Instead, they curved downward from the edges, transforming their once flat surfaces into an arc. From afar, these 2 realms appeared akin to 2 immense inverted bowls, quietly suspended in the void. While Han Fei could still discern the evolutionary process of the bowl-like realms, the other 2 had completely abandoned the conventional appearance of typical realms. One of these realms took on the shape of a sphere, enveloped in a luminescent barrier that encased the entire spherical realm. From a distance, it resembled a planet shrouded in an opaque atmosphere. The other realm, however, possessed a translucent barrier, allowing a vague glimpse of its interior, resembling a planet with a discernible atmosphere. Observing Han Fei's astonished demeanor, Lu Wenzhong chuckled softly. Chapter 141. Not quite as imagined, a resounding slap landed on Han Fei's back, causing his semi-divine form to stagger. Look at you, so inexperienced. Compose yourself, close your mouth, and maintain your poise. Do not tarnish our school's reputation. Regaining his composure, Han Fei quickly steadied himself and pointed towards the 4 divine realms floating in the distance. His face etched with astonishment as he inquired of Lu Wenzhong, "What on earth is that?" "What do you mean, what on earth?" Lu Wenzhong replied with a smile. Appearing utterly unfazed, he relished in Han Fei's curiosity, eagerly awaiting his next question. Understanding Lu Wenzhong's penchant for keeping him in suspense, Han Fei suppressed his astonishment, rearranged his expression, and asked, "Professor Lu, could you enlighten me as to why those 4 divine realms differ from what I usually perceive?" Noticing Han Fei's earnest demeanor, Lu Wenzhong clasped his hands behind his back, clearly pleased. He began to elucidate. After igniting the divine fire, deities must undertake certain tasks concerning the divine realms. It is entirely normal for you to be unaware of this at your level. High school seniors typically have not encountered such concepts. However, since your curiosity is piqued, I shall provide you with a brief overview. Pausing momentarily, Lu Wenzhong observed Han Fei's eager expression, which greatly satisfied him, and continued, after igniting the divine fire. A demigod has numerous responsibilities. Primarily, one must continually invest divine essence to sustain the divine fire's blaze, and then utilize the divine essence crystallized from the fire to establish a divine persona. Furthermore, substantial divine essence is required to create divine engravings. You should be somewhat familiar with these concepts, correct? Han Fei nodded resignedly in agreement, acknowledging, "Yes, I have come across some information regarding those 2 aspects in the library. Although rather vague, it has provided me with a general understanding." Seeing Han Fei's cooperative response, Lu Wenzhong exhibited a look of approval and continued, In addition to these 2 points, if one aspires to become a true god and elevate the divine realm into reality to attain immortality, then this is an essential undertaking. At this juncture, Lu Wenzhong gestured towards the 4 divine realms quietly suspended in the distance, his face reflecting a sense of envy. Refining the rules within the divine realms and adapting their forms to better align with the realities of the world is imperative. Otherwise, upon their arrival in reality, merely maintaining the stability of the divine realms would require a staggering amount of divine power. The closer the form and rules of the divine realms align with the fundamental principles of reality, the lesser the burden of divine power consumption for a true god. Upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's words, Han Fei immediately grasped the implications embedded within this discourse. Having discovered a realm of knowledge he had yet to explore, he hastily inquired, "Teacher Lu, do deities still require divine power to maintain their domains after arriving in reality?" Upon hearing Han Fei's question, Lu Wenzhong cast a curious glance at him. "What do you think? Do you believe that a true deity can traverse the cosmos with a domain the size of a planet without expending energy? Many true deities, in an effort to conserve their divine power, often embed their domains within a planetary system, relying on the energy of stars to sustain the daily operations of their realms." Han Fei felt somewhat bewildered by Lu Wenzhong's explanation. The concept of a true deity seemed to diverge significantly from his initial imaginings. "Teacher Lu, this notion of a true deity seems to imply, He found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. After a brief moment of reflection, he continued, "What I mean is, shouldn't a true deity possess an endless lifespan, wielding the mastery of certain conceptual laws, and be all-powerful?" Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, Lu Wenzhong appeared equally perplexed, his expression reflecting a myriad of questions. Have you not been awake lately, young man? What on earth have you been contemplating all day?" Observing Lu Wenzhong's demeanor, Han Fei wondered if he had overlooked some crucial piece of knowledge. He quickly searched through his memories and found everything to be normal, devoid of content related to true deities in this context. He could only look at Lu Wenzhong with a face full of confusion, awaiting further clarification. Seeing Han Fei still wear a look of bewilderment, Lu Wenzhong sighed, placed a reassuring hand on Han Fei's shoulder, and gently advised, in the future, refrain from indulging in those esoteric readings. Be cautious, lest your common sense be led astray. Let me pose you a question. If a true deity is indeed all-powerful. Chapter 142. The so-called god, could he create a dumbbell so heavy that even he himself could not lift it? Upon hearing this question posed by Lu Wenzhong, Han Fei did not require any contemplation. He understood that this was a paradox, akin to the God paradox from his previous life. If a deity were to create a dumbbell that he could not lift, could such a god, unable to even raise a mere dumbbell, be deemed omnipotent? Conversely, if he could not create such a dumbbell, he similarly could not be regarded as all-powerful. As Han Fei fell into deep thought, Lu Wenzhong regarded him with the affectionate gaze one might reserve for a child with learning difficulties, internally lamenting, "This lad is usually quite sharp. Why is he so befuddled now? It seems it is time for me to employ my skills as a spiritual mentor to guide this young man." With a sigh, Lu Wenzhong interrupted Han Fei's reverie and continued, "Enough of this pondering. What is there to be so entangled about? Consider this, in the eyes of your creations. What image do you project?" At Lu Wenzhong's inquiry, Han Fei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Child labor exploitation? Greedy coal tycoon? Clearly, these were not the responses Lu Wenzhong sought, prompting Han Fei to remain silent. Noticing Han Fei's reticence, Lu Wenzhong proceeded to answer his own question. "In their eyes, you are everything. You are the origin and the end, the omnipotent. You are, in their perception, a god." Upon reaching this point, Lu Wenzhong observed Han Fei's contemplative expression and, without allowing him further time for reflection, continued, "However, in my view, you are merely a younger brother. Omnipotent, dare you show me? Do you believe that my fist, the size of a sandbag, could not teach you the lesson of abandoning divinity to embrace humanity?" Thus, he urged, why the struggle? Demigods, deities, true gods, these are but titles. They merely signify beings of higher existence than ordinary life. The term god derives from a long-lost civilization that scattered the embers of fire across the universe, a classification of power. and a mark of our respect for higher forms of life. There is no need for nonsensical omnipotence. Awaken to the truth. This is common sense. After absorbing Lu Wenzhong's explanation, Han Fei unraveled all his thoughts. His misunderstanding of the term God stemmed solely from the knowledge ingrained in him from another world prior to his transmigration. He felt a sense of helplessness. For scouring the memories of his predecessor revealed that the original owner of this body had developed their understanding of God through the subtle influences of their environment, lacking any detailed explanation of the term. It was a predicament of his own making. With a vigorous shake of his head, Han Fei looked at Lu Wenzhong's expression, which resembled that of someone caring for the intellectually challenged, and with a wry smile, he remarked, "I understand now. I was merely a bit dull-headed and not entirely clear-headed earlier, but I am well now." Upon witnessing Han Fei's return to normalcy, Lu Wenzhong nodded in acknowledgement. He was quite satisfied with the quality of his teaching. The title of spiritual mentor was not simply bestowed without merit, and his experience in verbal persuasion had indeed increased. Time flew swiftly as Han Fei and Lu Wenzhong engaged in casual conversation. After waiting in place for nearly 3 hours, the number of divine realms surrounding them had exceeded 1/400. Finally, the opaque divine realm planet, which had been hovering in the distance, stirred to life. A ripple began to undulate across the surface of the spherical divine realm's barrier, akin to the tranquil surface of a lake disturbed by a thrown stone. The divine power forming concentric waves. These waves spread across the barrier's surface, only to converge once more on the opposite side. At the center of this expanding divine power ripple, a golden figure, almost tangible in form, slowly floated out from the divine realm's barrier. A grand consciousness emanated from him, radiating outward in all directions, enveloping all surrounding demigod realms. The third phase of the regional competition is about to commence. All participants are requested to assemble with their respective divine realms. The voice resonated in Han Fei's ears, sounding like the clash of metal, powerful and resonant, imparting a sense of clarity and strength. Lu Wenzhong also heard this succinct and forceful call. He smiled and patted Han Fei on the shoulder, his face adorned with eager anticipation as he encouraged, "You must believe in your strength. There is no danger to your life. Give it your all. Seize this opportunity to showcase your potential to the university recruiters in attendance. The loss of a few subordinates can be remedied. But if you capture the attention of the recruiters, securing a ticket to a top-tier university, it will be an unequivocal gain. Take the leap. Fortune favors the bold." Initially calm and composed, Han Fei was ready to head to the assembly. However, upon hearing Lu Wenzhong's encouragement, his expression suddenly fell. What was this overwhelming sense of dissonance? Chapter 143. The number of contestants. This situation resembles a mother sending her daughter into the palace, placing a bet on her future. The sentiments expressed before departure carry a similar weight. Those favored will adorn themselves in gold and silver, basking in wealth and prosperity, while those overlooked will be left with nothing more than plain buns and instant noodles, toiling away on construction sites. Were it not for Han Fei's current state as a mere demigod, adrift in the void, he might have performed a dramatic faceplant right in front of Lu Wenzhong. However, Han Fei steadied himself, suppressing the urge to unleash a torrent of sarcastic remarks. With a gaze full of resentment, he cast a glance at Lu Wenzhong and deftly maneuvered his divine domain toward the direction of the celestial body. Around him, other demigods, mimicking his actions, began to converge towards that particular deity. As Han Fei's divine domain approached within a significant distance, it became apparent that over 700 divine domains had rapidly gathered around him. All these domains formed a semicircular formation, gradually halting not far from the deity who had spoken. Seizing the opportunity, Han Fei quickly surveyed the conditions of the divine domains belonging to the contestants. To his astonishment, he discovered that the number of participants amounted to a mere 700. This figure fell far short of his expectations regarding the total number of contestants. Logically, with civilization possessing over 10,000 planetary systems, the number of habitable planets should be considerable. The champions of the global competition should number far beyond this, even when divided among 3 major star regions, each containing over 3,000 planetary systems. Given the plethora of advanced technologies available for transforming habitable planets, the total should exceed the figure of 3,000. The reality revealed that only a little over 700 contestants had arrived to compete. The strictness of the civilization's strength assessment is thus evident. Those who came to participate could be regarded as the elite of the third-star region for the year. In truth, the outermost areas of civilization contain certain planetary systems that serve as boundaries and defensive lines, solely inhabited by military forces and devoid of educational institutions. Nevertheless, this aligns closely with Han Fei's conjectures. Within the inner regions of civilization, many planetary systems boast far more than a single transformed habitable planet. Consequently, aside from a few who suffered significant losses during the global competition and were unable to participate in the Star Region competition, the majority of global champions who did not arrive were simply those who failed the strength assessment and thus did not acquire the ticket to enter the Star Region competition. Through observation, Han Fei discerned that judging strength purely by the area of one's divine domain had become somewhat impractical. Within these divine domains, some exceeded an area of 20 million square kilometers, while others fell below 5 million square kilometers. His own divine domain, spanning 15 million square kilometers, appeared quite ordinary amidst this expanse. However, since he was able to obtain a ticket to the Star Region competition, Han Fei measured his current strength against that of his recent performance in the global tournament, which boasted an astonishing number of nearly 800 million extraordinary followers as a reference. Perhaps among these demigods, some might be weaker than he was at that time, yet it was certain that there would also be those who surpassed him. Han Fei could only gauge the strength of these competitors through the expressions of the demigod entities floating outside each divine domain. Although not entirely accurate, the state of their demeanor could, to some extent, reflect their confidence levels. Among the multitude of participants, some appeared tense, some wore indifferent expressions, some were serious, while others seemed eager to engage. As the gathering concluded, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, gradually forming an intangible pressure within the area. Many competitors began to adopt increasingly solemn expressions, although those who had secured the title of global champion were not lacking in confidence. They all understood that the Star Region competition had its own thresholds. With so many opponents of comparable strength having received their tickets, nearly everyone began to recalibrate their mindset, adopting a more cautious attitude. Observing the surroundings, Han Fei was suddenly struck by a sense of déjà vu. It felt as though he were transported back to a scene from a television drama of his past life, where masters from various factions gathered, each possessing remarkable skills, ready to engage in a fierce contest to determine who would be the best newcomer in the martial world that year. As his thoughts drifted, he imagined everyone drawing forth their followers from the divine realms, launching an array of attacks against one another. A cavalry charge here, a sea of skeletal undead there. A descending dragon strike. Chaos erupted in an instant, with blades flashing and effects reaching their peak. He chuckled to himself, realizing how absurdly mismatched this imagined scene was. Calm down, calm down. It was undoubtedly the influence of old Liu earlier. His enthusiasm was quite contagious. Chapter 144. Competition rules. A sudden image flashed through Han Fei's mind, nearly provoking an uncontrollable laugh. Fortunately, he managed to suppress it in time, though the fleeting expression of restrained amusement on his face was effortlessly captured by the competitors around him, who were keenly observing their rivals with their mental faculties. A multitude of gazes converged upon Han Fei, scrutinizing him with curiosity, disdain, and various other sentiments. After all, in such a serious setting, his momentary display of suppressed laughter was rather conspicuous. What is this person's situation? Has he discovered some information that eluded my notice? Is he merely seeking to attract attention before the competition? Ultimately, it is strength that will speak volumes. In a divine realm spanning 15 million square kilometers, such ostentation is puzzling. What could be the requisite of the divine realm's area? Neither too great nor too small. This pretentious pretty boy will undoubtedly be among the first to be eliminated. Ah, he smiled at me. He is somewhat charming. I wonder which planet he hails from. Should I approach him for contact information? Feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon him, Han Fei felt the pressure intensify. He smiled broadly, nodding lightly to those around him, projecting goodwill while maintaining his composure. Internally, however, he was engaged in a fervent tirade. Being scrutinized in such a public setting was undeniably awkward for him. What are you all staring at? Do you wish for me to showcase a talent? Perhaps perform a headstand while washing my hair? Might as well collect some tips for my performance. That doesn't seem entirely out of the question. As the scrutiny on Han Fei gradually dissipated, the atmosphere in the arena returned to a weighty seriousness. At that moment, the presiding deity and chief judge, Yin Baranth, noted that the time was nearly at hand. His resonant voice resonated throughout the space. I am Yin Baranth, the chief judge for this competition. These two are the assistant judges and regulators, and the three of us will oversee this event. As he spoke, he gestured towards the two divine entities materializing beside him, formed from divine power. Now, I shall announce the rules for the upcoming third Star Zone competition. Should there be any uncertainties or questions, feel free to inquire at any moment. He paused for 2 seconds, observing the silence before reiterating. The judging panel shall not be held accountable for any losses incurred due to a lack of understanding of the competition rules. With that, Yin Baran resumed his explanation of the competition details and regulations. The venue for this contest is an unclaimed divine realm captured from the resource well. This divine realm spans a surface area of 600 million square kilometers. Upon hearing that the spherical divine realm covering 600 million square kilometers would serve as the competition ground, Han Fei did not express surprise. He had already learned about this unclaimed divine territory during a 3-hour casual conversation with Lu Wenzhou. If a demigod perishes in reality, their divine domain will swiftly shatter into the void. Only upon the demise of a deity can the divine realm potentially be preserved intact. The most significant distinction between the divine domains of deceased deities and those of living deities lies in the nature of their protective barriers. The barriers of the former transform into a translucent state, allowing a hazy glimpse into the circumstances within the divine domain. As long as the denizens within maintain their original faith, the continuous influx of belief energy will perpetually converge upon the intact core of the divine realm. This sustains the integrity of the divine barrier, thereby ensuring the survival of the entire lineage. Yin Baran observed the absence of inquiries and proceeded to elaborate. The competition operates on a point system. The residing species is known as the monocular race, resembling humanoids. As he spoke, Yin Baran gestured, and a projection composed of divine energy materialized before him. It bore a striking resemblance to humans. Standing approximately 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, with 2 arms, 2 legs, a torso, and a head. The most apparent divergence from humanity lies in their eyes, each possessing a singular eye 3 times larger than a human's, positioned directly atop the bridge of the nose, resulting in a rather dissonant appearance. In the words of Han Fei, it could be succinctly described as ugly. Yin Baran's voice continued to resonate. The population exceeds 7 billion, with the extraordinary proportion being less than 30%, amounting to nearly 2 billion. The elite count approaches 2 billion, while the number of hero-class entities surpasses 200, with close to 500 combat units exhibiting hero-level combat prowess. Moreover, within this divine realm, there exists a combat unit whose strength approaches that of a lord. Upon hearing this, all competitors present displayed a shift in expression. Han Fei's countenance also darkened upon hearing the chief judge's declarations. This was due to Yin Baran's earlier mention of the point-based competition system. Coupled with the information that this expansive divine domain serves as the battleground, Han Fei began to form a vague speculation regarding the specifics of the competition. Chapter 145, The Point System. Yin Baran's voice did not falter despite the sudden change in expression of the competitors. The rules of your contest are quite straightforward. Dispatch your familiars into this divine realm, which serves as the arena. You are to eliminate or capture the Cyclopes within. Ordinary Cyclopes do not contribute to your score. Each extraordinary Cyclops is worth 0.05 points, each elite Cyclops is worth 0.5 points, and each heroic Cyclops, including those combat units possessing heroic combat capabilities, is valued at 1 million points. Should you vanquish a Lord-level combat unit, you will be crowned champion outright. At this juncture, Yin Baran paused, noting that none of the competitors had posed any questions. Thus, he proceeded to elaborate on the specifics of this competition venue. Within this divine realm, the Cyclopes primarily enhance their mental prowess through cultivation in the extraordinary domain. The external manifestation of their combat ability has evolved along the trajectory of divine technology. This revelation further darkened the expressions of the contestants. All of them, having traversed their semi-divine education, were acutely aware of the characteristics inherent in the development of divine technology. As a robust developmental pathway, it is marked by rapid combat capability formation, balanced offensive and defensive growth, formidable late-stage strength, and substantial resource consumption. In the words of Han Fei, the essence of this pathway can be distilled into two main traits. It is costly and exceedingly powerful. Just then, a voice interrupted the Chief Judge's discourse. "Chief Judge, I have a question." The speaker was a contestant clad in opulent clerical attire, yet his brow was furrowed in concern. Upon hearing the inquiry, Yin Baran shifted his gaze towards the contestant and gestured invitingly. "Please, go ahead. I wish to ascertain the extent of the development of divine technology among these cyclopes in the arena." Upon hearing the question, a faint smile graced Yin Baran's face. He was quite pleased with this inquiry. As a dedicated competition venue, this divine realm had undergone several purges, and its development had reached a distinct plateau. The combat capabilities of these cyclopes are not beyond your capacity to manage. Additionally, these cyclopes lack divine attributes and the enhancements of divine sigils, as well as any foreign resources for development. The level of divine technology here is certainly within your grasp. With Yin Baran's clarification, all competitors breathed a sigh of relief. Had the divine technology within reached a level akin to an armada of cosmic battleships, retreating immediately would have been the wisest course of action. Observing that the contestant who had posed the question had fallen silent after receiving an answer, Yin Baran continued, "The arena has long been equipped with teleportation beacons. You will soon be issued a teleportation platform to send your familiars into the battlefield. Following the conclusion of this contest, divine power will be awarded as prizes based on your rankings. First place, 300 million divine power. Second place, 200 million divine power. Third place, 100 million divine power. From 4th to 10th place, 50 million divine power. From 11th to 100th place, 10 million divine power. Furthermore, within this sacred realm of competition, all resources you plunder shall belong solely to you, including dependents, weapons, and technological data." At that moment, another contestant's divine consciousness expanded, posing a question to Yin Baran. "Chief Judge, may I inquire if someone captures the core of this sacred realm? Can they take everything from it, including the crystal shell?" Upon hearing this question, Yin Baran smiled faintly, gesturing dismissively as he provided his answer. "This is a competition venue, a public property that has required considerable effort to maintain. Therefore, even if you capture the core of this sacred realm, you cannot dismantle and absorb the entire domain, nor can you take the crystal shell. However, should you succeed in capturing the core, you will receive an additional reward of 500 million divine power. The crystal shell is a resource regulated by civilization. If you desire it, please follow the officially announced channels to obtain it. Additionally, I can kindly remind you that the core of this world's sacred realm is akin to the power source of a Lord-level combat unit." Upon hearing the Chief Judge's words, the contestant who had raised the question momentarily displayed a flicker of disappointment on his face before silently retreating and refraining from further inquiries. This was the first time Han Fei had encountered the term crystal shell, and being unfamiliar with it, he cast it aside, thinking he would inquire about it later with old Lu after the competition. At that moment, his eyes seemed to ignite with fervent flames. 300 million divine power for the champion, and capturing the core of the sacred realm would grant an additional 500 million divine power. Yet, the number and quality of the single-eyed beings within utterly surpassed the limits of his current capabilities. Han Fei's mind raced as he temporarily set aside the notion of capturing the core, seeking a more stable path to secure the championship. In an instant, his divine consciousness quietly swept towards the deadly black fungi stored within his sacred realm. Chapter 146. Stalemate gazing at the deadly black fungus. Han Fei paused for a full 2 seconds before gradually retracting his mental focus. He finally managed to suppress the urge to hurl this entity into the arena. This event is a competition within civilization, a platform designed to foster growth and showcase talent in a secure environment. It is not a venue for external plunder. One must remain composed, although he was uncertain whether the chief referee could manage the deadly black fungus. The prospect of jeopardizing other contestants and potentially obliterating the entire competition venue for a mere 300 million in champion rewards was too great a risk to take with such indiscriminate tactics. Such a self-serving approach, which endangers public property without any moral boundaries, would likely mar his record with a stain indicative of questionable character or integrity, adversely affecting his future prospects within the established rules. Thus, it seemed prudent to observe the situation within the arena before making any hasty decisions. Noticing that no further inquiries were forthcoming, Yin Baran proceeded with his explanation. The duration of this competition is set at 3 years, allowing ample time. Contestants are encouraged to explore the detailed information within the arena. While contestants may engage in conflict with each other's familiars, eliminating another's familiar will not yield any points. That is the basic premise. If there are any questions, please raise them now. After a brief pause, as the chief referee, Yin Baran surveyed the crowd. Finding no one with further questions, the ethereal deity floating in the void raised his right hand, and a stack of sealing cards appeared within it. With a swift motion, he dispersed the cards, each one accurately drifting towards a contestant. Simultaneously, his voice resonated. These cards contain coordinates for teleportation platforms, matched with 1,000 locations within the arena, allowing for precise transport and retrieval, with control firmly in your hands. Please ensure the platforms are returned post-competition and take care of public resources. Additionally, thoroughly review the usage instructions. Do not retrieve any one-eyed creatures possessing combat capabilities back into your domain. Should any damage occur to the teleportation platforms, compensation will be required. Han Fei watched as the sealing card floated towards him and caught it with steady hands. As his consciousness swept over the card, he instantly perceived not only the teleportation platform's details but also a segment of information. This included the user manual for the platform and the corresponding 1,000 teleportation coordinates. Upon reviewing the manual, he noted that activating a teleportation platform would require a consumption of 1 million divine power. However, the energy source provided by the platform was sufficient for only one activation and one retrieval. A grimace of frustration crossed Han Fei's face, for he possessed not even a fraction of that amount, certainly not 100,000 divine power. Among the contestants, many who received the sealing cards wore equally grim expressions, likely sharing Han Fei's plight as they too found themselves impoverished, reliant solely on the meager energy provision of the platform. The limitation of just one opportunity to invest a familiar and one to retrieve it was indeed a disheartening predicament. Before Han Fei could ponder further, the voice of the chief referee resonated once more. I hereby declare the commencement of the competition. Having succinctly delivered this proclamation, Yin Baran, along with the other 2 assistant referees, returned to their designated ethereal positions. The arena, encircled by their divine domains, was laid bare before all. Yet, the competitors who heard the announcement merely stood still in the void, refraining from any action. Waves of divine consciousness were released, meticulously observing the movements of their counterparts. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. This format of competition, though novel to all participants, did not escape the attention of these astute individuals. From the singular data concerning the strength of the Cyclopeans presented by the chief referee, a simple conclusion emerged. Those who hastily rushed into the arena would likely become the unwitting pawns, aiding others engaging the peculiarities of this battleground. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and awkward, a sudden burst of divine thought shattered the stillness. Fellow competitors, since you have all passed the strength assessment to arrive here, you must be wise individuals. It is evident that those who send forth a multitude of vassals into the arena first are at a greater risk of facing formidable attacks, while simultaneously providing invaluable information to those who enter later, considering the semi-transparent barrier of this unclaimed divine domain. The speaker, a demigod who had projected his divine consciousness, had shifted his domain to the center of the arc formed by the other demigods, clad in a resplendent white robe of magic and adorned with a golden crown. He bore a benevolent smile as he surveyed the assembly. Once he noticed that all eyes were upon him, he continued, I have a proposal for you, esteemed colleagues, that merits your consideration. Among my vassals, there exists an extraordinary profession known as the Phantom Assassin, exceptionally suited for infiltration and intelligence gathering. I am willing to deploy 50 000 extraordinary vassals to infiltrate this world and gather information, sharing all collected data with you. Of course, a corresponding price is required from each of you. A payment of 10,000 divine power points to access the accumulated information. Chapter 147. Investigative techniques. With a clear understanding of the circumstances in the arena, it is time to determine the next course of action. I believe this is a viable approach to effectively break the current stalemate. After a brief pause, the contender, adorned with a warm smile, allowed everyone a moment to contemplate before continuing. Of course, if any of you possess kin with superior information-gathering capabilities, you are welcome to put yourselves forward. A maximum of 7 individuals may dispatch their kin as scouts into the arena. I trust that those who have made it this far in the competition are not so miserly as to withhold a mere 10,000 points of divine power. Upon hearing this young man's proposal, numerous competitors appeared quite intrigued. This indeed presents a viable solution. While it cannot guarantee that the scouts will share all intelligence, it is certainly preferable to remaining in this stagnant state. With the first supporter of the proposal emerging, a multitude of demigods echoed their agreement. Simultaneously, several contenders shifted their divine domains to the central position, with each participant contributing 10,000 points of divine power that amounts to over 7 million points collectively. Others are willing to invest their resources to send their kin into the arena for first-hand, authentic information. Faced with such a favorable opportunity, those who believe their kin are particularly suited for infiltration are eager to vie for a spot. Han Fei, too, endorsed this proposal, recognizing its potential to shatter the current impasse. It was certainly preferable to everyone standing idly by. However, with the prospect of accumulating over 7 million points of divine power, Han Fei vaguely sensed the commercial opportunities that this crowdfunding approach might present. His mind began to race with possibilities. While the poisonous dragonfly possesses the ability to change colors and conceal itself, such environmental color-mimicking capabilities hold no advantage against those extraordinary kin specifically trained for infiltration. In no time, the competitors reached a consensus. This was indeed a mutually beneficial proposal. No fool would dare to oppose it at this juncture. Should anyone challenge this suggestion without presenting a more effective solution, there would merely be a disruptive presence, leaving a negative impression on the university admissions personnel present and likely inciting the ire of fellow competitors. Moreover, the referee had only mentioned that kin could engage in mutual combat without prohibiting brawls outside the arena, thus signaling the commencement of the competition. This indicated that the kin could now engage in attacks against one another. However, many competitors, having noted this detail, tacitly chose not to bring it up. As the competition for the scout position settled, the initial proposer, still wearing a congenial smile, spoke up. It appears we all agree that our kin are well suited for infiltration and information gathering. So please, everyone, proceed with your contributions of divine power. As Han Fei entered the stage of financial transactions, he seemed to be invigorated by the allure of wealth. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, and a thought emerged vividly in his mind. Wait. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from Han Fei, enveloping all the competitors in proximity. As numerous gazes converged upon him, many recalled this individual who had appeared rather out of place amidst the earlier serious atmosphere. Ah, it's this person again. Does he still wish to attract attention? Ah. With him stepping forward now, it seems we are in for an intriguing spectacle. Some competitors displayed impatience, while others exhibited expressions of eager anticipation. Upon Han Fei's abrupt appearance, a young man clad in an ornate magical robe turned to him and inquired, "My dear fellow, do you have any questions?" Han Fei, wearing a sunny smile, slowly replied, "Indeed, I have a minor inquiry that requires prior clarification. Please proceed. How can the 7 contestants assigned to reconnaissance ensure that the information they gather will be shared in its entirety with us, without any concealment?" As Han Fei concluded his question, a hush fell over the crowd, and those chosen for reconnaissance cast him glances tinged with subtle hostility. This was a question known to all, yet unvoiced, precisely because it remained unsolvable. "Oh, my dear fellow, do you possess a means to guarantee that the scouts will share every detail of their findings without reservation?" Another competitor directly addressed the crux of the issue. Prepared for this, Han Fei smiled nonchalantly and confidently responded, "No, but I do have a method to ensure that everyone receives the most authentic first-hand information. At Han Fei's declaration, the interest of all participating contestants was piqued. What is your method? We are all ears. Ahem. I find their infiltrative reconnaissance to be inefficient, lacking comprehensiveness. However, I possess a unique scouting technique. If each of you contributes 100,000 divine power, I can dispatch a formidable force of 300 million combatants into the arena to conduct a comprehensive fire reconnaissance on your behalf. Chapter 148. Firepower Reconnaissance. As Han Fei spoke, he conjured an illusion of the spiked serpent using his divine power, demonstrating the combat capabilities of this insectoid unit. In a war of this magnitude, a single battle would suffice to gather all necessary information. The divine domain barrier of the arena was not entirely opaque, given the scale of the combat. One could observe a significant portion of the action from beyond this barrier, providing authentic and effective first-hand data. What do you think of my proposal? After speaking, Han Fei maintained a smile, patiently awaiting the responses of the astonished competitors. Internally, he was exuberantly endorsing his own suggestion. Truly, I am a genius. If this proposal is approved, I will acquire over 70 million units of divine power, while simultaneously eliminating 300 million spiked serpents, reaping a bounty of points, an unassailable profit. All the competitors began to contemplate Han Fei's proposition of firepower reconnaissance. Most perceived that Han Fei aimed to amass divine power and then simply await the conclusion of the competition, solely reaping the battle points from this reconnaissance. This approach would grant them the most accurate information from the battlefield, while also allowing them to eliminate a rival, preventing any infiltrating scout from establishing an information advantage in advance, a shrewd transaction. Among the observers dispatched by various universities, Jin Tao, a recruiter from the prestigious Civilization Center Academy, upon hearing Han Fei's suggestion, remarked with a smile to a fellow recruiter, "This lad is quite intriguing. Which school is he from? A rather clever choice indeed." Responding casually, the other recruiter replied, "It is indeed astute. The 70 million units of divine power exceed the rewards of the 4th to 10th placements. If one lacks confidence in securing a top 3 position, this strategy is certainly wise. However, it is somewhat short-sighted. The invisible benefits of ranking and being favored by top-tier universities represent the true prizes of this competition. Such a premature resignation from the contest suggests he has a clear self-awareness, exhibiting a somewhat slippery nature but lacking ambition. This temperament may not suit external plundering. Perhaps a focus on logistical development would be a more suitable path for him." Evidently, the other observer held a differing view and interjected, "I believe this young man's choice is quite composed. You in the 2nd Star District adhere to the law of the jungle, which explains your disdain for him. Within the confines of limited rules, maximizing visible benefits while mitigating potential future risks is commendable." The interrupted recruiter glanced back at the speaker, smirking. Thus the gentle, free development approach of your 3rd Star District has long failed to produce strong contenders. Unbeknownst to Han Fei, he remained oblivious to the assessments of the observers outside the arena. At this moment, he had already relocated his divine domain to the center, addressing the inquiries of other competitors. However, the core of his discourse subtly revealed 2 main points. First, the substantial number of subordinates I have deployed to assist you in navigating this path has undoubtedly resulted in significant losses. My considerable contribution warrants a fee of 100,000 divine power from each of you. This is hardly excessive, and you will undoubtedly benefit from it. Second, this represents a mutually advantageous choice. Those who wish to oppose this should carefully consider the implications of obstructing one's source of income. As consensus was reached among the crowd, an influx of divine power surged forth, and Han Fei, who swiftly accumulated over 70 million divine power, felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He promptly returned to his divine domain to initiate his reconnaissance plan. First, he retrieved the teleportation platform issued by the chief judge and, following the instructions, positioned it in a desolate expanse of gravel. This tower-shaped, sci-fi architectural marvel boasted an exceedingly simple, user-friendly operating system. By gathering the subordinates designated for teleportation and establishing a mental link, he could select them. After confirming the preset teleportation coordinates, he could execute the transfer with a single command. Thus, Han Fei unleashed his mental energy, selecting 300 million venomous serpents while also including a substantial number of toxic dragonflies. He opted for a coordinate point on the outskirts of a medium-sized city and initiated the teleportation. As the divine patterns on the surface of the tower-like structure began to illuminate gradually, the stored divine power was rapidly depleted. A few minutes later, at the moment when the divine patterns on the tower's exterior shone brightly, the venomous serpents and toxic dragonflies he had chosen with his mental energy were instantaneously engulfed by the appearing light points, vanishing from his divine domain. Taviel, an active officer of the Single-Eyed tribe, was presently in the military camp's training ground, instructing a group of recruits. Increase your speed. Without sufficient mental power intensity, you will struggle to become exemplary soldiers. You must engage in relentless training to develop muscle memory for operating the Type 103 mechanical exoskeleton, thus assisting your mental power in driving it. Chapter 149. Mechanical exoskeleton. Otherwise, these war machines would merely be toys in your hands, failing to unleash their full combat potential. As Taver's roar reverberated throughout the venue, the recruits maneuvering the Type 103 mechanical exoskeletons could only sweat profusely while hastening their pace along the obstacle-laden track. The Type 103 exoskeleton, characterized by its rugged design, caused the one-eyed soldiers to tower over 2 meters tall, a remarkable increase from their original height of around 1.6 meters. This exoskeleton was not a fully enclosed mechanical armor. The operator's arms and heads were clearly visible, contrasting with the armored torso and legs. They donned a multifunctional tactical helmet, while a versatile backpack component on the back integrated controls, power, weapon mounting, and communication functionalities. On the right side of this backpack was a compact rocket launcher, while the left boasted a heavy machine gun exceeding 1.7 meters in length. With the assistance of mechanical arms, the operators could effortlessly wield a multi-barrel rapid-fire machine gun equipped with a substantial ammunition drum. The entire exoskeleton was coated in gray paint, adorned with golden divine patterns, exuding a metallic quality that imparted an immediate impression of formidable firepower. Taver observed the recruits laboring under the sweltering sun, their exoskeletons glistening with sweat as they trained on the field. Although his expression remained stern, a flicker of satisfaction danced in his eyes. At that moment, a multitude of golden orbs unexpectedly appeared 10 kilometers away on the open ground, resembling a golden sea that swiftly engulfed the terrain. The radiant sky was transformed into a breathtaking expanse of gold, a divine and exquisite glow cascading in all directions. Even the One-Eyed tribe, situated several kilometers away, could clearly witness this enchanting and bizarre scene. The emergence of this spectacle immediately captivated the recruits, who paused in their training to curiously admire this unprecedented phenomenon. Seeing them halt, Taver's expression darkened as he noticed their gaze fixed on the sky behind him. Just as he was about to unleash his fury, he turned to glance at the situation, and the sight he beheld rendered his roar abruptly silent. A military documentary he had watched about the invasion of this world by an evil deity 3 centuries prior flashed vividly in his mind. The golden earth, the golden sky. Beautiful yet perilous. This was an invasion by the malevolent deity. All personnel, assemble at the armory. Taver commanded. I must report to higher authorities. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing first-level battle readiness alarm echoed throughout the camp. This alarm signified that the state of war had commenced, eliminating the need for him to request the allocation of energy and ammunition from his superiors. Immediately set out. Upon reaching the armory, load up on ammunition and energy. Then return for assembly. The command was issued to the new recruits, who remained frozen in place. Tavel immediately pivoted and sprinted towards the storage facility at the opposite end of the training ground, where his personal mech was housed in a dedicated armory. Empowered by his mental fortitude, he leapt forward several meters with each stride. As the golden hues of the sky rapidly dissipated, Tavel quickened his pace by a third. Within less than a minute, he burst into his independent armory. Before him stood a towering war machine, nearly 5 meters in height. This was the 203 model, heavy divine mech, operable only by those with elite-level mental prowess. Its overall silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the 103 model exoskeleton, yet its larger frame completely enveloped the operator in the cockpit. With reinforced armor, a more formidable firepower system, and intricate divine runes adorning its surface. It appeared exponentially more powerful than the 103 model. Upon entering the armory, Tavel wasted no time and swiftly climbed into the 203 model heavy divine mech. As the cockpit cover gently descended, a low hum resonated through the air. The divine runes on the armor ignited brilliantly, emitting a slight vibration that dispersed the dust swirling around the mech. Beneath this colossal machine, 2 rows of rollers emerged, and the auxiliary thrusters on its back activated simultaneously. The thunderous noise from the friction between the rollers and the ground was deafening. This seemingly cumbersome behemoth launched forward with a catapult-like propulsion, barreling out of the armory's entrance and racing towards the location of the armory. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away from the military camp, the vast expanse of land became blanketed with the purple-red horde of the stinging Serpent Legion. As the golden glow of the teleportation faded, they writhed and shook their bodies, gently tossing their heads to alleviate the slight disorientation caused by the teleportation. The swarm, composed of 300 million stinging serpents, had successfully entered the arena. Chapter 150. The ordinary monocular clan Han Fei's consciousness descended upon a soaring dragonfly, adopting the form of a divine entity, and began to observe rapidly. A mere glance revealed a distant modern city, steeped in a profound religious ambience. The gray skyscrapers, indistinguishable from one another, stood in meticulous alignment. The surfaces of these edifices were adorned with intricate golden patterns, rich in various religious styles, serving as decorative embellishments. The streets between the buildings were wide and level, imparting an overall sense of oppression and solemnity to the city. In such an environment, characterized by expansive streets and densely packed structures, the battleground was ideal for the venomous serpents, although their fireballs had a range of several hundred meters, which might seem inadequate in open terrain here. Amidst the complexity and cover of the battlefield, it was wholly sufficient. Having systematically studied the knowledge of divine technology, Han Fei dared not allow these serpents to linger in open spaces for too long. The extent of the monocular clan's advancements in divine technology remained unclear, and should the serpent army be decimated by ultra-long-range firepower, he would find himself powerless to retaliate. Thus, for the sake of caution, engaging in urban close-quarters combat was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Han Fei deftly manipulated the threads of belief, causing the serpent army sprawling across the ground to divide into 2 factions. One contingent, composed of 200 million serpents, surged forth like a rolling tide of crimson, racing toward the distant city. Considering the potential for large-scale weapons of mass destruction, the remaining 100 million serpents were dispersed into smaller squads, ranging from hundreds to thousands, allowing them to maneuver freely within the arena. Even though the likelihood was slim, he sought to mitigate the risk of a catastrophic annihilation. As the tide of serpents drew nearer to the city, the dragonfly had already ventured far ahead. Through these 20-centimeter reconnaissance units, Han Fei swiftly gathered intelligence. On the streets, adorned with symbols and emblems of religious faith, throngs of civilians were advancing toward the square. The concentration of so many people in the square raised a question in Han Fei's mind. Had a refuge been established beneath it? Before he could ponder further, he observed a square that had amassed a considerable crowd. Towering 2 meters high, cylindrical metal cabinets emerged from the ground. Just as Han Fei speculated whether these were emergency elevators, the metallic shells of the cabinet swiftly retracted, revealing an array of brand-new, large-caliber firearms. The gathered civilians, utilizing the metallic wristbands on their arms, scanned them before the cabinets. In response, a firearm along with 2 magazines was ejected, subsequently claimed by the monocular clan citizens. The scene mirrored that of Han Fei's past life, where individuals purchased items from vending machines. Simultaneously, atop each skyscraper, hemispherical metallic structures parted to unveil rudimentary anti-aircraft artillery within. Many civilians perched on the rooftops promptly occupied the gunners' seats, activating these formidable instruments of war. As Han Fei swiftly organized the intelligence he had gathered, he observed the scenes unfolding before his eyes. The well-established wartime mechanism, coupled with a substantial number of able-bodied civilians who had undergone military training, fortified the city's air defense capabilities. The large caliber of the firearms wielded by these ordinary civilians, who had not transcended into the extraordinary, indicated a lethality that far surpassed that of typical individuals. Whether such firepower could inflict effective harm upon extraordinary beings remained uncertain for the moment. Given the circumstances, the combat prowess of the ordinary monocular tribe members in the arena should not be underestimated. At that moment, Han Fei shifted his gaze and found himself inhabiting the body of another venomous dragonfly. He marveled at the sight of the regular army of the monocular tribe swiftly emerging from the military camp. His eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, mechanical exoskeletons and mechs. The firepower of these weapons and equipment appeared formidable, towering 5 meters high. With thick cannon barrels, these colossal machines moved at remarkable speed. Han Fei meticulously sensed the energy intensity of these forces and instantly confirmed that they belonged to the monocular tribe's extraordinary and elite combat units. Based on the data previously provided by the referee, it was estimated that there were 20 billion extraordinary combat units equipped with mechanical exoskeletons, in addition to 2 billion elite heavy mechs. The strength of the forces in the arena was quite formidable, especially considering that this divine realm had been cleansed several times. What would this place have looked like before such purges? The mere scenes before him had already reshaped Han Fei's understanding of the combat capabilities of deities. As the Serpent Strike army gradually approached the city, the monocular tribe's forces began to assemble rapidly at the city's periphery. Utilizing the towering buildings and bridges along the city's edge, they swiftly established defensive lines. Numerous soldiers positioned atop the outermost high-rises could already glimpse the horizon, where a vast, purplish-red tide surged towards the city. Chapter 151. Advancing at this moment, Tavel had just arrived at the outskirts of the city, responding to commands relayed through the combat system. He piloted the Type 203 heavy divine mech, accelerating suddenly towards a towering structure before him. As the luminescence of the mech's divine patterns intensified, the seemingly cumbersome machine leapt forth, its legs firmly landing against the vertical wall. With the thrusters at full power, he ascended along the faade of the skyscraper, reaching the rooftop in an instant. Upon arrival, Tavel, utilizing the mech's optical imaging system, immediately spotted the dense swarm of serpent spikes charging towards the city in the distance. The serpent spikes were not entirely clustered together. They maintained a certain distance from one another. Yet, the sheer magnitude of their numbers sent a shiver down his spine. Suddenly, the command center transmitted a new message. Succinct in its content. Hold the line. Eliminate as many of the pseudo-gods monsters as possible. Defend the city. Reinforcements are on the way. Receiving this information, he glanced at the real-time battlefield data, which displayed the enemy's numbers in the billions. Tavel felt a sinking despair. The population of the city behind him was merely over 30 million, with the military force numbering less than 3 million. This stark reality indicated their absolute numerical disadvantage. Before he could dwell further on this thought, another combat directive flashed on the screen. Long-range fire strike. Cover the designated coordinates. Years of rigorous training prompted him to decisively activate the 2 missile launchers mounted on his mech. Meanwhile, a heavy divine mech atop an adjacent skyscraper reacted even faster, opening fire on the approaching wave of serpent spikes that had entered range. This served as a signal. On the city's defensive perimeter, countless missiles soared into the sky, raining down upon the serpent spike horde. The density of the barrage rendered any attempts by the serpent spikes to evade futile. Explosions erupted amidst the advancing tide of insects, their fragile bodies unable to mount an effective defense against the bombardment. Remnants of severed limbs and torsos were flung across the battlefield by the shockwaves of the blasts. Even before the Serpent Spike Legion could reach the range of fireballs, their losses began to escalate dramatically. Observing the scene, Han Fei remained expressionless as he watched the serpent spikes being consumed by explosions and flames. There was no hesitation or doubt. Such losses were deemed necessary. According to data gathered from the toxic Stinger Dragonfly, the missile-firing mechs and mechanical exoskeletons had a rather limited payload capacity for conventional weapons. Indeed, as Han Fei had anticipated, this frenzied display of firepower lasted only a few minutes before swiftly diminishing. The areas ravaged by the explosions had already succumbed to vast infernos. Through the faith line, Han Fei conducted a brief assessment, The sustained long-range bombardment had inflicted nearly 10% damage upon the 200 million serpent spikes. This exemplified the terrifying firepower delivery capability of modern warfare. With an army of 3 million, they effortlessly obliterated several times their number of enemies without sustaining any losses. Until this moment, the Serpent Legion had yet to enter the range of the fireball spell. They pressed forward, undaunted by the flames and explosions, braving life and death. Meanwhile, Tavel, having exhausted all missiles in a short span, gazed through the optical imaging system at the smoke and inferno that engulfed the distance, feeling a slight sense of relief. These creatures appeared rather primitive, lacking long-range attack capabilities, and perhaps, with sufficient firepower, they could be kept at bay beyond the city limits. At that juncture, a carefree voice resonated through his communication channel. "Captain, it seems these pseudo-gods' assault isn't so formidable after all. They merely have numbers." Upon hearing this voice, Tavel recognized it as that of a brash rookie among his ranks, and his brow furrowed in irritation as he sternly retorted, "Silence. The enemy outnumbers us 100-fold. Banish your contempt. We are in a state of war. Focus your attention." Just then, the command center transmitted the latest operational directive. "Fire at will." As the battlefield command was issued, facing the serpent wave that relentlessly advanced after extinguishing the inferno with sheer physical might, and had now breached the 1-kilometer mark. The sounds of various weapons igniting began to intensify along the entire defensive line. Energy beams cascaded like rain upon the Serpent Legion, which continued its relentless advance. However, hampered by numerous obstacles on the ground, only those soldiers positioned at vantage points with clearer sight lines possessed the ability to engage in combat. Compared to the previous missile barrage, the density of firepower was several magnitudes lower. Coupled with the Serpent Legion's overwhelming numbers, the barrage of energy beams proved insufficient to halt their advance. After enduring considerable losses while charging through a hail of gunfire, the foremost serpent finally breached the range of the fireball spell. Chapter 152, Counterattack in an Instant. All the serpent stingers within range fervently tapped into their internal magical energy. A multitude of fireballs was hurled towards the defensive line at the city's perimeter. This sudden and fierce counterstrike threw the entire defensive line into disarray. The soldiers of the One-Eyed Clan, who had not experienced warfare for centuries, found themselves in a precarious situation. While they might maintain high morale and absolute safety, the moment their adversaries mounted an effective retaliation, their vulnerabilities were starkly revealed. This army, unaccustomed to conflict, faltered before the relentless firepower of the serpent stingers, who pressed forward through a hail of gunfire. A soldier clad in a Type 103 mechanized exoskeleton stood frozen, watching the incoming fireballs, his mind blank and instinct to evade forgotten. Just as a fireball was about to strike him, the small divine barrier generator mounted on his exoskeleton activated automatically. A translucent, pale golden shield enveloped him in an instant. Boom. The shockwave from the explosion sent the soldier flying 3 meters away, rolling on the ground before regaining his footing. Without hesitation, he scrambled behind the nearest cover, anxiously patting himself down to ensure he was intact, before gasping for breath. The small divine barrier, however, could not fully mitigate the explosive force of the fireball. He felt his vision blur, a dull ache in his chest, and noticed that the armor on his torso was singed black. Many others along the defensive line faced similar fates. In a matter of moments, the relentless serpent stingers suppressed the defensive firepower with their fireballs. The intensity of the fire being returned from the defensive line decreased, allowing more serpent stingers to enter attack range. As the density of the incoming fireballs increased, some one-eyed soldiers found themselves unable to lift their heads amidst the continuous explosions. On a rooftop, Tavel, piloting a Type 203 heavy divine mech, unleashed a torrent of firepower upon the rapidly advancing serpent stinger horde. The thick armor combined with a more powerful divine barrier generator meant that he did not need to evade the sporadic fireballs. These fireballs struck the surface of the divine barrier, causing only slight tremors. Yet, the relentless barrage from the heavy divine mechs was insufficient to halt the oncoming tide of foes. All combat personnel, retreat to the city, delay the enemy's advance, and await reinforcements. Read the latest directive from the command center. Tavel glanced at the energy consumption of the mech. noting that extensive use of pure energy weaponry had reduced its energy reserves to 71. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Tavel promptly issued a retreat order via the squad channel. He then turned decisively, the sigils on the mech brightening once more as he leapt onto the rooftop of another building behind him. As he departed, the towering structure he had just vacated began to succumb to a relentless barrage of fireballs, slowly collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the swarm of the stinging Serpent Legion surged into the city, their numbers overwhelming. Soldiers who could not evacuate found themselves compelled to resist the encroaching tide of insects. The war had plunged into a brutal contest of survival, yet the stinging Serpent Legion held a decisive advantage in numbers. The entire city was on the brink of being engulfed by this relentless swarm. Han Fei, perched upon the back of a venomous dragonfly, felt a slight sense of relief as he witnessed the stinging Serpent Legion breach the city's defenses. Over 3 million soldiers had inflicted nearly 30 million casualties upon the Legion in a mere few kilometers. This staggering figure weighed heavily upon Han Fei. Now that the Legion had infiltrated the city, they would engage in close combat, shedding their previous vulnerability of merely enduring blows without retaliating. Once the stinging serpents established dominion over the city, utilizing the ruins and structures as cover and fire points, the conflict would inevitably devolve into the harrowing chaos of urban warfare, allowing them to gather even more intelligence from this battleground. Explosions and gunfire rapidly spread throughout the stifled city, transforming it into a cacophony of chaos. With a series of energy projectiles, Tavel halted his retreat to engage the tide of stinging serpents pouring into the streets. Maneuvering his mech, he pivoted and leaped onto the rooftop of another high-rise. There was no time to assess the outcome of his shot. He resumed his withdrawal. Numerous mechs mirrored his actions atop the surrounding buildings. Although each assault inflicted damage upon the advancing horde, the sheer volume of the enemy made it impossible for them to establish an effective defensive line, forcing them to fight while retreating. "Captain, please help us." The sudden plea from the communicator caused Tavel to momentarily pause in his retreat. Chapter 153. Rescue. He glanced at the battlefield's real-time system, which displayed the positions of the new recruits he had brought along. His expression darkened immediately. These recruits had failed to evacuate at full speed when the opportunity arose. They were now trapped behind a building, less than 200 meters from the front line of the swarm. Lacking the powerful propulsion and mental fortitude, their Type 103 exoskeletons were utterly incapable of executing the same daring leaps from the building's surface to the rooftop, or between the rooftops, as he could. Damn it. Tavel hesitated for a moment, then abandoned the idea of a rescue, maneuvering his mech to continue the retreat. Observing the dense throngs of stingers on the streets through the battlefield's real-time system, he realized that attempting a rescue would only jeopardize his own safety. This was not an isolated incident on the battlefield. Countless soldiers unable to retreat were being overwhelmed by the surging swarm. As the stingers infiltrated the city, the emergence of numerous streets and alleys caused the previously concentrated swarm to disperse rapidly. Their superior sensory and intelligence-gathering faculties allowed them to navigate the complex urban environment with remarkable agility. A handful of ordinary Cyclopean militiamen, concealed within high-rise buildings, were easily hunted down and exterminated by these vicious stingers. Should a high-rise contain a significant number of armed Cyclopean militiamen, the stingers would concentrate their firepower, obliterating the entire structure. Han Fei would not permit these ordinary Cyclopeans, armed with high-caliber weaponry, to remain hidden within buildings, harassing the swarm. From his observations, the high-caliber firearms distributed to the Cyclopean civilians were powerful enough to pierce the stingers' exoskeletons, inflicting damage. While he was uncertain of the exact number of civilians armed in this city, the scene he witnessed during the distribution of firearms suggested the quantity was certainly substantial. The considerable losses among soldiers and the evolving battlefield conditions led to a sharp decline in the stingers' casualties. No longer did they experience the mass deaths that had characterized their initial assault on the city's defenses. As Tavel swiftly leaped between the skyscrapers, the distant sight of explosions and collapsing buildings filled his heart with anger, yet left him feeling helpless. Nearby, a heavy divine mech transmitted a message. "I am Captain Rhett, located at the Cathedral of District 33. We need to establish a defensive line here. The cathedral shelters at least 200,000 children and women. We cannot abandon them. We require your support." The sudden distress call echoed through the public channel, causing Tavel, who had just landed on a building's rooftop, to momentarily freeze his mech's movements. Inside the cockpit, his expression shifted between conflict and struggle. Faced with this unexpected plea for help, he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had previously exhibited. Damn it! The Type 203 Heavy Divine Mech, under Tavel's command, executed a nimble turn and leaped towards the Cathedral of District 33. As Tavel approached the Grand Cathedral, 3 minutes had already elapsed according to the information displayed on the real-time combat map. He could see that over 400 mechs had gathered in the vicinity. The public channel was eerily silent, save for the desperate pleas for assistance from a certain Rit. Tavel too remained taciturn, opting instead to find a rooftop of a nearby building to serve as a vantage point for fire suppression, and commenced a calm vigil. Observing the battlefield information on the real-time map, he noticed a horde of monstrous creatures rapidly converging upon their location. He instinctively inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on the distant street corner. "They are coming. Can we withstand them?" Suddenly, a trembling voice echoed through the public channel, seemingly narrating the terror of its owner. A heavy silence ensued, with no one responding, further amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. As the first of the spiked serpents rounded the distant corner, more of the creatures surged into view. "Eliminate them all." Tavel's roar resonated through the public channel, dispelling the suffocating tension. He maneuvered his mech, unleashing a torrent of firepower toward the street entrance. Countless energy projectiles rained down from the large-caliber barrels flanking his mech, targeting the serpent forces that emerged within their line of sight. The sudden barrage of explosions erupted around the makeshift defensive line centered on the cathedral behind them. Regrettably, against the undaunted spiked serpents, such a degree of fire blockade proved insufficient to deter the relentless tide of the swarm. The incoming fireballs arched through the air, striking against the divine shield of their mechs, creating ripples of energy. The elite single-eyed warriors, piloting the mechs, watched as the energy levels of the divine shield plummeted like a cup leaking water, while the energy generators struggled to replenish the rapidly depleting power. They were compelled to use the building as cover to alleviate the burden on the shield generator. Thus, more fireballs rained down upon the very structure they sought to use as protection. Chapter 154. Reinforcements arrive as towering edifices succumb to a series of violent explosions. The hastily erected defensive line was rapidly constricted by the advancing serpents. We were on the brink of collapse and desperately needed reinforcements. Taviel glanced towards the direction of the distress signal, which emanated from a nearby street, and promptly shifted the barrel of his weapon. He unleashed a torrent of fire upon a substantial building within his defensive sector. In a mere span of 10 seconds, his precise strikes obliterated the load-bearing columns, causing the entire structure to tilt ominously towards the street. With a resounding crash, clouds of dust erupted, burying a multitude of serpents that had surged into the street beneath the collapsing edifice. The tremors from the fallen building caused the already precarious skyscrapers around Taviel to teeter dangerously. Without a moment's hesitation, the radiant glyphs on the surface of his divine mech intensified. With a powerful push from its legs, the mech traced a graceful arc as it plummeted rapidly towards the location of the call for aid from nearly 100 meters above, just a meter from the ground. The engines at the back of the mech roared to life, the brilliance of the glyphs reaching their zenith. The colossal machine, weighing several tons, seemed to defy gravity for an instant before its legs struck the ground with a resounding thud. The 2 rows of wheels beneath whirred at incredible speeds, propelling the mech forward with newfound velocity. The large-caliber cannons on either side unleashed a barrage of concentrated fire upon the swarm of serpents advancing down the street. Amidst the chaos, Taviel, having drawn a substantial amount of enemy fire, narrowly darted behind another building for cover just before the fiery projectiles pierced his divine barrier. The nearby mechs, previously subdued, seized this opportunity to emerge once more and unleashed a relentless assault upon the insect horde, saturating the street with a barrage of energy beams that reduced the encroaching serpents to lifeless husks. Breathing heavily behind the sheltering structure, Taviel was acutely aware that the energy reserves of his divine barrier had plummeted below 5% upon his hasty entry. Without the protection of this barrier, The mech's inherent armor would have been utterly insufficient to withstand such a concentrated onslaught. At that moment, a notification from the Battlefield Information System caught Taviel's attention. First batch of reinforcements, a 10 aerial gunships, has arrived. As this message flashed on the screen, several hundred bizarre aircraft, adorned with glimmering glyphs, descended from the clouds. These peculiar machines, with their broad, oval frames, sported disproportionately small wings and tail fins, connected to two square, high-powered engines at their bases. Below the nose, two multi-barreled energy cannons were mounted, ready to unleash their fury. The design utterly disregards aerodynamic principles, embodying the quintessential product of brute force. Aerodynamics? Non-existent. The sheer power of the flying brick suffices. One aircraft, in its nosedive, targets the cathedral area where Tavel is located. Why can't these damned air forces arrive sooner? A voice of complaint resonates through the public channel, yet it is laced with a palpable sense of exhilaration. As these words echo, the diving A-10 Warthog begins to adjust its angle and decelerate when merely 300 meters from the ground. By the time its descent speed reaches zero, it is poised serenely 200 meters above Tavel's head. The multi-barreled energy cannon swivels, directly aiming at the streets teeming with the serpent stingers. A relentless buzzing sound envelopes the air, merging into a singular drone that drowns out all else for Tavel. The rapidly spinning cannon unleashes a barrage exceeding 4,000 rounds per minute, showering the entire street with concentrated energy projectiles. Every serpent stinger on the thoroughfare is obliterated under this relentless onslaught, the overwhelming energy projectiles reducing them to a gruesome display of blood and dismembered limbs. In an instant, the ground is awash with carnage, devoid of a single intact serpent stinger corpse. The street appears to have been scorched, thoroughly plowed by the luminous shells. Narrating the origin of the moniker ground-licking demon to all witnesses. As the last of the serpent stingers on the street is eradicated, the A-10 Warthog hovers in the air, its nose pivoting towards another street to unleash its firepower anew. Numerous serpent stingers, witnessing the floating aircraft raining down munitions, hastily look up, launching fireballs towards the still-firing Warthog. A pale golden energy shield manifests instantaneously on the aircraft's surface, intercepting the barrage of incoming fireballs. The sudden assault takes the elite pilot at the helm of this aerial artillery by surprise. Chapter 155. The aerial gunship. He observed a rapid surge in the load of the divine barrier generator and promptly maneuvered the A-10 aerial gunship sideways, executing a deft evasive maneuver in the air. Ascending swiftly to a greater altitude, he deftly evaded the barrage of incoming fireballs. Once the load on the divine barrier generator returned to a safe level, the pilot of the aerial gunship felt his dignity challenged. A scowl crossed his face as he increased his mental energy output. He instructed his co-pilot to secure themselves before performing a dramatic flip and dive with the gunship. The dual energy cannons at the front, aided by adjustable mounts, provided him with enhanced shooting angles as the aircraft flipped. Energy projectiles cascaded down from the sky, swiftly forming a frenzied line of fire that targeted all the spiny serpents within his line of sight. Just as the pilot began to feel a sense of satisfaction watching the serpents disintegrate under the onslaught, a scene unfolding in the distance shattered his good spirits. A fellow pilot's A-10 aerial gunship, after a diving assault, failed to regain altitude, its divine barrier shattered. It belched forth a plume of black smoke as it collided with the exterior wall of a third high-rise, leaving a massive hole in its wake. The aircraft's wings twisted and broke under the excessive speed of the dive, and after piercing through the entire building, it tumbled downwards, transforming into a flaming wreckage upon impact with the ground. At that moment, Han Fei, embodied in a toxic sting dragonfly, floated in the air, gazing at the downed aerial gunship. The elite aerial combat unit exhibited commendable damage output, yet its defensive capabilities were merely average, and its angles of attack were severely limited. As these new combat units entered the battlefield, Han Fei directly coordinated an assault with numerous spiny serpents nearby through the line of faith, unleashing a concentrated volley upon the aerial gunship, catching the inexperienced pilot off guard. The gunship was bombarded by a multitude of fireballs, and despite the divine barrier generator working overtime, it succumbed to its shattered fate, plummeting from the sky. With another new combat unit's data acquired, Han Fei turned his attention to the city engulfed in flames and smoke. He felt neither joy nor sorrow, This was merely a reconnaissance of firepower. With 300 million extraordinary spiny serpents serving as expendable pawns, yielding ample information for his needs, he pondered the nature of the heroic combat units within this divine realm, anticipation stirring within him as he began to wait patiently. As for the battles raging in the city below, Han Fei was disinclined to expend excessive effort on immediate control. The combat environment was far too intricate for him to manage effectively. He merely issued a command to the Spiny Serpent Legion to eliminate enemies and seize the city, allowing them the freedom to act as they saw fit. His primary objective remained to observe the specific combat capabilities of this divine realm. As time progresses, the Cyclops community witnesses waves of support teams, akin to dry twigs cast into a fire, serving as accelerants for the relentless blaze engulfing the city. It is not until a day has passed, with the remnants of the military either eradicated or retreated, that the cacophony of explosions and gunfire gradually dwindles. The Serpents have nearly seized control of the entire city, with the scattered resistance merely the final lament of soldiers who can no longer withdraw. Within the city, numerous large shelters remain, intentionally preserved by Han Fei, untouched by the Serpent's assault. Han Fei harbors concerns that should the Serpent Legion annihilate all Cyclopes within the city, they might forego sending troops to engage in urban warfare altogether. In open terrain, the combat prowess of the Serpents offers no advantage. Meanwhile, the scattered million Serpents are swiftly purging the smaller population enclaves surrounding the city, occasionally encountering the ground forces sent for reinforcement. In these skirmishes, Han Fei allocates only a fraction of his attention, leaning in to ascertain the emergence of new combat units before returning to his primary focus. As the conflict transitions from fierce to tranquil, Han Fei finally finds the opportunity to compile the already collected and organized analysis of the combat unit strength of the Cyclops into small booklets composed of divine energy, distributing a copy to each of the waiting participants. This endeavor aligns with a prior agreement. In Han Fei's perspective, these individuals are akin to paying clients, and he must ensure the quality of service he provides, safeguarding his reputation. At this moment, his demigod form stands beyond the divine barrier, engaging the gathered contestants in a discourse. Ahem, esteemed colleagues, this is the intelligence I have gathered through firepower reconnaissance, encompassing the societal structure of the Cyclopes, their wartime mechanisms in the face of invasion, and the combat capabilities of the ordinary Cyclops. Chapter 156. Heroic Level Creations. Moreover, the specific parameters of certain weaponry within the Cyclopean army that have been investigated are undeniably accurate. Those present, peering through the nebulous divine barrier, could never gather such detailed information from the outside world. The demigods who had received Han Fei's pamphlet glanced at the meticulously compiled data, and many participants' expressions darkened instantaneously. Judging solely by the information Han Fei had amassed thus far, some competitors felt an overwhelming urge to abandon the contest and return home. It is common knowledge that the path of divine technology holds significant potential in the later stages, yet the circumstances within this arena appear somewhat irregular. High-caliber individual firearms, mechanical exoskeletons, divine mechs, and aerial gunships represent combat units with nearly overwhelming offensive capabilities at this level, particularly for certain contestants whose subordinates are still entrenched in the melee combat phase. The onslaught of steel projectiles and barrage suppression they face upon entering this arena could easily leave them utterly defeated, shattering their morale. The disparity is indeed staggering, rendering their expressions grim. The advantages and disadvantages of the divine technology route are starkly pronounced. Its potency is a clear advantage. However, the exorbitant costs associated with it deter many demigods from fully committing to this path. The realm of the divine is not akin to the cosmos, where resource-rich planets abound. All developmental resources must be seized or procured through the expenditure of divine energy on the divine exchange continent. Individuals pursuing the divine technology development route encounter a significant dilemma in such an environment. Their subordinates' advancements hinge upon utilizing divine energy as a power source, meaning that once conflict ensues, the profits may fall woefully short of the expenditures. Incursions, though victorious, often result in scenarios where one expends 1,000,000 units of divine energy for a mere return of 500,000, an all too frequent occurrence. Furthermore, those who choose this path face the lowest probability of transcending to true divinity among all developmental routes. For anyone embarking on the journey to divinity, the demand for divine energy is immense. If one's subordinates' advancements necessitate substantial consumption of divine energy, the difficulty of attaining true divinity escalates exponentially. Thus, in the divine realm, a significant portion of demigods who live out their lives without igniting the divine flame follow the divine technology route. Similarly, among those who have ignited the divine flame and lived to old age, a considerable proportion also adhere to this developmental path. Choosing this route without a substantial foundation essentially equates to relinquishing the hope of condensing a divine persona and achieving true divinity. While Han Fei engaged in casual conversation with other participants, he suddenly sensed the annihilation of a squad exceeding 10,000 amidst the scattered teams of venomous serpents. Frowning, Han Fei abruptly ceased his discourse, redirecting his consciousness and mobilizing the surrounding toxic dragonflies toward the site of the incident. As Han Fei awaited the arrival of the venomous dragonfly at the site of the annihilation of the serpent squad, a conjecture had already formed in his mind. The capacity to obliterate a force exceeding 10,000 in an instant, under the prevailing conditions of this divine realm, likely indicated the emergence of the long-anticipated heroic-class combat unit. Lacking any data on the single-eyed heroic-class combat units, Han Fei felt compelled to hasten towards the scene to ascertain the true nature of the adversary. As the venomous dragonfly drew nearer, the architect of the serpent squad's demise came into view from a considerable distance. "What on earth is this black technology?" Han Fei exclaimed, astonished at the sight of the enormous mechanical construct. It was a spherical war machine, over 200 meters in diameter, gliding swiftly across the ground. Its surface adorned with a myriad of mystical patterns that flickered intermittently. The overall shape resembled a sphere placed atop a stout, triangular leg support. The front of the metallic sphere was lined with a multitude of closely packed turrets, while behind it loomed 7 long and robust cantilevered cannons, extending from the rear and evenly distributed around the 200-meter diameter of the spherical body. Judging purely by its exterior, it was undoubtedly a product of the multi-turret doctrine, perfectly embodying the philosophy that size equates to superiority, abundance signifies beauty, caliber represents justice, and turrets embody truth, leaving Han Fei utterly astounded. In Han Fei's meticulous perception, the core power source driving this war machine exhibited energy intensity that met the standards of heroic-class units. However, the operators within were not heroic-class single-eyed beings. Rather, they were over 5,000 elite single-eyed individuals working in unison. Was this the combat unit possessing heroic-class combat capability that the chief referee had mentioned? Such a peculiar deviation in technological advancement was indeed striking. Though it could only be classified as pseudo-heroic, the sheer number of turret-like protrusions rendered it a formidable adversary. The true extent of its combat prowess, however, warranted further observation. Chapter 157. A fierce display before Han Fei could further contemplate. The war machine before him had already commenced new maneuvers. It subtly lifted from the ground via its anti-gravity system, gliding at high speed. The 3 mechanical legs at its lower half remained unchanged, steadfast in their rapid movement. However, the spherical body atop made an abrupt 90-degree turn. The cannon barrel elevated slightly, adjusting its angle to aim at the distant skies. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds echoed far and wide. Golden energy projectiles, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter, erupted from the 7 cannons, tracing arcs across the sky before vanishing from sight. In a mere span of over 10 seconds, Han Fei sensed the devastating impact of high-powered shells falling from above, annihilating a squad of over 10,000 Serpent Strike units a staggering 47 kilometers away in a sweeping bombardment. Han Fei watched in awe as this spherical war machine fired while advancing, maintaining its momentum without a hint of deceleration. Truly formidable. It combined long-range heavy artillery bombardment with close-quarters suppression, complemented by divine shields and robust alloy armor. With a speed approaching 300 kilometers per hour, this machine, in many respects, surpassed the true hero-class 4-armed werewolf he had encountered previously. Observing the colossal war machine gliding across the earth towards a city already occupied by the Serpent Strike Legion, Followed closely by over 40 million mechanized troops, Han Fei unhesitatingly commanded all Serpent units still near the city to retreat within its confines via the Line of Faith. Without the complex terrain of the city as cover, the scattered Serpent squads became easy targets for the mechanized forces. In the ensuing period, Han Fei's Serpent Strike Legion engaged in a fierce urban defense battle against this fully mechanized army of the One-Eyed Clan. Faced with the re-entry of extraordinary and elite One-Eyed ground forces, the Serpent Legion, hidden within the city, fought valiantly. Yet, the numerous shortcomings of the individual Serpent units rendered them utterly incapable of altering the battlefield's dynamics. Before this well-equipped main force of the One-Eyed Clan, they were virtually powerless. Just as a gathering of over 10,000 Serpent units assembled in the streets, preparing to launch an assault on the One-Eyed occupied region. Dozens of 2-meter-wide energy projectiles arced through the air, striking precisely within their ranks. Accompanied by a series of colossal explosions, flames erupted skyward, enveloping the street in smoke and chaos. Following this, a squadron of over 20 aerial gunships conducted high-altitude reconnaissance, and utilizing powerful life detection radar. They identified any fortunate survivors among the Serpents, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon them. The newly assembled Viper Squad, without even encountering the enemy, was utterly annihilated on this street, with no survivors. Faced with foes possessing considerable aerial capabilities and long-range heavy fire support, the Vipers found themselves gradually relinquishing control over one urban area after another, their occupied territories continually shrinking. Han Fei promptly adapted the Vipers' combat strategy to guerrilla warfare and ambush tactics, which allowed this urban siege to persist for over 5 days. As the Vipers in the city were systematically eradicated by this mechanized legion, Han Fei, having anticipated such an outcome, withdrew his consciousness and reappeared in the void outside the divine barrier. Upon his emergence, he immediately produced several small booklets composed of divine power, distributing them to the other participants. These booklets contained empirical data on hero-level units as well as analyses of the army's combat capabilities. After all the participants, their faces darkened. Perused the meticulously compiled booklet by Han Fei, an eerie silence enveloped the arena once more. Most participants, having reviewed Han Fei's materials, began to internally curse the architects of the competition's rules. While battling hero-level mechanical constructs might not be particularly advantageous against similarly ranked small units, their efficiency in eliminating lower-tier subordinate units on the battlefield was undeniably superior to that of typical hero-level subordinates. Minutes passed in silence until Han Fei, noticing the lack of discussion, decisively broke the stillness. Ladies and gentlemen, we now possess the information regarding the combat capabilities in the arena. I propose that we refrain from exploiting one another's weaknesses. Instead, let us collectively determine a time to invade, with everyone striking simultaneously. Otherwise, this competition will devolve into a mere test of patience, wasting our time and likely resulting in unfavorable assessments from the recruiters observing our actions. With Han Fei's words, several astute individuals present immediately expressed their support for his suggestion. Chapter 158, The Return Upon Acquiring the Combat Capabilities Data of the Cyclops Tribe. The options available to them were rather limited. Should everyone be allowed to freely choose the timing of their invasion, those who entered the arena first would inevitably suffer. Even the most formidable competitors might find themselves in a precarious position after clashing with the Cyclops forces, having just decimated the opposing army. They could be interrupted by other contestants eager to seize points before they could reap their rewards. Alternatively, if they all delayed until the competition was nearing its end, the outcome would likely result in a simultaneous entry by all. Thus, it was far more prudent to establish a choice that was equitable for everyone from the outset. As the number of supporters for this approach grew, once it surpassed 500, Han Fei added, "To ensure that all participants enter simultaneously, I propose that if anyone, after expressing their support, attempts to play tricks and treats the rest of us as fools, we can collectively launch an assault from the periphery and eliminate that individual's allied forces." The emphasis Han Fei placed on support and peripheral assault conveyed a clear underlying message. After the majority had endorsed his proposal, those few remaining dissenters positioned themselves in opposition to the collective. It was assumed that, at that moment, No one would mind uniting to preemptively eliminate anyone intent on standing against the group. Han Fei's nearly overt suggestion prompted the remaining fewer than 200 individuals to cast their votes in favor swiftly. With a consensus reached, the time for the simultaneous invasion was naturally established. In less than an hour, all participants had arranged their teleportation platforms, patiently awaiting the predetermined moment to enter the arena. Han Fei, too, was prepared for the incursion. Through prior reconnaissance, he had gained a profound understanding of the competition's rules. To amass significant points, one must eradicate the principal forces of the Cyclops in the arena, for only substantial contingents of the Cyclops tribe would yield a considerable number of points. Ordinary Cyclops civilians were not factored into the scoring system. Eliminating them would not contribute to the pursuit of victory. Regardless of the strategy employed, an inevitable clash with the Cyclops army loomed. Therefore, Han Fei felt no need for excessive deliberation. It was those without sufficient strength who required considerable effort to weigh their gains and losses. For those with adequate power, the focus should be on selecting suitable targets. He had already vanquished true hero-class units. Faced with these pseudo-heroic war machines and a well-equipped swarm, he felt no trepidation. As the appointed time approached, the armies of over 700 contestants were teleported into the realm of competition almost simultaneously. Across the planet, numerous teleportation coordinates beyond the cities were enveloped in golden light. A breathtaking spectacle witnessed by countless Cyclops. Various allies entered this unclaimed domain, heralding calamity for the Cyclops, while simultaneously marking the commencement of fierce competition among the contestants. In this instance, Han Fei directly deployed nearly 1.5 billion combat units of the swarm into the arena of this competition. The location of the deployment was, of course, where they had previously fallen. A golden radiance swiftly enveloped the earth, only to fade away like a golden ocean in mere seconds. The swarm, now sprawling across the land, re-emerged outside the city that had just endured the ravages of war. Without any hesitation, they occupied 2/3 of the total number of aerial units in this force. One by one, they began to ascend, their sights set on the single-eyed legion that had vanquished the Serpent Legion. The nearly 1 billion terrifying swarm units that filled the skies obscured the heavens above. With their wings aflutter, they surged towards the main forces of the single-eyed legion, stationed just a few kilometers away beyond the city. Taver, an elite single-eyed warrior who had survived the incursion of the Serpent Legion, had already entered his mech and prepared for battle the moment the golden light appeared. However, as the optical imaging system projected the distant scene onto the screen of his cockpit, a wave of dread washed over him. The densely swirling swarm in the sky resembled a massive, moving black curtain, consuming all areas within his sight as it advanced rapidly towards their position. All combat personnel, establish a defensive position centered around the heavy-armed V3. Taver gazed at the battlefield information system, where the command suddenly flashed before him. He glanced up at the distant heavy-armed V3, a formidable war machine that had once brought him a sense of security whenever it appeared on the battlefield. Now, however, it could no longer provide even a semblance of reassurance. Fire! As the swift Thunder Dragon entered the firing range of this army, all soldiers of the Single-Eyed Legion received the command almost simultaneously through the battlefield information system. Chapter 159, Quantitative Change: The Mechanized Forces of the Monocular Tribe. Long prepared for battle, unleashed their full arsenal upon the approaching swarm. Targeting was rendered unnecessary, confronted by a multitude that filled their entire field of vision. Their sole task was to furiously pull the trigger and release all their firepower in the shortest possible time. On the other side, the complete transformation of combat units within the swarm led to a dramatic shift. This time, the Thunder Dragon cluster, boasting an overwhelming numerical superiority, was no longer akin to the purely defensive Serpent Legion, which could only endure without retaliating. These Thunder Dragons, soaring high and leaving other insectoid units far behind, entered the effective range of their adversaries as fire erupted. Coordinated through Han Fei's line of faith, over 80 million Thunder Dragons simultaneously launched their assault. Han Fei directed the Thunder Dragon cluster, concentrating half of their firepower on the immense spherical war machine while the remainder spread out to cover the entire monocular army. In an instant, a dense barrage of blue energy beams illuminated the sky. Countless bolts of lightning converged upon this heroic mechanical construct, engulfing it in a radiant energy cascade. As the brilliance faded, the Mechanical Legion had incurred devastating losses in this sweeping assault. The most severely affected were undoubtedly the extraordinary soldiers clad in mechanical exoskeletons. Against the penetrating strikes of the lightning, their fragile divine barriers proved utterly ineffective, failing to provide any meaningful defense. The rudimentary armor of their exoskeletons was easily breached by such potent energy beams. Moreover, elite monocular pilots operating heavy divine mechs and aerial gunships faced their own fates. Those fortunate enough to be struck by a solitary bolt of lightning were left drenched in cold sweat, witnessing their barrier generators reach critical overload. In contrast, those hit by multiple strikes saw their divine shields shatter completely, left to withstand the penetrating damage of the blue energy beams with only their heavier armor. Some machines, after being struck, bore gaping holes in their armor, yet escaped with vital components intact, narrowly avoiding destruction. Others, however, were pierced through their cockpits or critical parts, resulting in immediate annihilation. The hero-class war machines, initially protected by formidable divine shields, also succumbed under the relentless barrage of concentrated lightning. This transformation from quantitative to qualitative change in the attack's nature exceeded Han Fei's expectations. As the energy beams dissipated, revealing the heavily armed V-3 once more. Its tragic state startled Han Fei. The surface of the spherical body, once adorned with densely arranged turrets, now bore the scars of molten destruction, resembling a patchwork of grievous wounds. The heavy armor, though resilient against the piercing strikes of the lightning flashes, was not without its damages. The alloy armor exhibited signs of melting under the searing heat of the energy beams, with the entire attacked surface succumbing to the temperatures. The anti-gravity system began to falter, indicating it too had sustained severe internal injuries. This creation, a valiant embodiment of the one-eyed tribe that endured the concentrated assault of the lightning flashes, gradually descended. Enveloped in a haze of distorted air from the intense heat, it crashed down onto the earth, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the view. The fall of the heavily armed V-3 was witnessed by all surviving soldiers of the one-eyed tribe. In an instant, the morale of this army shattered completely. Some soldiers, in their despair, frantically pulled the triggers toward the direction of the approaching swarm, unleashing their pent-up fear. Meanwhile, many others chose to flee from a battlefield devoid of any hope for victory. The chaos resulting from their retreat and disarray dismantled the remnants of their resistance. Observing the one-eyed soldiers who had narrowly survived the onslaught of the Thunder Dragon group, now utterly broken, Han Fei relinquished his control over the Thunder Dragons, issuing them a command for free attack. In an instant, countless beams of blue energy cascaded from the sky onto the earth below. It was only at this moment that the slower-flying units of the insect race entered the battlefield, joining in the harvest of the collapsing army. The battle commenced abruptly and concluded with equal swiftness. This one-sided rout inflicted negligible losses on Han Fei's swarm in this arena. The few Thunder Dragons lost, numbering in the thousands, were hardly worth tallying. Before the overwhelming force of 80 million Thunder Dragons, such losses were but a mere drizzle. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. Having secured victory, and with wars erupting throughout the divine realm of the competition, it was likely that the other armies of the one-eyed tribe were preoccupied and would not return to address the situation here. The next step was to eliminate any remaining hostile targets in this area that still possessed the capability to resist. Chapter 160. The Cleanup Simultaneously. The battlefield was being tidied up, adhering to the customary procedures. Everything edible was consumed, valuables were relocated, and all items were discarded at the designated teleportation coordinates, awaiting Han Fei to transport them back to his divine realm in one swift motion. In addition, numerous flying jump insects and mutated flying dragons were dispatched by Han Fei in all directions, conducting reconnaissance beyond this city. After all, observing the arena through the blurred barrier of the divine realm only provided a general overview. To gain a detailed understanding of the population distribution, military strength, and industrial capabilities of the mono-eyed race within the arena, it was essential to deploy his loyal subordinates for reconnaissance. As he surveyed the battlefield, he noticed the orderly and industrious swarm of insects. Han Fei felt a profound satisfaction with the actual combat strength of his main army, the Thunder Dragons. As the elite forces of his swarm, had amassed sufficient numbers to effectively suppress individual heroic combat units. He had finally overcome the trepidation and uncertainty that had previously accompanied encounters with such formidable foes. However, if the numbers did not reach an overwhelming scale, the combat capability of the Thunder Dragons could only be considered average in terms of individual strength. Thus, the future operational strategy of this insect unit would primarily revolve around coordinated group actions. Having concluded his analysis and reflection on the battle, Han Fei cast his gaze around the battlefield. He spotted a jump insect, currently perched on the chest of a relatively intact mech, fervently attacking the cockpit area. The creature wielded its scythe-like appendage, gnashing its sharp teeth and raking with its claws, causing a shower of metallic debris to scatter in all directions. In mere seconds, the mech's chest, which had initially appeared intact, was ravaged, leaving a gaping hole that exposed the cockpit to the open air, resembling a chaotic scene of destruction. Han Fei's expression hardened at the sight, and he promptly commanded the jump insects engaged in the cleanup to cease their actions through the line of faith. He then directed the poisonous dragonfly to dive down, descending to examine the damage inflicted on the mech before him. Initially, the mech, although marred by a hole melted by a lightning strike that penetrated the divine engine, had remained relatively intact. Now, thanks to the relentless efforts of the jump insect, the entire torso had been rendered utterly unusable. Han Fei lamented the condition of what could have been a salvageable second-hand divine mech. Now, after such wanton destruction by the jump insect, the prospect of selling it as second-hand was out of the question. The possibility of salvaging a few intact parts, alongside the remaining scrap metal, would result in a staggering reduction of at least 90% in overall value if offered in the marketplace of the gods. Were it not for the absence of a physical form, Han Fei would have rushed over to kick the jump insect in frustration. He swiftly surveyed the battlefield, and the sight that met his eyes caused the corners of his mouth to twitch uncontrollably. In such a brief moment, the area ravaged by the jumping insects had devolved into a scene of utter devastation. Scattered throughout were the remnants of shattered mechanical exoskeletons, the trunks of divine mechas with gaping holes, and aerial gunships with their entire fronts ripped apart. Alas, what a waste! It seems imperative to cultivate a dedicated cadre of jumping insects to clean up the battlefield in the future. Han Fei found himself helpless in the face of this situation, a hard truth stemming from the overall low intelligence of the swarm. Just as he prepared to gather a multitude of jumping insects for a lesson on mechanical disassembly, intending to teach them how to dismantle these machines while preserving their maximum value, a sudden groan emanated from the cockpit of a mecha before him. The mecha controlled by Tavel had, amidst a storm of lightning energy beams, unfortunately been struck twice. The first bolt caused the mecha's power generator to operate beyond its limits, barely managing to deflect the blow. The second bolt, however, pierced through the divine energy barrier, grazing the cockpit and penetrating the mecha's engine. Upon being struck, the engine's stored divine energy exploded, resulting in a shockwave that rendered him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, the first thing he saw was a gaping hole in his cockpit. Hovering in the center of this breach was a peculiar insect, approximately 20 centimeters in size, flapping its wings. Outside the cockpit's opening lay a fearsome beast. As he awakened, these two unfamiliar creatures turned their multi-eyed gaze upon him. Instinctively sensing a lethal threat, Tavel's hair stood on end, and his body tensed in an instant. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Under the predatory stare, he felt as though death was merely a heartbeat away. Although he had never encountered these two monsters before, their overall appearance suggested to Tavel that they belonged to the same species as the venomous serpents that had previously assaulted the city and the thunderous dragons that had just decimated an entire army. Chapter 161. Captive. Just as he found himself engulfed in despair, believing that his demise was imminent, a multitude of golden specks suddenly materialized before him, swiftly coalescing into the projection of a youthful figure possessing two eyes. Then, an abrupt voice resonated directly within his mind. "Ah, fortunate one, you are now a captive. I shall pose questions, and you shall respond. Should your answers satisfy me, you may continue to live, otherwise." At this juncture, Han Fei's divine projection gestured toward the mutated jumping insect lying outside. "If you fail to please me, you shall swiftly become its sustenance. And the process will be exceedingly gruesome. I dare say it is far from a delightful experience." Do you comprehend? As these words were spoken, the mutated jumping insect, lying in wait, obligingly revealed 2 rows of sharp fangs at Taviel. Gulp. Taviel, whose entire being was taut with tension, involuntarily swallowed upon hearing the voice within his mind and managed to nod stiffly. I understand. Seeing Taviel acquiesce, a smile finally graced Han Fei's visage. He projected a demigod form, primarily due to sensing that this one-eyed individual before him was not a fervent believer, merely a casual adherent. Hence, he approached with a mindset of experimentation, hoping to extract some information. To his surprise, upon awakening, this one-eyed man exhibited no anger, no breakdown, nor frantic cries, but instead provided the most favorable response. This alleviated Han Fei's previously dismal mood. As they communicated directly through thought, devoid of any barriers to understanding, Han Fei straightforwardly inquired. My first question, what is the number of extraordinary and elite soldiers in this divine realm? Upon realizing that Han Fei's inquiry posed no confidential matter, Taviel answered without hesitation. The number of extraordinary troops is approximately 13 billion, while elite troops number around 1.5 billion. Han Fei did not question Taviel's response too rigorously, accepting it as a reference. Given that the entire divine realm boasted a population of 70 billion, it was logical that not all one-eyed individuals achieving extraordinary or elite status would enlist in the military. My second question, what is the distribution of the armies within this divine realm? I'm not entirely certain of the specific distribution, but the armies are stationed near urban areas. The number of troops stationed in large cities typically exceeds 10 million, while those in medium cities hover around 1 million. And small cities range from a few thousand to 100,000. Only the armies stationed near the Holy City exceed 1 billion. Upon hearing the term Holy City, Han Fei's interest was immediately piqued. With a casual wave of his hand, a spherical projection the size of a basketball, representing a scaled-down model of the arena planet, materialized before Taviel. Where is this Holy City located? As Han Fei leaned the divine domain model closer to Taviel, he gestured for him to indicate the location of the Holy City. Taviel glanced at the projected planetary model, then stiffly extended his finger, directly marking a spot on the model. Upon closer inspection, Han Fei noticed that the area Taviel pointed to was situated over half a planet away from the city currently occupied by the swarm, a considerable distance indeed. It was indeed here, as I suspected, from the perspective beyond the divine barrier. The scale of the urban area in this region dwarfs that of others. The primary reason Han Fei had chosen to deploy the Serpent Sting for reconnaissance at this particular coordinate was that there were no other large cities nearby this medium-sized urban center, leading him to speculate that this might be a relatively safe zone. With this thought in mind, he posed another question to Taviel. Is the Lord-level war unit located within this holy city? In response to Han Fei's new inquiry, Taviel did not reply immediately. Instead, he pondered carefully before saying, I have not heard of anything regarding Lord-level combat capabilities, but the Holy City is the earthly palace left behind by the Creator God. If such Lord-level powers do exist in this world, they would undoubtedly be found within the Holy City. After speaking, Taviel nervously glanced toward the aberrant jumping insect lurking outside. If Han Fei found his answer unsatisfactory, it could spell doom for him. Observing Taviel's anxious demeanor, Han Fei casually reassured him, Do not be alarmed. I am a person of reason and decorum, not one to trouble you over matters unknown to you. As long as you maintain a cooperative attitude, you will not be fed to that jumping insect as fodder. Let us continue. In this divine domain, where are the research institutions for military technology concentrated? Where are the major manufacturing zones for weaponry and equipment located? This time, Taviel immediately raised his hand, pointing at the projected planet while explaining, all our equipment and technology are developed and researched by the Sacred Mechanical Institute. Chapter 162, Cooperation. The location of the Sacred Mechanical Institute lies within the inner city of the Holy City. Besides the largest weapon manufacturing factory situated in the Holy City, numerous other sites serve as concentrated zones for weapon production. At this juncture, Taviel promptly indicated over a dozen locations projected onto a celestial sphere. Notably, one of the weapon manufacturing districts is less than 1,500 kilometers in a straight line from the current area occupied by the swarm. Additionally, Several others are not excessively distant either. This revelation finally brought a satisfied smile to Han Fei's face. I am quite pleased with your response, given your cooperation. I have one final inquiry. Why are you so compliant? I have not employed any tactics, yet you have divulged everything so readily. This makes my task rather challenging. It compels me to question the authenticity of the information you provided. Upon hearing Han Fei's concluding question, Tavel felt a wave of despair wash over him. Having already disclosed everything candidly, he was taken aback by the insinuation that he might not be released. Instantly, panic gripped him, and with an expression of desperation and struggle, he explained, "The questions you pose are not classified. You may verify them with others at your leisure. I merely wish to survive. Furthermore, the serpent assassins that attacked the city deliberately avoided shelters packed with women and children. Hence, I believe that the one controlling these beasts is a merciful entity. My cooperation increases my chances of survival. All the information I have provided is true, devoid of any deceit or misdirection." Upon hearing Tavel's reasoning, Han Fei nodded thoughtfully. Although there was a discrepancy in understanding, it was indeed he who had directed the serpent assassins to bypass the unarmed shelter zones. The explanation from this cyclopean individual is relatively reasonable. Very well, I only sought a reference. Moreover, I am indeed a merciful person. I shall spare you. As long as you remain within this mech's cockpit, you will not face the swarm's wrath. Once the swarm departs, you shall be free. With that, Han Fei vanished from Tavel's sight. He was merely a prop in this arena, his words pleasant yet devoid of necessity for further contemplation. Following Han Fei's departure, the previously stationed poisonous dragonflies and jumping insects also turned and flew away. Tavel wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful for his survival. With a clear objective for his next course of action, Han Fei promptly prepared to oversee the cleaning of the battlefield himself, expediting the process. He first summoned 1,000 mutated jumping insects for assembly. Concurrently, he commanded the Thunder Dragon to bring several relatively intact divine power mechs and aerial artillery. Then, Han Fei activated the Threads of Faith, instructing the 1,000 jumping insects to observe and learn diligently. Subsequently, he possessed one of the mutated jumping insects and personally demonstrated how to utilize their scythes, claws, and fangs effectively, without causing harm to other areas. Han Fei forcefully pried open the hatch of the aerial gunship and the divine mech, with a mental scan of the internal structures of these machines. His movements flowed like a serene stream. Empowered by two extraordinary abilities, he effortlessly detached the entire hatch without inflicting any damage elsewhere. After the demonstration, he observed the 10,000 mutated jumping insects, each selecting a target, cautiously beginning to pry open the hatches. Utilizing the least destructive method to remove the doors, they then squeezed into the mechanical constructs to drag out the monocular pilots for elimination, a method of battlefield cleanup. Han Fei nodded in satisfaction, encouraging the other mutated jumping insects to learn this newfound skill and door prying from their accomplished predecessors. As for the mechanical exoskeletons, the current physical structure of the jumping insects rendered them incapable of delicately stripping these from the monocular beings. Thus, Han Fei abandoned the idea of having them acquire the technique for removing mechanical exoskeletons. The battlefield cleaning efforts, now bolstered by this cadre of insects skilled in essential techniques, formally transitioned into an efficient phase. Han Fei left a contingent of mutated jumping insects to continue the cleanup, while the remainder of the swarm began to spread outward from the occupied city, conducting a thorough sweep of the surroundings. Meanwhile, he assembled a pure aerial army composed of 200 million flying jumping insects, 100 million mutated flying dragons, 40 million thunder dragons, 5 million flame-exploding dragonflies, and 5 million self-destructing jumping insects, setting forth towards the nearest weapons manufacturing zone. To prevent the flight speed of the flame-exploding dragonflies and self-destructing jumping insects from hindering the overall efficiency of the army's advance, the thunder dragons, with their colossal 20-meter frames, carried them effortlessly. This mixed legion of 350 million insects took to the skies, their countless flapping wings momentarily obscuring the light of the sun. Chapter 163. Reminder: the swarm of insects danced through the air, resembling a dense, ominous cloud. They began to move towards the direction indicated by Han Fei. Considering the consumption of magical energy during flight, Han Fei controlled the speed of this army to approximately 300 kilometers per hour. In less than 5 hours, they would reach the large city, and along the way, they could bombard all the small and medium towns, hoping to accrue some points. Meanwhile, in the void outside the arena, university admissions personnel, who had come to observe, witnessed Han Fei leading a swarm of 1.5 billion insects into the arena, directly overwhelming nearly 40 million of the single-eyed race's main forces, along with a hero-class heavy weapon, V3. All were left speechless, exchanging glances. The strength of the single-eyed race in this arena was originally designed to challenge the very limits of the most exceptional students, testing their strategies in the face of formidable opponents and their ability to manage the losses of their subordinates. In previous competitions, contestants would typically deploy elite teams to infiltrate the arena, spending considerable time gathering intelligence, executing assassinations, and inciting internal discord, before seeking the opportune moment to unleash their subordinates, reap points, and retreat to avoid losses before the more powerful forces of the single-eyed race could arrive for extermination. Even the most headstrong contestants, who engaged directly with the single-eyed forces upon entering the battlefield, would often find themselves suffering severe losses after just 1 or 2 confrontations, necessitating a withdrawal of their subordinates before the main army of the opponent could provide support. However, this time, it seemed that the conventional script of the competition had been irrevocably altered from the outset. First, Han Fei deployed 300 million extraordinary subordinates for what he termed a firepower reconnaissance, leaving everyone astonished and allowing all contestants to skip the initial phase of information gathering. Subsequently, through a verbal inducement, he compelled all contestants to simultaneously enter their subordinates into the arena, thrusting the competition directly into a climactic showdown. With over 700 subordinates entering at once, the arena erupted into a world war, engulfed in smoke and flames, chaos reigning supreme. Everyone seized the opportunity, amidst the simultaneous entrance of other contestants, to desperately accumulate points. Then, Han Fei, previously thought to have abandoned his pursuit of a competitive ranking, once again committed over 1.5 billion extraordinary subordinates into the competition's sacred domain, annihilating a primary force of the single-eyed race with overwhelming combat prowess, and commenced a series of bombardments along the route. The observers, unaccustomed to such unprecedented circumstances, found themselves at a loss for words, unsure how to assess the situation. Particularly, the admissions representative from a top university in the Second Star District, who had recently labeled Han Fei as slippery and unsuitable for a path of external plunder, was left utterly stunned by the abrupt turn of events. The scale of this entourage, its intensity, and its configuration are executed with such brutality that even the battlefield cleanup appears coarse. There is not a trace of a logistical route. It is entirely an extreme form of plundering growth akin to a demigod. Huh? Is this what you deem unsuitable for an external plundering strategy? It seems your vision is rather lacking. My, how short-sighted, slippery, and devoid of ambition you are. Ha. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The admissions officer from a prestigious university in the Second Star District flinched at the sarcastic tone echoing nearby. With a stiff expression, he chose to ignore the remark. But internally, he was seething with disdain. How was I to know that the 300 million extraordinary subordinates dispatched by that fellow were genuinely intended for reconnaissance? Any reasonably sane student would not deploy an entourage of 300 million as cannon fodder to initiate a probing attack and gather intelligence, would they? This far exceeds the strength one would expect from an average student at this stage. Only a fool would fail to see that. What does this have to do with my insight? As Han Fei traversed the arena, he observed a small town below, which was instantly reduced to a smoldering ruin under the concentrated fire of the mutated and thunder dragons. He couldn't help but sigh, initially. He had no intention of paying heed to this town, as it appeared devoid of points. However, when the swarm passed overhead, the anti-aircraft artillery within the town suddenly opened fire, startling him. He witnessed the ordinary one-eyed operators of the artillery, who roared defiantly at the heavens, seemingly unafraid of death. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. While bravery is indeed a commendable trait, those reckless fools, who leaped forth to confront such a terrifying swarm, made it impossible for him to associate them with valor. Consequently, the swarm unleashed a concentrated assault, erasing the town entirely from the map. This episode served as a stark reminder for Han Fei that surprises are ever present. Chapter 164, The Industrial City and Contemplating His Forthcoming Actions. It is imperative for Han Fei to exercise utmost caution as he embarks on his inaugural assault against such a sprawling metropolis. He remains unfamiliar with the intricacies of its defensive capabilities, despite having previously obliterated a mechanized legion of 40 million from the one-eyed race. The dynamics of open-field warfare starkly contrast with the complexities of urban combat. It would be unwise to cavalierly deploy his colossal swarm of 350 million insects without thorough reconnaissance. Even though the chief referee has asserted that the limits of power within this divine realm should be within the tolerance of all, one cannot be certain of the reliability of such assurances. Should the adversary unveil a piece of advanced technology akin to a nuclear weapon, it could spell catastrophic consequences for Han Fei's advancing horde. Thus, the prudent course of action is to initiate a tentative offensive to ascertain the situation. As he delicately manipulates the strands of faith, a swift legion composed entirely of aerial units begins to mobilize. This exploratory squad, led by 1 million thunder dragons, each measuring 20 meters in length, alongside 2 million mutated dragons, 6 million flying jumpers, and an additional 1 million self-destructive jumpers, is dispatched by Han Fei. With the powerful wings of the thunder dragons beating, they swiftly detach from the steadily advancing swarm, racing towards the target city. Meanwhile, Varric, the supreme commander stationed in the industrial city of the one-eyed race, finds himself in a state of deep concern as he gazes at the central holographic projection map in the silent operations room. A circle of red luminescence is advancing toward his defensive perimeter at a steady velocity of 300 kilometers per hour. Through reports from surrounding towns and consolidated information from the Holy City, Varric has come to comprehend the sheer terror of the monstrous entities approaching his city. Intelligence reveals that these minions of the evil gods have already annihilated a heavily armed V3 and decimated a mechanized legion of 40 million. The total number of these invaders has approached 1.5 billion, with approximately 350 million now bearing down on his defenses. This staggering figure, outnumbering his own garrison of merely 20 million one-eyed soldiers by over 17 times, engenders an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite having hastily mobilized over 80 million militia to bolster the city's defenses, Varric remains uncertain about the fate of this industrial stronghold. At that moment, his aide bursts into the command room with urgency. "General Varric, we have the latest updates." Before the aide could finish speaking, the holographic map in the center of the operations command room flickered, indicating an update of information. A red dot suddenly separated from the steadily advancing circle of crimson light. A brief message rapidly appeared over this dot, revealing it to be an advance force of approximately 10 million insectoid troops. They were accelerating towards the industrial city, and at their current speed, they would arrive an hour earlier than the main body of the insect army. This meant that the engagement time with the enemy would be hastened. Before his subordinates, Varric displayed no hint of panic. Calmly withdrawing his gaze from the holographic map, he turned to his aide and spoke in a measured tone. "It appears they do not intend to grant us ample time for preparation. What is the situation on the defensive line?" Seeing Varric's composure instilled a sense of tranquility in the aide as well. He immediately straightened his posture and reported, "General Varric, all fire points along the defensive line have completed the distribution of additional ammunition, and the overall deployment of the defensive line is nearing 90% completion. Only the perimeter of the city, where the directional air mines are being laid, is still in the final stages of operation. At the current pace, it will be completed within 30 minutes. Upon hearing the aide's report, Varric's expression remained unchanged, his tone still serene. "Excellent. Have we received any response from the Holy City regarding the support I requested?" The aide's countenance darkened at the mention of support, and his voice carried a note of anger. "General, the Holy City has responded. The nearest mobile support corps is occupied with other missions and will not be able to arrive immediately. They have indicated that the earliest they could reach us is in 4 days. Varric sighed inwardly at the aide's response, having anticipated this outcome. With the minions of the Dark God invading en masse, wars were erupting everywhere in this world, and the mobile support corps of the Church were stretched thin. Ultimately, he could only rely on himself. "I understand. You may leave now." Once the aide departed, A trace of worry resurfaced on Warwick's previously composed visage. Chapter 165. Initiating a probe. As time progressed, Han Fei's swiftly advancing swarm of probing units gradually approached their target. Through the consciousness-linked insectoid unit, he gazed into the distance at a sprawling industrial city. Without a hint of hesitation, he deftly tugged at the threads of faith, causing the nearly 10 million-strong probing squadron to abruptly decelerate. The venomous dragonflies that had hitched a ride swiftly detached from the massive Thunder Dragon's exterior. They then dispersed, racing toward the colossal city on the horizon. Under Han Fei's command, the probing squadron altered its course, maintaining their current distance while commencing a slow maneuver along the observable periphery of the city. Through the deployed dragonflies, Han Fei quickly began to assess the city's defensive arrangements. He observed that a significant number of bunkers had been constructed around the city's perimeter. At that moment, numerous mobile fortifications were advancing rapidly to the city's outskirts, working in concert with existing defensive structures to form a serrated, fortified line of defense. Within the city, atop nearly every large building, one could see antiquated anti-aircraft artillery, and many honeycomb-like missile launchers were also present. It was evident that preparations were underway to fortify the entire city into a stronghold. These bunkers and mobile fortifications must have been initiated shortly after he deployed the stinging serpents for firepower reconnaissance. One could hardly deny the industriousness of this industrial city. The rapid production capabilities exhibited in just a few days were astonishing. The organizational and executional prowess displayed here was truly remarkable. Han Fei understood that this was the advantage brought forth by adopting an industrial technological trajectory. Once a sufficient industrial foundation is established, coupled with an abundance of raw materials, whether through divine technology, magical energy, or other unique energy systems, the production capacity could indeed surge, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness in a short span. Silently observing the scene before him, Han Fei was filled with envy. This was the power of wealth. Faced with such a scenario, it seemed that a mere 10 million-strong swarm would be insufficient for a probing assault against a city on the verge of being fortified. A low-altitude incursion would subject them to the barrage of numerous bunkers, while a high-altitude dive would bring them face-to-face with the dense array of missile launchers, making it nearly impossible to identify any weak points in the defenses. Having completed the pre-battle analysis, Han Fei surveyed the landscape before him and suddenly felt a sense of helplessness. Dismayed, he acknowledged his lack of military command talent. Perhaps it was better to act recklessly. After observing the defensive line for a while, without gleaning any useful insights, Han Fei decisively tugged at the threads of faith. He maneuvered the probing squadron to select a relatively sparse area of tall buildings as a breach point, preparing to launch a direct aerial assault from above. A multitude of other insectoid units clinging to the Thunder Dragon swiftly detached from its surface. The swarm of insects soaring through the sky formed a dense cloud of creatures within mere minutes. Having organized their formation, this vast battalion of millions swiftly ascended, hastening towards the city before them. The 6 million flying jump insects, serving as the frontline fodder, surged ahead with remarkable speed. As they approached the outer defensive line from above, before the Thunder Dragon could unleash its lightning strike, a cacophony of anti-aircraft artillery erupted in a symphony of firepower, with countless missiles soaring into the air. Simultaneously, a barrage of tracer rounds wove a dense web of crossfire, raining down upon this insect squadron. A multitude of flying jump insects was instantaneously obliterated, transforming into a mist of crimson vapor. The intensity of this firepower far exceeded Han Fei's expectations. Good heavens! The anti-aircraft fire is truly ferocious. Recognizing the peril, Han Fei promptly intensified his command over the swarm. Ascend. All Thunder Dragons immediately gain altitude. Flying jump insects maintain low altitude circling to shield the dragon squad. He deftly manipulated the threads of belief, issuing the simplest commands in hopes of achieving the strategic objective of sacrificing pawns to protect the king. However, before he could catch his breath, brilliant beams of light suddenly illuminated the front lines. It was the already positioned mobile fortress, its surface adorned with mystical runes, from which the spire-like mechanical structures emitted purple beams, piercing the heavens. Under the illumination of the violet light, countless metallic discs emerged in the sky. These discs were undoubtedly creations of divine technology, likely suspended at great heights but rendered invisible to the naked eye. What is this? A floating thunder field. Caught off guard, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim the essence of his previous life. Unfortunately, the revelation of these directed airborne thunderbolts signified that the adversary had drawn their blades, leaving him no time to react. A multitude of directed airborne thunderbolts was instantly triggered by the beams of divine light. Chapter 166, Lost Thunder Roared. Countless violet bolts of lightning erupted suddenly, pouring down like a torrential rain. The thunder dragons, ascending in height, collided headlong into this aerial thunder zone, much like moths drawn to a flame. The thunder dragons, rising at the fastest pace, were the first to suffer devastating losses. Carrying self-destructing jump bugs on their backs, they were instantaneously obliterated by the dense lightnings. Their remains scattering like rain from the skies. Despite the protective armor of lightning and their affinity for electricity, as well as the elemental resistance of their scales, the thunder dragons could not withstand the onslaught of divine lightning. The lightning generated by divine power is fundamentally different from that created by magical energy. The former possesses a potency that the latter's defenses cannot easily counteract. Under this unforeseen assault, millions of thunder dragons faced catastrophic losses. Their corpses and severed limbs rained down from the heights. The slower ascending mutated dragons, though they managed to narrowly evade the initial wave of lightning by relying on the massive shield provided by the thunder dragons, were nonetheless struck by the falling thunder dragons. Even if they barely maintained their flight posture, they could not escape the subsequent wave of lightning attacks. Their resilient physical forms and the dual extraordinary abilities granted them insufficient protection against such a concentrated barrage of lightning. The fragile, webbed wings, at the slightest brush, were instantly pierced, leaving charred holes in their wake. The cacophony of roars and cries merged into a single lament, as struggles and falls became the defining theme of the area. With the relentless descent of a third wave of lightning, this exploratory squad of thunder dragons and mutated dragons was nearly annihilated on the spot. Observing the entire battle from the vantage of a venomous dragonfly, Han Fei could only gaze skyward, his face betraying a profound sense of disbelief. He found himself outsmarted. As the commander defending this city, Warlick's tactical approach was rather straightforward. Since his aerial forces could not attain air superiority, he opted to saturate the area with floating thunder fields, effectively creating a no-fly zone. This maneuver maximized the restriction of the insect horde's aerial advantage, preventing all airborne combat units from operating freely within the thunder field. Indeed, surprises lurk at every corner. One must not become too complacent, for the world is never devoid of clever minds. This probing attack proved to be a valuable lesson. Han Fei reflected with a sigh. His recent untroubled success had lulled his once vigilant spirit into a state of relaxation. Had it not been for the warning from the fearless one-eyed folk he encountered in that small town, he might have recklessly led 350 million insects directly into this thunder field. The post-battle analysis must emphasize this event, documenting the lessons learned to prevent future mistakes. 1 million thunder dragons, 2 million mutated dragons, 6 million flying jump bugs, and 1 million self-destructing jump bugs, a swarm exceeding 10 million in number, utterly annihilated. Though this probing endeavor proved to be of some value, it nonetheless left Han Fei with a pang of heartache. After all, these were pure battle losses. Aside from the thunder dragon and the mutated dragon that crushed a few unfortunate cyclopes upon landing, there were no further achievements to speak of. Not a single point of merit was accrued. It was a complete waste. Resigned to his circumstances, Han Fei composed himself and meticulously maneuvered the remaining venomous dragonfly, carefully investigating the conditions of this fortified city. As time gradually slipped away, over half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The main force of the swarm finally emerged on the horizon of the city, vastly outnumbering the exploratory team. It obscured the distant sky entirely, akin to a dense storm cloud rapidly approaching and casting a shadow upon the earth. With a staggering swarm of 340 million, the impending sense of pressure was palpable. This was a scale far beyond what the exploratory team's meager numbers could compare to. Upon witnessing the arrival of his main army, a faint smile finally appeared on Han Fei's face. Yet, The question of how to engage in combat now compelled him to deliberate carefully. Recklessness was no longer an option. His objective was to seize this large industrial city intact. Ideally, he wished to shift the primary battleground outside the city to completely neutralize the main fighting force of the defenders, thus avoiding the fierce urban warfare that would inevitably destroy a significant amount of industrial equipment within. After all, complete sets of divine machinery production lines have always been coveted resources in the continent of divine exchange. Not to mention, if he could acquire the ready-made complete manufacturing technology and production equipment from the currently floating Thunder Field, just the thought of it made Han Fei salivate. In fact, this also served as an implicit benefit granted by the competition organizers to these exceptional students, albeit one that required the students to seize it themselves. Therefore, for Han Fei, as long as he could fully capture this industrial city, the potential losses of the swarm were of little concern. Securing the Divine Technologies weapon production line would be an unequivocal windfall. Chapter 167. Mind clearance. Gazing at the distant expanse of the sky, devoid of any foreign objects, Han Fei silently mused. Is it cloaked? The advanced technology of divine power is truly beyond comprehension. With the current visual capabilities of the swarm, it is astonishing that nothing has been detected. In the area his gaze swept over, those suddenly appearing floating thunder disks had long since vanished back into the atmosphere, leaving no trace behind. Maintaining control over the swarm, which hovered beyond the range of the single-eyed tribe, Han Fei gently tugged at the threads of faith, causing hundreds of thousands of thunder dragons to promptly detach from the swarm. Ascending to a greater altitude, they prepared for a long-range volley of lightning strikes upon the area above the defensive line. As Han Fei's command was issued, countless azure beams of energy cascaded toward the marked region. In an instant, myriad floating thunder disks materialized in the sky. However, these divine mechanical creations remarkably withstood the onslaught of the lightning strikes without being destroyed. To Han Fei's astonishment, the energy beams, composed of lightning elements, were mostly deflected or altered in trajectory as they approached these floating thunder disks. Some of the lightning strikes were even directly absorbed by these divine constructs, inscribed with intricate divine runes, leaving Han Fei utterly bewildered. Damn it, we are all wielders of thunder. Why do the thunder dragons perform so poorly? This scenario appears to be akin to being crushed by a technological disparity. It seems that within this arena of divine domains, remnants of advanced divine technology still linger, unpurged. I always knew the chief referee's words were untrustworthy. Faced with the ineffectiveness of the lightning strikes, another long-range unit within the swarm, the mutated thunder dragons, fell short of range, leaving Han Fei in a state of turmoil. Alas, air superiority is imperative. It appears I must resort to brute force for mind clearance. With his command once again dispatched, millions of flying jump bugs, 100,000 self-destructing jump bugs, and an additional 100,000 thunder dragons swiftly departed from the cluster, forming a mixed squadron. This squadron, upon separating from the group, rapidly ascended to their maximum altitude before racing towards the floating thunder field. As they neared the target area, the majority of the flying jump bugs converged into a thick, dense cloud of insects, resembling a semicircular shield at the forefront, completely shielding the self-destructing jump bugs that followed closely behind. They then accelerated as a cohesive unit, diving towards the area marked by Han Fei. Meanwhile, the thunder dragons spread out in a dispersive formation, trailing far behind. Simultaneously, at the forefront of this large industrial city's defensive line, Osim, a temporarily summoned militia captain from the single-eyed tribe, was resting against the wall of a trench, casually smoking a cigarette with an air of leisure. Suddenly, the sharp wail of the air raid siren pierced the air once more. A young militia member beside him, his face etched with fear, promptly dropped to the ground, curling up and trembling in fright. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of disdain crossed Osim's eyes. Previously, the minions of these malevolent deities had launched a massive assault involving millions. What was the outcome? Faced with an impregnable fortified line, they posed no threat whatsoever and were obliterated beyond the defenses. This instilled Osim with unwavering confidence in the city's defensive capabilities. Observing the terrified demeanor of his companion, he could not help but scold. "What are you so flustered about? These minions of the evil gods are mindless creatures, suffering losses yet failing to learn their lesson. With the firepower of this defensive line, they cannot possibly approach us. With that, Osame puffed a smoke ring, casually kicking his companion. As if to validate his assertion, the multitude of anti-aircraft artillery roared once more. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated along the entire front line. The barrage formed a fiery net, ruthlessly sweeping through the airborne swarm, erupting in a crimson mist. Countless severed limbs, mingled with blood, cascaded down. This time, the divine barrier, activated prematurely, enveloped the entire forward position in an instant. The corpses of the insects plummeting from the sky could only create ripples upon this thin veil of protection. Grateful for divine protection, the one-eyed man, now thoroughly frightened, fervently prayed. Osame scoffed derisively. God has long forsaken us. There is no divine presence in this world. As a general believer, he felt that only the weapons in his possession could offer him sanctuary. Osame caressed the large-caliber rifle resting across his lap. A divine weapon that could only be wielded by those possessing considerable mental prowess. Compared to conventional firearms, it wielded greater power, longer range, and an ammunition capacity exceeding that of ordinary weapons by more than fivefold. The cold texture of the gun under his palm provided him with a sense of reassurance. Just as Osame was about to impart further wisdom to his companion, he noticed the light suddenly dimming. He looked up in confusion, his eyes widening in shock. A vast swarm of insects had breached the frontline defenses, casting a shadow over the fortifications like a dark cloud. With a crackling sound, the power emission tower of the mobile fortress swiftly entered a state of energy accumulation, poised to unleash the floating thunderfield once more. However, before the thunderfield could activate, a group of thunder dragons, swirling with blue electricity, launched a preemptive long-range attack from the distant sky. The incessantly emitting blue beams streaked across the heavens, swiftly engulfing a large portion of the thunderfield area. Millions of floating thunder disks, stimulated by external forces, manifested anew, absorbing the energy contained within the blue rays. Simultaneously, the dense insect cloud, now close at hand, instantly dispersed, akin to a flattened pancake. Shadows darted through the gaps in the swarm, rapidly diving downwards with an acceleration beyond the capacity of normal life forms to endure. The air erupted with a series of thunderous explosions. The self-destructing jump insects detonated in succession, scattering like fireworks. Each explosion of the self-detonating jumping insect radiates outward from its core, forming an immense circle of splatter and flames. A multitude of fiery detonations overlap, merging into a singular, blazing expanse. Within the area engulfed by the explosions, countless remnants ablaze with intense fire plummet from the sky, striking against the divine shield amidst the shock waves unleashed by the blasts. This scene prompted a cacophony of desperate shouts to erupt within the command frequency. Everyone immediately sought shelter. Damn it! The fragments of the levitating thunder disk, imbued with divine energy, would disrupt the divine barrier. Before Osame could fully comprehend the situation, he was startled by a series of piercing sounds and unusual noises resonating in the air. Chapter 168. The true objective like a dagger piercing through worn leather. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, drawing closer. Whoosh crack, a charred metallic shard plummeted from the sky, and before him, his comrades had exploded like a burst watermelon under his gaze. Blood, a gruesome mixture of red and white, splattered everywhere, staining Osame's face. The sudden turn of events left Osame's mind blank. He stared vacantly at the headless corpse before him, collapsing helplessly. The cigarette he had been smoking slipped from his lips, falling onto the already bloodied ground, where it was slowly extinguished by the pooling crimson. The brutal battle had officially commenced, as vast areas of the airborne thunderfield were cleared. The flying jump bugs, having preemptively slowed their descent, evaded the explosion. They immediately dove from the unimpeded expanse, confronting the incoming anti-air fire network. This time, a more substantial swarm of flying jump bugs brazenly charged through the defensive firepower, suffering over half their numbers in casualties, yet forcibly breached the dense barrage, targeting various anti-air positions. The close-quarters combat was undoubtedly more savage and sanguinary. The frontline commander had mobilized millions of reserves, striving to eradicate the scattered swarms of bugs wreaking havoc on the defensive fortifications. Several kilometers away, Han Fei observed everything unfold. Unperturbed by the mission of the flying jump bugs, he had issued them two commands: prioritize the destruction of all defenses along this front line, and only then eliminate all hostile targets. As Han Fei gently tugged the thread of faith, the vanguard of the Thunder Dragon unit began to lower their altitude slightly, providing long-range fire support, unleashing thunderous assaults on the front defenses. The Dragon Swarm and the explosive Dragonfly units hovered in place. The flying jump bugs descended, skimming low over the ground, charging the front lines. Han Fei continued to manipulate the thread of faith, executing meticulous command operations. The remaining flying jump bugs immediately divided into dozens of small formations, each comprising hundreds of thousands. Under Han Fei's control, they began to advance in batches toward the frontline positions. The flames of war rapidly engulfed the entire defensive line, and the rhythm of this conflict was gradually being orchestrated by Han Fei. Finally, it was accomplished. This intricate manipulation of the bug swarm in battle was exhausting. The incompetence of these fools in comprehending complex commands needed to be addressed. Thankfully, the strategic goal had been achieved. Han Fei now held the aerial firepower and troop superiority. From here on, Han Fei merely needed to adjust troop reinforcements or reduce the intensity of the assault based on frontline losses. His approach was simple: to exhaust the enemy's manpower as much as possible. Since the adversary could not breach the established defenses and engage him in open battle outside the city, Han Fei had no choice but to opt for a war of attrition on their territory, one that required both sides to continuously deploy forces. A relentless and sanguinary meat grinder, it has always voraciously consumed the life forces of both friend and foe alike. Should the garrison of this city be drawn into this horrific maw, the likelihood of reducing the city to ruins after breaching its inner sanctum would significantly diminish. Otherwise, should they effortlessly penetrate the meticulously constructed defensive lines, the main forces of the garrison would inevitably retreat swiftly, engaging in urban combat. At that juncture, capturing this industrial stronghold intact would prove to be exceedingly arduous. If he diligently manages the intensity of the skirmishes and continues to lure them. Yet the commander of the garrison chooses to relinquish the advantageous terrain and withdraw into the city for street fighting. Han Fei has a contingency plan B. He could seize defenseless elders, women, and children as hostages, leveraging them as bargaining chips, though it may not be an ideal solution. Ultimately, there is but one objective: the industrial weapons production line of this city, which Han Fei is determined to secure. As for the moral threshold, well, in the face of abundant divine power, what does such a threshold matter? What price could be placed upon it? Han Fei asserts that he could sell it by the pound, offering discounts for bulk purchases. Across the entire front, the cacophony of cannon fire and gunshots, the roars and wails have never ceased. As twilight descends, the fierce clashes continue unabated. Within this brief exchange of fire, casualties at the forefront have already surpassed the 10 million mark. The ground is strewn with mangled corpses, some with single eyes, others resembling the flying jump bugs, intermingled in grotesque disarray. There is scarcely time to cleanse the battlefield. Only rudimentary arrangements can be made, or simply heaps left abandoned. The newly constructed bunkers and shelters have been reduced to mere rubble within this short span. Even the mobile fortresses, forged entirely of metal, have succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the extraordinary jump bugs and the distant strikes of the thunder dragons, with artillery and divine power towers utterly obliterated. The absence of heavy firepower along the defensive line has precipitated endless close-quarter combat, further eroding the morale of the frontline troops, suffusing the smoky air with a palpable sense of oppression. Varric, the highest-ranking commander stationed here, disregarding the counsel of his aides, ventured to the front lines for an inspection. Yet, upon his arrival at the forefront, the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Scanning the scene, he beheld a gruesome tableau of congealed blood mingling with flesh and bone, pooling in the low-lying areas, saturating the already shattered ground. Each step of his military boots splashed dark, viscous blood. General, the front line has been lost and reclaimed multiple times. The line continues to stretch in this region, and the soldiers are utterly exhausted, nearing their breaking point. Perhaps we should abandon the front line and contract our defenses as much as possible, suggested the frontline commander, Wharton, his voice hoarse and his complexion alarmingly pale. The large eye above his nose was bloodshot, betraying his extreme fatigue. Retreat? Do you not discern what the true intent of these minions of the dark gods is? Varric shook his head, a bitter expression etched upon his serious visage, and sighed. He desires for us to expend all our vital strength here. Behind us lies a city of millions, home to tens of millions of vulnerable lives, young and old. Upon hearing Varric's explanation, Walton's countenance shifted, his desire to speak thwarted as words lodged themselves in his throat, unable to escape. As the commanding officer of a major city, Varric had long perceived the grim realities of the battlefield. The enemy's forces exceeded 300 million, sufficient to encircle the entire city and assault the defenses from multiple directions. Chapter 169, Pressure. Upon uttering his words, Warwick pivoted sharply, striding towards the forward command post, having resolved never to return to the rear command center. The aide, observing the somewhat desolate silhouette of the general he had followed for many years, felt a surge of profound concern flicker in his eyes, prompting him to hasten his steps to catch up. Meanwhile, at the front line, the harrowing cycle of slaughter and death persisted. As dawn broke, it often marked the period when individuals felt most fatigued and drowsy. The intensity of battle had kept them in a heightened state of alertness. However, this exhilaration was undeniably a transient condition. The exhaustion of the body would not simply dissipate. This state of fervor would gradually wane over time, until fatigue and a sense of helplessness inundated them entirely. After an entire night of combat, Osim was utterly spent. He slumped within the trench, trembling hands still cramping as he fumbled through the pockets of his uniform for a pack of cigarettes. Upon discovering it was empty, a heavy sigh escaped him. As he inhaled deeply, the movement aggravated the torn wound on his left chest, which he had only hastily bandaged, causing him to sharply draw in his breath. Once the pain subsided slightly, he rose to rummage through the pile of corpses against the wall. The various belongings he unearthed were carelessly discarded onto the blood-soaked ground, rolling far away. It was not until he retrieved half a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of a corpse that he ceased his grim search. Plopping down amidst the dead, he extracted a blood-stained cigarette and ignited it. Gazing at the gradually brightening skyline, a plume of smoke escaped from his cracked lips. Soon, a glimmer of resentment flickered in his eyes. Cursed be the execution squads. After enduring an entire night of battle at the front, he had come to a stark realization. This defensive line was utterly indefensible. If the defensive position did not retreat, everyone on the front line would perish here. He had not yet exhausted his life and had no desire to die meaninglessly in this forsaken place. Yet, just the night prior, the command center had issued a fatal order to hold the position at all costs, forbidding any retreat. They had even dispatched execution squads to patrol the rear, executing anyone who faltered in the face of battle on the spot. Damn Warwick and that zealous band of followers. Osim, harboring a profound lack of faith in the nebulous creator, aside from a basic reverence instilled by his upbringing, found the zealots around him pitiful. He watched as they fervently shouted for a fight to the death, only to charge from their cover and be torn to shreds, offering their lives to a deity that had never manifested. In fact, among the survivors of the night's battle, many of the one-eyed warriors shared sentiments akin to Osim's cynical and pessimistic thoughts. Intelligent individuals exist everywhere, and some discerning souls could see clearly. The monsters possessed an overwhelming aerial advantage, yet had never launched an airstrike on the city. They deliberately confined the battlefield to the outskirts, limiting the scope to the not-so-expansive southeastern defensive line. This suggested that these creatures were likely unwilling to destroy the urban area. It signifies that the counterpart is not the type of irrational, chaotic cultist extolled by the holy teachings. The instinct of wise beings compels them to seek every possible means of survival when confronted with death. In the wake of the significant fatalities among the steadfast believers, a pervasive sense of fear begins to permeate the battlefield. By the time the higher-ups become aware, this perilous momentum has become difficult to contain. In the frontline command post at the city's edge, the general, with a grave expression, exclaimed, "If this continues, our frontline forces may soon collapse. Should we not deploy the oversight team to the forward positions to suppress negative sentiments and enforce discipline?" The adjutant reported the immediate updates from various commanders at the front, his face betraying his anxiety. Warwick, With his eyes half closed and back hunched, rested his right elbow on the command platform, fingers pressed against his forehead. He sat in silence, slow to respond, until an alarm blared once more from the front line, startling him into opening his bloodshot eyes. He rasped, "If the lines in other directions are completely reassigned to the militia, how many combat troops can we still mobilize? If we exert every effort, we could still muster nearly 2 million, the adjutant replied, though hesitance lingered in his voice. The southeastern front had lost its systematic defenses and lacked heavy weaponry. Each wave of enemy assault inflicted significant casualties on the frontline defenders. To hold the position, the soldiers could only fill the gaps with their lives. Even with an additional 2 million troops, it would not sustain for long. What is the response from the Holy City? When will reinforcements arrive? Warlick inquired coldly, tapping his fingers on the table. The adjutant gritted his teeth, suppressing his anger, and finally replied. Their response indicates that the previously dispatched mobile support units have expedited their pace and will arrive slightly ahead of the originally estimated time. We must hold on for another 2 days. Mobile support units 2 days later. Warlick felt as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He had spent the night awake, meticulously summarizing the enemy's positioning and the disparity in forces, urgently reporting to the Holy City, only to receive such a reply. What he had requested was for the Holy City to swiftly dispatch elite troops for urgent support, not those mobile units flitting about. After all, had high-speed forces been sent directly from the Holy City, they could reach this location in less than 20 hours. Just as Warlick was about to articulate further thoughts, a sharper air raid siren pierced the air. Unlike before, this alarm resonated from all directions simultaneously. What is happening? Has the defense line been breached? Warlick sprang to his feet, swiftly exiting the frontline command post. He looked skyward, his eyes widening in shock. Struggling to swallow, he slowly turned his neck, scanning the heavens. Within his murky eyes, the pupils dilated as a purplish-red wave began to spread from the horizon. In the distant horizon, boundless and rolling dark clouds surged from all directions. The piercing shrieks and roars gradually draw near, reverberating throughout the entire city. The overwhelming tide of insects obscures the sky that had just begun to glimmer with white light, enveloping it completely. This sight brings an immense sense of oppression and terror to all who witness it. Is this truly the enemy's main force? Their numbers must surely exceed 1 billion. Our reinforcements have yet to arrive, only to be met by the enemy's subsequent troops. Confronted by this swarm that instills endless fear and despair at a mere glance, an unprecedented weight presses down on Varric, drawing him inexorably into the abyss. Chapter 170. Surrender in the face of the Holy City's abandonment. The defending army had reached its limit. Coupled with the apocalyptic scene before him, it became the final straw that broke Varric's spirit. He shook his head in bitter resignation and murmured, "It is time to surrender." With heavy steps, Varric made his way to the frontline command post, feeling as though his legs had never borne such weight. Upon returning to the battle command center, mere seconds passed before his weary and hoarse voice resonated through all the alarm speakers along the defense line. "I am Varric, the supreme commander of this city. To the great presence from beyond, I beseech you to cease your assault. We are willing to surrender immediately, pleading for your mercy and forgiveness." As Varric's words echoed across the battlefield, Han Fei, who was closely monitoring the situation while perched on a poisonous dragonfly, immediately caught wind of Varric's declaration of surrender. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind, swiftly transforming into overwhelming joy. The long-awaited reward for his enduring efforts had finally arrived. Maintaining his focus, Han Fei let out a sigh of relief, for only he knew the immense effort he had expended throughout the relentless onslaught of the insect swarm to reach this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew upon a vast reserve of divine power, forcibly conjuring a colossal demigod projection outside the city. Golden specks of light rapidly coalesced in the sky, and a gigantic, translucent silhouette manifested between heaven and earth. The demigod projection, embodying Han Fei, loomed over the city below. With a voice that resonated magnificently, it reverberated through the cosmos, declaring, "I am the sovereign of the swarm. Accept your subjugation." As the proclamation echoed, Han Fei deftly tugged at the threads of faith connecting him to the swarm. In that instant, all the insect forces assaulting the defense line halted their advance simultaneously upon receiving his command. The flying jump bugs, previously fixated on their imminent prey, abandoned their targets, flapping their wings and emitting piercing shrieks as they soared into the heavens. Outside the grand city, the vast multitude of insects also raised their voices in a simultaneous roar. The terrifying sound waves reverberated through the air, momentarily drowning out all other noise in the vicinity, presenting a formidable display of the swarm's capacity to obliterate everything in its path. As the echoes of the roars gradually dissipated, the once thunderous sounds of gunfire and cannonade at the city's perimeter fell eerily silent. Just moments ago, since the onset of battle, Osim, who had not rested even for a moment, found both his mind and body pushed to the brink due to the unceasing combat. In a fleeting moment of distraction amidst the chaos, he was suddenly confronted by a flying jump bug that charged at him. Gazing at the razor-sharp scythe raised high above, poised to strike, despair enveloped Osim as he envisioned his imminent demise, cleaved in two. Yet, miraculously, devoid of any rescue, he survived against all odds. The attack of the flying grasshopper hovered menacingly just a mere centimeter above his head, the pressure of its wings leaving a faint trace of blood on his forehead. As Osim's mind blanked, he was suddenly enveloped by a resounding divine voice echoing from afar. Then, the terrifying scythe, which could have claimed his life with just a slight downward push, was gradually retracted. This monstrous creature, which had nearly ended him, took flight, soaring into the sky. Osim, having narrowly escaped death, stood frozen in place, his gaze fixed on the massive silhouette slowly dissipating beyond the city's edge. The large-caliber firearm he had tightly grasped began to slide from his hand. God truly exists. A barely audible murmur escaped his lips, dissipating into the air with the wind. As the demigod projection, painstakingly conjured by Han Fei, gradually became transparent and vanished, his previously stern expression crumbled. He exhaled deeply, alleviating his embarrassment. How utterly shameful. The lines he had just delivered were drenched in a melodramatic aura, especially under the scrutiny of countless one-eyed spectators. Had this been in his past life, such a loud proclamation in public would have undoubtedly led to his social demise. Fortunately, in Han Fei's eyes, this world seemed populated by individuals afflicted with similar melodramatic tendencies. Occasionally indulging in such theatrical displays in front of a crowd fell within an acceptable range. If I am not embarrassed, and no one else is either, then I shan't feel awkward. For the sake of the city's benefits and interests, he must bear this, even if it felt like a melodramatic affliction. After silently conducting a round of psychological self-counseling, Han Fei regained his composure, only to realize that several minutes had passed. His consciousness swiftly transferred to the body of a hovering dragonfly. Observing the one-eyed leader steadily advancing from the city towards the swarm of insects below, a glimmer of interest flickered across Han Fei's face. This must be the one-eyed leader who had previously announced their surrender. In a world governed by faith and divine authority, surrendering to other deities equated to betraying one's original beliefs. It was clear that such individuals seldom met favorable fates, often dragging their close associates into the turmoil. Han Fei had anticipated that the city's defenders would scatter and hide after a complete collapse, resulting in small-scale surrenders. However, the sight of the highest-ranking commander capitulating alongside the entire garrison took him by surprise. He watched as Varric approached the swarm that covered the land. His face etched with solemnity, yet his large, trembling eye betrayed a deep-seated panic and fear, revealing his true emotions. Anyone under the relentless gaze of countless grotesque beasts would undoubtedly feel the weight of their gaze. Warwick faced the vast expanse of insects before him. His palms crossed upon his forehead, his knees gradually bending as he crawled upon the ground. Great sovereign of the swarm, humble Warwick beseeches your mercy. Observing the scene unfolding, Han Fei sensed that the display of authority had nearly reached its zenith. A projection of a demigod, of ordinary stature, appeared silently before Warwick. Feeling the shift in the atmosphere around him, Warwick cautiously raised his gaze. Before him stood a youthful specter of a human, possessing two eyes, quietly gazing down upon him. Chapter 171. The Pressure. The Phantom, clad in a black cloak adorned with resplendent golden patterns, exuded an air of divine majesty, perfectly complemented by Han Fei's indifferent gaze. The sight of the legendary deity manifesting before him struck Varric's soul with an unprecedented shock. He gazed up at the divine figure, his thoughts momentarily frozen, rendered utterly speechless. Han Fei, reveling in his imposing demeanor, observed Varric, who stood there in a daze, in order to maintain the image of a god and await Varric's utterance. Countless thoughts raced through Han Fei's mind, prompting him to silently scoff. Is this one-eyed man truly dumbfounded? Speak up already. Have you lost your tongue? This is rather awkward. Staring into the eyes of such a colossal figure, how much longer must I wait? 3 seconds later, Han Fei, pushed to the brink of his patience, could endure no longer. A soft huff escaped his lips, yet it resonated in Varric's mind like a thunderclap, sending shivers through his very essence. Startled back to reality, Varric, enduring the sharp pain surging in his mind, hastily lowered his head once more. With a trembling voice, he cautiously implored, "Great overlord of the swarm, the humble Varric submits to you. I beseech you to cast a compassionate gaze upon the souls within the city." Han Fei looked down at the quaking Varric, his grand and authoritative voice echoing directly in Varric's mind. "What gives you the audacity to make a demand of me?" A cold sweat instantly broke out on Varric's back. Yet faced with the divine presence, he had no choice but to steel himself and continue his desperate plea. "Great overlord of the swarm, please forgive my insolence. The humble Varric offers you his faith and loyalty, earnestly requesting your mercy." Observing the blend of terror and despair etched on Varric's face, Han Fei felt the atmosphere had reached its intended gravity. He silently commended himself and ceased his intimidation. "I require no faith from you, nor do I care for your loyalty. Those who submit shall survive. Those who defy will be annihilated." Han Fei remained indifferent to the mindset of these vanquished beings. They were merely commodities in the realm of divine exchanges. In delivering his admonition, he inadvertently acquiesced to Varric's plea. Offering some leniency was inconsequential, as it could prevent these one-eyed individuals from being driven into a corner. Otherwise, not only could they resort to sabotage, but merely engaging in nonviolent resistance would already be enough to hinder progress. Should terrorists strike the city's munitions factory, Han Fei would find himself in dire straits. Varric, sensing that Han Fei had refrained from unleashing his kin upon the city for slaughter, surmised that this entity perhaps harbored other intentions. Upon hearing Han Fei's response, he, not being foolish, quickly lowered his head again. "Great overlord of the swarm, I thank you for your benevolence." Just as Han Fei maintained his grave expression and prepared to issue a command to Varric, he suddenly paused. A robust thread of faith connected to him from the unseen realm. This is a believer? The first encounter of Han Fei with such a situation compelled him to cast his gaze towards a distant point on the battlefield. Following the increasingly robust thread of faith, Han Fei beheld the newly emerged devout follower. It was a blood-soaked one-eyed militia member. Although the characteristics of the Zerg's kin are that they are all fervent believers, their lack of intelligence renders the faith they can offer significantly inferior to that of most sentient races. In contrast, the faith line formed by this inexplicably appearing one-eyed devotee stood out like a thick rope amidst a multitude of slender threads, remarkably robust and conspicuous. The sudden emergence of a devout believer was indeed intriguing. A thought flickered in Han Fei's mind, giving rise to a promising idea. Prolonged maintenance of divine projection was excessively draining on divine energy and hindered the shaping of a divine image. Communicating through the Zerg was too taxing, and their appearance was not conducive to soothing the one-eyed folk. Instead, it would be prudent to seek a so-called proxy. Perhaps, employing the enemy against the enemy? This could work. The ancestral methods would surely prove effective. Having swiftly resolved his thoughts, Han Fei initiated his new course of action. In the trench, drenched in blood and littered with corpses, Osame knelt in a pool of blood, fingers intertwined, fervently praying to the great Zerg dominator. From a young age, he had been indoctrinated with the church's will, yet had never truly witnessed the presence of a deity. However, just moments ago, the divine manifested before him, saving his life. Osame felt as if he had been reborn through the trial of life and death. For sentient beings, sometimes the birth of faith is remarkably simple. "My believer, I have sensed your devout faith." Suddenly, as Osame knelt in prayer, he perceived a resonant divine voice echoing in his mind, clear yet elusive. This unprecedented sensation instilled an instant calm within his soul. The great deity gazed upon him. Osame, overwhelmed with humility and devotion, disregarded the filthy blood beneath him and prostrated further. "Oh my God, Your servant Osame wishes to follow you eternally. Osame, I commend your piety. Are you willing to become my messenger, conveying my divine will and executing my intentions? Han Fei, tugging at the thread of faith and expending divine energy, manifested clear words within Osame's mind. I am willing. Upon hearing Han Fei's inquiry, a surge of profound joy coursed through Osame. He repeatedly bowed his head, splattering the ground with tainted blood. Realizing that events were unfolding even more favorably than anticipated, Han Fei was elated to have gained a tool in Osame. Observing Osame's battered form, he generously expended a portion of divine energy, manifesting what could be termed a miracle, bestowing some benefits upon this servant. Divine power traversed the thread of faith, and Osame's eyes widened in astonishment, feeling the surging warmth coursing through his body. His weary and aching form quickly rejuvenated under the nurturing power of this force. The wounds upon his body were enveloped by a refreshing current, with pain dissipating into a mild itch. He gazed in disbelief at the gaping tear on his chest, his pupils widening in shock. Before his eyes, the necrotic flesh and dead skin rapidly sloughed away, while the connective tissue surrounding the wound swiftly regenerated and healed. In but a few breaths, the injury had completely scabbed over. Even his exhausted spirit was experiencing a rapid revival. This is a miracle. Osame's reverence and gratitude towards the divine deepened further. As he felt the thread of faith thicken around him, Han Fei was momentarily dazed. 4. Chapter 172, Believer? What is happening? Is this fanaticism? Is it really that simple? After posing a series of questions, he resolutely cast them aside. Han Fei, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected gain, could hardly be bothered to seek the reasons behind it. The values of a devout believer and a fanatic are, in the present context, worlds apart. For once, after becoming a fanatic, Osame could manifest his will at any moment, directly controlling his body as if possessed by a deity. Issuing divine decrees would no longer require the expenditure of divine power. Thus, communication and action would undoubtedly prove far more convenient than merely embodying a swarm of insects. Han Fei immediately activated the line of faith, flooding Osame's mind with a wealth of information and tasks. In the face of his first foreign believer, Han Fei's tone softened somewhat. Very well, you may now prepare yourself and convey my will to the subjugated. Furthermore, you must constantly urge the military and political leaders within the city to adhere to my divine decrees. Withdrawing his thoughts, Han Fei promptly informed the still kneeling Valric that a divine envoy would soon contact him, advising him to await further instructions. Observing Valric's anxious figure on the return journey to the city, Han Fei's lips curled into a smile. With the addition of Osame, a new employee endowed with intellect, all forthcoming matters would be easily managed. As a boss, one cannot attend to every triviality, otherwise, what rewards would the employees reap? Han Fei has always been a commendable employer, often providing his subordinates with opportunities for growth, testing their resolve, and strengthening their capabilities, thus nurturing numerous industry elites. Han Fei, could be regarded as a shining star in the workforce, a true benefactor among capitalists. Upon Valric's return to the city, he immediately convened an emergency meeting with his colleagues, employing iron-fisted measures to swiftly eliminate certain unstable elements. He then issued orders forbidding soldiers from displaying any dangerous behavior towards the swarm. Just as he finished his tasks, a commotion arose outside the temporary command post. Through the wide-open doors of the command post, Valric and his companions clearly observed 8 aberrant jumping insects encircling a cyclopean individual, slowly advancing towards them. As Osame entered the temporary command post, the senior commanders of the local garrison, led by General Valric, exhibited a myriad of expressions. Upon seeing Osame and the 8 fearsome aberrant jumping insects accompanying him, their faces betrayed a mixture of fear and astonishment. Although the master of the swarm had mentioned sending a divine envoy to convey his will, they had never anticipated that this envoy would be a member of the Cyclopean race. Moreover, the tattered, blood-stained militia uniform he wore and the captain's insignia upon his shoulder clearly identified him as a low-ranking militia soldier who had just retreated from the battlefield. How had he become a divine envoy of an otherworldly deity? Osame regarded the diverse expressions of the commanders, feeling neither joy nor sorrow. Since the moment he had become a fanatic, he had resolved to sever all ties to his past and devote himself entirely to serving his God. In the face of death, Osim had previously grappled with feelings of resentment and indignation. Before the tasks decreed by the sovereign, all is rendered insignificant. As the envoy of the sovereign, he harbors a deep reverence and awe, fearing to disappoint the sovereign's regard. Personal sentiments must not intrude in the face of the sovereign's commands. Osim sat in the command chair, casting a cold gaze upon the assembly. Our deity is merciful, forgiving your past foolishness and disrespect. You ought to be grateful, adhering to the divine edicts without defiance, otherwise. He paused, and at this moment, the 8 aberrant jump insects flanking him unfurled their claws and let out low growls. The resilient tails, armed with sharp spines, swished through the air, striking the hard floor of the command room and leaving a network of cracks in their wake. Witnessing this scene, the high-ranking members of the uni-sided clan turned pale, their expressions betraying a tumult of emotions: fear, anger, trepidation. Osim had no interest in deciphering their thoughts. His sole requirement was their obedience to his commands. Varric. As the supreme commander of the garrison, you are to issue a citywide proclamation. Effective immediately, martial law shall be enforced, and a state of emergency declared. All civilians are forbidden from stepping outside their residences without permission. The troops will disarm on the spot, with all weapons and equipment confiscated. Those who resist shall be executed on sight. Once disarmed, these individuals will be dispersed and detained. Select a reliable team to screen them. Those with ulterior motives will be executed on the spot. Furthermore, summon all senior officials to be on standby for deployment. Osim continued to issue one demand after another, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. This was not a discussion, it was an edict. The divine had bestowed upon him the authority of life and death, along with the power to mobilize vast armies of the insect race. Anyone who defied his orders would find no mercy from Osim. The faces of the uni-sided leaders darkened, yet they dared not oppose. Instead, they complied with alacrity. From the moment they surrendered to the foreign deity, they had become heretics in the eyes of the Holy Inquisition, leaving no possibility for retreat. In truth, most of the fervent worshippers in this grand city had perished within the bloody maw of destruction. Those who remained, the uni-sided faithful who had submitted to Han Fei, had seen their faith shattered upon witnessing the colossal half-divine projection of Han Fei. Osim, also a member of the uni-sided, was acutely aware of this reality. Moreover, in his pursuit to fulfill the tasks entrusted by Han Fei, Osim did not hesitate to make promises, ensuring the safety and livelihood of the city's inhabitants, particularly the soldiers and their families. This served to stabilize those of his own kin. As time passed, Valric's commands were swiftly disseminated, and in accordance with Osim's directives, the entire city rapidly descended into silence. Within a mere 2 hours, the city appeared eerily quiet. All shops were shuttered, and the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians and vehicles. A chilly breeze stirred the dust from the ground, lifting it into the air, rendering the city akin to a ghost town. The city is left with fewer than 200 million residents, all of whom have tightly shut their doors and windows, anxiously awaiting their uncertain fate. Han Fei, embodying the flying jump insect, flutters its intricate wings, continuously circling above the desolate metropolis. He gazes upon this city, now enveloped in silence, with profound satisfaction, not forgetting to tug at the threads of faith, offering Osim divine affirmation and praise, encouraging him to persevere. As a guide for professional development, to be an exemplary employee, after making significant contributions, a leader must timely acknowledge the accomplishments of their team. Chapter 173, The Laborer. The exemplary employee. A mere word of praise now, and then requires no monetary reward, yet inspires workers to labor with greater zeal. Such a costless incentive is indeed a boon. With the city now under martial law, Han Fei gently tugged at the threads of faith, issuing fresh commands to the awaiting swarm of insectoid soldiers outside the city. The quiet horde, resting just beyond the city's gates, sprang to life upon receiving his orders. They wriggled and shifted, preparing for action. The mighty swarm surged forth once more. From a lofty vantage point, one could behold countless insectoids, like mercury of a vibrant purple hue, converging from all directions into the urban expanse. Their movements were both efficient and silent, swiftly seizing control of the city's vital thoroughfares and strategic high grounds. In Han Fei's estimation, while these simple creatures might falter at the intricacies of governance, managing the security and martial law of the entire city was a trivial task for them. Simple commands sufficed. Any one-eyed beings exhibiting hostile intent were to be eliminated without hesitation. Those daring enough to appear on the streets, unless sanctioned by Osame or Han Fei, were met with intimidation. Those who remained undeterred would meet their demise. For those posing a threat, intimidation was cast aside. Swift eradication was the order of the day. As the insect swarm fully enveloped the city, Han Fei's mind was at ease. The operation unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. The industrial district had been entirely sealed off, with all one-eyed beings confined to their homes, effectively becoming hostages. The industrial zones, armories, material depots, and reserves of divine energy crystals were all under a mixed guard of various insectoid species, overseeing from the air, ground, and subterranean levels. Any who dared approach would be summarily dispatched. Particularly at the military's vast reserve, Han Fei personally led the team. Under the watchful eyes of the swarm, the logistics officer stationed there tremulously opened the storeroom door. The lighting system overhead flickered to life, illuminating layer by layer from the entrance inward. Rows of shelves filled the entire warehouse, stocked with neatly arranged divine energy crystals that dazzled Han Fei's eyes. Indeed, a fortune awaited. Despite the shelves being more than half empty, Han Fei remained astonishingly awed. The divine energy crystals, direct conversions of divine power, were essentially solidified divine energy. However, he refrained from consuming them outright. For the surface of these crystals bore intricate divine patterns, indicating they had undergone processing. Such processing incurs a slight loss of divine power. And should Han Fei absorb them directly, further loss would ensue, a poor trade indeed. It would be far more advantageous to transport them to the realm of the gods for sale, thus reaping additional profits from processing fees. Divine energy crystals, whether in the material world or the realm of the gods, are always considered hard currency, even strategic resources. Their significance is akin to the reliance of Han Fei's previous civilization on oil and other forms of energy. The toxin stinger dragonfly, embodied by Han Fei, delicately crossed its slender forelimbs, emitting a sharp hissing sound from its mouth, unable to contain its overwhelming excitement. The accompanying swarm of insects immediately sensed the deity's delight and began to chirp joyfully in response. The logistics supervisor, trembling with fear, was caught off guard, his legs turning to jelly in an instant. His face turned pale, and he barely managed to support himself against the wall, avoiding collapse to the ground. As Han Fei soared through the repository of divine energy crystals, his first fervent follower, Osame, was commanding authority in the industrial district. This heavily fortified industrial city held immense value, not only for its vast reserves of divine energy crystals, but also for its extensive military production facilities and supporting industrial chains. The systematic production lines of weaponry were priceless. If sold in the continent of divine exchanges, they would undoubtedly yield tremendous wealth. Thus, the industrial sector within the city was of utmost importance in the tasks assigned to Osame, leading the military and political elite. Osame entered the industrial zone guarded by the swarm, inspecting the conditions of various factories. He instructed them to gather more civil officials to meticulously account for the high-value equipment and production lines, aiming to compile a detailed inventory as swiftly as possible. He called for the enlistment of as many relevant technicians as possible, directing them to disassemble, pack, and transport the equipment and production lines in batches according to the inventory list. Furthermore, he ordered a comprehensive tally of all existing transport vehicles in the city, aside from those necessary for their own mobility. This included trucks, airships, and military transport aircraft. In short, anything capable of carrying cargo was to be requisitioned. The civil officials were to lead these affairs, with the military providing full support. Was that agreeable? Osame continuously issued commands, while the military and political leaders diligently recorded the information projected on the screens from the divine energy wristbands, promptly responding to ensure they did not delay, lest the menacing insect beasts surrounding them pounce and rend them to pieces. In truth, the military and political leaders within the city proved to be quite astute. After their surrender, they not only refrained from any rebellious antics but displayed an unexpected level of cooperation. It must be acknowledged that the survival instinct of intelligent beings is remarkably similar across most species. Thus, when faced with the threat of extinction, these cyclopean individuals exhibited an extraordinary efficiency in execution. By the time Han Fei ceased his exploration of wealth and regained his composure, he reluctantly guided the toxin-stinger dragonfly away from the military reserve. 2 hours had elapsed, and the dismantling operations in the industrial zone were gradually falling into a rhythm. A significant number of factory workers had been summoned, and under the direction and supervision of civil officials, began preparations for inventory and relocation. Osim was busily traversing the city, tirelessly authorizing the numerous summoned cyclopeans. Otherwise, they would be chased back home by the patrolling insectoid creatures the moment they stepped outside. Observing Osim laboring diligently through the line of faith, Han Fei extended his forelimb to scratch the hard head of the dragonfly. A solution must be devised to liberate this exemplary employee from such menial toil, for merely the sake of authorization. Allowing him to roam so freely is a considerable waste of time and utterly impractical. After a moment of contemplation, Han Fei experienced a sudden epiphany, and a preliminary idea began to take shape in his mind. He contemplated the creation of a pass. Individuals bearing this permit would be granted the liberty to venture outside. However, the insectoid creatures are illiterate and could easily be deceived by counterfeit versions, potentially inciting chaos within the city. Just as Han Fei was pondering how to resolve this dilemma, his attention was drawn to a situation unfolding on the road below. Chapter 174. The Pass. A one-eyed commoner, eager to venture into the street, found his path obstructed by a mutated jumping insect as he stepped outside. The creature, displaying a menacing stance with its grotesque back scythe and sharp fangs, terrified the one-eyed man, who hastily retreated back into the safety of his home. Observing this grotesque aberration, Han Fei retracted his sharp-toothed grin, preparing to depart, when a sudden epiphany struck him. A pass. Was this not an opportune pass in itself? After all, a month's time would suffice for those teeth to regenerate, rendering any need for forgery moot perfect. With a deft flick of his will, he activated the faith line, summoning the mutated jumping insects, which were under martial law in the city. Instantly, a staggering 30 million of them mobilized, converging towards various plazas throughout the city. Concurrently, Han Fei communicated the relevant tasks concerning the pass to Osim. Upon receiving the latest divine edict from the sovereign in his mind, Osim immediately bowed in fervent prayer. Great God, I thank you for your mercy. I shall adhere to your will. Without delay, Osim, accompanied by a cadre of aides, hastened to the nearest plaza. As his small aerial craft descended at the edge of the expansive square, he beheld a scene that was both awe-inspiring and chilling. Thousands of mutated jumping insects surged into the plaza, yet there was not a hint of chaos. They assembled in neat rows, standing at attention like an elite battalion awaiting inspection. There was no clamor, no cacophony of shrieks. The multitude of fearsome insects remained eerily still, their respiratory organs emitting a faint hissing sound that resonated ominously in the profound silence. Confronted with such an unsettling tableau, Osim exhaled deeply, steeling himself as he stepped into the plaza. Crouching down, he commanded, "Open your mandibles," utilizing the temporary authority bestowed upon him by the great sovereign. He issued directives to the nearest group of mutated jumping insects. With a rustle, the insects, each exceeding 1.5 meters in length, lowered their hind legs, crouched their bodies, and opened their mandibles to reveal rows of razor-sharp fangs. "You, extract one of his incisors," Osim commanded the closest insect. A diligent servant, when executing the edicts of the sovereign, must always consider the ramifications thoroughly. Extracting the canine and molars would undoubtedly impair their ability to bite and feed. Thus, removing merely one incisor would be less detrimental, albeit aesthetically displeasing. The commanded insect hesitated momentarily, seemingly lost in thought, believing that the creature had not comprehended his order. Osim was about to reiterate when the bewildered insect suddenly sprang into action. With a swift motion, it curled its forelimbs and forcefully struck another insect's mandible with its hardened elbow. The impact resounded, thud. The struck insect reared back, emitting a muffled screech. Osim was caught off guard and stumbled back several paces, instinctively fearing that the creature might go berserk, his primal urge compelling him to flee. Who would have thought that after regaining its balance, the mutated jumping insect merely shook its head before lowering its gaze and expelling a mass of saliva mixed with blood, within which lay several slightly curved teeth. Osame was utterly bewildered, watching as the two jumping insects resumed their positions as if nothing had transpired. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, struggling to articulate the tumult of emotions swirling within him. Clearly, the intelligence of these aberrant creatures could not grasp the true significance of tooth extraction in their perception. Losing a tooth simply equated to having it removed. At least they could distinguish between incisors and other types of teeth. Amidst his incredulity, Osame suddenly found the clumsy jumping insects rather endearing. Observing the mutated insect, now missing several front teeth and with a comically exposed gap, calmly rejoining its companions as if nothing had occurred, evoked an inexplicable sense of amusement. Well done. Mustering his courage, Osame stepped forward and gently patted its back. The mutated insect casually shook its head, emitting a hissing sound from its nostrils. He could sense that it was expressing a gesture of goodwill. Haha. At that moment, Osame had cast aside his previous fears. He reached out again to pat the creature's head, softly proclaiming, "From now on, you shall accompany me." The mutated insect, compelled by Han Fei's command, nuzzled Osame's palm with its head, signaling its agreement to his request. A smile, unlike any he had ever worn before, graced Osame's face as he nodded. Without further delay, he endeavored to issue the same command to more insect beasts. Instantly, the air above the square was filled with a cacophony of shrill cries. TSK. Osame covered his ears in astonishment. The group of assistants accompanying him turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably. Before long, the cries subsided. The ground, stained with blood and saliva, emitted an unpleasant odor under the scorching sun. Observing that the mutated jumping insects had completed their task, Osame promptly commanded their departure. He then approached the group of assistants, still quaking in terror, and bellowed, "What are you standing around for? Quickly send for more manpower. Collect these insect teeth, clean up the mess, and distribute them according to need. Those who wear these teeth will no longer be subjected to the attacks of the Divine's followers." As Osame hurried about, tirelessly gathering the front teeth of the jumping insects, numerous low-skilled dismantling and relocation tasks in the industrial district had already commenced, thanks to the diligent efforts of many bureaucrats. Factory workers, gradually summoned, were dismantling movable equipment, packing it up, and loading it onto various transport vehicles. These laden vehicles continuously departed the urban area, gathering on the outskirts of the city. Han Fei, perched upon the back of a mutated flying dragon, soared high, surveying the bustling scene within the city below. The progress of the demolition has been hindered by some large specialized equipment, rendering it utterly sluggish. Furthermore, certain precision instruments lack the requisite technical personnel. It is not merely a matter of dismantling them. They are so delicate that any attempt to move them could lead to total destruction. The transportation vehicles are also exceedingly limited, necessitating solutions to the logistical challenges at hand. To think that merely relocating the manufacturing equipment within this city would present such a plethora of difficulties is rather vexing. The challenge of fully relocating all production apparatus far exceeds Han Fei's initial expectations, leaving him momentarily engulfed by both joy and frustration. At this juncture, Osame is aboard a swiftly gliding airship, instructing his assistant to expedite the forthcoming demolition efforts while simultaneously stuffing a piece of compressed biscuit into his mouth. Little did he anticipate that before he could swallow, the gaze of the sovereign would once again be cast upon him. Chapter 175. Terrifying indeed, O my faithful follower. Hasten the recruitment of technicians within the city and ensure that the equipment remains intact during disassembly. My gaze shall remain fixed upon you, and your efforts will undoubtedly be rewarded. As Osame, still chewing on a dry compressed biscuit, heard Han Fei's words, he swiftly swallowed the parched morsel and fervently prayed. Great Sovereign, thank you for your mercy and tolerance. Humble Osame shall spare no effort in executing your will. No longer able to focus on his meal, Osame's heart swelled with joy, yet was simultaneously gripped by anxiety and guilt. How could I have required a reminder from the sovereign regarding the disassembly of the equipment? Clearly, my actions have not satisfied the sovereign. Nonetheless, he has not delivered punishment, but rather encouraged me. Han Fei felt the faith line growing ever stronger. along with an unending flow of belief that left him utterly bewildered. Could mere words of encouragement yield such profound effects? This, indeed, is the logic of a fanatic. It is no wonder that in the foundational texts of deities, it is specifically noted that the higher the intelligence of a species, the more challenging it is to cultivate fanatics. Yet, once they emerge, their loyalty is unparalleled, and the likelihood of their faith collapsing is exceedingly slim. For every prayer they utter, they engage in a process of self-brainwashing. Every fault is mine, every virtue is divine. Terrifying indeed. Astonished by this spiritual awakening, Han Fei marveled at such exemplary employees, as they epitomized the ideal template for the most dedicated workers he had always desired. A new idea rapidly took shape in his mind. Selling these Cyclopean beings seemed a pity. Perhaps it would be wiser to bring them back, nurture them, and see if he could cultivate more followers among them. With this thought, Han Fei felt a surge of excitement. After all, this Cyclopean race descended from unfortunate souls who perished in the real world after igniting divine flames. Possessing notable intelligence and having been raised in a religious environment, their potential for extraordinary advancement was considerable, enhanced further by divine technological support. Such diligent and grateful employees were indeed a fortunate find. After a moment of contemplation and weighing the pros and cons, Han Fei resolved to communicate his latest orders to Osame. The scope of disassembly would no longer be confined to the weapon manufacturing facilities. Equipment producing civilian goods within the city must also be relocated, along with the associated upstream and downstream industries. In essence, the singular objective was to vacate the entire city, taking everything that could be taken. Having decided to cultivate a subordinate race, Han Fei was determined not to start from scratch upon bringing these Cyclopeans back. There were ample resources available here. Furthermore, certain talents within the city required early collection and oversight to prevent them from inadvertently becoming snacks for lurking creatures. With this additional workload assigned to Osame, Han Fei felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Spring appears to be on the cusp of arriving for him. As he envisions the multitude of laborers under his command, Han Fei cannot help but smirk, letting out a series of peculiar chuckles. With the issuance of the latest command from Aasham, an increasing number of Cyclops civilians have been conscripted as free labor. Simultaneously, the recruitment of high-caliber talents in this city has commenced in parallel. In this vast industrial metropolis, the utilization of land has reached its zenith, rendering every inch extraordinarily valuable. Yet, at the very heart of the residential area, there remain expansive high-end villas. Within the villa enclave, there exists an independent support system for essentials, including a comprehensive array of luxurious services offered by upscale clubs. It is no exaggeration to assert that, even in the absence of external material supplies, the residents of the villa district could sustain a self-sufficient lifestyle for a considerable period, thanks to a complete ecological cycle. Those privileged enough to enjoy such lavish living conditions are certainly not ordinary Cyclops families. The majority of the residents belong to the aristocratic class, military and political elites, members of the clergy, and wealthy magnates along with their families. The remaining inhabitants are predominantly elites from various industries, particularly researchers from the military-industrial sector. Hayrace, as the chief engineer of the Tiandun Group, is no exception. After all, the significant achievements of the Tiandun Group today can be largely attributed to his contributions. Most of the weapon components supplied to the Holy Mechanism are designed under his supervision, with the other technicians primarily assisting him. The importance of Hayrace is self-evident. Thus, being esteemed by the group, he undoubtedly enjoys the highest level of privilege. Even though he lacks faith in the so-called Creator God and is unable to work at the Holy Mechanism, he continues to live a rich and fulfilling life, holding an esteemed position within the group and lacking for nothing. Satisfied with this splendid existence, Hayrace intended to continue in this manner. However, he never anticipated that a sudden war would shatter his tranquil life. As the conflict erupted, the household staff, including maids, chefs, and drivers, abruptly fled, eager to return to their families amidst the chaos. The once grand villa now felt desolate, leaving only him, a solitary figure, faced with the cold silence of the empty house. Hayrace felt no regret for not marrying earlier or fear of solitude. Yet, He lamented not stockpiling a substantial amount of instant food. For someone with no culinary skills, the absence of a chef rendered mealtime a significant dilemma. Venturing out to procure food seemed utterly impossible. The villa district was rife with menacing patrol insects, and even the military and political elites were not permitted to allow their families to roam freely. What to do? Harry sat by the wine cabinet in the living room, pouring himself a glass of aged fruit wine. Frowning, he took a sip, only to be met with an overwhelming bitterness, as he was engulfed in despair. Grappling with uncertainty about his future, the sudden ring of the doorbell pierced through his thoughts. Harris abruptly rose, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. Despite the incessant ringing, he had no intention of answering the door. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sturdy and elegant door was forcefully kicked open before his very eyes. The door handle, succumbing to the immense force, snapped off and tumbled to the ground at his feet. A robust officer strode in, casting a cold gaze upon him. "Are you Harris, the chief engineer of the Tion Dunn Group?" Harris trembled uncontrollably, stammering, I am. May I ask who you are?" Chapter 176. Talent. Upon noticing that Harris was struggling to articulate his thoughts, the officer chose to disregard him. Instead, he activated the projection screen via the divine energy bracelet adorning his wrist. After comparing the image displayed on the screen with Harris, he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is you. Come with me." As the officer handed over a pendant, he stated firmly, "Wear this around your neck to prevent being seized by the minions of the divine upon stepping outside." "What is this?" Harris dared not refuse, trembling as he accepted the pendant. At first glance, the pendant appeared to be a twisted beast's thong, approximately the width of a finger, and quite intimidating to behold. "Do not be afraid. It is merely a summons from the divine envoy of the Swarm Master. It is not a harbinger of ill fate." The officer, recognizing Harris's pale complexion, felt compelled to reassure him to avoid any potential fainting spells. "Ah, divine envoy?" Harris was taken aback. Although the city was under martial law, communication networks remained intact, and announcements to pacify the residents had already been disseminated. He had kept an eye on the official statements and various updates online, thus possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the so-called divine envoy. The officer seemingly had little interest in prolonging the conversation and waved his hand dismissively. "Hurry along." Harris obediently followed him out the door. Soon, the shuttle they boarded arrived at the sprawling conference room within the municipal hall at the city center. "Just wait here," the officer instructed before departing on his own. Anxiously stepping inside, Harris surveyed his surroundings, his jaw dropping in astonishment. The city's foremost scientific minds had gathered, nearly all present. Many familiar faces huddled together, whispering nervously among themselves. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Harris had arrived rather late. He noticed several colleagues from the Sky Shield group and intended to approach them for information. However, just then, a terrifying shriek echoed from outside the door. The attendees in the conference room were instantly gripped by fear, their faces pale as they searched for places to hide. Cough, cough. After a couple of light coughs, the chilling shrieks ceased. The crowd turned towards the sound and saw the door flung open violently, revealing a middle-aged man with a single eye striding in. The divine envoy? After a brief moment of hesitation, many recognized the figure, clearly having kept up with online information. Osame approached the center of the conference room, raising his hand to signal for silence. "I have summoned you all today to urge your devotion to my God and to render your services to him, lest your wisdom and talents be squandered." He wasted no time in addressing the matter at hand, showing no inclination for discussion. The room fell into an eerie silence, with the assembled scientists remaining mute, heads bowed. Unwilling to meet his gaze, Osame narrowed his lone eye slightly, perceiving their lack of awareness of the gravity of the situation. He was exceedingly busy and had no time to waste in idle conversation. Had it not been for the great master's explicit instruction to treat these technical elites with care to prevent any foolish actions, he would have been disinclined to engage in dialogue at all. Bound directly and then imprisoned would suffice. Suppressing the impatience within, Osame continued. "My God is merciful and will not compel you to believe. Those willing to honor my God, whether for themselves or their kin, shall receive divine grace and protection. Should you choose otherwise, as a divine envoy, I shall not deliberately impose upon you." Osame surveyed the room, a sardonic smile gracing his features. However, I must caution you that in the eyes of the Church, anyone who surrenders to foreign deities, regardless of the rationale, is deemed a heretical apostate. The Church has always been ruthless in its eradication of heresy, sparing no expense and employing any means necessary. Contemplate carefully how the Church shall treat you and your families once my God departs. With that, he turned to leave, for as a divine envoy, numerous affairs awaited his attention. There were matters of varying importance, and it was unnecessary to linger with these individuals. He had already bestowed upon them hope, while also clarifying the Church's stance. They would eventually come to understand. After all, a cooked duck cannot take flight. As Osim made to exit, the astute assembly recognized the gravity of their situation and understood the balance of benefits. Moreover, those engaged in scientific pursuits often lacked fervent belief in the Creator God proclaimed by the Church. It was not long before a clever individual stepped forth to declare their allegiance. Envoy, I am willing to serve the great swarm sovereign. So am I. I pledge my loyalty to the great sovereign. Osim halted, turning back to this group, his countenance now adorned with a warm smile. You have made the most prudent choice. Should there be opportunities for your assistance moving forward, I hope you will cooperate wholeheartedly. My God is merciful, and I shall not neglect those who serve him. With that, Osim departed the conference room, hastening to his next engagement. 200 kilometers away from Osim's city lay the town of Sangs. Once a beautiful and tranquil settlement, it had been reduced to ruins. Amidst the shattered walls, grotesque monsters roamed, their muscular limbs scouring for remnants of resistance. At the sound of any disturbance, they would pause, tilting their heads and swiveling their scarlet eyes to seek the source. Any surviving townsfolk discovered by them possessed little capability for resistance. They could only flee in despair, yet were swiftly overtaken by the leaping insects. Torn apart by sharp foreclaws and scythe-like backs, they were devoured by the jagged mandibles of the monstrous creatures. Chewed and swallowed whole, the cold wind swept through the streets, stirring up smoke and dust, laden with a pungent scent of blood that induced nausea. The venomous dragonfly, possessing the essence of Han Fei, surveyed the desolation of the town below. Its gaze held only indifference, devoid of compassion. Once war begins, powerless ordinary beings inevitably become sacrificial offerings to the chaos, a law of nature, an unavoidable fate. Observing that the town had been thoroughly cleansed, he tugged at the threads of belief, instructing the aberrant leaping insects to further extend their search, ensuring no survivors remained unaccounted for. Just yesterday, Varric proactively reached out through Osim to provide him with crucial intelligence. The Holy City had long dispatched multiple mobile support units to assist various cities struggling to withstand the invasion. One such mobile support unit is expected to approach the large industrial city, already occupied by Han Fei, no later than tomorrow or the day after. According to the intelligence provided by Varric, this unit belongs to the elite forces directly under the Holy Sect. It is entirely mechanized, possesses high mobility, and boasts an extraordinary combat capacity. Not only is it equipped with thousands of aerial gunships and divine mechs, but it also has a full complement of 10 hero-class war machines, heavily armed V3s. Upon learning about the troop configuration of this army, Han Fei immediately recognized its significance. Chapter 177. The town of Sangs, the heavy-armed V3 is a formidable war machine conceived through the design philosophy of robust artillery and long-range firepower. With its anti-gravity system, divine barriers, specialized alloy armor, and rotating multi-barrel cannons, it epitomizes the pinnacle of advanced military technology from the Cyclops. Its immense firepower, coupled with an impressive range of up to 50 kilometers, would be enough to give anyone pause. The mere thought of encountering 10 of these machines filled Han Feiguang with trepidation, not because he feared them, but because their scale was insufficient to threaten the current swarm of the main army. He simply felt that the timing was far from ideal. Having just captured a large industrial city, Han Feiguang was busy orchestrating a relocation, with numerous swarm units deployed to maintain order within the city. Who has the luxury of engaging in battle at such a time? The thought of precious instruments and equipment being damaged was disheartening, making him more reluctant to invite unnecessary complications. The battlefield needed to be distanced. If those 10 heavy-armed V3s drew near the city and unleashed a barrage of long-range fire, the valuable assets within would be devastated. From Varric, Han Feiguang had learned that this legion was predominantly composed of the most devoted and exceptional Cyclops warriors, selected through rigorous trials. In their eyes, anyone who dared to surrender to the malevolent gods of the outer realms was a heretic, more abhorrent than the faithless. What was once supported transformed into a purge of those who had defected to the dark deities. It was no surprise that Varric, understanding these warriors all too well, anticipated the potential for the mobile support legion to bombard cities. This insight was precisely why Varric chose to provide intelligence to Osang. Armed with knowledge of the enemy's troop strength and advancement route, Han Feiguang swiftly devised a straightforward ambush strategy. The town of Sangs below would be their inevitable path. With its dense buildings and intricate terrain, it was the perfect location for an ambush. After leaving a portion of the swarm units to maintain vigilance over the industrial city, nearly 80 million Thunder Dragons, 150 million mutated dragons, 3 million self-destructing jump bugs, 5 million flame-burst dragonflies, plus over 400 million jump bugs, swiftly formed a mixed army en route to the town of Sangs. The Thunder Dragons served as transport, while all self-destructing jump bugs and some mutated jump bugs had already arrived in advance. They had also brought with them the camouflage fabric that Han Feiguang had discovered in the city, sufficient to mask the life signs of 3 million self-destructing jump bugs. In just 4 to 5 hours, thanks to the swarm's exceptional execution, Han Feiguang completed all preparations. As dusk fell, the poison sting dragonflies scattered in the northwest began to detect enemy movements. Through the line of faith, Han Feiguang shared the vision of the poison sting dragonflies and observed the vast mechanized legion advancing steadily over 200 kilometers away before suddenly accelerating. They even dispatched small vanguard units to push forward at full speed. Upon witnessing the maneuvers of the supporting troops, Han Fei silently pondered, has the enemy already detected the swarm? Within this mobile support legion, hundreds of thousands of divine power mechs activated their surface runes, swiftly detaching from the low-flying transport vessels. The engines at their backs ignited in an explosive blaze, emitting long blue tails as they rapidly diverged from the main force, forming an enormous fan formation, heading straight for Sangxi Town. Observing the enemy's actions, Han Fei could somewhat infer the thoughts of the opposing commander. Was it caution or sheer cold-bloodedness? Faced with billions of insects, they dispatched merely hundreds of thousands of divine power mechs as vanguard skirmishers. Undoubtedly, this was a gamble with the lives of the pilots within those mechs, testing the swarm's strength. A cold smile flickered in Han Fei's heart. If they are so generous, I shall not hold back either. With a slight tug on the thread of faith, the colossal swarm of aberrant dragons and flying jump bugs, numbering nearly 10 million, swiftly formed ranks upon receiving Han Fei's command. They flapped their robust wings, rapidly breaking away from the insect army and racing towards the northwest. After deploying the ambush squadron, Han Fei could accurately predict the direction of the approaching enemy. He tugged on the thread of faith once more. The grounded jump bugs swiftly adjusted their positions as per Han Fei's designated area. Self-destructing jump bugs buried themselves underground. Upon Han Fei's command, 3 million self-destructing jump bugs, cloaked in signal-dampening fabric, immediately dug pits and buried themselves alive. This could be considered a traditional skill of the insect race. After all, Han Fei's first vassals were ants, and the instinct embedded in their genes had never been forgotten. Within the vast swarm of nearly 500 million, the loss of a mere 300,000 would go unnoticed. Once all the self-destructing jump bugs were buried, Han Fei also instructed the flying jump bugs to assist. They ran a couple of laps over the disturbed ground, scattering debris to camouflage the area. When the flying jump bugs took to the skies again, the region concealing the self-destructing jump bugs appeared normal. At least through the compound eyes of the venomous dragonfly, Han Fei could discern no obvious flaws. Additionally, with the signal-dampening fabric gathered from large industrial cities, these self-destructing jump bugs would be difficult for life detection devices to discover directly. The rudimentary trap was thus set. With this tactical arrangement complete, Han Fei exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the two advancing vanguards swiftly collided, the fervent devotees piloting the divine power mechs. Upon seeing the aberrant dragon swarm that outnumbered them by more than tenfold, did not flinch. Open fire, eliminate these vile minions, commanded the vanguard officer with fervor over the comms. For the glory of the Creator God. A synchronized response resonated almost simultaneously across the communication channels. The brightness of the mech surface runes surged, and the large-caliber divine power cannons mounted on either side rapidly charged. Boom, boom, boom. The conical shells, enveloped in blinding orange light, erupted from the cannon's maw, hurtling towards the heavens at an astonishing supersonic speed nearing 2 Mach, instantly shattering the sound barrier and leaving a distorted trail through the air. Millions of projectiles surged forth, targeting the rapidly approaching horde of aberrant dragons high in the sky. The sheer magnitude of these mutated creatures required little in the way of precision aiming. They were effortlessly struck. A cacophony of explosive detonations reverberated in the atmosphere, as brilliant bursts of flame illuminated the somber firmament, reminiscent of a dazzling fireworks display. The aberrant dragons, caught in the onslaught, scarcely had time to emit a cry of despair before being obliterated into a crimson mist by the formidable kinetic force of the solid shells. Chapter 178. The truth. Countless shrapnel and the orange energy enveloping the shells erupted, creating a vast area of splatter. In an instant, the mutated dragon swarm suffered even greater casualties. Numerous afflicted mutated dragons and flying jump insects, drenched in viscous blood, wailed as they plummeted downward. Truly, they were an elite force. The weaponry configuration surpassed that of the urban garrison they had previously encountered by several degrees. Han Fei shared the vision of the mutated dragons and marveled sincerely. Compared to the mutated dragons, the range advantage of the divine power mechas was indeed monumental. This powerful cannon made his eyes gleam with excitement, akin to a ravenous wolf in the night. Driven by divine energy, it bore characteristics reminiscent of electromagnetic and plasma cannons. The design philosophy behind this weapon was remarkable. It was the epitome of black technology and had already achieved preliminary miniaturization. Could it be that the single-eyed race's advanced divine technology had developed to such an extent? As he contemplated the future cultivation of subordinate races, the creations of the single-eyed race's divine technology lay before him. A glimmer of gold flashed in Han Fei's eyes. This seems like something I could also pursue. At the heart of the mechanized forces, within a streamlined large shuttle-like floating vessel, serving as the command center of this legion. The commander in general's attire addressed the man in white robes seated in the command chair. My Lord Bishop, the vanguard has engaged the enemy. We should accelerate once more. Ah, dear General Wald, the man in white replied with a warm smile, yet his tone carried an unmistakable air of authority. Our valiant warriors have already secured an absolute advantage, have they not? Moreover, the main forces of the outer domain's evil deities have yet to mobilize. The battle has only just begun. Why the urgency? Wald opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. He had lost the will to persuade, feeling only resignation and bitterness, finding the situation absurdly ironic. As a high-ranking commander of the Holy Church's Guard, he was well aware of the internal power struggles within the Church. Ever since the invasion of the evil deities, the various factions had continually undermined one another. Your diocese seeks aid? Further discussion. Both of your dioceses have cities fallen. Whom shall we prioritize for support? Further discussion. You wish to reassign some of the Church's direct Holy Army to form multiple mobile support units? Further discussion. Perhaps Bishop Physius can supervise the deployment very well. I shall support your proposal. However, if we receive requests for aid from various dioceses, then you must carefully deliberate which require priority and which can be postponed. Each time Wald recalled these scenarios and dialogues, the fervent faith of his youth crumbled further. Alas, he sighed silently once more in his heart. The white-robed Cardinal Physius, seated at the command post, fell silent, merely gazing thoughtfully at the battlefield map projected in the center of the bridge, his keen eyes swirling with contemplation. The true secrets of the Church were known only to its upper echelons and their direct descendants. The rumors of the Creator God, long believed to be dead, were indeed true. The so-called outer gods regarded this world merely as a livestock pen. Every few centuries, a cadre of youthful outer gods would descend to this realm to hone their skills and plunder its resources. The Church's leadership had, in fact, relinquished the futile hope of resisting these malevolent entities. Over countless ages, successive generations of the Church's hierarchy had discerned the underlying patterns of this cycle. After losing their Creator God, the one-eyed race remained under the Church's stewardship, which tirelessly cultivated and amassed wealth for the god. In return, they would be harvested by the young malevolent beings. As long as the stability of this world was maintained, the church need never fear annihilation. The leaders, having forsaken their faith, pursued only survival and power. The invasions of these malevolent entities every few centuries also served as an occasion for the church's various factions to reallocate their spheres of influence. Once the current batch of outer gods departed, the church's upper echelons would relish another few centuries of tranquility and the devotion of millions of adherents. Such vital interests for the coming centuries could hardly afford internal strife. Theseus's presence on the battlefield was motivated by a desire to achieve military merit, laying the groundwork for future advancement. He cared not for the cost in lives, as long as he could secure greater results. After all, this mobile support unit was not comprised of his faction's direct affiliates, thus weakening these zealot legions aligned with his objectives. The lives of mere hundreds of thousands of mechanized warriors were, to Theseus, a small price to pay for uncovering the true combat capabilities of the enemy. Since seizing command from Wald, he had led this support unit on a remarkable campaign, traversing vast distances and vanquishing several waves of the malevolent beings with resounding victories. Although casualties were significant, the achievements garnered high praise from the church's leadership. At that moment, the screens projected from the dome of the bridge displayed the fierce combat ahead. In the initial stages of engagement, the mechanized forces, leveraging their range advantage, inflicted severe damage upon the swarm while suffering minimal losses. However, the flying insectoid creatures, undeterred by the onslaught of artillery, swiftly closed the distance. Once they breached the defensive fire net, the swarm utilized their aerial superiority to dive at an angle, thrusting the battlefield into chaos. The clash of mechanized units and flesh became a brutal melee, devoid of evasion or finesse. From a distance, the sky was awash with fireballs interspersed with numerous mutated dragons and flying jump insects, descending like a torrential downpour upon the laid-out expanse. Countless droplets pierced through the thin fabric of the battlefield, mingling with a haze of blood and debris as they fell to the ground. Explosions and piercing shrieks reverberated across the field, heralding the onset of a fierce melee. For the glory of the divine, the mechanized warriors shouted fervently over the communication channels. The mighty mechs, equipped with a pair of mechanical arms flanking their chests, have unsheathed 2 alloy battle blades from their waists. A low hum resonates as the blades, infused with divine energy, ignite with intricate runes, vibrating intensely and emitting a piercing sound. The fanatical warriors, their eyes devoid of fear, are driven by their fervent belief. To perish in the holy war is to return to the embrace of the Creator. Thus, they remain undaunted. As the thunderous roar of cannons and the sweeping arcs of battle blades fill the air, the mutated dragons and airborne jumpers shriek wildly, using their sharp fangs to tear apart the foes before them, while fireballs strike at the agile mechs with relentless ferocity. Within the command bridge, General Wald gazes at the brutal melee unfolding before him, his fists clenched tightly. Why? This is nothing but a senseless loss of life. His heart seethes with indignation. Chapter 179. Barrage. Had it not been for the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, the mech units could have constructed a denser firepower network. Leveraging their range advantage, the minions of the Dark Deity would have been unable to breach the front lines. My Lord Bishop. Wald could no longer contain himself and attempted to speak once more. Theseus raised his hand to interrupt him, his expression remaining serene as he said, "Do not rush." Observing the hundreds of thousands of divine power mechs struggling amidst the relentless tide of aberrant beasts, engaged in a fierce battle, Theseus finally issued his command, "Communications Officer, connect me to the frequency of the Vanguard unit." The connection was swiftly established, and the image transformed into that of Theseus, clad in a white ecclesiastical robe. "I am Bishop Theseus, the emissary of the Creator's will. Loyal lambs of the divine, for the Creator, to vanquish evil, our God shall ever watch over you." Theseus rose, extending his arms, a warm radiance emanating from behind him. "For the Creator, for glory." The fervent one-eyed followers shouted in reply, their voices rising in a fervor. Theseus bore a countenance of tranquility, his smile gentle. "The fallen shall attain redemption, cleanse their original sins, and return to the embrace of the Creator." Today marks the moment to pledge our loyalty to the divine. His soft yet beguiling voice reverberated through the communication channel, stirring the fervent one-eyed warriors engaged in the fray, willing to offer everything for the Creator. As the communications officer severed the link, Physis, satisfied with the response, exhaled softly. He then turned and issued another command: relay orders to the heavy-armed V3 squadron, mark the front line, and unleash the divine power artillery at full capacity, with indiscriminate fire coverage. My Lord Bishop. A chill crept up Wald's spine upon hearing this. Physis paid him no heed, instead surveying the command bridge with a voice that remained gentle but whose substance plunged Wald into icy despair. Execute the will of the god. Wald wished to voice his concerns, but found himself silenced under Physis's indifferent gaze. Resigned, he chose to remain silent. Seeing that his superior had acquiesced, the communications officer, with a look of reverence, promptly began transmitting Physis's orders. After receiving the combat directive, the 10 heavy-armed V3 units slowed slightly, adjusting their mounted divine power artillery to point forward. Hissing sounds echoed as the divine runes on the barrels illuminated rapidly, with lightning swirling at the muzzles. Each 2-meter diameter energy shell, under the influence of the divine power field, was compressed and charged. After 3 seconds, these energy constructs reached their limits, and dozens of fiery trails erupted from the runes etched upon the barrels. A continuous volley commenced as the golden-hued energy shells, leaving behind comet-like blazing tails, streaked across the night sky in a breathtaking display. Yet beneath this beautiful facade, these radiant comets concealed death and calamity. The resounding explosions echoed across the heavens miles away. The golden fireworks, akin to a surging fountain, cascaded from the heavens, showering the sky with a rain of fire that melted all in its path. In the areas engulfed by the explosion, both the divine mech and the mutated dragons were instantaneously vaporized. Even from a distance, the visible shockwave would swiftly tear them to shreds. As the smoke dissipated, the previously devastated area lay utterly barren, leaving only the molten ground and the billowing waves of heat that distorted the onlooker's vision. Beyond this zone of devastation, a few mutated dragons and flying jump insects, having narrowly escaped calamity, circled in the air. Their sporadic roars echoed from afar, as if mourning the vast numbers of their kin that had perished in an instant. Outside Sengsi town, Han Fei gazed at the hellish scene in the distance, utterly stunned. He was awed by the might of the divine artillery and shocked by the ruthlessness of the enemy commander. It is known that such indiscriminate firepower on the battlefield, which does not distinguish between friend and foe, is a grave taboo among military strategists. It could severely undermine troop morale, or worse, incite mutiny. Yet, the enemy commander had done just that, a move Han Fei had never anticipated. The uncertainties of the battlefield proved to be exceedingly numerous. Surprises lurked everywhere. Silently lamenting this reality, Han Fei decisively activated the thread of faith, commanding all units to retreat swiftly. This commander on the opposing side was indeed a formidable adversary, and it was prudent to withdraw. If they delayed, this small squad might face total annihilation. Simultaneously, the main force of the swarm began a rapid retreat. Given the range, if the enemy targeted the main body of the swarm with heavy artillery, although it might not inflict fatal damage, the losses would still be significant enough to cause Han Fei great distress. Under Han Fei's deliberate control, over 400 million insects, both airborne and groundbound, hastily retreated, creating a chaotic scene of frantic escape. Within the command ship of the mobile support unit, Physius observed the swarm's reaction, a fleeting smirk of disdain crossing his features. A horde of mindless beasts, instinctively driven to scatter and flee in the face of true power. An army devoid of unyielding faith and a will of iron is indeed so easily shattered. Having relaxed, Physius leaned back in his chair and slowly spoke. Relay the order to pursue at full speed. Once within range, all combat units may engage freely. Let the hunt commence. Upon hearing Physius's command, the communications officer's eyes ignited with fervor, no longer awaiting Vald's signal, and immediately relayed the pursuit orders to the troops. Vald, however, bowed his head in silence, his gaze complex. He wished to caution Physius that everything seemed too smooth, as intelligence suggested the enemy's combat capability was likely greater than this. The choice to pursue the entire army so readily seemed overly reckless. Yet, observing the fervent and joyous expressions of everyone on the bridge. He found himself unable to voice his concerns. The entire bridge sprang into efficient action according to Physius's orders, and he ultimately found himself unable to utter a single word. Han Fei, embodying the venomous dragonfly, gazed into the distance, watching as the enemy's forces suddenly accelerated. A subtle glimmer of relaxation flickered in their eyes. As the mechanized legion surged forward with all its might, the disparity in speed among the various units became strikingly apparent. The aerial gunships, equipped with multiple high-powered divine engines, were endowed with an exhilarating propulsion that propelled their flight speed to its zenith in an instant. In less than 10 minutes, they relentlessly closed in on the sluggish horde of mutated jumping insects, while unleashing a barrage of fire upon the insect swarm below. They maintained their velocity without the slightest deceleration. Instead, they deftly swept over the heads of these jumping insects, pressing onward towards the advancing dragon fleet. The accompanying divine mech battalion then descended upon the already ravaged jumping insect swarm, wreaking havoc with fervor. Chapter 180. The Trap. Upon witnessing the scene, Han Fei could not help but smirk coldly. Such insatiable greed, without a hint of concern for the consequences. Instead of ordering the swarm to counterattack, he continued to retreat at full speed. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. Similarly, one cannot ensnare the V3 without relinquishing the jumping insects. Shifting his gaze, he observed the 10 heavy-armed units lagging behind due to their inferior speed and maneuverability. Time passed swiftly. At last, the 10 heavy-armed V3 approached the ambush zone of the self-destructing jumping insects. Han Fei calculated the distance, silently counting down in his mind. Finally, with an eager gaze, he watched as the heavy units entered the designated area. A tremor of realization coursed through him, igniting the thread of his faith. There was no need for explicit commands. The 3 million self-destructing jumping insects, previously concealed underground, erupted forth like an overgrown thicket. They flared their membranous wings and launched themselves directly at the 10 heavy-armed V3 hovering above. Boom, 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 boom. Brilliant orange-red flames erupted instantaneously, intertwining shockwaves and searing heat coalescing into 10 thick plumes of crimson smoke. The scorching current swirled like a dragon's breath, spiraling upwards into the sky. At the epicenter of the explosions, the heavy-armed V3 melted away like waxen candles, their divine barriers shattering in an instant. The heavy alloy armor rapidly heated under the relentless flames. While the spherical structure remained intact, various turrets on the surface began to melt gradually. These so-called hero-class war machines suffered significant damage, with numerous internal systems failing. Without the protection of the divine barriers, the intense heat infiltrated their cores. The single-eyed operators within were swiftly reduced to charred remnants, emitting a foul stench. In mere moments, the 10 uncontrollable heavy-armed V3 plummeted to the ground, crashing heavily and raising clouds of dust. Amidst his ecstatic joy, Han Fei quickly tugged at the thread of faith, halting the remaining self-destructing jumping insects from launching further attacks. It was not that he was reluctant to sacrifice the jumping insects, but rather, gazing at the heavily melted state of the heavy-armed units, he mused. The new recruits should, possibly, be able to repair them, right? As the employer, it suffices to set goals. If I don't assign Osame, this worker, some challenging tasks, how will he feel my appreciation? If the damage is too severe, rendering them irreparable, it would indeed be a great pity. After all, this amounts to a considerable financial loss. With the loss of these 10 hero-class war machines, Han Fei swiftly tugged at the thread of faith and immediately commanded the retreating swarm. Cease the retreat. Counterattack. Turn around and charge forth. Eliminate them. Feeling as though he had missed out on a billion, Han Fei transformed his sorrow into strength, preparing to eradicate the detestable culprits, seeking to alleviate the chill within his heart. At this moment, aboard the flagship of the Mobile Support Forces, Physius found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. His mind a blank canvas. Within mere minutes, all 10 heroic-class war machines of the heavy-armed battalion had lost contact following the initial alarm of their attack. The once frantic pleas for assistance echoed in the still-active communication bands, but soon dissolved into a cacophony of static, reverberating within the eerily silent bridge. Physius's voice trembled, despite his efforts to maintain a facade of calm. Yet, the quivering tones betrayed his inner turmoil. What on earth is happening? We must re-establish contact with the heavy-armed units. Walled, Witnessing Physius' descent into panic could no longer concern himself with decorum. He interrupted Physius with a sharp command, swiftly issuing a series of orders. The aerial artillery units were to retreat, regrouping around the flagship to form a defensive formation, seizing air supremacy while awaiting the convergence of the divine mech forces. All divine mech warriors, halt your advance immediately, regroup into combat units, and assemble swiftly within a confined perimeter. Maintain suppressive fire to cover the retreat and expedite coordination with the artillery units. Wald, what are you planning to do? Physius's anguished roar resonated throughout the bridge, only to meet Wald's frigid gaze in response. This is a trap, so, if you wish to survive, silence yourself. Wald had no time for further discourse. His icy words were followed by a swift return of his attention to the projection screen, scanning the various battlefield images being relayed. As anticipated, all swarm units had ceased their retreat and were now launching a counterattack. Wald's expression darkened further as he pondered how to minimize casualties during the breakout. Yes, a breakout. The previous reckless advance had already disrupted the Legion's formation. Not only had the heavy-armed battalion fallen behind and come under attack, but the concentrated firepower of the aerial artillery units had also been rendered ineffective. The swarm, now emboldened, boasted a numerical superiority exceeding tenfold. If they did not break through soon and swiftly disengage from combat, Wald felt a surge of urgency. If they were to be ensnared in close-quarters combat like the earlier Vanguard, they would be quickly engulfed by the tide of the swarming creatures. Wald's intentions were sound, yet time was not on their side. The projection screen continued to relay images from the battlefield. The grotesque insectoid creatures that had once scurried on the ground were now stirring, unfurling the veined wings upon their backs, their speed suddenly amplified. A bluish luminescence flickered across their surfaces as they surged forth with a swiftness and agility that doubled their retreating velocity, hurtling towards the slowly withdrawing divine mech battalion. Faced with the oncoming hail of bullets, these aberrant jumping insects exhibited no hesitation or attempt to evade. The swarm charged headlong into the barrage of gunfire, crashing into the retreating divine mechs with relentless ferocity. The temporary defense line established by the divine power mechs was instantaneously engulfed by the surging tide of crimson-hued insects. Within the command bridge, a series of stifled gasps of terror echoed. It was over. The entire divine power mech division had been decimated. Wald gazed at the screen displaying the mechs swallowed by the insect horde, his heart heavy with sorrow. The ruthlessness of the swarm's commander had utterly surpassed his expectations. During the earlier feigned retreat, the enemy had preferred to allow these insect beasts to be driven forward, suffering the onslaught of artillery fire, rather than revealing such a swift capacity for movement. Now, having unveiled their true intentions, they had nearly obliterated his entire divine power mech army. Chapter 181. Victory. Wald issued another command. He instructed the gunboat fleet to abandon their entanglement with the opposing aerial forces and to pave the way with a concentrated barrage, ensuring the flagship could break through at full speed. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the scattered divine-powered mecha units remaining on the battlefield. If he hesitated to abandon them, the swarm of flying insects rapidly converging on the battlefield, as depicted on the tactical map, would render any chance of escape a mere fantasy. The remaining divine-powered mecha formations were swiftly engulfed by the swarm, and Wald's countenance darkened ominously. This battle had culminated in utter failure. Should he manage to escape, he would bear the full brunt of responsibility for the defeat, potentially facing the pyre of the ecclesiastical tribunal. Meanwhile, the true architect of this catastrophe, Physius, would continue to shepherd the faithful for the deities. What a wretched world. Wald shook his head vigorously, dispelling the chaotic thoughts that plagued his mind, and refocused on directing the Legion. If accountability were to be sought, it would only be after a successful escape. If Han Fei were aware of Wald's current musings, he would likely scoff. To shoulder the blame for defeat and face the pyre, you are far too speculative. If you wish to flee, can you truly return? Han Fei incessantly manipulated the threads of faith. The Thunder Dragon cluster raced towards him from the farthest distance, its surface shimmering with blue arcs of electricity. It exhibited unparalleled agility, executing a flawless lateral spin as it surged forward at high speed, swiftly completing a turn and carving a massive arc at the periphery of the battlefield. They converged directly in front of the gunboat fleet, forming a thick arc that obscured the sky, reminiscent of a gaping maw. Lightning strike, free fire. With Han Fei's command, the Thunder Dragons, enveloped in electric light, unleashed a barrage of blue beams that sliced through the night sky, instantly enveloping the single-eyed aerial units before them. Under normal circumstances, the aerial gunboats could withstand multiple lightning strikes with their divine energy shields. However, they were utterly incapable of mounting any resistance against the dense blue beams illuminating the heavens. Countless lightning strikes continued to tear through the night sky, illuminating the earth and creating high-energy disturbances that nearly distorted light itself. The aerial gunboats, subjected to the bombardment, saw their shield generators overload in an instant, erupting in sparks before shattering violently. Stripped of their divine energy shields, the sturdy hulls were instantly melted and vaporized by the terrifying heat. The hellish scene reminiscent of the previous bombardment by divine artillery reappeared, though this time, the roles of the parties involved had been reversed. The command center, a shuttle-like floating vessel, boasted a defensive capability several tiers above that of the aerial gunboats. Yet, after enduring a relentless barrage of lightning strikes, it too was torn apart, breaking into several pieces and plummeting to the earth like a meteor. The remaining aerial gunboats, bereft of the concentrated barrage suppression, were swiftly enveloped by the onrushing mutated dragon swarm. Their annihilation was an inevitable conclusion. Has it come to an end? Witnessing the inevitable outcome, Han Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For the remaining forces, still struggling in disarray, their impact on the overall battlefield has become utterly negligible. Their annihilation by the swarm is merely a matter of time. From dusk until nightfall, barely 5 hours elapsed. Yet the intensity and casualty ratio far surpassed all battles that Han Fei had previously endured. Had it not been for the enemy commander's reckless advance, which allowed Han Fei to launch a successful ambush, this valiant and elite support legion could have potentially inflicted double the losses upon the swarm. Through Han Fei's meticulous maneuvering, aside from the Thunder Dragon swarm remaining virtually unscathed, the other insect units suffered significant attrition. The self-destructing jump bugs dwindled to just over 100,000, effectively rendering their group annihilated in terms of the swarm scale. Han Fei likely would not breed more self-destructing jump bugs in the future, opting instead for the flame-exploding dragonflies. The 200 million mutated jump bugs, during their retreat, faced a relentless barrage of artillery and were pursued by millions of divine mechs, resulting in a drastic reduction of their numbers, leaving less than 100 million. The mutated flying dragons and flying jump bug clusters initially endured heavy bombardment from heavy armaments, only to confront the assaults and concentrated fire from gunboat units. The encirclement was not yet completely resolved, as the remaining gunboats and divine mechs continued to inflict casualties on the mutated flying dragons and flying jump bugs. Han Fei estimated that by the time the enemy forces were entirely eradicated, approximately 40 million of the 14 million mutated flying dragons brought yesterday would be lost. Furthermore, the 200 million flying jump bugs, with defensive capabilities comparable to the mutated flying dragons, faced severe losses under the barrage, conservatively estimated at over 100 million downed. In a single battle, Han Fei suffered a loss of more than 250 million swarm units, leaving him with a heart-wrenching sense of loss. If he could not repair the 10 pseudo-heroic heavy-armed V3 units to regain some strength, this battle would indeed feel like a significant setback. As the slaughter and blaze of the day gradually diminished until it completely dissipated, the swarm once more coalesced, with countless luminous insect eyes flickering to life in the darkness. Han Fei led a portion of the Thunder Dragons, slowly dragging the remnants of the 10 heavy-armed units back to the industrial city. The remaining insect units, following Han Fei's orders, began to clear the battlefield, taking away the captured Cyclopes who had surrendered, consuming what could be eaten, while meticulously searching for all fallen mechanical debris. With a group of jump bugs proficient in door-prying techniques present, Han Fei did not need to worry excessively about the cleanup. He merely needed to check in periodically to monitor the progress. Countless insect units swiftly scoured the battlefield, their formidable night vision rendering their efficiency indistinguishable from daylight operations. As dawn broke, the swarm legion surged back in waves, laden with diverse spoils of war. The area surrounding Sang's town was left marred by countless craters and charred remnants, the acrid scent of gunpowder and the heavy stench of blood still lingering in the air. In the midst of this intense large-scale battle, Han Fei meticulously maneuvered the swarm, expending an immense amount of energy. After dragging back the remnants of 10 heavily armed machines to the city, he directly activated the thread of faith, entrusting the aftermath to Osame, while he himself allowed his mind to empty and indulged in much-needed rest. Time swiftly passed during Han Fei's tranquil recuperation, and by the time he regained his composure, over 10 hours had elapsed. Having not experienced such ease in a long while, Han Fei felt invigorated. He promptly re-established contact through the thread of faith to assess Osame's progress. Chapter 182. The true situation. He beheld his exemplary laborer, now gazing with bloodshot eyes, standing before a mountain of assorted spoils, urging a multitude of laborers and technicians to work diligently. These were the trophies of the dominion over the kin, and anything of potential value must be meticulously catalogued and systematically organized. Exercise caution during disassembly. Be deft and nimble. Wait, do not disturb the engraved divine circuit. Leave it for the professionals to handle. The atmosphere was ablaze with activity as numerous military-industrial magnates, having recently allied themselves, personally engaged in dismantling specialized equipment alongside their aides, having pledged allegiance to the swarm sovereign. They were eager to demonstrate their loyalty to the divine envoy and the great overlord through tangible actions. Additionally, they held a genuine curiosity towards this batch of equipment remnants. As individuals rooted in military industry, they were not lacking in the thirst for knowledge when faced with technologically advanced artifacts. The elite forces directly under the Holy Church boasted weaponry that encompassed the pinnacle of single-eyed race military technology. Their arsenal was incomparable to that of ordinary station troops, which were merely standardized equipment. Under normal circumstances, they would not even be able to touch such items, let alone dismantle them. Yet now, these single-eyed military professionals were filled with fervor, discussing as they worked, while also instructing their aides to scan and map the equipment. Indeed, the new employees displayed commendable initiative. As Han Fei shared in the vision of Awesome, witnessing the enthusiastic work ethic of these military-industrial leaders brought him great comfort. Once Awesome had organized matters concerning the spoils, he hurriedly made his way to the outskirts of the city where the prisoner camp was located. He had received word that among the single-eyed captives brought back by the swarm, 2 significant figures were present. Simultaneously, he had been assigned a new task by the sovereign to ascertain the specific combat capabilities of the Holy City. Upon arriving at the prisoner camp, Awesome wasted no time. He strode directly into the interrogation room, bypassing any pleasantries, and commanded Varric, "Bring them in." Within less than a minute, Bishop Physius was ushered into the room. Having been carried over 200 kilometers by an aberrant dragon, his complexion was ashen as he was dragged in, before Awesome could even resort to intimidation or persuasion. Physius had already fallen to his knees, crying out for mercy and fervently professing his loyalty to the great being of the outer realms. This scene left Han Fei, who was discreetly observing from a distance, utterly astonished. Has my charisma reached such heights that it inspires immediate submission? In an instant, Han Fei, through Awesome, extended his divine consciousness to scan the kneeling Physius. This is a mere devotee? As a high-ranking bishop and an emissary of the Creator's will, he turned out to be merely a devotee? For a moment, Han Fei's mind struggled to comprehend the situation. After a brief reflection, clarity dawned upon him. It seems that after the demise of the deities in this world, several purges ensued. The inherent flaws of the leaders of the monocular people have led this world completely astray from its original path. Observing the kneeling and pleading Physius, Han Fei, through the thread of faith, signaled Osame to begin inquiring about matters of significant concern to him. With such a high-ranking informant from the church, the ensuing interrogation proceeded without a hitch. In a mere 2 hours, this God's shepherd divulged everything Han Fei yearned to know. To preserve his life, Physius skillfully offered a wealth of compromising information regarding the church's upper echelons, leaving Varric's hair standing on end. With a newfound understanding of the true circumstances in this world, Han Fei, considering the current situation in the arena, finally felt a sense of certainty. The combat prowess of the Holy City had indeed surpassed all expectations. It was no wonder the chief referee stated that vanquishing a Lord-level unit in this world would directly secure the championship. A Lord-level war unit, accompanied by over 100 heavy-duty V3s of heroic caliber and nearly 1 billion elite troops, all comprised of the most advanced divine mechs and aerial gunboats. This level of combat strength rendered any attempt to assault it with all the competitors bound together utterly futile. Han Fei extinguished any thoughts of probing the intentions of the Holy City. As for the Sacred Mechanical Institute, there was no point in considering it. It was a battle he could not win. Instead, he resolved to focus on his relocation plans. Based on the intelligence gathered, it appeared that these cowardly leaders of the monocular people would not allow their elite protectors to depart the Holy City. Well, with my current strength, as long as I refrain from reckless actions, I should be relatively safe. Initially, Han Fei was concerned about being overly audacious. What if a Lord-level war unit in the arena retaliated against him? However, with the information provided by Physius, he was now at ease. As he watched Physius, still kneeling and incessantly recounting the number of illegitimate children of several top bishops, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Han Fei's eyes. This was indeed a talent. With the thread of faith manipulated by Han Fei, Osame, receiving the latest command from the master, regarded Physius with indifference and waved his hand, interrupting his incessant chatter. My lord is merciful. I can now offer you a chance to survive. Whether you seize it depends on you. Without waiting for the parched Physius to express gratitude, Osame turned his gaze toward Varric. Varric, assign him the task of persuading the captured prisoners and soothing the residents within the city, which you will oversee. If he fails, eliminate him. Having said this, Osame rose, casting a disdainful glance at the still kneeling Physius, and without pausing, strode out of the interrogation room, proceeding to his next engagement. In the following days, this large industrial city fell back into the rhythm of a citywide relocation. After more than 10 consecutive days, perhaps due to the annihilation of a formidable mobile support legion, the region where the main forces of Han Fei swarm are stationed appears remarkably tranquil, standing in stark contrast to the ceaseless battles unfolding in other areas of the arena. Outside the arena, spectators float in the void, observing the real-time leaderboard composed of divine power, where the rankings and scores of numerous participants fluctuate incessantly. Only the top position remains steadfastly occupied by Han Fei, boasting an impressive score exceeding 22 million points, while the second-place contender, with less than 4 million points, appears strikingly conspicuous. Chapter 183. The difficulty of relocation. The disparity in points surpassed fivefold, and the second place had already depleted their main force of subordinates, effectively withdrawing from the competition. Han Fei's extraordinary performance had long captured the attention of admissions personnel from the top universities across various star regions. Their gazes frequently drifted towards the area occupied by Han Fei's subordinates. However, Han Fei's actions over the past several days had opened the eyes of these seasoned recruiters. A multitude of thunder dragons encircled a small factory, where a significant number of workers, directed by a one-eyed foreman, were busily fastening thick iron chains around the bodies of the thunder dragons. The other ends of these robust chains were connected to the reinforced ground surrounding the factory. Goodness, this lad has gone too far. Hundreds of thunder dragons began to ascend slowly. As the chains tightened, the entire small factory gradually lifted off the ground, soaring into the sky under immense force. The head referee, Yin Baran, witnessing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Surely he did not intend to uproot the entire city. This was an encroachment on public resources of civilization. At this moment, among the astonished spectators outside, many shared his sentiments, particularly the university staff present for recruitment. They had witnessed similar competitive formats before, but typically, participants would merely plunder weapons and resources, deploying special teams to infiltrate and abduct a few skilled individuals. The more powerful contenders might assault ordinary small to medium-sized towns, abducting a number of common one-eyed individuals. At most, a few would collaborate to attack a large city, seizing whatever they could before the one-eyed forces could mobilize for support. But Han Fei? He had outright seized a large city primarily focused on military industry and was now making it his home. Initially, observers speculated that Han Fei would utilize the materials and equipment within the city to urgently produce a batch of gear for a substantial profit. However, reality proved they had underestimated his intentions. In merely a few days, it became evident what Han Fei was truly preparing to do. This individual was set on entirely relocating the city. it is essential to recognize that this was a significant military-industrial hub, encompassing a substantial portion of the One-Eyed Race's industrial system. It included nearly every component from raw materials to finished products, with a complete supply chain of technology, equipment, and talent. This could no longer be classified merely as plundering. Han Fei was intent on replicating the entire divine power industrial system of the One-Eyed Race back to his domain. Such an undertaking is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Relocating a city with a population in the millions is not merely a matter of thought. It is a colossal and systematic endeavor that involves a multitude of complex issues. Without ample time, technology, and labor, it would be utterly unimaginable. Yet, Han Fei had gathered all the essential conditions directly on the competition stage, demonstrating to all what it means to find solutions in the face of adversity when profit is at stake. As time progressed, the meticulously organized relocation efforts of Han Fei continued, and more than 10 days had passed. It seemed he had forgotten about the competition. Apart from the dispatched reconnaissance teams, the swarm exhibited no further activity. Outside the arena, the recruitment personnel from the prestigious universities of the First Star District, dressed in immaculate military uniforms, observed Han Fei's inactivity for nearly a month with growing impatience. Finally, unable to contain himself, he bellowed, furrowing his brow, "What is this young man doing? Is he planning to waste time until the competition concludes?" Beside him, Li Rin, a recruitment officer from the Third Star District, instinctively leaned slightly to the side, trying to avoid facing the loud outburst directly. Clearing his throat softly, he suggested, "Colonel Lin, could you perhaps communicate telepathically, or, at the very least, lower your voice?" Colonel Lin turned to Li Rin, his stern and austere expression showing no sign of change. "Li Rin, we have met numerous times. Don't fault me for being straightforward. The educational ethos in your Third Star District is simply too lenient, turning potential talents into timid individuals." Li Rin was left speechless, offering an awkward smile and a resigned shrug. The three major star districts each possessed distinct customs and educational philosophies, akin to rival schools of thought, each with its own steadfast beliefs. He was reluctant to engage in a philosophical debate with the vociferous man before him. On the other side, recruitment personnel from the Second Star District interjected with a hint of sarcasm. "Oh, your words are quite amusing." Colonel Lin turned toward the speaker, passing over Li Rin. "Chen Hong, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just that the students from your First Star District, molded from the same mold, aren't as exceptional as you might think," Chen Hong replied, maintaining an unwavering gaze, his words laced with subtle derision. Caught between the two, Li Rin quickly attempted to mediate, urging, "Both of you, let us keep our tempers in check. Consider the impact, please." After days of observing, he had grown weary of being the sandwich caught in their disputes. While Chen Hong was somewhat more composed, he found Colonel Lin's volume utterly unbearable. Why couldn't they express their thoughts more softly, instead of behaving as if they had consumed gunpowder? It tarnished their image. However, it was undeniable that the educational philosophies of the First and Second Star Districts were fundamentally at odds. The First Star District operated in an environment reminiscent of military academies, emphasizing discipline, teamwork, and the spirit of sacrifice through semi-militarized management. In contrast, the Second Star District embraced an elitist educational approach, idolizing individual heroism and advocating for personal expression and the survival of the fittest. The starkly divergent educational atmospheres naturally produce students with vastly different characteristics, including their ways of thinking, interpersonal dealings, and life planning, which were almost entirely dissimilar. To put it bluntly, they didn't share the same vessel. It is no wonder that these two often engage in disputes after only a few exchanges upon meeting. In the realm of competition, this young individual truly demonstrates remarkable skill. The gentle voice of Jintao resonated, deftly shifting the topic and interrupting the verbal sparring between Chen Hong and Colonel Lin. As a specially appointed admissions officer from a prestigious center of civilization, his qualifications, age, and status undoubtedly overshadow those of the other three. And there exists no ideological conflict with the three major star regions, thus deserving of respect. Indeed, his abilities are commendable, yet he lacks ambition. Colonel Lin shook his head, evidently still unconvinced by Han Fei's approach. It is clear that he could continue to conquer cities and fortresses or rally other competitors to unite their efforts, forging a collective strength to achieve even greater victories. Why then does he only aspire to extract resources? Chapter 184, The Holy City in Stark Contrast. Although Chun Hong had previously been humiliated by Han Fei, he now expressed profound agreement with Han Fei's approach. Having secured his position at the top and captured the industrial stronghold, his foremost priority was self-improvement. Continuing the offensive would only lead to unnecessary losses among his subordinates, while the rewards would be far less than what he currently possessed. Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Lin could not conceal a cold smile. He refrained from retorting, but his face bore an unmistakable expression of disdain and contempt. Observing Lin's demeanor, Chun Hong scoffed, "Since you disapprove of this strategy, just don't compete with me once the contest concludes. This little fellow is ours in the 2nd Star District." His words elicited a perplexed glance from Li Ren, who, though silent, conveyed his thoughts clearly. He must be dreaming. This is cultivated by our 3rd Star District. The educational philosophy of the 3rd Star District emphasizes equality and freedom, particularly respecting students' self-selection. While providing opportunities for each student, it strives to maintain fairness. The demigods nurtured in this gentle environment, though possessing average combat capabilities, exhibit a significantly higher proportion of ignited divine flames compared to their counterparts in the other 2-star districts. This distinctive feature has been a tradition upheld for countless years. In the ensuing months, Han Fei entered a state of semi-concealment, contentedly tending to his own affairs without any inclination to make a move. His strategy of using foreign powers against each other, combined with the testimony of the traitorous Physius and the exposure of various dark truths, allowed Han Fei to effortlessly acquire numerous diligent and exemplary employees. The management of the unscrupulous company led by Osim required little oversight from Han Fei. Disassembly, transportation, and packaging proceeded steadily, thanks to the efforts of a large number of professionals, advancing at a pace exceeding expectations. As time progressed, the critical relocation of the industrial zone approached its final stages. Factories and equipment had been meticulously packed and were being transported to a teleportation point nearly 1,000 kilometers away, destined for Han Fei's divine domain. Other civilian equipment was also gradually being prioritized, ensuring a thorough and comprehensive operation. From above, Han Fei gazed down at the city gradually emptied of its contents. Satisfied, he nodded at the increasing number of threads of faith, feeling elated at the arrival of new employees. It is worth noting that a typical demigod at his stage would likely not possess such scale and quality even within their primary house. This time, he had indeed struck gold. With everything proceeding smoothly and without turbulence, Han Fei enjoyed a rare period of leisure and comfort. Through the shared vision of the scouting insect swarm, he virtually commanded a panoramic view of the battlefield, reminiscent of playing a real-time strategy game from his past life. Observing the various flamboyant strategies employed by other competitors' subordinates, he watched as the single-eyed race's mobile support units caused chaos, subsequently taking advantage of the undermanned towns. His swift insect swarm successfully raided and plundered before making a hasty retreat. Han Fei wore a satisfied expression. After a mild autumn of half a year, he had reaped a modest reward. The remarkable maneuvers of these competitors have significantly broadened Han Fei's horizons. The caliber of the participants in this stellar competition, encompassing their military prowess, troop configurations, numbers, tactical acumen, and command capabilities, is uniformly exceptional. Had Han Fei not possessed his extraordinary Zerg minions, he might not have been able to surpass these contestants. While some competitors chose to act independently, many others opted to unite, thereby enhancing their resilience against risks and collectively annihilating 2 mobile support units of the Cyclops. The spectacle of war unfolding before Han Fei was exhilarating. The clash of various magical energies and mechanized forces far outshining the fantasy epics of his previous life. Indeed, it was a delightful experience akin to savoring a thrilling performance. Of course, Han Fei was not merely a passive observer. He approached the event with a mindset of gathering intelligence, diligently noting his reflections. For knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to achieving victory in countless battles. In the Holy City, within the Grand Cathedral, the powerful cardinals have all gathered. They encircle a massive round table inscribed with divine runes, their expressions grave. The crowned pope surveys the assembly and breaks the silence. Esteemed colleagues, it has been over half a year since the invasion of the malevolent deity. To date, more than 19 major cities have succumbed, with countless smaller towns laid to waste. I require your immediate proposals for effectively addressing this incursion. His voice, though not loud, carried an undercurrent of suppressed fury that resonated with all present. Instantly, the vast hall was engulfed in a profound silence. Noticing the stillness, the Pope's gaze shifted to the upper left, to the first cardinal, Saint Anderson. Anderson, feeling the Pope's piercing scrutiny, feigned indifference. After a brief pause, he finally spoke softly, "Your Holiness, the number of otherworldly deities is overwhelming, and their minions are scattered throughout our realm. Although we have dispatched numerous mobile support units, the results have been less than satisfactory. We can only attend to urgent pleas for help in a piecemeal manner. Those cunning minions retreat at the slightest hint of our approach, and many have joined forces, gathering their followers to ambush our beleaguered support units." At this juncture, Cardinal Anderson paused before continuing, "Thus, our most prudent course of action is to consolidate our forces, fortify the defenses of the Holy City, and cease the dispatch of reinforcements to prevent our troops from being encircled and overwhelmed by superior numbers." Upon hearing these words, the Pope's previously indifferent demeanor gradually transformed into profound ire. "To halt the dispatch of reinforcements? Are you suggesting we abandon all towns and billions of innocent lives outside the Holy City to the whims of these malevolent minions?" His roar reverberated throughout the grand hall. Echoing back and forth in the expansive chamber, the sound lingering long after it had faded away. Chapter 185. The Eye of Judgment. As the echoes faded, the Pope, now composed, addressed the group of idle old men once more, his voice imbued with an icy resolve. "I demand that you present viable solutions at once, rather than shirking the responsibilities that rightfully belong to you. Should you fail to do so, I shall exercise my papal authority to dissolve the College of Cardinals and initiate a temporary re-election." Upon hearing these words from the Pope, the aged cardinals raised their gazes towards the vigorous leader before them. Though their eyes flickered, they exhibited no signs of trepidation. Indeed, while the Pope possessed the power to disband the college, those who would emerge from a new election would still be the same old men. They were the true leaders of various factions, steeped in generations of legacy. The current Pope, on the other hand, hailed from a long-fallen lineage of the Holy Spirit, a mere compromise among the competing factions. At that moment, the second cardinal seated at the upper right spoke, attempting to ease the frigid atmosphere. "Your Holiness, as a descendant of the Holy Spirit, you must understand that winning this war is nearly an impossibility." After surveying the others, he continued, "However, if you are determined to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion, you need only compel the invading evil deities to retreat." With a glimmer of hope presented, the Pope shifted his attention to the cardinal at the upper right. "Bishop St. Joy, please share your thoughts." Reluctantly, he wished to avoid a complete rupture with these old men. The college held the power to impeach the Pope, yet the Pope could not indefinitely dissolve the college. Even if he were to risk the fragile alliances he had painstakingly cultivated and engage in a battle with these decaying families, the disparity in their foundational strength loomed large in his mind. "Fish may perish, but the net may yet remain intact. I propose the activation of the Eye of Judgment," St. Joy declared. "It is the only force capable of reaching any corner of the globe in an instant, annihilating the minions of those malevolent deities, leaving them no time to withdraw. Once the Eye of Judgment is unleashed upon the battlefield, it will devastate the living forces of the evil deities, and all the challenges we face will be resolved." As St. Joy concluded, the first cardinal, St. Anderson, immediately voiced his opposition. "The Eye of Judgment is the last bastion of defense for the Holy City and the cornerstone of our survival. It must not be deployed lightly." St. Joy cast a languid glance at him. Based on intelligence gathered over the past 6 months, the invading evil deities posed no credible threat to the Eye of Judgment. In this war, once the Eye of Judgment was summoned, it would be an invincible presence. If you oppose this course of action, might I inquire if you have a more effective strategy to address the predicament that the Church currently faces? In response to St. Joy's inquiry, St. Anderson fell silent, merely casting a subtle glance at the second cardinal, a flicker of irritation flashing in his eyes. He was reluctant to see the previously neutral Pope shift allegiance towards the opposing faction. The other cardinals, seasoned tacticians in their own right, observed the resurgence of rivalry between the two dominant factions within the church, each harboring their own motives, choosing to remain silent and watch from a distance. Their gazes turned towards the Pope, anticipating his decision, under the scrutiny of numerous and different stares. The weight of a choice that would dictate both his future and the fate of his kin momentarily rendered him hesitant. His expression taut. The immense pressure he bore compelled his hands to clench involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to activate the Eye of Judgment. Let us swiftly conclude this war before these otherworldly malevolents wreak further havoc. Upon finishing his statement, he surveyed the assembly of cardinals, sorrow glimmering in his eyes. As you wish, the cardinals bowed their heads in unison, signifying their compliance with his will. Meanwhile, Han Fei, embodied as the Thunder Dragon, soared through the skies, reveling in the exhilaration of rapid flight. Suddenly, a preordained unique pulse coursed through the lines of faith. He immediately ceased his manipulation of the Thunder Dragon. Via the lines of faith, he directly inhabited the body of the communicating poison dart dragonfly. Through their shared vision, Han Fei witnessed the distant mountains and earth tremble violently, rocks cascading down. This central region of the circular mountain range lay less than 100 kilometers from the holy city. Though it appeared to be a dormant volcano, it was, in fact, the church's most critical military base. The surrounding towering peaks were designated as military control zones, with even the higher echelons of the church forbidden to enter without cause. According to the intelligence provided by Physius, the Lord-level combat units of the Cyclops race were stationed within this military base. Typically, common bishops lacked the privilege to be privy to such secrets. However, Physius had gleaned some insights about this location through his family's internal records. Upon learning of this site, Han Fei promptly dispatched numerous poison dart dragonflies to the perimeter of the mountain range, maintaining constant surveillance over the military base day and night. As for infiltrating deeper, that was virtually impossible. The area within a 50-kilometer radius of this military base was restricted, with the central 10 kilometers under strict lockdown, devoid of any avian life. Several waves of poison dart dragonflies that approached this military control zone were swiftly shot down by omnipresent automated firepower, rendering their camouflage capabilities utterly ineffective. Was there a need to deploy Lord-level combat power? Han Fei gazed at the circular mountain with a mix of curiosity and unease. As anticipated, beams of blinding light suddenly erupted from the mountain's mouth. With the tremors intensifying, countless rays coalesced into bundles, transforming into towering columns of light that surged into the heavens, illuminating the entire sky. Caught off guard, Han Fei was nearly blinded by the multifaceted eyes of the poisonous dragonfly. Instinctively, he raised his forelimbs in a futile attempt to shield himself. However, such slender appendages were hardly sufficient to obscure so many compound eyes. The result was barely effective. Momentarily plunging the dragonfly he was inhabiting into a brief blindness. Once his vision was restored and he beheld the scene before him, Han Fei's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! How immense! Before him rose a magnificent 9-tiered pyramid, ascending majestically from the mouth of a circular crater, illuminated by a celestial beam of light. Unlike the pyramids of his previous life, this structure appeared to be constructed of meticulously arranged layers of steel, adorned with intricate divine patterns on its surface. Chapter 186. The Eye of Judgment 2. At the very base of the circular platform, the diameter is estimated to be around 1 kilometer. In the areas of the circular platforms that Han Fei could see, a colossal cannon inscribed with arcane symbols was erected approximately every 50 meters. In comparison to these gigantic cannons, the heavy artillery mounted on the V3 looked considerably smaller. The bottom tier alone was equipped with over 60 divine power cannons. This pyramid consisted of a total of 9 levels. Although the topmost circular platform, which measured roughly the size of 2 standard football fields, did not host a divine power cannon, the mysterious flame hovering above it seemed far more perilous. A seductive blood-red flame coiled around a pupil-like dark core, suspended in midair, resembling a giant fiery eye that was exceptionally unsettling. With nearly 200 divine power cannons installed, along with countless small-caliber defensive armaments, combined with the bizarre flame atop the upper platform, Han Fei felt his scalp tingle and could not help but exclaim, Is this truly just a Lord-level unit? To what extent has this peculiar technological tree been developed? The chief referee's words are utterly deceiving. They are completely unreliable. Once this Lord-level unit is unleashed onto the battlefield, comparing its firepower to that of heavy armament would be nothing short of a dimensional strike, as if competitors were to block it with their heads. Has the higher-ups of the church lost their minds? Are they preparing to flip the table? It seems I must swiftly retreat and take my leave. Although Physius was not well informed, he had gleaned snippets from family records that indicated this Lord-level unit could move with remarkable speed, seemingly capable of rapidly reaching any location within the divine realm. This prompted the typically cautious Han Fei to brace for the worst-case scenario. As his thoughts raced, the enigmatic pyramid ascended along the beam of light, and Han Fei watched in disbelief as it gradually rose into the cloud layers, completely vanishing from sight. He could gauge visually that this ascent far surpassed the maximum flight altitude of the poison-sting dragonfly, rendering pursuit impossible. Instantly, Han Fei manifested his demigod form outside his divine realm, peering through the hazy barrier of the arena. He observed the enormous structure hovering above the clouds, where the light around the fiery giant eye at the top distorted and began to spread downward, causing the entire pyramid to gradually become transparent and disappear into the air. Invisibility. This is troublesome. Han Fei immediately activated the Thread of Faith, issuing commands to the poison-sting dragonflies scattered throughout the arena. They were to report any sightings of the pyramid without delay. Subsequently, he directed Osame to expedite the relocation process. Since the industrial equipment had already been moved, priority should be given to relocating the one-eyed residents of the city, ensuring the basic necessities of life were met. This particularly included researchers, technical personnel, military, and political talents, and their families. Other materials should focus on the most valuable items first. In any case, efficiency was the utmost priority. Move as much as possible, as swiftly as possible. Apart from the necessary insect swarms required for transportation and defense, any surplus Zerg units should be dispersed as much as possible to avoid drawing the attention of the Lord-level units. Thus far, Han Fei has profited immensely from participating in this stellar competition. He wishes to avoid a tragic ending that would tarnish his reputation. Securing his gains is the true path to success. If I cannot confront them, I can still evade them. Having arranged the retreat, Han Fei also began to assess his current forces. The 10 million flame-burst dragonflies, which he had always regarded as his trump card, remained untouched and at full strength. The losses among the Thunder Dragons were minimal, maintaining a formidable number of 80 million. However, the mutated dragons had dwindled to 90 million, and the jumping insect swarm had suffered severe losses, with the combined total of mutated jumpers and flying jumpers reduced to approximately 500 million. The self-destructing jumpers, after engaging the mobile support units, had dwindled to just over 100,000. Yet, in an effort to streamline his forces and alleviate command pressure, Han Fei had decided to clear out the remaining stock during several months of ambush warfare, thereby extracting their residual value completely. It was shocking to discover the extent of his current insect population. Since the start of the competition, nearly 800 million Zerg units had perished in this arena, resulting in a loss exceeding half. Casting a glance at his still leading score, Han Fei resolved that once he returned this batch of Cyclops to his divine domain, he would withdraw his swarm from the competition grounds to avoid further scrutiny and observe the situation for a while. After contemplating for a moment, he gently tugged at the Thread of Faith. All the dragons and jumpers dispersed into smaller squads in the tens of millions, patrolling the surrounding regions to ensure the safety of transport routes. A significant number of Thunder Dragons were allocated to bolster transport capacity, embarking on long-distance transportation tasks. After all, nearly 200 million Cyclops needed to be relocated, and all their utensils and belongings had to be accounted for, creating a considerable logistical challenge. Through the Thread of Faith, Han Fei imposed additional tasks on Osame. Besides informing him of troop movements, he temporarily granted Osame authority over a portion of the Thunder Dragons. Sensing Han Fei's seriousness, Osame swiftly convened the city's military and political leaders to discuss the logistics of the city's population relocation. That night, key areas within the city underwent a complete change of guard, now stationed by Thunder Dragon formations. The vast expanse of dragons and jumpers resembled the fluffy seed heads of dandelions, scattering in all directions with the night breeze. On the same night, Han Fei received another message from the Stinger Dragonfly. In a large city situated 10,000 miles from the Holy City, a colossal beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. The missing pyramid reappeared, descending along the light beam. The moment Han Fei received this news, he immediately transferred his consciousness to the Stinger Dragonfly that had sent the message. As he shifted his perspective, he beheld the massive pyramid hovering above the city. Having halted its descent, having approached sufficiently, Han Fei immediately sensed through his divine consciousness the true nature of the Lord-level war unit mentioned by the chief referee. Within it, besides utilizing the core of the divine realm as its power source, there were over 200 hero-level Cyclopes, complemented by nearly 20,000 elite-level Cyclopes. Indeed, as I suspected, after such a prolonged period without encountering a genuine hero-level Cyclops, they were all here. Is it necessary for multiple individuals to collaboratively operate this war machine in order to transcend its usual limitations? This should also be considered a pseudo-lord level unit. Chapter 187. Ruthlessness. As Han Fei's thoughts shifted, his gaze turned to the state of the city below. At this moment, the city had descended into utter chaos. A cacophony of explosions, gunfire, cries, howls, and cheers intermingled, painting a vivid picture of human existence, where joy and sorrow intertwined beyond one's control. It was evident that the city was embroiled in a fierce conflict. Han Fei observed millions of well-equipped avian warriors soaring skyward, their white wings unfurling majestically. Shouting for the glory of their deity, they charged toward the pyramid engulfed in radiant light like moths drawn to a flame. Were these humanoid winged beings a part of a specific half-beast race? Such reckless determination. Han Fei marveled at the sight of those birdman warriors, brandishing enchanted bows and arrows, fearlessly surging through a torrential barrage of projectiles. The sheer number of these avians suggested they were the kin of a particular contestant. Their ability to seize such a large city indicated their formidable combat prowess. Observing the situation, Han Fei surmised the contestant's intentions. Judging by the avian movements, it appeared he aimed to use the city below as leverage, wagering that the opposing forces would refrain from indiscriminate attacks, hoping to capture this lord-level entity. However, due to the asymmetry of information, such a decision seemed misguided. With knowledge of certain inner workings, Han Fei had formed an understanding of the mindset among the elite of this world. He did not believe this strategy would yield the desired results. The cowardice of Physius was a clear testament to the disdain these high-ranking individuals held for their ordinary kin. As more and more birdmen ascended into the sky, Han Fei began to mourn for this contestant. Unsurprisingly, the Lord-level war unit known as the Eye of Judgment, as referred to by the Cyclopes, was now flanked by millions of winged warriors, showcasing the true meaning of dimensionality in combat. The towering, obsidian structure suddenly ignited with a constellation of lights, erupting in nearly 200 golden energy projectiles. These liquid energy forms, imbued with divine potency, trailed shimmering golden flames across the heavens. They illuminated the night sky, heralding doom and death for the beings below. Before Han Fei could fully appreciate the magnificent display of fireworks in the sky, a tremendous shockwave descended upon him with the roar of sonic booms. The body of the poison-sting dragonfly was instantly shattered and reduced to mere dust. With a sharp intake of breath, Han Fei found himself inhabiting another poison-sting dragonfly several kilometers away. The obliteration of his previous form, while not inflicting real harm, left him with a lingering sense of dread. Once Han Fei regained his composure, he gazed into the distance at the remnants of the city, now a desolate ruin. The once vibrant steel jungle had fallen silent, a graveyard for countless souls. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the air rushed in violently, the howling winds echoing in fury. Only the fiery inferno consuming the earth stained the night sky crimson, casting reflections upon the pyramid above. Such scenes were undoubtedly reminiscent of the legendary divine retribution. Han Fei silently observed the Lord-level unit as it ascended along the towering beam of light, gradually vanishing into the clouds, leaving behind a city still ablaze. The sight of the single-eyed race's Lord-level war unit truly unveiled to Han Fei the essence of an individual capable of annihilating a city. The intensity of its power would surely leave the fortunate recipient of such a force in tears. This entity, however, was beyond my reach. It was prudent to withdraw. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the superior strategy. Han Fei retracted his awareness, redirecting his focus back to Osame. Under the diligent organization of the executives of the unscrupulous corporation, the relocation of personnel within the city was proceeding smoothly and swiftly. Hence, Han Fei refrained from disrupting Osame, so as not to hinder the efficiency of this exemplary employee. An employer's incessant interference can often lead to delays in progress. As the appearances of the Lord-level war unit increased, Han Fei, through the earlier deployed poisonous dragonfly reconnaissance network, had begun to discern the movement patterns of this elusive combat unit. It systematically advanced in a spiral pattern centered around the Holy City, methodically purging layer by layer outward. It specifically targeted areas where large concentrations of troops were gathered, executing pinpoint eliminations. Whether in towns or the wilderness, whenever this entity descended, it unleashed a barrage of artillery fire, demonstrating a ruthlessness and efficiency that left Han Fei in awe. In a mere few hours, 6 congregation points of participating contestants had been instantaneously reduced to smoldering ruins. Notably, these 6 points were where multiple contestants' families had assembled. Han Fei surmised that nearly 30 participants had seen their primary family legions obliterated overnight, effectively eliminating them from the competition. Fortunately, his initial caution had led him to invade an area distant from the Holy City, which should afford him some additional time. Continuously tracking the pyramid's path of destruction, Han Fei witnessed other participants who, having realized the danger, began their hasty retreats. Yet, due to their proximity to the Holy City, many were unable to escape. While he mourned for them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. After observing several instances of overwhelming assaults, he noted that this pseudo-lord-level war unit was not without its vulnerabilities. The 200 or so divine artillery pieces required considerable time to recharge after each volley. The specific recharging duration appeared contingent upon the output power. This indicated that the cataclysmic barrage, akin to divine retribution, was likely the result of prior full-power charging, allowing for such devastation to be unleashed. To execute a second wave of divine punishment, the artillery must momentarily cease fire to undergo an extensive recharging period. However, even during a ceasefire, the numerous smaller caliber closed defense cannons would still provide sufficient firepower for intense barrages. Thus far, Han Fei had yet to witness a contestant capable of inflicting substantive damage upon the pyramid. As time sped by and the Eye of Judgment continued its purging operations, Han Fei found himself disinclined to observe further. He has roughly estimated the time frame for the other party's arrival at the industrial city, rendering constant vigilance unnecessary. Osame, I shall grant you a maximum of 2 more days. After 2 days, all swarms will completely withdraw to the teleportation point, departing from this world. Han Fei issued the latest command to Osame through the line of faith. Chapter 188. Lobbying in the deep of the night on the following day. At a teleportation point 1,000 miles away, Han Fei, possessing a poison sting dragonfly, surveyed the bustling throng below, his mind swirling with expletives. What a fool I am, courting my own demise and dragging others along with me. How frustrating. His mood perfectly mirrored the urgency he felt. Based on the original extermination pace of the One-Eyed Clan, it would take at least 2 days before they encroached upon his vicinity. Unexpectedly, several leading competitors in the arena devised a strategy that was entirely contrary to Han Fei's approach. They roamed about, rallying all remaining participants to unite their forces for a grand endeavor. When approached by them, Han Fei, while finding their intelligence questionable, listened patiently to the lobbyists' rationale. The essence of their argument was that the competition lasted 3 years, and they were merely halfway through. Yet, the One-Eyed Clan had already deployed their Lord-level units, seemingly intent on a thorough extermination. Rather than being systematically eliminated, they proposed to unite and intimidate their adversary. They continued to paint grand visions for Han Fei, employing impassioned and persuasive language akin to a fervent sales pitch. They suggested that if they could repel their foes, the entire arena would be theirs for the taking. But Han Fei did not believe a single word of it. Having lived 2 lives, he had endured his fair share of societal hardships in his previous existence. The youthful exuberance and valiant spirit? He possessed neither, utterly unfazed by their rhetoric. After organizing his thoughts, Han Fei surmised their underlying motives. They were likely prepared to risk everything in hopes of showcasing their comprehensive abilities and leadership skills to the admissions officers from various star system universities observing the competition. Their goal was to secure special invitations from top-tier institutions. A display that would captivate the university representatives could easily translate into extra points and coveted invitations. Otherwise, once everyone retreated with their families in disgrace, opportunities for distinction would be scarce. Old Liu had once remarked that as long as one could enter a prestigious university, even depleting one's main family would not be a loss. Thus, Han Fei promptly declined their offer. Currently, he held the top position on the leaderboard. Having engaged in continuous battles since entering the arena, his performance was already sufficient. There was no need to sacrifice his family in a futile collaboration with these individuals. In response to Han Fei's resolute refusal, the lobbyist's eyes, once gleaming with ambition and pride, transformed instantly into anger. Han Fei, unperturbed, even felt a hint of amusement. Such a naive child, lacking the depth to match wits with a seasoned strategist, was still too green. Off you go. No need for pleasantries. With words unreciprocated, their parting was decidedly sour. However, not every participant shared Han Fei's confidence and resilience. The impassioned rhetoric, bolstered by logical arguments and the inherent heroism of youth, led many to be swept up in enthusiasm, ultimately joining this coalition of mischief-makers. Thus, nearly 100 competitors swiftly united their forces under this alliance. In less than 20 hours, over 5 billion of the Allied forces had gathered at the teleportation point on the Kansa Plain, situated more than 8,000 kilometers from the Holy City. After the army had assembled, they continuously laid various traps and constructed defensive fortifications, adopting a stance of waiting for the arrival of Lord-level units. This arrangement immediately led Han Fei to surmise their intentions. If the Eye of Judgment did not show up, they would band together to purge large cities. Conversely, should the Church deploy troops from various cities or elite legions from the Holy City, they would teleport away, repositioning their forces to pillage the defenseless urban areas. Such tactics were devoid of martial virtue. Observing their audacious maneuvers, Han Fei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. However, he also had to concede that the shameless strategies of these competitors were remarkably effective, explaining their ability to rally such a multitude in a short span of time. Subsequently, the Lord-level Eye of Judgment finally descended upon the Kansa Plain. For everyone involved, it was their first encounter with genuine Lord-level combat prowess, and their estimations of the Eye's combat capabilities proved to be significantly flawed. Consequently, the heavens unleashed a torrent of fire, divine retribution descended, and countless allies were reduced to ashes. The first round of concentrated fire from the Eye of Judgment obliterated nearly 500 million of the Allied forces, with the number of casualties being incalculable. The remaining 4 billion allies, under the relentless barrage of anti-aircraft fire, valiantly assaulted the divine shield of the Eye of Judgment. Magic, combat energy, kinetic shells, high-explosive missiles, and energy beams were unleashed in a dazzling array. The colossal war machine, fortified with a formidable divine shield, merely rippled as it absorbed the ceaseless onslaught of attacks. Whenever it approached its overload threshold, the divine artillery, having accumulated a portion of its power, would fire again. Even at less than full capacity, it was sufficient to annihilate hundreds of millions of adversaries. Silently observing, Han Fei noted down 2 extensive reflections on the unfolding spectacle. Among the 5 billion allies, only a fraction of the ranged units could effectively strike the divine shield, despite having unified command. The lack of long-term coordination led to numerous issues. The melee-oriented allies at the forefront frequently obstructed the output of ranged fire, a predicament occurring almost incessantly. Large-scale battles were not easily won. It was futile. These individuals were destined to lose. After arriving at this conclusion, Han Fei began to fervently pray for this mischievous alliance to endure a bit longer. However, he ultimately overestimated the resolve of these reckless youths. Within mere hours, the self-serving contestants were utterly shattered. Their achievements amounted to merely depleting a significant portion of the Eye of Judgment's divine power, rendering the shield considerably thinner. With the collapse of the mischievous alliance, Han Fei's own morale crumbled alongside theirs. At this juncture, Even though executives from unscrupulous enterprises like Osame had been sleepless throughout the night, they had only managed to relocate more than half of the residents. Now, over 50 million Cyclopean inhabitants awaited their migration. It was time to prepare for the worst. With a constipated expression on his face, Han Fei activated the Line of Faith and issued a new command to Osame. Abandon all supplies and fully relocate the residents. Before midnight, all management personnel must evacuate. Those ordinary residents who cannot migrate in time should make their own way to the designated teleportation coordinates. Nothing else needs to be addressed. As time passes, an increasing number of one-eyed individuals arrive at this teleportation point aboard transport vehicles. The emergency relocation progresses notably faster than anticipated. However, Han Fei, who has long been waiting here, finds his anxiety mounting. Through the already established reconnaissance network of venomous dragonflies permeating the arena, the most recent tracking of the Eye of Judgment occurred over half an hour ago. Its coordinates are merely over 3,000 kilometers from this teleportation point. The mere thought of this distance sends waves of unease through Han Fei's mind. How many ordinary residents has Osam failed to reach? He activates the thread of faith to connect with Osam, who has arrived at the teleportation point aboard a military airship. Chapter 189, The Eye of Judgment, the beginning. Upon hearing the inquiry resonating deep within his mind, Osame, who had not closed his eyes for 2 consecutive days, forced himself to focus, despite the bloodshot nature of his eyes, and respectfully replied, "Great Overlord, the residents yet to arrive number less than 10,000. There remain 2.5 hours until the scheduled time. At the current pace, we should be able to commence early." Before Osame could finish his report, Han Fei interrupted him. "Damn it! No more waiting. Those who have arrived shall proceed first. Prepare everyone for immediate transfer." Before Osame could respond, he was met with an uproar from the surrounding crowd. Beside him, Fishes appeared, pale, terror etched on his face. Following his gaze, Osame turned to the viewport, his one bloodshot eye widening in horror. In the distance, a colossal golden beam pierced the heavens, illuminating the sky at the horizon in a resplendent gold. Realizing the significance of this sight, Osame seized the communicator before him, his expression filled with dread as he bellowed, "The transfer will commence immediately. We shall venture to the realm of the great overlord. Everyone prepare yourselves." As the urgent command resonated through the official frequency, the one-eyed beings who had migrated here, though mentally prepared, were still stirred by the abrupt notification. However, this did not affect the overall situation in the slightest. For the true troublemakers had already been discreetly dealt with by the divine envoy Osame through decisive measures over the past 6 months. Han Fei extended his divine consciousness, gradually expanding its coverage to envelop the designated transfer area entirely. Utilizing his consciousness as a conduit, the transfer device swiftly absorbed 1,000,000 points of divine power. The tower adorned with divine runes illuminating rapidly. Golden specks of light swiftly emerged, gradually engulfing the area. Within mere minutes, the golden sea vanished abruptly, taking with it all the one-eyed beings and supplies that had been submerged. Just as Han Fei was about to exhale in relief, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him. In an instant, billions of threads of faith snapped, vanishing completely. For the first time, he experienced the unsettling sensation of countless threads of faith breaking simultaneously. The discomfort transformed his expression into one of fierce intensity. He immediately directed his thoughts toward the swarm's gathering point, located 100 kilometers away. At this juncture, they were in the final stages of preparation for withdrawal, and the dispersed swarm had already regrouped. To ensure safety, Han Fei had deliberately positioned the swarm's gathering point slightly away from the transfer point. This distance allowed the swarm to reach the transfer point swiftly while avoiding the direct descent of the Lord-level Eye of Judgment at the coordinates of the transfer point. Otherwise, a simultaneous barrage from the divine cannons would spell doom for all the awaiting one-eyed beings, while the swarm served as a safeguard, achieving the desired effect. Han Fei was nonetheless infuriated. The discomfort stemming from the simultaneous snapping of numerous faith threads was persistently affecting his mood. My mutated jump swarm. Han Fei gazed down upon the swarm's encampment, which had been ravaged by the onslaught of divine artillery, now transformed into a hellish inferno. The flickering flames mirrored in his eyes could not dispel the chilling cold that gradually arose from within. The mutated jump insects, incapable of flight and gathered in vast numbers, were entirely engulfed by the assault of the divine cannon. The entire population of mutated jump insects was nearly annihilated. The mutated flying dragons, thunderous dragons, and aerial jump insect swarms swiftly scattered upon the emergence of the beam of light. Utilizing their aerial maneuverability, they barely evaded the encompassing strike, sustaining varying degrees of loss. Gazing at the floating eye of judgment, Han Fei maintained his composure, preparing to command the swarm to disperse and flee when he suddenly halted. A sinister smile blossomed on his face. He realized that as the Eye of Judgment began charging the colossal cannon, the divine power shield enveloping the entire pyramid subtly weakened. This observable reduction in the shield's strength served as a signal, indicating that the adversary was conserving divine energy. It suggested that the divine power reserves of this Lord-level war unit might be compromised. Had the previous battle consumed too much divine energy? Amidst the emotional turmoil, the mass death of insects, the opponent's fatigue, and the potential gains influencing his thoughts, Han Fei's lips curled into an increasingly perilous smile. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the optimal solution of allowing the swarm to disperse from the area. He began to deftly manipulate the lines of faith, swiftly transmitting a plethora of intricate commands throughout the swarm. The flying jump insects rapidly gathered into countless small squads, each comprising millions, converging from all directions to assault the Eye of Judgment suspended in the beam, pulling at its defensive barrage with their very lives. In the skies above, the reassembled thunderous dragons, mutated flying dragons, and explosive dragonflies swiftly adjusted their formation under Han Fei's vigorous control. With the swarm efficiently reorganized, everything was set. The previously alternating assaults on the defensive barrage took a sudden turn as the newly issued commands prompted the jump insect swarm to charge simultaneously towards the hovering Eye of Judgment in a deathly rush. Boom, boom, boom. The divine cannon, having regained considerable energy, began firing at the approaching swarm of flying jump insects amidst the barrage. Golden fireworks erupted in the sky, momentarily blanketing vast expanses. Although not as cataclysmic as a full-power volley, it was sufficient to inflict severe damage upon the advancing swarm. The flying jump insects caught in the explosions were instantly vaporized, with countless fiery remnants plummeting to the ground. Regrettably, this brutal scene held no deterrence for the swarm, which lacked any substantial concept of fear. Following the will of their master, the remaining flying jump insects continued their relentless charge towards the Golden Tower. The dense web of close-range artillery roared once more, unleashing a torrential rain of fire that ignited the entire night sky. Now, come forth. Han Fei abruptly tugged at the lines of faith. In the lofty skies, the dragon group, which was initially approaching with a measured pace, suddenly accelerated. The entire dragon group, diving with full force, converged to form a colossal conical swarm of insects. The aberrant dragons, leading the charge at the forefront, constructed a barrier of flesh and blood, completely enveloping the slightly lagging thunder dragons. This encapsulates the essence of the scene, merely for reference. In the face of this rapidly advancing dense swarm, the divine artillery fired once more. The aberrant dragons at the very front collided head-on with the immense fiery curtain that blanketed the heavens. The entire apex of the conical formation was instantly obliterated, and countless aberrant dragons from the outer layer, engulfed in flames, transformed into a rain of fire as they plummeted to the earth, yet not a single insect ceased its relentless advance. Chapter 190. The Eye of Judgment. Conclusion. Witnessing the catastrophic losses inflicted upon the swarm, with countless strands of faith snapping incessantly, Han Fei refrained from making any adjustments to the insect horde. Instead, the chill in his gaze deepened. The insufficient accumulation of power had indeed resulted in diminished impact. As the severely deformed cone-shaped insect mass surged forth from the fiery curtain, the aberrant dragon swarm elegantly dispersed in unison. They had fulfilled the Dominion's command with flesh and blood, bringing the thunder dragons sufficiently close. The roar of the swarm echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. As the aberrant dragons scattered from the periphery of the cone-shaped mass, they unveiled the thunder dragons ensconced within. Countless bolts of blue lightning shot forth, crashing against the divine shield with tremendous force. The heavy divine shield of the Eye of Judgment rippled like water disturbed by a stone. Yet, the blue energy beams continued unabated. The Thunder Dragons frantically drew upon their internal magic, converging into a horrific energy beam that relentlessly bombarded a specific segment of the shield. In mere moments, the aberrant dragons, which had been continuously filling the gaps to intercept the barrage, were decimated under the relentless onslaught of close-range artillery. An abundance of ammunition began to rain down upon the still-active Thunder Dragon swarm. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed, reminiscent of shattering glass, as if the cosmos itself held its breath. The perfectly spherical divine shield, under the persistent assault of lightning, was breached, leaving a vast opening. Blue energy beams surged through the breach, striking directly at the golden tower of the Eye of Judgment. The close-range artillery mounted on the pedestal melted and deformed instantaneously. However, the intricately inscribed main structure and the divine artillery remained seemingly unscathed. With a sinister grin, Han Fei's icy demeanor morphed into sheer madness. The relentless bombardment of lightning upon the tower ceased in an instant. The Thunder Dragons, mirroring the earlier aberrant dragons, swiftly dispersed once more, using their bodies to shield against the barrage of fire. Accompanying them were several Thunder Dragons carrying the explosive dragonflies. They shielded the rapidly accelerating dragonflies behind them, plunging through the breach into the interior of the divine shield. In a remarkably brief span, the entire Eye of Judgment was engulfed by the tide of insects. Seeing his objective achieved, Han Fei's smile grew increasingly terrifying, and a voice escaped his lips. Boom. Artistry is boom. With a resounding roar that shook the very fabric of reality, light itself warped violently. The heavy divine shield of the Eye of Judgment was abruptly torn apart by the explosion of overwhelming energy. A shockwave, infused with flames, radiated outward, instantly obliterating countless Thunder Dragons in its wake. The entire sky was cleansed, and when the Eye of Judgment re-emerged in Han Fei's sight, much of its layered pedestal had transformed into molten iron, flowing down its tower like lava. The terrifying heat distorted the surrounding air. The Lord-class war machine, unable to unleash its full potential, began its slow descent toward the ground. Upon landing, the earth trembled violently, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. As the Eye of Judgment fell, the ferocious smile and madness in Han Fei's eyes swiftly dissipated from his face. In its place emerged a twisted grin of a lunatic and eyes that shone with golden brilliance. The rapid transformation of his expression was nothing short of a miraculous display of countenance. He chuckled. Heh. Hee. Hee. I have struck gold. Han Fei immediately commanded a Thunder Dragon, braving the scorching heat, to approach the Eye of Judgment. He unleashed his consciousness, meticulously sensing the condition of this Lord-class creation, as well as the remaining signs of life within. A brief scan revealed that the original complement of over 200 hero-class Cyclopes, along with nearly 20,000 elite Cyclopes, had dwindled to fewer than 200 living beings. Their vital signs alarmingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind. Indeed, wielding the blade of a giant with the frail body of a child came with immense risk alongside the power gained. To control a Lord-class force beyond one's level necessitated a considerable price, especially in a time of technological stagnation. By forcibly driving the Eye of Judgment through a psychic link, had the operator succumbed to mental backlash and suffered instant brain death upon sustaining such grievous damage? That certainly spared him a great deal of trouble. Han Fei tugged at the threads of faith, issuing commands to the remnants of the swarm. The mutated Thunder Dragons had nearly been annihilated, and the fire-explosive dragonflies were now few in number, leaving fewer than 10 million Thunder Dragons remaining. They soared in the sky, their triumphant roars echoing far and wide as if reveling in victory. Under Han Fei's control, dozens of Thunder Dragons gradually descended, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the upper structure of the Eye of Judgment. The profound mystical runes etched upon the tower had long since shattered, no longer circulating divine power. The thick, sturdy alloy armor could no longer withstand the incessant bombardment of blue beams. Before long, they had melted a vast gash into the tower, revealing a deep internal corridor. At this moment, the fortunate surviving flying jumpers had regrouped. As the Thunder Dragons ceased their assault, the jumpers surged into the opening, sizzling. The edges of the gash, still molten and cooling, caused the crowded jumpers, upon entering, to suffer burns, emitting a pungent scent of charred flesh. Yet, They pressed on, undeterred and orderly. This could be considered a non-combat attrition, I suppose. Han Fei, accustomed to such sights, found himself both amused and bemused. He pinpointed the nearly 200 faint life signs within the Eye of Judgment through his consciousness. It was merely a matter of time before the swarm located and eliminated them, no longer feeling the need for further guidance. He projected his thoughts and inhabited the body of one of the leading flying jumpers. At that moment, he could hardly contain his eagerness to observe this Lord-class war unit. Ah, my spoils of war. This contraption relies on the core of the divine domain as its power source, and I must witness it firsthand. The jump bug, under Han Fei's control, swiftly maneuvered through the expansive corridor, its trajectory set towards the tower, specifically to a unique area capable of disrupting mental perception. However, just as he envisioned a promising future, the true form residing within his divine domain suddenly sensed an influx of information penetrating the barriers of his realm. The announcement declared, "The competition has concluded. All participants are required to evacuate their affiliated factions within 30 minutes. Han Fei furrowed his brow, perplexed. The competition is over? In 30 minutes? Is this a jest? In 30 minutes, he simply could not transport this Lord-level war machine to a teleportation point 100 kilometers away. Chapter 191. A loss even if the core of the divine realm, serving as a power source, could not be moved. Han Fei was determined to relocate all other parts of the Eye of Judgment, regardless of their functionality. He now had ample reason to suspect that this was a direct affront aimed at him. Nevertheless, half an hour was not insurmountable. He had to salvage some losses. With great urgency, Han Fei summoned the threads of belief, and a multitude of thunder dragons soared above the Eye of Judgment. Thunder flashed. A brilliant blue beam of lightning converged, commencing a meticulous slicing of a designated area. Within this colossal creation, numerous functional zones remained relatively unscathed, and Han Fei intended to extract the entire section for relocation. Time was of the essence. Though swift demolition would inevitably lead to secondary damage, it was better than losing everything. Unfortunately, just as his ambitious dismantling endeavor commenced, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. Suddenly, from the heavens, a colossal projection of a deity descended. With a mere gesture, it unleashed a torrent of divine power that dispersed the lightning beams and simultaneously ensnared the thunder dragons. Han Fei's heart sank, and immediate tension gripped him, and his pulse raced. Could it be? In an instant, he shifted his consciousness to inhabit a distant poison stinger dragonfly, glaring through its multifaceted eyes at the divine projection. To his astonishment, the one intervening was none other than the competition's chief referee, Yin Baran. With this realization, he allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly, though a hint of displeasure crossed his face. Indeed, the intimidation of others could be quite overwhelming. Yin Baran, acutely aware of Han Fei's discontent, remarked with a faint smile, "Han Fei, the competition has concluded. Please cease your destruction of public property and withdraw your minions from the arena at once." "Referee, I am merely collecting my spoils within the bounds of the rules and regulations," Han Fei retorted, switching his host once again to communicate with Yin Baran through divine thought. Feigning ignorance. What is amiss with that? Raising an eyebrow, Yin Baran regarded the insect currently scratching its head with its forelimbs and replied in an unperturbed tone, "Because." "Never mind, the explanation is too cumbersome. Let me show you firsthand. Follow me." In an instant, the insect Han Fei inhabited was engulfed by a multitude of golden specks, and he felt his surroundings dim as he was transported into a shadowy, enclosed space. Utilizing the night vision inherent to the insect species, Han Fei surveyed his surroundings, discovering a sanctuary that fused mechanical and religious aesthetics. Everywhere he looked, the floor, walls, and even the arched ceiling were intricately engraved with a myriad of arcane symbols. At the center of this sanctuary stood a colossal, transparent cylindrical structure, seamlessly crafted from a singular, special crystal. Inside this crystalline pillar swirled a viscous, gel-like substance. In shock, Han Fei beheld the form embedded within. It was a robust, one-eyed figure clad in a purple priestly robe, emanating a potent divine energy. The exposed skin was adorned with various incantations and sigils, extending even to the tightly shut eyelids of its face. "This is the final spirit of the monocular tribe," Source: Sci-Fi short film, The Last Day of War. Han Fei once again heard Yin Baran's calm voice in his ear. To continue safeguarding his kin, he sacrificed both his body and soul. Yin Baran's projection pointed to the core of the divine realm located at the chest of the spirit and continued, in this divine realm, only he possesses the authority bestowed upon him by the deity in life. Only he can extract divine power from the core, sustaining the technological system of divine power established by our tribe, preventing its complete collapse. Even in death, his lingering soul remains confined within this body, serving as a control terminal, a tool for future generations to extract divine power. This Lord-level war machine is his coffin. If you continue to damage it, it could significantly diminish the value of this arena. It constitutes malicious destruction of public resources of civilization. Do you understand? Han Fei gazed at the robust monocular spirit before him, a flicker of complexity flashing in his eyes. The disparity among sentient beings is so vast. The greatness of certain individuals can inadvertently astound others. Han Fei nodded at the head of the jumping insect. Yes, I understand. Seeing Han Fei's swift comprehension, Yin Baran nodded appreciatively and teleported outside the tower. Just as he intended to encourage Han Fei with a few words, he heard Han Fei's divine thought once again. Chief Judge, with more than 20 minutes remaining, there's enough time to dismantle 2 divine power cannons. I'll be careful. Surely that's acceptable? Yin Baran's towering divine projection visibly trembled, slowly emanating a chilling wave of divine power. Han Fei hastily chuckled. Ha ha, ha. Please, don't be agitated. It was just a jest. I shall take my leave now. Yet inwardly, he was fervently lamenting. How stingy, winning yet unable to reap any spoils. This is a catastrophic loss, akin to being robbed blind. Having observed Han Fei for several days, Yin Baran could surmise the nature of the student. He calmed his near-explosive temperament and spoke coolly. Enough, do not waste time. Quickly gather your kin and exit the divine arena, so I may announce the rankings and determine the prizes for all. Understood. Upon hearing prizes, Han Fei immediately cast aside the notion of scavenging. He promptly responded to the chief judge with remarkable alacrity. Within the divine realm, as Han Fei's consciousness returned to his true form, he beheld the swarm that had been teleported back, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities. He requested the chief judge to assist in transporting the swarm back to the divine realm. At least I managed to recoup 1 million divine power and transport fees. He chuckled to himself, attempting to self-soothe, slightly alleviating the distress of his substantial losses. Fortunately, the entire industrial city, along with its inhabitants and equipment, had been fully acquired. Han Fei surveyed the divine realm, observing the bustling yet orderly scene. In the area he had designated in advance, nearly 200 million monoculars were undergoing temporary resettlement. Numerous logistical jumping insects scurry back and forth in this zone, tasked with patrolling and maintaining order. Awesome, leading the unscrupulous corporate management, methodically addressed a myriad of intricate affairs in accordance with the pre-established resettlement plan. Meanwhile, the turncoat Physius, accompanied by the newly summoned priests, traversed the land, spreading the gospel. He sought to soothe the one-eyed inhabitants acclimating to their new surroundings while extolling the great sovereign's benevolence and glory to billions of compatriots, observing his subordinates' unwavering diligence. Boss Han's eyes brimmed with admiration, his expression radiating profound satisfaction. He even bestowed a divine decree, commending the exemplary Awesome for his efforts, whilst urging him to galvanize Physius. This remarkable talent, with renewed vigor, engaging in lofty aspirations and fervent encouragement, he also suggested employing intimidation tactics and personal attacks as a dual approach. Chapter 192. Conclusion of the Star Zone competition. Although Osame is an exceptional divine envoy, rare in a millennium, each field requires its own expertise. Physius, a mere opportunist, is undeniably a remarkable charlatan, skilled in managing ranches, accumulating wealth, tending to flocks, and harvesting faith with remarkable proficiency. With Han Fei's 007 KPI performance assessment, Physius is bound to effectively minister to the 200 million one-eyed individuals, thereby bringing forth increasing wealth and devotion for Han Fei. After all, this is a long-term investment, where generations succeed one another endlessly. The thought exhilarates Han Fei. As for Physius's lack of fervent faith, Han Fei's priority lies in securing capable individuals who are willing to toil diligently. Under the performance management system, successful KPI check-ins warrant lavish rewards, while failures will invoke Han Fei's wrath. He aims to make Physius experience the hardships of life, facilitating a profound transformation of both spirit and body to ensure a steady rise in next month's performance. After all, a devout follower lacking capability is of little use. What Han Fei truly seeks is a stable society of one-eyed individuals and a multitude of industrious one-eyed workers. As long as Physius can manipulate his compatriots into diligent labor, willingly offering their faith, Han Fei would not hesitate to crown him as the Pope of the one-eyed race, granting him a status and power second only to the divine envoy Osame. This would not only motivate Physius to exert himself further, but also instill a sense of competitive pressure among the other devotees. In such a scenario, if fervent believers find themselves overshadowed by a more moderate one, would they not strive to be more proactive in their work? The workplace manual suggests that manageable conflicts and competition serve as the finest stimulants for employees. When utilized effectively, they can enhance overall corporate efficiency from the top down. The plan is flawless. For Han, this entire strategy comes at virtually no cost, rendering it inconsequential. In the void, the spherical divine domain of the chief judge, Yin Baran, is surrounded by countless demigod domains. All competitors have exited the arena, and over 700 demigod entities gradually manifest outside their divine realms. Gazing up at the luminous screen composed of concentrated divine power above the spherical domain, the participants observe the rankings and scores. Their expressions varied, with most appearing rather grim. The individual named Han Fei ranks first without question, but his score is. What does that signify? I recall he had already amassed over 20 million points, while the second-ranked competitor had merely 600,000, and the third only 400,000. Is he afraid that revealing the actual score would discourage everyone? Don't even mention it. Had it not been for those grand deceivers coaxing me into collaborating against the Lord-class competitors, would I have lost my primary subordinates and failed to even make the top 100? They unwittingly dressed Han Fei in fine garments. Smart individuals act accordingly. Thankfully, I foresaw the situation and made an early exit, retaining my subordinate legion. Amidst the cacophony of discussions, a pungent bitterness wafted through the air, impossible to conceal. Surprisingly, the resentment was not primarily directed towards Han Fei, the one at the pinnacle of the rankings. After all, the competitors were all distinguished individuals among their peers. With 100 different personalities in the world, none here could be deemed foolish. They had all witnessed Han Fei's complete annihilation of the Lord-level competitor, and any discerning observer understood that this individual was not to be trifled with, destined for great success. Who would dare to provoke him? No one wished to cast themselves in the role of the antagonist from extracurricular readings, seeking unnecessary trouble. His prowess had far surpassed the standard level of his contemporaries. When abilities were comparable, there was still room for comparison. However, when faced with someone whose capabilities were evidently beyond the norm, most opted to avoid engaging with such a freakish talent, simultaneously to alleviate their own sense of defeat. A few grand deceivers became the targets of their ire. It was all the fault of their incompetent teammates. They harbored no animosity towards their godlike adversary, but rather towards their pig-headed allies. The verbal onslaught was unyielding. The true resentment towards Han Fei stemmed from those few competitors who had suffered various merciless insinuations. A group of them gathered in a corner, their expressions devoid of emotion as they stared at the leaderboard, their eyes filled with indignation, silently communicating their frustrations through thought. The competitors were unaware that their every expression and utterance was being keenly observed by the representatives from various star districts. The university admissions officers, too, were engaged in lively discussions regarding their impressions. Chen Hong, with a tone tinged with regret, remarked, "Alas, these youngsters possess such poor temperaments. I had high hopes for a few of them." Lin Zhangxiu, overhearing Chen Hong's words, seized the opportunity to respond. Not to worry. If they manage to gain admission to a first-tier university and undergo 6 months of rigorous military training, they will surely be molded into better individuals. Li Ren from the 3rd Star District perked up at this, chuckling. You have your sights set on those ambitious youngsters? Should we consider extending an invitation? Lin Zhongxiao shot a glance at this sly individual and retorted, "Are your ears functioning properly? I mentioned gaining admission. Do you understand? Their dispositions are undoubtedly a detriment. They likely hail from some prominent family, possessing lofty aspirations yet lacking in capability. I prefer those with a more genuine character." As the admissions officers continued their increasingly nonsensical discourse, the divine essence of the chief judge, Yin Baran, manifested in the void, under the watchful eyes of all competitors. He wasted no time and declared, "The Star District competition concludes here. The final rankings and scores are as reflected on the leaderboard. If there are any objections, now is the time to voice them." After scanning the room and seeing no one raise a challenge, Yin Baran continued, "Now, please return the previously distributed teleportation devices. I hereby announce the conclusion of the Star District competition." Huh? Is it ending so abruptly? The unexpected conclusion left the participants bewildered, exchanging confused glances. At that moment, a voice, tinged with a hint of inquiry, resonated above the surrounding whispers. "Excuse me, esteemed referee, what are the prizes? Are the rewards not to be distributed?" As the crowd turned towards the source of the voice, they were met with the sight of Han Fei, the first-place winner of the competition. Yin Baran raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "What is it? Do you require a grand award ceremony?" Han Fei, with his hands clasped and a sheepish smile adorning his face, responded, "Oh, not at all. I merely feared that you, being a person of great stature, might forget to dispense the rewards, and thus thought it prudent to remind you." Chapter 193, Anticipation. Yin Baran observed Han Fei's demeanor, and a twitch of irritation flickered at the corner of his eye. Such substantial divine power would not be carried on one's person. The rewards you are due will be dispersed directly through official channels of civilization. Simply await your turn upon your return. Oh, then there is nothing to worry about. Please, carry on. Han Fei, upon hearing Yin Baran's clarification, could hardly contain his eagerness to return to the school's residence and await his accolades. Yin Baran cast a quick glance at Han Fei before swiftly retracting the fixed-point teleportation device. Once the retrieval was complete, the chief referee, along with the two assistant referees, enclosed the competition arena around its center as the teleportation fluctuations began to intensify. Han Fei gazed at the divine domain, the battlefield now lingering with remnants of flames and smoke that had yet to dissipate, still permeating the atmosphere. The wreckage of the coffin, which had almost been within his grasp, stood silently on the ground, and he could not fathom whether it could be restored. A soft sigh escaped his lips, leaving him uncertain whether he mourned the spoils he had failed to acquire or lamented for the one-eyed beings who had lost their divinities. Accompanied by a surge of potent teleportation waves, the divine arena and the three referees vanished into the void. What followed was the spectacle of post-match recruitment. As the admissions officers from the three premier universities converged upon Han Fei. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of the onlookers turned in unison toward Han Fei, revealing an unmistakable blend of envy and jealousy. The intensity of their gazes made Han Fei feel as though he were under a spotlight, prompting a whimsical desire to showcase his talents and gather a few coins to soothe his spirit. Fortunately, the moment did not linger long, as many participants began receiving telepathic messages. Those who had come to observe were not merely representatives of the top universities across various star regions, but also included several renowned colleges of slightly lesser repute. Admissions officers from different universities swiftly extended invitations to their preferred candidates, eager to engage in detailed discussions. After all, to participate in the regional competitions signifies a selection of the very best from this generation, making them exceptionally coveted prospects even for prestigious institutions. The competition for exceptional talent is fierce. Although participants are acutely aware that the advantages of elite universities far surpass those of lesser institutions, this does not deter them from exploring opportunities with other universities to gain insight and make comparisons. Due to the civilization's regulation of public resource distribution, universities of similar standing generally offer comparable resources. However, for particularly favored candidates, institutions tend to allocate certain advantages, generous scholarships, additional specialized tutoring, and even private financial assistance can be expected. Within the framework of maintaining fundamental fairness, it can be aptly described as policies at the top and strategies at the bottom. It is not a matter of survival of the fittest, Nor is it as merciless as it may seem. The internal dynamics of civilization are not so brutal. Yet, it is human nature for mentors to exhibit a slight bias towards outstanding students. Thus, the intrinsic value of early invitations from prestigious academies is never trivial. In their relentless pursuit of exceptional talent, they often pledge private subsidies or offer even more favorable admission conditions. Aside from candidates with clear objectives, most individuals naturally do not refuse such interview invitations. Observing that the admission officers from 3 prestigious universities had flocked to Han Fei, the others momentarily disregarded their presence. With a sense of dissatisfaction, all participants were reluctant to remain idle. They composed themselves and gravitated towards the admission officers from other universities. In the void, the scene rapidly transformed into clusters reminiscent of a talent market from Han Fei's previous life. Meanwhile, Han Fei, in his semi-divine form, floated outside the barrier of his divine domain. Confronted by the 3 formidable divine presences that approached him like tangible entities, he felt small, pitiful, and helpless, akin to Little Red Riding Hood encountering 3 ferocious wolves. "Young man, your capabilities are impressive. Would you be interested in joining us at the 1-Star Academy 3 months from now?" Colonel Lin, a military man by background, was never one to engage in idle chatter, getting straight to the point. Han Fei, although aware that they were admission officers from top universities, was taken aback by their directness, even omitting self-introductions. He hesitated and asked, "Sir, may I know your name?" "Haha, who I am is not important." The man beside Colonel Lin interjected before Lin could respond. "Han Fei, allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun Hong from the 2-Star Academy." "Hello, Mr. Chun." Han Fei promptly replied, not foolish enough to ignore Colonel Lin altogether. He then respectfully turned to Lin, inquiring, "How should I address you, sir?" "Well, my surname is Lin, but I do not engage in teaching. You may call me Colonel Lin." Although Colonel Lin had a fiery temper and was somewhat irked by Chen Hong's interruption, he refrained from showing it in front of the students, especially since Han Fei's respectful demeanor provided him an opportunity to maintain his composure. Just as Han Fei was about to extend his greeting, he was interrupted again. "Little Fei, I am Li Ren. I heard you are from Qinghai Star. My hometown is not far from there. We are fellow townsmen, so you can call me Uncle Li. In this competition, you have truly brought honor to our 3rd-star district. Such a lower-level institution is not something just anyone can overturn. You are indeed an exemplary student nurtured by our district, a successful paradigm of our educational philosophy. You are the pride of our 3rd-star district. Upon your return, not only will your school and the city reward you, but I will also advocate for your commendation to the district's education committee." Li Ren approached Han Fei, comfortably placing a hand on his shoulder, showering him with praise, which left Colonel Lin and Chun Hong momentarily speechless. A glimmer of gold flashed in Han Fei's eyes, shining brightly in the dim void. "Uncle Li, you just mentioned commendation?" Li Ren nodded with a beaming smile, confirming, "Indeed, commendation. You shall not be shortchanged in rewards." As he spoke, he discreetly cast a sidelong glance at the other 2. Still attempting to undermine our 3rd-star district. Utterly lacking in finesse, the first impression has already been shattered. Do you comprehend the essence of fostering relationships? Do you grasp the concept of catering to others' preferences? Are you aware that like attracts like, and people tend to associate with those of similar ilk? Ahem. Observing Li Ren's aggressive approach, Chen Hong quickly cleared his throat, intervening in the conversation with the intent to cultivate rapport, and remarked, "Xiao Fei, do not be easily misled. One must consider long-term benefits. Having attended school in the 3rd-star district, you ought to appreciate its long-standing commitment to equitable education. In contrast, our 2nd-star district, influenced by its cultural milieu, places a greater emphasis on elite education." Chapter 194. Suggestions. As an exceptional student, you are entitled to a greater allocation of resources. By attending 2nd-star university, you will undoubtedly receive more resources and superior guidance than your peers in other institutions. Chen Hong spoke with unwavering confidence. For the environment of the 2nd-star district is particularly conducive to the development of students like Han Fei, who thrive on competitive growth. The private sponsorships at 2nd-star university are the most abundant among the 3 districts, almost having evolved into an unspoken rule of the academy. Both students and faculty are engaged in competition. Failing to provide ample benefits to promising students may result in them being poached by other educators. Principal Lin, upon hearing the blunt discussions of financial incentives, found their approach rather vulgar and their values misguided. However, he was not naive enough to ignore the realities of human relationships. Han Fei, while I cannot guarantee you anything else, I wish to inform you that many high-level regulatory resources can be most conveniently acquired through military channels within our civilization. At our first-star university, outstanding students can directly apply to become reserve trainees under the military, granting them early access to military resources. Upon graduation, they will enter the military system, enjoying an advantageous environment, substantial benefits, guaranteed employment placement, and regular social events. After outlining the advantages, Principal Lin deliberately pointed to the insignia adorned with 2 stars on his shoulder. Joining the military is both an honor and a responsibility, and it should not be understated. It also confers a unique privilege. I do not mean to belittle them, but neither of them could possibly grant you such privileges during your university years. You should thoroughly investigate the myriad benefits of early entry into military channels. As he spoke, he cast a disdainful glance at Shen Hong and Li Ren. Han Fei found himself at a loss for words, particularly upon witnessing the discomfort etched on Shen Hong and Li Ren's faces. Even if the principal held a military position and was unafraid of repercussions, there was no need for his blunt remarks, especially given the evident discontent on their faces. While the principal may have felt free to speak, Han Fei, with his modest stature, could hardly afford to offend anyone. Caught in the middle of this situation, he felt quite awkward. The choice of which university to attend is undoubtedly a significant decision that could influence one's future development. Han Fei remained uncertain about his circumstances, as the attitudes of the 3 resembled that of salespeople from his past life. He had no desire to be swayed into a hasty decision. Believing that patience would yield the best outcome, Han Fei graciously thanked the 3 for their consideration and expressed his intention to deliberate carefully before making a university choice. The 3, accustomed to recruiting students over the years, did not perceive Han Fei's caution as ingratitude. Rather, they admired his prudent demeanor. They encouraged him further and even provided him with their contact information so that he could inquire about university-related matters at any time. Xiao Fei, regardless of whether you ultimately choose 3rd-star university, feel free to reach out to your Uncle Li with any questions you may have. Li Ren smiled sincerely, adding, I hope you go far in the future and become a source of pride for our 3rd-star district. After speaking, he, like the other 2, began to engage with other promising students. Observing their swift departure, Han Fei felt no anxiety. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the subtleties of human interactions. As the admissions officer of a prestigious university, their demeanor and conduct in public represented their respective institutions. Even though Han Fei's performance in the competition was remarkable, his lack of innate, extraordinary talent was insufficient for them to disregard their pride and publicly vie for him. At most, they would extend a gesture of goodwill towards this promising young man. The composure and generosity exhibited by the 3 university representatives indeed left a favorable impression on Han Fei. Once they had departed, he did not linger any longer. Han Fei swiftly maneuvered through the realm of the divine, floating towards Lu Wenzhong, who awaited him in the distance. Before Han Fei could approach, Lu Wenzhong proactively met him, delivering a hearty slap on his shoulder. Well done, my boy, he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in commendation. Lu Wenzhong had been overwhelmed with excitement upon witnessing Han Fei's victory. And seeing the admissions officers from the 3 top universities seeking to converse with him only broadened his grin. However, being well-versed in the nuances of social interaction, he refrained from intruding. Now, seeing Han Fei approach, he could no longer contain himself. So, did all 3 prestigious universities extend invitations to you? If so, it will surely be recorded in your files and could enhance your admission scores, Lu Wenzhong said, draping an arm around Han Fei's shoulders. Striving to suppress his exhilaration while inquiring softly, Han Fei did not respond directly. Instead, he waved his hand and whispered, let us discuss it later. Back at home, this was not merely to tease Lu Wenzhong, but rather due to the multitude of envious glances surrounding them. He feared that being too ostentatious might draw unwanted attention. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenjung sensed the potential for good news and wasted no time in transporting Han Fei back to the dormitory of Zhonghai No. 2 High School. As they emerged from the teleportation, Lu Wenjung's semi-divine form appeared outside Han Fei's domain, eagerly clapping against his divine barrier. "Hurry out. Speak up. Don't keep it to yourself." Seeing Lu Wenjung's eager excitement, Han Fei was tempted to reciprocate the playful teasing, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He knew that if he dared to do so, he might be pulled from the divine cockpit for some rigorous training. In the face of such formidable forces, it was wise to exhibit humility. Thus, Han Fei recounted their conversations in detail to satisfy Lu Wenjung's curiosity. Once he finished, Han Fei sought the counsel of this unofficial mentor, asking, "Brother Lu, which university do you think I should choose?" Contemplating Han Fei's question, Lu Wenjung furrowed his brow and, after a moment of reflection, replied, "I cannot say for certain, but knowing your tendencies, the First Star District University is undoubtedly the first option to eliminate." Han Fei was left speechless. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Wenjung cast a disdainful glance at him, scoffing lightly. "You. Haha. A First-Star University is akin to a military academy. All students are regarded as reservists. Not only do they undergo military training every year, but upon graduation, they typically enlist in the armed forces. With your disposition, can you endure the military's discipline? If you have no intention of serving, then do not even contemplate First-Star University." Well. Han Fei rubbed his nose, attempting to shift the conversation. "What about Second-Star University?" Chapter 195. Crystal Wall Shell. Lu Wenjung appeared to reflect on something, his expression growing serious as he spoke. "If you insist on seeking my advice, I believe that the two-star system's approach to student cultivation is excessively radical." Han Fei, perplexed, responded, "Huh? Radical?" Lu Wenjung nodded. "You have not experienced it firsthand, so it is difficult for me to elucidate. To put it plainly, they adhere to an elite education model, which is not inherently objectionable. However, their environment is exceedingly extreme. Competition is omnipresent, akin to the strong consuming the weak. If not for the underlying civilization, it would be a case of survival of the fittest. The students cultivated there generally possess formidable abilities. Yet those who lack divine domains are the most numerous among the three-star zones." Lu Wenjung seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, his expression turning grave. Before Han Fei could inquire further, he abruptly shook his head and donned a smile again. "As for the universities in the third-star zone, there is little to say. They are rather similar to the atmosphere of our high schools. Well, not quite. They are considerably more liberating, and there are more beautiful girls. The nearby top-tier themed hotels even offer half-price deals during the day. Let me tell you, back in my day." Lu Wenjung appeared to desire a change of mood, or perhaps he was simply overly excited, as he rambled on, increasingly animated and absurd in his tales. Just as he began recounting his 18th girlfriend inviting him to explore a primitive jungle theme, he was abruptly struck on the back of his head, causing him to stagger. "Who the hell?" Lu Wenjung exclaimed in a universal tone of disbelief, only to turn and immediately cower. Uncle Wang. When did you arrive?" Wang Jidong's eye twitched, opting not to engage with him, instead turning to Han Fei with a warm smile. "Xiao Fei. Congratulations on winning the championship in this competition. The notification has already been sent. Don't rush into making a decision just yet. I just received a call from the admissions office of the Central Academy. They hold you in high regard." "The Civilization's Central Academy," Lu Wenjung exclaimed, his excitement palpable, leaving those unaware of the situation to think he was the one being favored. Han Fei, however, remained comparatively composed, discerning that Wang's words undoubtedly carried further implications. The crux of what leaders convey is often found in the subsequent but. Indeed, the director could not escape the norm. However, the Central Academy seeks to cultivate the cornerstones of civilization. Therefore, they seldom adhere to standard admission procedures. Most acceptances are through special invitations, and the criteria for obtaining such invitations are far more stringent than those of other universities. They are typically granted only to students who exhibit clear potential and have passed evaluations of character, ethics, and ideology. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's expression instantly fell. The first condition was manageable, but the latter, he was acutely aware of his own situation. The Central Academy evidently aspired to nurture individuals of noble character, pure-minded, and free from base interests, qualities that were entirely at odds with him. Uncle Wang, you are aware of my circumstances. It is clear that I have no chance of meeting such conditions. Wang Jitong gazed at Han Fei, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Xiao Fei, since the admissions office of the Central Academy has contacted us, it signifies that your evaluation has at least met the minimum standards, and you stand a considerable chance of gaining entry into the Central Academy. You must understand that only the crystal shell from the Central Academy is available in unlimited quantities. As long as you accumulate sufficient credits, you can exchange for it immediately. In contrast, the first, second, and third-tier universities do not offer such conditions. Even if you gather enough credits at these three institutions, you will still face a queue, often requiring a wait of 3 to 5 years in real time. This was the second time Han Fei had heard the term crystal shell. He only knew it to be a rare resource. Originally, he had planned to inquire about it from Lu Wenjing after the competition, but now Wang Jitong had brought it up again. Without pretense, Han Fei asked, Uncle Wang, what exactly is this crystal shell? Is it truly that rare? Wang Jitong then recalled that the young boy before him had never encountered any information regarding the crystal shell. Thus, he began to patiently explain. To gain entry into the 4 premier universities, the most significant objective is to access the channel for obtaining the crystal shell. The crystal shell represents the legacy of predecessors, the divine essence that ignites the divine fire. When they perish in the mortal realm, either through natural causes or accidents, they do not collapse like demigods due to the perfection of the divine domain. Once there is insufficient divinity to sustain the divine fire, it extinguishes naturally, leaving behind the residual form of divine essence, which is the crystal shell. At this point, Wang Jitong noticed a sudden expression of loss, akin to having squandered a fortune, on Han Fei's face. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Having perused the report on the Star District competition, he was well aware of the boy's thoughts. Such treasures were public assets of civilization, unrelated to him, so why the heartache? Clearing his throat. Seeing that Han Fei was engrossed in his imagined lament over the lost crystal shell, Wang Jitong coughed a couple of times to regain the boy's attention before continuing. Although the crystal shell has lost all its supernatural functions, its intrinsic material properties render it an irreplaceable treasure. It can elevate the success rate of igniting the divine fire from less than 10% to over 90%, essentially serving as a ticket to divinity. Each crystal shell is the legacy of a deity, and those deities whose domains have been shattered cannot leave behind a crystal shell. The only means of acquisition are the naturally deceased deities within civilization or resource wells of a large scale or higher. You can gauge its rarity for yourself. As for the methods and principles of using the crystal shell, you will learn all that upon entering university, so I shall refrain from further elaboration. After listening to Wang Jitong's explanation, Han Fei had gained a fundamental understanding of the crystal shell. His thoughts about the Central Academy intensified. It was undeniably enticing. No wonder the admissions personnel from the Central Academy had not approached him earlier. It turned out they were such an esteemed institution. Regrettably, Han Fei felt utterly uncertain about his chances of gaining admission to the Central Academy. Although he perceives himself to possess commendable character, he undoubtedly falls short of the stature of a saint. In truth, he is merely an individual of moderately superior moral integrity, deserving of further observation. Subsequently, Han Fei engaged in an extended conversation with Wang Jitong and Lu Wenjing before returning to his divine realm. Upon entering the divine realm, he adhered to the customary procedure, meticulously inspecting the space to ensure that no peculiar entities had infiltrated. Only after confirming its purity could he truly relax. Thereafter, Han Fei chose to completely empty his mind, finding solace in the divine realm for several moments. He then redirected his slightly recuperated focus and alleviated mental fatigue towards the post-war analysis and the strategic planning concerning his affiliated subordinates. Chapter 196, Notification engrossed in his work. Han Fei felt as though no time had passed before he received a substantial reward of divine power. The second high school, the Municipal Education Bureau, the Qinghai Star Education Ministry, and the Third Star District Education Committee, along with the organizing committee of the Star District competition. all bestowed upon him 5 rewards that cumulatively amounted to over 1 billion units of divine power. Indeed, the organizing committee of the Star District competition acted swiftly. An amount of 800 million divine power was deposited, which included the champion's reward of 300 million, while the additional 500 million was an extra reward for defeating a Lord-level opponent. Though he did not claim any spoils, this unexpected income was a welcome consolation. With this influx of divine power, Han Fei felt a sense of reassurance and resolved to refrain from cursing those who delayed the distribution of rewards for their negligence. However, the substantial reward from the 3rd Star District Education Committee was somewhat of a double-edged sword. To his surprise, Li Run, the head of admissions at the 3rd Star District, had indeed advocated for him to the Education Committee, resulting in the direct issuance of 200 million divine power along with a formal invitation. The content of the notification was essentially an invitation for him to participate in the allocation competition for next year's educational funding among the 3 major star districts. In essence, this was a contest, and contrary to some, he did not harbor any disdain for competitions. On the contrary, as long as the prize was substantial enough, he would relish the opportunity to compete daily. Yet, this upcoming contest differed markedly from previous ones. The inter-district exchange competition, while sounding amicable and harmonious, was, in reality, a brutal arena for the 3-star districts to vie for their shares of educational funding. The outcome would dictate the allocation of 35, 33, and 32 of next year's educational budget. Although the differences may seem marginal, a single percentage point could represent an astronomical sum in such vast funding. Each star district was to send 5 enrolled students to compete, sending them into a barren resource well area, akin to a training exercise, where they would engage in external combat to earn competition points, essentially a practical test of their abilities. In the previous Star District competition, the worst outcome was a significant loss of followers. However, in this exchange competition, a defeat could lead to a complete reversal of fortunes, erasing all efforts and potentially shattering their divine realms, thus jeopardizing their path to divinity. Under this ruthless competition format, the disadvantages faced by the 3rd Star District students were glaringly evident. Their average combat power fell below that of their 2 rivals, and their fighting spirit was comparatively weak, with teamwork being virtually non-existent. In contrast, the participating team from the 1st Star District exhibited a strong military discipline, demonstrating seamless coordination and command. As for the 2nd Star District, while they too lacked team spirit, their students possessed formidable individual combat strength. If a ranking were established based on the combat prowess of all enrolled students, the 2nd Star District would undoubtedly dominate the chart. It was a matter of public conscience. The 3rd Star District Education Committee had languished at the bottom for numerous years. Yet this year, with the emergence of Han Fei, who had displayed overwhelming strength in the previous Star District competition, the higher-ups of the 3rd Star District felt a glimmer of hope for the upcoming exchange competition. To facilitate his swift recovery of combat capability, they decided to reward him handsomely, doubling the typical award under the guise of recognition and overcoming significant pressure to grant an additional 100 million divine power, culminating in a total of 1 billion divine power for him. Although it was not explicitly stated, it was understood that receiving benefits necessitated contributing to the funding allocation for the Samsung district next year. This is a subtlety of human affairs that Han Fei grasped. For a moment, he felt an overwhelming pressure. Yet he found solace in Wang Jitong's assurance that an outstanding performance in the upcoming competition would significantly enhance his chances of entering a prestigious institution. Currently, with merely 2 months remaining in the real world, equivalent to nearly 20 years in the realm of deities, he pondered how much his power could be elevated with the over 1 billion units of divine energy at his disposal. Rubbing his temples, he felt quite helpless. Considering the dwindling number of a mere 10 million Thunder Dragons left, he wasn't entirely confident about participating in the exchange competition. The external predators he would face were no longer peers he could easily overpower. The risks involved were vastly different from those in standard competitions. Meticulous preparation was essential to avert potential failures. In the past few days, the management of the unscrupulous enterprise led by Osam had preliminarily organized the temporary resettlement of 200 million cyclopes, thanks to a batch of supplies purchased by Han Fei. The most basic living necessities for these cyclopes were, for the time being, sufficiently provided. This could only be deemed a temporary stabilization. Observing that nearly 200 million cyclopes he had captured remained in a refugee state, Han Fei established a direct connection with Osum through the thread of faith. Osum, have you compiled the resource list necessary for developing the community into an industrial city and for restoring subsequent industries? With this batch of cyclopes, Han Fei had essentially gathered the requisite technology, talent, and equipment all at once. However, to restore the industrial system to its previous level, his divine domain still lacked many essential elements. The investment in raw materials would need to continue. Fortunately, with the recent rewards received, Han Fei felt emboldened by the over 1 billion divine energy he now possessed. Great Sovereign, your humble servant has completed the organization. Please review it. Osum, who had visibly lost weight, hurriedly presented a recording energy ring with both hands. You have done exceedingly well. It brings me great comfort. I hope you will continue to strive and face challenges head-on. I eagerly anticipate your performance. Han Fei offered a few words of encouragement to this increasingly gaunt zealot. With a shift of his divine thoughts, the energy ring came into his possession. Summoning a luminous screen, he gazed at the densely packed list that spanned several dozen pages. By the heavens, he gasped in astonishment, promptly shutting off the luminous screen. Standing in the air of his divine realm, Han Fei took several deep breaths to steady his trembling mind, lest his heart falter. Without even mentioning the rare minerals, the sheer volume of basic resources that could be easily acquired from the list was already a staggering figure. Han Fei finally gained a tangible understanding of the financial demands associated with the route of divine energy technology. Alas, with equipment and human resources returned, the capital still needed to be expended. Today's sacrifices were for tomorrow's rewards. With tears in his eyes, he knew he must continue to invest. Han Fei suppressed the pain in his heart and moved forward. In an ephemeral moment, he transformed into a luminous white orb, manifesting before a grand, futuristic shopping complex in the realm of divine discourse. Navigating the familiar path, he glided through the entrance and approached the counter. Greetings. Could you kindly assist me in estimating the divine energy required to procure the items on this list? The white orb, embodying Han Fei, extended a beam of light towards the attendant behind the counter. With a mental focus, he transmitted the information regarding the necessary resources. The attendant, scrutinizing the densely packed list, swiftly conducted an appraisal, showcasing the hallmark professionalism of a distinguished salesperson. In no time, a conclusion was reached. Chapter 197, Acquiring Terrain Greetings. Aside from a few rare resources currently out of stock, a total of over 400 million divine power is required. I have meticulously annotated the detailed prices of each resource for your convenience. Should you choose to purchase everything from our establishment, we can waive the minor amount, bringing the total to 400 million. The attendant's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet the price he quoted struck Han Fei like a bolt from the blue. Han Fei scanned the price list repeatedly, hoping against hope that there had been an error, perhaps an additional digit had been mistakenly added. Alas, the ideal was lush, but reality was stark. The pricing presented was akin to that of a professional accountant, utterly impeccable. In that moment, Han Fei felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and sell off this batch of single-eyed beings. Yet, contemplating the potential future yields against his prior investments, he managed to regain a semblance of composure. I also intend to purchase 85 million square kilometers of high-grade terrain cards along with the ecological chain. Is there any possibility for further discounts at your esteemed establishment? Han Fei ventured to negotiate, harboring little hope. After all, he had just thoroughly examined the prices, which were indeed quite reasonable. That depends on your specific requirements for the terrain cards. We do offer discounts for customized terrains, the attendant's orb-like consciousness swiftly conveyed. Upon hearing this, Han Fei's thoughts shifted, and he replied, I wish to expand the divine realm to 100 million square kilometers, with 70 being land and 30 ocean. As for the terrain and ecological chain, I will provide a template for you to follow. As he spoke, he transmitted the specifics of his required terrain through divine thought. Sir, if you were to purchase separately, it would require at least 110 million divine power. I recommend that you directly customize a comprehensive divine realm terrain card, bundling these resources and terrains together. This approach would save a considerable amount on card production costs and offer customization discounts, totaling only 500 million divine power, thus perfectly fulfilling your requirements. Moreover, this would significantly reduce the time needed for planning your divine realm, making it far more convenient to use. Upon hearing that he could save tens of millions of divine power, Han Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, appreciating the attendant's fairness, and refrained from further bargaining. Very well, let it be so. You will need to pay a deposit of 10. As a valued customer, we will provide you with exclusive VIP service, and you may collect your order in 24 hours. At that time, the remaining balance will be due in full. The maximum collection period shall not exceed 1 month. Our establishment has operated for countless epochs, ensuring a guarantee of credibility. Please rest assured. Despite his lingering melancholy, Han Fei felt a sense of security regarding this colossal enterprise within the realm of the gods. He suppressed his sorrow as he paid the 50 million deposit and left his divine aura. Initially, he intended to explore items such as bloodline cards, but now, he found himself devoid of interest. Having just crossed into the 10-digit wealth bracket, he had hoped for a lavish experience. Little did he know, he could only manage a semblance of extravagance. 500 million divine power. In less than 10 minutes of conversation, his fortune had diminished by nearly half. The remaining portion would require careful budgeting. At this moment, he yearned to return to the realm of the divine for a moment of quietude. For the Cyclops, he had truly invested heavily. In the future, he must diligently extract their worth to recoup his expenses as soon as possible. Within the realm of the divine, a chilling wind swept through. Above, dense clouds loomed, lingering ominously as if brewing a torrential downpour. The makeshift settlement, once bustling with activity, now lay in eerie silence. Outside the tents, the occasional sound of patrolling insectoid squads could be heard, their heavy footfalls accompanied by the crackling of wings. Fear not, for they too are the favored of the great sovereign and would not harm us. Targo sat at the edge of the bed, cradling his pale-faced girlfriend, offering her continuous reassurances. Yet, within his heart, he could not suppress a smirk. Gratefulness surged for the magnificent swarm sovereign. Once an ordinary low-ranking warrior, he had struggled for years to amass enough wealth to wed his beloved. Pressured by her family, she was on the verge of ending their relationship. To his astonishment, the great sovereign descended, dispatching her kin to conquer the town where he resided. He had thought his demise was imminent, yet he miraculously survived the ensuing chaos. As the divine light illuminated the city, he transformed his beliefs, becoming one of the first followers of the sovereign. Had it not been for my prayers to the great sovereign, how could the millions in that industrial hub have cleansed their original sins and returned to the embrace of our Lord? Having completed his own mental reconditioning, Targo felt a sense of merit towards his kind. Not only did Targo think so, but even the newly appointed bishop, Physius, shared this sentiment. During a chance encounter, Targo confessed to Physius that he was among the earliest Cyclops converts. Without hesitation, Physius offered substantial assistance. A private tent, ample supplies, and even a recommendation letter were bestowed upon him. When the city's reconstruction plans commenced and the military and governmental sectors sought to recruit additional personnel, Targo could easily secure a respectable position with this letter, a testament to the transformative power of faith in the sovereign. Thank you, great sovereign, and thank you, Bishop Physius. Targo embraced his girlfriend more tightly. The two nestled together, gazing at the projection screen before them, where Bishop Physius was conducting a live prayer. Thank you, great sovereign, for liberating us from the lies woven by the malevolent church. You have redeemed our souls and granted us rebirth. Today, your humble servant beseeches the merciful sovereign to bestow miracles upon us and grant us a new world. We shall forever obey your will and become your most devoted followers. In the live broadcast, the bishop, accompanied by a cadre of high-ranking clergy, knelt in prayer before a towering statue of the deity. Thunder rumbled ominously, and the heavens fell silent. Looking skyward, one beheld the resplendent divine light cascading down, dispelling the pervasive gloom. In an instant, the sky transformed into an azure expanse. My gaze shall remain fixed upon you. The vast voice of the divine resonated throughout the realm of the divine. Without the need for a live broadcast, a majestic voice reverberates in the ears of all beings, resonating like the tolling of a great bell with a lingering echo. As the divine sound spreads, A celestial light gradually converges, forming myriad divine glimmers. These glimmers intertwine, transforming into resplendent shadows that envelop the heavens. Only those profound eyes hold within them boundless compassion and love. We extol you, O benevolent sovereign. As the scene unfolds in the live feed, the high priest and the assembly of priests bow in unison. Outside the tent, the same prayers resound, growing ever more numerous and louder. We extol you, O benevolent sovereign. Chapter 198. Live broadcast. Tego hurriedly assisted his girlfriend to rise, guiding her to kneel on the floor in prayer. In the lofty heights of the divine realm, Han Fei's demigod form gazed down upon the multitude with an expression of discomfort. As he sensed the ever-increasing threads of faith, his countenance brightened considerably, and his admiration for Physius, a professional in the art of persuasion, grew deeper. Truly, he was a master of his craft. Despite his questionable character, there was no denying his exceptional talent. As a capable leader, Han Fei had always been adept at recognizing and harnessing the strengths of others. Next, he planned to unleash a powerful surge, which would surely stabilize the throngs of one-eyed beings. Let the storm of faith intensify. Still adjusting to his youthful fervor, Han Fei, brimming with anticipation, crushed a comprehensive divine realm custom card valued at 500 million divine power. The card instantly transformed into countless golden specks, cascading from his trembling palm across the celestial expanse. The earth began to tremble, and the heavens stirred with tumult, as the live broadcast transitioned to an aerial perspective. Accompanied by the continuous prayers of the priesthood, a dramatic transformation unfolded in the world beneath. The shimmering barrier at the edge of the land swiftly expanded outward, revealing a vast expanse of azure sea, growing ever wider. Was that land? Another continent. As the broadcast perspective ascended, billions of one-eyed beings beheld the vast new landmass, separated from their current position by a great sea. A miracle. This was indeed a miracle. From a young age, they had been taught to worship the Creator God proclaimed by the Holy Church. Yet they had never witnessed divine presence, let alone a miracle. Now, they found themselves witnessing the very creation depicted in their sacred texts. Bishop Physius was right. The Holy Church was a shameless deceiver, an embodiment of evil heresy, a devil tempting them away from the true God. Grateful to the benevolent sovereign for forgiving their transgressions and granting them redemption, they longed to return to his embrace. A chorus of billions rose in praise. Han Fei felt the increasingly dense and robust threads of faith enveloping him. The power of belief surged forth like a tidal wave. This effect was simply astounding. With the influx of countless devotees, Han Fei's smile widened beyond measure. The joy of divinity was often so exquisitely simple. An overwhelming number of one-eyed beings had pledged their faith to him, providing a torrent of belief that far surpassed what an equal number of insectoid creatures could offer. The fervor of 100 billion insects could hardly match this magnitude. Calm down, calm down. While faith is indeed valuable, it regrettably does not constitute my core followers. Han Fei quickly regained his composure, reflecting on the extensive chapters dedicated to the significance of core followers in the educational curriculum titled 30 Years as a Demigod. 50 years as a deity, he shook his head. The development of the insect race was a long and arduous journey. As tranquility gradually returned to the divine realm, Bishop Physius continued his preaching through the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the divine envoy Osim and the military and political elite swiftly issued mobilization orders. A multitude of young and vigorous individuals, previously summoned, embarked on countless airships towards the bountiful land of divine grace. Indeed, the land of divine grace. This vibrant and fertile continent, bestowed upon the Cyclops by the great sovereign, serves as their new sanctuary, a divine blessing. The continent they currently inhabit is referred to as the land of divine favor by the Cyclops, a realm cherished by the gods and home to the kin of the great sovereign. On board the airships, many Cyclopes, having developed a devout faith in Han Fei, gazed solemnly at the receding land of divine favor, silently pondering that in the future, their kind would undoubtedly become a formidable lineage, deserving of the gods' favor. The fervor of the so-called believers surged rapidly among the youth following the advent of miracles. Osim felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and his perception of Physius notably shifted. The hearts of the people were malleable, suggesting that the grand infrastructure plan would proceed seamlessly. As a fervent believer, Osame harbored an innate aversion towards Physius, whom he deemed a duplicitous opportunist. Yet, as a divine envoy, he was bound to adhere to the directives of the great sovereign, even if it meant collaborating with the devil. As long as Physius diligently performed his duties and generated value for the great sovereign, Osame would not deliberately ostracize him. However, should Physius dare to shirk his responsibilities, Osame, as the true shepherd of the sovereign, would not hesitate to wield his whip against this false believer. General Warlick, the formation of the security forces must expedite. The swarm will not accompany us to the land of divine grace. Once we arrive, maintaining social order will rest solely upon us. After urging the military's upper echelons, Osame turned his gaze towards the bureaucrats. He handed out a divine energy bracelet, his expression stern. This is the resource distribution map of the land of divine grace, graciously bestowed by the benevolent sovereign, which will spare us considerable reconnaissance efforts. You must promptly dispatch exploration teams to delineate the terrain and expedite the preparatory work for resource extraction. Urban construction, resource extraction, and the resumption of production must proceed concurrently. I expect to see preliminary results within 3 months. Within 6 months, all military-industrial enterprises must return to normal operations. Clearly delineate your respective responsibilities and tasks, excel, and you shall be richly rewarded. Falter, and let death serve as your atonement. Osame, though not fond of taking lives, was often confronted by those who, in their impatience, collided headlong with his aspirations, severely disrupting his workflow and causing considerable annoyance. Han Fei observed the Cyclopes embarking on yet another grand migration. Given their technological prowess, 6 months dedicated to infrastructure development would suffice to construct an entirely new industrial city. After all, the vast majority of industrial equipment was readily available, and they were not lacking in technical, research, or administrative personnel. As for his first foreign zealot, Han Fei found increasing satisfaction with each passing moment. He could not help but admire Osame's leadership abilities, which had exceeded his expectations. He had never imagined that such a military rogue could orchestrate the military and political hierarchy so adeptly. He adeptly manages a myriad of tedious and chaotic tasks with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, the world is never lacking in exceptional talents. What it lacks is a discerning eye to recognize them. Under the stewardship of Aosam, the Cyclops clan instills in him a sense of assurance. Naturally, Han Fei boldly delegates authority, thereby increasing his workload once more. Alas, while I need not fret over the Cyclops, I must tirelessly toil for the insectoid clan. With over 500 million units of divine power remaining, I must reserve some for unforeseen circumstances, uncertain if I can still devise suitable new units. Contemplating the development of the insectoid clan, Han Fei cannot help but feel a sense of worry, primarily regarding the configuration of troop types. Chapter 199. The Dragon-Scale Tortoise in the Aerial Combat Arena. There exist formidable flying species such as the Jump Bug, the Aberrant Flying Dragon, and the Thunder Flying Dragon. These 3 military units exhibit a well-structured combination of low, medium, and high-tier capabilities, proficient in close, medium, and long-range engagements, thus showcasing immense combat prowess. Moreover, the Infernal Explosive Dragonfly, akin to a suicidal heavy missile, serves as a trump card, sufficient for the time being. However, the ground forces. As Han Fei's adversaries grow increasingly powerful, the combat effectiveness of the Aberrant Jump Bug seems to lag behind. The swarm tactics are commendable. Yet in the face of entrenched warfare or siege scenarios, casualties often escalate into the billions. Han Fei can hardly afford such losses. The production capacity is constrained by the Ant Queen's reproductive capabilities, as the intensity of war escalates. He can no longer squander the numbers of his insect legions and must exercise restraint. It is imperative to bolster the ground forces with a heavy tank unit. Perhaps establishing a combined arms approach with infantry and tanks could provide a frontline bastion, preventing the Aberrant Jump Bugs from incessantly charging and meeting their demise against enemy firepower. At this juncture, Han Fei recalled that upon his return, the Ministry of Education of Qinghai Star had granted him an opportunity to select items from the prize repository. With that in mind, he promptly claimed the bloodline card for the Cuckotroll, intending to further examine its potential. In the realm of the gods' communication continent, Han Fei transformed into a luminous orb and arrived at the logistics center of Qinghai Star, navigating the familiar terrain with ease. He swiftly utilized his exchange privileges to acquire the coveted bloodline card he had long desired. Advanced bloodline card, Kuka troll description, a unique species among trolls. Endowed with robust vitality and an exceptional affinity for magic. Identified talents, thunder element affinity, rapid recovery, thunder binding armor. With the bloodline card in hand, Han Fei stifled his excitement as he departed the logistics center and made his way to the bloodline card market. Given the urgent need for a powerful tank-type ground unit, he realized there was no necessity to commence from scratch in designing a new insect unit. The previously synthesized Thunder Beast served as an excellent genetic template. He had never ceased refining this heavy unit within the ordinary biological category. It was only due to Han Fei's relentless pursuit of perfection, combined with an unprecedented urgency for siege capabilities in the absence of a suitable advanced bloodline card, that this heavy ground unit, long earmarked by Han Fei, had yet to materialize. Now that he had the financial means, it was time to reignite the production plan for the Thunder Beasts. Having already conceived the next phase of development for the Thunder Beasts during his acquisition of the Cyclops, Han Fei's vision was straightforward. He sought not merely a melee shield, but a heavily armored tank-type unit. The mere thought of hundreds of thousands of Thunder Beasts, armed with divine artillery, unleashing a barrage of long-range firepower upon enemy forces, sent shivers of exhilaration down his spine. Yet, Han Fei remained unsatisfied. Once the industrial capacity of the Cyclopes was restored, he envisioned equipping them with full metal armor, transforming them into frontline tanks. If he could secure suitable genetics to significantly enhance the resilience of their biological shells, the prospects were indeed tantalizing. Clutching this aspiration close to his heart, Han Fei scoured the bloodline card market, but ultimately returned empty-handed. He inquired with numerous merchants and examined various high-grade bloodline cards, yet none seemed suitable to him. The exceptional bloodline cards that caught his eye were not only exorbitantly priced but also exceedingly sought after. Even possessing divine power might not guarantee their acquisition. A prime example was the advanced metallic dragon bloodline. Han Fei even stumbled upon a metallic giant dragon bloodline card in one shop, nearly salivating at the sight. Driven by curiosity, he dared to inquire about the price. Upon hearing the astronomical figure quoted by the seller, he nearly dissipated his light sphere avatar in despair. "Forgive me. I am but a pauper, unworthy of asking." The meager divine power in Han Fei's account barely covered a fraction of the cost. Consumed by frustration over his poverty, he drifted aimlessly. Once he gathered his spirits, he found himself inexplicably floating into the adjacent species card market. Since he was already there, Han Fei decided to peruse the offerings, only to suddenly perceive a rapidly spreading sentiment that echoed the sales tactics from his past life. XX breeding farm has gone bankrupt. The owner has fled with debts. Species cards are being cleared at rock-bottom prices. Every card is a bargain. Half off. Prices slashed to the bone. Passers-by, don't miss out. Only 3 days left. 3 days. Goodness. So this sales tactic is universally applicable even in another world. Han Fei promptly floated over. A clearance sale was an opportunity not to be missed. It was the perfect chance to replenish his genetic inventory and procure some poultry and livestock for the One-Eyed tribe, enriching their food supply to ensure basic needs for meat, eggs, and milk. Although Boss Han was a shrewd leader, he clearly arranged for the welfare of his subordinates. How could one generate value without proper nourishment? He swiftly glided into a small makeshift store on the periphery, selecting several reasonably priced species cards from the shelves. Suddenly, a species card at the edge of the display caught his attention, eliciting a look of astonishment from Han Fei. Dragon-scale turtle species card, description, extraordinary species. Containing a quantity of 200,000. Price, 100,000 divine power. Excuse me, is this card mispriced? Han Fei directed his thoughts toward the luminous sphere behind the counter. The sphere hastily corrected him. Don't be foolish. I am not the owner, I'm the attendant. Our boss has fled with debts. It appears he was ensnared in a web of confusion. Han Fei, feeling exasperated, continued with the luminous sphere. All right then, attendant, this card is priced at 100,000 divine power? This price is clearly above the normal range, indicative of an unscrupulous seller. Indeed, it is priced as marked. No inquiries about the price. The luminous sphere replied, seemingly impatient, retorting with a brusque tone. Are you buying or not? If so, come pay. Han Fei was left speechless, wondering how one could be so brazen in deceiving others, unafraid that customers might protest and tarnish their reputation at the door. Just as Han Fei was poised to unleash his bargaining prowess, armed with facts and reason to the point of bloodshed, a wave of thought resonated from behind him. Oh, black-hearted father, are you attempting to ensnare others again? Just last month, after you changed the shop's location, Mother had you kneeling for days over durians. Have you forgotten? A small orb of light floated in from outside the store, vociferously addressing the orb behind the counter. The light sphere that represented the attendant began to tremble visibly. The atmosphere in the shop instantaneously became quite awkward. Dear customer, do not be deceived. 200. 000 extraordinary species for the price of 100. 000 divine power. Do you truly believe my father has mispriced it? This dragon-scaled turtle, despite its name, bears no relation to a true dragon. Such a creature is large and sluggish, disinclined to move, rendering it utterly useless in combat. Furthermore, it grows slowly, with meat of mediocre quality and little culinary value. This card is worth at most 20,000 divine power. The small orb spoke candidly, meticulously elucidating the situation and directly undermining its own father's credibility. Chapter 200. A bright future. Han Fei found the conversation rather amusing and playfully inquired, what is it that qualifies the dragon-scale turtle as an extraordinary species? The small luminous orb exhibited a markedly superior service attitude compared to his father, patiently elucidating. Their shells resemble dragon scales and are exceptionally tough, possessing extraordinary characteristics. Oh, Han Fei replied with a smile, his demeanor leisurely. Then why not utilize the dragon-scale turtle to extract a bloodline card? The small orb paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the implication. Ah, you mean to extract a talent related to shell enhancement, correct? However, you seem to have misunderstood. I previously mentioned extraordinary characteristics, not extraordinary talents. The dragon-scale turtle lacks extraordinary talents, and extracting a bloodline card would yield an ordinary bloodline. Thus, to be precise, it is a pseudo-extraordinary species. The small orb gently swayed its light, seemingly a bit pleased. Oh, I see. At this juncture, Han Fei ceased to tease the little creature. He directly released his consciousness and addressed the larger luminous orb beside him, saying, Boss, no, waiter, it's time to settle the bill. I'll take this card for 20,000 divine power. Upon exiting the divine realm with several species cards in hand, Han Fei's spirits soared. In his quest, he had found what he sought without expending much effort. He was well aware that the dragon-scale turtle could hardly be deemed an exceptional extraordinary species. However, while observing the genetic composition within the creature at the shop through his divine perception, he was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. For this species, there existed only a single extraordinary gene tumor, the fewest he had encountered thus far. Based on his experience and the information provided by the small orb, Han Fei was utterly convinced that this extraordinary gene was responsible for enhancing defensive capabilities. In just 5 years, he could unravel the mysteries of this extraordinary gene and directly integrate it into the genetic template of the Thunder Beast, resulting in a bountiful harvest. With unexpected gains in tow, Han Fei eagerly departed from the Continental of Divine Exchange. Upon returning to the Divine Realm, he promptly utilized several discounted species cards, releasing a substantial number of poultry and livestock into designated areas of the Divine Grace continent. He then issued a divine edict to Osim, instructing him to arrange for personnel to capture and domesticate the creatures, subsequently turning his attention away from the affairs of the Cyclops clan. Directing his consciousness towards the Divine Favor continent, he scanned all the swarms. A pale blue, translucent screen materialized before him. Name, Swarm Sovereign Level, Demigod Divine Fire, Unlit Divine Rank, None Divine Mark, None Divine Traits, Environmental Adaptation, Genetic Adjustment Divinity, 1 point Core Affiliation, Insect Race Divine Power, 546. 260. 000 points Affiliates, 1 Queen Ant, 20 Hatching Nests for Jumping Insects, 5 hatching nests for altered flying dragons, 3 hatching nests for thunder flying dragons, 1 hatching nest for explosive dragonflies total, 29 logistics, 400 million jumping insects, 8. 63 million thunder flying dragons. Gazing at the information he had scanned, Han Fei bared his teeth in a grin. He would have to wait another 6 months to acquire new hatching nests. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Yet he maintained a semblance of confidence in his luck. Each venture into the enigmatic realm of probability was meticulously prepared for, at the very least, to avoid any embarrassment. Observing the burgeoning population of dragon-scale turtles already present in the divine domain, Han Fei silently contemplated. The dragon-scale turtle possesses merely one extraordinary genetic mutation, which could be unraveled in a mere 5 years. He had long since grown accustomed to intensive efforts, such was the nature of his existence. Just as Han Fei was about to embark on the analysis of the dragon-scale turtle's extraordinary genes, he sensed an inexplicable absence. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, oh dear, he had almost forgotten about the little queen ant. For heaven's sake, Han Fei truly did not intend to exploit child labor. Rather, he aspired to cultivate the queen ant, preparing her to become a competent successor in genetic engineering. With lofty ideals of imparting knowledge, Han Fei arrived at the specialized underground cavern where the queen ant resided. After a lengthy absence, he was once again greeted by the sight of her ambling about with her substantial abdomen. Beside her, a teddy bear-sized thunder beast clutched an expansive tome with its 4 scythe-like appendages. Han Fei felt an inexplicable sense of paternal pride, akin to a father witnessing his daughter blossoming into maturity. How commendable! Even while strolling, she remained engrossed in her studies. My heart is profoundly reassured, especially when the queen ant spotted him. Her palpable surprise and joy brought a slight sting to his eyes. Was it possible that a colleague capable of sharing his burdens was finally on the horizon? Reflecting on the trials of his decades-long existence, Han Fei envisioned a hazy aura surrounding the queen ant, hinting that she would soon guide him away from his tribulations. Shaking his head, Han Fei promptly collected his emotions. At last, you have arrived, my sovereign. Upon seeing Han Fei, the queen ant waved her antennae, welcoming his semi-divine presence with a joyful mental greeting. Instinctively, Han Fei reached out, affectionately stroking her head. Apologies for my recent absence. I've been rather busy. How have you fared? The queen ant was momentarily taken aback by his affectionate gesture. However, once she regained her composure, her delight intensified. She gently raised her head, nudging her forehead against his still outstretched hand. I've been quite well, though a bit bored. The other insects don't understand how to converse with me. A flicker of astonishment crossed Han Fei's mind at her words. It seemed she had recognized her own boredom. The little one's intellect had indeed flourished. Clearly, her prolonged exposure to the psychic crystal core had facilitated a steady enhancement of her intelligence. While Han Fei felt a surge of joy, he could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. In his relentless busyness, he had nearly neglected the education of his young charge. Relying solely on self-study during her formative years was surely insufficient. Fortunately, he had recognized the situation in time. It was not too late to mend the situation. Gently caressing her head, Han Fei reassured her, I shall send some companions from other races to keep you company and alleviate your boredom. Upon hearing Han Fei's words, the queen ant was instantly filled with excitement and joy, her antennae dancing with greater enthusiasm. Really? Thank you, my sovereign. With a smile, Han Fei nodded and conveyed the general information about the monocular tribe to the queen ant through the line of faith. Simultaneously, he entrusted a divine oracle to Osame, instructing him to identify suitable zealots for this task. From preschool teachers to primary and secondary school educators, university professors, and even mentors for master's and doctoral students. Every field was meticulously accounted for, encompassing early childhood education, mathematics and science, as well as mechanical engineering and genetic biology. Education must never suffer from poverty, nor should children endure hardship. Like a devoted father, Boss Han resolutely made this commitment.